To be healthy, the 3 clear transformational pills are a must. Our 3 clear transformational pills are made using advanced techniques, with constant temperature control, precisely ensuring the quality of every pill. It is a certified brand for international martial arts competitions. Admissions are open. Admissions are open. Baiyun Martial Arts School is enrolling, no age limit, no educational requirements. Whether you're a talented martial artist with a martial soul or an ordinary martial artist with no special traits, Baiyun Martial Arts School treats everyone equally, with one-on-one guidance. Good news! Good news! Gene potions are on a huge sale. 7-color sacred milk powder is made from the milk of the 3rd-grade beast, the 7-color sacred cow. The quality is guaranteed, ensuring a safe and reliable product. Blue Star, Daxia. Su Qiu walked on the street, looking at the various advertisements around him, and finally confirmed that he had indeed crossed over. He had come to a parallel world where the technological level was similar to his previous world, but with the addition of martial arts and the coexistence of exotic beasts. Martial arts, exotic beasts, my god, such a world really exists. Novels weren't lying to me. Su Qiu sighed. But at the same time, he was a bit scared. After all, reading novels was exciting, but if he found himself in this dangerous world, it wouldn't be so fun. Who knows, an exotic beast might suddenly appear and eat him. According to the original owner's memory, this world was full of exotic beasts, and even in cities, safety was not guaranteed. Historically, there were many records of powerful exotic beasts destroying cities. Power, I must master power. Su Qiu clenched his fists. Martial arts was the only force in this world that could resist the exotic beasts. Only by mastering martial arts could one have the capital to survive in this world. According to the original owner's memory, the original owner did well in all subjects, and at today's awakening ceremony, perhaps he could awaken a great martial soul. Su Qiu thought to himself. A martial soul was a key support for a martial artist's training. Martial artists with martial souls could achieve far beyond ordinary martial artists. Generally speaking, martial souls would awaken around the age of 16. So, major high schools hold an awakening ceremony when students enter their 3rd year of high school to determine which students have martial souls and what level their martial souls are, then assign these students to classes for focused training. Su Qiu was a student at Qingyun City's Qingyun 3rd High School. And he was quite well known in the school. Whether it was in liberal arts or martial arts, his grades were excellent. It was almost certain that he would awaken a martial soul, and it might even be of a very high grade. When he arrived at the school, the awakening ceremony was about to begin. Ah Qiu, over here. At this moment, a pleasant voice rang out. Su Qiu looked over and saw a girl in a school uniform, bright and stunning, waving at him. It was Xiao Mei, the original owner's girlfriend and one of the 2 most beautiful girls at Qingyun High. Many people enviously watched him. It's Sushin, wow, this time Sushin is sure to awaken a powerful martial soul, at least B-level. B-level? You're underestimating Sushin, it must be at least A-level. Do you think there's a chance it could be S-level? Wow, S-level, that's too much to hope for. In all of Qingyun City, only a few S-levels have appeared over the years. Each one is listed on the Qingyun City honor roll, a presence admired by countless citizens. But it's Sushin, maybe he could really awaken an S-level one. Su Qiu was very famous at the 3rd high school, excelling in all aspects, morality, intelligence, physical fitness, art, and labor. Almost everyone believed he would awaken a high-level martial soul. Under the envious gazes of everyone, Su Qiu walked to Xiao Mei's side. She hooked her arm through his, enjoying the envious looks from the other girls, proudly lifting her chin, and then said to Su Qiu, "Ah Qiu, what do you think you'll awaken this time?" "As long as I awaken, it doesn't matter what level of martial soul it is, it's all up to fate." Su Qiu smiled slightly, subtly pulling his hand out of her embrace. The other side was too enthusiastic, which made him a little uncomfortable. In fact, for this girlfriend, he did not have any feeling. After all, this was the girlfriend found by the original owner. He had just crossed over, and was not familiar with her. "Akiyu, you will definitely awaken a high-level martial soul." "Alright, Akiyu, if I cannot awaken a martial soul, or if I awaken a very low-level martial soul, will you dislike me?" Xiao Mei looked at Su Qiu pitifully and said. "How could that be? We have been together for so long. No matter whether you have a martial soul or not, you are my girlfriend." He then tried to ask back, "Then what if I cannot awaken a martial soul?" Xiao Mei laughed and said, "How could that be possible? Akiyu, you will definitely awaken a powerful martial soul. In the future, you must protect me." Su Qiu smiled a little and did not continue to ask. On the high platform, the principal of number 3 middle school took out a device, and on it was placed a crystal ball. He said loudly, "The awakening ceremony begins now. Now, according to student number, step forward one by one to test. Li Ziang." A boy wearing a blue and white school uniform, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, walked to the front of the crystal ball, then put his hand on it. 1 second later, the crystal ball released a white light, and in the light gradually appeared a huge white wolf with a completely snow-white body. When the white wolf appeared, the temperature around began to drop. The principal's eyes lit up at the sight. It is an A-level beast martial soul, Snow Wolf King. Everyone could not help but exclaim aloud. Actually an A-level martial soul? TSK, this Li Xiang's luck is too good. I did not expect the first person to awaken actually awakened an A-level martial soul. And Li Xiang was also full of excitement. He looked at Su Qiu in the crowd, chin slightly raised, eyes revealing a trace of provocation. TSK, this Li Xiang and Su Qiu do not get along. The two often go head to head. It is said that Li Xiang also pursued Xiao Mei, but in the end Xiao Mei still chose to be with Su Qiu. Now he awakened an A-level martial soul, no wonder he wants to show off in front of Su Qiu. If Su Qiu cannot awaken an A-level martial soul, he will be miserable. God Su is handsome, and good in every subject. This Li Xiang loafs about all day, leads a group doing evil in school, like a hooligan. If I were Xiao Mei, I would definitely choose God Su. Everyone discussed endlessly, while Xiao Mei curled her lips beside Su Qiu. This Li Xiang really stepped on dogshit luck, but Akio, you will definitely be better than him. Li Xiang awakened an A-level martial soul. After returning to the crowd, a group immediately crowded around him, surrounding him front and back, making him even more proud. And the others continued to awaken martial souls. Martial souls are divided into SSS, A, B, C, D, E, F levels. The higher the level of the martial soul, the rarer it is. Generally speaking, an A-level martial soul is already 1 in 1,000. An S-level martial soul is even 1 in 10,000. As for SS level, it is 1 in 1,000,000. In the whole Daxia, there are not even a few SS levels. As for the highest SSS level, placed in the entire blue star, it belongs to the existence in legends. That kind of martial soul is enough to go down in history. So for many students, awakening an A-level martial soul is already the peak of life. To awaken an S-level, that is glory for the ancestors. After Li Xiang, no one could awaken an A-level martial soul. Some people could not even awaken a martial soul, standing to the side, faces full of despair. Next, Xiao Mei. At this moment, it was Xiao Mei's turn. She stepped forward nervously and placed her hand on the crystal. In an instant, the crystal shone brightly, the device emitted a humming sound, and in the light, a blue trident released waves of water blue light. The principal of number 3 middle school could not help but exclaim, S-level weapon martial soul. See King Trident. Chapter 2, Classic of Classics, Perfect Life Choice System. S-level martial soul. Xiao Mei awakened an S-level martial soul. Exclamations erupted from the crowd, shocked beyond measure. My god, S-level martial soul, actually an S-level martial soul. As expected of goddess Xiao Mei. Woo woo, now she and God Su are a strong alliance. Everyone looked at Xiao Mei with envy. An S-level martial soul, without accident, Xiao Mei will definitely become a high-level figure of Daxia in the future. Becoming a martial arts master is almost a guaranteed thing. Good. I didn't expect this awakening ceremony to reveal an S-level martial soul. You must work hard and strive to make it onto the Qingyun glory list in the future, said the principal of the 3rd middle school, joyfully. Reaching the Qingyun glory list is not easy. Apart from becoming a martial arts master in Qingyun City, one must also contribute to the city and even to humanity. Of course, with Xiao Mei's S-level martial soul, there is definitely a chance to make it onto the glory list in the future. Besides that, with an S-level martial soul, I can apply to the Education Bureau for more cultivation resources, thought the principal of the 3rd middle school, feeling quite pleased. Xiao Mei excitedly stepped off the stage and looked at Su Qiu. Qiu, I awakened an S-level martial soul. It's your turn now, I believe you can do it too. Su Qiu smiled slightly, congratulations. Then, he also stepped onto the stage. Everyone was watching him. After all, Su Qiu was very famous in school, excelling in every subject, and was a genius-level figure. Every move he made drew attention. Almost everyone thought he could awaken a high-level martial soul. Su Shen at the very least can awaken an A-level martial soul, right? TSK, could it be another S-level? People were discussing excitedly. Even the principal was looking at Su Qiu with anticipation. Su Qiu took a deep breath and placed his hand on the crystal stone. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 10 seconds passed, and the crystal stone showed no reaction at all. The faces of the crowd unconsciously showed a strange expression. No way, no reaction? What's going on? What else could it be? No reaction means no martial soul. But this is Su Shen. How could he not have a martial soul? Ha, so the great Su Shen doesn't even have a martial soul? Standing on the high platform, Sucho's mouth twitched. Well. A waste start? Could it be so typical? Ding. Perfect life choice system activated. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in Sucho's ear. It was the system. Good. Now, this really is the perfect example. Sucho couldn't help but smile as his mouth curled up. No martial soul? Doesn't matter. With the system, no worries. Some people saw Sucho smiling despite everything and couldn't help but show strange expressions, exchanging confused looks. How can Sushin still smile? Sushin must have gone mad from sadness, right? What's Sushin? Now he's Su, the big waste without a martial soul. Lin Xiang, who had always been at odds with Sucho, led people in mocking him. The principal, standing on the high platform, also looked at Sucho with disappointment and helplessly said, Sucho, you don't have a martial soul. Please step down. Sucho nodded slightly, his face showing no signs of discouragement. Seeing this, the principal couldn't help but sigh. He's not arrogant or impetuous, his temperament is outstanding. It's such a pity. Even if he had a slightly weaker martial soul, he would have had a great chance to become a strong martial artist, but now, sigh. An ordinary martial artist without a martial soul. Even practicing for a lifetime, it would be hard to break through the 5th level. They are almost forever distant from becoming a true strong martial artist. Sucho walked off the high platform, returning to the crowd. He looked at Xiao Mei, but found that her once eager gaze had turned cold without him noticing. A sudden chill gripped his heart. Then, he sighed helplessly. Could it be so typical? Mayor, you. Sucho, you should still call me Xiao Mei, or Xiao classmate. Xiao Mei said indifferently. Upon hearing this, everyone else looked on as though they were watching a good show. Sucho looked at Xiao Mei as though he was looking at a stranger. It was only now that he realized her true face. The original owner must have been blind to choose such a girlfriend. Sucho sighed helplessly. But he wasn't really heartbroken. After all, he had never truly accepted her in his heart. At this moment, just as everyone was about to watch a good show, a strong chill suddenly burst from the high platform, followed by a sharp howling sound. A phantom of an ice phoenix, covered in ice crystals, suddenly flew out from the crystal ball on the high platform, circling in the air. Its magnificent figure. Everyone watching felt their hearts surge with emotion. Next, the ice phoenix dove toward the high platform and merged into the body of a cold and beautiful woman in a blue long dress. The aura around her became even colder. Her whole presence looked just like an ice mountain. It's an SSS-level martial soul, the ice god phoenix. The principal of number 3 high school cried out in shock, his face full of disbelief, and the other students all gasped, staring at the woman on the platform in awe. An SSS-level martial soul? Did I see it wrong? My god, this is the first time I've seen a martial soul like that in real life. Luo Qingxue is just too lucky. Woo, she has a good family, good grades, looks beautiful, and now even awakened an SSS-level martial soul. Heaven is too unfair. Sucho was also a little surprised. He didn't expect someone to awaken an SSS-level martial soul. And he knew the woman on the high platform. Luo Qingxue, one of the 2 school beauties of Qingyun High School along with Xiao Mei, and also the rival of the original host, with grades second only to him. After awakening her martial soul, Luo Qingxue walked down the platform. Under everyone's respectful and envious gaze, she came to Sucho and said lightly, even without a martial soul, you can still walk the path of a martial artist. You won't give up, right? Of course not. Sucho smiled slightly. Good. I will wait for you on the path of martial arts. Luo Qingxue nodded and looked at Sucho, still seeing him as a rival. At this moment, Li Xiang walked up and mocked Luo Qingxue, so what if he doesn't give up? Without a martial soul, he's doomed to be useless. And he's even someone who can't keep his own girlfriend. Luo Qingxue ignored his words and looked at Xiao Mei. She had also noticed Xiao Mei's behavior just now. She stood up for Sucho and said calmly, you don't deserve him. Xiao Mei raised her eyebrow and said, I don't deserve him? Luo Qingxue, are your eyes broken? I awakened an S-level martial soul. And he's a loser without a martial soul. He doesn't deserve me. After saying that, Xiao Mei looked at Sucho and said, Sucho, we're not on the same path anymore. Let's break up. It's better for both of us. When the crowd heard this, they all looked at Sucho with teasing eyes. Many people love to create gods. But they also love to destroy gods. Looking at Sucho, once a god they could never reach, now a useless man abandoned by his girlfriend, they felt their dark hearts were satisfied. Facing Xiao Mei's breakup declaration, a panel suddenly appeared in Sucho's vision. There were 3 choices on it. Choice 1, kneel and beg Xiao Mei not to break up. Lose all your dignity. The system will also reward you with 10 slaps. Choice 2, calmly agree to break up and secretly decide to work hard and surpass her. Reward, S-Level Martial Soul Storm Hammer. Choice 3, step forward and slap her, declare that it's you who dumped her, and defend your dignity. Reward, 10 Ferocious Beast Martial Souls. Xiao was stunned for a moment as he looked at the 3 choices. Is there even a choice to be made? To hesitate even 1 second would be disrespectful to the 10 ferocious beasts. Chapter 3, 10 Ferocious Beast Martial Souls, SSS-Level Tao Dai. Xiao glanced at the choices and didn't hesitate for even a second. He walked straight up to Xiao Mei, raised his hand, and slapped her on the face. Smack! Xiao Mei was stunned from the slap. You actually dared to hit me? 1 year ago, you said your father was seriously ill and needed money for treatment. I sold the gene potion I won from the school competition to treat your father. 9 months ago, you said you failed your body strengthening and damaged your meridians. I worked for 3 months to buy you the meridians repair pill. Half a year ago, your younger brother got into a fight at school and was tied up in a factory by more than 10 thugs. I went alone to save him. I lay in bed for more than half a month because of that, but you never visited me even once. And the new clothes you're wearing now, they were also bought with the money I earned from working. For more than a year, I've also been helping you with your studies. Why didn't you perform well in the tests? Isn't that how you could improve so quickly? I didn't even ask for these things back, just slapping you once is already showing my generosity. Xiao spoke in a cold tone. Every time he said something, he felt that the original person was just a fool. This Xiao Mei clearly didn't truly love him, she only cared about his academic performance and being with this so-called academic genius to greatly satisfy her vanity, while enjoying his efforts without any burden. He really couldn't understand how the original person tolerated this until now. But it's different now. He was here. He wouldn't tolerate this bad habit from the other side. When the crowd heard Xiao's words, they looked at Xiao Mei with growing disdain, especially the girls. She's pretty, but her character is really terrible. Yeah, even if Xiao didn't awaken his martial soul, if she wanted to break up, she should have chosen a private place. Doing it in public without considering the others' feelings? It's a waste of everything he did for her. This Xiao Mei is really something else. I knew she wasn't sincere when she was with Sushin before always mentioning Sushin, treating him as a tool to show off. Xiao Mei covered her face, hearing the voices around her, her face turned pale, and she screamed, Xiao! I'm going to fight you. A bright blue light erupted from her body. In the next moment, her just awakened martial soul, the trident of the Sea King, was gripped in her hand. She held the trident and was about to swing it towards Xiao. She moved extremely fast, and suddenly, others didn't even have time to react. But at this moment, a strong aura suddenly burst from Xiao's body, and a brilliant divine light swept from his body, rising into the sky. The terrifying wave of energy directly sent Xiao Mei flying. Above Xiao's head, the powers of his martial souls manifested. Among them was the ferocious beast Tao Dai, who devours all things. The beast Kuanping, whose speed could surpass light and travels through black holes. The thunder dragon, whose body unleashed endless lightning as it roared. The ghost phoenix, with purple-blue flames swirling around its body, immortal and indestructible. 10 completely different fierce beast phantoms revolved above Xiao's head, releasing incomparable terrifying evil energy. At this moment, all the exotic beasts on the blue star planet turned their eyes towards the direction of Qingyun High School, unable to resist kneeling on the ground. And those students who had just awakened their martial souls looked at Xiao, feeling that their martial souls inside their bodies were trembling uncontrollably. As if they were in fear. A prompt sound echoed in Xiao's mind from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for awakening the 10 great fierce beast martial souls. Due to the terrifying nature of these martial souls, in order to protect the host, every time the host advances in rank, they will gain control over one of the fierce beast martial souls. The martial soul currently mastered is Tao Tai. Tao Tai, the one who devours all things. The host can use this martial soul to devour various treasures containing spiritual energy, rapidly improving their cultivation and mastering the powers of other fierce beasts. The 10 fierce beast martial souls flickered in the void for a moment, then turned into flowing light and returned into Xiao's body, and everything returned to calm. If it weren't for everyone still being frozen, cold sweat running down their faces, they would have suspected that what they saw just now was an illusion. What just happened? Didn't they say he didn't have a martial soul? My god, wasn't that strange phenomenon just now his martial soul? How could he not have a martial soul? Did the testing equipment malfunction? The crowd began to discuss excitedly. Especially Xiao Mei, who was looking at Xiao in disbelief. She had broken up with him because he didn't have a martial soul, but now if he had awakened his martial soul, wouldn't she have become a joke? The principal of the 3rd middle school on the stage was also stunned. He had hosted many awakening ceremonies, but this was the first time he encountered such a situation. He hurriedly came to Su Qiu's side. "Student Su, please take the test again." "Okay." Su Qiu slightly nodded. He also wanted to see what level of fierce beast martial soul he had awakened. He walked to the test crystal stone and placed his hand on it. Everyone stared at him intensely. Li Xiang and Xiao Mei were praying in their hearts. "Don't awaken a martial soul, don't awaken a martial soul. Even if he awakens, don't awaken a strong martial soul." Unfortunately, their prayers were completely useless. The moment Su Qiu's hand touched it, the entire crystal ball began to tremble rapidly, and a beam of light shot into the sky. Then in the air, it turned into a fierce beast shadow that looked incredibly terrifying. This fierce beast had a giant mouth, releasing a terrifying aura of killing, its gaze full of greed, as if it wanted to devour everything between heaven and earth. When this martial soul looked at them, everyone felt a chill down their spine. The next second, with a bang, the test crystal ball in front of Su Qiu directly exploded. Everyone was shocked. The crystal ball exploded. What level of martial soul is this? Even when Luo Qingxue tested, it didn't explode, and she's an SSS-level ice phoenix. Is Su God's martial soul stronger than hers? Everyone swallowed hard. Xiao Mei looked like all hope was lost. The principal of number 3 high school took a deep breath and said, "If I'm not wrong, this martial soul is the legendary SSS-level beast martial soul, Tao Tai." Throughout history, those who could awaken the Tao Tai martial soul can be counted on one hand. Even among all SSS-level martial souls, Tao Tai stands at the peak. Heaven bless Qingyun High School. 2 SSS-level martial souls appeared in one awakening ceremony. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. He was so excited he could hardly contain himself. Now they could get a huge amount of cultivation resources from the Education Bureau. And Xiao Mei was nearly going crazy. What could be more frustrating than seeing your ex-boyfriend awaken an SSS-level martial soul? Of course there is. It's when the useless ex-boyfriend who was dumped a second ago awakens it the next second. The face slap was so fast it left people speechless. Impossible, impossible, he didn't even have a martial soul just now. How did he suddenly awaken one? Xiao Mei still refused to believe it. The principal of number 3 high school was also puzzled, then said, "Actually, exceptions like student Su are not unheard of. Some martial souls are hidden very deep. During the awakening ceremony they don't show up, but later, after a certain stimulus, they suddenly awaken." A certain stimulus. Everyone looked at Xiao Mei with strange expressions. If we talk about stimulus, wasn't it Xiao Mei breaking up with Su Qiu? Xiao Mei was even more confused. Her ex-boyfriend rose up, and it was actually because of breaking up with her? Chapter 4 Su Xiaoshuan. No matter what, Su Qiu awakening an SSS-level martial soul was a solid fact. Even if Xiao Mei regretted it more, she couldn't change this reality. Luo Qingxue walked up to Su Qiu, looking at him with bright eyes. "I knew it. You wouldn't fall so easily. Whether in the past or now, you're still my only rival." Su Qiu smiled slightly. "Maybe in the future too." Everyone looked at the two of them and clicked their tongues in amazement. The two most outstanding people in Qingyun High School both awakened SSS-level martial souls. Unbelievable. Yeah, these two have been competing with each other from the start. Now they both awakened SSS-level martial souls. They strangely seem to match each other. Double strong duo, this is just too exciting. TSK, what Xiao Mei? How can she compare to Goddess Luo? Goddess Luo and God Su are the true match. Some students looked at the boy and girl and started shipping them as a couple. But Xiao Mei looked at Su Qiu, regretting it so much her guts turned green. If only she hadn't been so heartless. If only she had remembered how good Su Qiu used to be. If only she hadn't broken up so quickly, then the one still standing beside Su Qiu and sharing the glory would still be her. After the awakening ceremony, it was time for class placement. Senior High Year 3 students. The classes were divided into 7 categories based on the rank of their martial spirits. They were F class, E class, D class, C class, B class, A class, and S class. Those without martial spirits and those with F-ranked martial spirits were placed in the same class, followed by E-ranked martial spirits, and so on. But Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue were so exceptional that they were placed into a special class. In this class, there were only 2 people, Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue. The school decided to arrange for someone to give them 1-on-2 tutoring. This privilege had never been seen before at Qingyun High. After school, Su Qiu was about to head home with his backpack. Suddenly, Xiao Mei caught up with him, looking at Su Qiu with tearful eyes. "Qiu, can you forgive me? Let's start over." She actually had the nerve to beg for reconciliation? Su Qiu was so angry, he almost laughed. This was the first time he encountered such a shameless person. He couldn't be bothered to waste words on her, coldly spitting out one word. "Get lost." Xiao Mei's face turned pale. In the past, Xiao would never say get lost to her. No matter what she did, he would always forgive her. Xiao, I know you're angry, but I was just confused when I made a mistake. Please forgive me, I'll never leave you again. I said, get lost. Xiao, how can you say that? You were never like this with me before. Even if I was wrong, don't you have any responsibility? If you hadn't awakened your martial spirit at the start, how could I have treated you like that? Stop making a scene, let's live a good life together from now on. I'll say it again, get lost or not. Xiao, no matter what happens, I'll never leave you again. Then don't blame me. Xiao took a deep breath and then loudly shouted, everyone, come look. The trashy girl is shamelessly begging for reconciliation. Come look. As soon as he shouted, all eyes turned toward them. Everyone had witnessed what had happened today. Seeing Xiao Mei still had the face to beg Xiao for reconciliation, they couldn't help but take a deep breath. What a shameless, trashy girl. Some even took out their phones, intending to take pictures and post them on social media. They had already thought up several captions. Shocking. A heartless, trashy girl actually did such a thing in public. Unbelievable. The trashy girl dumped her boyfriend, only to get slapped in the face. The trashy girl awakened her S-ranked martial spirit, and this is what happened. Seeing the students around her taking out their phones, Xiao Mei's face changed. She glared at Xiao hatefully, then immediately covered her face and left with a flick of her sleeve. Xiao curled his lips, reconciliation? I wouldn't want it even if it were given to me for free. At the bus stop, Xiao took the bus and returned to his home. His home was small. He lived in an old, run-down neighborhood. A 2-bedroom apartment. Not big, but the interior was very cozy. After Xiao returned, a girl in a white dress, sitting in a wheelchair, came out controlling the wheelchair. The girl had exquisite and beautiful features, a delicate nose and rosy lips, with bright and lively eyes, comparable to the school beauty Luo Qingxue. Perhaps because she hadn't seen sunlight for a long time, the girl's face appeared somewhat pale, adding to her fragile, sickly appearance that made people feel sorry for her. Xiao Shuang, big brother is back. What did you do at home today? Xiao smiled as he looked at the girl. The girl, Xiao Shuang, yawned, slept. Just sleeping? What else do you expect me to do? With my leg, do you expect me to jump around? Do you still have a conscience? Xiao Shuang rolled her eyes and said. Despite her delicate appearance, the girl had a sharp tongue. Who told you to play with your phone while walking and not watch out for the car? Serves you right. Xiao retorted. Xiao Shuang wasn't born with a limp. She ended up in the wheelchair after being hit by a car while playing with her phone 3 months ago. When Xiao first heard the news, he nearly died from the shock. Luckily, she was treated in time, and after resting for a few months, she was fine. Besides, even if my legs can't walk, you can still read books. You haven't gone to school for months, and you can't let your studies fall behind. Xiao said seriously. Brother, I'm in this state, and you still want me to study? Xiao Shuang stared with wide eyes. What else? No matter what, starting tomorrow, I will regularly check your studies. If you fail, don't even think about eating. Xiao said while walking to the kitchen to prepare dinner. You can starve me to death. When I go below, I'll definitely tell mom and dad. I'll say you're abusing me. Xiao Shuang said with grievance. Don't use that trick. It's useless. TCH. Xiao Shuang stopped her aggrieved expression, clicked her tongue, and then asked, by the way, isn't today the awakening ceremony? What happened? Let's not talk about that for now. There's something else I need to tell you. I broke up with Xiao Mei today. Xiao said lightly. Xiao Shuang was stunned for a moment. Weren't you madly in love with her before? Why suddenly break up? Wait, could it be? She was very smart. When did they not break up, but they chose to break up on the day of the awakening ceremony? It must be because something went wrong with the awakening ceremony. Brother, do you know who I admire the most? Who? The Ghost King. One of the top 10 kings of the Great Xia dynasty. The only one who was crowned king with an E-level martial soul. So, brother, even if you awaken a low-level martial soul, or no martial soul at all, it's not an insurmountable obstacle. Xiao Shuang, you're right. By the way, there's something else I need to tell you. I awakened my martial soul today. It's an SSS-level martial soul, the gluttonous beast. Brother, don't be discouraged, even if, what? Xiao Shuang suddenly screamed, SSS-level martial soul? Brother, you're not lying to me. Why would I lie to you? Brother, give me back the words of encouragement you just said. Xiao Shuang puffed up her cheeks and glared at Xiao. She had originally thought that he had awakened a low-level martial soul, or even had no martial soul, which led to the breakup, and she had prepared a whole bunch of encouraging words. However, she then became confused. Wait, if you awakened an SSS-level martial soul, why did Xiao Mei break up with you? I knew it. This woman is no good. You finally came to your senses. We've got an SSS-level martial soul. What woman can't we have? Su Xiaoshuang suddenly had a bright idea. Su Qiu shook his head and briefly explained the situation. Su Xiaoshuang widened her eyes in shock after hearing it. TSK, I thought such slap-in-the-face moments only happened in novels. It's a pity I wasn't there. If I had been, I would have definitely recorded that woman's expression. It must have been wonderful. Su Xiaoshuang said with a grin. Su Qiu knocked her on the forehead. Soon after, he finished cooking in the kitchen. The meal wasn't much, just simple, 2 dishes and a soup. A vegetable dish, a plate of stir-fried green peppers with sliced pork, and an egg drop soup. It was enough for the siblings to eat. Su Xiaoshuang curled her lips. Brother, you awakened an SSS-level martial soul. Aren't we going to celebrate? Eat something good? What's there to celebrate? Our balance in the card isn't much, we need to save. Su Qiu said helplessly. Since their parents passed away, Su Qiu had taken on all the expenses of the small family. Fortunately. Translated_content. Su Qiu's own grades were good, with a scholarship, and he also did part-time jobs when he had spare time, so he could manage the daily expenses for both him and his sister. It's different now, brother, you have an SSS rank martial soul, the Education Bureau will definitely not let go of such a talent like you, all kinds of subsidies and scholarships will be arranged soon, our days will get better and better. And when I join the awakening ceremony next year, and also awaken an SSS rank martial soul, the 2 of us siblings will climb up the Qingyun glory list together. At that time, we will eat the best food, drink the best wine, and power and status will be within easy reach. Su Xiaoshuang was full of excitement, imagining the future. Su Qiu rolled his eyes. You think SSS rank martial souls are like cabbage? You think if you want one, you can have one? Brother, if you can awaken it, why can't I? And lately I've been having the same dream over and over. In the dream, I'm a peerless empress. My name shakes the entire universe. Maybe I'm the reincarnation of some empress. Su Xiaoshuang said. Su Qiu's mouth twitched a bit. Reincarnated empress, I think you've read too many novels. Wake up already, will you? Didn't you used to hide under the covers reading novels too? After Mom and Dad found out, they even took your phone away, and you still have the nerve to say me? The siblings were eating while bickering with each other. After eating, after washing the dishes, Su Qiu returned to his room, sat cross-legged on his bed, and slowly began to sense the martial soul inside him. Woof woof woof. The sound of a dog barking came from upstairs. Su Qiu curled his lips. There was a family upstairs who kept a dog, barking all the time for no reason, really annoying. He took a deep breath, ignored the barking, and continued to feel his martial soul. With just a thought, he summoned his martial soul. Roar! With a low growl, the martial soul Taodai flew out of his body, circling above his head. A terrifying pressure spread out, and all animals in the whole neighborhood were trembling. Even the dog upstairs stopped barking. Looking at the Taodai martial soul that nearly filled the whole room, Su Qiu swallowed a bit. Don't know if it can get a little smaller. As if sensing his thought, the Taodai martial soul began to shrink. Su Qiu's eyes lit up, small, small, small. In a short while, the Taodai martial soul that had filled the room became palm-sized, circling above his head, its greedy eyes staring at Su Qiu, as if it wanted something to eat. Su Qiu thought of the introduction about this Taodai martial soul. It can devour everything. It can absorb all things that contain spiritual energy. But now, his home was dirt poor. Where could he find some treasure filled with spiritual energy? He had to let the martial soul suffer a little for now. He took the martial soul back into his body, full of hope for the future. The Taotai martial soul is just one of the 10 ferocious beast martial souls. As my cultivation improves, I can master the other ones too. Taotai is already SSS rank, the others should be at least this level. When the 10 ferocious beast martial souls appear, who can match me? He hadn't even heard of anyone having 10 martial souls. Let alone 10 martial souls that are all SSS rank. With beautiful hopes for the future in his heart, Su Qiu entered dreamland. And in another room, Su Xiaoshuan was sleeping with her limbs stretched out in a star shape. Suddenly, she sat up with a jerk. This empress is here, who dares to act out of line? In that moment, her eyebrows and eyes burst out with overwhelming majesty. But gradually, she looked around the room, yawned, and lay back down on the bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about the dream just now. Lately, she always had the same dream. In the dream, she was a peerless empress, famous throughout the universe, ruling over countless life planets like Blue Star under her command. With a single thought, she could decide the life or death of billions. With a single thought, she could make the sun and moon lose light and the stars shatter. Such power and strength were things that warriors on Blue Star could never imagine. She felt that even those so-called supreme 10th rank experts were far inferior to her. That kind of feeling was intoxicating. But after waking up, she turned back into the ordinary, good-for-nothing Su Xiaoshuang, except for her beauty. Was it really just a dream? If it was way too real. Su Xiaoshuang murmured. She yawned, so sleepy that her eyes teared up. Soon, she started snoring softly, falling into a deep sleep. The next day. Early morning. The alarm rang. Su Qiu got up on time, finished preparing breakfast, ate a portion himself, and left a portion for Su Xiaoshuang. Then he shouted to Su Xiaoshuang, who was still lazing in bed, "I'm going to school. I left breakfast on the table. Remember to get up and eat. Bye-bye." Su Xiaoshuang waved her hand without even opening her eyes. Su Qiu smiled helplessly and left the house. He took the bus. Su Qiu was especially looking forward to today's class. According to the usual procedure, after awakening the martial soul, the school teachers would start teaching them official martial arts methods. That would be the start of their path into martial arts, the beginning of becoming martial artists. The bus got more and more crowded. Su Qiu was squeezed into a corner. Suddenly, he noticed a girl beside him, her face all red, maybe from being squashed. Then he looked at the guy next to her, a sleazy-looking young man, rubbing his thigh against the girl's butt. Damn! A pervert on the bus? Ding! Facing a pervert on the bus, you have the following choices. 1. Pretend not to see. Reward, 100 yuan. 2. Go and take the girl's place. Reward, 1,000 yuan. 3. Act bravely. Reward, 10,000 yuan and 1 bottle of healing potion. Chapter 6, Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will. Looking at the 3 options in front of him, Su Qiu's eyes lit up. The first choice could totally be ignored. 100 yuan might be something for a student like him, but compared to the next 2 choices, it was like a drop in the ocean. 1,000 yuan, enough for him and Su Xiaoshuang to live on for over half a month. If it were 10,000 yuan, then he wouldn't have to worry about the next few months at all. Not to mention, there was also a bottle of healing potion. Su Qiu didn't hesitate. He took out his phone and secretly recorded the young man's actions, then directly walked to the girl's side. Just then, the bus braked, and due to inertia, many people leaned forward. Su Qiu directly knocked the sleazy young man next to the girl flying. The man fell onto the bus floor, got up and cursed at Su Qiu. "Damn it, you did that on purpose. You looking for a beating? To deal with a pervert like you, bumping into you is already too kind. Who are you calling pervert?" The young man's face changed. You are the pervert." What surprised Su Qiu was that the girl bravely stood up, pointed at the young man, and said, "You were touching me just now." As soon as she said that, everyone looked at the young man with disgust. The young man's face turned red from all the stares. "You don't have proof, don't speak nonsense. There's so many people on the bus, how can you say it's me?" Su Qiu took out his phone and said, "I recorded it just now. I can call the police anytime and have you arrested. Give me the phone." The young man rushed at Su Qiu. But Su Qiu grabbed his wrist directly, twisted his arm back, and pinned him against the bus window. The man couldn't move at all. Everyone was shocked. This young man is so strong. Could he be a martial artist? As soon as the words martial artist came out, the young man quickly begged, I was wrong, I won't dare again." Su Qiu let go of him. Just then someone got off the bus, and the young man took the chance to run off in embarrassment. Su Qiu didn't bother chasing him. He still had to go to school and couldn't waste time getting tangled up with that guy. Ding! 10,000 yuan and the healing potion have been added to the system backpack. Su Qiu smiled slightly. In his mind appeared a game-like inventory, from which he could take out items with just a thought. It was pretty convenient. Most importantly, he felt his strength had become much greater than yesterday. Is it because I awakened the martial soul? He secretly thought. Awakening a martial soul is equivalent to stepping 1 foot into the martial arts path. Not to mention, his martial soul was an SSS level. Thank you, Xiaoshun. The girl thanked Su Qiu. Su Qiu was stunned for a moment. You're from Third High too? Yes. The girl looked at Su Qiu with excitement. It was as if she were looking at a big star. No. She was even more excited than when looking at a big star. After all, he was the owner of an SSS-level martial soul. With time, he would definitely become the pillar of Daxiao warriors. What were those so-called big stars compared to him? Xiaoshun, see, could I take a photo with you? The girl asked excitedly. Su Qiu hesitated for a moment and then nodded. After taking the photo, they casually chatted for a few words and soon arrived at Third High. After getting off the bus, they parted ways, and the girl quickly took out her phone, posting a beautiful day starts with an encounter with Xiaoshen. It quickly got a series of likes. It's Xiaoshen. So envious. Which bus was it? I need all the info in 1 minute. I'll never drive my Porsche to school again, I'll take the bus too. Su Qiu arrived at the special class. This class had only him and Luo Qingxue. Walking into the class, he saw Luo Qingxue sitting by the window, reading a book. The morning sunlight fell on her, as if draping her in a soft veil. Even the motion of turning pages looked so beautiful. Su Qiu couldn't help but sigh. Though both were school beauties, the aura around Luo Qingxue was far beyond Xiao Mei. It seemed that Luo Qingxue noticed Su Qiu's gaze, and she lifted her eyes to glance at him. Then she sat down opposite him, slowly extending her hand. Su Qiu, let's arm wrestle. Su Qiu was stunned. What was going on? Ding. Facing Luo Qingxue's arm wrestling request, you have the following choices. 1. Refuse and say, are you sick? Reward, 1,000 yuan. 2. Agree and say, you're out of your league, with your little arms and legs, you want to compare strength with me, reward, 10,000 yuan. Did it even need to be a choice? Su Qiu looked at Luo Qingxue extending her hand as well, you're out of your league, with your little arms and legs, you want to compare strength with me? Once he finished speaking, 10,000 yuan was placed into his backpack. He felt a little excited. 2,000 yuan earned in the morning. Why would he ever work again? Just pick the right answers. Hearing Su Qiu's dismissive words, Luo Qingxue smiled slightly, extended her hand to grip Su Qiu's palm, and got ready to exert force. So soft. Su Qiu's heart skipped a beat. Her hand was gentle and soft. It was so delicate that it seemed like he could break it with a single pinch. And she was arm wrestling with him? Wasn't she asking for punishment? Start. Bang. Su Qiu's hand was slammed down onto the desk. The whole process took less than a second. He was stunned. What just happened? Luo Qingxue looked at Su Qiu and said faintly, you're so weak. I wasn't ready just now, let's go again. Su Qiu rolled up his sleeves and got into position. This time, he was more prepared. He didn't get pinned down so quickly, but he still lost in less than 3 seconds. He was dazed. How could Luo Qingxue, who looked so soft and fragile, be so strong? After you awakened your martial soul, you should have felt it, your strength has increased a lot, right? Luo Qingxue said faintly. You too? Yes, after awakening my martial soul, I noticed this morning that my strength increased a lot. It seems my increase is bigger than yours. Do you know why? Luo Qingxue asked. As the top student of Third High, Su Qiu quickly figured out the key and said, there are several types of martial souls, such as combat, defense, support. Generally speaking, combat-type martial souls bring a bigger boost to physical strength after awakening. My martial soul is more of a support type, so it has some effect on physical strength, but it's not as obvious as yours. Tao Tai can devour everything. But this devouring is more reflected in the cultivation efficiency. Just as I thought. Since you know, why are you asking me? Just testing you. Su Qiu curled his lips at the words. If anyone's going to test, it's me testing you, eternal second place, Luo. Every exam in the past, Su Qiu was usually first. Luo Qingxue was second. Because of this, she earned the title of eternal second place. Luo Qingxue's forehead vein twitched. So angry. She really wanted to hit someone. Now, her physical fitness was stronger than the other person's, she should be able to beat him, right? Thinking of this, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but feel the urge to try. Su Qiu felt a chill and swallowed his saliva, taking 2 steps back as he stood up. You better not do anything rash. Be careful, I will shout for help. Shout then, even if you shout until your throat breaks, it won't. Luo Qingxue's expression stiffened. What kind of weird line was that? She snorted lightly, about to do something, when the sound of footsteps, tap tap tap, came from outside the door. Then, a beautiful woman wearing glasses, black stockings, and high heels walked into the classroom. Chapter 7, Terrifying Spiritual Qi Absorption Efficiency. After the beautiful woman entered the classroom, she was stunned when she saw Luo Qingxue, who was about to do something. Am I interrupting something? No, you're just in time. Su Qiu quickly stood up to greet her. This elder sister, I don't think I've seen you around school, what brings you here? Elder sister. The beautiful woman's lips curved into a slight smile, and her gaze toward Su Qiu became more appreciative. My name is Mu Qingkong, and I was sent by the Education Bureau. From today, I will be your teacher. Mu Qingkong. You're actually Mu Qingkong? Luo Qingxue was a bit surprised. Oh, you know me? Not personally, but I've heard of you. You're the youngest gold medal teacher in the Education Bureau of Qingyun City, one of the few S-level martial soul owners in Qingyun City. Luo Qingxue said solemnly. Su Qiu was also a little surprised. An S-level martial soul owner, every one of them is not a simple character. So it turns out you're so impressive. You keep calling me elder sister, how come I never realized your mouth is quite sweet? Luo Qingxue said lightly. It's as if you've tasted it yourself. You? Luo Qingxue's face turned red, then she snorted and turned her head. How did she never realize Su Qiu was so shameless? Speaking of which, why did he seem like a different person these past 2 days? Could it be that a broken heart had hit him too hard? Alright, you two, time for fun is over. Now, let's talk about serious matters. Mu Qingkong's expression grew stern, both of you are SSS-level martial soul owners. The Education Bureau values you greatly, so they sent me to guide you. Today, the first lesson in martial arts I will teach you is meditative breathing. This is the key to advancing as a warrior. Meditating allows you to sense the spiritual energy of the world, and breathing in and out helps to absorb the spiritual energy into your body, refining it into a warrior's power. As she spoke, Mu Qingkong took out a piece of parchment from her bag. She opened the parchment. On it, there was a drawing of an ancient god. This god was a peerlessly independent female sword immortal, holding a long sword in the moonlight, her demeanor cold and ethereal, out of this world. Martial arts meditation picture. Su Qiu's eyes flashed. The martial arts meditation picture was a treasure that helped warriors meditate and sense spiritual energy. The higher the level of the meditation picture, the easier it was to help a warrior enter a meditative state. Indeed, this is one of the most precious martial arts meditation pictures in Qingyun City's Education Bureau, called the Sword Immortal Under the Moon picture. The martial aura contained in it can only be felt by directly seeing this meditation picture. I'll give you half an hour to memorize this picture, then start meditating and feeling the spiritual energy. Mu Qingkong said. Without saying a word, the two began to observe the Sword Immortal Under the Moon picture. Half an hour later, after memorizing the meditation picture, they sat cross-legged on the spot and gradually entered a meditative state. Before long, the principal of the third school walked over. Teacher Mu, how's it going? I can only say that as expected of SSS-level martial soul owners, they've entered a meditative state so quickly. You know, not everyone can remember the Moonlight Sword Immortal picture in half an hour and successfully meditate on it. Mu Qingkong smiled faintly. She was very satisfied with Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue's performance. 1 month from now, it's the martial artist monthly exam. I really look forward to seeing how these two little ones perform. The principal of the third school laughed. 1 month, they should be able to steadily become mid-tier first-grade martial artists. Mu Qingkong thought for a moment and said. Martial artist levels are divided into 10 tiers. Each tier is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Becoming a first-grade martial artist in 3 months is already considered a genius. And becoming a mid-tier first-grade martial artist in just 1 month. That is the genius among geniuses. Because Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue both have SSS-level martial souls, only then did she dare make this judgment. Suddenly, she sensed something, looked towards Su Qiu, and her face slightly changed. Wait, what's going on? Su Qiu was meditating on the Moonlight Sword Immortal picture. He quickly built the image of the Moonlight Sword Immortal in his mind and successfully entered a meditative state, sensing the spiritual energy in the world. It was something like fine dust, omnipresent. It filled the surroundings, some places dense, some places thin. Next, I need to absorb this spiritual energy into my body and refine it into my own spiritual power. But how do I do it? Just as the idea of absorbing spiritual energy popped into Su Qiu's mind, suddenly, a pair of scarlet eyes opened inside him. It was the greedy gaze of Tao Tai. It opened its big mouth, and the surrounding spiritual energy was enveloped by a suction force, wildly rushing into Su Qiu's body. Once the spiritual energy entered his body, the Moonlight Sword Immortal he had meditated on began rapidly swinging its sword. The sword swung, continuously turning the absorbed spiritual energy into spiritual power. The more spiritual energy he absorbed, the faster the Moonlight Immortal swung the sword, creating more and more afterimages. And in the outside world, as Su Qiu absorbed the spiritual energy, Mu Qingkong and the principal of the third school both sensed it and couldn't help but gasp. It was too exaggerated. The speed at which Su Qiu absorbed the spiritual energy was simply mind-blowing. The spiritual energy around him rushed towards Su Qiu, forming a vortex of spiritual energy around him. Even the spiritual energy around Luo Qingxue was ruthlessly sucked away. No. It wasn't just Luo Qingxue's. At this moment, throughout the entire Qingyun Third School, all the students who were meditating and absorbing spiritual energy felt that the spiritual energy that should have been absorbed by them was all converging towards the same direction. That direction was where Su Qiu was. What's going on? Where's my spiritual energy? Where did all my spiritual energy go? Why did it disappear? What's happening? Oh my god, it seems like all the spiritual energy has been absorbed by someone else. Everyone gasped in shock. Who was it? Who could absorb all the spiritual energy of the school? Even the teachers couldn't focus on their classes and followed the flow of spiritual energy, coming to the special classes door. The students also followed them. It's the special class, it's Su Xin and Luo Xin doing this? No, look at Luo Xin. They're not meditating. Only Su Xin is meditating. He's the one doing it. Good heavens, he alone absorbed all the spiritual energy in the entire school? Then what are we supposed to cultivate? Su Xin, leave us a way out, please, sob sob sob. The crowd discussed among themselves. Even Luo Qingxue looked at Su Qiu, who was meditating, with a complex gaze. This guy's efficiency in devouring spiritual energy is so exaggerated. Even I, as someone with an SSS-level martial soul, can't compare? Not sure how much time passed. The Moonlight Sword Immortal in Su Qiu's mind swung its sword so much that its hands almost broke. It no longer had the cold, transcendent aura from before. He also felt his body a little swollen, so he stopped meditating. He opened his eyes. Whoa! A sea of people. Everyone was staring at him, their gazes ranging from shock to fervent admiration, and even some with resentful glances like Luo Qingxue's. He twitched his mouth. Who can explain what's going on? Su Qiu. You can't stay at school anymore. The principal of the third middle school said. Su Qiu was stunned. Principal, are you expelling me? No, no, no. The principal quickly shook his head. How could I bear to expel you? A talent like you, I would cherish and protect. I can't get enough of you. Chapter 8, The Value of a Gold Medal Teacher. The principal briefly explained what had just happened. Only then did Su Qiu realize. I see. It turns out that the reason I can't stay at school is because my ability to absorb spiritual energy is too ridiculous. I've absorbed other people's energy, and that's why they don't want me here. But if I'm not at school, where can I cultivate? At home? But there's no teacher to guide me at home. Su Qiu, your speed of absorbing spiritual energy is too exaggerated. I'll report this to the Education Bureau and let the director decide. Now, tell me, how do you feel after absorbing so much spiritual energy? Mu Qingkong asked. Su Qiu felt the power inside his body and smiled slightly. I feel fantastic. I'm full of energy. Principal, please have someone bring the combat power detector. Okay. Soon, an instrument resembling a weight scale was brought over. Su Qiu stood on it. A light flashed on the instrument, and then various data about Su Qiu's body appeared on the display screen. Including strength, bone density, muscle content, and most importantly, the true energy level, with an overall evaluation of a first-rank warrior. Everyone gasped in shock. Oh my god, Su Qiu became a warrior? That's too fast. This is only the first day of cultivation, while we are still sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and he directly becomes a warrior? Is this for real? God Su is too outrageous. Everyone looked at Su Qiu with eyes full of jealousy, envy, and hatred. Luo Qingxue was also a bit stunned. We both have SSS-grade martial souls, but why do I feel like you're so much more terrifying than me? Mu Qingkong also revealed a hint of joy in his eyes. The Taotai martial soul really is extraordinary, its cultivation speed is incredibly strong. Mu teacher, Su Qiu cultivates so quickly, this Taotai martial soul is too overpowered, is this really normal? The principal of the third middle school also felt that this cultivation speed was too abnormal. It would take others months to become a first-rank warrior. Su Qiu did it in just 1 hour? This completely defies common sense. I've read some records about the Taotai martial soul, and its greatest effect is reflected in the speed of cultivation. Especially in the early stages, it far exceeds cultivators of the same rank, even those with other SSS-grade martial souls cannot compare. So doesn't this make it the strongest SSS-grade martial soul? No, in martial arts cultivation, apart from speed, other aspects are also crucial, like martial skills. The Taotai martial soul doesn't provide special bonuses in martial skills, it's no different from ordinary warriors. Also, the further you go in martial arts, the more difficult it becomes to advance. Sometimes it's not about the speed of absorbing spiritual energy, but about luck, comprehension, and so on. Therefore, throughout history, even those with the Taotai martial soul have been surpassed by others later on. Mu Qingkong explained slowly. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Upon hearing this, the Taotai martial soul, although extraordinary, wasn't so abnormal that it would leave people in despair. Luo Qingxue also secretly relaxed. As a fellow SSS-grade martial soul user, she had just been struck down by Su Qiu's speed. After hearing Mu Qingkong's words, she felt a little better. Only Su Qiu himself knew. The Taotai martial soul is only powerful in the early stages? Ha! Not afraid. You have no idea, this level of martial soul. He still has 9 more. When they all awaken later, that's when it gets truly outrageous, that's when it will make people despair. Su Qiu became a first-rank warrior on his first day of cultivation. Afterward, Mu Qingkong didn't dare to let Su Qiu continue cultivating. After all, once he cultivates, the others in the school could forget about their training. Su Qiu also did not plan to continue his training. After all, the amount of spiritual energy one person can absorb at a time is limited. If you absorb too much, your body can't contain it, and it will dissipate. Today, he has already absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy, reaching the limit of what his body can hold. He can only continue his next absorption after refining the energy he has gathered. And he believed that with his gluttonous martial soul, he would soon be able to refine it all. A first-tier martial artist has to absorb continuously for at least an entire day without rest to reach the limit of their body's capacity for spiritual energy, yet you're at your limit in less than an hour. Mu Qingkong couldn't help but marvel at the power of the gluttonous martial soul once again. Su Qiu touched his nose, glanced at Luo Qingsong, who was meditating beside him, and then asked Mu Qingkong, "Teacher, I can't train now, what do you think I should do next?" "You can't expect me to just read a book, right? I've memorized everything in those books." Su Qiu's original self could be called a school god for a reason. He had worn out the textbooks. He had almost everything memorized in his mind. He was pushed to the extreme of competition. Mu Qingkong thought for a moment, "How about this? I'll teach you a martial technique." Su Qiu's eyes lit up. For a martial artist, aside from spiritual energy, martial techniques are also crucial. Without martial techniques, a martial artist cannot be considered a true martial artist. The martial soul I awakened is the weapon martial soul flame gauntlet. With a thought, Mu Qingkong suddenly erupted in a blaze of fierce flames, the fire gathering in her palms, transforming into a pair of steel gauntlets. The gauntlets shimmered with a red light, ancient patterns burned onto them. There was a sense of history and majesty to them. This is a fire-type martial soul. So most of the martial techniques I practice are also fire-type. However, your gluttonous martial soul is attribute-less. So you can practice any martial technique, but don't think this is a good thing. Though being attributeless allows you to train in any martial technique, it also means that your training in any attribute martial technique will not have any bonuses. The efficiency will be just like an ordinary person, and you won't see any rapid progress. Mu Qingkong explained. Su Qiu nodded, "I understand. Let's go, outside." Mu Qingkong took Su Qiu to the playground, saying, "The martial technique I'm going to teach you is a D-grade technique called the flame punch. Watch closely." As she spoke, she demonstrated in front of Su Qiu. Her fist swung. Flames burned. In the end, she let out a sharp shout, launching a punch, and flames erupted from her fist, transforming into a large fireball. On the playground, it created a deep pit several meters wide with a loud bang. Its power was even more terrifying than a grenade. "Do you know how hard I hit with that punch?" "I don't know." Mu Qingkong extended one finger. Su Qiu gasped, 1 point of power was that terrifying. If you used 10 points, wouldn't it blow up the entire playground? If I used 100% power, I could blow up the school. Mu Qingkong said nonchalantly. Su Qiu was stunned. He thought the highest score was 10 points. He never expected that the other party actually used a 100-point system? Heavens! How high is Mu Qingkong's cultivation? As far as he knew, even a 6th-tier martial artist couldn't be this powerful, right? Could she be a 7th-tier champion? Hiss. Is this the quality of a gold medal teacher from the Education Bureau? The purity is too high. Seeing Su Qiu's admiring gaze, Mu Qingkong's vanity was satisfied. She patted his shoulder and smiled, "Keep working hard, one day, you will reach my level." Chapter 9, The Recruitment of Various Forces. Su Qiu began training the flame punch that Mu Qingkong taught him. Although this martial technique is only D-grade, it is not something that can be mastered quickly. After training for an entire afternoon, Su Qiu only managed to get the basics somewhat right. He could only produce a spark with his punch. Even lighting a cigarette was a struggle. Let alone creating a deep pit like Mu Qingkong did with one punch. However, Mu Qingkong, who was watching from the side, was secretly astonished. "I didn't expect this kid to have such an understanding of martial arts. In just one afternoon, he has learned it quite well." If he had a fire attribute martial soul, he would probably be on the verge of entering the small mastery realm by now. The level of martial arts is similar to the ranking of martial souls. However, it is further divided into 5 levels based on proficiency: the surface, small mastery, great mastery, peak, and perfection. The higher the level, the stronger the effect and power of the martial arts displayed. "Su Qiu, haste makes waste, let's take a break." Mu Qingkong stepped forward and said. "Sure." Su Qiao nodded, took the towel that Mu Qingkong handed over to wipe his sweat, and asked curiously, Teacher Mu, how long did it take you to learn this martial art? 3 days. 3 days to reach small mastery? No, 3 days to reach peak. Su Qiao felt a bit discouraged. He had practiced for an afternoon and hadn't even mastered the surface level. In contrast, Mu Qingkong reached peak level in just 3 days. It really is true, comparing people brings despair. I have an S-rank fire attribute martial soul, so my learning speed for fire attribute martial arts is naturally faster than yours. You don't need to compare yourself with me, you are doing quite well. I believe that within a month, you can hope to achieve what I did in 3 days. Thank you, I feel comforted. Su Qiao's mouth twitched slightly. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. The class bell rang. Su Qiao picked up his backpack and said goodbye to Mu Qingkong and Luo Qingshu. Watching his departing figure, Mu Qingkong sighed, he's a good kid. Given time, he will definitely achieve great things. How long do you think it will take him to become a noble? Luo Qingshu asked. At the earliest 3 years, at the latest 10 years. What about me? Luo Qingshu asked. It would also take you at least 10 years. I have an SSS rank martial soul, am I that far behind him? Luo Qingshu felt a bit unconvinced. His famine martial soul is quite special, his early cultivation speed is very fast, and it's normal for him to achieve noble status before you. Of course, I am only saying this based on normal cultivation circumstances. But cultivation not only requires talent but also opportunity, resources, and even support from family background. Luo Qingshu, you are the daughter of the Luo family. If I'm not mistaken, your family should have prepared various martial arts resources for you, right? With support from family background, you might be able to advance to noble status faster than he does. After all, as far as I know, he is just a kid without any background. Mu Qingkong spoke leisurely. He revealed the harsh truth of the cultivation world. Sometimes, besides talent, family background is also crucial. Without these, even if one has great talent, they may still be bound. An SSS-ranked martial soul is enough to make him a target for various forces. As long as he is willing, some powers would be happy to support him. Luo Qingshu said. Unfortunately, this kind of support comes with conditions. It all depends on how he chooses. Mu Qingkong said lightly, watching Su Qiao's departing figure. Just as Su Qiao exited the school gate, he saw a long luxury car parked in front of him, and a man in a suit stepped out of the car. He smiled and approached Su Qiao, taking out a business card. Hello, classmate Su, I am the chairman of Sanshang Group. We would like to discuss your future academic issues with you. As long as you are willing, Sanshang Group is willing to sponsor your education, covering all expenses during this process. You only need to join Sanshang Group after you graduate and work for us for at least 3 years. Su Qiao took the business card and quickly figured everything out. His status as an SSS rank martial soul cannot be hidden, it is completely normal for major forces and companies to seek him out. Su Qiao also knew that once he accepted sponsorship from a certain force, it meant forming a binding relationship with them. It would not be easy to leave in the future. Without any hesitation, he rejected the man before him. But before he could leave, several more cars blocked his way. A group of people in suits got off the car. There were dignified elders, fashionable urban beauties, and high-ranking corporate bosses. They all walked in front of Su Qiao and handed out business cards. Su, we are from Zhaoyuan Enterprises. Su, we are from Tianjin Genetics. As long as you join us, your future gene potions will be taken care of by us. What gene potion? How can it be better than the elixirs from our Laojun Pharmaceuticals? Su, we are willing to provide you with all kinds of elixirs for your future cultivation. Our Tianlei Martial Arts Hall can provide you with various martial arts secrets. Famous enterprises were throwing olive branches to Su Qiao one after another. This scene filled the other students' eyes with envy. The SSS-level martial soul ranking is indeed amazing. Any one of these enterprises is a well-known entity in our Qingyun city. It's incredible they all came to recruit Su Shun. As everyone marveled, a rumble came from above their heads. A helicopter flew over them, and then, a figure suddenly jumped down from the helicopter. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, that was a height of 100 meters. The figure landed on the ground with a loud bang, creating a pit in the ground, yet he stood steadily on the ground. It was a young man in his early 20s. He had a buzz cut, wore a white shirt, and looked spirited and capable. He walked toward Su Qiao and smiled. Su, let me introduce myself, I am from the Zhixiao Martial Arts Hall. I'm here to invite you to join us. The words Zhixiao Martial Arts Hall shocked everyone. Martial arts halls are one of the most common organizations in this martial arts society, and the top martial arts halls can even sway a city or even a country. And the Zhixiao Martial Arts Hall is such a martial arts hall. They are the #1 martial arts hall in Qingyun City, full of experts, and the hallmaster is one of the rare 7th grade marquises in the Great Xia. Known as Marquis Zhixiao. With a stomp of his foot, he can make the entire Qingyun city tremble. Joining his martial arts hall can only be described in 4 words. That is, rising to great heights. Even Marquis Zixio has sent someone to recruit Su Shun. Now, the others have no chance. Who dares to compete for talents with Marquis Zixio? Exactly. I wish I could join the Zixio Martial Arts Hall. I heard that joining the Zixio Martial Arts Hall has extremely strict assessments. One of them is to become a 3rd-level martial artist before the age of 25. Just this alone can eliminate a large number of martial artists. Su Shun isn't even a 3rd-level martial artist yet. Aren't you stating the obvious? Su Shun has just started cultivating, how could he become a 3rd-level martial artist so quickly? But he has an SSS-level martial soul. Becoming a 3rd-level martial artist before the age of 25 is like playing. Chapter 10, The Second Martial Soul, The White Tiger of Destruction. Even people from the Zixio Martial Arts Hall have come. Su Qiu showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. The buzzcut young man looked at Su Qiu and continued, Our hall master said that as long as you join our martial arts hall, he can take you as his personal disciple. Hiss. As soon as this was said, everyone gasped in shock. Being accepted as a personal disciple by a marquis-level expert means that Su Qiu could walk through Qingyun City without any issues in the future. To be honest, Su Qiu felt a little tempted. At this moment, new options suddenly appeared in front of him. Facing the invitation from the Zixio Martial Arts Hall, you have the following choices. First, agree to join the Zixio Martial Arts Hall. From now on, you will be deeply bound to the Zixio Martial Arts Hall, rewarding you 1 million. Second, refuse the Zixio Martial Arts Hall and forge your own path in martial arts with your strength, rewarding you with an early awakening of one of the 10 ferocious beast martial souls. Seeing these choices, Su Qiu's eyes brightened. 1 million made him very tempted, and joining the Zixio Martial Arts Hall also stirred his interest. But the reward for refusing made him even more excited. An early awakening of a ferocious beast martial soul. You should know that everything he is now is brought to him by the devouring martial soul. If he could awaken another martial soul that is not weaker than the devouring martial soul, he can't even imagine how powerful he would be. Su Qiu didn't hesitate and directly chose the second option, apologizing to the buzzcut guy with a smile. Sorry, I don't plan to join a force for now. I just want to focus on my studies and make your trip here worth it. The buzzcut guy was stunned. He never expected to be rejected. You should know, he represented the Zixio Martial Hall, one of the peak powers in the great Xia martial world, and was making an invitation on behalf of Duke Zixio. To be rejected like this? Is this kid's brain flooded? He really thinks that just because he awakened an SSS martial soul, he can do whatever he wants? Ignoring everything? Without resources, without great masters to guide him, even the strongest martial soul cannot be fully unleashed. Do you understand this principle? Su, have a think about it. Sorry, I'm in a hurry to go back. Su Qiu squeezed out of the crowd and boarded a bus not far away. At the school gate, a large group of luxury cars and the helicopter hovering overhead were, in Su Qiu's eyes, not as good as that bus home. Everyone looked at each other, some at a loss. No one expected such an outcome. Not far away, Mu Qingkong witnessed everything and couldn't help but laugh. Interesting, this little guy is really amusing. Duke Zixio must not have thought he would be rejected by a teenager. I need to go to the Zixio Martial Hall tomorrow to see how ugly that dude's face looks. After the bus arrived at the station, Su Qiu got off and walked towards the community. All the while, he was experiencing a newfound strength bursting within him. That is, another martial soul. He could keenly sense that it was a power no less than that of the devouring martial soul. But he still didn't know which martial soul it was. He would have to summon it at home to find out. Woof woof woof. Just as he reached his doorstep, the annoying barking of a dog upstairs came to his ears. Su Qiu sighed, this damn dog really won't stop. He had once gone upstairs to reason with someone. But the reply he got was that the property management didn't care, so why should he? It left him fuming. After reaching home, Su Xiaoshuang was lying on the bed playing games. The rice was already cooked, and the dishes were waiting for him to stir-fry. Su Qiu knocked on the door. Su Xiaoshuang, you haven't been playing games all day, have you? How could that be? I finished my homework. Su Xiaoshuang replied. She leaned on a cane and took her homework notebook from the drawer for Su Qiu to check. Su Qiu glanced and it was indeed done. You have become so diligent? Su Qiu was a bit surprised. Of course. My brother has an SSS-level martial soul. I must work hard, otherwise, how will I keep up with you in the future? Hearing this, Su Qiu patted her head, not bad, very diligent. Then he went to stir-fry the dishes. After finishing the meal, the siblings chatted while eating. When the topic turned to Su Qiu rejecting the Zixio Martial Hall's invitation, Su Xiaoshuang's expression was calm, showing no surprise at all. Su Qiu was a bit taken aback and asked, Xiaoshuang, if I had agreed to the Zixia Martial Hall, our lives would definitely be much better than now. You don't blame your brother for refusing them, do you? Bro, what are you talking about? This is your decision, why would I blame you? No matter what decision you make, I will support you. Su Xiaoshuang said, then huffed, besides, it's just a little Zixia Martial Hall, right? Once I awaken my martial soul, train for 2 or 3 years, I can just smack them down with one hand. What right do they have to recruit my brother? Bam! Su Qiu gave Su Xiaoshuang's head a hard knock. You're bragging again. Talking about being an empress. Stop reading so many web novels. No, don't. I am proud to read feel-good stories. Su Xiaoshuang raised her little head and said proudly. Su Qiu felt helpless. In fact, he often secretly read feel-good stories himself, so what right did he have to criticize others? Then he thought of something and took out a bottle of potion. This is for you, drink it after dinner. What is this? A healing potion. Hiss. Brother, when did you have money to buy this kind of thing? You don't need to worry about that. Su Qiu smiled slightly. He couldn't say this was something he got from making a choice today. Ding dong. A ringing sound came from the door. Who is it? It's the takeout I ordered. Su Qiu said. He stepped out, bringing in a whole roasted chicken. I was afraid you wouldn't be full, so I ordered a roasted chicken. Su Qiu said. Su Xiaoshuang gasped, no way, it's actually roasted chicken. Brother, you didn't rob a bank, did you? Brother, let's turn ourselves in, you have an SSS-level martial spirit, they will take it easy on you. What are you thinking? Su Qiu slapped Su Xiaoshuang's head again. Brother, if you slap my head again, I'm going to be dumb. Su Xiaoshuang said with a piteous look. Are you going to eat this roasted chicken or not? Eat. Su Xiaoshuang couldn't fight Su Qiu, so she turned her anger into appetite, finishing off more than half of the roasted chicken. Su Qiu only ate a little, then returned to his room, reminding Su Xiaoshuang to remember to drink the healing potion before he left. Inside the room, Su Qiu sat cross-legged on the bed, eager to summon a new martial spirit. Woof, woof, woof. Sounds of barking came from upstairs. Su Qiu gritted his teeth in anger. One day I'll turn you into dog meat stew. Then he ignored it and summoned his second martial spirit. The next second, a completely snow-white white tiger appeared in front of him. This white tiger was majestic and elegant, its body pure white, with a king character on its forehead, exuding an unparalleled aura of ferocity. It was as if it were a supreme beast that controlled the heavens and earth. And information about this martial spirit instantly flooded Su Qiu's mind. White tiger. One of the 10 fearsome beasts, SSS-level martial spirit. Master of killing power. It allows the owner's martial arts to add killing intent attacks, vastly increasing its power. It can also be summoned to battle, dominating the world with unmatched strength. Chapter 11, Su Qiu is training. White tiger. Mastering the ultimate killing power. I didn't expect this martial spirit to be the one. Like the Taotai martial spirit, the white tiger martial spirit had also appeared in the history of Blue Star, where its owner once suppressed an era. It was known as the Supreme White Tiger. Even today, it remains one of the most famous and powerful warriors in the history of Blue Star. The Taotai martial spirit devours spiritual energy and helps me in my training, while the white tiger martial spirit is a master of killing. The two complement each other, how fantastic. Su Qiu's mouth curved up slightly. Looking at the white tiger martial spirit, the more he looked, the more he liked it. He suddenly noticed that the dog upstairs had stopped barking. It was probably sensing the aura of the white tiger martial spirit. With this thought, he smiled slightly and let the white tiger martial spirit release a bit more of its aura. In an instant, the killing aura surged out. Ordinary people could not perceive this aura, but some animals could sense it, and that night, residents noticed that the entire community was unusually quiet. Dogs stopped barking, cats stopped jumping. Even mosquitoes vanished. At this moment, startled exclamations came from the living room. It was Su Xiaoshuang. Su Qiu rushed out to check, only to see Su Xiaoshuang standing up from her wheelchair, throwing her crutch aside, jumping up and down with excitement. Su Qiu glanced at the empty potion bottle on the table. He knew that she had already drunk the healing potion. But he didn't expect the potion's effect to be this good. Su Xiaoshuang had just finished drinking it and was already jumping around. He hurried over and held Su Xiaoshuang down. My little great aunt, you've just recovered, don't go bumping into things again. Brother, I'm better now. I'm totally well. Su Xiaoshuang tore off the bandage from her leg, revealing her perfectly intact, flawless feet, even stretching them to Su Qiu's face. Su Qiu directly swatted it away. Don't mess around. Since you're better, go to school tomorrow. How long has it been since you last went? Oh no, I feel like my foot is still a bit numb, like it's not fully healed. I might need another 2 days of rest. Stop with that. You're going to school tomorrow. Suqiu snorted lightly. The next day, Suqiu got up and made breakfast, then took Su Xiaoshuang out with him. In the hallway, he saw a family from upstairs coming down while carrying a dog. The person was crying while holding the dog. My big white. How could you just leave me? Wu, how can I live without you? Suqiu glanced at the dog. Wow, isn't that the dog that often barked upstairs? How did it suddenly go missing? Wait a minute? Could it have been scared to death by the white tiger's imposing manner yesterday? The more he thought about it, the more it seemed possible. He awkwardly looked at the family, then hurriedly left with Su Xiaoshuang. It said that the joys and sorrows of people do not connect. Su Xiaoshuang looked like she was enjoying the misfortune, that stupid dog barking all day, the owner didn't take care of it, serves them right. Now, my world is much quieter. Though Su Xiaoshuang didn't want to go to school, she had been at home since her foot got injured. Now that she stepped outside to breathe in the fresh air, she seemed quite cheerful and stopped to smell flowers along the way. Ah, this is the smell of freedom. Su Xiaoshuang sighed in wonder. Suqiu pulled her onto the bus and personally took her to her class. On the way, he saw two tall students surrounding a younger girl wearing glasses. The girl looked timid and scared. Noticing this, Su Xiaoshuang charged right up. You two bullies are picking on Xiaoyu again, right? Don't you know I'm protecting her? Su Xiaoshuang shouted. The two tall university students were startled by Su Xiaoshuang's appearance, but one of them sneered, Su Xiaoshuang, don't meddle in our business. We were just borrowing her homework to copy, get lost. Can't you see she doesn't want to? Su Xiaoshuang still stood in front of the girl with glasses. And Suqiu faced a choice. You have the following choices in the face of campus bullying. 1. Turn a blind eye. No reward. 2. Stand up for your sister. Reward, 1 martial skill insight card. Seeing this, Suqiu naturally chose the second option. He walked over to Su Xiaoshuang's side and looked at the two tall boys, calmly saying, What do you want to do to my sister? You are Su Shen? One boy recognized Suqiu, and his face changed slightly. Suqiu's reputation in school was huge now. An SSS-level martial soul owner. Just this title was enough to make countless people back off. Let's go, let's go. The two didn't wait and quickly left. Ding. Martial skill insight card has been issued. The reward was in hand. Suqiu felt a yes in his heart. He turned to Su Xiaoshuang, study hard. Got it, bro, you can go to class now. Suqiu left directly. The girl with glasses next to Su Xiaoshuang watched Suqiu's departing figure, her eyes sparkling with stars. Xiaoshuang, your brother is so handsome. Hey, of course, just look at who he is. Can you give me his WeChat? No way. Why? Xiaoyu, didn't you hear my brother say? Study hard and don't think about those messy things. Su Xiaoshuang said sternly. On the other side, Suqiu arrived in the special class, where Luo Qingxue had already come early. She was meditating. Upon sensing Suqiu's arrival, she opened her eyes and looked at him, revealing a complex expression. Suqiu, why did you refuse the Zishou martial arts school yesterday? If I want to refuse, I just refuse. Why is there so much to explain? Do you know? After you left yesterday, the people from Zishou martial arts school didn't leave. They took in a few disciples at the third high before leaving. Oh, who did they take? Xiao Mei and Li Ziang. Xiao Mei has an S-level martial soul. Being accepted by the Purple Sky Martial Arts School is undoubtedly understandable. With Li Ziang having an A-grade martial soul, it's normal for the Purple Sky Martial Arts School to accept him. The Li family has a partnership with the Purple Sky Martial Arts School. It's reasonable to accept Li Ziang because of the Li family's influence, and besides, an A-grade martial soul is not bad at all. An A-grade martial soul is already the top martial soul that ordinary people dream of. As for SSS-grade martial souls, like Suqiu and Luo Qingxue, they are incredibly rare in the entire world. So that's how it is. Suqiu ignored Xiao Mei and began to continue his training regarding Li Ziang. Just as he sat down to meditate and practice, the surrounding spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, gathering towards him. Beside him, Luo Qingxue's lips twitched. Here it comes again. Students in other classrooms also sensed the depletion of spiritual energy and naturally knew it was Suqiu training. They couldn't possibly compete with him for spiritual energy and all gave up on their practice. The principal of the third middle school glanced in the direction of the special class, shook his head helplessly, and then went to the broadcasting room to announce to the whole school. Student Suqiu is currently practicing. Please everyone temporarily stop absorbing spiritual energy and wait until he is done before continuing. I repeat, student Suqiu is currently practicing. Please everyone. Everyone was speechless. What a situation, needing an entire school announcement just to ask others to temporarily stop practicing for a moment. No one can compare to this. Chapter 12, The Inferno Hammer Fist Completed, Practical Combat Class. In the second class of the second year, Su Xiaoshuang also heard the school announcement, displaying pride and satisfaction on her face as she said to her classmates around her, "Do you know who Su Qiu is? He's my brother." Others looked at her with envy. "Xiaoshuang, your brother is amazing. I really envy you for having such a brother. He has an SSS grade martial soul that is truly impressive." Many people looked at Su Xiaoshuang and secretly decided to build a good relationship with her in the future. Even the teachers looked at Su Xiaoshuang with much softer eyes. Time passed. After practicing for over an hour, Su Qiu stopped only when he felt the spiritual energy in his body was saturated. Due to his absorption, the spiritual energy in the school had thinned considerably. A few teachers sensed it and couldn't help but curse monster in their hearts. "Are you done practicing?" Luo Qingxue said softly beside him. Su Qiu touched his nose. "I'm done, you can practice now. By the way, why hasn't Teacher Mu come today?" "I don't know." Luo Qingxue shook her head and then said, "But she mentioned yesterday that she wanted to go to the Purple Sky Martial Arts School to see how the Purple Sky Marquis looked after being rejected." "Ah, this." Su Qiu was stunned for a moment, not expecting Mu Qingkong to be so bold as to go watch a powerful marquis's embarrassment. With Mu Qingkong absent, Su Qiu trained martial skills by himself in a corner. He sensed the spiritual power within his body, still at the low stage of the first tier. But it was no surprise, one couldn't expect to rise quickly in rank after only 2 days of training, that would be too abnormal. He went to the playground to practice the D-grade martial skill, Inferno Hammer Fist. However, after practicing for half an hour, he hadn't made much progress. It seemed his talent in martial skills wasn't outstanding. But then he remembered the martial skill insight card he had just obtained. With this thought, he took out the insight card. It was a silver-white transparent card with nothing on it. "System, how do I use this card?" "System, just crush it." Su Qiu crushed the card directly. In the next second, the card transformed into starlight and infused into his body. He felt nothing. Maybe I need to practice the martial skill to unleash its effects. He practiced the Inferno Hammer Fist again. This time, he obviously felt different. He quickly grasped the intricacies of the Inferno Hammer Fist. From the basics, to minor success, to major success, to perfection. Finally, he reached the state of completion with a final breath. In such a short time, he comprehended the Inferno Hammer Fist to perfection. He struck out with a punch, fire gathering on his fist, crashing into the ground and erupting into flames, directly creating a pit in the ground. Not far away, the principal of the third middle school gasped in amazement. What? How could this guy's martial skill have such power? Su Qiu's punch was already very close to being top tier. But the problem is, the opponent just became a low-tier martial artist yesterday. Is it the perfection of martial skill? But where did he learn this martial skill? The principal of the third high school was somewhat puzzled, unless they were disciples from martial arts schools or science from noble families. Otherwise, ordinary students only learned martial skills issued by the school. Everyone was still at the stage of meditating and refining their spiritual energy, far from learning martial skills. Yet Su Qiu had already perfected a martial skill? The gap was too big. I taught him that martial skill. At this moment, Mu Qingkong slowly walked up. Her gaze towards Su Qiu was somewhat complicated. I just taught him yesterday. She was shocked. Taught just yesterday, and today it was perfected? Was it necessary to be so against the heavens? She walked to Su Qiu and said, "Su Qiu, punch me and have a try." "Ah, isn't that not good?" "Don't worry, with your current cultivation, you won't hurt me. Come, punch with all your strength." Then, "Teacher Mu, I'm sorry." Su Qiu was no longer polite and launched a full-force punch at Mu Qingkong. Bang! This punch hit her chest, flames raging. But Mu Qingkong stood still, unmoving, slightly nodding. Indeed, the power of perfected martial skill. Also, little guy, where did you punch? Her body shook slightly, and Su Qiu was pushed back 2 steps. In a daze, he seemed to see her chest move. That bounciness amazed him. It was hard to imagine if that. He quickly shook his head to get rid of those absurd thoughts. Although the Blazing Fire Roaring Fist is a D-level martial skill, but you mastered it to perfection in just 1 day, it's unbelievable. How did you do that? I just practiced and then suddenly got it. Su Qiu said, the system was his biggest secret and must not be exposed. Mu Qingkong seemed to ponder and then her eyes lit up. I understand. You must have had an epiphany. Epiphany? Oh yes, it was an epiphany. He indeed used the epiphany card. It is said that some people can experience an epiphany while practicing martial skills. Their skill proficiency improves rapidly in 1 day. However, this kind of opportunity is very rare, even for me. I have only experienced an epiphany once. Mu Qingkong clicked her tongue in amazement. You experienced an epiphany the first time you practiced a martial skill. Your luck is unparalleled. Indeed. Moreover, there is something else to inform you. Due to the uniqueness of your devouring martial soul, the Education Bureau specifically prepared a martial arts spiritual device for you. As Mu Qingkong spoke, she took out a necklace. The necklace was completely silver white, featuring a blue gem. Su Qiu's eyes brightened. A martial arts spiritual device, as the name suggests, is a device dedicated to martial arts. There are ones for attack, defense, and assistance. This necklace should be an auxiliary martial arts spiritual device. Even the most ordinary martial arts spiritual device is incredibly expensive, starting at millions. The Education Bureau actually equipped him with this thing? This is a martial arts spiritual device, Blue Spirit Necklace. It stores a lot of spiritual energy. You can absorb the spiritual energy inside the Blue Spirit Necklace directly when you practice in the future, and the necklace can replenish its spiritual energy while it's being consumed. This spiritual device should be enough for you before you advance to Tier 3. Mu Qingkong handed the necklace to Su Qiu. The principal of the third high school nearby was somewhat envious, even he hadn't been equipped with such an auxiliary spiritual device. The Education Bureau actually equipped a student with a spiritual device? This is the first time I've seen something like this. It seems the higher-ups pay great attention to SSS-level martial souls. I won't disappoint the Education Bureau. Su Qiu took a deep breath and put the necklace on. Very well, let's start today's lesson. What are we learning today? Practical combat. Mu Qingkong said calmly, then immediately punched towards Su Qiu's head. Su Qiu could not dodge in time and directly took a hit, screaming in pain. It felt like a lump was swelling on his forehead. Practical fighting is the most important lesson for a warrior. Only in practice can a warrior fully unleash what they have learned. A warrior who has not experienced real combat, no matter how high their skills, is just useless. As Mu Qingkong spoke, she continued to strike at Su Qiu. Su Qiu dodged continuously, trying to avoid her blows. Is dodging all you can do? Teacher Mu, you're bullying the weak. Nonsense, my skills are already suppressed to the first level, we are now at the same level. Then prepare yourself, teacher. Su Qiu unleashed his newly learned flame punch towards Mu Qingkong. But unfortunately, although his martial technique was perfect, his combat experience was weak. Within a few exchanges, he was completely suppressed by Mu Qingkong. Your punches are too slow. Who told you to punch like that, leaving your center wide open, asking for trouble? Lift your leg a little higher. TSK, didn't you eat breakfast? Why are your punches so weak? On the playground, Mu Qingkong was training Su Qiu. For Su Qiu, who was experiencing combat for the first time, he was beaten to a pulp. The opponent was way too harsh. Some students passing by couldn't help but shiver. Even Su Qiu was beaten so badly. If it were us, wouldn't we be left half paralyzed? Chapter 13, Beast Invasion, Decision. Su Qiu was bullied for an entire morning. Many students developed a psychological shadow over practical combat classes. However, later they realized that Su Qiu's practical class was the only one so strict. They had not yet reached that level. After all, a genius like Su Qiu naturally had to be held to higher standards than others, otherwise, it would be a waste of talent. A day passed. Su Qiu felt sore all over, even wincing while trying to walk. After school, Su Xiaoshuan came to the playground and saw Su Qiu, who was beaten black and blue, and couldn't help but feel heartbroken. She glared fiercely at Mu Qingkong. Teacher, you were too ruthless. If anything happens to my brother, I won't let you off. Mu Qingkong raised an eyebrow. A little girl dared to speak to her like that? Interesting. She walked up to Su Qiu and took out a bottle of medicine. This is a healing potion that can help you recover quickly. We'll continue practicing tomorrow. She smiled charmingly. But Su Qiu couldn't help but shiver. Wow. A big stick then a sweet date. Ding. Facing the harsh practical combat class, you have the following choices. 1. Refuse. I won't attend this torturous combat class anymore. Whoever wants to go can go. Reward, 100,000 bucks plus a case of happy soda. 2. Face it calmly. A sword's edge comes from being wetted, the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. Without experiencing the grind of real combat, how can one become a powerful warrior? Reward, Combat Experience Card. Experience Card? Of course, Su Qiu chose the second option. For the future, he could never give up easily. See you tomorrow. Mu Qingkong smiled and patted Su Qiu on the shoulder. Back home. Su Qiu took the potion. Immediately, his exhaustion recovered at a visible speed, and all the bruises disappeared. This healing potion was very effective, its level must be high. Plus, the martial arts spiritual tool he received today. The Education Bureau had put a lot of effort into him. Thinking about it, there are only a few SSS-level martial spirits in the entire Blue Star. Once they grow, they will become the backbone of Daxia. Can they not invest effort? He took out the combat experience card and crushed it. In an instant, the practical experiences of today replayed in his mind, and his combat experience rapidly increased. In a short while, he felt as if he had become a battle-hardened warrior. So that's how it is. If I throw a punch like this, Teacher Mu won't be able to counter, at most only block. Teacher Mu was right, that kick was lifted too well. This move is good. Su Chou replayed the day's practical fighting in his mind, and after improving his combat experience, he felt his moves were indeed childish. The next day, he went to school again. And Mu Qingkong was already waiting for him. Rubbed his fists. Are you ready to get hit? Su Chou smiled slightly. Teacher Mu, you should be careful. Today's me is not yesterday's me, I've grown. Ha, how much can you grow? Mu Qingkong shook his head. In just one day, the other party thought they could handle themselves? It seemed today she needed to push a bit harder to show him the power of his teacher. Whoosh! She charged out, throwing a punch. This punch was extremely clever, but the next second, it was blocked by Su Chou's crossed arms. Mu Qingkong couldn't help but be stunned, blocked it? Immediately after, Su Chou began to counterattack. Fists and feet flew out powerfully, executing a set of blaze fury punches with such flair. His practical experience was worlds apart from yesterday. After a dozen moves, Mu Qingkong surprisingly did not gain the upper hand. How did this guy's combat experience improve so fast? Did he see a ghost? Mu Qingkong felt shocked. In just one day, he refined the blaze fury punch to perfection. Now another day, and his practical experience rose several levels. This, genius. No. That's a monster. Absolute monster. Mu Qingkong's heart was filled with shock and immense joy. In just a few years, the great Xiao would have another powerful champion. No. Even a 9th-tier emperor. As for a 10th-tier supreme. Mu Qingkong had thought about it, but such people were extremely rare in history. In the short term, she did not believe the other party could grow to that level. At least, there was basically no chance in the next 20 years. Good, Su Chou, continue. Mu Qingkong praised, and continued to attack Su Chou. At the entrance of the special class, Luo Qingxue watched Su Chou trade blows with Mu Qingkong, her eyes revealing a complex expression. There was astonishment, envy, and also a hint of unwillingness in herself. I didn't expect his progress to be so fast. If I keep progressing step by step, I fear I'll still be left behind like before. Luo Qingxue murmured. She picked up her phone and made a call. Miss, do you have any instructions? A respectful voice came from the other end of the line. I heard that the latest Zhao Yuan Dan from Laojun Pharmaceuticals is about to be put on the market. Go help me order a batch, the more the better. Miss, the latest Zhao Yuan Dan costs at least $1 million each. Money is not a problem, my Luo family doesn't lack this little bit. Understood. Luo Qingxue hung up the phone and looked at Su Chou on the playground, her eyes revealing a hint of fighting spirit. Su Chou, I won't always be the eternal second. Let you see the power of money. Time passed. Su Chou and Mu Qingkong fought the whole day again. In the following half a month, he practiced practical combat with Mu Qingkong at school during the day and returned home to train with the Blue Spirit necklace at night. He progressed very quickly. In half a month, he reached the mid-tier warrior realm. One day, Su Chou took the bus home as usual. Suddenly, the bus made a sudden stop, and everyone on board fell forward due to inertia. Su Chou instinctively hugged Su Xiaoshuang to protect her. Hey! Driver, how are you driving? What's wrong with you, master? The passengers on the bus were thrown into a mess. But then they had no time to blame the driver. They saw a huge black rat emerging from the ground not far away. The giant rat was several meters tall, with blood-red eyes, emanating a strong and sinister aura, directly flipping the bus over. It's a first-tier beast, blood demon rat. Hurry, run. The passengers on the bus were horrified, wanting to escape, but because the bus was hit, the door was pinned down, and everyone could only leave from the other side. Moreover, the people on the bus were numerous, all crowded together, frantically pushing towards the door, which ended up prolonging their escape time. Su Chou punched the window, shattering it. After lifting Su Xiaoshuang, he let her go out first, following closely behind. The siblings jumped off the bus and ran towards the distance. Is there anyone to save my child? A woman's voice came from inside the bus. She saw her child trapped under the seat, unable to break free in an instant. Not just her, but some elderly, weak, and women and children were also trapped inside the bus. And looking again, the blood demon mouse was getting closer and closer to the bus. Su Chou was caught in a dilemma. Brother, what are you doing in a daze? Hurry and run. You've just become a warrior, how could you possibly fight against a mythical beast? Don't be stubborn at this time. Su Xiaoshuang hurriedly said. She was not a cold-hearted person, indifferent to the lives inside the bus. But compared to her brother, who was her only companion, of course, she would unhesitatingly choose her brother. Ding! Faced with imminent death at the hands of a mythical beast, you have the following choices. 1. Sit by and do nothing, turn around and run away. Reward, 1 bottle of healing potion. 2. As warriors, we must fight against the strong to protect the weak. Since I have become a warrior, how can I back down? Step forward and draw the mythical beast away. Reward, 10 bottles of healing potions. 3. A mere rat demon? Daring to be reckless in front of me? Show him who's strong, kill the blood demon mouse. Reward, 1 bottle of advanced gene potion. Chapter 14, This Punch, So Handsome. 3 choices, 3 rewards. Among them, the one with the greatest benefit was naturally the last one, which granted an advanced gene potion. This item, it was said, was worth at least 10 million. Taking it could improve genes and enhance cultivation. It could cure diseases. If healthy, it could strengthen the body, prolong life. Su Qiu swallowed hard, then looked at the blood demon mouse again, taking a deep breath. Rewards or not, it didn't matter. The key point was that he could not stand by and watch someone die. If he didn't have this ability, he could simply walk away. But now, he was a warrior, with this strength. Naturally, he couldn't just ignore it. As warriors, we must take on the duty of eradicating mythical beasts and protecting the people. He stepped forward resolutely. Su Xiaoshuang grew anxious upon seeing this. Brother! Xiaoshuang, you leave first. I will definitely come back. Su Qiu ran towards the blood demon mouse. Watching his back, tears welled up in Su Xiaoshuang's eyes. Why are you all like this? Dad was like this, and you are like this. Why can't you think of me? In front of the bus, the blood demon mouse gradually approached, drooling from its enormous mouth, looking at the people inside like they were a delicious feast. It's over, we are dead for sure. What, mommy, I'm scared. Inside the bus, the cries of the crowd were endless. Everyone was nearly in despair. And just as the blood demon mouse charged towards the bus, a figure blocked its path, waist bent, fist clenched tight, burning with flames as it struck out. It was the fiery punch. Beast, get out of my way. The fist, engulfed in flames, slammed towards the blood demon mouse. Boom! This punch hit the blood demon mouse squarely in the chest, causing it to shriek in pain and fly back, rolling on the ground several times. The people inside the bus felt a glimmer of hope upon witnessing this. It's a warrior. A warrior has come to save us. Their eyes lit up with joy. But then they saw the blood demon mouse, which had been blasted away, slowly get up from the ground, growling towards Su Qiu. Su Qiu's gaze sharpened. Truly a mythical beast, even the most ordinary mythical beast is this tough. Mythical beasts, like warriors, are ranked from 1 to 10 stages. But even the most ordinary first-stage mythical beast has a powerful body, with strength and speed far beyond an ordinary first-stage warrior. Generally speaking, in the same realm, mythical beasts hold the advantage. Only second-stage warriors can easily kill first-stage mythical beasts. A first-stage warrior facing a first-stage mythical beast will definitely be at a disadvantage. And according to what Su Qiu knew, the blood demon mouse before him was a mid-tier first-stage mythical beast. To kill it, he would need to be at least a top-tier first-stage warrior. But Su Qiu had just advanced to a mid-tier first-stage warrior. Although his gluttonous martial soul was powerful, it was more focused on assisting cultivation, with little advantage in attacking. But I'm not just a gluttonous martial soul. Su Qiu took a deep breath. He was not a reckless person. If he didn't have absolute confidence, how could he act so easily? He still held a trump card in his hand. White Tiger Martial Soul, it's up to you. With a thought, Su Qiu communicated with the power of the White Tiger Martial Soul within him. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of murderous aura erupted from his body. This aura filled the air around him, making him look like a human beast. The blood demon mouse sensed a threat and hesitated to approach. But he didn't strike. Su Qiu would not hold back. Beast, watch me destroy you. He charged at the blood demon mouse, unleashing the fire-roaring fist once again. His fists were enveloped in domineering flames. And this time, the attack power was different from before. With the enhancement of the white tiger's killing intent, it was at least doubled. Boom! This punch was thrown, and the blood demon mouse raised its claws to block, but they were brutally crushed, and the terrifying power slammed into its chest. With a burst sound, a massive blood hole was blown into the chest of the blood demon mouse. Su Qiu's eyes revealed a trace of joy. So strong. But in the next second, the blood demon mouse's body exploded into a burst of blood mist. Severed limbs and shattered organs scattered all over the ground. The blood splashed onto Suqiu, dyeing his clean white school uniform in a wash of blood, and he couldn't help but gasp in shock. This punch not only pierced the blood demon mouse's chest, but exploded its entire body. The power of the white tiger martial soul is actually this terrifying. Suqiu looked at his fist, both shocked and excited. Now, being only a first-tier intermediate, with the help of the white tiger martial soul, he could unleash such power if he ascended to a higher level. What would that be like? Power. Bro. Not far away, Su Xiaoshuang's voice came. The girl was worried about Suqiu and hadn't gone far. Upon seeing Suqiu kill the blood demon mouse with one punch, she was left speechless. Covered in blood, Suqiu turned to her and grinned. Xiaoshuang, isn't this punch cool? A rush of footsteps approached. A figure rushed to the scene at lightning speed. She wore a white shirt, her figure slim, her tan skin was muscular, giving a sense of fitness, holding a black stick taller than herself. Where's the exotic beast? The newcomer shouted loudly, looking around. Then she saw Suqiu, covered in blood, and came forward to check. Young man, are you injured? Hey, wait. She realized something and showed a strange expression. This isn't human blood, it's the blood of an exotic beast. Did you kill the exotic beast? Suqiu nodded, yes. Which hunting team are you from? The hunting team, as the name suggests, is specifically for hunting exotic beasts and maintaining public order. Every city has its own. According to Suqiu's knowledge, Xingyun City has 20 hunting teams scattered around the city, maintaining order in various areas. I am not from the hunting team. Suqiu shook his head. I am a student from Sanzhong. Student? The woman looked stunned and strangely at Suqiu. Are today's students this powerful? Can they kill exotic beasts alone? Big sister, since your hunting team is here, I will leave first. After killing the blood demon mouse, Suqiu felt he didn't need to stay. He took Su Xiaoshuang and left. The main thing was to leave with a sweep of the sleeve, keeping a low profile and hiding one's name. The woman scratched her head, watching Suqiu's back. What a strange kid, but it's okay, we will meet again. She glanced at the severed limbs and arms of the blood demon mouse on the ground, smiling wryly. If this kid really did it, then that's really interesting. Suqiu was about to leave with Su Xiaoshuang, when a woman holding a child approached, bowing to Suqiu. Thank you for saving us. Big brother, thank you. I want to be as strong as you in the future. The child said with a tender voice. Suqiu wanted to reach out and touch the other's head, but seeing himself covered in blood, he withdrew his hand and smiled. Study well. Keep it up. Chapter 15, Su Xiaoshuang and her Empress. After killing the beast, Suqiu took Su Xiaoshuang away, leaving behind a cool silhouette. There was a sense of leaving after a matter was settled, hiding deep from the world. However, on the way back, Su Xiaoshuang remained silent, seemingly still fearful. When Suqiu returned and finished his shower, he saw her sitting on the sofa secretly wiping her tears, and he immediately went to comfort her. Xiaoshuang, what's wrong? Are you still scared? No, I just thought of Dad. Suqiu was slightly taken aback. Su's father had passed away several years ago, and like the current Suqiu, he was also a warrior. Later, when faced with the beast, he stepped up to save others and unfortunately lost his life to the beast. Suqiu remained silent for a moment. He knew that his actions today had reminded Su Xiaoshuang of memories. You and Dad are both fools. Why care for others? What if something happens to you? Will you leave me all alone? You guys never thought about me at all. Su Xiaoshuang looked at Suqiu with red eyes. Suqiu patted her head and said seriously, how could I not think of you, Xiaoshuang? Both me and Dad always put family first, but in a situation like today, I had to step in. Those people, like Xiaoshuang, also have brothers and sisters, and they have families. Behind them are also households. So what does that have to do with us? Xiaoshuang, if everyone thought like that, humanity would have already perished. Suqiu said solemnly, the reason we can safely live in Xingyun City is all thanks to our ancestors who fought with their blood and flesh. We do not ask to be as selfless as our ancestors, courageous and fearless. But at least, when faced with disasters in front of us, we should step up and resolve them. If everyone acts as if it doesn't concern them, humanity will eventually be completely exterminated by the beasts. Eliminating the beasts is everyone's responsibility. This is something that concerns every warrior and every person. Su Xiaoshuang paused, speechless. She also knew she was being selfish. But she just didn't want Suqiu to take risks. She was afraid that one day, Suqiu would die at the hands of the beasts like her father. He was her only family left. Suqiu patted Su Xiaoshuang's head and smiled. Xiaoshuang, you are a good child, you definitely understand what your brother is saying. I also know you are worried about me. I promise you, I will never put myself in danger. No matter what happens, my safety will be my top priority. You see, like today's blood magic rat, it was no match for me at all. I took it out with one punch. Where was the danger? I only acted because I know my abilities. Hearing this, Su Xiaoshuang finally reacted, looking at Su Qiu with a hint of admiration. Brother, you were really amazing today. It has only been a few days since you became a warrior, and you could kill the blood magic rat in an instant. Is the SSS-level martial soul really that powerful? That is. Su Qiu smiled proudly. It seemed that her emotions had been mostly calmed down. Then, he took out a gene potion. This was a bottle of light blue liquid in a test tube, crystal clear, with substances that looked like stardust inside. It looked quite mysterious. This is my first time using a high-level gene potion, I hope it won't let me down, Su Qiu thought to himself. He didn't use it alone, but poured out half of the potion for Su Xiaoshuang. Although Su Xiaoshuang had not yet awakened her martial soul and become a warrior. This high-level gene potion could also strengthen the body and prolong life for ordinary people, so of course, he wanted her to give it a try. As for the gene potion in her hand, Su Xiaoshuang was unaware. Su Qiu only told her it was a supplement he bought. There are many similar oral liquids on the market. She had no doubts. She drank it down with Su Qiu. After the gene potion entered her body, Su Qiu immediately felt the spiritual power within him start to rise slowly, more effective than 10 days of his own training. He took a big step towards becoming a top-tier warrior. Xiaoshuang, do you feel anything? Su Qiu looked at Su Xiaoshuang and asked. She clicked her tongue a couple of times. Tastes pretty good, is there more? Besides the taste, do you feel any stronger? Su Qiu's mouth twitched. This is a high-level gene potion, a bottle costs at least 10 million, it's not just some drink, hey. Well. I don't feel anything. Su Xiaoshuang shook her head and said. Su Qiu paused, what's going on? Why does she feel no effect at all? Is it only effective for warriors? Su Qiu was puzzled, but since Su Xiaoshuang had no discomfort, he thought the gene potion might be altering her genes subtly. It might not take effect immediately. After all, she is not a warrior. Unlike him, who can keenly sense changes in his spiritual power. At night, the siblings ordered takeout. For Su Qiu, who now had tens of thousands in cash, ordering takeout was nothing, convenient and effortless. After all, just having survived a beast attack, Su Qiu had no mood to cook. After dinner, the two siblings returned to their rooms. Su Qiu continued to meditate and train. Although the devouring speed of the Tunshin was terrifying, he had learned to gradually control it. There wouldn't be too much noise to draw others' attention. As for Su Xiaoshuang, after eating her fill, she felt sleepy and went to bed. In the middle of the night, Su Xiaoshuang dreamed again. Just like before, in her dream she was still the Empress traversing the universe, but this time, the Empress faced a deadly crisis. She was besieged, attacked by several other terrifying beings at the same imperial level. In this battle, they fought until the sky darkened. Even the stars shattered, countless. The Empress suffered unprecedented injuries, on the verge of death. At the end of her life, the Empress chose to self-destruct. The terrifying energy exploded like a star, illuminating the cold and silent universe. Those who surrounded the Empress were all severely injured by this power, some even falling on the spot. And in the midst of the violent energy, the self-destructing Empress exhausted her last strength to cast some secret technique, sending a wisp of her remaining soul into the depths of the universe. The Empress's remnant soul, shrouded in the light of the secret technique, was like a shooting star, crossing unknown star systems, finally landing on a blue and white star. It was none other than the blue star, Earth. Su Xiaoshuang was awakened by the shocking battle. She sat up and wiped the sweat off her forehead, murmuring, so that's it. My past life was attacked and killed. Once I return to my peak, I will surely take revenge. After I rebuild for 18 years, I will make the Emperor descend to the Yellow Springs. Just wait for me. Just as Su Xiaoshuang was dreaming of the future, burning with fighting spirit, a indifferent voice came from beside her. The person you dreamed of is me, not your past life. Furthermore, don't talk about 18 years, even if it's 1,800 years, you wouldn't reach the Imperial realm. No, you might not even leave Blue Star. Su Xiaoshuang turned around and gasped. To her shock, the Empress from her dream actually appeared by her bed. What the hell? Isn't that my past life? Is my past life alive? How did you come out of my dream? Su Xiaoshuang's little head was filled with question marks. Chapter 16, Empress Jiangxiao, competing for spiritual energy. Moonlight shone through the window onto the beautiful woman by the window. Her black hair flowed like waterfalls, her skin was like frozen fat, and her features were so exquisite that they seemed to be intricately carved by the world's top master, with a pair of phoenix eyes carrying a hint of arrogance. The moonlight fell on her, making her look even more noble and coldly beautiful. Su Xiaoshuang swore that the woman was definitely the most beautiful she had ever seen. Those stars on TV were nothing compared to her, not by a long shot, and even she felt a sense of shame about herself. No, no, no. She was still young and had not fully grown up yet. When she grew a few more years, she would surely not be worse than the other. Confident as she was, Su Xiaoshuang quickly regained her confidence. The woman looked at Su Xiaoshuang and said lightly, I am the person from your dreams, you can call me Empress Qiangxiao. Empress Qiangxiao? How did you appear here? Just as you dreamt, I was attacked by others. After self-destructing and using secret methods, I preserved this remnant soul, landing on this blue star, combining with you who is just born. The reason you have been dreaming of my life is that I am waking up, and the gene potion you drank at night became the last bit of energy for my awakening, allowing me to appear before you. Xiao said faintly. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoshuang gasped. You won't possess me, will you? She had read a lot of novels. Some villains in them had methods of possession. Could it be that she would also fall to that level? Just thinking about the possibility of the other taking over her, occupying everything that was hers, especially her brother's love for her, made her both angry and unwilling. Xiao rolled her eyes. Stop reading so many novels, I won't possess you. But you and I are indeed one. What do you mean? I have now become your martial soul. Su Xiaoshuang paused for a moment. She had heard of weapon martial souls, beast martial souls, and plant martial souls. But this was the first time she had heard of a human martial soul. Moreover, the other was once an empress ruling countless galaxies. Human martial souls are rare, but in the vast universe, they do exist. You need not be so surprised. Xiao said lightly. Since you have become my martial soul, what can you bring me? Su Xiaoshuang asked. She was quite a realistic person, since she had a martial soul of an empress, it was equivalent to having a helper. Of course, she had to use it well. Xiao looked at Su Xiaoshuang and smiled slightly. Although you are a bit delusional and lack self-awareness, aiming too high, your acceptance ability is decent. It seems that all those novels weren't wasted. Now that I am your martial soul, I will naturally help you reach the peak of martial arts, as martial soul and master are one. As long as you grow, I can grow. Originally, without me, it would be almost impossible for you to become an emperor given your qualification, but now with my help, you have a glimmer of hope. At least walking out of Blue Star in the future is not out of the question. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoshuang curiously asked, what kind of cultivation is needed to lead Blue Star? According to your Blue Star's ranking system, you need at least a 9th-tier Emperor realm. Only a 10th-tier Supreme has the qualification to explore the galaxy star systems, and an 11th-tier Semi-Saint barely counts as a top expert. But to truly establish dominance in the galaxy star systems, at least a 12th-tier Saint realm is needed. Xiao explained. Su Xiaoshuang felt her head spinning. The knowledge she learned in school indicated that the 10th-tier Supreme was the strongest existence in Blue Star's history. She never expected there to be an 11th tier, 12th tier. And it seemed there were even higher realms. There definitely had to be an Emperor tier. After all, Xiao was of the Emperor tier existence. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoshuang felt a little excited. Great! With you, plus my brother's SSS-level martial soul. I wonder who would dare to bully us siblings in the future. Blue Star will be ruled by us from now on. Wow, ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoshuang placed her hands on her waist and let out a sinister laugh like a villain. Your brother, his talent's quality is decent. If there's a chance, he might still be able to lead Blue Star, but the galaxy star systems are vast, and among the geniuses, he is lacking a lot in comparison. Don't underestimate my brother is the strongest. Su Xiaoshuang glared at Xiao and said. I'm just speaking the truth. No matter what, even if it's the truth, I don't like to hear it. You, forget it. Xiao shook her head helplessly. After all, she was now one with this brother complex and didn't want to argue with her. I will now send you a meditation diagram. From now on, use it to meditate. I guarantee that within 3 months, you will completely surpass your brother. Xiao said. She wants to prove with action. Xiao the Empress, speaks the truth, absolutely no false words. Then she pointed at Su Xiaoshuang's head. Suddenly, Su Xiaoshuang felt an intricate meditation diagram appear in her mind. This meditation diagram depicts a magnificent cosmic scene. One glance, and it felt as if her soul would be drawn into it. This meditation diagram is the Supreme Meditation Diagram, which according to the Blue Star ranking, is a 10th level meditation diagram. Even for a 10th level Supreme, it's sufficient, and it is the highest level of meditation diagram you can use right now. In Blue Star, it's unlikely to find a meditation diagram more advanced than this one. You use it to meditate, and with my power to absorb and refine spiritual energy, even an SSS-level martial soul owner won't be able to match your cultivation efficiency. Xiao said indifferently. So amazing? Let me try. Su Xiaoshuang sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Immediately, she felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathering towards her. On the other side, Su Qiu was cultivating when he suddenly noticed the spiritual energy in the realm shifting, actually gathering in another direction. He was slightly surprised. Someone is cultivating nearby, and they are competing with me for spiritual energy? Ding! You are the owner of the Taotai martial soul, how can you allow others to steal your spiritual energy? In the face of such provocation, you have the following choices. 1. Ignore it and let the spiritual energy be stolen. Reward, a useless bottle of gene medicine, at most for treating a cold. 2. Compete with her. But don't steal too much, leave some face for the other party. Reward, 2 bottles of advanced gene medicine. 3. Competing with me for spiritual energy? You're still too green. Go all out and let them know who is the king of devouring spiritual energy. Reward, an 11th level meditation diagram. Su Qiu looked at the options, especially pausing at the last one. An 11th level meditation diagram? As far as he knew, meditation diagrams on Blue Star ranged from 1 to 10 levels. Among them, the 10th level meditation diagrams were extremely rare. For instance, the Moonlight Sword Immortal meditation diagram he was currently cultivating is a 7th level meditation diagram, and even this was already the highest level meditation diagram in Qingyun City. What kind of existence is an 11th level meditation diagram? Su Qiu didn't dare to imagine. It must be stronger than the Moonlight Sword Immortal meditation diagram, I choose 3. Su Qiu did not hesitate at all. Taotai martial soul, fully unleashed. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the entire community and even several nearby streets wildly gathered towards him, even forming a vortex. In another room, the Empress Jiangxiao sensed Su Qiu madly absorbing spiritual energy and showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. Such terrifying spiritual energy absorption efficiency, no wonder he is a Taotai. But it's a pity. No matter how strong the Taotai is, it has not yet grown up. And I am the Empress who traverses countless star systems. My martial arts experience is not something you can compare to. Spiritual energy, come to me. She also began to compete fiercely for the spiritual energy. Chapter 17, Immortal Holding the Sun and Moon Diagram, First Level Superior Martial Artist. Xiao operated her power, while Su Xiaoshuan was fully focused on meditating. She didn't realize that she was competing with Su Qiu for spiritual energy. The siblings began to compete. The terrifying spiritual energy absorption efficiency made their building the gathering place of spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy from several nearby streets was being drawn to them. And their noisy commotion also caught the attention of some nearby martial artists. Damn! Who is absorbing spiritual energy? My spiritual energy has been stolen. Who is so abnormal? Martial artists from nearby streets were no longer able to cultivate properly. And Su Qiu, who was meditating, also sensed that someone nearby was competing with him for spiritual energy. That was Su Xiaoshuan's room. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What was going on? How could Xiaoshuan absorb spiritual energy? And it was so terrifying. This was no worse than his own gluttonous martial soul. Humph, no matter what, you have some nerve to compete with your brother for spiritual energy, let me show you how powerful I am. Su Qiu smiled slightly. Suddenly, a brand new meditation diagram appeared in his mind. In the diagram, an immortal in white sat cross-legged in the starry sky, one hand holding the blazing sun, the other hand holding the bright moon, radiating divine power. That was the system reward. The immortal holding sun and moon diagram. It was an 11th tier meditation diagram. Su Qiu observed the meditation diagram, imprinting it one by one in his mind, and because it was a system reward, it was directly imprinted into his brain. So the speed of his observation was very quick, and he was able to grasp it immediately. With the blessing of the immortal holding sun and moon diagram, Su Qiu's efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy suddenly skyrocketed, and this time, it wasn't just a few nearby streets. No martial artist in the nearby dozen streets could hope to compete with him for spiritual energy. Inside a martial arts hall. A martial arts hall master was training, suddenly realizing that the spiritual energy around him was being devoured by someone else, causing him to be stunned. He desperately tried to compete for the spiritual energy, but it was useless. He simply could not compete. How terrifying. Who is absorbing spiritual energy? To cause such a big commotion, could this be a 7th tier Lord level expert? The hall master swallowed hard. He was a 6th tier martial artist. To be unable to compete for even a trace of spiritual energy. It was estimated that only a 7th tier Lord or even an 8th tier king could do such a thing. Were there such strong experts near him? The hall master was somewhat puzzled. That night, the Su siblings joined forces to absorb spiritual energy, shaking the area for miles. And in the room, Empress Qiangjio opened her eyes, looking towards the adjacent room, with a hint of disbelief in her beautiful eyes. My spiritual energy has been gradually absorbed? I actually can't compete with a mere first-tier martial artist? Even with the gluttonous martial soul, isn't this a bit too perverse? Could it be that he has a meditation diagram above 10th tier? Impossible, there can't be such treasures in Blue Star. She looked at Su Qiu's room, a strange expression appeared on her face. At this moment, she felt that this little man was shrouded in a layer of mysterious aura. And Su Xiaoshuang, who couldn't absorb spiritual energy, gradually opened her eyes, puzzled. What happened? Why can't I absorb spiritual energy anymore? It's all been absorbed by your brother. Qiangjio said flatly. Su Xiaoshuang was first stunned, then lifted her chin slightly. I told you my brother is powerful, you can't even compete with him. Qiangjio's mouth twitched slightly. For a moment, she was left speechless. She silently vowed that she would let Su Xiaoshuang know. She was far more powerful than her brother. Otherwise, she really wouldn't be able to win the little girl's heart in the future. Empress Qiangjio then thought of something, shaking her head with a bitter smile. I never thought that I, the dignified Qiangjio, would sink to the point of being angry with a little girl, a mere first-tier martial artist. Thinking of this, she felt somewhat disheartened, her body turning into points of light, flying back into Su Xiaoshuang's body. And Su Qiu had also absorbed enough spiritual energy. His body was already filled with spiritual energy, unable to take in any more. He stretched lazily and touched the blue spirit necklace around his neck. This martial arts spiritual tool was emitting a faint spiritual glow, automatically absorbing the nearby spiritual energy. Just now, Su Qiu not only absorbed the spiritual energy from the surroundings. He actually absorbed more than half of the energy within this necklace as well. If Mu Qingkong found out, the other party would probably be shocked. You must know, this blue spirit necklace can store enough spiritual energy for a first-tier martial artist to continuously absorb for a month. Yet he absorbed more than half of it in one go. This efficiency was just too exaggerated. And Su Qiu also sensed that after absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy, his cultivation had steadily entered the first-tier upper grade. Only one step away from the second stage. The power of the 11th stage meditation diagram is astonishing. Paired with the devouring martial soul, it's extremely extravagant. Su Qiu is very satisfied with his cultivation improvement, but he cares more about what happened to Su Xiaoshuang, how she's suddenly able to absorb spiritual energy. He immediately went to her room. Su Xiaoshuang was not surprised by his arrival at all. Su Qiu looked at her seriously. Su Xiaoshuang, what was going on just now? Did you awaken your martial soul? Generally, only those who awaken their martial soul can cultivate. And before the awakening ceremony, some geniuses awaken on their own. Could it be that Su Xiaoshuang is such a genius? Brother, do you remember the dream I told you about? Su Xiaoshuang said. I remember, what's wrong? It turns out that was not a dream, it's real. Su Xiaoshuang did not hide the matter of Empress Jiangxiao, but spoke it out in detail. Su Qiu was taken aback upon hearing this. Empress Jiangxiao? A humanoid martial soul? What on earth is going on? Let her come out to see me. Su Qiu said. Jiangxiao, come out to see my brother. I won't, I'm tired, I want to rest. The voice of Empress Jiangxiao echoed in Su Xiaoshuang's mind. Hey, don't be difficult, come out quickly. But no matter how she called, Empress Jiangxiao did not respond. Su Xiaoshuang scratched her head. Brother, it seems like she is a bit shaken by you. How did I shake her? Of course, a dignified empress can't compare to a first-stage warrior, I would also be too embarrassed to face anyone. Su Xiaoshuang pouted. In the martial soul space, Empress Jiangxiao gritted her teeth. So infuriating. Damn it, how did I end up with such a brother complex? Empress Jiangxiao thought in anger. And Su Qiu looked at Su Xiaoshuang, contemplating for a while. He knew she wouldn't lie to him. He said, be careful, if she has any abnormalities, tell me at any time. Brother will help you beat her. Beat me? Empress Jiangxiao was even angrier. Damn it. A first-stage warrior wants to beat me? Am I some shameless empress? Ignoring the angry Empress Jiangxiao, Su Xiaoshuang patted her chest. Brother, don't worry, I can feel that she is indeed one with me, she shouldn't harm me. Besides, with her here, I believe it won't be long before I catch up with you. Su Xiaoshuang said seriously. Although over the years, she often bickered with Su Qiu, she knew that being able to grow up safely relied entirely on his fatherly care for her. In her heart, she always wanted to grow up. Empress Jiangxiao is her opportunity. Chapter 18, Luo Qingshui's Challenge. First, rub my shoulders. Hearing Su Xiaoshuang's words, Su Qiu gently patted her little head. Very good, brother is waiting for you to grow up. Don't worry, when I become the empress who traverses the universe, I will gift you this blue star. Su Xiaoshuang said proudly. All right. Su Qiu rolled his eyes. By the time you become an empress, he probably wouldn't be much worse off. Of course, he didn't want to dampen her confidence. Su Qiu yawned and went to sleep in his room. After he left, Empress Jiangxiao appeared again, looking at Su Xiaoshuan with admiration. Very good, it's a good thing you have ambition. But, if you want to protect your brother, at least you need to be stronger than him, right? Otherwise, how can you protect him? From now on, as long as you listen to me and cultivate well, I guarantee you will surpass your brother. At that time, the jealous Empress Jiangxiao thought to herself. Su Xiaoshuan didn't know about Jiangxiao's grudge with her brother, she only knew she had to grow strong enough to protect her brother. Su Xiaoshuan was full of determination. The next day, Su Qiu arrived at school and went to class. He found Luo Qingxue sitting cross-legged, looking like she had just finished her training. Su Qiu, you're here, let's spar a little. Luo Qingxue said directly after seeing Su Qiu. It's too early in the morning to spar with me, go find someone else. Su Qiu refused. Others are not my match. This was true. In the whole third middle school, only Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue were SSS level, no other students could compete against them, making a sparring match dull. Compared to their teachers, they were still quite far behind. Then I won't. Su Qiu stretched lazily, about to refuse again. Suddenly, a system option appeared in front of him. In response to Luo Qingxue's sparring request, you have the following choices. 1. Refuse. Reward, 1 bottle of high-level gene potion. 2. Agree to her, defeat her, and let her know who the true king of the third middle school is. Reward, 2 bottles of high-level gene potion. 3. Agree to her, but let her give you a shoulder massage first, then you defeat her. Reward, 1 charm fruit. Charm fruit? What is that? Is it for increasing charm? It seems quite interesting. Su Qiu, who was already thinking about refusing, smiled slightly and said to Luo Qingxue, sparring with you is not out of the question, but my shoulder was pressed down while I was sleeping yesterday, so it might not be good when we fight. If someone could just massage it for me, that would be great. Everlasting second place, Luo, you don't want to win unfairly, do you? Hearing the term everlasting second place, Luo Qingxue's mouth twitched, and her fists clenched tightly. Su Qiu, don't bully me too much. Hey, I'm not forcing you. If you don't want to, then forget it. Su Qiu shrugged, being an everlasting second isn't bad, sometimes being second is okay. If you're second every time, that's pretty impressive too. Luo Qingxue was stimulated. She walked up to Su Qiu, her fists still clenched. What do you want to do? Give me, sit, okay? Luo Qingxue slowly pronounced every word and placed her hands on Su Qiu's shoulders. She actually started to massage him. Su Qiu felt the delicate hand on his shoulder kneading, his eyes narrowed a bit, showing a look of enjoyment. A little higher. A bit harder. Oh yes, so comfortable, so great. Seeing Su Qiu's face full of enjoyment, Luo Qingxue felt both shy and angry. This was the first time she had massaged someone. As the young lady of the Luo family, when had she ever done such a thing? But thinking that soon she could defeat Su Qiu and rid herself of the title of everlasting second place, a glimmer of expectation appeared in her eyes. Su Qiu, let you enjoy a little first. Then I'll show you who's stronger. Is that enough? After about 10 minutes, Luo Qingxue said. Su Qiu hadn't enjoyed enough, just a little longer. Luo Qingxue, breathless with anger, squeezed the soft flesh on his shoulder, and he winced, ouch. Footsteps came from the door. Mu Qingkong walked in, looking at Luo Qingxue, who was massaging Su Qiu's shoulder, with a playful smile. Well, look at this little couple, already flirting early in the morning, TSK, this is youth. Youth my foot, teacher Mu, she's scheming against me. No nonsense, are you going to compete or not? Yes. I'll let you know, as long as I'm still in the third middle school, you will always be the everlasting second place. Su Qiu said proudly. Having come this far, how could they not compete? Are you two going to spar? Yes. Then let's go to the playground. I've taught you for more than half a month, so it's perfect timing to see the gap in your strengths. Mu Qingkong smiled. She led the two to the playground. News about the two SSS-level martial artists sparring spread quickly. Students who were still in class poked their heads out of the windows to watch. Teachers wanted to maintain order. But later, they also walked out of the classroom to watch. They were also curious about which of the two SSS-level martial soul owners was stronger. Who is stronger, the god of Luo or the god of Su? This doesn't need to be said, it's definitely the god of Su. He trains, and... You have all seen it, the entire school's spiritual energy has been drained dry. Yeah, how can anyone else compare to him? No, I think Luo God has a better chance. Don't forget, Su God's martial soul is supportive for cultivation, while Luo God's martial soul leans towards attack type, strong martial soul. When it comes to a real fight, he will definitely hold the advantage. But right now, Su God should have a higher cultivation level, right? Hey, you guys don't know this, do you? I heard recently the Luo family bought a batch of the newest Xiao Yuan Dan from Laojun Pharmacy. Each one costs $1 million. Just think about it, who used those pills? Hiss, almost forgot, Luo God not only has an SSS-level martial soul but also cash ability. His cultivation level might not be inferior to Su God's. Exactly, so overall, Luo God has a bigger chance of winning. Everyone was talking animatedly. And Su Xiaozhuang also heard the words of her classmates around her, feeling a bit upset. How could they think her brother would lose? She immediately shouted, "Brother, go for it." Su Qiu heard the voice, looked up at Su Xiaozhuang upstairs, gave an okay hand gesture, and appeared very confident. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue no longer showed any courtesy, stepped forward, unleashed her spiritual power, and cold air surged out, freezing the ground in a layer of frost. Not far away, Mu Qingkong saw this and showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. This aura, first-tier upper grade. Such great progress. She initially thought that both Luo Qingxue and Su Qiu could be promoted to a first-tier middle grade within a month, so they didn't waste the potential of their SSS-level martial souls. But she didn't expect Luo Qingxue to be promoted to a first-tier upper grade in less than a month. The progress exceeded her imagination. TSK, the Luo family has really spent a lot on the other side. Mu Qingkong exclaimed in admiration. Looking back at Su Qiu, she felt that the odds were bleak for him. But even though he was surprised, he still appeared calm. Could it be that he still had cards up his sleeves that she didn't know about? Chapter 19, Fire Fist defeats Divine Phoenix, heartfelt Luo Qingxue. Luo Qingxue looked proudly at Su Qiu. Su Qiu, I admit, your talent is strong, and your previous grades in school have always been above mine. But that's all in the past. From now on, I will be the top person of the third middle school. Let me show you my true power. After saying that, she quickly dashed towards Su Qiu. With a palm strike, she unleashed icy cold air and ice crystals. These cold airs swirled in her palm, faintly forming a spiral. Mu Qingkong recognized the martial skill being used and said, "This is an A-level ice attribute martial skill, ice spiral palm. First-tier upper grade, plus an A-level martial skill. No matter how you look at it, Su Qiu has no chance of winning." After dodging Luo Qingxue's palm, Su Qiu was also a bit surprised by her progress. No wonder she challenged me today. Turns out she has become stronger. And with this cultivation level and martial skill, TSK, cash ability is just so good. He naturally guessed that the Luo family must have poured a lot of money into her much faster progress. At least, this A-level martial skill was not something ordinary people could learn. In some top martial arts halls, only the most core true disciples have the opportunity to learn this level of martial skill. As for students, it was unthinkable. Some schools hand out D-level martial skills, which is already not bad. Tisk, Su Qiu is definitely going to lose. A-level martial skill, first-tier upper grade strength. I don't even know how Luo God could lose. But to be fair, Su Qiu is just losing out because of his family background. Yeah, if Su Qiu had the kind of massive support like the Luo family, his cultivation would surely be much stronger now. At least he should have an A-level martial skill. Facing Luo Qingxue's attack, Su Qiu dodged left and right while simultaneously clenching his fists, ready to unleash the Fire Fist. With one punch, it collided with Luo Qingxue's palm. Flames and ice burst forth. Luo Qingxue chuckled, "Your Fire Fist is just a D-level martial skill, how could it possibly compare to my ice spiral palm?" Su Qiu replied with a slight smile, "Is that so?" Then, a surge of power erupted from his body. First-tier upper grade cultivation level, unleashed. Following this, he continuously executed the Fire Fist. Each punch was filled with domineering flames, equally matched to Luo Qingxuan's icy chill. What? He actually reached the first tier of high-grade cultivation? How can his Fire Roaring Fist compete with A-grade martial skills? The crowd was confused. But Mu Qingkong smiled slightly and explained, "It's about proficiency. Martial skills have levels, but proficiency is also crucial. Luo Qingxuan's ice spiral palm is indeed powerful, an A-grade martial skill, and very few people in Qingyun City can learn it. It's only in a short time that she mastered it, which speaks to her extraordinary talent. However, her proficiency in martial skills is merely superficial. But Su Qiu's Fire Roaring Fist has already reached perfection." Upon hearing this, the crowd finally understood. Looking back at the battle between the two great geniuses on the playground, flames and ice collided continuously, creating a strange sight of dual realms of ice and fire on the playground. This scene left everyone mesmerized. So strong, we are definitely not on the same level. While we are still meditating to absorb spiritual energy, trying to advance to the first tier, they have already achieved high-grade martial artists. TSK, genius, truly a genius. Some felt envious, while others were jealous. And on the playground, Luo Qingxuan was shocked to see Su Qiu hold his ground. He can actually compete with me now? It should be noted, she relied on her family's power to cultivate to this level. But Su Qiu? With no background at all. He reached the same height purely based on talent. A monster. The other party is truly a monster. Bang! 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 After several punches collided, Luo Qingxuan felt pressure building up, unable to hide her surprise. Am I going to lose? Not far away, Mu Qingkong noticed the signs, smiled slightly. It's about practical experience. Su Qiu's practical experience surpasses Luo Qingxuan's. When levels in martial skill power are nearly equal, it all comes down to the gap in practical experience, and clearly, Su Qiu has more. So, does this mean Su Qiu is going to win? Principal of the third school chuckled. But Mu Qingkong shook her head. No, his chances remain slim. Upstairs. Su Xiaoshuang watched Su Qiu suppressing Luo Qingxuan and excitedly waved her fists. My brother is amazing, go for it, bro. His chances are very small. At this moment, the voice of the Empress of Qiangxia echoed in her mind. Su Xiaoshuang paused. Why? For warriors, martial skills, cultivation, and practical experience are indeed important, but the most important thing is the martial soul. My brother also has an SSS grade martial soul. Yes, your brother indeed has an SSS grade martial soul, but his martial soul is an auxiliary type, which is not very useful in practical combat. However, that little girl's martial soul is an ice attribute attack type martial soul. Once she uses her martial soul, your brother will lose. The Empress of Qiangxia said calmly. Su Xiaoshuang still felt unconvinced. My brother must have a way. But reason told her. The Empress was right. But she didn't care about that, she had to support her brother. Bang! Su Qiu punched out, and Luo Qingxuan opened wide, getting hit in the chest, stumbling back several steps, while Su Qiu rubbed his fist. Not bad elasticity. Luo Qingxuan was furious, her face flushed red. Rogue. She shouted, and cold air erupted from her, a blue light shooting from her body, transforming into a magnificent phoenix in the air. It was Luo Qingxuan's martial soul. SSS grade Ice Divine Phoenix. Go! Luo Qingxuan coldly shouted as the Ice Divine Phoenix flew above Su Qiu, opening its mouth to unleash a breath of cold ice. Su Qiu quickly dodged. The ground where he originally stood was instantly frozen. He gasped in cold air. If I get hit, won't I become an ice sculpture? Luo Qingxuan, are you trying to kill me? Don't worry, even if you become an ice sculpture, the Luo family can still rescue you, so, do you need me to go easy on you? Luo Qingxuan smiled. Su Qiu grinned, no need. He charged toward her. Luo Qingxuan controlled the Ice Divine Phoenix, constantly launching attacks at Su Qiu. Meanwhile, I rushed up to unleash the Ice Spiral Palm. This is 2 against 1. Su Xiaoshuang was furious. This is unfair. How is it unfair? The martial soul and warrior are one. The Empress Jiangxian curled her lips. Watching Su Qiu get beaten, she felt quite pleased. Ha! Let this kid say he wants to beat me up. But suddenly, she noticed something, and a flicker of surprise appeared in her eyes. This aura, could it be this kid? She saw Su Qiu, who was originally at a disadvantage, rush in front of Luo Qingxue, clenching his fist tightly, and a violent flame erupted from his fist. It formed a massive fire fist. Luo Qingxue's face changed, and she summoned the Ice Phoenix to block. But even the powerful SSS-level martial soul was blown away. Luo Qingxue looked at the approaching fire fist, feeling as if she was being stared at by a fiery beast, her body froze in place. But in the next second, the fire fist burst apart with a bang. Su Qiu's fist stopped right in front of Luo Qingxue's forehead, just extending a finger to flick her smooth forehead. Do you admit defeat? Su Qiu grinned, revealing a big white tooth. At this moment, Luo Qingxue felt her heart flutter. Her face turned red as she withdrew the Ice Phoenix. I admit defeat. Chapter 20, Young Hero Su Qiu, The Invitation from Oli. Luo Qingxue admitted defeat, and Su Qiu smiled slightly. The opponent's strength was indeed extraordinary. If it weren't for having 2 martial souls himself, he might not have been able to handle it. That's right. At the crucial moment, he had used the power of the White Tiger martial soul. White Tiger's killing aura empowered the fiery punch. Only with this punch did he completely defeat Luo Qingxue. Little boy. With 2 SSS-level martial souls, am I afraid I can't handle just one of you? Su Qiu secretly chuckled. And inside Su Xiaoshuang, the Empress Zhongxian witnessed this battle and said to Su Xiaoshuang, your brother is not simple, I fear he is more than just the gluttonous martial soul. Hee, that's right, he is my brother. Su Xiaoshuang said proudly. Humph, a dead brother complex. Empress Zhongxian huffed lightly and ignored the rest. Meanwhile, on the playground, Mu Qingkong also saw some clues. This little guy seems to be hiding other secrets. However, she didn't dig deeper. After all, it's normal for a genius of this level to have 1 or 2 secrets. I can't believe it. He truly won. Su is mighty. TSK, as expected of Su, that last punch was spectacular. The crowd marveled and whispered among themselves. Looking at Su Qiu, their eyes sparkled with admiration. Back in the classroom, Luo Qingxue did not dwell on her defeat but continued to train, wanting to surpass Su Qiu as soon as possible. I won't always be the forever second. Luo Qingxue took a deep breath and said to Su Qiu. She looked determined and full of fighting spirit. Su Qiu yawned, then you better work hard. To be honest, Luo Qingxue's talent is absolutely top-notch. After all, SSS-level martial souls have seldom appeared in the entire history of Dixia. Even if she trained step by step, she would still be a pillar of Dixia in the future. It's just unfortunate that the opponent she chose was Su Qiu. A man with a cheat. At least 10 SSS-level martial souls combined into one. Throughout history, there has only been one like this. Su Qiu, please come to the principal's office. The announcement rang out. Su Qiu was a bit surprised. What does the principal want with him? Curiously, he went over, knocked on the door, and entered. In the antique office, aside from the principal, there sat a bold woman in a white shirt, casually swinging her legs on the sofa. The woman had a ponytail, was tall, and her muscle lines were very distinct, the vest line beneath her shirt faintly visible, looking spirited and heroic. Su Qiu recognized her. It was the hunting team member he met after killing the blood demon mouse yesterday. Haha, little classmate, we meet again. Seeing Su Qiu, the woman stood up and patted his shoulder. Su Qiu looked at the principal with some confusion. The principal smiled gently. Su Qiu, let me introduce you. This is the captain of the 16-district bull demon hunting team. Ori. Did you kill a blood demon rat yesterday? Yes. That's right, Captain Ori is here to give you a reward. There's a reward. Su Qiu's eyes lit up. Ori took out a banner that said bravery, with the words young hero in big characters. Here, take this banner. Just this? Su Qiu was stunned. Where's the money? What use is this banner? Can it be eaten? Of course not, there's also a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Su Qiu's eyes widened, that's more like it. He instantly beamed with joy. Thank you, Captain Ori. Little guy, are you interested in joining my hunting team? Ori suddenly offered an olive branch. The principal of Sanzhong frowned. Captain Ori, Su Qiu is still studying, isn't it too early for him to join the hunting team? The hunting team is responsible for hunting exotic beasts, a profession full of dangers. A genius like Su Qiu is still in the early stages. If something were to happen to him in the hunting team, it would be a loss for the whole great Xia. I understand, but with all due respect, I've seen the video of Su Qiu killing the blood demon rat. Letting him continue in school is a waste of his talent. The strongest warriors can only be born on the cruelest battlefields. School is a greenhouse, it can't raise any strong ones. Ori spoke frankly. Hearing this, the principal's mouth twitched. Ori, don't forget you also graduated from Sanzhong. Is this how you slander your own alma mater? I'm just speaking the truth. I believe Su Qiu's talent shouldn't be wasted in school. Ori laughed heartily and patted Su Qiu's shoulder. 3 days later, our wild bull hunting team will have an interview. If you're interested, you can come and participate. Su Qiu solemnly asked, what are the benefits? 80,000 yuan per month. Meals and housing are provided, weekends off, red envelopes for holidays, and at least 3 opportunities to travel every year. The most important thing is, there are several big sisters in my wild bull hunting team. Ori took out her phone and opened the photo album. She showed Su Qiu the members. One of them, dressed in a priestess outfit, radiated with a holy glow, and her ample figure made Su Qiu's eyes light up. Scram, you're here to recruit, right? The principal of Sanzhong ground his teeth with anger and immediately tried to remove her. But Ori was still not giving up. At that moment, Mu Qingkong walked into the office and, seeing Ori, without a word, summoned the fire fist gloves and struck out directly. Bang! Ori was caught off guard and was thrown out of the office window by the punch. Su Qiu swallowed hard. This was the 6th floor. Would she die from the fall? He ran to the window and looked out, only to see Ori rubbing her shoulder and standing steadily on the playground, smiling at Mu Qingkong. Oh, Mu Qingkong, so you're at Sanzhong, glad to see you. Ori. Did you ask me before trying to steal my student? Hey, Su Qiu is your student? Then I really want to take him, your half-baked teachings would waste his talent. Who are you calling half-baked? Mu Qingkong's forehead was throbbing, then she leaped down from the 6th floor, raising her fist and striking fiercely at Ori. Boom! Ori summoned a wolf fawn staff to smash back. 2 powerful martial spirits collided head-on. With a tremendous bang, flames swept through, and the entire playground almost cracked open. Principal, do they know each other? Yes, they were both in the same batch of students, graduating as the first and second from the martial arts university. I heard they were always in a competitive relationship during school. The principal said while holding his forehead. Seeing the fight between the two women growing more intense, and gradually spreading beyond the playground, he could no longer sit still, hastily going down to stop them. My God, stop it. Are you trying to tear down San Zhong? Only then did the two women stop. Ori smiled at Suqiu, think about it. Your true stage belongs to the battlefield. She put away the Wolfang staff and turned to leave, leaving everyone with a refreshing back view. Suqiu seemed deep in thought. Ding. Facing Or's invitation, you have the following options. 1. Reject the offer, slowly learn and grow in school, and surviving is the way. Reward, 2 bottles of advanced gene potion. 2. Go for the interview, but if you fail, it's just for fun. Reward, 10 bottles of advanced gene potion. 3. Go for the interview and pass, join the hunting team, show yourself on the battlefield. Fast growth. Reward, A-level martial skill, Thunder King Spear. Chapter 21, The Effect of the Charm Fruit. You all don't have to come to class. A-level martial skill, Thunder King Spear? Suqiu's eyes brightened. He had already witnessed the power of A-level martial skills from Luo Qingxue. The key was that the opponent had only grasped the basics. Yet this basic A-level martial skill could compete with his fully developed D-level martial skill, showing how powerful A-level martial skills were. If he could also master an A-level martial skill, his strength would surely increase a lot, but such high-level martial skills were very rare. In Qingyun City, an A-level martial skill would at least cost 100 million. Only with a family background like Luo Qingxue's could one obtain it. After all, the Luo family was the #1 family in Qingyun City. Suqiu did not make his choice immediately. Back in class, he was deep in thought, while Mu Qingkong noticed his dilemma and said, Are you tempted by that or girl, wanting to join the hunting team? I'm considering it. Teacher, can you give me some advice? Mu Qingkong took a deep breath and said through clenched teeth, though Or is rough and violent, her strength is indeed unquestionable. If you go to her, you can learn a lot. Moreover, with your current strength, you already have an 80% chance to pass the martial arts assessment. Staying in class 3 really won't help you much. Joining the hunting team is indeed a good choice. Or knows you have an SSS-level martial soul, she will likely look after you more. Surprisingly, Mu Qingkong did not oppose Suqiu joining the hunting team. Hearing her words, Suqiu had made up his mind. I want to join the hunting team. I'm not surprised by your decision. However, there will soon be a new martial arts competition for newcomers. This time, it's different from before, it's not organized by each high school. Instead, all 13 high schools in Qingyun City are holding it together. All third-year students who have awakened their martial souls will compete on the same stage. The first place can receive a set of advanced gene potions. Mu Qingkong slowly said. A set of advanced gene potions? A set means 12 bottles. Suqiu couldn't help but be surprised. Each bottle of advanced gene potion costs hundreds of thousands or even millions, knowing that a set would cost at least 100 million. The prizes for this new martial arts competition were actually so rich? With your current strength, you have a good chance of winning. Remember to come back and participate in the finals. Mu Qingkong said. Finals? Yes, with your strength, you don't need to compete with other ordinary students. I can submit a request to let you directly enter the top 8. Suqiu was amazed, there's actually such a way? But this was good. It could save him a lot of effort. That night. Returning home. After dinner, Suqiu asked Su Xiaoshuang to wash the dishes while he went back to his room. With a thought, he took out the reward he earned today. A charm fruit. This fruit was bright red, the size of a baby's fist, resembling a small tomato. He directly put it in his mouth and chewed it a couple of times. Sour and sweet. The taste was also similar to a tomato. Then, he looked at himself in the mirror. He felt, perhaps it was an illusion, that he looked a bit more handsome. But aside from that, there wasn't much change. This thing seems useless? Suqiu scratched his head. He practiced for a while and then lay down to sleep. The next morning, he got up yawning, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and made breakfast. Su Xiaoshuang also got up, looking at Suqiu who was making breakfast in the kitchen. She suddenly froze for a moment and rubbed her eyes. She looked at Suqiu, who was wearing an apron and frying eggs. The sunlight shone on him, as if giving him a layer of filter. This made him look soft and handsome. There was an overwhelming charm about him. Brother, have you been using any skincare products lately? I feel like your skin has improved, and you've become more handsome, Su Xiaoshuang asked while touching her chin. Suqiu rolled his eyes. I never used those things. In the past, the siblings saved every penny for living expenses. Who had spare money to buy those things? Tisk, can cultivating make someone more handsome? Su Xiaoshuan touched her chin and then said with some frustration, I was already born beautiful, if I start cultivating, won't I become even more charming? Sigh, what should I do if too many people pursue me later? Empress Xiao rolled her eyes in the martial soul space. Then she looked at Su Qiu, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise. This kid really does look quite handsome. And he had a unique charm about him. Could this be the charm of a family cook? After breakfast, Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuan took the bus. As soon as Su Qiu got on the bus, many women on board were taken aback and straightened up, some girls even boldly patted the empty seat beside them. Handsome guy, I have a free seat here, come sit. Su Qiu walked over and let Su Xiaoshuan sit down. He was about to sit down himself when he saw an elderly man with white hair getting on the bus, so he stood up and gave up his seat. The girl who was originally sitting next to Su Qiu looked a bit disappointed. Young handsome guy, come, sit in my seat. An older lady stood up to offer Su Qiu her seat. Su Qiu was stunned. This was the first time he had experienced such a thing. No, thank you, auntie, I can stand. Don't be polite, young man, you look like a student. Students are the flowers of our country's future. Come, sit down. Su Qiu was nearly pressed into the seat. Then the aunt chatted with him the whole way, laughing so much that her flowers were trembling. Other girls watched and ground their teeth. This aunt really wanted to be a cougar, huh? So annoying. I also want to chat with the handsome guy. When they arrived at school, Su Qiu did as usual and first took Su Xiaoshuan to her class, and along the way, many younger girls looked at him with stars in their eyes. It's Su Shin. He's so handsome. I feel like Su Shin is even more handsome than before. It can't be just my imagination? Ah, I'm so envious of Su Xiaoshuan. Living with such a handsome guy, so pleasing to the eye, could at least add 10 years to my life. Back in his own classroom, he started the lesson. And he didn't know if it was just his imagination, but Su Qiu felt that Luo Qingxue seemed a bit distracted while in class, often secretly glancing at him. You're looking at me again? Su Qiu suddenly turned around to look. He made eye contact with Luo Qingxue, who blushed and quickly turned her head away. Why do you always peek at me? Nonsense. I'm not peeking at you. You've peeked at me at least 10 times. If you're not peeking at me, how would you know I'm peeking at you? You? Su Qiu's mouth twitched, he couldn't find a way to refute this? The teacher Mu Qingkong had veins popping on her forehead, and the chalk in her hand was crushed into powder. I told you to attend class, not to flirt. Who's flirting with him? Luo Qingxue snorted lightly and turned her head away. Mu Qingkong rubbed her forehead, this class can't go on anymore, you two don't need to come starting tomorrow, just study at home. Ah. Teacher, we were wrong. Su Qiu was stunned and quickly admitted his mistake. But Mu Qingkong shook her head and said, this isn't your problem, wait, it is your problem. To be honest, your progress has exceeded my expectations. Other high school students might take a year to finish this material, and you've mastered it in less than a month. I really don't have much more to teach you, enhancing your skills, gaining real combat experience, and mastering martial arts, these you have to explore on your own. Chapter 22. The Test of the Bull Hunting Team. After listening to Mu Qingkong's words, Su Qiu fell into deep thought. Indeed. The true cultivation of a warrior relies on oneself. After all, everyone's martial soul and martial path are different, only by actively exploring can one find their own way. What is learned in school is merely basic knowledge. At least that's the case in high school. As for the martial university, Su Qiu was not sure. But it should be quite similar. I understand, Teacher Mu, thank you for your care during this time. Su Qiu stood up and bowed to Mu Qingkong. Luo Qingxue also bowed likewise. Mu Qingkong smiled slightly, then her expression became serious. You two have decent talent, but remember, martial soul talent does not represent everything. In Daxia, S-rank and SS-rank martial souls are rare, but they do exist. Your martial soul talent might even be stronger than theirs. But combat does not rely solely on martial souls, martial skills, practical experience, cultivation level, attributes, spirit weapons, terrain, timing, strategy, and mindset. The factors that determine the outcome of a battle are far too many. Since ancient times, there have been countless examples of weak martial souls defeating strong ones. You must not become proud or complacent. Moreover, as far as I know, in Daxia, you are not the only ones with SSS-level martial souls, not to mention all of Blue Star. There are too many hidden talents. Hearing this, Su Qiu and the others nodded seriously. We understand. Good, as your last class, I plan to have an actual battle with you. You two, work together to fight me. Mu Qingkong smiled slightly and led the two out of the classroom. Arriving at the playground, she beckoned the two with her finger. The two didn't waste words and charged directly at her. The battle began. However, the gap between the two and Mu Qingkong was simply too large. She didn't even summon her martial soul and already had them bruised and battered. In no time, the two were lying on the ground. Looking at Mu Qingkong, she was unscathed, not even out of breath. Looking at Su Qiu lying on the ground, Mu Qingkong laughed heartily. Ah, how lovely. Who told you two to always flirt in front of me? Su Qiu weakly said, I didn't. Neither did I. Luo Qingxue retorted. You two just love to talk back, forget it, you lovebirds, I won't say more, goodbye. Mu Qingkong smiled and then turned around, leaving gracefully. She only left behind a powerful silhouette for the two. I wonder if we can see teacher again. As long as we continue to bravely advance in martial arts, one day we will stand at a height like teachers, naturally being able to see her again. Su Qiu said firmly. And he felt that day would not be far away. After Mu Qingkong left, Su Qiu did not go back to school. Just as she said. At Sanzhong, he could no longer learn anything. After agreeing with Luo Qingxue to meet again at the martial arts competition, 2 days later, on Saturday morning, Su Qiu made breakfast for Su Xiaoshuang and left home. Qingyun City. In a tall building, the place was packed with people. These people were here for the interview for the bull hunting team. Su Qiu was also here. He had submitted his application early and received an interview number, finding a corner to sit down. He glanced at the crowd. There were indeed a lot of people. Most of them were older warriors, with young adults making up the majority, then middle-aged, and even a few elderly people with white hair. As for someone his age, a glance around revealed he was the only one. In fact, at his age, most were still studying in school and of course, wouldn't think about joining the hunting team to fight exotic beasts. Look, that kid is holding a number, he is actually here for the bull hunting team interview? Tisk, has this kid even grown up properly? Will he wet his pants in fright when he sees the exotic beasts? Yeah, I don't understand what these young people are thinking. Instead of studying well, they come here for fun? Everyone looked at Su Qiu, whispering to each other. Su Qiu remained in the corner, indifferent to their words. Gradually, people stopped paying attention to him. Number 66. Su Qiu glanced at his number tag. It was his turn. He stood up and walked into the interview room. The others began to quietly discuss among themselves. He went in. How long do you think he will be kicked out? At most 5 minutes. If it takes more than 3 minutes, I lose. Inside the room. The interviewer was a young man with glasses, who looked up at Su Qiu and paused. So young. Su Qiu smiled slightly. Yeah. Please show me your martial spirit. Okay. Su Qiu summoned his Taotai martial spirit. As soon as the martial spirit appeared, a sharp alarm rang from a device in the room used to detect martial spirits. The young man jumped up, staring at Su Qiu in shock. SSS-level martial spirit? Yes. You passed. The young man swallowed nervously and said directly. So fast, don't you need to ask anything else? No need, you passed the interview. Just wait outside, and I will have someone notify you about your acceptance. Oh, then I will go out first. Su Qiu said, getting up and walking out of the room. Outside, everyone was stunned when they saw him come out. So fast? Was it not even a minute? He really got kicked out. TSK, I said, how could this kid possibly pass the bull hunting team's interview? Su Qiu ignored the crowd and walked to a corner to wait for the notice. The young man also exited the room, glanced at Su Qiu, and said to everyone, the interview is paused, please wait a moment. After saying this, he turned and left, leaving the crowd in confusion. Why did it suddenly pause? What's going on? They looked at Su Qiu strangely. Could it be related to him? Kid, do you know why the interview was paused? Someone walked up to Su Qiu and asked. No idea. Then what did the interviewer ask you just now? He asked me to show my martial spirit, then told me to wait for the notice. That's it? Yeah. What kind of martial spirit do you have? SSS level, Su Qiu said calmly. The crowd froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Little guy, you really know how to joke. Ha, little brother, you are so funny. If you're going to lie, make it believable. An SSS level martial spirit? Do you know how rare that is? In the last 1,000 years of the Great Xia, there have been no more than 10 SSS-level martial spirits. So funny. No one believed Su Qiu's words. They thought he was just joking. Su Qiu knew these people wouldn't believe him and didn't continue to explain. On the other side, the young man with glasses rushed into an office and shouted at Ole, who was sleeping on the desk, Captain, something big has happened. Ole groggily woke up, wiped his mouth. What happened? You look so flustered. Did an alien beast attack? No, an SSS-level martial spirit came for the interview. SSS level? Is his name Su Qiu? Ole's eyes lit up. Oh, how did you know? Ha, I knew I wasn't mistaken. This kid is destined to shine on the battlefield. Ole laughed heartily. Shaolin, no need for an interview, just directly bring this kid into our bull hunting team. Chapter 23, Joining the bull hunting team, Buying Weapons and Long Spears. No interview required, directly joining the bull hunting team. This is the charm of an SSS-level martial spirit. Ole believed that Su Qiu would not betray her trust. Inside the building, many people were waiting to continue the interview, while the young man with glasses stepped forward and said blandly, "Everyone, the interview is over." Upon hearing this, the crowd was dumbfounded. Not everyone had finished their interview, how could it be over? It's over just like that? Which of you bull hunting team candidates got accepted? Someone curiously asked. The young man with glasses looked toward the corner where Su Qiu was. Number 66, you have been accepted. Everyone gasped in shock. Could it be this kid? Are you kidding me? Wait, could it be that what the kid said was true? Is he really an SSS-level martial artist? Thinking this, the crowd swallowed hard, completely astonished. Number 66, come with me. The young man with glasses said. Su Qiu nodded slightly and followed him out. At the same time, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Choice completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-level martial skill Thunder King's Lance. A set of extremely profound spear techniques appeared in his mind. Su Qiu's eyes brightened, feeling a bit of itch in his hands. Because this was a direct reward from the system, Su Qiu almost didn't need to study to master the Thunder King's Lance. And he even achieved the pinnacle level in one go. He was only one step away from perfection. Give him a spear, and he would dare to directly challenge a second-tier martial artist. Accompanying the bespectacled young man to the office, he saw Ole, who laughed heartily as he approached and patted him on the shoulder. I knew you would come. Captain Ole, I hope you are well. Lin Jian, during this time, you will be in charge of Su Qiu. Hiss. Captain, he is an SSS-level martial soul, is it appropriate for me to take care of him? The bespectacled young man, Lin Jian, was taken aback. No problem, the captain trusts you. Su Qiu glanced at Lin Jian. The other person wore glasses and looked very gentle. He reached out to him and said, Brother Lin, please take care of me from now on. You can just call me by my name. Lin Jian shook hands with Su Qiu and then began to familiarize him with the bull pack. He also briefly explained some rules of the hunting team. Our bull hunting team doesn't have many rules. Generally speaking, unless a major disturbance occurs, members of the bull team rarely gather together. Everyone has their own lives. If an exotic beast appears, we will arrange suitable team members to handle it. Additionally, the bull team holds an assessment once a month. If you do not pass, you have two options. One is to accept the captain's training, and the other is to be expelled from the bull team. Lin Jian explained. Not sure if it was just an illusion. When he mentioned accepting the captain's training, Lin Jian shuddered. After hearing this, Su Qiu felt that this bull team was quite free. By the way, how many people are there in our bull team? Su Qiu asked. Compared to other hunting teams, we have the fewest members, now including you, officially registered, there are only 20. Su Qiu was taken aback. I remember that the minimum number for a hunting team is 20, right? We just happen to have 20? Yes, if it weren't for a team member retiring recently, the captain wouldn't even consider recruiting new members. Lin Jian nodded slightly. Among the 20 hunting teams in Qingtian City, the bull team has the least number of people, right? That's right. Su Qiu felt like he had boarded a pirate ship somehow. 20 people, to protect the peace of the entire 16th district. TSK. Those bull team members must be working themselves to death, right? Maybe this was Ole's intention, fewer people meant more effort, which required more battles with exotic beasts. In this way, they could prevent team members from slacking off. It would also ensure that every team member fought more with exotic beasts, growing rapidly. By the way, the captain said I'll be in charge of you for this period, so let me introduce myself first. My martial soul is the A-level martial soul storm sword. Lin Jian said, showing his open hand, and with a gust of wind flowing, a double-handed greatsword appeared in his hand. The sword body was crystal clear, glowing with a bluish light, surrounded by swirling winds. Additionally, I just recently advanced to a 4th-tier martial artist. A 4th-tier martial artist. In Qingtian City, that was considered a master. At least much stronger than the current Su Qiu. After following Lin Jian to understand a bit about the bull team, Su Qiu planned to go back. Before leaving, Lin Jian remembered something and took out a medal. It was a black bull head medal. It was the emblem of the bull team. This is the bull team medal, wear it when you go on missions in the future. Also, this medal has positioning and communication effects. Okay. Su Qiu took the medal and weighed it in his hand. It felt a bit heavier than it looked, made of some kind of metal. Before going home, Su Qiu went to buy groceries first. When he got back, he saw Su Xiaoshuan practicing in the room, and he couldn't help but be surprised. "You're not playing games?" Su Xiaoshuan opened her eyes. After hearing his words, she rolled her eyes. "Brother, do you think I'm the kind of person who just idles around all day? Isn't that true? I'm not talking to you anymore." Su Xiaoshuan pouted and said angrily. But when it was time to eat, she still happily rushed to find a chair and sat at the table to eat, saying, "Brother, I'm not going to school anymore." "Why?" Su Qiu frowned. "Because it's unnecessary. I can practice now, and I have Empress Qiangxiao as my teacher. I don't want to waste my time on boring classes," Su Xiaoshuan said, looking at Su Qiu's expression. To his surprise, Su Qiu actually nodded and agreed. "Okay, I will talk to the principal tomorrow and apply for you to study at home." "Brother, you really agreed?" "Yes, what you said makes sense. Since you can practice now, then practice well at home. But you can't fall behind in the basic courses." Su Qiu was not an unreasonable person. Going to school is important. But at this moment, practicing martial arts is even more important. If beasts attack, only strength can protect oneself. He also hoped Su Xiaoshuan could quickly master the ability to protect herself. After eating, Su Qiu went online to open a shopping website, typing in weapons, guns. Soon, a bunch of related pages appeared. Su Qiu glanced over. Good heavens, even the most ordinary steel spear costs several thousand, and as for better alloy spears, the price multiplies several times. He checked his savings, which was about 110,000 or 120,000. Most of it was earned from making choices. Money can be earned again later. After all, I joined the bull gang now, earning 80,000 a month, but weapons cannot be skimped on. Su Qiu murmured. After scanning around, he gritted his teeth and chose the best one. A custom alloy spear worth 108,000. He placed the order and made the payment. Looking at his balance dropping suddenly by over 100,000, the corner of his mouth twitched. Warriors are indeed a money-burning profession. The next day, the alloy spear he bought was delivered to his door. After receiving the spear, Su Qiu eagerly began to assemble it. Quickly, a nearly 2-meter-long, imposing spear gradually formed in his hands. The key point was that this spear could also be disassembled for easy carrying. Chapter 24, How many surprises are yet to be discovered? Good spear. After Su Qiu picked up the spear, he twirled it around, feeling surprisingly adept. Man and spear seemed to become one. He knew this was the effect brought by the A-rank martial skill, Thunder King Spear. He had already reached the pinnacle level of this skill, although he had never handled a spear before. It didn't hinder him from easily picking it up once he got one. "Brother, be careful, we still need the chandelier," Su Xiaoshuang exclaimed quickly after seeing Su Qiu wielding the spear, nearly hitting the chandelier with the tip. She stepped in front of Su Qiu, looking at the large spear in awe. "Brother, why did you suddenly buy a spear? Do you want to use it as a weapon in the future?" "Yes." Su Qiu nodded slightly. "Have you thought about what spear techniques you want to learn? How about I ask Empress Qiangxiao? She must know plenty of good techniques." Su Xiaoshuan's eyes lit up as she said. As the former empress, she must have a lot of good knowledge stored in her mind. It would be a waste not to dig it out properly. "Don't think about it. I already know a lot of spear techniques, it's just that your brother is handling a spear for the first time, right? If you don't build a good foundation first, learning any spear technique is useless. A tall building rises from the ground up, even elementary school students understand this principle." Empress Jiangxiao spoke in Su Xiaoshuang's mind. Meanwhile, Su Qiu smiled faintly. "No need to trouble the empress. Let's practice in the garden downstairs first." "Okay." Su Xiaoshuang nodded, concurrently replying in her mind, "My brother is gifted. Even without a foundation, he will learn spear techniques quickly." "Ha, you really think your brother is omnipotent?" Empress Jiangxiao rolled her eyes. Every weapon has a learning curve. She didn't believe there was anyone born knowing everything in this world. Never used a weapon before, and suddenly able to learn? Who are you kidding? She is a glorious empress, and has never seen anyone like that. Even she, when she first learned the sword, spent half a year building the foundation. She arrived at the garden downstairs. There were a few old men practicing martial arts. Among these old men, there were many retired martial artists. Though they were old, their punches were still powerful and more impressive than many young warriors. Su Qiu used to watch them whenever she had time. Over time, she became familiar with these old men. Now, seeing Su Qiu come with a spear, the old men couldn't help but be curious, gathering around to ask. "What's up? Little Qiu planning to practice with the spear?" The spear, the king of all weapons, isn't that easy to master. When practicing the spear, start with the fists. Why not learn some fist techniques from me first? Alright, don't disturb little Xiao. Come on, little Xiao, show us what you can do, let's see your spear skills. One old man, dressed in white, stroked his beard and said with a smile. Su Qiu scratched her head, it's my first time practicing with the spear too. If you gentlemen have any suggestions, feel free to share, just don't laugh at me. It's all good. The old men nodded with smiles. They all planned to offer some guidance. The spear. I practiced a bit back in the day, I'll give little Qiu some pointers later, one old man thought to himself. Su Qiu got into position, gripping the long spear, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. When she opened her eyes, a glint of brilliance flashed, and her aura suddenly changed, like a sleeping lion awakening. The old men noticed and their expressions changed slightly. That aura, something is off. Is little Qiu really practicing the spear for the first time? With the spear in her hand, Su Qiu began to perform the Thunder King spear techniques. The spear thrust out, like a dragon emerging from the sea. The spear shadows danced, the spear flowers swirling. A metallic long spear twirled in her hands. Stabbing, lifting, chopping, sweeping, jabbing, smashing, turning, slicing, flicking. All the various uses of the spear unfolded one by one in her hands. The silver spear in Su Qiu's hands seemed to transform into a swimming dragon. And this was just the basic techniques. She hadn't even used her spiritual power, otherwise, the power would be even more overwhelming. The surrounding old men watched in astonishment. Great spear techniques. So domineering, so rapid. This is her first time practicing? Who are you trying to fool? Those old men who were planning to guide Su Qiu had their lips twitching. Goodness. They would end up asking Su Qiu for guidance instead. Brother, you're amazing. Su Xiaoshuang cheered for Su Qiu from the side. Meanwhile, in Su Xiaoshuang's martial soul space, the Empress Jiangxiu had a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Are you sure your brother is practicing the spear for the first time? He should be, he never practiced at home before. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The Empress Jiangxiu took a deep breath, this kind of spear technique, even some masters can't achieve it. Then doesn't that mean my brother is amazing? Su Xiaoshuang's eyes brightened. The Empress Jiangxiu was momentarily speechless. How could there be such a prodigy in this world, who had never practiced with a spear, yet reached a level that even some masters couldn't achieve? This was no longer a matter of being amazing. This was a question of existence. In such a small blue star, how can there be such an absurd prodigy? If his martial soul were a high-level spear martial soul, I could barely accept it, but his martial soul is clearly a beast martial soul. That has nothing to do with the long spear at all. The Empress Jiangxiu murmured. She deeply looked at Su Qiu through Su Xiaoshuang's body. How many surprises did this guy still have that she didn't know about? After finishing a set of spear techniques, Su Qiu wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and bowed to the old men. Gentlemen, how did I do? The old men exchanged glances. How did you do? Don't you have a clue? The old man in white coughed twice. Not bad, it has the style of my younger days. The old man in black rolled his eyes. Pfft. If you had 3/10 of little Qiu's style back then, that would be impressive enough. Come on, don't tear me down. Not satisfied? Want to fight a match? Afraid of you? The two old men began to compete. Su Qiu shook his head with a smile beside him. It seems his marksmanship is not bad. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the bull metal in Su Qiu's pocket vibrated. He picked it up and examined it, discovering a small button on it. After pressing it, he heard Lin Jian's voice coming from the metal. Su Qiu, there's a mission. Su Qiu was stunned. So soon? Where? I've sent the location to your phone, hurry over. Got it. Su Qiu nodded, putting the metal on his chest, and picked up his phone. He glanced at the location, which was not far from him, and hurried over. An old man saw the medal on Su Qiu's chest and couldn't help but show respect. That is, the bull medal. Little Qiu, have you joined the hunting team? How old is he? Sigh, little Qiu is just like his dad, but his dad couldn't join the hunting team back then, and he got in at such a young age. Hearing the old men's words, Su Xiaoshuang showed a hint of anxiety. Hunting team? Why did my brother join such a dangerous place without telling me? No, I must quickly grow up, I want to fight alongside my brother. Queen Xiangxiao, is there any way for me to improve faster? Su Xiaoshuang asked in her mind. Yes. I can give you a prescription for a medicine, as long as you follow the recipe to gather the herbs, you can make a medicine that helps you improve quickly. Medicine, that must cost a lot of money, right? Refining medicine naturally costs money, your little family savings can't afford it. Hey, you just read too few novels, there are many ways to make money, do you have a lot of that so-called prescription? Not a few, do you want? Exactly, take a prescription and sell it, won't I have money then? Su Xiaoshuang said with a smile, her eyes shining. as if she saw endless money pouring down on her. Chapter 25, Olei's Second Test. After Su Qiu received Lin Jian's message, he quickly rushed to the scene of the beast incident. Inside a shopping mall, the surroundings had already been cordoned off. After Su Qiu arrived, he did not see Lin Jian, only the patrolling police maintaining order. He approached to ask, but the police officer spoke first. "Kid, this is not a place for you, hurry and leave, don't make it worse." Su Qiu pointed to the medal on his chest and said faintly, "I am from the bull team, where is Lin Jian?" The police officer was a bit surprised, not expecting Su Qiu to have already joined the hunting team at such a young age, then replied, "The warrior Lin has gone in. He said if someone named Su Qiu comes, let him in. You are." "I am Su Qiu." Saying that, he pushed aside the cordon and walked into the mall. Inside the mall, it was already empty, with many scattered products around. The mall was not small, and he couldn't find Lin Jian for a while. He took out his long gun and assembled it, holding it in his hand. With the long gun in hand, he felt a bit safer. This was his first mission, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. But things like this would definitely happen more often in the future. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, and began searching for traces of the beast. Generally speaking, beasts were mostly carnivorous creatures. In this mall, the most likely place for them to appear was the meat section. Fortunately, he had been to this mall a few times and knew the layout, and when he arrived at the meat section, he found various meat products scattered all over the ground, with many raw meat pieces showing signs of being gnawed, blood mixed with flesh flowing everywhere. At this moment, the metal on his chest vibrated again. He pressed the button, and Lin Jian's voice came through. "Su Qiu, have you arrived?" "I'm already in the mall, brother Lin, where are you?" "I'm in the cold storage, TSK, all the frozen meat here has been eaten clean, looks like it's a big guy, be careful, if you encounter it and can't fight back, just run, leave it to me," Lin Jian said. "Okay," Su Qiu replied. And in the mall's monitoring room, Olei was casual, crossing her legs while watching the surveillance screen. "Su Qiu, let me see your potential." She casually grabbed a bag of chips, eating while watching the screen. Eyes filled with expectation. Inside the shopping mall, Su Qiu was patrolling with a gun, searching for exotic beasts, when he suddenly heard a scream from a nearby clothing store. A woman rushed out with 7 or 8 bags in her hands. Behind her was a huge black dog, as big as a cow, chasing her. This black dog was drooling, the drops hitting the ground with a sizzling sound, like acid. As the top student of the 3rd middle school, Su Qiu recognized the origin of the dog at a glance, second-tier exotic beast. Poison Fang Dog. Poison Fang Dog, as the name suggests, has venomous fangs like those of a poisonous snake. Once bitten, an ordinary person would die within 10 seconds. The most critical point was that this was a second-tier exotic beast. Its speed and power far surpassed that of first-tier martial artists. Logically speaking, Su Qiu, as a first-tier martial artist, had almost no chance against a second-tier exotic beast. At this moment, he should follow Lin Jian's advice. Run immediately. But the woman being chased by the poison Fang Dog suddenly fell to the ground. Seeing the poison Fang Dog pouncing towards her, Su Qiu no longer hesitated, charging forward quickly, and thrusting his spear out. The spear stabbed into the dog's jaw, directly lifting it off the ground. "You go first," Su Qiu said to the woman. She should be a civilian who hadn't had time to evacuate. As he looked at the buzzing, trembling spear in his hand, feeling how it vibrated, he clicked his tongue in surprise. No wonder it's a second-tier exotic beast, its skin is as hard as iron. That stab just now didn't even pierce through it. Roar! The poison Fang Dog growled and lunged at Su Qiu. But Su Qiu showed no weakness, with the spear in hand, he moved like a swimming dragon. His spiritual energy surged, infusing into the spear, instantly producing numerous fine arcs of electricity. This was the A-level martial technique, Thunder King Spear. Bang! The spear smashed into the poison Fang Dog, sending it flying. But the beast quickly got up again, continuing to pounce at Su Qiu, its blood-soaked mouth spewing poisonous water. Su Qiu was startled and hurriedly dodged. At the same time, he unleashed the Thunder King Spear with all his might, constantly striking at the poison Fang Dog. He surprisingly pressed down a second-tier exotic beast. In the monitoring room, Olei couldn't help but applaud, great spear skills. This should be an A-level martial technique. Su Qiu, you've brought me many surprises. Inside the shopping mall, Su Qiu was fighting the poison Fang Dog, but the beast, due to its tough skin and thick flesh, hardly suffered any damage. I have to attack its vital points, Su Qiu thought to himself. Just as the poison Fang Dog opened its mouth to spit out poisonous water again, Su Qiu thrust his spear forward, like a dragon coming from the sea. With a sound, it pierced directly into the beast's mouth, coming out from the back of its head. One stab, kill. This ordinary second-tier exotic beast poses no pressure at all. I haven't even used the strength of the white tiger yet, Su Qiu thought to himself. After killing the poison Fong dog, not far away, Lin Jian, hearing the commotion, came over and applauded. I didn't expect you could solo the poison Fong dog. Impressive. Su Qiu rolled his eyes and looked at the camera above him. Captain, have you watched enough? Aren't you coming out to meet me? Inside the monitoring room, Olay was stunned. He actually figured it out? She opened the communicator and asked. You little rascal, how did you know I was here? I guessed. Su Qiu smiled slightly. While I was fighting earlier, I noticed this camera had been watching me. Furthermore, I always felt that joining the Bull Brigade was too smooth. This should be my second interview. Moreover, the most critical point is, Captain, the actor you found is too fake. Where can you find a civilian being chased by a poison Fong dog and still holding a bunch of clothes and bags? Su Qiu pointed at the woman who was previously chased by the poison Fong dog, carrying 7 or 8 bags filled with clothes and bags. Even while being chased, she hadn't dropped a single one. Wang Yan. What's wrong with you? Olay gritted her teeth and asked. Wang Yan pouted. Captain, you can't blame me for this. These clothes and bags cost me a month's salary. Of course, I can't just throw them away. Be careful, or I'll tear those things of yours apart. No, Captain, you can't blame me. If anyone should be blamed, it's this newcomer who observed too well. Who would pay attention to that in such a situation? Wang Yan said. Alright, Su Qiu, congratulations on officially becoming a member of the Bull Brigade. Olay said while holding her forehead. Then she left the surveillance room. The corner of her mouth slightly raised. Interesting, this test still doesn't seem to truly reveal his abilities. Forget it, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. In the mall, Lin Jian smiled at Su Qiu. Welcome aboard. Welcome, handsome. Come on, add me on WeChat. I'll treat you to dinner and a movie when I have time, Wang Yan said, taking out her phone and smiling at Su Qiu. Thank you, sister. Are you also a member of the Bull Brigade? Yes, my name is Wang Yan. I originally came here to shop, but the captain called me in to conduct your test, Wang Yan shrugged. I see, and this poisonous dog? Caught from the captain's pet base. Pet base? Su Qiu was stunned. Who keeps exotic beasts in a pet base? Chapter 26, Su Xiaoshuang's strongly insulting teasing. After dealing with the poisonous dog and officially joining the Bull Brigade, Su Qiu said goodbye to Lin Jian and Wang Yan, bought some things in the mall, and returned home. When he got home, he found Su Xiaoshuang copying something. He walked over to take a look. It was written with names like Rehmannia, 7-star herb, ginseng, and so on. They seemed to be names of medicinal herbs. Curiously, he asked, what are you copying this for? It's a secret. Su Xiaoshuang smiled. Hearing that, Su Qiu rubbed her head hard. Ah, my little sister has grown up. Now she has secrets from her brother. Don't mess up my hair. I finally styled it. Su Xiaoshuang complained. Su Qiu smiled and didn't continue to ask. In his view, even between family, it's good to keep some distance. Having secrets is very normal. He had his own. He didn't plan to tell anyone about the system. Ignoring what Su Xiaoshuang was up to, Su Qiu focused on his own training. There are 3 days left until the martial arts newcomer competition. I must strive to improve further in these 3 days. Su Qiu cheered himself on. In theory, with his current strength, he should be top among newcomers. However, he always believed that there were stronger people out there. No matter how strong he was, he had to remain vigilant. There are many geniuses in the world. Moreover, some geniuses not only have talent but also opportunities, family backgrounds, and so on, like Luo Qingxue. He was still far from being relaxed. While Su Qiu worked hard in training, Su Xiaoshuang also began her own actions, taking the copied secret recipe and heading out. Laojun Pharmaceuticals. The largest pharmaceutical company in Qingyun City. Specializing in developing various genetic potions and elixirs. This was also Su Xiaoshuang's target for this trip. Given her current identity and status, it wasn't realistic to meet the chairman or senior executives of Laojun Pharmaceuticals directly. So she forged a resume to come in for an interview. When the interviewer saw her, his mouth twitched. How old are you, little girl? You think you can come here for an interview as a researcher? He glanced at her resume. It was obvious it was fake. This is a formula for a Dan medicine I developed. You can take a look. The effect is double that of your current issued Zhao Yuan Dan. Su Xiaoshuang said. But the interviewer didn't take it seriously at all. What good could a formula from a little kid be? Alright, little girl, stop messing around here and leave. You should take a look, there's no harm to you. Here's my contact number. Su Xiaoshuang left a piece of paper with her phone number written on it. The interviewer glanced at it and casually threw it aside. A whole morning passed. The interviewer stretched. It's really not easy to recruit a researcher these days. Fewer and fewer people are willing to stay in the laboratory. At this moment, an old man in a white lab coat walked in, and the interviewer immediately stood up to greet him. Old boy, why did you come in person? I've been in the lab for too long, I need to get some fresh air. Old boy smiled lightly. So, have you found any suitable candidates? No, these people are either too ambitious or lack experience. There was even a little girl who came just to fish in troubled waters. The interviewer complained. Old boy casually picked up a piece of paper on the table, which was filled with a long list of herbs. He was slightly surprised. A recipe? It should have been left by someone coming for an interview. The interviewer replied offhand. Old boy became interested and took a look. Gradually, his expression became serious. Whose recipe is this? It seems to have been left by a little girl. The interviewer took a glance. After all, everyone else used standard A4 paper for their recipes. The recipe left by Su Xiaoshuang was on a piece of homework paper, torn from a notebook. A little girl? Old boy was stunned for a moment and then said seriously, no matter what it takes, find this little girl for me. Ah, old boy, is there something special about this recipe? This recipe can double the effect of our latest created Zhaoyuan Dan. Do you think that's special? So impressive? The interviewer was shocked. That little girl was telling the truth? He hurriedly ran to the nearby trash can to search. What are you doing? Found it. The interviewer pulled out a small piece of paper from the trash can. It was the contact information left by Su Xiaoshuang. Su Xiaoshuang was on her way home. But before she got home, her phone rang. It was an unknown number. She didn't even look and hung up directly. Is it possible that this call is very important? The Empress Jiangxiao said lightly. What's important about a nuisance call? Could it be that it's the interviewer calling? Ah, I almost forgot about that. Su Xiaoshuang tapped her head in annoyance. Should I call back? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? On the other side, the interviewer looked at the hang-up call, wanting to cry without tears. Why wouldn't the little lady answer the phone? Call again. Old boy set aside. He had no choice but to continue calling. This time it connected, and he quickly said, Little girl, we at Laojun Pharmaceutical want to discuss the interview with you. Could you tell me where you are now? Okay, I understand. Wait there, and we will send someone to pick you up immediately. Su Xiaoshuang hung up the phone, found a mall, bought a cup of milk tea, and while sipping, waited for someone from Laojun Pharmaceutical to come pick her up. Suddenly, a voice came from beside her. Xiaoshuang? She turned around and saw a woman. The other person was Xiao Mei, her older brother's ex-girlfriend. And now she was with a man, seemingly on a date. Su Xiaoshuang glanced. That man was not as handsome as her brother. She didn't want to pay attention to them and turned to leave. But Xiao Mei lightly said, Xiaoshuang, I'm at least your brother's ex, shouldn't we greet each other when we meet? Why bother greeting? Not greeting you is already showing you mercy. Su Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes. Hearing this, Xiao Mei frowned. You're still so uncultured. Su Xiaoshuang was angry upon hearing this, rushed up and kicked. You are the uncultured one, your whole family has no culture. Her parents passed away early, and one of the things she hated the most was being called uncultured. Su Xiaoshuang, have you gone crazy? Xiao Mei was nimble and dodged to the side. Su Xiaoshuang saw this and directly threw the milk tea in her hand. Xiao Mei and the man beside her dodged too late and got splashed all over. The man's expression turned dark immediately. Looking for a fight? I can't handle Su Chou, but can I still be bullied by you, little girl? Ha, Li Ziang, am I supposed to be afraid of you? Su Xiaoshuang also recognized this man. He was Li Ziang, who was at San Middle School and had conflicts with her brother. You don't look as handsome as my brother, your grades aren't as good as his, your cultivation isn't as high as his, and now you're even going for a girlfriend that my brother doesn't want. You really are pathetic. Su Xiaoshuang mocked. The insults were incredibly strong. Li Ziang and Xiao Mei trembled with anger. Just as they were planning to teach Su Xiaoshuang a lesson, a rumbling sound came from not far away. Everyone looked up and saw a helicopter slowly descending onto the lawn. Chapter 27, 100 million, Let Go of the Boss. The helicopter landed on the lawn, attracting the attention of many people. Xiao Mei and Li Ziang, who originally wanted to hit someone, were also drawn in. Especially Li Ziang, who couldn't help but stare. That is, the helicopter of Laojun Pharmaceutical. Why are they here? Laojun Pharmaceutical, the #1 pharmaceutical company in Qingyun City, holds a very high position there. The Lin family is also a prominent family in Qingyun City. But in front of Laojun Pharmaceutical, they still have to bow down. What the heck, Laojun Pharmaceutical? Why did they come here in a helicopter? Are they here to pick up some important person? Picking someone up by helicopter? Could it be a major shareholder? TSK, is it possible that it's the chairman of the pharmaceutical company? People were discussing in a flurry. A well-dressed man stepped down from the helicopter. Su Xiaoshuang saw him and her eyes lit up as she waved, "Over here, over here." Xiao Mei and Li Ziang were taken aback. "You little brat, what's wrong with you? That's someone from Laojun Pharmaceutical." "Little brat, I haven't even settled accounts for you spilling milk tea on me." Li Ziang snorted coldly and grabbed Su Xiaoshuang's hand, ready to retaliate. A loud shout came, "Stop." The well-dressed man quickly walked up, pulled Li Ziang's hand away, and said to Su Xiaoshuang, "Miss Su, I am here to pick you up." Let's go." Su Xiaoshuang glanced at the dumbfounded Xiao Mei and Li Ziang, then walked towards the helicopter with pride. Everyone was stunned. "Who is this young girl?" "Tisk, Laojun Pharmaceutical actually sent a helicopter to pick her up. She can't be the daughter of the chairman, right?" "She doesn't look like it, and I haven't heard that the chairman has a daughter." "Could she be an illegitimate daughter?" "In any case, this young girl is definitely not simple." Xiao Mei, who knew Su Xiaoshuang's identity, changed her expression. "What's going on? How is this girl connected to Laojun Pharmaceutical?" She suddenly felt that since she left Suzhou, both siblings from the Su family had changed. One had awakened an SSS-level martial soul. The other had connections to Laojun Pharmaceutical, and it seemed like a deep connection. The helicopter took off, leaving amid the envious gazes of the crowd. And for Su Xiaoshuang, who was taking a helicopter for the first time, it was a bit exciting. She thought they would come in some luxury car to pick her up. She didn't expect it to be a helicopter directly. What a grand entrance! The Queen of Jiangxiu pouted, "So what if it's a helicopter? What's there to be proud of? I've even flown on a battleship." Su Xiaoshuang couldn't be bothered to compare with her. Taking the helicopter to Laojun Pharmaceutical, this time she was greeted not only by the interviewer from before but also by an old man. The old man took out a formula and asked Su Xiaoshuang a few questions. With the help of the Queen of Jiangxiu, Su Xiaoshuang answered fluently. Old Bai looked at Su Xiaoshuang's eyes gradually changing, filled with eager admiration. "Genius, you are truly a genius." "It's just okay. Young girl, would you like to work for Laojun Pharmaceutical? You can set any conditions you want," Old Bai said seriously. He saw Su Xiaoshuang's potential in alchemy. Just the formula she presented was enough to boost Laojun Pharmaceutical's profits significantly, let alone if she joined the company and continued to research new medicines, it would be enough for them to stand tall at the top of the industry. Even stepping out of Great Xia and dominating global pharmaceutical companies wouldn't be impossible. "Working is impossible, I will never work in this lifetime," Su Xiaoshuang said, "but we can cooperate. I will sell you this formula for 10 million, and I only want a 1% profit share from the medicine earnings. In the future, if I research any new medicine, I will prioritize the Laojun Pharmaceutical Company." Old Bai pondered for a moment. Deal. His position in the Laojun Pharmaceutical Company was quite high, and he had the authority to make decisions. Then he discussed some cooperation details with Su Xiaoshuang. To his surprise, although Su Xiaoshuang looked young, she was very experienced. Trying to take advantage of her youth would only lead to losses. This was obvious. Su Xiaoshuang was young. But the Empress Jiangxiu was different. Want to take advantage of her? Not to mention the Laojun Pharmaceutical Company, even many powerful forces from the past galactic system had difficulty doing so. The Laojun Pharmaceutical Company created a card in her name and transferred the money into it. Su Xiaoshuang, upon receiving the card, couldn't hide her excitement inside. 10 million. This was 10 million in hand? This money came too easily. Now I can buy those herbal materials you mentioned. Su Xiaoshuang thought to the Empress Jiangxiu. That will do. Hee, and my brother's birthday is coming up soon, I can prepare a gift for him. What should I buy? Su Xiaoshuang thought happily. Ah Chio. It seems someone is thinking of me? Su Qiu touched his nose, then glanced at Su Xiaoshuang's room. Where did this girl go? I haven't seen her all day. He didn't think too much and prepared to go out to buy groceries. Although takeout is delicious. If possible, he still preferred to buy groceries and cook. After all, he could manage alone but had to consider Su Xiaoshuang. The other party was still young, she couldn't always eat takeout. Boss, give me 2 pounds of fried chicken. The wealthy Su Xiaoshuang walked up to the fried chicken shop at the community entrance. The fried chicken shop owner looked at Su Xiaoshuang and laughed. Wow, Xiaoshuang, you were so generous today. Did your brother give you pocket money? No, from today on, it's my brother who has to ask me for pocket money. Su Xiaoshuang said proudly. Oh, did you win the lottery? A faint voice came from behind Su Xiaoshuang. She shivered and turned to see Su Qiu with a cold face, swallowing her saliva. Brother, how did you walk without a sound? Is the fried chicken delicious? Not delicious, not delicious, boss, I don't want the fried chicken. Su Xiaoshuang shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum and hurried back into the community. The owner, who had just put the chicken pieces in to fry, twitched his mouth. Su Qiu shook his head helplessly. I'll take the fried chicken. All right. The owner immediately smiled brightly. Boss, fry it well, I'm going to buy some vegetables. Su Qiu said, then walked to the nearby vegetable market. But halfway there, he saw a lot of people running out of a dock near the market in a panic. Beast, there's a beast. Su Qiu's expression changed immediately. He hurried over to check and saw a shark-headed merman about to attack a fish seller. Su Qiu instinctively wanted to grab his gun but realized he left it at home. Ding! Facing beast chaos, you, who forgot your weapon, have the following choices. 1. Unarmed, the best strategy is retreat. Reward, none. 2. Even unarmed, as a martial artist, how can I watch others die? Strike to kill the beast, reward, 100 million. Su Qiu was stunned on the spot. Not hundreds of thousands, millions, or 10 million. It was 100 million. He swallowed hard, his eyes shining, and rolled up his sleeves to rush forward. 100 million, let go of that boss. Chapter 28, 100 million in hand, the newcomer competition is about to begin. 100 million, let go of that boss. Come at me. Both the beast and the boss were stunned. What 100 million? Boss, the beast exchanged glances. Boss, you want 100 million? Beast, damn your 100 million. Although the beast's intellect was not high, after hearing Su Qiu's provocation, it let out an angry roar and threw the boss aside. Then charged at Su Qiu, unleashing a powerful wave of spiritual energy. Around them were swirling streams of water. Su Qiu's eyes narrowed. Water attributes second-tier strange beast. This shark man was no less than the poisonous toothed dog they had encountered before. It was even stronger. But he was not afraid at all. Although he had no weapon in hand, his fiery punch was not trained in vain, and he charged directly forward. With a punch thrown, the flames raged. Water and fire clashed, evaporating a large amount of white mist. The shark man was directly knocked back several steps. Seizing the advantage, Su Qiu continued to attack, his fists dancing wildly, the fiery punch used to perfection, mixed with white tiger killing intent. With the addition of white tiger killing intent, the momentum was astonishing. The shark man retreated step by step. Seeing that Su Qiu was not easy to deal with, this strange beast actually turned to flee. Su Qiu's eyes widened. 100 million, this was 100 million. How could he let the opponent escape like this? Because this was the dock, near the water area connected to the ocean, seeing the shark man about to jump into the sea, Su Qiu panicked. If he let the opponent escape, he would have to wake up in the middle of the night to slap his thigh. In his desperation, Su Qiu spotted a harpoon nearby, his eyes lit up, and he grabbed it, pouring his spiritual power into it and throwing it out fiercely. Go! Swish! The harpoon flashed with electric arcs, breaking through the air, and pierced into the shark man's body from behind, causing the opponent to scream in agony and fall to the ground. Su Qiu rushed forward and smashed down with a fiery punch. The flames burned the shark man's body, emitting bursts of fish meat aroma. Su Qiu exclaimed in surprise, I wonder if this is edible? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 million. The system prompt sounded. Su Qiu's eyes lit up as he picked up his phone to check his balance. 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, gulp, it really is 100 million. I'm rich. Su Qiu swallowed hard, feeling a bit excited. He called out to the boss nearby, call the Strange Beast Disaster Recovery Department and have them come collect the Strange Beast's body. The Strange Beast Disaster Recovery Department is a department that complements the hunting team. The hunting team is responsible for hunting strange beasts, while the recovery department handles the corpses of strange beasts, recovers useful materials for research, and so on. After dealing with the strange beast, Su Qiu walked into a nearby vegetable market to start buying groceries. A familiar market boss saw him covered in blood and was startled. Little Qiu, have you been fighting? No, a strange beast appeared nearby, and I just killed it, this is its blood, Su Qiu grinned. The boss was dumbfounded. Kill a strange beast? Could someone so young really kill a strange beast? The previous fish seller came over, holding 2 fresh groupers. Little brother, thank you so much, if it weren't for you, I would be dead at the hands of the strange beast. It's nothing, this is what we members of the hunting team are supposed to do. Hiss, little brother is actually from the hunting team, so accomplished at such a young age. If only my stinky kid had half of your ability. The fish seller sighed. People can't be compared. His own stinky kid was not younger than Su Qiu but just wandered aimlessly, barely passing his exams with a total score in 3 digits. Thinking of this, the fish seller decided to give his kid a good beating when he got home. Sucho carried the groupers, watching the suddenly darkened face of the boss, and silently mourned for the unknown boy for 3 seconds. The other people in the vegetable market, knowing Sucho had just killed a strange beast, looked at him with deep respect. After buying groceries, Sucho returned home, bringing back fried chicken as well. Su Xiaoshuang was studying in her room when she suddenly smelled the aroma of fried chicken and rushed out, "My fried chicken! Brother, I love you to death." Sucho rolled his eyes, "Eat less, we still have to eat dinner later." "Okay." After Sucho finished cooking and looked at the empty platter that had once contained fried chicken and the cans of iced Coke, his mouth twitched. "Su Xiaoshuang, your pocket money for this month is gone." "Ah." After licking her fingers, Su Xiaoshuang let out a howl, but suddenly she thought of something and laughed, "If there's none, then there's none, it doesn't matter." Sucho was stunned for a moment, this girl isn't acting normal. "Su Xiaoshuang, you didn't really win the lottery, did you?" "I won't tell you." Su Xiaoshuang giggled and then asked, "Big brother, your birthday is coming soon, do you want any gifts?" "If you behave well and study hard, that will be the best gift." "Big brother, when have I not behaved?" "Forget it, I've already thought of my own gift," Su Xiaoshuang said. With 10 million in hand, she felt full of confidence. She must give her brother a satisfying gift. As for what gift, Sucho had no expectations. After all, to him, what could Su Xiaoshuang, a girl, prepare? But even if she gave him a greeting card, he would gladly accept it. What mattered was the heart. Compared to that, he was now more concerned about how to spend the 100 million he had, buying a house. He already had a house, buying a car? That was possible. After all, he and Su Xiaoshuang always took the bus when they went out. Having a car for transportation would be much more convenient. There used to be a motorcycle in the house. Sucho often rode it before, but after his parents passed away, he sold it to help with family expenses. Should he buy another one? Forget it, there's no rush for these things. In a few days, the new martial arts competition is coming, let's get through this first. Sucho cracked his knuckles in anticipation. In the new martial arts competition, the prize was a set of advanced genetic potions. Rounding it up, that's another 100 million. It must be won. Inside an abandoned building, Sucho held a long gun, guarding a doorway. At this time, he heard Lin Jian's voice from the raging bull metal on his shoulder. "Sucho, watch out, that beast is charging towards you." "Okay, leave it to me," Sucho said calmly, tightening his grip on the long gun. Whoosh! Inside the building, a creature resembling a werewolf, entirely black, rushed out and pounced on Sucho at the doorway. Its sharp claws slashed, letting out a chilling howl. Sucho thrust the long gun fiercely, like lightning, and shot straight through the werewolf's throat, killing it with one shot. Lin Jian walked over from not far away, clicking his tongue in amazement. "Sucho, your shooting skills are getting more and more marvelous." "It's okay." Sucho smiled slightly, then said, "By the way, Brother Lin, I need to take tomorrow off to participate in the new martial arts competition." "New martial arts competition? Oh, I almost forgot, you are still a student." Lin Jian shook his head and smiled. His strength always made Lin Jian forget he was still a student. He smiled and said, "No problem, do well, don't embarrass our bull team, I will go cheer for you." Chapter 29, Zhang Yunjie's Provocation. When Sucho returned home, he suddenly smelled a strong herb scent, and saw Su Xiaoshuang with 2 paper balls stuffed in her nose, cooking something on the induction cooker. A pungent smell of herbs surged forward. Sucho's mouth twitched. "What are you doing?" "I'm refining pills," Su Xiaoshuang replied. Sucho was dumbfounded. He looked carefully at her setup. You're using an induction cooker to refine pills?" "A true expert can refine pills with bare hands." "Using an induction cooker is already good, it's easy to control the heat," Su Xiaoshuang said. She made a good point. But watching her refine pills with an induction cooker, he still felt it was strange. "What is this? Scientific pill refining? Did that empress teach you this?" "Yes. But if you do this, how am I supposed to cook?" "I ordered takeout for you." "You're so thoughtful." Sucho held his forehead. After finishing the takeout, Sucho glanced at Su Xiaoshuang, who was still refining pills in the kitchen, shook his head, and went back to wash up and sleep. The next day, he woke up early and saw Su Xiaoshuang sprawled on the table, asleep. And looking at the induction cooker, there were a few gray pills among a pile of herb residues. She really refined some? Sucho looked at it with a strange expression. Can this thing be eaten? He put away the pills, carried the sleeping Su Xiaoshuang back to the house, then tidied up the messy kitchen, made some breakfast, and went out. Not long after he left, a stream of light flew out of Su Xiaoshuang's body, transforming into the Queen of Jade Clouds. She glanced at the tidy kitchen and the breakfast on the table, and couldn't help but mumble, "This little guy really cares for his sister." She looked at Su Xiaoshuang, who was sleeping soundly, and a hint of envy appeared in her eyes. If only I had such a brother when I was young. She was born into a poor family. Her parents sold her when she was 3 years old to make a living. She had never enjoyed the warmth of familial love. After merging with Su Xiaoshuang, she empathized with some of Su Xiaoshuang's experiences. Although her parents had passed away early, she had an older brother, Su Qiu, who cared for her and never let her suffer even a little. No wonder Su Xiaoshuang became a brother's girl. Looking again at the medicinal pill refined by Su Xiaoshuang, she thought, having such an effect on the first try, not bad at all. The Martial Arts Newcomer Tournament. It is the grand event of Qingyun City held once a year, but previous tournaments were usually held behind closed doors among various schools. However, this time was different. New martial arts students from 13 schools gathered together to compete, creating a remarkable level of excitement. The venue was at the square of the first high school. Only the first high school could accommodate so many students. Arriving at the tournament site, it was bustling with people, extremely lively. Have you heard? This time, several outstanding newcomers have emerged in the martial arts tournament, and there are even SSS-level martial souls. I know, those 2 SSS-level martial souls are from the 3rd high school. It is said that these 2 guys don't even need to compete, they are directly granted a spot in the top 8. Wow, that's impressive. The 3rd high school is truly stealing the spotlight this time. But the 1st high school also has an S-level martial soul. It is said that this person joined the Zixiao Martial Arts Academy and became a direct disciple of Lord Zixiao. It is said that the principal of the 1st high school spent a lot of money to buy a 2nd-grade breaking realm pill for this S-level martial soul to help him break through. Wow. Does this mean there is a 2nd-grade warrior in this newcomer tournament? How can others compete? Everyone was discussing animatedly. Su Qiu also heard some rumors and was quite surprised. There's actually a 2nd-grade warrior? To know that he is only a 1st-grade upper tier himself. Indeed, there are many talents. But he wasn't afraid, although he was only a 1st-grade upper tier, killing 2nd-grade exotic beasts was like playing with a toy, and defeating a 2nd-grade warrior was not a problem. Su Qiu. Long time no see. At this moment, a voice came from behind Su Qiu. He saw Luo Qingxue walking towards him. Today she wore a blue and white long robe, her figure being exquisitely outlined, plus her stunningly beautiful face attracted quite a lot of attention. Su Qiu looked at her and grinned. It's been a while, you seem to look even more beautiful, Miss Luo. He casually greeted her, jokingly. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue's face turned red, but she quickly returned to normal and huffed, You've become even more frivolous after just a few days. But inside, she could not help feeling delighted. He actually complimented me. Ever since she was defeated by Su Qiu last time, Luo Qingxue had to admit that she had feelings for Su Qiu. However, feelings aside, she still hadn't forgotten that her goal was to surpass him and shake off the reputation of being the eternal 2nd place. After I defeat him, I'll confess to him. Luo Qingxue silently thought to herself. Su Qiu, if you can't flirt, then don't. Your approach is outdated. A voice rang out. Su Qiu saw Li Ziang and Xiao Mei walking up. Seeing these two, Su Qiu rolled his eyes and said playfully, You two seem to be quite cozy with each other. I'm just talking to him, what does that have to do with you? Luo Qingxue shot a cold glance at Li Ziang. The other person's face turned pale, then said, Su Qiu, don't get too proud too early. In this martial arts newcomer competition, do you think you can outshine everyone? Oh, do you think you can win against me? I might not be able to win against you, but my senior brother Zhang from the Zixiao Martial Arts School can. Li Ziang said. Behind him, a young man in a white robe, with sword-like brows and a bright smile, slowly approached. He looked at Su Qiu and said calmly, You are Su Qiu? Yes. Good. My name is Zhang Yunjie. Remember this name, because I will defeat you. I will prove that I am the strongest among the new martial artists. Zhang Yunjie said proudly. When everyone heard his name, they began to discuss among themselves. Is he really Zhang Yunjie? The one with the SS-level martial spirit? Not only that, he is the only 2nd-level martial artist in this newcomer competition. A unique existence. Wow, that person over there is Su Qiu, the one with the SSS-level martial spirit, the glutton. Now, we have a good show to watch. When 2 tigers fight, one must be injured. Hearing Zhang Yunjie's words, Su Qiu shook his head and smiled, not intending to pay attention to him. Ding. Facing Zhang Yunjie's provocation, you have the following options. 1. A soaring eagle does not care about a worthless ant's provocation. Ignore him, reward, a bottle of advanced gene potion. 2. Retaliate by saying to him, if you want to defeat me, go practice for another 10,000 years, reward, a Zhaoyuan pill. 3. Show him your middle finger and retaliate. Reward, a bottle of advanced healing potion, a bottle of advanced gene potion, and a Zhaoyuan pill. Su Qiu glanced at the options. Initially wanting to ignore him, he promptly showed Zhang Yunjie a middle finger and blandly said, "If you want to defeat me, go practice for another 10,000 years." In an instant, the onlookers were astonished. What a guy, this person is a bit too arrogant. Wow, this is an SSS-level martial spirit wielder. If I were him, I would be even more arrogant. Chapter 30, Xiao bullying the weak, Olay protecting. Facing Zhang Yunjie's provocation, Su Qiu directly retaliated. Beside them, Luo Kingsnow's lips lifted slightly. Zhang Yunjie's eyes turned cold. Good, good, do you really think having an SSS-level martial spirit makes you invincible? I will let you know that martial spirits do not mean everything. Seeing him get angry, Su Qiu couldn't help but laugh. What a guy. You can provoke others, but get angry when someone retorts? What kind of person is this? What a young and reckless boy. A calm voice came from behind Zhang Yunjie, and a figure slowly approached amidst the crowd. Dressed in a vintage purple robe, exuding an imposing presence, he looked to be in his 40s, carrying an air of authority without anger. When everyone saw him, they gasped. It is Xiao. Oh my, I can't believe I am seeing Xiao. The newcomer was indeed Xiao, the top martial artist of Qingyun City. The head of the Xiao martial arts school. A 7th level noble strength. His arrival caused a stir in the crowd, and Su Qiu couldn't help but squint slightly, suddenly remembering something. He seemed to have refused the other party once. Would he hold a grudge against him? No way, after all, he is a 7th level noble strength. He can't be that petty. I have seen Xiao. Beside, Luo Qingsnow bowed. Facing a 7th level noble strength, the Luo family dared not be careless. Su Qiu also followed with a bow. However, Xiao glanced at him and said lightly, "You have an SSS-level martial spirit, but this bow, I cannot accept." Su Qiu. Damn. Does he really have such a small mind? Xiao, you flatter me. Su Qiu forced a smile. After all, he is a 7th level noble, lowering his stance a bit is not shameful. But Xiao, seeing this, showed no intention of backing down. Instead, he continued, "Young man, being young and reckless is not a good thing. There are many talents in this world. Don't think that a high martial spirit level lets you look down on everything. If you continue like this, you will inevitably suffer losses in the future. Before you grow up, I advise you to keep your talents hidden." Su Qiu smiled. This old man is really pushing his luck. To put it nicely, it's called holding back one's sharpness. But in reality, it means he has no background and should behave himself. Can this be tolerated? Can a young person be called young if they are not a little reckless? I think it's fine to be a bit arrogant if you have the strength, better than someone who likes to boast without any capability. As he said this, he glanced at Zhang Yunjie and Li Xiang. It was obvious he was talking about them. The faces of both men changed instantly. And the purple cloud marquis showed a hint of anger. "Oh, it seems you look down on my disciple." "I didn't say that. Young man, you don't know the heavens are high and the earth is vast." The purple cloud marquis gradually radiated a powerful pressure, which enveloped only Su Qiu, wanting to force him to his knees. But Su Qiu gritted his teeth, not stepping back an inch. This old man is bullying the young. How shameless. Su Qiu scolded inwardly, but the pressure targeted only him, other ordinary warriors couldn't feel it at all. Everyone was unaware of the marquis's methods. "Oh, being able to withstand 1/10 of my pressure is not bad, then I'll increase it by 10%. The purple cloud marquis looked at Su Qiu, a strange light appearing in his eyes. But today, he was determined to teach the young man a lesson. The pressure continued to rise. Beside them, Luo Qingshui noticed something and moved to support Su Qiu, but this action also put her under the marquis's pressure. Her face turned pale, nearly collapsing. It was Su Qiu who turned and held her up. "Why did you come to help me? But look, now you're about to fall yourself." Su Qiu chuckled, wrapping his arm around Luo Qingshui's waist. He was helping her, keeping her from falling. But to others, their actions appeared intimate, like a couple. "Good guy, this is moving fast? Are Su Xin and Luo Xin together now? Wah, my ship has become real. My goddess has been taken by another man. I'm dying." The onlookers had no idea of the truth of the situation. And the purple cloud marquis watched the two, narrowing his eyes slightly. "You can still withstand this? Let's see how long you can last." He wanted to escalate the pressure again. But at that moment, a hand rested on Su Qiu's shoulder from behind. In an instant, that overwhelming pressure disappeared completely. Su Qiu felt his body loosen, as if a great mountain had been lifted. He turned around and saw a familiar figure. It was the leader of the Bull Brigade, Olay. She smiled at Su Qiu. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. That's good, come, let's back away for now. Olay said with a smile and then walked towards the purple cloud marquis. The marquis frowned at the woman before him. You are. Before he could finish his sentence, he was met with a wolf-toothed club. The club whistled through the air, containing immense power. The purple cloud marquis was taken aback, quickly channeling his spirit energy to form 3 layers of shields. But boom! The 3 layers of shields shattered almost simultaneously, and the wolf-toothed club smashed into the purple cloud marquis, sending him flying. And Olay's voice rang out. You bully my bull brigade members, did you ask me first? Olay held the wolf-toothed club, her expression cold. Everyone gasped in shock. Goodness! That is the head of the Purple Cloud Martial Arts Hall. A 7th-level SEAL Lord. Was he just knocked away with one blow? Is this real? As the flung Purple Cloud Marquis stabilized himself with his spirit energy, he felt his blood surging. He almost spat out blood. He fixed his gaze on Olay, anger flickering in his eyes, but upon hearing her identity as the leader of the Bull Brigade, that anger shifted into caution. Although he was a SEAL Lord, he was not invincible in Qingyun City. There were several who could match him or even surpass him in strength. And the leader of the Bull Brigade, Olay, was among them. Leader of the Bull Brigade. The most overbearing and unreasonable guy among the 20 hunting team leaders of Qingyun City, the Bull Olay. I didn't expect our first meeting would be in such a situation. Xiao said indifferently. Olay, holding a wolf fawn club and looking at him, said coldly, don't try to get close. A dignified noble-level powerhouse bullying a little member of my team, you really have no shame. He is actually one of your bull team members? What? Don't you believe it? I'm just giving the young people a lesson, letting them know that there is always someone more powerful than them. Xiao said indifferently. Is that so? Then I'll give you a lesson too. Let you know that when beating a dog, you must look at its owner. Olay said coldly. Sucho? Stepping forward, a pressure exploded from his body. With a loud bang. Everyone felt the ground shake suddenly. Behind Olay, a giant ghostly bull appeared with red eyes, its body shimmering with blue light, exuding an incredibly terrifying aura. A-level martial soul. The Azure Bull Demon. Sucho looked at this scene in shock. He had always thought Olay's martial soul was the wolf fawn club in her hand. Surprised? Lin Jian walked up from behind Sucho and smiled. Did you think the leader's martial soul was that wolf fawn club? Actually, you weren't wrong, that wolf fawn club is also the leader's martial soul. A-level martial soul, the heavenly fawn club. Hearing this, Sucho's eyes lit up, twin martial souls. Chapter 31, so you care about me this much, the top 8 tournament starts. Twin martial souls, as the name suggests, means one person has 2 martial souls. This kind of thing is very rare, but it does exist. Generally speaking, the martial souls of twin martial souls are not very high, and cases like Olay, where both martial souls are A-level, are even rarer. This is rarer than SS-level. After the Azure Bull Demon was summoned, it released a powerful evil aura, impacting everyone's minds in the area, making them sweat coldly. At this moment, a few figures rushed over. Timo, stop. Olay, what are you doing? Don't be reckless. The captain of the 3rd team ran in front of Olay, frustration boiling over at his former student. This is the first team with so many students here. If a fight breaks out, what if someone gets hurt? Quickly put away your martial soul. Upon hearing this, Olay pouted and withdrew her martial soul. She turned to Xiao. You should be thankful there are so many students here. If it were somewhere else, I would definitely beat you up. Who beats whom is still uncertain. Though Xiao wasn't confident he would win, he had to talk tough. Beside them, Sucho looked at Olay's back, a trace of respect showing in his eyes. I didn't expect the leader's strength to be so strong. Even Xiao was cautious. She's just a crazy woman. Wearing brand-name clothes and carrying a designer bag, Wang Yan walked up, glanced at Olay, and said with disdain, but she's a very powerful, very protective crazy woman, making people unable to help but want to follow her. Calling her a crazy woman, yet she unreservedly acknowledged Olay's strength and charm. Sister Wang Yan, you came too? TSK, you are the newcomer of our bull team. Since you're participating in this martial arts competition, we naturally have to come and support you. Fortunately, we came, otherwise, you would have been bullied by that Xiao. It's fine, I have an SSS-level martial soul, he doesn't dare to do anything to me. Sucho laughed. He didn't believe Xiao would dare to act against him in front of so many people. At most, he would just lose out a bit. Once his strength grew stronger, he would take back the scene. Alright, enough of this, when will you compete? I don't know, but I seem to have been directly placed in the top 8. Top 8? Doesn't that mean we have to wait until afternoon? Wang Yan and the others felt they had arrived too early. After Olay and Xiao exchanged threats, Xiao left, but before leaving, Zhang Yunjie, beside him, looked at Su Qiu with eager eyes. I will defeat you in the top 8 tournament. Su Qiu didn't care at all, not viewing the other as a rival. This attitude made Zhang Yunjie very furious. He clenched his fists, swearing to make the other party pay. Su Qiu, when did you join the Bull Brigade? Luo Qingxue was quite curious about Su Qiu. Oh, it's like this. Su Qiu briefly recounted what had happened. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue pondered for a moment and then looked at him and said, I will wait for you in the top 8 matches, the one who defeats you can only be me. After saying that, she turned and walked away without looking back. Uli nudged Su Qiu with her shoulder and teased, Kid, you're something else, the eldest daughter of the Luo family is already taken by you. No way, we're just friends. Su Qiu shook his head and smiled. But I just saw you wrap your arms around her waist, even as friends, that's too intimate, right? Wang Yan laughed. That was because of Zi Xiaoho. Don't explain, an explanation is just a cover-up. Su Qiu's mouth twitched, forget it, I won't talk to you guys anymore. Anyway, it's not my turn to compete, let's find a place to stroll. It was his first time coming to high school number 1. He started wandering around. The martial arts newcomer competition had already begun, dividing into 16 arenas, and the top 8 would compete in a central match. Su Qiu visited a few arenas. The newcomers were going all out. However, most of these martial arts newcomers were at the first stage lower tier, with very few at the middle tier. He didn't take them seriously at all. With his strength, putting him in this martial arts competition. It was like dropping a shark into a school of fish. They were not on the same level at all. After wandering for half a day, Su Qiu took Oli and the others to the cafeteria in high school number 1 for a meal. While eating, many people were watching them. Luo Qingxue came over with a food tray and said calmly, I went to learn a bit this morning, that Zhang Yunjie is quite strong. Oh, what do you mean? You and I are the academic prodigies of high school number 3, this Zhang Yunjie is the academic prodigy of high school number 1. He awakened the SS-level martial soul, Earth Mad Bear. Not only that, but he also joined the Xiao martial arts school and is a direct disciple of Zi Xiaoho. Besides, high school number 1 has always been stronger than high school number 3. This time, with you and me both having SSS-level martial souls, the principal of high school number 1, not satisfied, spent big bucks to buy a second-tier breakthrough pill to help Zhang Yunjie advance to the second tier. He just wants to secure first place in the competition and suppress high school number 3. Apart from his martial soul level being lower than yours, his cultivation, combat skills, practical experience, and foundation are all stronger than yours. And we are still in high school number 1, fighting on his home ground, you need to be careful. Luo Qingxue slowly explained. So you care about me this much? Su Qiu propped his chin up and looked at Luo Qingxue. She glanced at him and snorted lightly, I just don't want you to be defeated by others before losing to me. Damn it! I just care about you. But how can I say this out loud? Luo Qingxue was inwardly going crazy. Su Qiu smiled and looked at her, don't worry, a little Zhang Yunjie, just watch how I take him down easily. A passing student huffed, arrogant. Zhang's senior brother's strength is far beyond your imagination. You'll know how formidable he is when the time comes. Some students whispered amongst themselves. They were very confident in Zhang Yunjie, but that was no surprise, he was their academic prodigy, and they supported him. Su Qiu couldn't be bothered to argue with these people. Everything should be said with strength. Before long, afternoon arrived. The top 8 competition began. Su Qiu arrived at the venue, and the seats around were already packed, many people were standing, and suddenly a voice came from the crowd. Brother, brother! Su Xiaoshuang had somehow arrived, cheering him on from the crowd. He smiled at her and then walked into the venue. Inside the arena. Apart from him, there were 7 others, aside from Luo Qingxue, 2 familiar faces were Li Ziang and Xiao Mei. These 2 had an A-level martial soul and an S-level martial soul. It was no surprise they made it to the top 8, the key was that, like Zhang Yunjie, these 2 were also from the Xiao martial arts school now. Su Qiu, I am no longer the person I used to be. Perhaps by that time, I won't even need Brother Zhang to help, I can deal with you myself. Li Ziang said to Su Qiu, full of confidence. Su Qiu completely ignored him. Zhang Yunjie also stared fixedly at Su Qiu, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, I declare that the top 8 match has officially begun. A host walked onto the stage, holding a microphone, and said, first, the 2 battle opponents are Su Qiu from Class 3 and Li Ziang from Class 3. Li Ziang paused slightly, then rubbed his fists and walked onto the stage. He arrogantly said to Su Qiu, come up for a fight. Chapter 32, Su Xiaoshuang is terrifyingly strong. Su Qiu, come up for a fight. Li Ziang stood on the stage, looking proud. Su Qiu was taken aback. Who do you think you are, acting so cocky? Isn't that just asking for death? He slowly walked up to the stage, and Li Ziang laughed. Suqiu, you always had the upper hand in Class 3. Now that I've joined the Zhixiao martial arts school, I'm no longer the same. Today, let me show you my transformation. After speaking, he shouted loudly, "Come out, Snow Wolf King." As a gust of ice and snow howled, a giant silver-white wolf appeared before everyone. It was the A-class martial spirit, Snow Wolf King. However, even though it was also an A-class martial spirit, the imposing aura of Olay's Azure Bull Demon was much stronger than the Snow Wolf King. Aside from the difference in cultivation level, there is also a difference among A-class martial spirits. Go! Li Ziang shouted. The Snow Wolf King charged towards Suqiu. But Suqiu didn't even take down the spear behind him. Facing the attacking Snow Wolf King, he bent his waist instantly, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and a domineering flame erupted from his fist. He threw a punch. Boom! The Snow Wolf King was smashed into pieces. The martial spirit shattered, returning to Li Ziang's body, but he suffered a strong backlash, letting out a cry, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Everyone was stunned. Is that it? Did I not see it wrong? An A-class martial spirit was taken out in one punch? What the hell, what's going on with this guy? His martial spirit didn't even work, he took out an A-class martial spirit with just one punch. Is the SSS class martial spirit that terrifying? No, his martial spirit is the Tao Tai, which is an auxiliary type. It has no advantage in attack. He can take out an A-class martial spirit entirely relying on strength. Looking at the fainted Li Ziang, Suqiu sneered, I thought we could exchange a few moves, but I guess I was thinking too much. The first match. Class 3 Suqiu wins. The host was stunned for a moment and then announced. He looked at Suqiu with awe. Such a person, as long as they don't die, will definitely become a top-tier expert in the future. So funny. All that babbling, and then my brother took him out in one shot. I'm dying of laughter. Su Xiaoshuan laughed while holding her stomach. Not far away, Olay and the others also noticed her. She is Suqiu's sister? Yes, I think her name is Su Xiaoshuan. TSK, I like this girl. When she awakens her martial spirit, I'll pull her into the Violent Bull Squad. Olay said. Her intuition told her that this little girl was very interesting. Lin Jian and Wang Yan looked at each other. Is she already indirectly part of the Violent Bull Reserves? Good heavens, there are hardly a few people in Qingyun City who receive such treatment. Suqiu jumped down from the stage. Zhang Yunjie glanced at him, you are indeed remarkable, but it was just defeating Li Ziang. Don't be too proud too early. Suqiu looked at him like he was a fool, which of your eyes saw me being proud? If you don't need your eyes anymore, you can give them to someone in need, like that girl next to you. Xiao Mei, beside Zhang Yunjie, was dumbfounded, what does it have to do with me? You found such a guy as your boyfriend. Are your eyes blind? Suqiu, you're bullying me too much. Xiao Mei was so angry that her face turned red. The second match. Class 3 Luo Qingxue versus Class 3 Xiao Mei. At this moment, the host said. At this time, the principal of Class 3 in the audience was unhappy, I suspect there is a black box. Why is it always Class 3 fighting against Class 3? Isn't this deliberately exhausting Class 3's strength? The principal of Class 1 casually said, who fights whom is random. Don't make wild claims without evidence, or I'll sue you for defamation. Are you afraid that my third school will take the first place? With Zhang Yunjie in the first school, what is there to fear? The principal of the first school said. What is Zhang Yunjie? With Luo Qingxue and Suqiu here, this time the first place in the rookie competition must belong to my third school. Let's wait and see. The two principals were at odds. Before the competitors even started, they almost clashed. Xiao Mei suppressed her anger, stepped onto the stage, and faced Luo Qingxue. Without a word, she summoned her martial soul. S-class martial soul, Sea King's Trident. Holding the trident, water currents swirled around her. Martial skill, Thousand Flow Spear. Xiao Mei swept her trident. Water streams rushed from all directions toward Luo Qingxue. But in the next second, a chill erupted from Luo Qingxue, and an icy divine phoenix flew out from her, circling above her head. The divine phoenix soared, its magnificent figure exuding endless cold. It almost froze the entire stage. The water streams that got close to Luo Qingxue were also frozen, unable to touch her. Hiss. This is the SSS class martial soul. What a strong presence. On the stage, the divine phoenix circled above Luo Qingxue, cold air swirling around her, as if she were a queen from an ice and snow kingdom. She looked indifferently at Xiao Mei. Martial souls have different attributes, and attributes can restrain each other, while ice can restrain water. Your Sea King's Trident in front of me is useless. After saying that, the divine phoenix above her opened its mouth and unleashed a breath of freezing cold. Xiao Mei was almost defenseless, being blown away and landing outside the stage, her body covered in frost. She was frozen and shivering, her face pale. She had thought she could at least exchange a few moves with Luo Qingxue. But, unexpectedly, she was still defeated in an instant. So terrifying. The opponent's martial soul level was not only completely above hers, but its attribute also restrained hers, making it impossible to fight back. Second match, Luo Qingxue from the third school wins. The host announced. Another instant kill? These two SSS class martial souls are too strong. No wonder she is my goddess. Then came the third match. It was Zhang Yunjie from the first school against a boy from the second school. That boy wasn't bad either, with a first stage middle grade cultivation and an A-class weapon martial soul. But unfortunately, he faced Zhang Yunjie. Seeing Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue shine, Zhang Yunjie naturally couldn't stay silent, unleashing a powerful punch. Mountain Splitter Punch. Boom! With one punch, spiritual energy erupted as if a great mountain was condensed. The boy from the second school was directly struck, spitting out blood and falling off the stage. Good. No wonder he is our pride of the first school. Yunjie, I love you. Zhang, divine might. The students from the first school cheered for Zhang Yunjie. The entire venue was boiling. Zhang Yunjie stood proudly on the stage, looking at Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue, pointing at the boy he had knocked off the stage. That will be your fate. Wow, so arrogant. Who is this idiot? Su Xiaoshuang, seeing someone provoking her older brother, couldn't sit still. He defeated his opponent just because his cultivation is higher. What's there to be proud of? The people from the first school were immediately unhappy. Who is this girl to underestimate our Zhang Shun? I don't know, but it seems she is Su Qiu's sister. Oh, no wonder she is so arrogant. Humph, little girl, you don't know your place. Facing a crowd of people pointing fingers at her, Su Xiaoshuan showed no fear, hands on her hips, loudly declaring, did I say anything wrong? If he could instant kill at the same cultivation level, I might think more highly of him. What's there to be proud of defeating someone of a lower level? Isn't it normal for the strong to defeat the weak? Come at me if you disagree. She seemed to challenge the entire audience of first school students alone. Sharp-tongued, terrifyingly strong. Olay laughed heartily upon seeing this. I really like this girl. I'll tell Su Qiu later that I want to claim her for our bull gang. Chapter 33, Is Victory and Defeat Determined? Show yourself, little darling. Summon the white tiger. Su Xiaoshuang challenged the students of the first school alone. The crowd was infuriated by her. Some wanted to take action and drive her out of the venue. A few people slowly emerged behind Su Xiaoshuang, members of the bull gang. Olay rubbed Su Xiaoshuang's head and smiled. Don't be afraid, I am your brother's gang leader. With me here, you can even curse at Duke Zixiao without worry. The innocent victim, Duke Zixiao, widened his eyes. Are you being polite? Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up, her brother's gang leader? With Olay as her support, she felt confident and was not afraid anymore. On the stands, Luo Qingxue looked at Su Xiaoshuang, her expression strange as she glanced at Su Qiu. Your little sister is quite fierce. That's right, she is my sister. Su Qiu grinned. Next up was the fourth round of the arena competition. The winner was a boy from Class 1. From now on, both Class 1 and Class 3 each had 2 students advancing to the top 4. The remaining 11 high schools had completely become mere decorations. Next up was the semi-finals. Semi-final match 1. Su Qiu from Class 3 versus Zhang Yunjie from Class 1. The host announced loudly. This first match made the crowd erupt in excitement. I thought these two would meet in the finals, but I didn't expect them to decide the winner in the semi-finals. Tisk, go Zhang. Show that kid what's what. This is Class 1, let him know how tough it is. Almost all students from Class 1 were cheering for Zhang Yunjie. Under these circumstances, the morale of other competitors would inevitably suffer a huge blow, possibly leading to mistakes in battle. This is the advantage of fighting on home turf. It is also one of Zhang Yunjie's supports. In the crowd, Su Xiaoshuang saw almost everyone cheering for Zhang Yunjie and unwilling to be outdone, shouted, "Go, brother!" But her voice was far too small. Almost drowned out by the chorus of the crowd. You guys, don't just stand there, yell together. Su Xiaoshuang pulled Wang Yan and Ling Jian to shout together. The group glanced at Olay. She smiled, listened to Xiaoshuang, shout louder, don't let anyone look down on our bull gang. After saying that, she took a deep breath and shouted, Su Qiu. If you dare lose, be prepared to eat my big stick. Her roar was like thunder, completely overpowering the whole arena. Su Xiaoshuang stood beside her, her ears buzzing from the shock. She looked at Olay, her eyes full of admiration. Wow. If I had a voice like that, I wouldn't be afraid of losing arguments anymore. This is just a technique of using a certain kind of spiritual power. Once you cultivate properly in the future, you'll naturally understand. Queen Xiongxiao rolled her eyes. After all the effort put into teaching martial skills, meditative techniques, and alchemy, she finally earned some admiration from Su Xiaoshuan with great difficulty. But it was overshadowed by someone's shout? What is Su Xiaoshuan thinking? In the arena, Su Qiu heard Olei's words, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up as he said to Zhang Yunjie, "Did you hear? If I lose, I could be beaten to death." "Humph, too bad, you are bound to lose." Zhang Yunjie huffed lightly, unleashing his second-tier cultivation. He took a step forward and charged at Su Qiu, throwing a punch, using his martial skill. A huge mountain's illusion smashed toward Su Qiu. Grade A martial skill, Mountain Splitter Fist. But Su Qiu was unhurried as he took down the long spear from his back and suddenly thrust it forward. Also an A-grade martial skill, Thunder King Spear. But it was even more overbearing, stronger, and fiercer. Bang! The envisioned mountain created by spiritual power was directly shattered, and the raging thunderous spear light struck Zhang Yunjie, sending him flying. The opponent fell to the arena like a broken kite. For a moment, all the people who had been cheering for Zhang Yunjie were stunned. The principal of Class 1, Duke Zixiao, suddenly stood up from the stands. Peak level A-grade martial skill. This guy actually has such spear skills? A-grade martial skills are incredibly rare. I've never seen such spear skills in Qingyun City. Where on earth did this guy learn them? Even Duke Zixiao, a powerful figure, felt shocked. Let alone other students. No, it can't be. Zhang Yunjie was sent flying by one spear? Is this a joke? It can't be real, can it? Oh my god. Everyone swallowed hard, unwilling to believe what was happening in front of them. On the contrary, Su Xiaoshuan was overjoyed. Did you see that? My brother is the real genius. Now, no one dared to refute her. The battle is not over yet, Olei said, crossing her arms. On the arena, Zhang Yunjie slowly stood up, staring fiercely at Su Qiu. I didn't expect you to have such martial skills. Alright. I'll show you my trump card too. After saying that, a powerful surge of spiritual energy burst out from his body. It was not the rumored second-tier low grade. But, it was the second-tier middle grade. Not only that, he roared, "Come out! Earth Fury Bear!" A yellowish light appeared around him. A tall, armored giant bear appeared on the arena, roaring with a sound that felt like a tangible wave crashing out. The arena cracked with fissures. The powerful aura locked onto Su Qiu. Compared to the massive Earth Fury Bear, Su Qiu seemed somewhat small at that moment. Su Qiu, as far as I know, your Devourer martial soul doesn't have any real attack power. And I am a second-tier middle-grade warrior, plus the Earth Fury Bear. As a first-tier upper grade, what can you use to fight me? I have said, among this generation of martial newcomers, I am the strongest presence. Even if you have an SSS-level martial soul, so what? I will still trample you underfoot. Zhang Yunjie spoke proudly. And he indeed had that capital. The victor is already determined. Prince Zixiao said lightly. The principal of number 1 smiled and said, indeed, your cultivation and strength completely crush him. I don't know how he could lose. Originally confident Su Xiaoshuan, seeing this scene, couldn't help but feel a bit panicked. The Earth Fury Bear was just too terrifying. Its size was like a small mountain. One of its paws was as large as half of Su Qiu's body. On the arena, Su Qiu looked at the Earth Fury Bear in front of him, indeed feeling a bit of pressure, but he didn't panic. Because he also had a trump card. Ding! Facing Zhang Yunjie's Earth Fury Bear in second-tier cultivation, you, who is weaker, have the following choices. 1. Surrender decisively. Keep the Green Mountains and you don't fear the lack of firewood. Reward, a bottle of high-grade gene potion. 2. Fight to the end. Reward, a creation pill. 3. What's a mere Earth Fury Bear? Summon the White Tiger and let them see what a real attack-type martial soul is. Reward, a second-tier cultivation card and $1 million. Seeing the sudden options appear before him, Su Qiu's mouth curved upward. This choice system was truly to his liking. So the Earth Fury Bear, huh? Next, let me show you what true fury is. Su Qiu grinned. A surge of energy erupted from his body, a chilling kill intent spreading out. Show yourself, little treasure. Martial Soul, White Tiger. Show yourself, little treasure. Martial Soul, White Tiger. Faced with the pressure of the Earth Fury Bear, Su Qiu shouted loudly, unleashing an unmatched killing aura from his body. The aura swept across the entire arena. A white light burst forth from him, transforming into the White Tiger Martial Soul in midair. The White Tiger made its debut, letting out a deafening roar. Accompanied by the roar, the killing intent grew increasingly shocking. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. In a daze, they seemed to see the white tiger standing on mountains of corpses and seas of blood, boundless killing intent as if to sweep away heaven and earth. As the white tiger appeared, everyone was unable to sit still. Ole, Prince Zixiao, Luo Qingxue, and all the principals stood up, staring intently at the tall, fierce, and bloodthirsty white tiger on the arena. This is not the devourer martial soul. This is the martial soul white tiger. A white tiger that slaughters heaven and earth. It is also an SSS-level martial soul. He actually has dual martial souls. And they are both SSS level. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard, utterly shocked. One SSS level martial soul is enough to astonish everyone. Not to mention the dual-born SSS level. Such a thing has never happened in history, right? What kind of monster is this? This kid is hiding really deep. Orlai always felt that Su Qiu was hiding some kind of trump card, but never expected that he, like herself, was a dual-born martial soul. But the dual-born martial soul on his side is far more powerful than her own. 2 SSS levels. She had to admit, what a little monster. So this is his true strength. Below the ring, Luo Qingxue's mouth was slightly open, also shocked. She thought that with her SSS-level martial soul, she could compete with Su Qiu, defeat him in the future, and get rid of the title of eternal second place. But unexpectedly, the opponent actually has 2 such martial souls? This is truly terrifying. Zixiao Marquis, principal of the Third Academy, and others were also dumbfounded. But the most confused one was Zhang Yunjie on the ring. He displayed his second-tier middle-level cultivation, summoned the Earth Berserk Bear, thinking victory was assured. Who could have imagined that the opponent actually summoned a white tiger? He could feel that after the white tiger appeared, his Earth Berserk Bear's body started to tremble slightly, as if it was afraid. The white tiger, the fierce white tiger that dominates the world, is undoubtedly the king of beasts. In front of it, what does SSS-level Earth Berserk Bear even mean? Damn it, I don't believe it. I don't believe your white tiger is really SSS level. Dual-born SSS level, such a thing is impossible in this world. Zhang Yunjie shouted angrily. If this is true, then his proud talent would be a joke in front of Su Qiu. He couldn't accept this. Earth Berserk Bear, tear him apart. Zhang Yunjie commanded. Even though the Earth Berserk Bear was afraid, it still forced itself to suppress its fear and roared as it pounced towards the white tiger at the command of its master. Seeing this, Su Qiu casually said, "White tiger, go." The white tiger licked its paw and then walked leisurely towards the Earth Berserk Bear, exuding nothing but nobility and elegance. The Earth Berserk Bear swung a paw at the white tiger. But suddenly the white tiger's figure flashed, disappearing, and in the next second, it appeared above the Earth Berserk Bear, claws slashing down directly. The stone armor on the Earth Berserk Bear was torn apart. Along with its body, it was deeply scratched, thudding down to the ground, while the white tiger stood over the Earth Berserk Bear, looking down at Zhang Yunjie as if a king was inspecting an ant. Instant kill. The white tiger, instant killing the Earth Berserk Bear. No, this is impossible. To be able to instant kill the Earth Berserk Bear. The white tiger before him is indeed a real SSS-level martial soul. This is too exaggerated. How could anyone have dual-born SSS-level martial souls? This is completely incomprehensible. Damn it! Zhang Yunjie growled and charged at the white tiger, throwing a punch with the second-tier martial technique, Mountain Breaking Fist, combined with his second-tier cultivation. But the white tiger, standing on top of the Earth Berserk Bear, saw this little ant daring to strike at it, as if it was enraged, roaring. The roar boomed like thunder, carrying an incomprehensible killing intent. Zhang Yunjie felt an unprecedented shock to his spirit, his internal spiritual power collapsing, and he unexpectedly knelt down uncontrollably. The killing intent of the white tiger shook him. This killing intent, even seasoned warriors might not be able to endure, let alone a martial artist like Zhang Yunjie who has never been on the battlefield. His cultivation might be above Su Qiu and above the current white tiger. But facing the killing intent of the white tiger, he couldn't bear it. As Zhang Yunjie knelt down, the white tiger slowly walked to him and then directly struck out with a paw, sending him flying out of the ring. He fell to the ground, directly fainting. And the Earth Berserk Bear also turned into light spots and disappeared, returning to Zhang Yunjie's body. The whole arena fell into absolute silence. They thought that with Zhang Yunjie showing his second-tier cultivation and summoning the Earth Berserk Bear, victory was assured. Who could have imagined that Su Qiu was even more monstrous? He actually had a dual-born SSS-level martial soul. Summon the white tiger, defeat Zhang Yunjie in seconds. This person is too terrifying. This is my first time seeing a twin SSS-level martial soul. Nonsense, not only have I never seen one, I've never even heard of it. Su Xiaoshuang placed her hands on her hips, extremely excited. Wow, did you see that? This is my brother's true strength. Little Zhang Yunjie, easily handled. This time, no one could refute her. Twin SSS level, too shocking. Your brother's talent is indeed impressive. While twin SSS level is not rare in the galactic star system, it barely qualifies as genius. Even the Queen of Xiao inside Su Xiaoshuan was somewhat surprised. Twin martial souls are rare on Blue Star, but not special in the galactic star system. Forget about twin martial souls, she has seen 3 soul and 4 soul martial souls. But twin SSS level is indeed something. Barely qualifies? My brother is the best in the universe, okay. Su Xiaoshuang rebutted inwardly. The Queen of Xiao was too lazy to argue with this brother complex. In her view, once Su Xiaoshuan left Blue Star and experienced enough of the world, she would naturally understand how insignificant both Su Qiu and the entire Blue Star were compared to the vast galactic star system and the infinite universe. Su Qiu retracted the White Tiger martial soul and stepped down from the arena. The host also came back to his senses in shock. In the first match of the semifinals, Su Qiu from Class 3 wins. No one applauded or cheered. Everyone looked at Su Qiu with complicated expressions. They only felt that this man was unattainable. Only Su Xiaoshuan clapped vigorously, her hands turning red. Below the arena, Luo Qingxue watched Su Qiu. You've hidden deep enough, but this time, I will be the first in the newcomer competition. After she finished speaking, she walked onto the arena. Her opponent was a student from Class 1, a first-tier upper-grade warrior, quite strong. If it weren't for geniuses like Su Qiu, Luo Qingxue, and Zhang Yunjie this year, he might have been the first among newcomers. Thinking of this, the student couldn't help but smile bitterly. He took a deep breath and looked at Luo Qingxue. Come on. Luo Qingxue said nothing, and a cold chill rolled off her body, with intense spiritual power bursting forth. It turned out to be second-tier cultivation. Another second tier. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Luo Qingxue's mouth. Su Qiu, I have my trump card too. Chapter 35, Advancing to Second Tier, Thunder Dragon Martial Soul, First in Competition. Su Qiu looked at Luo Qingxue, who displayed second-tier cultivation on the arena, slightly surprised. She has also advanced to second tier. TSK, worthy of the Luo family, they must have spent a lot of resources. Su Qiu was amazed. Martial arts is a very money-consuming endeavor. Sometimes, the importance of resources can outweigh talent. Without resources, even the best talent is hard to unleash. But with resources plus talent, then it's unbeatable. For example, Luo Qingxue is a vivid example. He could feel that her cultivation was not inferior to Zhang Yunjie's, equally second-tier upper grade. Even without him, Zhang Yunjie would not have gotten first place. Luo Qingxue's cultivation shocked everyone. These 2 SSS-level martial souls are indeed extraordinary. So strong, the others can't compare at all. On the stage, the student facing Luo Qingxue was mentally crushed. Their martial soul was far inferior. Their cultivation level wasn't as strong either. What a joke. I admit defeat. The opponent decisively conceded. The host was not surprised and shouted, in the second match of the semifinals, Luo Qingxue from Class 3 wins. Next, we will have the final match of this competition. It will be Luo Qingxue from Class 3 against Su Qiu from Class 3. The principal of Class 3 in the stands was overjoyed. Oh my, both the first and second places are from our Class 3. We are honored. Achieving such great results, next year's Education Bureau resources will definitely tilt towards their Class 3. Thinking of this, he smiled even more happily. In contrast, the principal of Class 1 was turning the color of liver. So angry. On the arena, Luo Qingxue looked at Su Qiu. Let's settle this once and for all, Su Qiu. I will prove to you that I am now stronger than you. I will defeat you. Then, I will confess to you. Luo Qingxue thought silently, a bit impatiently. Su Qiu looked at her, thinking she wanted to beat him up out of impatience, smiled slightly, and jumped onto the stage. I said it before. With me here, you will always be the eternal second. Let's see after a try. Luo Qingxue said loudly. She summoned her martial soul, the Ice Phoenix. The phoenix soared into the sky, cold air enveloping all directions, powerful and unmatched. Su Qiu also summoned the White Tiger. The 2 SSS-level martial souls clashed head-on, battle intent soaring. Boom! Before the master could speak, the 2 martial souls collided fiercely, killing intent and cold air swept across the arena, powerful spiritual energy fluctuations spreading out. The students in the stands sensed a strong sense of oppression spreading. Those who were closer almost got hurt. These 2 little guys are fighting really fiercely. Oli laughed and stood up, her spiritual power erupting, fingers grasping in the air, barrier martial technique. Green vine shield. As the words fell, suddenly, green vines shot up from the ground, intertwining in the air to form a huge vine ball barrier that enveloped the entire arena. Their attacks were blocked, and there was no need to worry about hurting others anymore. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. This is a barrier martial technique, quite rare.
Yes, it's my first time seeing it too.
This new competition is really exciting. SSS-level martial souls, twin martial souls, barrier martial techniques, these are things we rarely see usually. Prince Zixia glanced at Oliai, more wary than ever. This bull leader's strength is indeed remarkable. The barrier martial technique requires exceptional control over spiritual power, and is one of the hardest martial techniques to learn.
She can actually use it so easily. Inside the barrier,
the white tiger and ice phoenix clashed continuously, cold air and killing intent impacting.
And Luo Qingsno also took action.
With one palm strike, an A-level martial technique, ice spiral palm.
Su Qiu saw this and thrust a spear, lightning interweaving on it.
A-level martial technique, Thunder King Spear.
Boom! The two martial techniques clashed head-on, both sides getting pushed back.
Luo Qingsno said, Su Qiu, your martial technique is also A-level, but it's a pity it's lightning attribute, and your martial soul is not a lightning attribute. Otherwise, you could fully unleash this martial technique's effect. Perhaps you could compare with me now, but unfortunately, you haven't this opportunity. Su Qiu smiled slightly upon hearing this.
Second-tier mid-grade cultivation, you're progressing quite fast. This is the power of money. Luo Qingsno smiled.
Su Qiu heard this, the corner of his mouth curled up, secretly took out the second-tier cultivation card he had just obtained and crushed it, and instantly, a powerful spiritual power erupted from within him. His aura soared steadily.
He broke through the first-tier threshold and stepped into the second tier.
Luo Qingsno was greatly shocked upon seeing this. You actually hid your cultivation.
Everyone gasped.
This guy not only has twin martial souls but also hid his cultivation.
How many trump cards does he actually have? Is he really just a newcomer in martial arts? Ding!
Congratulations to the host for advancing to the second tier. Third martial soul awakened. At this moment, a system notification sound echoed in Su Qiu's mind. The next second, a dragon's roar resounded in his mind, and in a trance, he seemed to see a terrifying thunder dragon exceeding 1,000 meters, flying in dark clouds, surrounded by lines of lightning power. This was his third martial soul.
SSS-level Thunder Dragon.
As the name suggests, a thunder dragon is a terrifying existence that masters the power of thunder. When the thunder dragon martial soul appeared, Su Qiu's eyes sparkled with blue lightning, and his Thunder King spear broke through to its peak.
Reaching perfection.
Luo Qingsno sensed a slight change and felt that Su Qiu in front of her seemed different, but she couldn't pinpoint it. In the crowd, only Su Xiaoshuan's Zhongxiu Empress inside her sensed an unusual wave. He actually has a third martial soul fluctuation? How did this guy awaken another martial soul? Su Xiaoshuan couldn't help but feel even more excited. What? A third martial soul? My brother is really impressive. On the arena, Su Qiu felt the surging spiritual power within him. The corners of his mouth slightly rose, then the long spear in his hand, like a dragon, suddenly thrust out. The spear broke through the air, as if transforming into a ferocious thunder dragon. Luo Qingshuang did not dare to be careless and blocked with all her strength. A palm struck out, and cold air turned into a whirling vortex. But at the moment of contact with Su Qiu's spear, her vortex of cold air exploded with a bang, and the overwhelming force struck her away from the arena. Her inner spiritual power also became chaotic, unable to stabilize her form. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, a figure rushed down from the arena and held her tightly. Then, they landed steadily on the ground. It was Su Qiu who came to her aid at the last moment. The host, seeing this scene, didn't know how to judge for a moment. We can see that Su Qiu and Luo Qingshuang almost fell off the arena at the same time. This situation is quite rare. Who exactly won? Let's leave it to the judging panel. Upon hearing this, there was a chorus of booing. Su Xiaoshuan pouted, my brother came down to save her, how can they not tell who won? Who did they get to host this? Below the arena, Luo Qingshuan was held in Su Qiu's arms, her heart raced like a startled deer, and a layer of pink gradually spread across her face. Su Qiu noticed, why is your face red, did you get hurt? Luo Qingshuang hurriedly pushed away, recalling the ice phoenix into her body, and said, you won again this time, but I won't lose easily next time. She felt a little angry. Damn it. Lost again. If this continues, when can I confess? Su Qiu smiled faintly, alright, I'm always ready. In the end, after the judges' discussion, they unanimously decided that Su Qiu was the winner, becoming the champion of this new talent competition. Su Qiu was not surprised at all. When the principal of the third middle school presented the trophy to him, he directly reached out, where's my high-grade gene potion? This was his main goal for participating in the new talent competition. Chapter 36, Su Xiaoshuan's prepared gift, Beastmen. The principal of the third middle school saw Su Qiu being so direct, his corners twitching slightly as he said, aren't you going to give a speech? I didn't prepare anything. Ahem, so, Su Qiu has won first place in the new talent competition, how does it feel? The principal asked.
No feeling, since it's quite simple. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Damn. How arrogant. Do you have something to say to your opponents? Ah, what is there to say to the defeated? Su Qiu blinked. The principal coughed, giving Su Qiu a sidelong glance. Even though we got first, can't you be a little more modest? You're attracting hatred, and it's hard for me to handle. Su, why don't we encourage them a bit? Alright, defeated opponents, although you all lost to me, it's okay, after all, you won't win in the future either. Work hard, train well, and maybe one day you'll see my back. Su Qiu said seriously to the crowd. Zhang Yunjie and others clenched their fists. Damn, how arrogant. Being a dual soul SSS level is impressive, huh? Seems really impressive. Unlike the furious students from the first middle school, Olay and others laughed heartily. This temper, as expected from someone in my bull gang. Brother, you're mighty. Seeing those who had tightened their fists and might rush up to hit someone, the principal of the third middle school dared not let Su Qiu continue speaking. He quickly took out a set of high-grade gene potions. Su Qiu, this is your prize, take it well. Thank you for your speech, don't say any more next time. Su Qiu rolled his eyes. I didn't want to make a speech in the first place, it was you who insisted. Now that I've spoken, you're not satisfied? Really hard to please. If you had given me the prize earlier, we wouldn't have this situation. The principal took a deep breath. Hold it in. After all, he brought glory to our third middle school. After receiving the prize, Su Qiu did not continue to stay at the first middle school and planned to go home. At the door, he saw a luxury car picking up Luo Qingxuang. A middle-aged man in a suit got out of the car. He noticed Su Qiu's bright eyes and stepped forward, saying, "This must be Su Qiu, indeed a talented person, well-dressed, exceptionally impressive." He immediately showered a series of compliments. "Su Qiu, this is my father," Luo Qingxue said lightly. The head of the Luo family, Luo Long. One of the top authorities in Qingyun City, controlling nearly one-third of the city's economy, and rumored to be a master in martial arts. So it's Uncle Luo, I've heard so much about you. Today, seeing you in person, indeed you possess a great demeanor, vigorous and imposing. Su Qiu said. Ah, well said, well said. No, that's not right. Vigorous and imposing? He's only in his 40s, how can he be called vigorous and imposing? Su Qiu, I've often heard Xiao Mei mention you. If you have time in the future, come visit our Luo family, it's good for young people to exchange more. No problem, I'll visit when I have time. Then I'll be waiting for your visit. Su Qiu left with Su Xiaoshuang and the others. This time they came to cheer him on, so he certainly wouldn't treat them badly, and naturally, he would take them out for a nice meal. Watching their departing figures, Luolong smiled slightly. Indeed a spirited young man. Xiaoxue, you have a good eye. Dad, what do you mean? Do you not like him? Luolong was surprised. Like? When do you plan to confess to him? When I defeat him. Luolong became even more puzzled upon hearing this. Is this how young people play these days? After the new talent competition ended, Su Qiu returned home to continue his cultivation. Occasionally going out on missions to hunt exotic beasts. During battles, he progressed very quickly. Coupled with the advanced gene potion gained from the competition, his cultivation advanced rapidly, soon reaching the upper tier of the second stage. The speed of his progress left people amazed. And one day, as usual, Su Qiu prepared to cook. But he discovered Su Xiaoshuang had actually woken up before him, preparing breakfast for him. He rubbed his eyes and looked out at the sun. The sun didn't rise in the west today, why are you making breakfast for me? Su Qiu asked in confusion. Brother, you forgot, today is your birthday. Oh, I see. Su Qiu suddenly realized. Brother, hurry and eat breakfast. I have a gift for you downstairs, you're going to love it. Su Xiaoshuang said. Is that so? Su Qiu felt a bit excited. After finishing the fried eggs and sausages, along with some buns he bought, he was pulled downstairs by Su Xiaoshuang, and there at the door was a silver-white motorcycle. This motorcycle was full of technological feel, with beautiful lines, just like a piece of art. At first glance, it was clear it was very expensive. Su Qiu was somewhat surprised. This is the gift you prepared for me? Yeah, brother, with this motorcycle, you won't have to take the bus or taxi anymore, it will be much more convenient. Su Xiaoshuang said proudly. This bike must be expensive. Not too expensive, just a little over $1 million. Su Qiu gasped, a little over $1 million. Su Xiaoshuang, what did you do? Where did you get so much money? Brother, I'm not hiding it any longer, I'm coming clean. Actually, I'm already a millionaire, and soon I'll be a billionaire. What happened? I've reached a cooperation with Laojun Pharmaceutical. Su Xiaoshuang briefly explained her collaboration with the pharmaceutical company. Su Qiu was astonished that Empress is really useful. Empress Chung Xiao. Really useful? Isn't she the Empress? Does he think she was useless in his impression before? Humph, with me, the Empress, it's easy to get millions, can he do that? Empress Chung Xiao huffed. Su Qiu sighed, Xiaoshuang, since it's like this, I won't hide it from you any longer. Actually, your brother is already a billionaire. After speaking, he picked up his phone and opened the balance. Su Xiaoshuang took a glance at the long string of zeros, dumbfounded. Brother, where did you get so much money? You didn't go sell yourself, did you? Can selling oneself really get that much money? Su Qiu patted her head. Who do you think your brother is? Just a small move, and isn't hundreds of millions easily within reach? Thank you, system. So, brother, have we really made it big? That's right. Su Qiu grinned, and both siblings couldn't help but feel joy. The tough days of the past seemed like a dream. He hopped on the motorcycle and put on his helmet. Let's go, brother will take you for a spin. V-room. The engine roared to life. Su Qiu sped down the road with Su Xiaoshuang in tow. The two arrived at a mall, ready to buy some items for a birthday celebration. After parking the motorcycle, they started pushing the cart and selecting products. At that moment, a man in ragged clothes stumbled into the mall, rushing toward the meat section. He began to gnaw on raw meat, startling everyone around. Sir, what are you doing? Someone approached to stop him. But he was thrown aside with one push. In the next second, the man's body began to swell, scales emerged from his skin, horns sprouted from his head, and he let out a roar. Then he started attacking people indiscriminately. Beastman, it's a beastman. Damn it, how could a normal person suddenly turn into a beast? Run. Chapter 37, Beastman Experiment, Luo Qingshue's Gift. The suddenly appearing beastman disrupted Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang's plans. Su Qiu pouted, why does it have to be today? He didn't bring a gun, but he wasn't worried at all. From the aura, he judged that this beastman only had the strength of the second stage. Even unarmed, he was more than enough to handle it. Xiaoshuang, just stay back and watch. Su Qiu said. But as soon as he finished speaking, a figure dashed out beside him. It was Su Xiaoshuang. She charged straight in front of the beastman and, with a leap, delivered a flying kick hard to the beastman's head. With incredible force, that kick sent the beastman flying over 10 meters. You disturbed my brother's birthday, you asked for it. Su Xiaoshuang huffed angrily. The kicked beastman roared as it got back up. Although its head was swollen, it still looked remarkably fierce. Su Xiaoshuang shrank back a little. It sure can take a hit. She was only at the first stage, and being able to kick a second stage beastman away was already very impressive, but defeating it entirely was unlikely. Brother, it's up to you. You show off. Su Qiu pouted, then quickly rushed forward, unleashing the fire-roaring fist combined with the white tiger killing intent in a single punch. Bang! The beastman's chest caved in from the blow, and with a splash of blood and flesh, his chest was gruesomely shattered. One punch, kill in seconds. The beastman collapsed to the ground. Scales began to peel away from its body, revealing half a human form underneath. Su Xiaoshuang was startled. Brother, this looks like a person, but why does he look like a beast? Su Qiu furrowed his brows. Is this a beastman experiment? What is a beastman experiment? I read about it in a book. It's an extremely cruel human experiment that transfers beast powers to humans, but those who undergo it often go crazy, being eroded by beastly instincts, turning into neither human nor beast. Yikes, that's terrifying. Su Xiaoshuang shivered as she spoke. Su Qiu nodded slightly. Call the Beast Management Department. Before long, people from the Beast Management Department arrived. Also present was Wang Yan from the Violent Bull Gang. She had come to check after receiving the news, and upon seeing the corpse of the Beastman, she frowned. Xingyun City hasn't seen a Beastman in a long time. Looks like someone is conducting Beastman experiments again, these damn idiots. In addition to the threat of beasts, the human factions were also not peaceful. The upper echelons were full of intrigue, martial arts schools were competing fiercely, and some were even conducting these uncontrollable taboo experiments, trying to harness beast powers. We will investigate this matter thoroughly. Wang Yan said coldly. Su Qiu nodded slightly. If you need help, just come find me. After speaking, he continued shopping for a few items with Su Xiaoshuang. When preparing to leave, Wang Yan saw the motorcycle he was riding and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this bike yours? It looks quite expensive." "Yes, it's a gift from my sister." Su Qiu grinned, feeling quite proud. Wang Yan rolled her eyes. "Go ahead and show off." Sigh. She wanted a caring younger sister too. Watching Su Qiu ride away on his motorcycle, Su Xiaoshuang frowned and said, "Wait, didn't they say this brother and sister come from a poor family? Where did they get the money to buy this motorcycle? It must cost hundreds of thousands." She wandered around various luxury goods. When it came to expensive items, she was quite perceptive. That motorcycle looked expensive no matter how you looked at it. But she shook her head, didn't think too much more, and returned to report the matter of the beastmen. In a laboratory base, an old man with white hair and a lab coat was staring at the data on the screen, his brow furrowed, still no way to fully integrate. A man in black approached and said, "Doctor, Subject 73 caused a disturbance in the mall, the hunting team likely knows about our existence. A bunch of useless fools. Can't even capture a single test subject." The white-haired old man snorted coldly and then said, "Quickly prepare for the final experiment, and retreat from here as soon as possible. Yes, here's the latest list of test subjects." The man in black handed a roster to the old man. The old man flipped through a few pages. "The martial soul levels of the test subjects are too low, if only we had high-level martial souls for the experiment." At that moment, an angry voice interrupted, "My dad has spent so many years having you conduct experiments, and yet you've made no progress at all. A bunch of useless fools." "Yes, young Master Yunjie." The man in black spoke at the sight. The old man pondered for a moment, then smiled at Zhang Yunjie. "Young Master Yunjie, in fact, our experiment has made considerable progress." "Oh, what progress?" "By integrating the powers of the exotic beasts, we can enhance a warrior's strength tenfold." "Even more," the old man replied. Zhang Yunjie's eyes lit up. "Really? If power could be enhanced tenfold, then he wouldn't have to fear Su Qiu anymore? He could surely regain the face lost in the newcomer competition." "Yes, but this experiment requires high-level martial soul holders as support, otherwise, it may easily spiral out of control," the old man said with a smile. "High-level martial souls? What, do you want me to become your test subject?" Zhang Yunjie sneered. He wasn't foolish enough to play with his own life. The young master is a treasure, naturally cannot be a test subject. However, aren't there quite a few high-level martial soul holders at the Zhixiao Martial Arts School where young master is? If we could invite them for the experiment, I would further perfect the experimental data and create the most perfect beastman potion, the white-haired old man said fervently. Zhang Yunjie showed a thoughtful expression upon hearing this. "Okay, I'll arrange this. I hope you won't disappoint me," Zhang Yunjie said with a light snort. "Rest assured, young master." "Brother, you have a package." Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang had just returned home after buying a cake when the delivery arrived. Su Qiu was stunned. "I didn't buy anything." "Ah, I didn't buy anything either? Then who sent it?" The siblings exchanged glances at the delivery box. "It wouldn't be a bomb, would it? They always show that in movies," Su Xiaoshuang said. "Watch fewer spy movies." Su Qiu rolled his eyes. But this package indeed piqued their curiosity. Su Qiu carefully opened the delivery box, while Su Xiaoshuang ran to the door, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. The delivery box opened. Inside was a watch. The watch looked very delicate and luxurious, with a card placed beside it. "Happy birthday." Su Qiu was taken aback. Who sent this?" He picked up the card to take a look. The handwriting was neat. It inexplicably gave him a sense of familiarity. "Wow. Brother, this watch must cost quite a bit." Su Xiaoshuang picked up the watch, took a photo, and searched online, gasping in shock. "Brother, this watch has only 10 limited editions worldwide. The price hundreds of thousands. 8 million. She was so scared that her hand shook, and the watch fell straight down. Su Qiu quickly caught it. Wow, it was his first time seeing a watch worth 8 million. Who would give him such an expensive watch? Who around him was so rich? Suddenly, a name floated into his mind. Luo Qinxue. Looking again at the handwriting on the card, no wonder he found it familiar. Wasn't this Luo Qinxue's writing? Having been in the same class and spent so much time together, he of course had seen her handwriting. Chapter 38, Luo Qinxue's birthday party. Only Luo Qinxue could give such a gift, but how did she know it was my birthday and gave me a present? Could she have feelings for me? Su Qiu rubbed his chin and thought secretly. It didn't seem impossible. After all, he was quite handsome. Beside him, Su Xiaoshuang guessed something. Brother, the Luo family is the first family in Qingyin City. Why don't you just marry in? What are you thinking? Su Qiu gave her a light tap on the head. He put the watch away, opened the class group, clicked on Luo Qinxue's profile to request to add her as a friend, and soon it was accepted. He took a picture of the watch and sent it to Luo Qinxue. Did you send this? Yes. Why give me this? It's too expensive. Su Qiu, you are my rival. This watch is my respect for you. We have a long way to go, I will surpass you. Su Cho. Giving a rival such an expensive watch? How does this woman think? No matter what, this gift is too expensive. I can't accept it. I'll send it back to you. Su Cho texted. You can't send it back. My Luo family doesn't lack this little money. Wear it well, or you'll be looking down on me. After saying that, Luo Qingxue sent a series of bloody knife emojis. Su Cho smiled helplessly, thought for a moment, and decided to keep it. The Luo family was indeed quite wealthy. At worst, when her birthday came, he would just give her a more expensive gift. After all, he didn't lack money either. In the Luo family. To outsiders, the aloof Luo Qingxue was now rolling on a pink big bed, hiding her face in a pillow, her cheeks flushed. Did I give such an expensive gift, and my intentions too obvious? He wouldn't have found out that I like him, would he? Does he like me too? What if he confesses to me? How do I politely accept him? Wouldn't saying yes directly seem not very reserved? Owie, what should I do? She rolled on the bed, feeling a little disappointed when she saw Su Chiu hadn't messaged her again. At this moment, she heard Luo Long's voice outside the door. Xiao Shui, your birthday is in a few days. How do you plan to arrange it? Will it be like before? Luo Qingxue wanted to say yes, but suddenly thought of something. I want to hold a birthday party and invite some people. Luo Long was slightly taken aback. Knowing that previously, Luo Qingxue didn't like extravagance, and her birthdays were spent at home, why did she suddenly want to hold a birthday party? Some people to invite. He thought of something and a playful smile appeared on his face. You want to invite Su Chiu to our house, right? Luo Qingxue nodded with a red face. Okay, no problem. Dad will arrange it for you. Dad, please invite more people. I don't want him to know that I'm holding this birthday party just to invite him. Okay, also quite reserved. Birthday party? Su Chiu looked at the invitation from the Luo family, slightly taken aback. He had just celebrated his birthday, and next was Luo Qingxue's birthday. What a coincidence. However, having just received such an expensive gift from Luo Qingxue, now that it was her birthday, he naturally had no reason not to go. Luo Qingxue's birthday? Brother, can I go too? Su Xiaoshuang asked brightly upon seeing the invitation. I'll ask. Su Chiu nodded and then inquired Luo Qingxue. The answer was no problem. Since we're going to celebrate a birthday, we certainly can't go empty-handed, so we need to prepare a gift. Su Chiu said. Ding. Facing Luo Qingxue's birthday invitation, you have the following choices. 1. Don't go. What does a mere Luo family count for? I, the future supreme of the 10th tier, disdain to participate. Reward, 10 bottles of advanced gene potion. 2. It's a classmate's birthday, of course I have to go join the fun. Reward, the martial arts spirit tool, Tears of the Sea God necklace. Su Chiu, of course, did not hesitate to choose the second option. Instantly, a blue necklace appeared in his system space, adorned with an incredibly beautiful sapphire. He toyed with it for a while. Martial arts spirit tool. I don't even know what this thing is useful for, whatever, just take it as a gift. This necklace looked feminine. It wouldn't be very appropriate for a big man like him to wear. Besides, he already had a blue spirit necklace. Wow, what a beautiful necklace. Su Xiaoshuang was amazed to see the Tears of the Sea God suddenly appear in Su Chiu's hand. Is this the gift you prepared, brother? Su Chiu nodded, looking at Su Xiaoshuang's envious gaze. He took off the blue spirit necklace he was wearing. Xiaoshuang, this necklace is for you. Ha? Why are you giving me a necklace out of the blue? This is a martial arts spirit tool, it can store spirit energy. However, this necklace is useless to me now. It's just right for you to wear while you're starting your practice. Su Chiu said. He has the Taotai martial soul, and his speed of devouring spirit energy was becoming increasingly terrifying. The spirit energy stored in this blue spirit necklace wasn't even enough for him to consume. It's better to give it to Su Xiaoshuang, who just started her practice. Thank you, big brother. Su Xiaoshuang joyfully put on the necklace. However, the empress in her mind, the Joshio empress, furrowed her brows slightly as she looked at the Tears of the Sea God. This necklace is not simple. With her empress-level vision, she could naturally see the effects contained in the Tears of the Sea God, making her even more astonished by Su Chiu. Where did this kid get such a treasure? He even gave it as a gift. This guy sure has too many secrets. A mere second-tier warrior of Blue Star. Yet he repeatedly astonished her, the empress. Su Chiu, an interesting man. Soon it was the day of Luo Qingxue's birthday party.
As the daughter of the head of the first family in Qingshan City, the Luo family's birthday banquet naturally attracted many upper-class celebrities. They gathered in the Luo family's villa, chatting in groups of 2 or 3, sometimes discussing business worth several billion.
At the villa entrance, the Luo family's butler was welcoming the guests. Su Qiu rode a motorcycle, carrying Su Xiaoshuang as they arrived. They found a spot to park. Seeing one luxury car after another, each worth hundreds of thousands to millions, he couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Su Xiaoshuang, looking at her casual outfit and Su Qiu's as well, couldn't help but imagine a scenario where they would be stopped. Big brother, do you think we'll be stopped trying to attend the Luo family's birthday banquet like this, and that Luo Qingxue will have to come out to save us, a scene of showing off and slapping faces?
Su Xiaoshuang said expectantly.
We have an invitation, what are you afraid of? Oh. Su Xiaoshuang felt a little disappointed.
The two walked towards the entrance.
Su Qiu said to Su Xiaoshuang, take out the invitation. Brother, isn't it with you? I left it on the table, didn't I ask you to bring it? Ah, I didn't hear that. Su Xiaoshuang, you're not doing this on purpose, are you?
Su Qiu said, the corner of his mouth twitching.
Could this girl really not bring the invitation just to show off and slap faces? He thought, with Su Xiaoshuang's personality, it wasn't impossible.
Su Xiaoshuang was about to cry without tears. Brother, I really didn't hear that.
Should I send a message to Luo Qingxue and let her come out to greet us? This is Su, right? Come, please go in.
The butler saw Su Qiu and immediately brightened up and stepped forward before Su Qiu could send a message.
Chapter 39, Gift-Giving Segment, Zhang Yunjie's Purpose. Su Qiu looked at the butler, curious, and asked, you know me? Su is quite the prominent figure in Qingshan City, of course, I know. As the Luo family's butler, he had seen a lot.
Occasionally, I also help Luo Long investigate some characters, like Su Qiu, an SSS-level martial soul owner. How could I not investigate him, especially since he is the one Miss has a crush on?
It turns out I am already this famous. Su Qiu scratched his head, we forgot to bring the invitation. This is nothing, come on in. Thank you. Su Qiu entered the Luo family home with Su Xiaoshuang. As soon as they entered, both were amazed by the luxurious Luo family villa.
Garden, swimming pool, palace-like architecture.
Brother, why do I feel like this is a royal palace? Cough, calm down, calm down.
Su Qiu said lightly, secretly telling himself that he is now also a person of importance. These things are nothing, absolutely nothing.
Entering the Luo family's hall.
What greeted their eyes were the brilliantly designed chandeliers and rows of servants and maids wearing white scarves. They moved through the banquet, presenting fresh food and fine wine. In the crowd, well-dressed people, looking like successful individuals, gathered together, chatting and laughing. Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang, dressed in casual clothes, stood out in this setting, attracting quite a bit of attention. Brother, are you sure this is just a birthday party and not a gathering of business tycoons?
Su Xiaoshuang asked. Stay calm. Su Qiu said lightly. Some people noticed the Su siblings and their eyes showed surprise.
They began to whisper among themselves. Who are these two young people, dressed so casually?
They must be classmates of Miss Luo. Amidst the crowd, a sharp voice broke out, oh, isn't this the first place from the newcomer competition? Didn't expect you to come to Miss Luo's birthday party.
But, TSK, aren't you dressed too casually?
Li Ziang stepped forward.
Su Qiu glanced over, oh, I thought who it was, turns out it's my defeated opponent. You look rather dapper yourself.
You? Li Ziang wanted to retort, but a man next to him chuckled and said, this must be Su Qiu, right?
My son had some conflicts with you at school, I hope you won't hold it against him.
Li Ziang was stunned, Dad, you. Xiaoyang quickly apologized to Su's classmate. Why? Listen to me.
The man said with a stern face.
Li Ziang reluctantly looked at Su Qiu, I'm sorry. Su Qiu was somewhat puzzled, why was Li Ziang's father so eager to curry favor with him?
But then, not just Li Ziang's father, people around began to approach Su Qiu, greeting him. He suddenly became the center of attention in the whole place.
Su Qiu quickly understood. Because of talent. These people, no matter how rich, how powerful, what does it matter? I am an SSS-level martial soul.
Given time, I can become a noble, become a king. Even that top-tier 10-stage supreme being on Blue Star.
By then, so-called power and money would just be fleeting smoke. Even if I haven't grown up yet, these people will still want to curry favor with me. After all, once I grow, they won't have the chance to do so. TSK tisk.
Su Xiaoshuang looked at Su Qiu, who was surrounded by everyone, feeling a bit proud, and then found a place to eat food.
There are so many things she has never tried before. Soon. Luo Qingxue made a dazzling entrance.
She wore a white evening gown, her figure graceful, her features exquisite, her aura cool, as if she were a fairy descended from the moon. Many young men felt their hearts race, imagining how wonderful it would be to be with her in a romantic relationship. Luo Qingxue also noticed Su Qiu in the crowd, her eyes brightened, and she quickened her pace, walking toward him.
You came. You invited me, how could I not come?
You look beautiful today, Su Qiu sincerely complimented.
I have always been beautiful. Everyone looked at Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue. Suddenly, they thought of the 4 words, outstanding couple. 2 SSS-level martial souls. They are quite a match. TSK, if Su Qiu becomes the son-in-law of the Luo family, the status of the Luo family will become even more solid, and they might even become one of the top families in Dasang. Yes.
But I heard that these two have been rivals recently.
Rivals? It's just a little playful banter between a couple.
At this moment, Zhang Yunjie walked over and looked at Luo Qingxue with a smile. Miss Luo, with your ethereal beauty, I have prepared a gift for you.
He clapped his hands. Suddenly, someone came up holding a beautiful box. The box opened. Inside was a sword. The sword glowed with a water blue light, clearly extraordinary.
An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit saw the sword and immediately approached, exclaiming, "This sword is a martial arts spiritual weapon."
Upon hearing the words martial arts spiritual weapon, the crowd gasped in surprise.
It is well known that even the most ordinary martial arts spiritual weapon costs tens of millions or even up to $1 billion. From the material and the fluctuations of spiritual energy, this should be a low-grade martial arts spiritual weapon, valued at around 80 million on the market. The elderly man in the Zhongshan suit explained. Martial arts spiritual weapons are divided into low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, superb, and super superb.
The high-grade martial arts spiritual weapons are already very rare in Qingyun City. 99% of warriors cannot even afford spiritual weapons. Warriors without weapon souls can only buy some alloy weapons.
This gift is too precious, I cannot take it.
Luo Qingxue glanced at it and said. But Zhang Yunjie smiled and said, it's just a small token of my appreciation. Besides, how can one take back a gift once given? Xiaoxue, since it is the goodwill of young Master Zhang, just accept it.
Luo Long stepped forward with a smile.
Hearing her father's words, Luo Qingxue nodded slightly. Then thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Zhang Yunjie then looked at Su Qiu. I wonder what gift Brother Su plans to give Miss Luo?
As soon as he spoke, everyone understood why Zhang Yunjie had come forward to present a gift.
It was to mock Su Qiu.
According to what they knew, although Su Qiu was exceptionally talented, his family background was not great, and he couldn't afford to give anything of high value. Not to mention that it could be compared to Zhang Yunjie's martial arts spiritual weapon. Luo Qingxue frowned, realizing Zhang Yunjie's trick, and smiled at Su Qiu. You can give me your gift later, let me show you around first.
What, does Brother Su have a gift that can't be shown? Zhang Yunjie pressed on. Who says my brother's gift can't be shown?
At this moment, Su Xiaoshuang stepped out in dissatisfaction. She held a cake she had taken from somewhere, munching on it while pulling out a beautiful box from her pocket. This is my brother's gift.
Su Qiu was slightly stunned, wondering what that beautiful box was. How did he not know beforehand? What was Su Xiaoshuang up to again? What is that? By the packaging, could it be a ring? TSK, giving a ring in public? Is this a proposal?
Chapter 40, Su Xiaoshuang successfully shows off, Tears of the Sea God.
Luo Qingxue was also taken aback when she saw the beautiful box. No, it couldn't really be a ring, could it? Wouldn't that be too fast?
After all, she and Su Qiu were still very young.
Should they get engaged first?
A series of thoughts flashed through Luo Qingxue's mind as she saw Su Xiaoshuang walk up to her with a sweet smile. Sister Luo, this is a gift from my brother to you. She opened the beautiful box.
Inside was surprisingly a pill.
The pill was crimson red, glowing faintly.
A refreshing fragrant aroma wafted from it. What kind of pill is this?
Seeing it was not a ring, Luo Qingxue felt a slight disappointment, but she was soon captivated by the pill itself. Having come from the Luo family, she had seen and consumed many pills after becoming a warrior, but she had never seen the one Su Xiaoshuang brought out.
This is a 4th-rank Zhao Yuan pill. It can rapidly increase spiritual power.
Su Xiaoshuang said.
A 4th-rank pill.
As soon as those 4 words came out, the crowd was astonished. Pills are classified from 1st to 9th rank, and the 3rd grade Zhaoyuan Dan is already very rare in Qingyun City. Generally speaking, it can be compared to a martial arts spiritual weapon.
And the 4th grade.
Generally, a martial arts spiritual weapon probably can't compare. Beside him, Zhang Yunjie snorted disdainfully. I know about Zhaoyuan Dan, this medicine is at most 3rd grade, and it was just released by the Lao Jun Pharmaceutical Company not long ago.
Where did you get this 4th grade Zhaoyuan Dan? It can't be a fake, right? Do you have a certificate? Hearing this, everyone finally snapped back to reality. Yeah. Jiaoyuan has always been one of the signature medicines of the Laojun Pharmaceutical Company. The highest has only been 3rd grade.
They have never heard of a 4th grade Jiaoyuan. Oh, the 3rd grade Jiaoyuan you're talking about is one I helped improve at Laojun Pharmaceutical Company not long ago, Su Xiaoshuang said calmly. Zhang Yunjie found it even more amusing, and he believed that this girl's medicine must be fake. How could a little kid help improve a medicine?
Is this an international joke? The others couldn't help but laugh either. How dare this girl say such a thing? Is she not ashamed? How can she tell such a flimsy lie?
Indeed, a girl is just a girl, unaware of the bigger picture. How can Su Qiu have such a younger sister? While everyone found it amusing, an elderly man in a white suit, full of spirit, stepped forward, and someone recognized him. It's Senior Bai, the chief pharmacist of Laojun Pharmaceutical. Tut, he must be here to expose this girl's lie. Yeah, after all, it concerns the reputation of their own company.
But Senior Bai calmly said, I can prove that what Miss Su said is true. The medicine in her hand is indeed a 4th grade Jiaoyuan. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Senior Bai, do you want to listen to what you're saying? You can say such a lie too?
She is just a girl. But some people who knew Senior Bai understood his character. He had never engaged in deceit, especially in his professional field.
Some people already started to sweat. Especially Li Ziang and Xiao Mei.
They suddenly remembered encountering Su Xiaoshuang being taken away by Laojun Pharmaceutical Company not long ago.
Could it be true what she said? How is this possible?
Senior Bai continued, furthermore, please allow me to reintroduce Miss Su. She is a pharmaceutical consultant and shareholder hired by Laojun Pharmaceutical Company.
The recently released 3rd grade Jiaoyuan was improved by Miss Su.
Additionally, the 4th grade Jiaoyuan in her hand was also refined by her. It is a medicine that our company plans to release next. I guarantee with my professional qualifications that it is absolutely genuine. Its effect is more than 10 times that of the 3rd grade Jiaoyuan.
After his speech, everyone was dumbfounded.
The way they looked at Su Xiaoshuang suddenly changed.
Pharmaceutical consultant? Shareholder of Laojun Pharmaceutical? Pharmacist refining 4th grade medicines?
Any of these identities could scare someone to death. Yet they were all concentrated on a little girl.
Wow! What kind of prodigy are the Su siblings?
The older brother has a double SSS-level martial spirit, and the younger sister is a rare talent in refining medicine. The future of these two is unimaginable. Luo Qingsno also looked at Su Xiaoshuang in shock.
This girl actually has such ability. Su Qiu was also a bit dazed. He thought she only sold a formula to Laojun Pharmaceutical Company. He didn't expect this girl to have so many achievements behind his back. He remembered that Su Xiaoshuang had indeed been leaving early and returning late these days. He thought she was just out playing with classmates, but she was actually building a career. Su Xiaoshuang enjoyed the shocked and disbelieving looks of everyone. She felt one word in her heart. Cool. She couldn't help but reveal a Dragon King-like smile.
Sister Luo, this medicine is for you. I hope you and my brother become a couple and have 100 years of happiness. Su Xiaoshuang said. Before she finished, Su Qiu covered her mouth. He awkwardly smiled. Children don't understand, they talk nonsense. But Luo Qingxue smiled, patted Su Xiaoshuang's head. Thank you, little sister Xiaoshuang, I will accept this pill. In the future, you can come to the Luo house to play anytime you have free time.
Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up, pulling Su Qiu's hand away. Can I eat cake and snacks freely when I come?
Of course. I have 4 masters at home who make cakes and desserts. You can come anytime you want to eat.
Luo Qingxue said. Oh yeah.
No, this doesn't count. Zhang Yunjie looked at Su Qiu and said, this gift was given by your sister, not you. Everyone looked at him and couldn't help but shake their heads.
Does this matter?
A 4th-tier pill, even if not personally given by Su Qiu, was definitely given by his sister out of consideration for him.
In a way, it was equivalent to him giving it. Moreover, the potential talents of the Su siblings are too outrageous. Being able to connect with them is already the best gift.
Zhang Yunjie was making it so difficult, truly lacking in sense. Seeing the dark expression on Zhang Yunjie's face, Su Qiu shook his head. You are right, this pill was given by my Xiaoshuang, not me.
This is the gift I gave. Su Qiu took out a box and opened it.
Tears of the Sea God appeared before everyone, and at the moment it appeared, the surrounding aura rippled in circles, with a deep blue light flowing out. Luo Qingxue's internal spiritual power unconsciously started to operate. Her martial soul resonated involuntarily with the tears of the Sea God.
Such an occurrence caused everyone to gasp in surprise. This is attribute resonance. This necklace is also a martial spirit artifact. Moreover, it is a martial spirit artifact that is very compatible with Luo Qingxue. Among the crowd, it was not only Luo Qingxue who resonated with the tears of the Sea God.
There was also Xiao Mei. Her martial soul was also the water attribute Sea King Trident, and at this moment, looking at the tears of the sea god, she just felt her martial soul leap with desire. She knew that if she could obtain the tears of the sea god, her cultivation would definitely go smoothly and her achievements would far exceed the present.
But unfortunately, this was a gift for Luo Qingxue, not for her. At this moment, her heart couldn't help but fill with regret once again. If she hadn't been so cruel back then and hadn't broken up with Su Chou, would this Tears of the Sea God necklace have belonged to her? Thinking of this, she felt like crying without tears, her insides twisted with regret. Chapter 41, After all, she is my wife, I will work hard to cultivate this spirit artifact. The moment he saw the Tears of the Sea God, the old man in the Zhongshan suit rushed over to examine it closely, even pulling out a magnifying glass. He looked mesmerized. Art, this is simply art. I have never seen such a perfect martial spirit artifact. This martial spirit artifact is at least a top-quality one. Top-quality martial spirit artifact? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed drastically. A top-quality martial spirit artifact is worth at least 10 billion. Moreover, the old man in the Zhongshan suit even used such adjectives at a minimum. The value of this item is definitely not that of an ordinary top-quality martial spirit artifact. Everyone was confused. Didn't they say that the Su siblings come from a poor family? Why did Su Chou present a top-quality martial spirit artifact right off the bat? Su Chou was also a bit surprised. He did not expect the tears of the sea god to be so precious. Nephew, this is too precious. At this moment, Luo Long couldn't sit still. He could accept Zhang Yunjie's martial spirit artifact. After all, a low-quality martial spirit artifact is not a burden for the Luo family. But the tears of the sea god is different. As far as he knew, top-quality martial spirit artifacts start at least at 10 billion, and this is merely the price. The key is that this item is priceless in the market. In other words, even if one has 10 billion, one might not be able to buy this spirit artifact. Even the Luo family would find it hard to come across such a treasure. If they accepted it, they would owe a great favor. He was astonished. This little guy, when he does make a move, is astonishing. To gift such an item. Wow, if he takes this, won't he have to treat the entire Luo family as a dowry and package it up to send away when he marries his daughter? Ha, since I've given this item away, I won't take it back. Moreover, this magical instrument is very compatible with Luo Qingsno, and it can truly shine in her hands. Luo Qingsno, accept it, Su Chou said with a smile. Although the value of the tear of the sea god is somewhat beyond imagination. But he does not feel heartbroken at all. After all, he got this treasure without any effort. He came to this birthday party, and the system rewarded him with it. It was like a free gift. Since it was free, why would he feel heartbroken about giving it away again? But to others, it looked different. Giving away a martial arts magical instrument worth over 10 billion as a birthday gift, to say that Su Chou had no thoughts about Luo Qingsno. They wouldn't believe it. They must be a couple in private. Anyway, she's my own wife, so it's reasonable to give her this. Yes, the Luo family is going to become even more powerful, having 2 SSS-level soul possessors, one of whom is a dual SSS-level. Not to mention, there's also Su Xiaoshuang, this genius in medicine. The crowd whispered among themselves. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunjie beside them had an extremely ugly expression. What is going on? A top-level martial arts magical instrument worth 100 billion? Why could Su Chou take out such an item? In comparison, the magical instrument he gave was completely crushed by it. It was hardly worth mentioning. Thank you. Luo Qingsno pondered for a moment, accepted the tear of the sea god, and then she thought of something and said, "Can you put it on for me?" Luo Qingsno, what are you saying? How can you be so direct? So inappropriate. Luo Qingsno was screaming inside, her heart racing. But she tried her best to control her expression, appearing calm. Su Chou was also slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and he smiled, saying, "Glad to serve." He picked up the tear of the sea god, walked behind Luo Qingsno, who had tied her hair up, revealing her delicate, white neck. As Su Chou put the necklace on her, he inevitably touched her skin, soft as cream. Feeling Su Chou's touch, Luo Qingsno trembled slightly. Everyone around looked at Su Chou putting the tear of the sea god on Luo Qingsno, and couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, "Is this an engagement? This must be an engagement, right?" Many women around looked at Luo Qingsno, enviously jealous. Especially Xiao Mei, who felt regret while also becoming mad with jealousy. Then she glanced at Li Xiang beside her. Compared to Su Chou, he was nothing. How could she have been so foolish to break up back then? She hated it, she regretted it. But all of this was now a done deal. Not bad, it complements each other well. Su Chou looked at Luo Qingsno wearing the necklace, smiling in satisfaction.
She was originally a cool and beautiful school flower, and now with this necklace, it was as if the person and the necklace echoed each other. The necklace made her even more beautiful and extraordinary. Luo Long felt an impulse to cry, pulling the sleeve of the butler to wipe his tears. Jingsno has finally found a good home. Su Qiu's mouth twitched slightly. Hey. Uncle, what are you talking about? I just gave a gift, that's all. We are innocent. The other guests also cooperated and began to clap. Those who didn't know would think they were attending an engagement ceremony, just witnessing the groom putting a ring on the bride. Su Qiu felt embarrassed, his toes digging into the ground. No way. Did these people misunderstand something? And Luo Qingsno, why are you blushing like that? Quickly explain yourself, hey. Thank you all for attending my birthday. Please, make yourselves comfortable, and if there's anything lacking in hospitality, please forgive me. Luo Qingsno said to the crowd. The crowd certainly wouldn't feel there was any lack of hospitality. On the contrary. They felt that coming today was worth it. Firstly, they learned that the Laojun pharmaceutical company would soon release a new pill, and they also learned about Su Xiaoshuang being the new pharmaceutical consultant. Su Qiu saw a high-quality martial arts spiritual weapon. The birthday party continued. Su Xiaoshuang followed by Luo Qingshue's side, calling her sister Luo with every breath, constantly eating and drinking, looking completely lost in joy. Luo Qingxue also cherished her, treating her like a younger sister. By the way, Su Qiu, the new talent competition has ended, what are your plans next? Luo Qingxue asked. I will stay in the hunting team for now, hunting alien beasts, then I will go participate in the martial arts exam and further my studies at a martial arts university. Su Qiu said. That's pretty much what I thought. Which martial arts university do you want to go to? I haven't decided yet. I want to go to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, that's ranked first in the country. If possible, I want to go with you, Luo Qingxue said. Then she coughed twice. Don't get me wrong, I mean, if you come along, I can continue to find chances to challenge you. I think so too, I will consider it carefully. Su Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes beside them. These two. One is a tsundere, the other is a dense guy. I really don't know when they will break that window paper and get together. After the birthday party, Su Qiu prepared to leave with Su Xiaoshuang. Luo Qingxue and Luo Long personally came out to see them off. Watching the motorcycle drive away, Luo Qingxue felt a little regretful. She initially wanted Su Qiu to stay overnight. But she felt it was too forward, and some things were hard to say. I should have been more straightforward. Luo Qingxue murmured. Beside her, Luo Long patted her shoulder. Xiaoxue, a genius like Su Qiu is too rare, you can't keep being so reserved. Otherwise, others will get ahead of you. Luo Qingxue took a deep breath and said firmly, I will practice hard, striving to defeat him as soon as possible, and confess to him. Chapter 42, The Alien Beast Human Li Ziang, the Sea God Inheritor Luo Qingxue. Su Qiu rode a motorcycle carrying Su Xiaoshuan home. But on the way, a red sports car suddenly sped up behind them, rolling down its window to reveal a familiar face to Su Qiu. It was Li Ziang. Looking at Su Qiu, a hint of malice appeared in his eyes. He actually drove the sports car straight toward him. Su Qiu reacted quickly, dodging to the side and then hitting the brakes to stop on the road, his gaze gradually turning cold. Li Ziang's actions just now could be considered attempted murder. How bold he must be. To seek death. If it were just him, he wouldn't be this angry. But he was carrying Su Xiaoshuang. If the other party dared to treat him like this, who knows if next time they would target Su Xiaoshuang when he wasn't around, endangering her safety. For the first time, he felt a strong murderous intent towards someone. Li Ziang also stopped by the roadside, got out of the car, and looked at Su Qiu with a smile. Oh, Su University God, you've been doing quite well recently, even driving such an expensive motorcycle worth over $1 million. Xiaoshuan, wait here. Su Qiu got out of the car. Bro, should we call the police? No need, I'll handle it. Call the police? Li Ziang could easily say it was an accident, and with the Li family and the Zishou martial arts school's influence in Qingyun City, most likely nothing would happen. That was not the outcome Su Qiu wanted. What he wanted now was the other party's life? Seeing the murderous intent erupting in Su Qiu's eyes, Li Ziang not only did not feel scared, but instead had an excited expression. You're angry, huh? All this time, you've been indifferent to me, and now you're actually this angry. Alright, Su Qiu, let's settle this today. Li Ziang laughed loudly. In the next second, he summoned his martial spirit, the Snow Wolf King. The Snow Wolf King let out a roar and charged at Su Qiu. Su Qiu stood still, throwing a punch. Bang! The Snow Wolf King was sent flying. He found it a bit strange. How could Li Ziang be so bold to attack despite such a large gap between their strengths?
The other person's emotions were a bit off. So excited, as if they had taken drugs. Could it really be that they were high on drugs? Suqiu secretly thought. But this had nothing to do with him. Now, he only wanted the other person's life. Ha, Sushin's strength is truly extraordinary. In that case, let's see this. Li Ziang shouted. Suddenly, his body swelled rapidly, covered by layers of scales. He transformed into a half-human, half-beast monster. The spiritual power on his body combined with the strength of the strange beast, emitting a violent aura, and with one foot stumped the ground, creating a large pit. Whoosh! Li Ziang's figure shot out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Suqiu and launched a punch. Suqiu raised his hand to block, feeling a huge force transferring over, and he staggered back several steps, surprised. Strange beast man? He never expected that Li Ziang had actually transformed into a strange beast man. No wonder he dared to come after him. It turned out he thought he had mastered the power of the strange beasts and could deal with him. Suqiu! Where's your white tiger? Bring it out to play with me. Ha ha ha, you know me, the current me is terrifyingly strong. Li Ziang laughed heartily. Suqiu grasped his incoming punch with his hand, his face cold. You are not qualified to make me summon my martial soul. Terrifyingly strong? Ridiculously absurd. During the martial arts tournament, he had made huge progress in his cultivation. Now he was already upper second tier, close to the third tier. This Li Ziang was merely upper first tier. Even if his strength increased tenfold, he wasn't his opponent. How could this happen? Li Ziang's expression changed. He felt his punch was held by Suqiu, unable to move at all. The other party actually had such strength? Did he really not stand a chance even with the power of strange beasts? No. Li Ziang was unwilling, roaring with all his might. But Suqiu remained unmoved, his left hand gripping Li Ziang's fist, his right hand clenched into a fist, flames ignited, and with all his strength, he struck out. Boom! Li Ziang's chest was hit, caving in. His whole body was sent flying, rolling on the ground for several rounds. This punch broke several of his ribs, causing him to collapse on the ground and continuously spit blood, while Suqiu slowly walked over, his expression indifferent. Li Ziang looked at Suqiu with a mournful face. Sushin, I was wrong, please spare me, I won't dare to trouble you again. Next life. Suqiu, you can't kill me. Killing is against the law. Oh, I'm not killing a person, I'm killing a strange beast. Suqiu said lightly, punching Li Ziang on the head. Bang! The other party's head burst open, dying on the spot. Suqiu snorted softly, then took out his phone and made a call. Hey, brother Lin, I discovered a strange beast man. Not long after. Lin Jian arrived at the scene. Looking at Li Ziang's corpse, he frowned. Suqiu, do you know him? His name is Li Ziang, from the Zhixiao martial arts school. I was driving home with my sister when he suddenly attacked me. I saw him transform into a strange beast man, and accidentally killed him. Suqiu shrugged and said. I understand. It seems someone is indeed conducting strange beast man experiments in Qingyun City. The people from the Zhixiao martial arts school, maybe we can investigate from this. Lin Jian thought to himself. Brother Lin, let me know if you need any help. Suqiu said. Then he left with Su Xiaoshuang. After returning home, Su Xiaoshuang couldn't help but be curious of, brother, why do you think Li Ziang turned into a strange beast man? Who knows? Just let the hunting team investigate it. Suqiu said, not intending to get involved more. He now had only one goal. Cultivate, and cultivate again. Only by mastering enough strength can he protect himself and Su Xiaoshuang. And Su Xiaoshuang seemed to have thought of something, walking into the house. Then she took out a brocade box and gave it to Suqiu. Brother, here, this is a 4th tier Zhaoyuan Dan. I've refined more than one, this is for you. Suqiu was a bit surprised. Then he smiled and rubbed Su Xiaoshuang's head. My sister has become successful, a master of pharmaceuticals. Ha, that's right. Su Xiaoshuang smiled with pride. Returning to his room, Suqiu took out the pill given by Su Xiaoshuang. 4th tier Zhaoyuan pill. Generally, only after reaching the 3rd tier can one take and refine such a pill, but for Suqiu, there is no such restriction at all. Because he has the Tao Tai martial soul. This martial soul can help him quickly absorb and refine treasures containing spiritual power, which naturally includes pills. He swallowed the pill. Suddenly, the terrifying effects of the pill surged out. He felt a powerful force erupting within him. The 3rd tier bottleneck broke at once. On the other side, inside the Luo family, Luo Qingsno was also cultivating. She wore the tear of the sea god, and while cultivating, the tear of the sea god emitted beams of blue light, enveloping her like a water globe. Spiritual energy surged towards her quickly. The efficiency was actually 10 times that of before. In a blur, her mind entered the internal space of the tear of the sea god, where she saw an endless ocean. In the ocean, there was a mermaid with a fish tail and a human upper body, with golden eyes that radiated divinity. Bound person, you have the qualification to become the inheritor of the sea god. The mermaid looked at Luo Qingsno and said indifferently. Chapter 43, Fourth Martial Soul, Kuanping. The task was snatched. Not long after. Luo Qingsno's mind emerged from the tear of the sea god, her eyes bearing a hint of shock, and with a thought, a stream of light flew from her. It transformed into the shape of a mermaid. If a person deeply researched martial souls were here, they could definitely recognize this as the SSS grade martial soul, the Sea King Queen. And this was exactly what Luo Qingsno gained from the tear of the sea god. This tear of the sea god is actually an extraordinary spiritual artifact left by the ancient supreme sea god, with the martial soul of the Sea King sealed inside. As long as I pass the sea god's test, I can obtain the Sea King Queen. Not only that, but there are also the legacies left behind by the sea god. Does Suqiu know about this? Luo Qingsno exclaimed in shock. The value of this tear of the sea god far exceeds imagination. Even selling the entire Luo family wouldn't equal a tenth of its value. No, Suqiu may not know about this, I must tell him, if he wants to come back, I will send it to him. Luo Qingsno murmured, quickly sending a message to Suqiu. On the other side. Inside the Su family. Suqiu had just finished his cultivation. At this moment, his cultivation had broken through the second tier bottleneck, advancing to the third tier. And not just any third tier, but the mid-level third tier. He felt his body filled with power. Ding! Host successfully advanced to the third tier, fourth martial soul awakened. At this moment, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Within him, a brand new martial soul power erupted. In his martial soul space, a black and golden giant peng appeared, its wings spread wide, its form ethereal, and its gaze sharp, looking down upon the sky. It was the SSS grade martial soul. Kuanpeng. Kuanpeng spreads its wings and leaps 100,000 and 80,000 miles. Kuanpeng has no attribute division but represents the extreme of speed. After this martial soul appeared, Suqiu felt his body much lighter, as if with a gentle move, he could fly away. What a Kuanpeng! Suqiu exclaimed in wonder. Tao Tai devours everything. White tiger cuts through the heavens and earth. Thunder dragon masters thunder. Kuanpeng, the extreme of speed. With 4 SSS martial souls within him, who could challenge him? Of course, without sufficient power, Suqiu would not easily reveal the existence of the 4 SSS grade martial souls. After all, having 1 SSS grade is already shocking, for SSS grades? Wouldn't he be captured for dissection and research? Why is Luo Qingsno sending me so many messages? Suqiu suddenly noticed the message alert on his phone. He looked at it. And couldn't help but be stunned. Sea God? Sea King Queen? Sea God's test? TSK. The tear of the sea god actually hides such secrets. It is indeed a masterpiece produced by the system. Seeing Luo Qingshu say she wanted to return the tear of the sea god to herself, Suqiu suddenly felt unhappy. How could something he gave away so easily come back? Isn't it just an SSS mermaid queen? At this level of martial soul, I have 4. Plus the ones that haven't awakened yet, I have 10. No need to return it, if I give it to you, I give it to you. Train well. I gave you the tear of the sea god because I see you always falling behind me, don't let me down. Suqiu casually edited a message and sent it over. Inside the Luo family. Luo Qingshu stared blankly at the message. She secretly vowed that once she defeated Suqiu, she would confess to him. If he sent the tear of the sea god, doesn't it mean he hopes that she would defeat him soon so she could confess? It must be like that. He really likes me. Luo Qingshu's face turned slightly red, and she secretly vowed to train twice as hard. She would strive to bring Suqiu home as soon as possible. Another few days passed without anything unusual. Suqiu was looking at his computer. The computer page displayed the information of several martial universities. Su Xiaoshuang leaned over to take a look. Brother, are you looking to see which martial university to apply for? Yes. Suqiu nodded. Apply to the Beijing Martial University, that's the top-ranking martial university. Others might not be able to get in, but if you apply, they will definitely fight to recruit you. Su Xiaoshuang said, and I've never been to Beijing. Let's see when the time comes, there are still a few months until the college entrance exam. Brother, I heard that the martial arts college entrance exam is very brutal, it requires martial artists to hunt exotic beasts. Should you prepare for that? Do you think I'm just idling around in the hunting team? Suqiu shook his head and smiled.
After staying at home for a few more days, one day, Su Qiu received a task notification from the bull team, urging him to rush over. He arrived at the building where the bull team was located. Walking into a gathering hall, he saw that more than a dozen people had already gathered there. Except for Lin Jian, Wang Yan, and Olay, he hadn't seen the others, but all these people were members of the bull team. As soon as Su Qiu entered, everyone's eyes fell on him. "This is Su Qiu, the new team member I've mentioned in the group." Olay briefly introduced him. "The new team member is really handsome. TSK, little handsome guy, I'll look out for you from now on." Everyone teased Su Qiu. Having heard about him, they were very optimistic about this young new member with limitless potential. Su Qiu smiled and greeted everyone. Then Olay began to discuss serious matters. After investigation, the mastermind behind this exotic beast human experiment is the Zhang Group. Olay opened the screen. A photo of a middle-aged man appeared on the screen. Zhang Group, one of the largest groups in Qingyun City, with business dealings in all areas, the most important being the gene potion industry. Their gene potions are second only to the Laojun Pharmaceutical Company, and the head of the Zhang Group is a martial artist of the 6th rank. However, according to our investigation, the Zhang Group has been secretly conducting human experiments on exotic beasts over the years, and they have achieved considerable results. Our mission this time has two purposes: first, to destroy the exotic beast human experiment base; second, to capture the head of the Zhang Group, Zhang Tian, as well as the main members of the Zhang Group, and eliminate all uncontrollable exotic beasts. Zhang Yunjie. Su Qiu suddenly noticed a familiar figure appearing on the screen. It was Zhang Yunjie, owner of the SS class Martial Soul, Earth Mad Bear. Yes, Zhang Yunjie is Zhang Tian's only son. "Captain, the opponent is an SS class Martial Soul owner, with great potential. What will happen if we capture him?" Su Qiu curiously asked. "The exotic beast human experiment is a cruel experiment that violates humanitarian principles. No matter who is involved, they will be severely punished. The country will not show mercy just because he is an SS class Martial Soul. Besides, the country doesn't lack this one SS class Martial Soul." Ori pursed her lips and said, "The level of Martial Soul is indeed important. But a warrior's strength cannot be determined solely by the level of their martial soul. For example, an unformed SS-level martial soul is definitely not as important as an A-level martial soul owner who has grown and accomplished great achievements for the country." I understand." Su Qiu nodded. This was the daxia he liked. Suddenly, Ori received a phone call. After listening, her expression turned somewhat unpleasant. "Damn. This mission was snatched by the Purple Cloud Hunting Group." "What does that mean?" The higher-up said this encirclement of the Beastmen Hunting Group's matter is serious and cannot be messed up. Our Bull Brigade has too few people and might not be able to complete it, so they gave the task to the Purple Cloud Hunting Group to carry out, and we will assist from the side. What the hell? The Purple Cloud Hunting Group plans to take the credit. We have investigated for so long, now we just need the last step to wipe out this experimental base, and this task is actually snatched away? Everyone was filled with indignation. Chapter 44, Explosion of the Beastman Experimental Base, Beastman Riot. What can be tolerated by Uncle cannot be tolerated by Aunt. "Captain, let's go snatch the mission back." A woman in a white nun's outfit hefted a battle axe and said. Su Qiu glances at her. What a shy and lovely nun. "Zhao Kiki, pay attention and don't be so impulsive. This is an order from above, and we cannot disobey." Lin Jian pushed his glasses and said. "This, how infuriating." The nun, Zhao Kiki, sulked back to her seat. Ori was also quite helpless. Regardless, let's set off first. This time the Purple Cloud Hunting Group is in charge of the main attack on the experimental base, and we are responsible for guarding the periphery to prevent any fish that slip through the net. We cannot neglect our assisting work either. Everyone was still a bit dissatisfied. How can assisting have as much credit as the main attack? At most, catching a few little fish. Afterward, the Bull Brigade might get some funding. How can that compare to what the Purple Cloud earns? But since it is a mission, everyone prepared for a while and then headed out. The residents near the Beastman experimental base had completely evacuated and set up a warning line. When Su Qiu and the others arrived, several buses also came. From the buses, one by one, warriors stepped down. They wore a purple cloud pattern medal on their chests. They are from the Purple Cloud Hunting Group. Compared to the Bull Brigade, they indeed had many more people, over 100. Leading them was a man with a head full of exotic purple long hair, wearing an exaggerated purple jacket, purple earrings, and sporting purple nail art. Su Qiu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Just how much did this person like purple? And this flamboyant outfit? Could this person be gay? He is the leader of the Purple Cloud Hunting Group, named Shen Zi, a 6th-tier martial arts master, and his martial soul is the weapon Martial Soul Purple Cloud Wing.
According to rumors, this person likes to keep male pets. Lin Jian whispered carefully next to Su Qiu. It was indeed true. Su Qiu silently stepped back a few steps. Looking this handsome, he must not be taken a liking to. But it was too late. That Chen Zi, upon seeing Su Qiu, brightened up and quickly walked over. I didn't expect there would be such a top-notch handsome guy in the Bull Brigade. Little handsome guy, the Bull Brigade is not very interesting, why not come to my purple cloud? I'll give you double salary. Su Qiu shook his head, thanks, but it's nice to stay here. Hee hee, little handsome guy, think about it, if you are willing, triple salary is not out of the question. Chen Zi posed with his fingers. Looking at Su Qiu, he was clearly inspired by emotion. Hey, Chen Zi, snatching my task, and now you want to poach me? You must be tired of living. Ori approached with a wolf fang rod and sneered. Chen Zi smiled slightly, and behind him, a pair of gorgeous purple steel wings suddenly unfolded. That was his weapon martial soul, the austere purple cloud wing. What? Not convinced? Want to fight? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Two team leaders were at odds. Spiritual power erupted, crashing into each other. With a thunderous sound, the ground shook all around. Captain, calm down, calm down. We must finish the mission first. Captain, take a breather, don't stoop to his level. Seeing the two captains about to fight, the team members rushed to pull them apart. Chen Zi snorted, completing the task is crucial. Besides, this mission is vital. Your bull team of 20 cannot accomplish it. I volunteered my purple cloud to complete this for the sake of Qingyun City. If chaos erupts, it will be a disaster. After saying this, he began discussing strategies with several team members. Before long, they started breaking into the experimental base. Su Qiu and others held the perimeter, dividing into groups to guard various street exits. With him in one group were two people, Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki. Upon hearing she could be in a group with Su Qiu, Zhao Kiki's eyes lit up. Su Qiu, I've heard you have a dual SSS class martial soul, is it really that impressive? Can you show it to me? Su Qiu, I heard you got dumped by your ex. Do you still think about her? Or do you hate her? Su Qiu, I heard you've been seeing the daughter of the Luo family, is that true? Listening to Zhao Kiki's endless questions, Su Qiu felt speechless. Why is this person so gossipy? Boom! At that moment, a massive explosion erupted at the nearby Beastman experimental base, flames soaring into the sky as low growls and roars resonated. A huge number of beastmen burst out from the experimental base. They were half human, half beast, emanating a brutal aura. Upon exiting the base, they began to wreak havoc around them. Everyone, pay attention. The Purple Cloud hunting team is under attack, the experimental base has been destroyed, and a massive number of beastmen have escaped. The mission has changed. We must eliminate all beastmen. Not a single one can get away. Ole's voice came from the bull metal. Su Qiu and the others' faces changed slightly. Just then, 7 or 8 beastmen charged toward them, their appearances strange, some with scales, some with extra arms, and others with horns on their heads. But each one exuded a violent aura. Seeing Su Qiu and the others, they charged recklessly, bloodlust in their eyes. Ah, come on. Zhao Kiki, seeing this, stopped gossiping and laughed loudly, charging forward with a huge battle axe, swinging it. One beastman was cut in half on the spot. Beside her, Lin Jian curled his lip, this brute girl. After speaking, he took off his glasses. Summoning his weapon martial soul, the storm sword. Su Qiu felt something change in Lin Jian's aura as he took off his glasses, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Now it's time to get serious. He charged forward with the storm sword in hand. The sword light flashed as a beastman was instantly cut into 7 or 8 pieces. Su Qiu's mouth twitched slightly. What right do you have to call others brutish? You're even more brutal than they are. Roar! An angry roar sounded beside Su Qiu. He narrowed his eyes, dodging an attack while quickly assembling a long gun, then thrusting it back in a single motion. A shot imbued with electric light pierced the heart of that beastman directly. Electric current surged, and the beastman's body immediately turned blackened. Looking nearby, more and more beastmen gathered toward them. How many beastmen are in this experimental base? Lin Jian said coldly. Each beastman was once an ordinary person, only transformed into their monstrous state due to experiments on them. Su Qiu observed as one beastman he killed showed a hint of relief on their face before dying. All of them silently cursed the Zhang group in their hearts. We must bring them to justice. Lin Jian said coldly. I think a summary execution would be better. Su Qiu suggested. Agreed, Su Qiu, you really please me. Zhao Ku laughed. The three worked together, killing the rushing beastmen one by one. Su Qiu's Thunder King spear reached its peak performance. The long spear broke through the air, electricity crackling, the spear light swift as thunder. Combined with his mid-level 3-stage cultivation, not a single beastman could withstand 2 or 3 of his strikes.
Seeing this, Lin Jian could not help but click his tongue in wonder. This guy was just a first stage a month ago, now he is directly mid-level 3-stage. Such a cultivation speed, truly a monster. Chapter 45, Zhang Long appears, the power of a 6th-stage warrior. Thunder King Spear. Su Qiu thrust out the spear, the savage spear light sweeping with electricity. A beastman comparable to a high-level 2nd stage was directly pierced through the body. It was too easy. Su Qiu felt it was too easy. These beastmen were completely no match for him. With his current strength, participating in the college entrance exam would be no problem and he could even rank among the top. I just received a message from the team leader. The head of the Zhang group is also in the experimental base and has already escaped. He is very likely mixed in with this group of beastmen. Everyone must be careful. If you encounter him, do not confront him head-on, immediately notify the team leader.
Lin Jian said. Su Qiu and Zhao Kuku nodded slightly.
According to the intelligence, the head of the Zhang group is a 6th-stage martial arts master.
The highest cultivation among them is Zhao Kuku, who is mid-level 4-stage, and there is still a gap of 2 major ranks. They are simply no match. Only someone at the team leader level might be able to handle it. TSK, I didn't expect the people from the Purple Plow to be so weak, not even capturing Zhang Long.
If our bull group catches him, this credit will be ours.
Zhao Kuku said with shining eyes.
Heh, you shouldn't think about things that are impossible.
This is not something we can do. If we really encounter him, we should run quickly. Lin Jian said. Nonsense, I'm not stupid.
As the few of them were bickering, they killed a few more beastmen.
Suddenly,
a ground spike suddenly shot out from the ground, catching Lin Jian off guard, piercing through his chest, and blood erupted.
Lin bro. Lin Jian. Zhao Kuku was greatly shocked, splitting the ground spike with an axe.
Then a white light radiated from her hand, covering Lin Jian's chest.
It was actually healing his injury gradually. Oh, healing martial skill. It seems I should kill you first.
A calm voice rang out, and a man in a suit walked out. It was Zhang Long, the head of the Zhang group. Su Qiu and Zhao Kuku's faces slightly changed.
No way. They really encountered this guy here? Damn it, Su Qiu, run. Lin Jian said to Su Qiu.
Then he stood up, tightly gripping the storm sword, and stared intently at Zhang Long. Zhao Kuku also gripped her battle axe, her expression serious. Although both had said earlier that if they encountered Zhang Long, they would run, but now that they truly faced him, they realized how dangerous it was to expose their backs before a 6th-stage warrior. If they turned around to run now, another ground spike would pierce through their bodies again. Faced with this situation, Lin Jian and Zhao Kuku quickly decided to let Su Qiu leave first while they stayed behind to buy time.
None of you can leave.
Zhang Long said with a cold laugh, slapping his hand on the ground. A-level martial skill, ground spike.
Ground spikes suddenly shot out from the ground one by one.
Zhao Kuku was the first to act, smashing her battle axe against the ground.
A-level martial skill. Flashing slash.
As the axe energy burst forth, it shattered the ground spikes one by one. At the same time, a strong white light exploded. Zhang Long was unable to avoid shielding his eyes, and in that moment, Zhao Kuku took the opportunity to grab Su Qiu's clothes and forcefully threw him out of the battlefield.
Go! Zhao Kuku shouted loudly. Is it a light attribute martial skill? But it can't do anything to me.
As the light dissipated, Zhang Long raised his hand and punched out, hitting Zhao Kuku, who let out a sound of bone breaking.
He flew out.
Beside him, Lin Jian whispered fiercely, A-class martial skill, storm decapitation. The great sword swung, forming a terrifying storm of sword energy. B-class martial skill, mysterious stone shield. Zhang Long remained calm, slamming his palm on the ground, as countless stones gathered towards him, forming a shield that blocked all the sword energy.
B-class martial skill, rock burst.
A cold voice came from behind the stone shield, belonging to Zhang Long. The shield shattered, turning into countless fragments, shooting out. Each piece of stone was mixed with powerful spiritual energy. Lin Jian blocked a few pieces, but was still knocked back. The gap between the 4th and 6th tiers was too vast. Not far away, Zhao Kiki had already healed her wounds with a healing martial skill, raising her battle axe and leaping up, delivering a powerful chop.
Die, you bastard. Zhang Long scoffed, earth spike.
A thick earth spike shot out from the ground, sending Zhao Kiki flying again, and at this moment, a bloody hole was blasted in her abdomen. Blood continuously gushed out, and she looked to be on the verge of death. From a distance, Su Qiu saw the scene, his pupils trembling.
Rationality told him that even 2 4th-tier fighters together would collapse easily. As a 3rd-tier fighter, what could he do, even with an SSS-class martial soul?
Not to mention, Zhang Long hadn't even used his martial soul yet. But looking at the fallen Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki, he couldn't just stand by. The message has been sent out, the captain will arrive soon. I just need to hold him here.
Su Qiu couldn't bear to watch Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki die. Ding.
Faced with the life and death of comrades and a significantly stronger opponent, you have the following choices.
1. Leave. As long as the Green Mountains remain, you won't fear the lack of firewood. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Reward, 10 Tier 3 energy pills. 2. Attack. What's a 6th tier fighter? Go.
Use all your strength to protect your comrades.
Reward, Martial Soul Fusion Technique. Martial Soul Fusion? Su Qiu's eyes lit up.
He knew about this skill. Martial Soul Fusion was an ability that only 7th tier sealed lords could master, merging oneself with their martial soul. It unleashed a power far beyond that of a single individual. The stronger the martial soul, the stronger the power after fusion.
He could take a gamble. Su Qiu chose the second option and charged forward.
At this moment, Zhang Long walked in front of Lin Jian, coldly raising his hand and condensing a stone spike. Die. The stone spike shot out. Lin Jian smiled bitterly. I didn't expect to die here, how frustrating. But at that moment, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted. Thunder King Spear.
Boom.
The spear pierced the air, knocking the stone spike away. Zhang Long stepped back 2 steps, staring in astonishment at Su Qiu, who had suddenly appeared, while Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki felt a sense of helplessness.
This idiot.
Yet, they couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. At that moment, they completely regarded Su Qiu as a comrade they could trust with their lives.
Ha, what a fool, those two gave their all to buy you a chance to escape, and you ran back.
Zhang Long laughed at Su Qiu. I heard you were a dual SSS-level monster and defeated my son. Come, let me see.
As you wish. White Tiger. Su Qiu calmly shouted.
The White Tiger appeared, unleashing a terrifying killing intent.
But that wasn't all. Thunder Dragon. Crackling.
Accompanied by a frenzy of lightning, a streak of thunder light burst from Su Qiu, transforming into a thunder dragon over 10 meters long, bearing its fangs and claws. Its momentum was no less than that of the White Tiger. Zhang Long's pupils constricted. How is this possible?
SSS class Martial Soul Thunder Dragon. You're not dual SSS, you're triple SSS. Zhao Kiki and Lin Jian were both stunned. Is there really such a thing in the world? Su Qiu ignored Zhang Long's shock. Kill.
White Tiger, Thunder Dragon, the 2 great martial souls charged towards Zhang Long. White Tiger and Thunder Dragon, the 2 SSS-level martial souls attacked Zhang Long together. Although Su Qiu was only at the 3rd tier now, the power unleashed by these 2 SSS-level martial souls far exceeded that of an average 3rd tier fighter. Even against a 4th tier, they wouldn't fall behind.
Killing intent, thunder and lightning, all locked onto Zhang Long.
Zhang Long couldn't help but change his expression wildly. Even as a 6th tier warrior, he didn't dare to be careless, because Su Qiu was too extraordinary.
Who has ever seen a 3-life SSS martial soul? Show yourself, martial soul, black-armored giant bear. Zhang Long roared.
A stream of light flew from him, turning into a giant bear adorned in black armor. This was the A-level martial soul, black-armored giant bear.
Although it was only A-level, Zhang Long's cultivation was high.
The power unleashed by the A-level martial soul was comparable to Su Qiu's 2 SSS-level martial souls, even stronger. Ha, Su Qiu, martial soul rank only represents potential, not strength. How powerful the martial soul is closely related to your own strength.
It's a pity that you are just a 3rd tier warrior now. Even with an SSS-level martial soul, what can you do? You are simply not my opponent. Today, I will kill you.
A trace of bloodthirst flashed in Zhang Long's eyes. Killing a genius like you will surely be a great accomplishment. After saying this, he conjured up spikes from the ground and thrust them towards Su Qiu. But Su Qiu's figure flashed, bursting out with incredible speed. He dodged the spikes one after another. This speed. No, a 3rd tier warrior cannot have this speed.
Is this some kind of martial technique? Zhang Long was a bit taken aback.
But he snorted coldly, slamming his palm on the ground. A-level martial technique, ground spike. His 6th tier cultivation erupted. His black-armored bear also slammed its paw on the ground with him. A multitude of ground spikes erupted, covering a radius of 100 meters. Even if Su Qiu's speed was fast, he couldn't dodge in time and was blasted away. The Thunder Dragon and the White Tiger were also pierced through their bodies.
Zhang Long coldly smiled. Su Qiu, see? The absolute gap in cultivation is something that martial souls cannot make up for. Go, die.
He hurled another ground spike. Su Qiu swept out with his spear, smashing the ground spikes, but he was still shaken, making his arm tingle.
He cried out, using his trump card. Martial Soul, Fusion.
The White Tiger martial soul let out a long howl and charged towards Su Qiu, merging with him, gradually radiating a terrifying killing intent. The powerful might swept out.
On his forehead, a character 4 king appeared. That was the characteristic of the white tiger. Martial soul fusion? An overlord-level powerhouse? No, you're only a third-tier warrior. How can you command a martial soul fusion ability that only overlord-level powerhouses can master? Zhang Long gasped. This ability was something even he had not mastered. And Su Qiu, who was fused with the white tiger, felt an incredibly terrifying power surging within him, far beyond the third tier. But he knew that even with this, killing Zhang Long was not enough. He shouted, "Thunder Dragon! Come! Roar!" The Thunder Dragon roared, transforming into a wild thunderbolts that struck Su Qiu. The two SSS-level martial souls fused. Such a thing was incredibly rare throughout history. Because there have been very few dual SSS martial souls in history. And mastering the ability to fuse martial souls at the third tier was unheard of. At this moment, Su Qiu was creating history. Unfortunately, very few people witnessed this battle, otherwise, Su Qiu would definitely be recorded in history, providing valuable experience for future martial soul studies. As the two SSS martial souls merged within him, killing intent flowed around Su Qiu, thunder surged, and the character 4 king symbolizing the white tiger floated on his forehead. There were also lightning symbols representing the thunder dragon's power dancing around his body. Upon closer inspection, his skin even showed glimpses of the thunder dragon's scales. But he was still a third-tier warrior. Although the fusion of the two SSS-level martial souls granted him incomparable strength, it was also an extremely terrifying burden. This form couldn't be sustained for long. Moreover, with every movement, his body experienced a stinging sensation. But to deal with Zhang Long, he couldn't care less. "Zhang Long, are you ready to die?" Su Qiu roared. The voice that came from his throat sounded like a dragon's roar, like a tiger's howl. Whoosh! His figure flashed, transforming into a streak of lightning, dashing out with a speed that was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. In front of Zhang Long, a spear lunged out. The Thunder King's spear erupted with full power. Mysterious stone shield. Zhang Long condensed a stone shield. But in front of Su Qiu's spear, the stone shield exploded with a loud boom. Zhang Long was violently sent flying away. "Black armored bear, kill him!" Zhang Long roared. The black armored bear slammed its paw towards Su Qiu. A mere-level martial soul, get lost. But Su Qiu did not dodge. He tightly clenched his fist and struck out. The domineering thunder power combined with the white tiger's killing intent fell on the bear paw, accompanied by a heartbreaking howl. The black armored bear's paw was brutally shattered. Its body staggered and was thrown back. In the gaze of the black armored bear, there was a deep fear. At this moment, in the black armored bear's eyes, Su Qiu was no longer human, but a terrifying monster combining the power of two SSS-level beast martial souls. Damn! Zhang Long looked at the black armored bear that was sent flying, his face turned wild. A-level martial skill, Earth Spike. He slammed his palm on the ground, and spikes shot up towards Su Qiu. But Su Qiu's figure rushed out like lightning, and with a stab of his spear, one Earth Spike was completely crushed. B-level martial skill, Rock Explosion. Zhang Long unleashed another martial skill, and broken stones around rushed towards Su Qiu, surrounding him, compressing into a sphere of stone. In the next second, raging thunder erupted from the stone sphere. The stone sphere exploded, and Su Qiu charged out unscathed. B-level martial skill, Mysterious Stone Shield. Zhang Long shouted, condensing stone shields in front of him. Thunder, King, Spear. Su Qiu roared, pouring all his spiritual power into the long spear. The alloy spear buzzed and trembled. The thunder power made it heat up as if it were about to be melted, stabbing out. The domineering thunder transformed into a terrifying thunder dragon tearing through one stone shield after another. Boom! This spear hit Zhang Long, who let out a terrible scream. His chest caved in, and he was thrown back, crashing through several concrete walls, finally collapsing in the ruins, spitting out blood endlessly. Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki were both stunned. A third-tier martial artist actually bullying a sixth-tier martial artist right in front of them? Were they not seeing this correctly? Were they not dreaming? And in the ruins, Zhang Long, who was continuously spitting blood and was on the verge of death, suddenly took out a bottle of green potion and drank it, a hint of madness appearing on his face. "I want you dead, you will die." As the potion entered his body, Zhang Long's body began to swell with bulging veins, convulsing, then he grew into a massive figure. Two beastly horns sprouted from his forehead, which clearly didn't belong to a human. It was obvious. The potion he had swallowed was the alien beast-human potion. "Su Qiu, you're strong. You mastered the martial soul fusion ability at the third tier, you are simply a monster. But now I am an even bigger monster than you." Zhang Long roared at Su Qiu, his face exhibiting exposed, hideous veins, and with his huge, bloated body, he looked extraordinarily terrifying. Su Qiu grinned, "I admit, you are indeed a monster now. He tightly gripped his spear, currents of electricity swirling around him. Just as he was about to again fight Zhanglong to the death, ready to fuse with the Kuanping marshal's soul once more, his body suddenly experienced intense pain, cold sweat pouring down his forehead as the side effects of the martial soul fusion began to appear. Seeing this, Zhanglong burst into laughter. You, a third-tier cultivator forcibly using the martial soul fusion ability, Su Qiu, did you really think you could bear it? Not to mention, you integrated an SSS-level martial soul, the pressure on your body is unimaginable. Right now, you should be unable to move at all. Su Qiu grinned, then come and try it out. Chapter 47, Martial Soul Exposed, Olei's Decision. Then come and try it out. Su Qiu looked at Zhanglong with a grin. Although he felt considerable pressure, he still had no intention of giving up. It was not yet known who would fall. He secretly took out a bottle of healing potion from the system space and drank it down. The healing potion's power repaired his body's injuries. This relieved his burden a bit. Healing potion? Zhanglong noticed the potion Su Qiu used. He charged forward. Even if you used a healing potion, you are not my match. Die. Su Qiu tightly gripped the alloy spear, ready to merge with the Kuanping martial spirit. No matter how much pressure his body endured. Now, there was only this way. If this was his limit now, then break through the limits. Just as he prepared for one last fight, a sudden howling sound came from the sky, and a figure descended from above. A gigantic wolf fawn club smashed down hard onto Zhanglong, causing him to scream in pain, his body crashing into the ground, creating a huge dent. And the one wielding the wolf fawn club was none other than Olei, the leader of the bullfighting team. What do you want to do to my lovely team members, you bastard? Olei grinned viciously at Zhanglong, whom she was stepping on. Zhanglong roared, get up! His power burst forth, far exceeding that of an ordinary 6th-tier warrior, even approaching the 7th-tier marquis realm. But upon seeing this, Olei only laughed more savagely. Stay down! Her wolf fawn club struck out again, this blow even stronger than the last, with a thunderous impact directly shattering Zhanglong's bones. He lay in the pit, letting out low growls. He did not expect that even after taking the Beastman potion, increasing his power more than 10 times, he would still be so easily defeated by Olei. The bullfighting team leader in front of him was even more terrifying than the rumors suggested. He had previously clashed with Chen Zi, the leader of the Purple Cloud team, thinking he was on par with the leaders. But now he realized. Olei was completely different from the other team leaders. Earth Spike. Zhanglong still wanted to struggle, slamming his hand against the ground. Spikes shot out from the earth, aiming at Olei, but they were smashed to pieces by Olei's club, and at the same time, a giant blue bull phantom appeared behind her, its hooves crushing down on Zhanglong. He screamed in agony, bones breaking again. Then the bull demon roared, and green vines spread out from the ground, tightly binding Zhanglong's limbs. Wood-type binding martial skill, green vine entanglement. Seeing Olei arrive, Su Qiu breathed a sigh of relief, then loosened his body, cancelling the martial spirit fusion state, and fainted. Hey, Su Qiu, don't you dare die. Olei's expression changed slightly, urgently calling someone to come treat him. She pulled out a potion and poured it into Su Qiu's mouth. Not far away, Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki also lay weakly looking at her. Leader, what about us? Tisk, all of you better go back and reinforce your training. Forget it, leader, just let me die. Thinking about having to join Olei's training, Lin Jian rolled his eyes. He thought dying sounded much easier. If you're going to die, you better die in my training. Olei grinned. At this moment, Chen Zi, with a pair of purple wings, also arrived on the scene, frowning upon seeing Zhanglong bound by Olei. How did you capture him? Sorry, this credit belongs to my bullfighting team, so don't even think about it, Purple Cloud team. Olei replied. Chen Zi glanced at the fated Su Qiu, Lin Jian, and Zhao Kiki, his brow furrowing. They actually managed to hold back Zhanglong? What, you don't believe it? This time you got lucky. TCH, it's your Purple Cloud team that lacks ability, causing such a huge commotion. You should go back and figure out how to report to the mayor. At this point, Chen Zi's expression darkened. Damn, who would have thought that Zhanglong was so crazy, planting so many bombs in the research base, blowing up the entire base to create chaos and escape. Thinking of this, Chen Zi became angrier, looking at Zhanglong with gritted teeth and said, Olei, how about I beat him up to vent my anger? This can't go on, I've almost beaten him to death. If you take your anger out on him again, he might really lose his life. Damn. Chen Zi looked pale, cursing as she left. The mission continued. The Purple Cloud and the Violent Bull team were hunting beastmen. As for the injured, they were quickly sent back to the hunting team's base. Old Zhao, how is he? In the medical room of the Violent Bull base. Olei looked at a girl in glasses and a white lab coat. Lying on the hospital bed was Su Qiu.
The girl in glasses placed her hand on Su Qiu's chest, a flickering green light glowed, and she said lightly, "You know my martial spirit, as long as he's not dead, even if he has only half a life left, I can bring him back. This little guy is fine, just has endured too much pressure, currently in a weak state, a few days of rest and he'll be okay. However, I need to tell you something. I detected 4 waves of martial spirits in this kid's body." At this point, the girl's tone trembled slightly.
What? 4 martial spirits? Ole couldn't help but be stunned.
The 2 on the adjacent bed, Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki, were also dumbfounded.
They thought having 3 SSS-level martial spirits was already outrageous. Unexpectedly. Not 3. It's 4. What kind of monster is this? 4 SSS-level martial spirits, and he's already mastered the ability of martial spirit fusion at just the 3rd level. Captain, you should know that this is simply impossible.
But this impossible thing has happened. This means that this little guy himself is a miracle.
Once this matter gets out, TSK, I don't even know how many people will try to make a move on him.
The girl in glasses pushed her glasses up with a look of wonder.
Ole thought for a moment, "Old Xiao, don't let this out." Understood.
The girl in glasses looked at Ole deeply and nodded. "Since you said so, I will naturally keep it secret, but this little guy is not someone the Violent Bull team can accommodate. Sooner or later, he will leave here." "Ha, it doesn't matter, as long as he is a member of the Violent Bull team for one day, it is my duty as the captain to protect him."
Ole smiled.
When Su Qiu woke up, he saw an unfamiliar ceiling and smelled a disinfectant scent.
Is this a hospital?
He felt puzzled.
Looking at himself, he was wrapped up like a mummy.
On the bed next to him lay Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki. However, the 2 looked at him with somewhat strange eyes, as if they were gazing at a rare animal. Su Qiu could probably guess, after all, the fact that he possessed several SSS martial spirits had already been exposed in front of these 2.
Ole probably knew as well. Su Qiu wanted to explain how he could.
Lin Jian interrupted him. "Su Qiu, no need to explain, this is your secret, and we won't pry. We only know that you are a member of the Violent Bull team, you saved us. Don't worry, we will keep this secret for you."
Su Qiu slightly nodded, "Thank you."
"You're welcome, but I need to remind you, our upcoming days won't be easy," Lin Jian said with a bitter smile.
"Why?"
"The captain said that those who were injured during this mission would receive special training from her," Lin Jian said with tears in his eyes.
Chapter 48, Preparing to Meet the Mayor, the highest combat power of Qingyun City. Isn't it a good thing that the captain is giving us special training? Su Qiu asked in confusion.
"Ha, you don't know how terrifying the captain's special training is. Let's put it this way, participating in the captain's training can potentially lead to death." Su Qiu inhaled sharply.
"Is it that exaggerated?"
Seeing Lin Jian and Zhao Ki's serious faces, his mood became a little anxious. At this time, the news was being broadcasted on television.
It was about the Zhang group.
Just yesterday afternoon, the Purple Cloud hunting team and the Violent Bull hunting team jointly cracked a case of Beastman experimentation. The experimental base of the Beast Human in Qingyun City has been successfully destroyed, and the mastermind behind this base is none other than the Zhang Group, one of the largest enterprises in the area. Now, the head of the Zhang Group, Zhang Long, has been arrested, and the top executives of the Zhang Group have either been caught or executed on the spot. The only one on the run is the young master of the Zhang Group, Zhang Yunjie, who possesses an SS-level martial soul with limitless potential, but unfortunately has taken a wrong path. The hunting team has issued a bounty. Whoever can capture Zhang Yunjie can receive a reward of 100 million. In addition, Zhang Yunjie is a direct disciple of the Purple Sky Martial Arts Hallmaster, Prince Zixiao. Although Prince Zixiao claims to know nothing about the Beast Human experiments, this incident has still dealt a significant blow to the Purple Sky Martial Arts Hall. According to information gathered by reporters, just yesterday, nearly 1/3 of the martial artists in the Purple Sky Martial Arts Hall announced their resignation.
Watching the news on TV, Su Qiu was a bit surprised. Zhang Yunjie actually escaped?
Yes, we just found out that Zhang Long used himself as bait to draw fire and help his son escape. Lin Jian said, "It's a pity that if the SS-level martial soul were to grow, it would still have great potential, but it has gone down the path of evil. Such a person, the stronger the talent, the greater the danger."
TSK, I believe he might join some evil cult organization out of desperation. Zhao Kiki said.
Evil cult organizations are criminal groups that conduct illegal experiments, practice forbidden martial arts, or collude with beasts. They often possess significant power and combat strength.
They are traitors of humanity, tumors in society. Hearing this, Su Qiu fell into thought.
He had enmity with Zhang Yunjie.
If the latter joined an evil cult organization, he wondered if he would come back for revenge in the future?
Whatever. In any case, training is the right choice now. As long as he is strong enough, even 10 Zhang Yunjies are nothing to be afraid of. Regardless, this time he gained a lot. The martial soul fusion ability allowed his combat power to make substantial progress. Although the side effects are a bit severe, it is definitely a life-saving trump card. With this card, he can even take on martial artists below the 7th rank. When he levels up 1 or 2 more ranks, fighting with 7th rank martial artists will also be possible. Brother! With a loud bang, the door to the medical room was slammed open. Su Xiaoshuang rushed in, and looking at Su Qiu, who was wrapped in bandages, she pounced on him. Brother, you must not die, woo woo woo. Su Qiu was almost suffocated by her tight embrace. Stinky girl, let go quickly, cough cough, do you want to choke your brother to death? He angrily smacked her on the forehead. To survive a battle with 6th rank warrior Zhang Long, it would be ridiculous if he was choked to death by Su Xiaoshuang. Su Xiaoshuang covered her head and looked at Su Qiu, who could still hit her, showing a smile. It's good that brother is okay, good that you're okay. How did you come here? It was the big sister head who brought me here. Su Xiaoshuang said. Big sister head? Who is that? It's your team leader. Team leader is team leader, why call her big sister head? Hee hee, she just looks like she has that big sister head feeling. Su Xiaoshuang smiled. Just then, Olay walked in. It doesn't matter how you call me, I thought Xiaoshuang would worry alone at home, so I took the liberty to bring her here. Thank you, team leader. It's nothing. You 3 must recover quickly and join my special training with the others in 3 days. Olay grinned. Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki shivered. Looking at the glasses girl beside Olay, Lin Jian said, Sister Zhao, I feel my injury won't heal in 10 days or half a month. Yeah, Sister Zhao, why don't you let us stay here a bit longer? Sister Zhao smiled slightly. 2 days, at most 2 days, I guarantee you will be full of energy to participate in special training. Woo woo woo, no. Ha, I knew Sister Zhao would definitely stand with the team leader. Su Xiaoshuang was a bit curious, big sister head, what special training? Can I join too? I want to become stronger. Xiaoshuang, don't. You will regret it. Lin Jian quickly tried to stop her. Hiss, girl, I respect you as a warrior. Zhao Koko gasped and gave a thumbs up to her. Only Olay laughed heartily, pressing down on Su Xiaoshuang's head, great. Xiaoshuang, join my bull team. She directly extended the invitation. Really? Can I join? Su Xiaoshuang's eyes sparkled. No problem. By the way, what is your martial spirit? This. Su Xiaoshuang hesitated a bit. Her martial spirit is a female emperor, if she said it, probably no one would believe her. And this kind of thing shouldn't be said carelessly except to close ones. Noticing her hesitation, Olay's eyes narrowed. These siblings were all hiding secrets. She smiled lightly, if you don't want to say, it's okay. From now on, you are a member of my bull team, and the special training counts for you. Yes, big sister. Soon. Under Zhao Jie's treatment, Su Qiu, Lin Jian, and Zhao Koko quickly recovered from their injuries, and during this process, Su Qiu also learned the full name of Zhao Jie. Zhao Xiaoyun, the deputy leader of the bull team, and also the chief physician of the bull team, her martial spirit is a wood attribute S-level plant martial spirit flower of life. Her combat ability isn't strong, but her healing ability is top-notch. As long as there's a breath left, she can most likely pull you back from the gates of hell. Such a talent, not to mention in Qingyun City. Even in the whole Great Xia, she is one of the very few. A healing martial spirit. I wonder if my other 6 martial spirits have this type, it would be great if they do. Su Qiu felt a bit hopeful. By the way, Su Qiu, before we join the special training, I need to take you to meet someone. Olay suddenly thought of something and said. Su Qiu was a bit curious, who are we meeting? The mayor of Qingyun City. The mayor, the highest ruler of Qingyun City. Why do we need to see him suddenly? Su Qiu felt a bit anxious. Olay patted his shoulder, relax, this time defeating the alien beast experiment base and capturing Zhang Long, you deserve great credit. You could even say that it was because you held him back that we were able to catch him, so the mayor wants to personally commend you. I see. Su Qiu suddenly realized. Soon he followed Olay to the municipal government building, took the elevator to the top floor, and arrived in front of a conference room door. When he pushed open the door, he saw about a dozen people. They were all wearing various uniforms, with medals on their chests. Among them was Qin Zi, the leader of the Purple Cloud team, whom Su Qiu had met before. Su Qiu guessed their identities. These people are all the leaders of the 20 hunting teams in Qingyun City. They also represent the highest combat power of the Qingyun City official. Chapter 49, Climbing onto Qingyun Glory List. How can I stand still? When Su Qiu walked into the conference room, all the hunting team leaders turned their curious eyes towards him. Is he really the legendary owner of 2 SSS martial spirits?
Tisk, TSK, a genius that is rare in a century. Tisk, interesting. I heard he held back Zhang Long. For a third-tier warrior to do such a thing, even if he is 2 SSS level, it's still a bit incredible. How did he manage to do that? Olay is tight-lipped. No matter how we ask, she reveals nothing, and if we push too hard, she even fights back. What kind of person is she? Everyone was discussing among themselves. Some people showed wariness when they saw Olay arrive. Clearly, Olay held a special position among these leaders. Olay led Su Qiu to an elderly man in his 60s wearing a Zhongshan suit and introduced, Su Qiu, this is the mayor of Qingyun City. Nice to meet you, mayor. Su Qiu nodded. It was his first time meeting such a high-ranking person. But he remained relatively calm. After all, he was no longer an ordinary person. Ha, no need to be polite, Olay has already told me about you. Young man, you have a bright future ahead. I called you here this time. Today, I will award you an honor medal and also include you in the glory list. Mayor of Qingyun City smiled. Every city has a glory list, and anyone who makes it onto the list has made a significant contribution to Qingyun City. Even among 20 hunting teams, few can be included. And Su Qiu, at such a young age, can make it onto the glory list. This honor is enough for him to walk proudly in Qingyun City. Even for future martial arts college entrance examinations, it will have a bonus effect. Mayor, you overpraise me. As a part of Qingyun City, it is everyone's duty to protect the citizens, eliminate beasts, and catch criminals. Orai beside him said, by being on the glory list, besides being famous in Qingyun City, you can receive an additional 10 million reward. Mayor, please be sure to give me this honor medal. I will work hard in the future to contribute more to Qingyun City. Su Qiu said seriously. What a joke. 10 million. Why not take it? Though he has money, who would dislike having too much money? Ha, the young man is indeed full of vigor. The mayor of Qingyun City laughed heartily. Then he had someone take out a golden medal and personally placed it on Su Qiu's chest. Su Qiu, I hope you will continue to work hard. The future of humanity is in the hands of you young people. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Su Qiu? This sounds so familiar, am I becoming Spider-Man? Yes. Mayor. Su Qiu echoed. Okay, now that you have met and received your medal, it's time for special training. Mayor, we'll take our leave. Orai pulled Su Qiu away. Wait a minute, what about my 10 million? It will be transferred to your account. My account is 512-7888, don't get it wrong. Su Qiu shouted as he was pulled out of the city government hall by Orai. Other team leaders from the hunting teams shook their heads. Indeed, it's the bull team members, they're all oddballs. Just like Orai, they have no manners at all. Leaving the city government with Su Qiu, Orai drove directly to the outskirts. By the way, team leader, since we are going for special training, what if a beast appears in Zone 16? Su Qiu asked. Don't worry, not all of us from the bull team went, I've left some people in Zone 16, and there are other hunting team members as well. Orai said while gripping the steering wheel with one hand. Where are we going? To my home. Su Qiu felt a bit excited. What would Orai's home be like? Then, the two arrived at a forest in the outskirts. The forest was eerie, with faint sounds of sorrowful howls, making one shiver. It was hard to imagine anyone living here. But soon Su Qiu discovered that this forest, though terrifying, had exceptionally rich spiritual energy, several times more than other places. At the entrance of the forest, Lin Jian, Zhao Kiki, and Su Xiaoshuang were also there. When they saw Su Qiu arrive, they hurried over. Su Xiaoshuang looked at Su Qiu with admiration. Brother, you made it onto the Qingyun glory list. Ah, how did you know? It was just announced online, everyone is going crazy discussing it. Su Xiaoshuang picked up her phone. Su Qiu took a look. No way? Still in high school and already on the Qingyun glory list? Is this for real? This is officially released, it shouldn't be wrong. It says Su Qiu was active in the previous beast-human experimental base case, coupled with a double SSS martial soul, hence, he is granted this honor. Wow, amazing. I dare to predict that as long as this guy doesn't meet an accident, in less than 10 years, our great Xiao will have another emperor. Emperor? Our great Xiao only has 3 currently, Su Qiu is likely to be the 4th. The discussions online had exploded. Meanwhile, in the underground training room of the Luo family, Luo Qingxue was sparring with a Luo Long, who, as the head of the Luo family, was a 7th-tier sealing lord. Not many people knew about this. With such a sealing lord as a practice partner and the tier of the sea god, Luo Qingxue's progress was rapid. Just broke through the 3rd level. After fighting for more than an hour, Luo Qingxue was ready to take a break. Luo Long looked at Luo Qingxue with satisfaction. Xiaoxue, your progress exceeds my expectations.
In no more than 5 years, no, 3 years, you will surpass me. Whether the Luo family can become the top family in Daxia depends on you. Although the Luo family is not weak in Daxia now, there is still a certain gap compared to those forces with several sealed marquises or even kings sitting in power. But Luo Long believes that Luo Qingxue will surely surpass them in the future. She will become a person on par with the 3 emperors, a figure at the level of the Empress of Daxia. I will work hard. Luo Qingxue nodded. Growing up in the Luo family, she naturally wanted to do something for the Luo family. However, in addition to helping the Luo family become a top family, she also wanted to catch up to Su Qiu, defeat him, and bring him into her home. Thinking of this, Luo Qingxue felt a bit excited. Miss, take a look at the Qingyun glory list. At that moment, the butler walked into the underground training room. The glory list? What happened? Luo Qingxue curiously picked up her phone and opened the glory list and saw a new name on it. Owner of double SSS Martial Soul, Su Qiu. She gasped slightly. How did he make it onto the glory list? After looking carefully, she became more and more shocked. Defeated the 6th level warrior Zhang Long and severely injured him? He has actually become this strong? Luo Qingxue fell silent for a moment, while Luo Long secretly gasped, then looked at Luo Qingxue with some worry, hoping his daughter wouldn't be struck down. He truly deserves to be the man I admire. Luo Qingxue smiled, then stood up and walked onto the training grounds. She said to Luo Long, I'll take a break, Dad, let's continue later. Ah, Xiao Xue, you've barely rested for a moment. It's fine, someone is already far ahead of me. How can I afford to stand still? Luo Qingxue's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Chapter 50, Purely Plant-Type Exotic Beasts, Spiritual Energy Zone. Ah! Damn it, damn it! In a dark alley, a figure was continuously howling. Looking at Su Qiu's photo on his phone, his eyes were filled with resentment. His eyes flashed with red light, like a beast driven by hatred. This person was the wanted Zhang Yunjie. Originally a promising owner of the SS Martial Soul. But at this moment, he felt like a rat crossing the street, not daring to show his face. My downfall is all your fault. Su Qiu, I must kill you, kill you. Zhang Yunjie growled. He never thought that if it weren't for the Zhang family conducting inhumane experiments on exotic beasts, would the Zhang family have been hunted down? Would Zhang Long have been captured? No. He would never think so. In the eyes of a self-centered person, this is all someone else's fault. Especially Su Qiu. If it weren't for him intercepting his father, how would his father have been captured? If it weren't for the opponent having a twin SSS Martial Soul, how would he have become jealous and attempted to gain strength through the exotic beast experiment? Now he has become a rat crossing the street, while the other party has climbed onto the Qingyun glory list? Why? Why? Just when Zhang Yunjie was filled with hatred, an old man dressed in a white coat walked out behind him, and Zhang Yunjie immediately became wary. After seeing the person clearly, he exclaimed in surprise, It's you, Dr. Wang. The other party was indeed the doctor from the exotic beast experiment base. He never expected the other party to escape as well. Dr. Wang looked at Zhang Yunjie and smiled slightly. Young Master Zhang, having fallen to this state, have you ever thought about seeking revenge on the higher-ups of Qingyun City? I want to. I dream of it. Especially Su Qiu, I want to cut him into pieces and make him suffer. Zhang Yunjie growled. Since that's the case, then join us. You guys? Yes, we are the Demon Heaven Cult. The Demon Heaven Cult, one of the most notorious cults in Daxia. Over the years, who knows how much chaos it has caused within Daxia. Zhang Yunjie had heard about this cult, and he never expected that Dr. Wang, who had always worked for the Zhang family, was actually a member of this cult. But thinking of his current situation, he gritted his teeth. Fine, as long as I can gain the power of revenge. I am willing to join. Very good, young master. You will become my most perfect work. Dr. Wang smiled slightly. Outskirts. Su Qiu glanced at the glory list, clicking his tongue in wonder. Did not expect the officials to work so quickly. He just got his medal, and he was directly on the list. Alright, no more nonsense, training begins. First, you need to pass through this forest. Reach the house in the center of the forest. I will be waiting for you there with old Zhao. Oli, I said, then walked into the forest with Zhao Xiaoyun. Lin Jian then calmly said, Do we want to escape now? As soon as he finished speaking, a voice from within the forest rang out, By the way, there will hardly be any vehicles passing by here. If you want to escape and I catch you, I will let you experience the weight of my heavenly toothstick. Everyone swallowed hard. They exchanged glances and could only head into the forest. But they had not taken a few steps when whispers sounded around them. A thick vine suddenly sprang out from the surroundings, binding Lin Jian and hanging him in midair. He hurriedly took out the storm greatsword to cut the vine. But more and more vines appeared around him.
Like a swarm of snakes, they slithered towards them. What the hell are these? Do these vines move on their own? Xiao shot a gun, tearing apart a whipping vine.
Knowledge of strange beasts learned over the years flooded into his mind. These are first-stage plant-type strange beasts, green demon vines.
They parasitize some large trees and absorb their nutrients to grow.
Also, don't get tangled up by them, their strength is considerable.
Once caught, even steel bars may be bent by them. Fire, they are afraid of fire. Who can use fire attribute martial arts? I can.
At this moment, a member of the Bold Bull team stepped forward and shouted, launching fireballs from both hands, B-grade martial arts, fire cloud palm.
Boom, boom, boom. Flames exploded, pushing back the green demon vines. Everyone ventured deeper into the forest.
Then they saw huge flowers everywhere.
Xiao swallowed hard. If I'm not mistaken, these should be second-stage plant-type strange beasts, man-eating flowers.
As soon as he finished speaking, a muffled groan came from beside him.
You're not mistaken, help me quickly.
Lin Jian was already half swallowed by a gigantic man-eating flower, and Zhao Kiki rushed over to pull him out. But the surrounding man-eating flowers had already awakened and rushed towards them, their buds opening wide with glistening mouths.
Everyone fought their way through.
But this was just the beginning. First stage strange beasts, green demon vines, second stage strange beasts, man-eating flowers, second stage strange beasts, beast trapping grasses, third stage strange beasts, blood peonies, third stage strange beasts, seven-leaf sword grasses. Xiao had seen these plant-type strange beasts in books, and here, most of them could actually be found, as they fought their way exhausted, panting hard, their minds highly tense. No one knew if a seemingly unremarkable small grass or flower nearby was some terrifying strange beast.
So terrifying, so terrifying. The captain actually lives in a place like this? Does she have to fight these plant-type strange beasts every time she returns? No wonder the captain is so strong. Hiss. There's actually such a place outside Qingyun City? If I'm not mistaken, this should be a spiritual energy zone. Xiao said. Everyone looked at him.
They were now beginning to realize the power of the god from the third high school.
The strange beasts they didn't recognize, the knowledge they didn't know.
One by one bounced out from Xiao's mouth. Yes, the spiritual energy zone, as the name suggests, is a place where spiritual energy gathers.
Such places, due to the high concentration of spiritual energy, often give rise to some anomalies.
The plant-type strange beasts in this forest should have been born from the high concentration of spiritual energy.
Xiao explained. So that's how it is. Yeah, I've heard of spiritual energy zones, but couldn't think of it for a moment.
It's been a long time since we came out, and these skills were long returned to school.
This is what happens when you all don't study. Everyone suddenly realized. The crowd continued deeper into the forest. Suddenly,
the ground before them suddenly shook, and a large tree rose from the earth, standing upright, with bark that revealed patterns resembling human faces. Then it swung its thick branches and charged at them.
Xiao gasped in cold air. Stage 4 plant-based beast, War Tree Man.
No way, the captain is too ruthless, bringing out a stage 4 beast. Everyone swallowed a little, dodging several attacks from the War Tree Man. Then Lin Jian shouted, charging forward, his storm blade swinging out, but it struck the tree man with a clang that sounded like metal against metal. The body of the tree man was shockingly impervious to knives and guns.
Watch my move, Fire Cloud Palm.
The fiery bull team member unleashed a palm strike.
Spirit power gathered to form a large fireball.
But when it hit the War Tree Man, it scattered directly, burning only a few leaves, failing to inflict substantial damage.
Even flames, which should counter wood attributes, were ineffective now. Chapter 51, Arriving at the Villa, Entering the Ice Lake Again.
Fire Cloud Palm hit the War Tree Man repeatedly, but it did not cause much harm, leaving everyone dumbfounded at this scene.
Martial spirits, martial skills, alien beasts.
Most of these have attribute classifications.
An attribute restraint is a critical part of combat.
This War Tree Man, no matter how you look at it, was a wood property beast. Facing wood property, fire attribute is the most suitable.
But now,
fire attribute has lost its effect on this War Tree Man. The power of this War Tree Man can only be imagined.
The captain is too ruthless. This has to be a stage 4 beast. They brought out stage 4 beasts? Whoa, that's terrifying.
The War Tree Man swept its branches. The team member who unleashed Fire Cloud Palm was directly knocked away, with a crunch as if bones were broken.
Everyone was stunned. So ruthless.
Seeing this, Xiao gripped his ally spear and charged out. Thunder King Spear. His current cultivation was at the peak of stage 3. But the Thunder King Spear is an A-grade skill, and it has reached the perfect level of A-grade skill. This spear's explosive power is no less than stage 4.
Bang!
The body of the War Tree Man was blasted open with a large hole.
Then it let out a cry and fell to the ground. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but smile. Good, Xiao is amazing. Ha, this move Thunder King Spear is beautiful. Brother is mighty. Everyone cheered for Xiao. But then, there was a series of rumbling sounds from the surrounding forest, and soon one after another, war tree men stood up. There were as many as 7 or 8. 7 or 8 stage 4 beasts, surrounding the crowd. Among them, there was even one war tree man whose aura was larger than the previous one, clearly a stage 4 elite. Members of the bull team swallowed hard. Captain! Are you trying to kill us? Help! Xiao couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. Now he finally understood why the bull team members looked like they were facing death when they mentioned participating in Olay's training. The opponent truly dared to be ruthless. A careless mistake could really cost their lives. Xiao, work with me. Lin Jian shouted loudly. He drew out his martial spirit, the Storm Greatsword, and charged towards the strongest war tree man, his sword radiating brilliance. Some war tree men tried to stop him. But before they could make a move, Xiao acted. His alloy spear thrust out, thunder flashing and roaring. The power of the Thunder King spear exploded. Zhao Kiki also shouted, lifting her axe, and swung towards a war tree man, knocking it to the ground. She stood on the remains of the war tree man, saying, "Look at how cowardly each of you is. Look at Xiao. How long has it been since we joined the bull team to achieve such results, to rise on the honor list? Don't you guys feel ashamed? Everyone, get your spirits up. What are a few 4th-tier beasts? Just crush them." Upon hearing her words, and seeing Xiao wielding a spear, toppling several war tree ants, the crowd couldn't help but twitch their mouths. We are still different from those hanging walls. However, as seniors of the bull team, watching a newcomer showing off in front of them, they naturally felt somewhat displeased. Our bull team didn't get to where it is today depending on newcomers. We may not be able to rely on newcomers, but we absolutely cannot drag them down. Everyone, charge. Xiao, I'm here to help you. Wow, hahaha, war tree ants are nothing. Look at Grandpa's fire cloud palm. The battle inside the forest was fierce. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, in a villa by a lake, Olay was sipping from a bottle of wine, while Zhao Xiaoyu sat beside her, reading a book. Occasionally, hearing noises from the forest, she smiled slightly. How many war tree ants have you arranged? Aren't you afraid of any accidents? Don't worry, this level won't kill them. Besides, aren't you here? Olay grinned. She had great confidence in Zhao Xiaoyu's abilities. He. Zhao Xiaoyu chuckled slightly, non-committally. After an unknown amount of time, close to evening, Xiao, Zhao Kiki, Lin Jian, and others staggered together, exhausted, to the villa door. Woo, we finally made it. I almost thought I was going to die in the forest. So scary. Olay approached with the wine bottle, looking at Xiao and others, and loudly said, 4 hours. You all took a full 4 hours to get here. Among everyone I have trained before, you guys are the worst. Xiao. Zhao Kiki. Lin Jian. Everyone, we really want to hit someone. But we can't win. Leader, can we wait a bit for the lecture? How about we let Sister Zhao heal us first? Lin Jian said carefully. You want healing? Sure, go to the lake over there. Olay pointed to the nearby lake. The group walked over. They saw Zhao Xiaoyu standing on the water's surface with both feet. Everyone looked on in amazement. What kind of martial skill is this? This is not a martial skill, it's the use of spiritual power. When one's understanding of spiritual power reaches the ultimate level, this can be done. Everyone looked eagerly at Zhao Xiaoyu, waiting for her healing. Zhao Xiaoyu smiled slightly, a white light appeared around her, and then a lotus flower slowly bloomed beneath her feet. It exuded a strong life force. It was the S-rank martial spirit of the wood attribute, the flower of life. Life blessing. Zhao Xiaoyu activated her spiritual power. The flower of life landed on the water's surface, a strong life force infused into the water, making the entire lake become vibrant. This lake has already been blessed by me, it's equivalent to turning into a healing potion, you just need to enter. Zhao Xiaoyu said. Xiao was dumbfounded, you turned an entire lake into a healing potion? How exaggerated. If you were to sell this healing potion, wouldn't it make a fortune? Lin Jian pushed his glasses, it's not as simple as you think. The reason this entire lake has healing effects is because of Sister Zhao's flower of life. Once Sister Zhao takes it back, the water will revert to normal, and the lake water will be the same without the flower of life. Only then did Xiao realize. But this didn't diminish Zhao Xiaoyu's strength. Everyone jumped into the lake to receive healing. But soon, they realized something was wrong. The lake water looked ordinary but was bone-chilling cold. When their bodies touched it, it felt as if they were about to be frozen solid. What kind of water is this? They couldn't take it anymore and quickly crawled out of the water. At this moment, Olay walked over. With one kick each, she sent everyone back into the water. Stay in there. Beneath the lake's waters lies a rare piece of cold crystal. The cold crystal has the effect of strengthening the body, it will benefit you all. Woo-woo, but it's too cold. I might freeze to death. With old Xiao's life flower watching over you, you won't die, Our said with a smile, then took out her wolf tooth club and stood by the lake. And if you don't want to freeze, then come up and let me smash you. Everyone lost their temper. Freezing in the water is one thing, but at least they could still live. Going up to fight Our. They didn't have that kind of courage. Chapter 52, Battling Our, Martial Soul Reunites. In the ice-cold lake. Everyone was shaking from the cold. If it weren't for Zhao Xiaoyan's life flower supporting them, several of them would have probably frozen unconscious by now. While Su Qiu was in the lake, carefully feeling the cold air entering his body, if it were just pure cold, it would definitely harm the body. However, this cold was very special. The cold was mixed with a breath of life. As the cold air destroyed the body, that breath of life repaired it. The repaired body was even stronger than before. Destruction, repair, destruction, repair. In such a cycle, Su Qiu felt his physical quality significantly improve. Looking at Our standing by the lake, holding the wolf tooth club, he suddenly felt an impulse. How about going up to fight the leader? He had always wanted to know how strong Our really was. The other party dared to lay hands on the Xiao marquis. And the attitude of the 20 hunting group leaders towards her was a mix of displeasure and fear. It's clear that they were like this because of Our's strength. It seemed she sensed Su Qiu's thoughts. Choose to appear again. Ding. As a martial artist, you have a heart that challenges the strong. Facing the far stronger Our, you have the following choices. 1. Stay quietly in the ice-cold lake and train, don't go looking for trouble. Reward, body quality improves by double. 2. The strong draw blades against the stronger. Do not fear even if it's the leader. After all, Our won't kill you, go up and challenge her. Reward, body quality improves by tenfold. Without a second thought, Su Qiu chose the second option. He slowly walked from the lake towards the shore, and seeing his actions, everyone couldn't help but look at him in astonishment. Su Qiu, what are you going to do? I'm going, Su Qiu, you have guts, do you really want to challenge the leader? Su Qiu, go for it. Defeat the leader. Overthrow the leader's tyranny. Some were surprised. Some enjoyed the excitement without care. An Our, sensing the blazing fighting spirit in Su Qiu's eyes, narrowed her eyes slightly and couldn't help but grin. You want to fight me? At that moment, Su Qiu suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of pressure. He felt like a little lamb targeted by a tiger. He almost got scared and retreated back into the lake. But just as he took a step back, he gritted his teeth and moved forward several steps, charging straight onto the shore. Leader, please guide me. Ha ha ha, good. Kid, you've got guts. Our was somewhat excited. Holding the wolf tooth club, she flashed in front of Su Qiu and directly struck out with a swing so fast that Su Qiu almost didn't react in time. He hurriedly raised his spear to block. Bang! The alloy spear in his hand bent directly, and the immense force sent him flying hard, sliding several meters before he barely stabilized himself. So fast. So strong. Su Qiu's spear trembled in his hand. He had the Kuanping martial soul in his body. His speed far exceeded that of others at the same level, yet even so, he almost couldn't react. It showed just how terrifying Our strength was. Good kid, being able to block this blow, you've already surpassed half of the bullfighting group. Our slowly walked towards Su Qiu with her wolf tooth club in hand. But in Su Qiu's view, Our was no longer human. She was a war giant, radiating a jet-black aura, as if she had just emerged from the battlefield, terrifying, horrifying, shocking. A thick sense of oppression. Like a tide crashing towards him, he felt like a small boat swaying in a storm, ready to be overturned at any moment. This sense of oppression is too abnormal. This is definitely not the pressure of spiritual power, but another kind of force. It feels like it's directly attacking the mental will. Su Qiu swallowed hard. He believed that, not to mention someone like him at the third stage. Even a fourth stage or even a fifth stage warrior standing before Oli might not be able to stand firm, let alone fight back. On the lake. Zhao Xiaoyun sensed something and showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. I didn't expect this kid to actually make Oli feel the will to fight. Su Xiaoshuang curiously asked Empress Joan Xiao, what do you mean by will to fight? Is it very powerful? The will to fight I mentioned is not just a description, but a real existing power. This power can strike at the mental will, and after reaching a certain extent, it can even distort reality. This power can only be honed on countless battlefields, and the chances of it happening are very slim.
But those who can master the will to fight are all, without exception, battle geniuses among millions. They are born for battle. Born to die for battle. Fighting is an instinct engraved in their bones. And the Olei before us is such a type of warrior. Her martial soul talent may not be exceptional, but her talent in battle, her will in battle, is definitely more precious than most martial soul talents. Su Xiaoshuan was surprised to hear Empress Zhongxiao give such a high evaluation of someone. She couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the big sister. Aren't you worried about your brother? No need to worry, the big sister won't really hurt my brother, and I believe in my brother, he definitely won't lose easily. Empress Zhongxiao held back her words, one at the 3rd stage, another who has mastered the will to fight at the 7th stage. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. By the lake. Su Qiu felt the boiling will to fight from Olei, let out a low shout, and took the lead to strike, his spear transforming into a streak of lightning, shooting out. A flicker of surprise appeared in Olei's eyes. Facing her will to fight and the courage to strike first. This kid also has the instinct for battle etched in his bones. In the future, he would be able to master the will to fight like her. Thinking of this, Olei became even more excited, looking at Su Qiu as if seeing a kindred spirit, and she swung her mace at Su Qiu's spear. With a loud bang, Su Qiu was once again knocked back. Olei continued to attack. The mace swung continuously, and Su Qiu refused to be outdone, wielding his spear like a dragon. The Thunder King's spear was executed to perfection. Bang, bang, bang. The spear and the mace clashed repeatedly, sparking bursts of fire. Olei clearly noticed that Su Qiu's power and speed were continuously strengthening in battle, and his growth speed was astonishing. This made her very surprised. Could it be that this kid has been hiding his strength all along? Ha, you are really bringing me more and more surprises. Su Qiu, recruiting you into the bull team back then was truly my wisest decision. Olei laughed heartily. As Su Qiu continuously increased his power, so did she. Su Qiu. Can't you combine your martial souls? Show me. Olei said expectantly. Hearing this, Su Qiu let out a low shout, White Tiger, Thunder Dragon. With a light shout. The two martial souls, White Tiger and Thunder Dragon, appeared together. With a roar in the air, they fused continuously into Su Qiu's body. With Zhao Xiaoyan around, he wasn't afraid of the martial soul fusion burdening his body. After all, she would definitely be able to save him. Martial soul fusion, abundant power once again filled Su Qiu's entire body. Captain, be careful. Su Qiu grinned. In this state, he could even fight evenly against 6th stage warriors. You little brat. I'm afraid 2 of your martial souls won't be enough. Olei, wielding her mace, showed no fear. Chapter 53. He will stand at the top of the world. Get up and train. Martial soul fusion. The ability that only a 7th level lord can use. Olei can certainly do it too. But when dealing with Su Qiu, she doesn't need to use such tricks. After all, she is also at the 7th level. Using a spirit fusion against Su Qiu would be a bit embarrassing, not to mention Su Qiu. Even if the Duke of Zhixiao came, she might not use it. Su Qiu fused the White Tiger and Thunder Dragon spirit. The features of the 2 great spirits gradually emerged from his body. A king character appeared on his forehead. Arcs of electricity intertwined on his body, crackling loudly. In the next second, his figure flashed, disappearing like a lightning bolt, and when he reappeared in front of Olei, he suddenly thrust out his spear. The might was like a dragon, utterly domineering. Olei stood in place, then reached out with her big hand, actually using her hand to catch the thrusting spear. The electric light flashing on the spear burned her palm, but she still didn't let go, grinning, kid, too slow. When she caught Su Qiu, she swung a blow. Bang! Su Qiu was like a mountain crashing into him, flying out and smashing into the forest, not knowing how many big trees he knocked down. Strange beasts of the plant type surrounded him. But in the next second, they were ripped to shreds by the lightning erupting from his body. He looked at Olei in the distance and complained, Captain, isn't that a bit too harsh? My bones feel like you broke them. On the battlefield, do you expect your enemy to show mercy? Olei said, her fighting spirit rising again. Her feet slightly bent. Like a cannonball, she rushed out. Before Su Qiu could react, she was in front of him. His pupils shrank, and he quickly defended with his spear. Clang, clang, clang. He blocked several strikes in a row. But Orei's speed was too fast. So fast that even the thick wolf's fawn club swung out after images. Too slow. Is this the extent of an SSS-level spirit fusion? Su Qiu, can you not give me more excitement? Olei shouted loudly. The people by the lake swallowed hard, watching this battle. This is completely on another level from them. Not good, the captain seems to be getting a bit carried away. TSK, Su Qiu won't be beaten to death, right? Don't worry, with Sister Zhao around, he won't die. And Su Qiu, who had used the fusion of two great spirits, was being beaten up. This made him feel a bit helpless.
Damn, truly worthy of the captain, so powerful it's almost brutal.
Su Qiu thought to himself.
He began to doubt if Ori was the strongest fighter in Qingyun City. The key is, Ori has twin spirits.
What she's using now is just the A-level spirit, the Sky Tooth Stick, and she hasn't used her other A-level spirit, the Sky Blue Bull Demon.
It's just an A-level spirit, but I feel like even an SS-level spirit of the same realm would be beaten by her, so strong. Su Qiu marveled inwardly. Ori's strength is not just reflected in her spirits,
but in her astonishing combat ability.
Martial arts, fighting spirit, battle instincts. All have reached an impeccable level.
Looking at Ori shouting for him to speed up, Su Qiu gritted his teeth. You want speed, huh?
Then, here I come. A dark golden light shot up into the sky from his body. SSS-level spirit, Kuanping.
As the Kuanping appeared, merging into Su Qiu's body, a pair of dark golden wings suddenly spread from his back, and his figure flashed, his speed tripled. His spear continued to thrust out, spear light sweeping like raindrops.
Ori also wildly swung the Wolf's Fang Club.
The shockwaves from their battle tore the surrounding trees to pieces. Even the 4th-level war tree man caught in it perished in the next second.
The entire forest was almost flattened by their battle. If this were a battle in the city, wouldn't several streets be destroyed?
Lin Jian swallowed hard. The battle continued for an unknown amount of time, and in the end, even with the use of 3 SSS-level spirit fusions, Su Qiu was still knocked out. Ori carried him back and tossed him into the lake. Zhao Xiaoyun's life flower ability activated, healing Su Qiu's injuries. She checked and gasped in amazement, Captain, this is a bit extreme, you've broken 5 or 6 bones. Without me, he would have to lie down for 10 days or half a month.
Olay remained silent. Standing by the lakeside, she was quiet and unresponsive. Zhao Xiaoyun sensed something was off.
She sent others into the villa to rest and went in front of Olay to ask, what's wrong?
She found Olay's body was actually trembling slightly.
She was staring intensely at the unconscious Su Qiu, her eyes flashing with a vicious glint like a wild beast, as if she wanted to continue fighting Su Qiu.
No, or rather, killing.
Zhao Xiaoyun's heart sank, and she quickly slapped Olay on the head. He's just a 3rd-level warrior, you really have lost it. Olay gradually returned to normal, looking at her slightly trembling hands.
Old Zhao, do you know?
When I was fighting him just now, there were several times I almost couldn't control myself, wanting to truly battle with him. In the fight, his strength, speed, reaction kept improving, as if he was evolving during the battle. This kind of talent has me so excited that I can barely stop trembling. Old Zhao, just watch, in less than 5 years, no. In less than 3 years, he will stand at the peak of the world.
Zhao Xiaoyun rolled her eyes at Olay's wild gaze. Since you know he's so powerful, can't you hold back a bit? If you accidentally kill him, wouldn't that mean a loss for our great Xia of a future powerhouse?
Hey, he, like me, was born for battle. If he dies just like that, then it just shows I misjudged him. Olay grinned, clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and completely reined in her boiling fighting spirit. I will wait. When he reaches the peak of the world, I will definitely battle him with all my strength.
Heh, you violent woman. Zhao Xiaoyun scoffed. Time passed, and Su Qiu awakened.
Looking at the unfamiliar ceiling, he suddenly felt a strange familiarity. It feels like I fainted due to spirit fusion before, then woke up in the treatment room. This should be, the captain's villa. Su Qiu looked around. The room was large,
but it was quite monotonous, lacking decoration.
He felt his body, and there wasn't much discomfort, clearly healed carefully by Zhao Xiaoyun.
Recalling the previous battle with Olay,
I fused all 3 of my spirit powers. Though it lasted less than 3 minutes, within those 3 minutes, I could resist even a 7th-level marquee warrior.
Yet I couldn't force out the 2nd spirit power of the captain. Captain Olay is indeed amazing. Su Qiu even suspected she might not be just a 7th level.
Even if she really was, she must have the kind of talent that could challenge higher levels.
Bang!
At that moment, the room door was kicked open.
Olay swaggered in. Su Qiu, how long are you going to sleep? Get up and train.
Su Qiu glanced at the door that had been kicked off its hinges, his mouth twitching. Captain, you must spend a lot on renovation.
No matter how good the house, it cannot withstand you doing this. Chapter 54 100 Beasts. Give me the power to transcend limits.
Stop talking nonsense, come train with me. Olay said, grabbing Su Qiu's collar and pulling him out of the villa like a chick. When Su Qiu saw that by the lakeside, everyone was in swimsuits, swimming back and forth, including Su Xiaoshuang. Then he looked at Zhao Kiki, Zhao Xiaoyun, and Wang Yan. Wearing bikinis, their curvy figures and straight thighs, their skin gleaming in the sunlight, made it seem as if they were fragile and delicate.
Su Qiu's eyes brightened. Captain, is today's training swimming? although the ice lake's water was cold to the bone. But Su Qiu was different now. After yesterday's battle, his physical quality had increased tenfold. Not afraid at all. This is their training, it has nothing to do with you. Uri said lightly. Then she continued to drag Su Qiu towards the other side of the lake. Su Qiu watched Zhao Kiki, Zhao Xiaoyun, and Wang Yan move further away, feeling a bit regretful in his heart. After all, the desire to be beautiful is something everyone has. Who doesn't love to look at beautiful women? Uri brought Su Qiu to a base. This base was made of steel. Uri arrived at the gate and entered a password, opening the door. At that moment, Su Qiu suddenly felt the hairs on his body stand on end. He sensed a wave of fierce energy rushing towards him. Looking inside the base, it was dark and gloomy, as if pairs of green eyes were staring at him, accompanied by low growls. Su Qiu swallowed hard. Captain, this place is my pet base. Uri smiled slightly. Su Qiu suddenly remembered that Wang Yan had once said Uri had her own pet base, but the pets inside were various kinds of exotic beasts. He recalled that during his first task after joining the bull squad, the second-level exotic beast, the poison fang dog, was captured from this pet base. Captain, we came here. Before Su Qiu could finish his sentence, he was thrown into the base by Uri. The next second, the door closed. Su Qiu was dumbfounded. What the hell? The lights inside the base turned on, and the scene before him made him gasp. There were cages one after another, with fierce exotic beasts locked inside, saber-toothed tigers, storm wolves, black phosphorus snakes, snake leopards. The lowest rank was also second level. There were even quite a few fourth-level beasts. The poison fang dog he had seen before was here, looking like a chihuahua. At this moment, these exotic beasts were drooling, staring at Su Qiu, as if looking at a delicious feast. Su Qiu, there are 100 exotic beasts here. If you knock them all down, I will let you out, but you cannot use your martial spirit fusion ability. This ability is powerful, but it has significant side effects for you right now, and you are still in a growth stage. If you overly rely on this ability, it will cause immeasurable damage to your growth. Uri's voice echoed through the base's loudspeaker. Su Qiu thought for a moment and felt some truth in her words. Although martial spirit fusion was powerful, it was his trump card at this stage. Without a last resort, he couldn't use it casually. But looking at the 100 exotic beasts before him, Su Qiu swallowed again, not using martial spirit fusion. Captain, aren't you overestimating me to let me deal with 100 exotic beasts here? He was only at the third level upper grade. But here, there were quite a few fourth level exotic beasts. Believe in yourself, squeeze out your potential. If this is your limit, then surpass it for me. Surpass the limit? It's not that easy. If limits were easy to surpass, then they wouldn't be called limits. Su Qiu rolled his eyes. But at this moment, a series of beeping sounds came from all around. 100 cages containing exotic beasts were opened. 100 fierce exotic beasts were released. Su Qiu took out his long gun, immediately entering combat mode. Stinky kid, struggle well, I won't save you. If you die, I won't help you collect your body, just wait to become these exotic beasts' dung. Uri laughed heartily. Su Qiu understood, Uri was very likely not joking. If he couldn't hold on, she really wouldn't intervene. To defeat these 100 exotic beasts without using martial spirit fusion, as Uri said, there was really only one way. That is, to surpass the limit. Roar! A fierce leopard pounced at Su Qiu. Damn it! Captain, wait until I become stronger than you, I'll definitely beat you until your mother doesn't recognize you. Su Qiu yelled and charged forward. In another room, Uri watched Su Qiu on the screen beginning to fight the exotic beasts and smiled slightly. That really makes me look forward to it. Also, I've been wandering the streets since I was young. I'm an orphan, my mother has long lost recognition of me. Inside the base, the roars of the beasts and the crackling of thunder were endless. Su Qiu held a long spear and charged into the midst of the beast horde. Although he was very strong, capable of challenging level 4 and even fighting against high-grade level 4, there were more than 20 level 4 beasts here. He wanted to eliminate them one by one in their siege. To others, it was simply an impossible task. Su Qiu had a clear understanding of his own strength. If he fought head-on, he would be injured in no time. At that point, he could only use the ability to fuse with his martial spirit. But doing so would mean he hadn't passed this training with Hour. He was someone who strived for excellence. He said he wouldn't use the martial spirit fusion ability, so he absolutely wouldn't use it. Head-on confrontation won't work, must use my brain. Su Qiu scanned all the beasts in the arena. The knowledge he learned in school about various beasts emerged in his mind. Let you see the power of the third middle school's genius. Snake leopard, a level 2 beast, has a tail like a snake, is fast, excels at claw strikes, its weak point is the tail. Cut off the tail, the beast will collapse on the ground and cannot move, a total of 12.
Venomous dog, a level 2 beast, can spray venom. There are 8 of them. With so many beasts here, I can use their poison to affect the other beasts. Sword-toothed tiger, a level 3 beast, its teeth are like swords, has great strength, its body is invulnerable, but its speed is slower than that of other beasts of the same level. Storm wolf, a level 4 beast, fast as wind, can condense wind blades to attack its opponent. Quite tricky. Phantom leopard, a level 4 beast, and a rare shadow-type beast, can hide in shadows to ambush its opponent, hard to guard against.
Must find an opportunity to deal with it first. Su Qiu's mind flashed with information on the present beasts.
Quickly formulating strategies based on their levels, advantages, and weaknesses. He swung his spear like a dragon. Beasts were toppled one by one, defeated or killed by him. Our watched the battle on the screen, her eyes glimmering with admiration. In such a short time, he quickly formulated a combat plan based on the weaknesses of the beasts, turning what he learned into visible combat power. Ha, the genius of the 3rd middle school truly lives up to its name. Not the kind who only knows to study hard but cannot perform in battle. Courageous and strategic, truly a beautiful fight.
Chapter 55, If I don't fight hard, I'm afraid I won't catch up. I'm letting them all be defeated. Inside the pet base, roars continue to echo out. Outside the base,
Su Xiaoshuang, Zhao Kiki, Lin Jian and others gathered together, shivering as they listened to the constant noises coming from inside.
TSK, the commander is really ruthless. How many beasts must be inside? The commander actually threw him in there, although with Sister Zhao around, there's no fear of casualties, but this is too bold.
Ha, training under the commander is a regular occurrence of near-death and survival, but this time the commander is indeed a bit tougher on Su Qiu.
The crowd surrounded the pet base and discussed animatedly. Our walked over, looked at everyone and said, "What are you all doing squeezed here? Isn't it time to train?"
"Leader, we have already adapted to the temperature of the ice lake." Su Xiaoshuang stepped forward proudly and said. Although her cultivation was the weakest among those present, her talent was exceptional, and with the help of Empress Jiangxiao behind the scenes, she was making progress faster than everyone else present. In a short time, she had already adapted to the temperature of the ice lake. Our looked at her in surprise, a hint of admiration showing in her eyes. Not bad, not bad. Like her brother, both are prodigies. But then her expression turned serious. Do you think that just adapting to the temperature of the ice lake is enough? Truly naive. Follow me. Everyone exchanged glances as they looked at her back. What else does the commander want to do? I have a bad feeling about this. Everyone had a certain understanding of the other party would definitely not let them have it easy during training. They would surely find ways to torture them. As Our walked into the villa, she quickly pulled out a box. Coins. Everyone was stunned. Did the other party really want to give them money? Then, Our threw the box of coins into the air above the ice lake and swung a stick, bursting the box with a bang. A large number of coins scattered and fell into the ice lake. I just threw out 1,000 coins. I want you to fish these 1,000 coins out of the ice lake before sunset. Everyone gasped. The ice lake, the deeper you go, the colder it gets. Not only that, but the deeper the water, the higher the water pressure. To ask them to dive deep into the ice lake and retrieve 1,000 coins, this difficulty could not be compared to just adapting to the cold of the lake. I knew the captain wouldn't let us off easy. Everyone swallowed hard. Oh, right, there's one more condition, each of you can only retrieve 1 coin at a time. Our added. Everyone's faces turned even grimmer. Only 1 coin at a time? That meant they had to dive repeatedly into the depths of the lake. Diving once was already hard enough. Going back and forth again and again would truly be a torment to their physical strength, endurance, and willpower. Captain, we can't do it. Wang Yan nearly cried in despair. Sorry, but the dictionary of the bull battle team doesn't have these 3 words. Our pulled out a spiked club, grinning, "Get down there, all of you." Boom! Our spiritual energy exploded, and a terrifying pressure sweeping through like a hurricane made everyone run towards the ice lake with a gloomy face. Splash, splash. Everyone jumped one by one into the ice lake, diving to retrieve the coins. But after coming back a few times, they were already gasping for breath, lying on the shore to catch their breath, some even turning pale. Our stood in front of them, grinning. Tired? Tired, so tired, this is already our limit. Then push beyond your limits. You little bunnies. Our kicked those resting by the shore back into the lake. Zhao Xiaoyan watched from the side, helplessly smiling. If other teams see your special training, they'll definitely complain that you're inhumane. Hey, on the battlefield, there's no humanity, only beastliness. Our grinned. She looked at Zhao Xiaoyun. Besides, aren't you here? With you around, this group of little bunnies won't die. What am I afraid of? That's right.
Although Our was crazy, she wasn't so mad as to disregard lives. On the contrary, she treasured every member of her team.
It was precisely because Zhao Xiaoyun was there. That's why she dared to push the bold battle team to their limits. If Our, who trained everyone, was pure beast in wildness, then Zhao Xiaoyun was her humanity. Zhao Xiaoyun rolled her eyes. Having you as a captain, I'm bound to get exhausted.
No matter what, you have to raise my salary. I can give you my share, no problem. Our laughed.
She never valued wealth.
Time passed.
Lin Jian, Zhao Kiki, and others didn't know how many times they had dived into the ice lake.
With their efforts, a small pile of coins gradually appeared by the lakeside.
Su Xiaoshuang dragged herself out of the lake, placing a silver coin on the pile, then lying on the ground, pale, and trembling all over. Zhao Xiaoyun stepped forward to heal her, a look of tenderness on her face.
Xiaoshuang, take a break. No, I can't. The big sister said we need to surpass our limits. Don't listen to that crazy woman's nonsense. Does she really think everyone is that crazy?
Zhao Xiaoyun rolled her eyes.
Let me retrieve a few more. You're pushing too hard.
Zhao Xiaoyun said with concern. Su Xiaoshuan looked in the direction of the beast base, knowing her older brother was fighting against many beasts she couldn't compete with inside. If I don't push myself, I'm afraid I won't catch up to my brother. After saying that, she patted her own cheek. With a splash, she dove back into the water. Ole walked over, looking at the surface of the water with a grin. I told you this girl suits me.
She's fierce.
She will definitely be a peak existence in the future. It's all your fault for leading her astray, Zhao Xiaoyun said, holding her forehead.
Time passed.
The sun gradually set. More and more coins appeared by the lake. Until the sun went down, everyone still had not collected all the coins.
Lin Jian counted once. 817 coins, still missing 183.
They looked at Ole, feeling a bit anxious. She walked over with a cold face, arms crossed, and threw all the coins back into the lake. Everyone was stunned to see the coins they had fished out all afternoon thrown back.
Ole wouldn't make them go back again to fish, would she? That would be like killing them. 10 push-ups for each coin.
That's 1,830, and you all do them now.
When you're done, go back to eat, take a shower, and rest. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. 1,830 push-ups. It sounded like a lot.
But it was much better than going back to fish for coins.
Plus, they could rest after doing it. This whole day of torture would finally be over. They felt an urge to cry. Wah wah wah, the captain still has some humanity. Great, finally we can almost rest. Hurry up and finish, so we can rest.
Everyone hurried to do push-ups. They were squeezing out the last bit of strength in their bodies.
Bang!
At this moment, the door of the pet base slowly opened, and everyone looked over to see a bloody figure walking out. Behind him lay a whole land of motionless strange beasts. Su Qiu radiated a terrifying aura, like a war god returning from the battlefield. He smiled at Ole not far away. I did it, I defeated 100 strange beasts.
Chapter 56, Special Training continues, 5-story base. Extra training.
Su Qiu walked out of the pet base. He exuded an incredibly strong aura. Like a general returning from the battlefield, he stood with his gun, grinning at the crowd but fell silent. Ole and the others rushed forward to check, only to find him standing there motionless, eyes closed, having fainted while standing.
Everyone gasped in wonder. What a guy, he fainted while standing. He really has no strength left. He really defeated all 100 strange beasts. Incredible. They hurriedly brought Su Qiu back to the villa. They had Zhao Xiaoyun treat him. At night, everyone was full and began to rest, lying in bed, feeling like they had arrived in heaven, with a strong urge to cry. Finally, we can rest. Wah wah wah, that's great. On the other side, Ole was in her room watching the battle video of Su Qiu and the strange beasts. She grinned. Old Zhao, this brat not only didn't use the martial soul fusion, but even defeated 100 strange beasts without summoning his martial soul. His performance once again exceeded my expectations. Zhao Xiaoyan glanced at the video and rolled her eyes. The leader of the Crazy Bull Squad is already a madman, and now, there's another little madman. Ha, a bit of madness is good, a bit of madness is good. The next day, everyone had almost recovered. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel a bit stronger today than yesterday, and my internal spiritual power seems to have increased a bit. Yeah, I feel that way too. After resting the whole night, when they got up in the morning, they found changes in their bodies. The effects of the special training were beginning to show. This discovery gave them a boost of spirit. Although Ole's training was exaggerated and terrifying, she almost pushed them to the brink of death. But the effects were indeed incredible. They couldn't help but feel a bit excited.
After all, they were all martial artists, gaining strength made them very happy.
Bang! Olay kicked open the villa door.
She shouted, "Everyone get up, continue training." Zhao Xiaoyan looked at the door that was kicked open.
The blue veins on his forehead throbbed. "Can you not be so violent when calling people? Who told this door to be so weak? Next time, I'll get an iron one." Olay grinned widely.
Then she continued training everyone. Lin Jian, Zhao Kiki, Su Xiaoshuan, and others continued to fish for coins in the icy lake.
As for Su Qiu,
after he woke up, he was once again taken by Olay to the pet base. He saw the 100 strange beasts he had painstakingly knocked over yesterday, now alive and kicking, staring at him intensely from their cages. But when they saw Olay behind him, they couldn't help but shrink back.
As if they had seen some monster, they curled up in the corner.
In front of Olay, they truly seemed to have turned into pets. Yesterday I had old Zhao treat these strange beasts, and now they're well again.
Come on, keep fighting them. Olay laughed. Su Qiu held his gun, grinning. This is a piece of cake. After yesterday's battle, he felt he would definitely do better today. By the way, let me have a look at your gun.
Oh, okay.
Su Qiu handed the gun to Olay.
But he saw her take it and walk away, locking him inside the base.
Su Qiu was confused. Captain, my gun.
Hey,
today, you'll just have to play with them barehanded.
Olay flashed him a devilish smile. As the big door of the base slowly closed, Su Qiu felt like crying without tears. He had struggled so hard even with a spear yesterday, and today she wanted him to fight those strange beasts barehanded?
This is too outrageous.
Olay really seemed to be trying to push him to his limit.
Let's do it.
Looking at the strange beasts that had already been released, Su Qiu decisively took the initiative. Fortunately, after yesterday's battle, he had already understood their abilities and weaknesses, which helped him a lot.
Half a day passed. He was panting and lying on the ground.
Next to him lay a pile of strange beasts that he had knocked down. He had, once again, achieved victory. On the other side, the icy lake. Su Xiaoshuang and others had also successfully fished up 1,000 coins from the lake.
Everyone was improving quickly. But
Olay's training intensity was constantly increasing along with their progress.
1,000 coins are not enough, then let's aim for 3,000. Everyone complained incessantly. Days went by. Su Qiu was becoming increasingly skilled at dealing with the strange beasts.
He could even handle 100 strange beasts without taking any damage.
One day,
Olay took him again to the pet base, but this time, Olay did not leave. Instead, she opened another door inside the base. That door led directly underground. Su Qiu felt an ominous premonition as he saw this.
He went down.
Then he saw more, stronger strange beasts. I forgot to tell you, this base has a total of 5 floors. Except for the 5th floor, every time you go down a level, the number of strange beasts increases by 100, and their overall strength will also correspondingly improve. When you can clear all 5 floors, this special training will be over.
Olay smiled calmly.
Su Qiu swallowed hard.
5 floors? More and stronger strange beasts with each descending level? My goodness! How many strange beasts did Olay capture? This place couldn't possibly also be where she usually trains herself, right? No wonder she's so strong. This is crazy. Su Qiu secretly sighed, while a fighting spirit ignited in his heart. If the captain can do it, I can definitely do it. He let out a low shout and charged into the 2nd level.
But not long after, he was pulled out by Olay, covered in injuries.
Captain, the 2nd floor actually has 5-star strange beasts?
Su Qiu was about to cry without tears.
He was only a high-level 3-star fighter. Asking him to fight 5-star beasts? This is too outrageous.
Oh, yes, there are 3 5-star beasts on the 3rd floor, about 20 on the 4th floor, and as for the 5th floor, all 5-star beasts, and there's even 1 6-star.
Olay smiled faintly. Su Qiu rolled his eyes and nearly fainted. How could he fight this?
Olay held up his clothes, grinning. Don't feel like you can't win, as I said.
Find a way for me to surpass my limits.
Leader, there should be a limit to surpassing limits.
Don't worry, when we reach the 5th level, I'll allow you to combine with your martial soul. Xia Qiu's eyes lit up. That gives me some confidence.
By the way, after defeating the alien beasts, you need to spar with me.
Ah! Xia Qiu exclaimed in shock. Is this a joke? I'm already exhausted after defeating the alien beasts. And now I have to face Olay, this great demon.
I will teach you how to control your battle intent.
Battle intent? Xia Qiu's eyes brightened. Does it refer to that peculiar power within Olay?
Only by mastering battle intent do you have the qualification to aim for the pinnacle of martial arts.
Olay said lightly. Yes. Leader! Xiao shouted loudly. Very good, full of spirit. Then let's start now. Olay threw Xiao to the ground. Then, she punched towards him. Xiao, covered in injuries, was tortured into a sorry state again, while Zhao Xiaoyun watched anxiously, ready to heal him at any moment. Fortunately, Olay, though harsh, still knew her limits. She only broke a few of Xiao's bones, causing him to faint. Chapter 57, Breakthrough to 4th Rank, Ghost Qilin. Arriving at the 5th level. Time flowed. 1 month passed. 2 months passed. In the forest, Xiao was sparring with Olay. A long spear in his hand shimmered with electric light, its might overwhelming. A normal 3rd-rank martial artist would be defeated in one exchange. But it was easily blocked by the Wolf Fang staff in Olay's hand. Not enough, still not enough. If you want to master battle intent, this level is insufficient. Olay struck with her staff. Xiao was directly knocked away, crashing into several large trees. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Xiaoyun rushed over to heal him, casting a reproachful glance at Olay. You always hurt people so badly. Hey, this is training. Then, she walked to Xiao's side, deep in thought. No, at this rate, you won't be able to master battle intent in a short time. You lack a real life and death trial. Xiao was momentarily stunned. With you, I feel like I'm always teetering on the edge of life and death. Isn't this a true life and death trial? Although I train you harshly, deep down you know I'm not your real enemy and won't actually try to kill you. It's hard to truly grasp battle intent under these circumstances. To understand this thing quickly, you must experience a true life and death crisis. Olay continued. If mastering it quickly isn't possible, then let's take it slow. Zhao Xiaoyun said while healing him. In her eyes, Xiao, like Su Xiaoshuang, was still just a big kid. Watching them being tortured by Olay every day made her feel heartbroken. The sooner you master it, the better. If war suddenly descends, the battlefield won't give you a chance to take it slow. Olay stated. How could war just suddenly appear? No one can say for sure. Besides the Great Xia, Blue Star has hundreds of countries big and small. Not to mention the other 4 great powers alongside Great Xia, who knows what they're really thinking. Especially the beautiful country, which experiments with new weapons every day, conducts military drills, and frequently interferes in other countries' internal affairs. Their wild ambitions are known to all. Who would be surprised if one day they suddenly decided to start a war? Olay sneered. Zhao Xiaoyun was momentarily speechless, she couldn't refute this. In fact, she somewhat agreed. Olay looked at Xiao and said, it seems that if you want to quickly comprehend battle intent, it will rely on that guy in the 5th layer. Xiao's eyes sparkled. Is it that 6th-rank alien beast in the 5th layer? Precisely, but once you see him, you'll understand. Night. Xiao was practicing in his room. In his mind, the image of an immortal holding the sun and moon appeared, massive spiritual energy gathered towards him, and the others felt the disturbance in the spiritual energy, tacitly stopping their own training. Xiao is practicing again. Competing for spiritual energy with him? We really can't compete with them. Everyone knows that the other side has a devouring martial soul. So when they cultivate, they always stop first. After all, the other side can only meditate for a little more than an hour at most. Once the other side finishes their cultivation, they continue their own. But this time, something feels off. The other side has already been cultivating for 2 hours, and the overwhelming spiritual energy still flows towards them with no sign of stopping. Inside the room. Su Xiaoshuang rested her chin on her hand. Why is my brother cultivating for so long this time? He might be about to break through. Empress Qiongxiao said lightly. Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up. My brother is going to become amazing again. As for Oriai, she wasn't too surprised by this. After being tempered under my hands for so long, it's about time for a breakthrough. Inside the room. Su Qiu was fully absorbing the spiritual energy, trying to break through the bottleneck of a 4th-tier martial artist. With a buzzing sound, the spiritual power in his body surged violently, sweeping through his limbs and bones. 4th-tier martial artist, breakthrough. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to 4th-tier martial artist, awakening the 5th martial soul. Congratulations to the host for awakening the SSS-level martial soul. Ghost Qilin. Ghost Qilin? Su Qiu blinked. He had seen martial soul encyclopedias and encountered hundreds of thousands of martial souls, but he had never heard of Ghost Qilin before. This is a martial soul that has never appeared before. Su Qiu's eyes brightened. With countless martial souls, it is not unusual for someone to awaken a martial soul that does not exist before. But awakening an SSS-level martial soul that has not been discovered is a major event worthy of recording in history. After all, SSS-level martial souls have immense potential. Once grown, they possess the power to change the world's landscape. An unseen SSS-level martial soul represents unknown power, and no one knows what kind of impact such power will have on the world. Su Qiu began to observe this brand new martial soul within him. This is a qilin, but unlike the qilin from myth and legend that represents auspiciousness, this qilin is pitch black as ink, emanating a chilling ghostly aura, yet its dark golden eyes radiate strong authority. It seems like a high and mighty king. Information about Ghost Qilin surfaced in Su Qiu's mind. Ghost Qilin, attribute, darkness. The qilin is the supreme beast of all creatures, originally auspicious, possessing the power to control the 5 elements. The qilin is treasured, its flesh can prolong life, its scales can create divine weapons, its blood can enhance cultivation, its essence can grant people special abilities. Because of this, the qilin is coveted and faced a disastrous end. After the qilin was killed, its lingering resentment gathered in the dark underworld, giving rise to an unusual breed within the qilin family. Ghost Qilin. Ghost Qilin, abandoning the power of the 5 elements, possesses the power of the underworld through extreme resentment, able to command countless ghosts. Su Qiu looked at the information flickering in his mind, astonished. Power of the underworld? Command countless ghosts? It sounds so powerful. He tried to invoke the power of Ghost Qilin, and saw a mass of black energy manifesting in his hand. This black energy combined with his own spiritual power, causing his might to surge, making him somewhat excited. If he could combine this power of the underworld with the White Tiger's killing intent, his combat power would surely soar to a new level. With 5 SSS-level martial souls in hand, although my cultivation is only 4th tier, I can easily defeat 5th tier, and even some 6th tier opponents are no match for me. If I use the martial soul fusion, I could even kill a 7th tier lord. Su Qiu's confidence inflated like never before. He even wanted to go find Ori right now and have another good fight. But then he shook his head, that would be a bit overconfident. The captain's strength is unfathomable, definitely not an ordinary 7th tier lord. Even if I leveled up now, I would probably not be her match. According to his estimation, to truly fight against Ori, he would need to reach the 6th tier. And he must also master the battle intent that Ori spoke of. The next day, Su Qiu arrived at the pet base entrance. A new round of challenges begins. First level, pass without injury. Second level, pass without injury. Third level, pass without injury. Fourth level, a bit difficult, but still passed easily. Those 5 rank beasts in the 4th level were simply no match for him. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the 5th level. Compared to the previous 4 levels, the entrance of this 5th level was a huge alloy door. Even before stepping inside, he could feel the intense malevolence it emitted, as if some devil was sealed behind it. Chapter 58, 3 great martial souls unleash their power and slaughter 5 rank beasts. Su Qiu, there are only 20 beasts in the 5th level. Among them are 19 5-rank beasts and 1 6-rank beast. I allow you to use your martial soul fusion ability. Also, I won't step in this time, either you kill that 6-rank beast, or die in there. Olei's cold voice rang out. Su Qiu understood. The other party wanted to seize this opportunity to make him grasp the fighting spirit. He also knew that Olei would definitely not intervene. As if she thought Su Qiu's pressure was not enough, Olei continued, also, just yesterday, I had old Zhao return to Area 16. That means no one can treat you now. Su Qiu's mouth twitched slightly. Did it really have to be this intense? Brother, go for it. If you die, I won't live either. It was Su Xiaoshuang's voice. She was now with Olei. Hearing her words, Su Qiu took a deep breath. This level seemed absolutely unavoidable. He pushed open the huge door to the 5th level. Inside was incredibly spacious, all around were alloy walls, and suspended in midair were 20 cages like bird cages. Inside were 20 beasts. Among them, the beast in the middle emitted the strongest aura. It was covered in white fur and resembled a standing ape-like beast. Su Qiu's gaze sharpened, showing a hint of gravity. There was a characteristic among these beasts. The more human-like a beast was, the stronger its power. Among them, ape-like beasts were the hardest to deal with. It is said that some beasts can even evolve to the point of becoming human. Like something from ancient mythology. Transform. Tisk, isn't that crazy woman Olei coming? At that moment, the beast trapped in the cage suddenly spoke. Su Qiu's pupils quivered slightly. This beast had actually gained intelligence. It could even speak. According to the records, this ability belongs to 7 or even 8 rank beasts. But Olei said this beast was only 6 rank? White magic ape, I've kept you here long enough, now I can give you a chance to regain your freedom. At this moment, Olei's voice echoed from the loudspeaker in the 5th level base. She was obviously talking to that magical beast. Olei. Upon hearing Olei's voice, the white magic ape immediately became furious, grabbing the cage bars and roaring in anger, "You lunatic! You caught me and used me as a practice target for 3 years. 3 years. These 3 years have been worse than death, never seeing the sunlight. Just wait for me, I will definitely kill you once I get out. Kill you? Su Qiu looked at the white magic ape who was screaming in pain and couldn't help but feel a little sympathy. Others were afraid of Olay after a few encounters. This white magic ape had been tortured by Olay for 3 years? TSK, how tragic. But this also indirectly reflected the strength of this white magic ape. Otherwise, given Olay's personality, why would she keep it for 3 years as a practice target? Shut up! Olay shouted angrily. The white magic ape trembled in fear, a hint of dread flashing in its eyes. Don't be fooled by its earlier outburst. Over these years, it had been tortured by Olay, and the fear of her had already etched deep into its bones. Her roar almost scared it to death. Do as I say, kill the kid in front of you. I will let you go. I mean what I say. Ori, I said. A glimmer of hope appeared in the eyes of the white demon ape. It took a careful look at Su Qiu. What a guy. Only a 4th level, after all. In front of him, he seemed like an ant. With just a flick of his finger, he could crush him. How is Ori letting him go any different? But the white demon ape knew Ori well, things could not be this simple. However, the chance was right in front of him, and he would definitely not let it slip away. Su Qiu, let the other beasts have some fun with you first. Ori said. Then she pressed a button in the control room. Suddenly, the other 19 cages opened, and one beast after another fell from the air. They exuded a strong aura of danger, roaring at Su Qiu, and without a word, they pounced at him. Among them was a praying mantis with arms like blades. With its hands swinging, the blade-like energy could easily tear apart steel. There was also a fire lizard, covered in flames, impervious to blades and arrows. And a bull demon, huge as a mountain. 19 kinds of beasts. Each one was different. But they were all 5th level. And among the 5th levels, they weren't weak. At least they were far stronger than those ordinary 5th level beasts in the 4th layer. All were middle tier, even top tier among the 5th levels. If it were another 4th level warrior, they wouldn't even stand a chance, they would probably be killed in one strike by these beasts. Facing a blood-colored giant tiger that pounced with its jaws wide open, Su Qiu thrust his spear, and accompanied by flashes of lightning, pierced into its mouth, directly penetrating out from the back of its head. The giant tiger's head exploded, dying on the spot. One strike killed a 5th level beast. Such powerful strength made the white demon ape's eyes narrow slightly. No wonder, it turns out to be a genius among the human race. But there are still 18 5th level beasts. No matter how talented you are, you're still only 4th level. Let's see how you kill them. I may not even need to lift a finger. The white demon ape thought to himself. Facing the remaining 18 5th level beasts, Su Qiu didn't let down his guard. Under the horrified gaze of the white demon ape, he summoned his martial spirits. White tiger. Thunder dragon. Kuwenpeng. 3 SSS-level martial spirits appeared together. The white demon ape gripped the cage bars tightly, roaring, 3 SSS-level martial spirits, there can't be such a genius in this world. Impossible. This is fake, it must be fake. He was unwilling to believe what he saw. After so many years of conflict between beasts and humans, it had long been a matter of life and death. Now, suddenly, a freak with 3 SSS-level martial spirits appeared. It was simply absurd. He couldn't imagine how much of a severe challenge this would bring to the survival of the beasts once the opponent grew. The thunder dragon roared, lightning ravaged, the white tiger roared, killing intent shook the heavens, and the Kuwenpeng flapped its wings, moving so fast that even the 5th level beasts couldn't react. The 3 martial spirits rushed into the group of beasts. It was a slaughter like chopping vegetables. In no time, over half a dozen beasts were killed. In the control room, Lin Jian and the others were left dumbfounded. They knew Su Qiu had 4 SSS-level martial spirits, but when they saw all these martial spirits appear together, they were still shocked. Is this still a human? So terrifying. No wonder he is the big brother. Su Xiaoshuang watched with her heart racing, completely thrilled. If someone didn't know better, they would think she was the one rampaging through the crowd. Even the Empress of the Celestial Girl in her martial spirit space was a bit dazed. How did this guy get more SSS-level martial spirits inside him? What's going on with him? If the opponent had so many SSS-level martial spirits from the beginning, she wouldn't be so surprised, but the opponent kept gaining one every period of time. This was just exaggerated. Who knows how many more SSS levels this guy might awaken in the future. Chapter 59 Fight the White Demon Ape, Failure? Not over yet. In the pet base, on the 5th level, Su Qiu held his spear, summoning the 3 great martial spirits, the White Tiger, Thunder Dragon, and Kuwenpeng to guard him. A storm raged among the 5th tier beasts.
The explosive power far exceeded that of 4th tier warriors, causing the 5th tier beasts to jump and cry out in despair, easily fighting beyond their level. The 6th tier beast, the white magic ape, watched in shock and horror. For Su Qiu, it had grown a bit more cautious. No wonder Oli I dared to make such a decision. I understand now. She wants to use me as your sharpening stone. Crash. At this moment, all 5th tier beasts were killed one by one. Before Su Qiu could catch his breath, the cage imprisoning the white magic ape opened directly, and it burst out from inside. Without a word, it charged towards Su Qiu, throwing a punch. The domineering punch slammed forward like a mountain. Su Qiu blocked it with his spear, but heard a thunderous boom as the spear was bent under the impact. Su Qiu felt an unprecedented force crashing towards him, and his body was propelled backward, crashing hard against the base's wall. The alloy wall was actually cracked with deep fissures. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, seriously gazing at the freed white magic ape. Well, what a powerful 6th tier beast, it truly is terrifying. He was certain that this opponent was no ordinary 6th tier beast. Able to speak, possessing intelligence, and with such strength. No one would doubt that it could be classified as a 7th tier. Kid, Oli I wants to use me as your sharpening stone. But she has overestimated you. Even if I am currently a 6th tier, I was once close to being an 8th tier existence. It is only because of the torture from Oli I over the past 3 years that I have weakened to this extent. Even so, killing you is still a piece of cake. The white magic ape said coldly. Su Qiu finally understood why this beast was capable of speaking and had intelligence. It turned out that it was not a 6th tier beast, but rather one that was once close to 8th tier before being imprisoned here for 3 years, causing its rank to drop under Oli I's torment. Su Qiu. Let me introduce you. This white magic ape in front of you was once close to being an 8th tier quasi-beast king. Do you know, it once slaughtered 3 towns and killed tens of thousands of citizens from Xia. Later, it was captured by me and imprisoned here as a punching bag. But if you can't kill it, I will have no choice but to let it go. Once it escapes and devours flesh, it will quickly recover to its original level. Who knows how many more casualties it will cause to Xia. Su Qiu, the survival of the citizens of Xia is in your hands. Oli I's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. Hearing her words, Su Qiu's mouth twitched. The pressure was on him again. A 6th tier beast, the transfer of Zhao Xiaoyun and Su Xiaoshuang, and now threatening with the survival of Xia's citizens. Damn it! If I don't win this battle, the consequences will be unimaginable. Captain, you are too damn ruthless. Su Qiu shouted. In the control room, Oli I grinned and shouted back, then take it down for me. Don't let me underestimate you. You humans are so noisy. The white magic ape didn't care about all of that. After knocking Su Qiu away with one strike, it stretched its body that had finally broken free from the cage. Then, like a flash, it charged out again. Its speed was incredibly fast, far beyond that of an ordinary 6th tier beast. But there was a light that was even faster than it. It was the Kuanping. With the speed of the Kuanping, it rushed to Su Qiu's side in an instant, not to block the white magic ape, but to merge with Su Qiu. Spirit fusion. After merging with the Kuanping, a pair of black and gold wings suddenly spread from Su Qiu's back, allowing him to dodge the white magic ape's attack at an incredible speed. But that wasn't the end. The Thunder Dragon and the White Tiger, the 2 great spirits, charged towards Su Qiu at the same time. Spirit fusion, again. Roar. Su Qiu let out a low roar that did not sound human. A terrifying pressure radiated from him, as if a beast king had descended on the battlefield. Even a powerful being like the white magic ape was involuntarily pushed back a step or two by this aura. Spirit fusion. He can actually use the means of a 7th tier noble, and furthermore, with the fusion of 3 SSS-level spirits. What the hell is going on? The white magic ape's pupils shrank slightly. But then, he charged forward, his fists pounding out. Su Qiu was unwilling to back down, thrusting the long spear in his hand, the power of thunder and lightning contained within, as if turning into a roaring thunder dragon. Boom! The forces clashed. Each was forced back. But in the next second, Su Qiu's long spear snapped with a crack, and actually transformed into fragments. This spear could no longer withstand Su Qiu's strength, nor could it handle the super strong impact from its clash with the white demon ape. The people in the control room gasped at this sight. Captain, Su Qiu has no weapon left, should we continue? Yeah, Captain, if this goes on, there really is a danger to his life. But facing everyone's doubts, our did not waver. What I want is the life-threatening danger. I already knew that spear cannot hold out. But only in this kind of adversity will he have the chance to grasp the battle intent. The crowd looked at each other. Captain, but what if? There is no what if. Our looked intently at Su Qiu. He can definitely do it. I will never misjudge a person. But Lin Jian still wanted to persuade. But Zhao Kiki stopped him. Trust the captain. Besides, Sister Zhao left behind a life essence pill condensed from her martial soul when she left.
Even if there really is an accident, it can bring Su Qiu back. The captain isn't saying it just to stimulate Su Qiu. Hearing this, Lin Jian finally let out a breath. Back at the base. After Su Qiu's long spear was broken, he did not feel discouraged and charged barehanded at the white demon ape. Both sides engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand battle. After merging with his martial soul, Su Qiu's strength and speed surged significantly, far surpassing the 5th tier, even reaching the 6th tier level. He was infinitely close to the 7th tier. As he fought the white demon ape, every punch landed with a thud. Both sides' bones and flesh endured countless collisions, and as time passed, they each sustained heavy injuries. However, although Su Qiu's martial soul integration skill was powerful, it had a time limit, and although the white demon ape was at the 6th tier, it had once been a terrifying beast close to the 8th tier. Its level may have dropped, but its combat power was still not inferior to the 7th tier. Time passed. Su Qiu felt the burden brought by the martial soul fusion growing heavier. His speed and strength began to decrease. Bang! He was punched in the chest and flew out. The white demon ape, panting heavily, stared at Su Qiu, who was lying on the ground. Kid, I admit you are strong, but unfortunately, you are still not strong enough. In the end, you are only at the 4th tier. Forcing the use of martial soul fusion to reach 7th tier combat power won't last long. As he spoke, he looked around and shouted, "Our! I have defeated this kid, open the gate and let me go." In the control room, Our looked at Su Qiu lying on the ground, motionless, fell silent for a moment, then pressed a button. The great door slowly opened. The white demon ape's eyes revealed a wild joy. Great, great! Finally leaving this hellish place. He walked toward the door, while everyone in the control room stared at Su Qiu, who lay on the ground, breathless, his martial soul fusion power flowing away. At this moment, it seemed the outcome was already decided. Captain, hurry and save Su Qiu. Wait, you all look. Suddenly, Zhao Kiki exclaimed, looking at the screen. At the base. Su Qiu, who had been knocked down and was covered in blood, slowly stood up. Chapter 60, Understanding Battle Intent, Defeating the White Demon Ape. The white demon ape walked toward the door, as if seeing freedom beckoning to him, cursing as he walked. Our! You wait, once I get out of here and restore my peak, I will definitely find a chance to take revenge on you. Don't think you'll have it easy. Not just you, but this entire Qingyun city, I will completely destroy it. As well as your group, I will kill them all. Damn Our, damn humans. The white demon ape cursed as he approached the door. His face grew more and more joyful. But suddenly, a hoarse voice came from behind him. Hey, where are you going? We haven't finished yet. The white magic ape's pupils shrank slightly as he turned around to look. He saw Su Qiu, covered in blood, slowly standing up from the ground, staring at him, radiating a completely different aura. Even though the other party was drenched in blood, even though they looked unsteady on their feet, even though they were at the end of their rope, it still brought a strong sense of threat to the white magic ape. Because Su Qiu's gaze was familiar to him, it reminded him of that crazy woman who brought him here. That gaze exuded a mad, bloodthirsty, fighting spirit. More ferocious than any beast. In the control room, Ole grinned and said, "It worked." A hint of surprise also showed in the eyes of the Queen of Sky inside Su Xiaoshuang. I didn't expect him to truly comprehend fighting spirit. To use such an extreme method. This Ole, and this punk, are they both crazy? The Queen of Sky murmured. She suddenly felt that this small blue star had an abundance of talent. Why can you still stand up? Why, I was just one step away from leaving here, gaining my freedom, why are you stopping me? The white magic ape roared madly at Su Qiu. Then, he slightly bent his legs, and his whole body shot out like a cannonball. This time, I will definitely kill you. Su Qiu smiled broadly, who's afraid of who? Whoosh! He rushed out as well. The power of the martial soul, which had previously dissipated, once again gathered around him. Moreover, although he had just grasped the fighting spirit and was still unfamiliar with this power, he could still feel. This power was enhancing him. It made his emotions enter a state of excitement, even ignoring the pain in his body, allowing him to bear the extreme limits. He could unleash 120% of his power. Bang! Su Qiu's and the white magic ape's fists collided. A terrifying wave of energy erupted in the air. But then, waves after waves of energy burst open in the air. Neither side retreated or avoided, their fists wildly dancing outward. Like a violent wind, like a torrential rain. Bang, 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 bang. Both sides lost count of how many punches they threw and took. They only knew that only one side falling would end it. Die for me! The white magic ape roared as it threw another punch. Su Qiu stubbornly took that punch, then grabbed the white magic ape's hair with one hand, while his other fist gathered all his strength. With one fierce punch, the power of lightning, the murderous aura of the white tiger, and the newly obtained ghostly Qilin's underworld power all merged in.
This punch heavily struck the white magic ape's head. The opponent's facial features were almost twisted, and he flew out, crashing into the base's wall, causing the entire wall to cave in. Cracks continuously spread, almost extending to half of the base. The entire base was on the verge of collapse. Even Olay and the others in the control room felt the tremors. I can't believe it, this base is going to collapse. This is too exaggerated. Compared to the panic of others, Olay appeared much calmer, even laughing loudly. That punch was powerful. The others were speechless. Sister! This destroyed base is yours. How can you still be this happy? In fact, no one knew how excited Olay was right now. Over the years, she had fought with beasts, comprehended fighting spirit, finding a path beyond the growth of the martial soul. To others, she was a dual martial soul, a genius. But to her, any talk of dual martial souls was nonsense. Only fighting spirit could transcend everything. Through battle, she tempered her fighting spirit, wanting to find a martial artist like herself, but she had seen those who also comprehended fighting spirit. Those people were indeed strong. But she didn't feel much excitement. Because she knew she would eventually surpass them. But now, she had found Su Qiu. A being trained by oneself, possessing fighting intent. The opponent's fighting intent is still immature, and their cultivation is very low. But it has shown her unlimited potential. She felt she could surpass everyone, including the revered emperors on Blue Star and even the ancient supreme beings of history. But Su Qiu. Although they are not her opponent yet, she feels that they will surpass her, and even make it impossible for her to catch up. This feeling made her long-lost fighting spirit flutter and surge. Su Qiu, I look forward to seeing how far you can grow in the future. Ori laughed loudly. Then, she led everyone out of the control room. And the base was almost in ruins. Su Qiu stood in place, panting. Nearby, the white demon ape lay in the ruins, its face twisted, unconscious. In this battle, he had won. He felt a wave of weakness, almost ready to fall to the ground. At that moment, a small, tender white hand supported him. Big brother, you are so heavy. Su Xiaoshuang helped Su Qiu, her eyes slightly red, filled with tears. Looking at Su Qiu, who possessed fighting intent but was covered in blood, she felt excited, proud, but also very heartbroken. Big brother is amazing, right? Amazing, in my heart, you are the most amazing. Su Xiaoshuang nodded repeatedly, then took out a white pill and handed it to Su Qiu. Big brother, quickly take this pill. Su Qiu trusted Su Xiaoshuang, took the pill, and swallowed it. A vast life force swept through his body. Su Qiu felt his injuries healing at an incredible speed. He was slightly stunned. Such a powerful pill, did you refine this? No, this is the life essence pill that Sister Zhao left before she left. It was condensed from her martial soul. I heard it is very precious, and only a few can be condensed in a year. On the market, one costs several $100 million. Su Xiaoshuang said. Su Qiu froze for a moment. Did he just eat a pill worth several $100 million? Could he still spit it out and sell it? Okay, let's leave here quickly, it's going to collapse. Zhao Kiki, Lin Jian, and Wang Yan approached. Ha, what are you afraid of? Ori stepped forward and said, martial skill, green vine shield. In an instant, a huge vine rose from the ground, spreading across the entire base, like pillars, supporting the entire collapsing base. Su Qiu had seen this martial skill before. This is a barrier martial skill. In the past, during the martial arts newcomers competition, he fought against Luo Qingxue, and Ori used this barrier martial skill to cover the arena, preventing the aftermath of their battle from affecting others. And now she used it again, single-handedly supporting an entire collapsing base. Next, Ori walked in front of the white demon ape, and the ape seemed to sense her approach, opening its eyes and murmuring, Ori, you bastard, if I really defeat that kid, will you really let me go? Ori grabbed its neck, lifting it into the air, and smiled, no. Crack. The white demon ape's neck was snapped, and it was completely dead. Ori tossed its body aside like garbage. I only make promises to humans. What credibility do I have with you beasts? Chapter 61, Goodbye Luo Qingxue, when did you become so capable? After taking the life essence pill, Su Qiu's body quickly recovered. And the others gathered around him, celebrating like stars surrounding the moon. Su Qiu, congratulations, you have finally mastered fighting intent. Yes, that's great. In our bull group, only you and the leader have mastered the fighting intent. Boo-hoo, it's so enviable. Su Qiu, you are indeed great, amazing. TSK, Su Qiu, the leader is looking at you in a strange way. You seem to have caught their eye. The leader will probably often seek you out for sparring in the future, so take care. Lin Jian patted Su Qiu's shoulder inside. Upon hearing this, Su Qiu gasped. He looked back at Ori. She was also looking at him. A hint of joy sparkled in her eyes, unable to resist grinning at herself. That smile sent chills down his spine.
Oh no. If this is true, wouldn't I have to suffer every day?
Although I have made great progress now, I can even defeat beasts like the white magic ape, which has the power of a 7th rank while I am only 6th rank.
But Ori.
But she forced the white magic ape, which was close to 8th rank, down to just 6th rank, totally not on the same level.
He certainly didn't think he could compete with her now.
Ori walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and smiled. You did well, this training ends here for today.
Su Qiu and the others let out a sigh of relief. Ori added, let's find a time to continue. Everyone's faces fell again.
Woo, Captain, let's have less of this kind of training.
Once or twice is bearable, but any more and we might lose our lives.
TSK, with you, Sister Zhao here, what is there to be afraid of? But no matter what, this training session ended successfully, and everyone was filled with joy, ready to go home.
Finally home. Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuan lay on the bed as soon as they got home.
They felt as if their souls had been uplifted. These months of training had been exhausting. Indeed, a golden nest and a silver nest can't compare to one's own doghouse.
Su Xiaoshuan sighed.
You rest first, I'll go buy some vegetables.
Su Qiu said. Su Xiaoshuan, brother, are you still human? So tired, and you don't order takeout, but instead want to go buy vegetables to cook? I'm fine. Su Qiu smiled.
He went out, started his motorcycle, and headed straight for the market. On the way, he passed by a martial arts center.
Bang!
A sound of shattering glass came from inside the martial arts center, and then a figure was thrown out of the window, landing on the ground.
Su Qiu quickly braked and looked.
Then he saw one after another of the martial artists falling down.
Su Qiu's mouth twitched. What's going on?
Then a graceful figure jumped out of the martial arts center. Unlike the others who fell to the ground, she floated down, full of vigor. On closer inspection, she wore a white tracksuit, had a high ponytail, a curvaceous figure, but wore a fox mask on her face. Yet her figure made Su Qiu feel immensely familiar. Suddenly, he caught sight of a necklace around her neck.
Wasn't that the tear of the sea god he gave to Luo Qingxue?
Looking at the masked girl before him, he finally understood why she looked so familiar. This was Luo Qingxue.
What trick are you playing? Su Qiu asked.
Luo Qingxue paused in silence. You've mistaken me for someone else.
Su Qiu. Come on.
Even if you want to hide your identity, at least wear a voice changer.
This identical voice, you say I mistook you for someone?
Also, I didn't even say who you were. Why are you in such a hurry to deny it?
Isn't this just trying too hard to cover up? Smelly fox. You can't escape.
At that moment, a large group of people rushed out from the martial arts center.
They surrounded Luo Qingxue and Su Qiu.
I was just passing by on my way to buy groceries.
Su Qiu said, holding up a bag of vegetables. No, he's my accomplice, here to pick me up. Luo Qingxue said. Su Qiu shot her a fierce glare. Didn't you just say I'm mistaken? I know I can't fool you. Damn. Su Qiu cursed silently.
The martial artists looked at the two, their expressions frosty, especially one martial artist at the front who coldly stated, You two are not leaving today.
All of you go.
That person waved his hand, and the crowd rushed towards the two. Some even summoned their martial spirits. Su Qiu parked his motorcycle to the side, kicked a rushing martial artist with a whirlwind kick, sending him flying. Then with 3 punches and 2 kicks, he knocked down the martial artists rushing at him one after another. After the training with Ori, these martial artists were weak as chicks in front of him, easily handled. Luo Qingxue also noticed this, feeling secretly astonished.
This guy has become stronger again. And not just a little stronger.
Before long, 2 warriors at the scene were knocked down by him. The leading warrior saw this scene and swallowed a lump in his throat, but seeing his subordinates on the ground, he felt ashamed not to take action. He summoned his martial spirit.
It was a heavy hammer. He gripped the hammer tightly and charged toward Su Qiu. Take this hammer. Bang.
The heavy hammer fell, accompanied by a whistling wind.
Su Qiu threw a punch.
It contained the power of thunder and lightning. The heavy hammer martial spirit was directly shattered. That warrior's martial spirit broke apart, causing a backlash, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, falling back dozens of steps, trembling on the ground.
How frightening.
He had an B-level martial spirit, yet it was smashed with 1 punch. How could he dare to continue fighting, fear flashing in his eyes?
You have some skills, let's go. One by one, they fled. Su Qiu looked at Luo Qingxuan. What are you doing?
Luo Qingxuan knew her identity was exposed, took off her mask, and said lightly, I came to challenge the master of this martial arts hall. I didn't expect him to lose to me and, not adhering to martial ethics, angrily brought the whole hall to fight me.
I see. Su Qiu suddenly understood. Are you shopping for ingredients? Yes. Is Xiao Shuang at home? Yes. Is she eating with you? Yes, otherwise how could I have her order takeout? Speaking of which, it's time for dinner, and I'm just a bit hungry. Luo Qingxuan said lightly, looking at Su Qiu. Su Qiu was taken aback. Oh, you're hungry? Luo Qingxuan nodded, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. If you're hungry, just go find something to eat. Su Qiu drove off. Luo Qingxuan's mouth twitched, angrily stamping her foot. I hinted so clearly, this blockhead. Just as she was about to leave, a roar of an engine came from behind her. Su Qiu drove back, smiling at Luo Qingxuan. I happen to buy too many vegetables. If you don't mind, why not come to my house for a bit to eat? From anticipation to disappointment, then from disappointment to joy, a smile involuntarily appeared on Luo Qingxuan's face. Sure. Feeling she had been too obvious, she coughed twice. Actually, I mainly wanted to see Xiao Shuang. Xiao Shuang misses you too. Su Qiu smiled slightly. He tossed the helmet to Luo Qingxuan, and after she got in the car, Su Qiu took her hand and wrapped it around his waist. Hold on tight. Luo Qingxuan murmured shyly. This guy. When did he become so skilled? Chapter 62, The Haunted Cemetery Incident. Xiao Shuang, guess who has come? Su Qiu returned home after buying groceries. Upon seeing Luo Qingxuan behind him, Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up, and she ran over to hug her. Sister Luo, I missed you to death. I missed you too. Luo Qingxuan patted her head. And Su Xiaoshuang giggled. Do you miss me more or your older brother more? What do I want from him? Luo Qingxuan said in a soft voice. Meanwhile, Su Qiu held the groceries and said, You two talk first, I'll go cook. He busied himself in the kitchen. Luo Qingxuan and Su Xiaoshuang chatted in the living room. After a while, they picked up a game console and started playing games together. Although Luo Qingxuan didn't play well, she still tried her best to entertain Su Xiaoshuang, her face beaming with smiles. Su Qiu glanced at them from the kitchen and suddenly thought. Having one more person at home wouldn't be bad. While he was cooking, Su Xiaoshuang walked in, patting his shoulder and smiling. Older brother, you've improved. You know how to bring people home now. Very good, I'm pleased. Su Qiu rolled his eyes. What are you thinking with your little head every day? Can't I invite friends over for dinner? Of course you can, more gatherings like this in the future. Do you need my help? Luo Qingxuan said as she walked to the kitchen door. Su Xiaoshuang's eyes rolled, and before Su Qiu could refuse, she quickly said, Yes, Sister Luo, can you wash the vegetables? No problem. Great. Help my brother wash the vegetables. Su Xiaoshuang stepped aside. I'm going out to buy drinks. Su Qiu knew exactly what this girl meant. It was clear she was creating an opportunity for the two of them to be alone. And Luo Qingxue also noticed, coughed lightly, and smiled. Xiao Shuang is quite quirky. Heh, I think she's clever for her age. You make it sound like you're much older than her. I'm different from her. I've been independent for a long time. My mental age is at least 4 or 5 years older than her. Su Qiu said lightly. So you're also that many years older than me? Definitely. Oh. Luo Qingxue responded, thinking to herself whether dating a man several years older than her would create any distance. Should she also learn to be a bit more mature? Wait. What was she thinking? They hadn't even started dating yet, and she was already thinking so much. Su Qiu, curious about something, asked, By the way, how did you end up at that martial arts school today? I was training myself. Recently, I've been hiding my identity and challenging various martial artists at different schools in Qingyun City to improve myself. I see. Su Qiu realized. This method is quite good, should he try it too? Recently, a woman wearing a fox mask has been challenging martial arts schoolmasters all over Qingyun City. According to sources, this woman has incredible strength and has consecutively defeated the masters of 13 schools. Among them, there was even a 4th-level master. Some masters have declared their schools temporarily closed due to her influence. At that moment, the news came on the television. Su Qiu smiled and said, Looks like you've become famous, even a 4th-level martial artist can be defeated by you. It seems you've made great progress during this time. You're not bad either, I can sense that you've reached the 4th level too, right? I just broke through recently. Su Qiu smiled, not hiding it at all. In fact, it didn't matter if his level was exposed, because his strength couldn't be measured by levels. With 5 SSS-level martial souls, even without using soul fusion skills, he could easily defeat martial artists with higher levels than him. Emergency newsbreak, an incident involving beasts has occurred in East Yun Street of District 17 in Qingyun City. The hunting team has been dispatched to handle it, but residents living nearby are advised not to go out casually, better safe than sorry. Hearing this news, Su Qiu couldn't help but furrow his brows. How could there be beasts again? Could it be that they escaped from that beast experiment base you dealt with last time? Luo Qingxue asked. I'm not sure, it's possible. I'll ask the team leader later. Su Qiu said. He felt something strange about the situation. Before long, Su Qiu finished cooking, and Su Xiaoshuan came back with drinks. The three of them sat at the dining table, eating while watching the news. It was a harmonious scene. Recently, someone claimed to have encountered a ghost in a cemetery. Here is the description from the interviewee. An old man wearing a straw hat said, that day, after cleaning the cemetery as usual, I was about to leave. But suddenly, I heard movement in the bushes, and then I saw a figure wandering in the cemetery. When I went to find him, he vanished. Not only that, but I saw more and more people appearing. They were wandering in the cemetery, it was a group of ghosts, and then I fainted from fright, and when I woke up, it was already daytime. The old man described it exaggeratedly. Su Xiaoshuan listened with great interest. Ghosts? Are there really ghosts in this world? Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue exchanged glances, unable to answer this question. Meanwhile, the heavenly empress within Su Xiaoshuan curled her lips slightly. Blue star people are too unworldly, there are indeed ghosts in this world. There is even a ghost-haunted underworld. But to call them ghosts is actually just a type of spiritual energy body. As far as I know, certain dark and spiritual attribute martial souls can even control ghosts. However, this type of martial soul is quite rare. Even if it exists in Blue Star, it would probably be only B grade, maybe A grade. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiang suddenly realized, could it be that someone is causing trouble with the haunted cemetery? I don't know, I'm not an eyewitness, said the Empress Zhong Xiao indifferently. She has seen a lot. But she doesn't know everything. The topic of ghosts was discussed among the few of them for a while, and then they moved on. After finishing dinner, Su Qiu drove Luo Qingxue home. When they arrived at the Luo family house, Luo Long was extremely eager to invite him to stay, but Su Qiu suddenly received a notification from the Bull Gang and left. At the Bull Gang headquarters, Su Qiu arrived at the meeting room. Olay was crossing her legs, and beside her were Zhao Kiki and Lin Jian. When they saw Su Qiu had arrived, Olay said directly, I have a mission for you to solve. Recently, you all know about the haunted cemetery incident, right? I saw it in the news, Su Qiu nodded. Other hunting teams have investigated and found that it seems someone is stirring up trouble behind this. You guys are going to stay at the cemetery in Zone 16 today to see if you can find any clues, Olay said. Zhao Kiki turned pale with fear. G Gang leader, what if it's really haunted? I'm scared. Scared of what? Even if it's a ghost, just strike it down. Besides, you have these two with you, Olay said. Woo-woo, but I'm still scared. Lin Jian, take this useless brat away. Let her go to the cemetery to toughen up. Olay directly ordered Lin Jian. Lin Jian didn't hold back either and grabbed Zhao Kiki's clothes, dragging her out. Su Qiu also wanted to execute the mission, but remembered something and asked, by the way, gang leader, what's going on with the beastmen in Zone 17? Still under investigation, but it's probably a straggler that escaped from the beastman lab last time, Olay replied. Oh, Su Qiu didn't press further. Chapter 63, The Appearance of the Demon Sky Sect, the Panlong Breaking Army Spear. In Zone 16, at the cemetery, Su Qiu, Lin Jian, and Zhao Kiki arrived. They planned to stay here for a night to see if they could gain anything. Since it was still broad daylight, Zhao Kiki was not as scared. Hey, that person looks so familiar. Suddenly, Lin Jian saw a familiar figure standing before a tombstone and was surprised when he got closer. It's the Purple Cloud Marquis. Standing in front of the tombstone was indeed the master of the Purple Cloud Martial Arts School, the Purple Cloud Marquis. The Purple Cloud Marquis also noticed Su Qiu and the others. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Su Qiu and the others walked over to the tombstone where the other had been standing and glanced at it. The photo on the tombstone was of a young girl who looked about 15 or 16 years old. Lin Jian pondered, I heard that a few years ago, the Purple Cloud Marquis lost a daughter to a beast. He was heartbroken and nearly closed the school. It seems she is buried here. The group didn't think much of it. As time passed, gradually, the night fell. The night wind howled, making the entire cemetery appear somewhat eerie. Zhao Kiki shrank behind Su Qiu and said, Su Qiu, if anything happens later, remember to protect me. Don't worry, Kiki, there aren't that many ghosts in this world. Su Qiu said. Before he finished his sentence, the night wind howled around them, mixed with some wailing sounds. Suddenly, green light dots emerged from each tombstone, coalescing into somewhat ethereal human figures. In an instant, the entire cemetery was filled with countless shadows. Ghost, ghost! Zhao Kiki screamed and then fainted in shock. Su Qiu and Lin Jian instantly became alert. Good heavens! There really are ghosts? They looked at the surrounding ethereal figures glowing green, not daring to be careless.
But they saw that these figures showed no response upon seeing Su Qiu and the others, their eyes blank, moving mindlessly in a certain direction. It seemed like they were summoned by some kind of existence. Su Qiu and Lin Jian exchanged glances and reached out towards these figures. But their hands seemed to pass through the air like it was nothing. Piercing through these shadows of people. Lin Gu, you watch over Kiki Jia, I'm going to take a look. Su Qiu said. Following the shadows, he walked in a certain direction. Lin Jian, although knowing Su Qiu's strength, still found the scene a bit eerie and warned him to be careful. Then he looked at the unconscious Zhao Kiki, his mouth twitching slightly. Is this too timid? Shouting boldly in the face of exotic beasts, yet fainting at the sight of a few harmless ghosts? Su Qiu followed the cemetery spirits toward a certain direction. Finally, he arrived at the square of the cemetery, where he saw a man in black, with a scythe and a skull with green flames in its eyes that seemed like a martial spirit. Dark attribute A-level martial spirit, skeleton ghost. Su Qiu instantly recognized the martial spirit before him. This was a very rare martial spirit. Due to its scarcity, there was little information about it, and its abilities were unclear. Were the spirits in this cemetery related to this one? Heh, I didn't expect to attract members of your hunting group. The black-clothed youth beneath the skeleton ghost smiled slightly, looking at Su Qiu with a different expression. Oh my, I've hit the jackpot, haven't I? The member of the hunting group I encounter is you, the first ever twin SSS martial spirit in history. Su Qiu looked at him indifferently and said, Who are you? Please allow me to introduce myself, I am you. One of the 8 guardians of the Demon Heaven sect. The black-clothed youth bowed slightly. At the mention of the Demon Heaven sect, Su Qiu's pupils contracted slightly. Most people had heard of this sect. Because this sect was infamous in Daxia. Once massacred a town just to please an unknown exotic beast. Had trafficked over 100 children, using them as sacrifices to summon ghosts. Once launched a suicide attack, destroying a city's government. Had conducted all kinds of inhumane experiments in the name of studying martial spirits. And countless other heinous acts. In Daxia, facing members of the demon sect, anyone had the right to execute them on the spot. No need for legal trials. What these people had done was enough for them to die thousands of times. Ding. Upon encountering a sudden appearance of a member of the demon sect, you have the following choices. 1. Although members of the demon sect are notorious, this person's strength is unknown, and their intentions unclear, it's better to retreat. Reward, A-level martial technique, Sky Dragon Fist. 2. Members of the demon sect are notorious, and their presence here definitely points to a conspiracy. They must not succeed. Confront them. Reward, top-grade martial spirit weapon. Dragon-slaying spear. Top-grade martial spirit weapon? Su Qiu took a deep breath. In Qingyun City, even an ordinary low-grade spirit weapon was rare. Only the powerful might possess medium-grade spirit weapons. As for high-grade martial spirit weapons, they were even more dearly valued. As for top-grade, let alone Qingyun City, they were very rare throughout all of Daxia. He already had one A-level martial technique. And now, he just happened to lack a gun. The dragon-slaying spear was just what he needed. Without a second thought, Su Qiu directly chose the second option and charged towards you, throwing a punch. Bang! This punch even produced a sonic boom in the air. But you remained calm, throwing a punch in the same way. The two fists collided, each being repelled backward. Su Qiu looked at his opponent, quite surprised. 5th rank? To be able to block his punch, at least 5th rank. But while he was surprised, you was shocked too. How could this be? According to the intel, you had just advanced to the 2nd rank during the rookie competition. How have you now become 4th rank? This rate of advancement is astonishing. He looked at Su Qiu with deep apprehension. You will definitely be a great enemy of the Demon Heaven sect. You must die. After saying this, the martial spirit, skeleton ghost, behind him let out a low growl, and its scythe swung in the air, tearing open a black spatial rift. Seeing this, Su Qiu gasped in shock. Tearing through space? How terrifying. Then, he saw airy black gas seeping out of the dark crack in space, and then hundreds of shadows emerged. They radiated an incredibly terrifying aura. It's as if evil spirits from hell walked out. You smiled faintly. S-rank dark martial skill, Nether Summon. This is a forbidden martial skill that only dark martial souls can learn. It can summon fierce ghosts from the netherworld. However, using this skill requires a lot of soul energy. For these past few days, I have been wandering through major cemeteries to absorb the residual soul energy from these dead bodies. Now, the fierce ghosts I have summoned are all 4th tier existences. Su Qiu, what will you use to resist? You looked at Su Qiu as if looking at a lamb ready for slaughter. After killing you, the leader will surely reward me greatly. He waved his hand, and the fierce ghosts around charged at Su Qiu. Seeing this, Su Qiu suddenly had a long spear appear in his hand. The spear was dark golden, with a vividly lifelike dragon pattern wrapped around it, as if it would fly off the spear at any moment. It was the top-notch spirit artifact he had just acquired, the Panlong Breaking Army Spear. Chapter 64, The Ghost Qilin appears, controlling thousands of ghosts, killing the guardian of the demon heaven sect. That spear. Looking at the spear that appeared in Su Qiu's hand, Yu's eyes revealed a hint of wariness. He keenly sensed that the spear contained an incredibly strong aura. That was undoubtedly a very high-grade martial spirit artifact. Damn! How does this guy have such a high-level martial spirit artifact? There are very few in Qingyun City, why does he have one? Where did he get it? Yu's heart was filled with confusion. At this moment, Su Qiu had already made his move, thrusting the spear, which sparkled with brilliant lightning. With one strike, it penetrated the body of a fierce ghost. A fourth-tier fierce ghost was instantly shattered, its soul scattering. Su Qiu charged into the group of fierce ghosts, swinging the spear, with it flying like a dragon and charging like a tiger into a flock of sheep, beginning a rampage, unstoppable. Yu was left in a daze. How could it be? How can his combat power be so strong? Killing fierce ghosts of the same level is as easy as picking fruit? Damn! The intel was wrong, this guy's strength is way higher than recorded. Yu had thought he could take advantage of the situation. Killing Su Qiu, this unparalleled genius who had not yet grown up. But now it seemed. It wasn't that easy. No worries, no worries. I am 6th tier, he is 4th tier, I can continue summoning fierce ghosts, and wear down his strength with waves of attacks. In this battle, I have a 90% chance of winning. Although Yu was shocked by Su Qiu's strength, he still had no intention of leaving. And in the fierce ghost crowd, Su Qiu was rampaging without any pressure, coldly smiling. Compared to those exotic beasts in the captain's pet base, these fierce ghosts are not even enough for me to fill my teeth. He had endured through the captain's special training. How could a mere fierce ghost deal with him? But in the next second, Yu cast his martial skill again, his skeleton ghost martial soul swinging a sickle, opening the nether passage, and one fierce ghost after another crawled out. This time, in addition to the 4th-tier fierce ghosts, there was also a large number of 2nd-tier and 3rd-tier fierce ghosts, totaling into the hundreds. With this move, although Yu was 6th tier, he could definitely match a 7th-tier marquee existence. After all, many ants can kill an elephant. Being able to control so many fierce ghosts could exhaust most 6th-tier fighters. Even 7th tier would find it extremely tricky. Su Qiu, this fierce ghost army was originally meant to create chaos in Qingyun City, but now it is being used on you. As long as I can kill you, it won't be a waste. Yu laughed loudly. Su Qiu swung the spear, killing fierce ghosts one by one. But there were simply too many of these fierce ghosts. Even if he could finish them off, it would likely consume a lot of his strength. Suddenly, he thought of something, slapping his forehead. I almost got myself killed from foolishness. I forgot, I still have a Ghost Qilin. Is it a vengeful spirit? Then come and witness the Ghost Qilin that controls 10,000 ghosts. Su Qiu's eyes sparkled with light, holding his gun as he stood tall, gradually emanating a ghostly aura, while a stream of black light flew from him. In an instant, the Yin energy in the world rolled like waves. Yu Luk sensed something, and his pupils trembled slightly, causing the A-level martial soul skeleton ghost behind him to shiver as well. As if it had encountered a presence that could not be defied. Show your form, Ghost Qilin. Su Qiu grinned broadly. As the black light dissipated, a dark figure with deer antlers and dark golden eyes full of endless pressure stepped out from the void. The Ghost Qilin, now present in the world. At the moment it appeared, the vengeful spirits attacking Su Qiu from all directions stopped, standing still, afraid to move. The Ghost Qilin glanced at the vengeful spirits and let out a roar. A roar that seemed to strike at the very soul, resonating throughout the universe, echoing far and wide. Some nearby warriors heard this roar and felt their souls tremble, nearly falling to their knees. What is that sound? Is it the roar of a strange beast? What strange beast? So terrifying? Inside the cemetery. With the Ghost Qilin's roar, hundreds and thousands of vengeful spirits all knelt on the ground, trembling as if welcoming their king. Even the A-level martial soul skeleton ghost behind you collapsed to the ground. This was an absolute suppression of hierarchy. Little treasure, go, tear him apart. Su Qiu patted the Ghost Qilin's head and smiled slightly. The Ghost Qilin received the command and walked step by step towards you. The surrounding vengeful spirits didn't dare to stop it. Yu was stunned. What's going on? Why aren't the vengeful spirits I summoned obeying my control? Skeleton ghost, attack now. Yu couldn't control the other vengeful spirits, so he could only command his own martial soul, the skeleton ghost. Though the skeleton ghost was also scared, it was instinct to protect its master. The skeleton ghost suppressed its fear, gripping its sickle and charged towards the Ghost Qilin, swinging the sickle down at it. With a clang, The sickle struck the ghost Qilin, producing a sound of metal clashing. The ghost Qilin was unscathed, but the sickle cracked open. A trace of disdain appeared in the ghost Qilin's eyes, then it struck down with a paw on the skeleton ghost, which screamed in agony and shattered on the spot. The shattered martial soul returned to Yu's body. He felt a strong backlash, spitting out blood, his head buzzing, as if his very soul had suffered a heavy blow. In that moment, Yu finally understood. The ghost Qilin before him was his nemesis. It was a king among spirits. How could such a martial soul exist in this world? I've never even heard of it. Also, wasn't Suchio's martial soul a Taotai and a white tiger? Why does he have such a martial soul as well? Yu's mind was filled with shock and confusion. But he didn't dare to linger and wanted to flee. But the vengeful spirits he summoned, at this time, had surrounded him, completely blocking his escape route. The vengeful spirits he had summoned were now seeking his life. Ah! Trapped by the tide of ghosts, Yu roared desperately, striking out with both hands in an attempt to break through, but at that moment, the ghost Qilin had already reached his back, clawing out and piercing through his chest, his heart directly snatched away. Yu stared blankly at his chest, unable to believe it. The next second, his heart was crushed by the ghost Qilin. He collapsed to the ground, dead on the spot. With his death, all the vengeful spirits he summoned also dissipated, and Suchio watched from the side, amazed. This battle gave him an incredibly new experience. I didn't expect there were martial artists that could control vengeful spirits to fight. Fortunately, I have the ghost Qilin. Otherwise, even if I could kill this guy, it would cost me a lot of strength. Unlike having the ghost Qilin, which can control 10,000 ghosts and resolve the opponent in an instant. Suchio touched the head of the ghost unicorn. Then he put the other back into the martial soul space. At this moment, the voice of Olay came from his bull metal. Suchio, hurry up and return with Lin Jian and Zhao Kuku. Something big has happened. Monsters are causing chaos everywhere in Qingyun City. Now all the major hunting teams have been dispatched to suppress these beasts. Suchio was stunned for a moment. He thought of the Demon Heaven sect, a cult that had suddenly appeared, and now there was another incident of monster chaos. There must be some connection in between. Chapter 65 Su Xiaoshuang, I'm really awesome now. After receiving Olay's notification, Suchio and Lin Jian woke up the unconscious Xiao Kuku and rushed towards the bull team building. Along the way, everywhere they went, chaos reigned. Monsters were causing havoc all over the streets. Members of various hunting teams had all come out to suppress the riots. However, even so, it still caused a lot of destruction to Qingyun City. No need to return, all bull team members suppress the nearby monsters on the spot and assist the citizens to evacuate to shelters. Olay's voice came from the metal. The three of them immediately took action. A monster charged out from the street and lunged at Suchio. He did not dodge but instead stabbed back with a spear and pierced the monster's throat. These monsters were generally not strong, but they were numerous. I didn't expect so many monsters were hidden in Qingyun City. They can't all have escaped from the experimental base. They must have been created later. Lin Jian said after he chopped down a monster with his sword. Their previous mission to eliminate the experimental base was very successful, with hardly any monsters escaping, but now there were so many monsters, even more than last time, indicating they had developed secretly during this time. Seeing so many monsters, Suchio frowned slightly and thought of Su Xiaoshuang at home, feeling a bit worried. He called her, but she did not answer. This made him even more anxious. Although Su Xiaoshuang was now a second-tier warrior and had some self-protection ability, in his eyes, she was still the girl who needed protection. Lin Jian and Zhao Kuku saw his concern. Suchio, go find Xiaoshuang, there aren't many monsters here, we can handle it. Lin Jian said. Zhao Kuku, carrying an axe, said, we haven't suffered for nothing under the captain all this time, these monsters are not a problem. Suchio nodded, be careful. He didn't hesitate, quickly rode his motorcycle back to the neighborhood where he lived. Along the way, the streets were already in chaos. Almost the entire Qingyun City had fallen. The more Suchio thought about it, the more strange it seemed. Why did these monsters suddenly appear? Was it just to cause destruction? No, there must be a deeper purpose. And thinking about the people from the Demon Heaven sect, Suchio immediately called Olay and quickly explained the encounter with the Demon Heaven sect in the cemetery. Captain, I suspect that there may be traces of the Demon Heaven sect behind this monster riot? Suchio said. Olay pondered for a moment and replied, I understand, continue with your mission, I'll keep an eye on the Demon Heaven sect. After hanging up, Olay smashed a charging monster into pieces and then took out her phone to dial a special line. Hello, Mole, I need all the activity records of the Demon Heaven sect from this period. Also, this riot in Qingyun City is likely related to the Demon Heaven sect, find out their motives within an hour. On the other end of the call, the voice stammered, an hour? That's a bit difficult. Don't talk nonsense, have you been eating idle food as an undercover agent in the Demon Heaven sect for so many years? Now that all of Qingyun City is in chaos, if you don't find out their motives, then the city of Qingyun is done for, and you'll truly have to stay in the Demon Sky Sect for a lifetime.
Understood, I'll do my best. Hurry up. Otherwise, I will wipe out the Demon Sky Sect and take you along with it. Mole. Su Qiu quickly returned to the neighborhood.
Before he even got to the gate, he heard the roar of a beast. The entrance of the neighborhood was tightly closed, and a lizard beastman was trying to force its way in, but was stopped by a few old men. These old men held machetes and iron rods. Even though they weren't a match for the lizard man, they fought desperately to protect the neighborhood. Because behind them were their families.
I'm an old hunter too. Although I'm retired now, if you want to get in, you must first step over my dead body. Old Zhang, let's go.
The old men charged at the beastman.
But the beastman didn't take them seriously at all, swinging its tail to knock them away. Damn, this beastman has so much strength. In my youth, I would take on 2 at a time, but now I'm useless.
The old men were bloodied and bruised. But they still forced themselves to stand up. The lizard man narrowed its eyes, revealing a savage and bloodthirsty look.
You old fools, you're looking for death.
It licked its claws with its tongue and charged forward to rip the men apart. But at this moment, a figure leapt down from a nearby building, delivering a powerful flying kick that sent the lizard man flying. The figure twisted in the air and then landed on the ground, balancing on one foot with both hands raised, striking a pose in a classic stance.
It was Su Xiaoshuang. She looked at the lizard man, sneering, "You little beast man, don't you know whose territory this is? How dare you act recklessly? Who are you?" After taking a kick, the lizard man had a bump on its head, looking at Su Xiaoshuang with a hint of fear in its eyes. "Good question.
I am the embodiment of beauty and wisdom, courage and justice, the genius pharmacist, direct disciple of the Bull Brigade leader, sister to the greatest martial artist in history, future helmsman of Blue Star, heir to the Empress.
I am Su Xiaoshuang." The lizard man listened, bewildered, then roared, not caring anymore. "What nonsense is this? Die!"
It charged forward. Seeing this, Su Xiaoshuang coldly snorted, "Not only do you not surrender, but you also dare to attack me. You have guts." With that, she charged up as well, dodging the opponent's attack and kicking it in the abdomen, sending it flying again. Then she pressed the attack, stepping forward to the beastman, and with both palms striking in a flurry, created a series of afterimages.
Bang, 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 bang.
Su Xiaoshuang struck the lizard man with dozens of hits, then stepped back, withdrawing her hands and began to count, 3, 2, 1, down. The lizard man spat blood and crashed to the ground.
The old men couldn't help but be astonished. When did Xiaoshuang become this strong? Incredible. She took care of that beastman in just a few blows? And what's this business about being a brigade leader's disciple and heir to the Empress? What does that mean? Sounds impressive.
Su Xiaoshuang looked at the fallen beastman, a proud smile on her face. Su Xiaoshuang's first battle, easily won. Empress Jiangxiao snorted from within her martial soul space, "A mere beastman not even at second tier. If you couldn't handle it, that would be embarrassing for me."
Hee hee, Master Empress, do you think I could win against a 3rd tier now? Su Xiaoshuang asked with a grin.
Not guaranteed to win, but unlikely to lose.
So I become this strong already.
Su Xiaoshuang felt increasingly proud. At this moment, Su Qiu drove up and, after seeing the beastman on the ground, hurried over to check on Su Xiaoshuang.
"Xiaoshuang, are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere?" "I'm fine, brother, I'm awesome now."
Su Xiaoshuang put her hands on her hips and said.
Chapter 66, The Crazy Plan of the Demon Sky Sect.
S-Class Martial Skills. Seeing that Su Xiaoshuang was unharmed,
Su Qiucai let out a sigh of relief. "I just called you, why didn't you answer?" Cough, cough, I was sleeping just now.
You almost scared me to death. Su Qiu rolled his eyes, then his expression turned serious. "The whole Qingyun city is in chaos, you need to go to the nearby shelter immediately." But Su Xiaoshuang shook her head. "No. Brother, I am also a member of the Bull Fury gang, I want to fight alongside you."
Su Qiu directly knocked her on the head. "Don't talk big, you're just a girl, what do you know about fighting side by side?" "But I can defeat the beastmen."
Su Xiaoshuang pointed at the lizard man on the ground.
"You?"
Su Qiu looked at Su Xiaoshuang's determined face, knowing it was hard to persuade her. Suddenly, he had an idea, and with a stern expression said, "Su Xiaoshuang, I now command you as a senior of the Bull Fury gang. Take the people from the community to the shelter for safety. Also, protect them well, because even a shelter may not be absolutely safe. If anything unexpected happens, you must protect everyone."
Su Xiaoshuang looked at Su Qiu, speechless. "Brother, do I really look that easy to fool? You think saying this will make me obedient?"
"Su Xiaoshuang, I am serious. Look at these old gentlemen, they are all injured. What will happen to them if something goes wrong at the shelter and no one is there to take care of them?"
Grandpa Li, who used to buy you candy. And Grandpa Zhang, didn't you eat at their place a few times? Grandpa Wang, last year, you helped him with a haircut, and he didn't hold it against you even when you made him bald. Can you really bear to leave them behind? Su Xiaoshuang, do you have no conscience? Su Qiu looked at Su Xiaoshuang, heartbroken. Su Xiaoshuang hesitated for a moment. Okay, I'll go. Good, no time to waste, act immediately. Su Qiu quickly let Su Xiaoshuang take the people in the community to the nearby shelter. Along the way, they encountered some beastmen. But with Su Qiu there, it was no problem at all. The people in the community were amazed to see Su Qiu showcasing his skills. What an impressive young man. Whose child is this? Does he have a girlfriend? At such a young age to have this kind of strength, his future is limitless. I think he matches well with my daughter. Nonsense. Your daughter is even worthy of him? The crowd buzzed with discussions. Under Su Qiu's protection, everyone soon arrived at the nearby shelter. The door of the shelter was made of steel, and there were soldiers guarding it. Once everyone entered, Su Qiu felt relieved, gave Su Xiaoshuang a few reminders, and then immediately left to continue suppressing the beastmen. Bull Fury gang members, there's new information. A voice rang out in the badge, it was Olay. She said, we've investigated thoroughly. This Beastman riot is being stirred up by the Demon Heaven sect. They have developed a brand new Beastman serum, planning to spread it throughout Qingyun City and turn all citizens into beastmen. Everyone gasped in shock. Turning all citizens into beastmen? What a crazy plan. But with such a large Qingyun City, how would they do it? As they were puzzled, suddenly, from afar, a violet light shot up into the sky above the municipal building, and soon, a large mass of rain clouds gathered in the night sky. Among the rain clouds, a purple dragon was soaring, letting out a terrifying roar. Everyone felt a strong sense of pressure as they looked up. Su Qiu's pupils shrank as he saw the purple dragon. That is, the S-rank martial soul, the purple cloud dragon. I've read about this martial soul. It has the ability to control clouds and rain. If its cultivation is sufficient, the rain clouds can even cover an entire city. I understand now, they plan to use the purple cloud dragon's ability to mix the serum into the rain and spread it throughout Qingyun City. Su Qiu said quickly. Everyone looked at the purple cloud dragon, their expressions grave. Lin Jian said, if I'm not mistaken. The purple cloud dragon is the martial soul of the purple sky marquis, right? The purple sky marquis. One of the top fighters in Qingyun City. A 7th tier marquis strongman. The other side is actually from the Demon Heaven sect? Damn it. Everyone suddenly felt the situation became much trickier. I just received notice to list the purple sky marquis as the top target to take down. We must stop them at all costs. Ori said. Everyone's lips quivered. Captain, that's a real marquis strongman. We are likely to be taken out in just one encounter. Captain, it seems only you can handle this. Lin Jian said. All members of the Bull Brigade felt the same. If anyone in Qingyun City could definitely defeat the purple sky marquis, it would only be Ori. Ori laughed heartily. I also want to go beat that guy up, but right now, I'm a bit tied up. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone heard a booming explosion sound coming from the metal. Ori seemed to be fighting someone. Everyone was startled. Captain, are you okay? You little rascals, don't worry about me. Think of a way to deal with that scoundrel, the purple sky marquis. Ori finished and hung up the communication. In the midst of ruins, Ori twisted her neck, looking at the 4 martial artists in black robes surrounding her. These 4 appeared to be around their 40s or 50s. As for their cultivation level, all of them are 7th tier marquis strongmen. As far as I know, the Demon Heaven sect has 8 great protectors, each with a cultivation level above 6 tiers. TSK, you must be 4 of them, right? Should I feel honored that you all came to deal with me alone? Ori said with a smile. The leading protective elder of the Demon Heaven sect laughed. We originally prepared 5, but that guy had an accident and got taken out by your team member. Heh, my team member isn't too bad, right? Quite impressive. Yes, the team members are all working hard, and as the captain, I can't slack off either. Ori stretched her body and then grinned at the few men. Let's all go at it, bastards. After hanging up the communication, Su Qiu flipped an alien beastman over with a spear and then looked towards the city government building. That is the tallest building in Qingyun City, and the purple cloud dragon is hovering over the building. Obviously, the purple sky marquis intends to unleash the full power of the martial soul to spread the potion completely. Right now, the rain clouds are not very big. It seems the other side is still gathering strength. They still have time to rush over and stop it. However, only a small few can rush over to stop it since there are still many chaotic alien beastmen in the city that need to be suppressed. Additionally, there are definitely people from the Demon Heaven sect inside the city government building. it can't be that only the purple sky marquee is preparing. Should they rush to stop it? That is a marquee strongman. Ding.
Qingyun City is facing a huge crisis. Considering whether to rush to stop the purple sky marquee and disrupt the Demon Heaven sex plan, you have the following options.
Option 1, sit back and leave Qingyun City.
Reward, B-rank martial skill blazing fire cloud wave palm.
Option 2,
continue to suppress the alien beastmen rebellion. As for the purple sky marquee, leave that to others to deal with. Reward, A-rank martial skill heavenly dragon spear. Option 3, after training under Ori for so long, you feel your strength has greatly improved.
Isn't it just a marquee strongman? Fight him.
Reward, S-rank martial skill Thunder God's Judgment Spear.
S-rank martial skill, Thunder God's Judgment Spear? Seeing this reward, Suchio's eyes lit up. His A-rank martial skill, Thunder King Spear, was already very powerful. If he could now get an S-rank martial skill, wouldn't he be even more impressive?
Moreover, the option just asked him to fight the purple sky marquee.
There's no mention of needing to win. If he goes to stop it, if things go wrong, then saving his life is the priority.
He has the Kunping martial soul. Under the martial soul fusion, his speed is extremely fast. He believes that even a 7th tier marquee cannot catch up to him.
Escaping would be more than enough. Alright, it's decided, I'm going to fight him.
Damn it, that old dang once used his power to suppress me, now it's the perfect chance for revenge. Suqiu gritted his teeth and charged towards the city government building. The dragon breaker spear in his hand shone with a brilliant light as he stabbed out, easily killing the beastmen along the way. He was like an unstoppable tyrannosaurus, instilling fear in everyone. Above him, a man with a pair of purple cloud wings and long purple hair also noticed him.
Whoosh! He appeared before Suqiu, his eyes sparkling. Hey, isn't this the handsome guy from the Bull Brigade? Why are you the only one here, Ori person? Suqiu also noticed this man. The other person was Chen Zi, the leader of the purple cloud hunting team. He was said to be a 6th tier warrior. Our leader has been held back. Chen, are you going to the city government building to stop Lord Zixiao? Suqiu asked. Hearing this, the other couldn't help but laugh. Ori being held back? Ha, next time I see her, I must laugh at her. As for this Lord Zixiao, just leave him to me. This huge credit will belong to my purple cloud team. His martial spirit, the purple cloud wings, trembled slightly, and he transformed into a streak of light, quickly flying towards the top of the city government building. Suqiu's mouth twitched slightly. A 6th tier, where did he get his confidence? But now that team leaders were mobilizing, he believed the leaders from other teams were also heading towards the city government building. He was not fighting alone, which greatly boosted his confidence. With a bunch of team leaders helping, we will definitely take down Lord Zixiao. Whoosh! He quickened his pace towards the city government building. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the building. But he saw that it was already surrounded by hundreds of beastmen, and among them were even some at the 3rd and 4th tier. This devil's teach is truly frightening. They managed to develop so many beastmen, truly worthy of being one of the top magic sects in Daxia. Suqiu secretly admired. The beastmen also noticed him and turned to look, their eyes filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent. It's someone from the hunting team. Tisk, TSK, is there such a young kid in the hunting team? Yellow-haired kid, here to seek death? Seeing Suqiu's age, these beastmen looked down on him directly. One beastman stepped forward, its claw ready to tear him apart. But a sword she cut through the air, sending it flying away. Behind Suqiu, Lin Jian, Zhao Kiki, Wang Yan, and other members of the Bull Brigade arrived one by one, looking at the many beastmen in front of them, fearless. Suqiu, leave this to us. You go to the roof and throw that Lord Zixiao away. Lin Jian and the others said. Suqiu blinked, you really trust me? That's a powerful lord. Zhao Xiaoyan stepped up, taking out a medicine pill for him. This is a life essence pill, keep it for emergencies. Though I hate to admit it, right now in the Bull Brigade, besides Ori, you have the strongest combat ability among us. That Lord Zixiao is handed over to you, of course, if you can't win, it won't matter, we have the leaders, no matter what happens, your life is the priority. Suqiu's eyes lit up, he took the medicine, and carefully placed it in his pocket. This life essence pill is worth several hundred million. I understand. Suqiu nodded and, with the Bull Brigade members clearing the way, charged into the city government building, heading straight for the top. And at this moment, the rain cloud range above the city government building had expanded dozens of times, covering almost half of Qingyun City. Inside the shelter, the soldiers were fully armed, rushing out. Seeing this, the citizens couldn't help but worry. Hey, where are you going? There's a riot of beastmen outside, the hunting team doesn't have enough manpower, and they are urgently calling for soldiers. We have to go to the battlefield, a soldier said gravely. Others grew even more worried. If you all leave, who will protect us? Don't worry, we will leave some people behind, and the door of the shelter is made of alloy, ordinary beastmen can't get in. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a little relieved. As the soldiers gradually left, the crowd vaguely heard the sound of gunfire outside. Not knowing how much time passed, the sound of gunfire suddenly grew much louder, as if right at the entrance of the shelter. Everyone's face changed at this. The gunfire gradually stopped, then the shelter's door let out a loud bang. A beastman was smashing the door. Don't worry, the person said this door is made of alloy, ordinary beastmen can't get in, someone tried to reassure the crowd. But what if it's not an ordinary beast, another voice weakly pointed out. The crowd fell silent for a moment. The banging on the door grew even more intense. Bang, bang, bang. The alloy door was denting inward. Then a pitch-black claw pierced through the door, and in just a few moments, tore the door apart and walked in. It was a werewolf several meters tall, covered in black fur. The soldiers inside the shelter saw the creature and immediately unleashed a hail of bullets, hitting the werewolf repeatedly, but the bullets merely clinked against its body and fell to the ground. They couldn't harm this werewolf at all. The werewolf looked at the soldiers and the civilians, grinning. Little mice, did you think hiding here would keep you safe? You are terribly naive. It walked towards the crowd. Suddenly, a figure rushed out. It was Su Xiaoshuang. She kicked with all her might, sending the werewolf outside the shelter. She resolutely walked out. Xiaoshuang. What are you doing? Don't go. The elderly neighbors in her community tried to stop her. But Su Xiaoshuang did not look back and said, if I don't go, everyone will die here. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? She held her head high and stepped out of the shelter, confronting the werewolf. Cool. I've always wanted to say this. Su Xiaoshuang had an excited smile on her face. It seemed she could see the admiration and moved gazes of the people behind her. Empress Xiao said helplessly, you're just pretending, you're facing a beastman that is not comparable to the ones before. It's a tier 3 beastman. And it's a top tier 1, your current strength won't handle this easily. No matter what, I can't let a group of old, weak women and children stand in front of me, can I? Su Xiaoshuang said, watching the eager werewolf before her. The werewolf shook its head, staring hard at Su Xiaoshuang. I didn't expect there to be such a young tier 2 warrior here. You little girl, I will rip you apart. Chapter 68, you know nothing about true power. You little girl, I will rip you apart. The werewolf, furious and humiliated, leaped towards Su Xiaoshuang. Its claws slashed through the air, making a chilling wind sound as Su Xiaoshuang nimbly dodged. Then seizing the opportunity, she struck repeatedly at the werewolf. A-level martial skill, wave palm. Bang, bang, bang. The werewolf was pushed back with each strike. However, it was still a top-tier tier 3 beastman. Su Xiaoshuang, being only tier 2, could push it back but couldn't kill it with just A-class martial skills. She pondered for a moment, should I use that move? That move, you aren't proficient with yet, you may not be able to execute it. Empress Xiao said indifferently. The big sis said, the more dangerous it is, the more it can spur one's potential. Now is the time to unleash that potential. Su Xiaoshuang declared, watching the werewolf charge again. She took a deep breath, clenched her fist, her spiritual energy circulating within her body, then condensing in her fist, a powerful aura began to emanate from her. The charging werewolf suddenly felt a chilling sensation. S-class martial skill. Shockwave punch. Su Xiaoshuang delivered a punch. Ripples suddenly spread in the air. A powerful punch broke through the air, crashing into the werewolf like a cannonball, and the opponent's chest caved in directly. The entire body was sent flying, slamming against a wall, which collapsed with a deafening roar, and the werewolf lay dead among the rubble. Su Xiaoshuang gasped, feeling that her inner spiritual power had been depleted by more than half, but her expression was filled with great joy. I did it. Empress Xiao gave a faint hum. In fact, she was quite surprised. She had just taught Su Xiaoshuang the S-class martial arts not long ago, and the first time she used it in battle, she was able to kill a third-grade high-tier beast person who was above her level. It seemed that the other party had a high comprehension of martial arts. But before Su Xiaoshuang could be excited for long, several beast people nearby heard the commotion and rushed over, a total of 4, each at the 2nd or 3rd level. Su Xiaoshuang swallowed hard. I really have no strength left. Let me handle it. Empress Xiao said lightly. Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up. Okay. She took a deep breath and quickly gestured with both hands. Empress summoning technique. Empress Xiao. Suddenly, she didn't want to make a move as much anymore. The beast people were confused by Su Xiaoshuang's actions, looking around and seeing nothing. What is this girl doing? No matter what she's doing, we kill her first. The beast people roared as they lunged at Su Xiaoshuang. Seeing this, beads of cold sweat appeared on Su Xiaoshuang's forehead. Master Empress, if you don't make a move, I'm done for. Just as her words fell,
A stream of light flew out from her body. The light took form, turning into a stunning woman with waist-length black hair and a hint of authority between her brows. She wore a flowing white robe, a jade crown on her head, and a golden longsword formed in her hands. Like a sword fairy from ancient times. Facing the rushing beast people, she didn't make any moves. In the next second, all the beast people that lunged forward exploded into a shower of blood, turning into a pile of fragments, and Su Xiaoshuang couldn't even see how Empress Xiao made her move. She widened her eyes, showing a hint of admiration. So strong. Master Empress, you are amazing. A hint of pleasure appeared in Empress Zhangzhao's eyes. Opportunities to make Su Xiaoshuang admire her this much were rare. She dispersed the long sword of spiritual power in her hand and said lightly, "It's not that I'm too strong, but that you are too weak now. Focus on growing up." After saying this, her figure vanished, turning into light spots and returning to Su Xiaoshuang's body. Su Xiaoshuang waved her little fist. "I will work hard." She looked towards the city government building, her eyes filled with determination. "I must catch up with my brother's pace no matter what." Inside the city government building, Su Zhou, with the help of the members of the Violent Bull Gang, charged into the building almost without any obstacles, heading straight for the top floor. Boom! Suddenly, a huge force shattered the hallway in front of him. Su Zhou immediately became alert. From the ruins of the hallway, a tall young man slowly walked up to Su Zhou. It was Zhang Yunjie, Zhang Long's son, the owner of the SS-class Martial Soul, Earth Savage Bear. Su Zhou slightly narrowed his eyes. "Well, hello there, wanted criminal." Zhang Yunjie did not respond to Su Zhou's taunt. He looked at Su Zhou and said calmly, "Long time no see, Su Zhou. You've been quite the hotshot lately. I heard you made it onto the Qingyun honor list. Flattery will get you nowhere, thanks to your dad. If he hadn't committed crimes for me to catch him, how could I make the list?" Su Zhou replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunjie could no longer contain himself. A violent and cruel aura erupted from him. "Su Zhou. Today, I will kill you here." In the next second, he slammed his palm onto the ground. A-class martial arts, Earth Spike. The protruding Earth Spike shot towards Su Zhou. But Su Zhou jumped up. Swiftly dodging the ground spikes, he arrived in front of Zhang Yunjie, and with one kick, he sent the opponent flying dozens of meters away. Boom! A wall was directly smashed through. Su Zhou squinted his eyes. "I don't have time to play with you." But from the ruins, a low growl echoed. An immensely tall figure stood up from the rubble. It was Zhang Yunjie. However, at this moment, he was somewhat different. His entire body was covered in yellow fur, his muscles bulged, and his body began to inflate. His fingers became sharp, almost as if he had transformed into a raging bear. Earth Rage Bear. Following that, he summoned his SS-level martial soul. The Earth Rage Bear approached Zhang Yunjie and gradually fused with him. It was actually a martial soul fusion. Roar! Zhang Yunjie let out a heart-wrenching roar, his bloodshot eyes locked onto Su Zhou. "Did you see that? With the Beastman potion, I have perfectly mastered the power of the beast. And on the foundation of mastering the beast's power, I'm forcefully fusing the martial soul power. Now, I am terrifyingly strong. Even a 5th-tier warrior, I could easily kill. Su Zhou, in front of me now, you have no chance of winning. Die." Zhang Yunjie roared again and charged towards Su Zhou. He seemed like a small mountain. Each step he took shook the ground. The overwhelming killing intent radiating from him sent chills down people's spines. Su Zhou gripped the dragon spiral-breaking gun tightly, and as he watched Zhang Yunjie charge at him, he calmly shouted, "Thunder, King, gun." Boom! He burst forth like a bolt of lightning, holding the spear and piercing through the air. His speed was so fast that Zhang Yunjie's pupils dilated, instinctively preparing to defend. Mystic Stone Shield. A shield made of solid stone appeared before him. But the next second, the Mystic Stone Shield was shattered without a doubt. The domineering Thunder King gun pierced through his chest, creating a blood hole the size of a human head in his massive body. The bones, flesh, and organs within the blood hole were completely obliterated. Su Zhou held the spear and said blandly, "You know nothing of true power." Chapter 69, Battling the Purple Sky Marquis. "I can use martial soul, but you cannot." Zhang Yunjie looked down at the blood hole in his chest, completely dazed, his eyes filled with intense shock, confusion, unwillingness, and disbelief. To deal with Su Zhou, he didn't know how many experiments he had done these days, and he had finally mastered the power of the beast perfectly. Moreover, he had also mastered the ability of martial soul fusion. But why? Why, with such strength, was he still killed with one shot? How could the other side also be this powerful? Unwilling, I am not willing. Zhang Yunjie fell to the ground with a thud. His eyes gradually lost their luster, completely dying. Su Zhou gave him a glance, shook his head. "I admit, you have some strength now, but unfortunately, I have seen people countless times stronger than you. Let alone Aurelia, even the white magic ape could easily kill Zhang Yunjie before him, not to mention Su Qiu, who had successfully defeated the white magic ape. Disregarding Zhang Yunjie, Su Qiu continued to head for the top floor. After killing Zhang Yunjie, he met no obstacles and arrived at the top of the building. But when he got here, the scene before him made his pupils slightly shrink. He saw several people lying in disarray at the top of the building. They were all the leaders of the hunting team. And the one who said he wanted to defeat the Purple Sky Marquis, Chen Zi, was now being strangled by the opponent, his martial soul purple cloud wings hanging limp behind him. He looked like he had no strength to fight anymore. The Purple Sky Marquis noticed Su Qiu's arrival, raised his hand, and threw Chen Zi in his direction. Chen Zi glanced at Su Qiu, weakly saying, "Run." Together, these team leaders weren't even a match for the Purple Sky Marquis. Let alone Su Qiu. And at this moment, Su Qiu also felt a sense of pressure. Good heavens! A 7th-tier sealed Marquis powerhouse is indeed not to be underestimated. The Purple Sky Marquis looked at Su Qiu. The little guy from the Bull Brigade, you managed to get here. It seems Yun Jia has been defeated by you. Lord Zixiao, a figure on the honor roll of Qingyun City, you hold a high position and are admired by thousands. Why do you want to join the Magic Heaven sect? Su Qiu asked curiously. At the same time, he was also buying time. First, to give the leaders on the ground time to recover, and second, to wait for Orlai to deal with her opponent and come over. As long as Orlai can arrive, all problems will be solved easily. He had this confidence in her. Lord Zixiao glanced at Su Qiu, directly seeing through his thoughts. You are waiting for Orlai, aren't you? In all of Qingyun City, I only fear her. But she probably can't make it in time, or perhaps, she might already be dead. Heh, if you can't defeat the leaders, who can kill her? One person alone is certainly not enough. But what if the guardians of the Magic Heaven sect work together? No matter how strong Orlai is, she is just one person. Lord Zixiao said casually. As soon as he spoke, Su Qiu's heart sank slightly. Indeed. Orlai was strong, but the Magic Heaven sect, as a malign organization that had troubled the Great Xia for many years, naturally had many experts. If they all came out, one Orlai really might not be able to hold up. And Lord Zixiao continued, as for your question about why I joined the Magic Heaven sect, it is naturally because they can fulfill my wish. Your wish? Su Qiu wanted to chat a bit longer but suddenly realized. Something was wrong. It wasn't him buying time. It was Lord Zixiao who was stalling. The rain clouds formed by the martial soul above his head were growing larger and larger. He no longer hesitated and immediately launched an attack. Lord Zixiao smiled faintly. Oh, have you realized? The spear pierced through the air, crackling with thunder. But Lord Zixiao pulled out a metal long sword and directly blocked the spear in his hand. But the next second, cracks appeared on the sword. Lord Zixiao's expression changed slightly. He stepped back 2 paces and looked warily at the spear in Su Qiu's hand. That is a weapon spirit device of considerable rank. He channeled his spiritual energy, gradually enveloping the whole sword. Meanwhile, Su Qiu continued to strike, the spear piercing out continuously, like a swimming dragon, extremely exquisite, with the power of thunder intertwining, and the white tiger killing intent rising. For a moment, he was actually evenly matched with Lord Zixiao. The leaders on the ground, who could no longer fight, were stunned to see this scene. This kid's strength is that strong? I heard Orlai gave him special training. What kind of training is so exaggerated? Even Lord Zixiao was shocked. Back at the rookie competition, Su Qiu had nearly buckled under his pressure, yet now he could rival him? A monster. This growth speed could only be described with the word monster. Humph. A-level martial skill, thundercloud sword technique. Lord Zixiao sneered coldly, swinging his long sword, unleashing waves of purple lightning, sending Su Qiu flying. To force me to use martial skills, Su Qiu, your growth rate is truly astounding, but after all, you were still a 4th rank. Lord Zixiao said. With his sword in hand, he actively launched an attack. As a 7th rank powerhouse, once he used martial skills, he suppressed Su Qiu. Seeing this, Su Qiu waved his spear, neither retreating nor avoiding. The clang of spear and sword produced bright sparks. He gradually bore some cuts from the sword. Yet, in his eyes, there was a terrifying zeal gathering, a fierce, battle intent. This battle intent made Su Qiu grow bolder in battle, unafraid of anything. He fully unleashed his physical abilities, strength, and martial skills to the fullest. It is battle intent. This kid has mastered battle intent. Lord Zixiao's pupils shrank slightly. Battle intent is a power that can only be achieved after enduring countless life and death battles on various battlefields. This power tests a person's disposition, will, comprehension, and even luck more than cultivation. As far as Lord Zixiao knew, even some kings had not mastered battle intent. Su Qiu, a 4th stage warrior, mastered it. Damn it! What did Olay do to this kid? How can he grasp combat intent at such a young age, with this level of cultivation?
No matter what Olay did, this kid being able to grasp combat intent already shows his innate talent in battle is extremely high. The Purple Sky Marquis thought to himself, increasingly wary of Su Qiu. In less than 2 years, this person will surely completely surpass me. A-level martial skill, Purple Sky Thunderstorm. The Purple Sky Marquis roared, his spiritual power fully condensing on the sword's edge. With a single swing, the violent lightning shattered Su Qiu's spearlight. It sent him flying once again. I never expected it would take so much power to deal with a 4th stage. The Purple Sky Marquis' expression was quite ugly. Looking at Su Qiu, who was sent flying, the purple lightning he unleashed coiled around his body, eroding him. He believed that even a 6th stage warrior would be rendered powerless after taking this sword strike. But then, Su Qiu let out a dragon's roar, and a fierce, dominating lightning dragon flew out from him, swallowing the purple lightning entirely. The Purple Sky Marquis' pupils constricted. SSS-Level lightning dragon? You don't have a twin martial soul, you have a triple martial soul? Su Qiu did not answer him, grinning. Your cultivation is indeed higher than mine, but unfortunately, I now have an advantage you cannot compare with. I can use my martial soul, but you cannot. Chapter 70, a peak level 7th stage Marquis. Su Qiu realized that the Purple Sky Marquis wanted to use martial souls to condense rain clouds and spread medicine from the exotic beast people, and during this process, he would not be able to use his martial soul. A Marquis unable to use martial souls. His battle power will definitely be greatly diminished. What do I have to fear? Lightning Dragon. White Tiger. Merge. Su Qiu summoned 2 great martial souls and merged with them, instantly enveloped by arcs of lightning, with a king character appearing on his forehead. Whoosh. His figure flashed, like a streak of lightning, arriving before the Purple Sky Marquis, the long spear stabbing out with a blast of the Thunder King spear. The Purple Sky Marquis blocked with his sword but was sent flying. It's not over yet. Su Qiu laughed heartily and continued to attack. Lightning intertwined around him, killing intent boiling over, combat intent flowing in his blood. At this moment, Su Qiu was terrifyingly strong. Even the Purple Sky Marquis was suppressed. The long spear clashed with the sword, the ringing resounding continuously. But gradually, more and more cracks appeared on the sword, and the Purple Sky Marquis was forced to retreat. Furious, Thunder Cloud Sword technique. He slashed out a vast expanse of Thunder Sword energy. But Su Qiu had no regard for it, charging through the violent Thunder Sword energy. His Lightning Dragon was an SSS-level martial soul of the lightning attribute. To a certain extent, it could be immune to lightning attacks. When he arrived in front of the Purple Sky Marquis, he locked onto the opponent's heart with a single stab, a swift thrust like a lightning dragon breaking through the clouds, aimed to kill the Purple Sky Marquis. But suddenly, Su Qiu sensed something, retracted the spear, and sidestepped to block. With a clang, immense power surged in. Su Qiu was pushed back several steps. Looking not far away, an old man in a white coat was staring at Su Qiu with wild eyes. So many SSS-level martial souls. Su Qiu, you truly are a rare experimental material in 100 years. I must have you. Su Qiu shivered, coldly saying, being eyed by an old man like you is not something to be happy about. He kept a close watch on his surroundings. Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside him, charging at him. Upon closer inspection, it was a humanoid creature shrouded in black mist. As it approached Su Qiu, the black mist condensed into a pitch-black dagger that stabbed out but was blocked by Su Qiu. The immense force made Su Qiu take 2 steps back. Immediately after, the black humanoid continued its attack, wildly waving its dagger, creating waves of black after-images. So fast. This is S-level martial soul. Dark attribute, Shadow Assassin. Su Qiu slightly squinted his eyes. He had read about this martial soul in a book. It was a rare dark attribute, a humanoid martial soul, which could hide in the darkness and had extreme speed, making it hard to guard against. It was known as the assassin among martial souls. That old man in the white coat smiled slightly. Su Qiu, your eyesight is good. The shadow assassin is my martial soul. Allow me to introduce myself. I am one of the 8 guardians of the Demon Sky Sect. You can call me Dr. Wang. The beast-human experiment of the Zhang family is led by me, and the Zhang Yunjie you killed was one of my most perfect creations. It's a pity that he died at your hands, but it doesn't matter. You must be countless times better experimental material than Zhang Yunjie. Su Qiu curled his lips. I don't want to be experimental material for an old man like you. If it were a beautiful female doctor, I might consider it. Even at this time, you still have the heart to joke. Su Qiu, you're just great. If you want a beautiful girl, as long as you become my experimental material, I can bring you all kinds of beauties. Dr. Wang laughed. You old man, how could you be so shameless? Su Qiu's figure flashed, dodging the shadow assassin's attack, and quickly charged towards Dr. Wang. But the latter did not dodge or avoid it, smiling and saying, in terms of speed, you can't match the shadow assassin. But then, his pupils slightly contracted. Su Qiu's speed suddenly soared. It was at least 3 times faster. He directly surpassed the shadow assassin and appeared in front of him. Not good. Dr. Wang wanted to dodge. The purple sky marquis also wanted to step in for rescue, but he found that a captain not far away had opened his arms towards him. Binding of the wind. Invisible wind turned into ropes that bound the purple sky marquis. It delayed his rescue for a moment. And Dr. Wang could not dodge in time, getting hit in the chest by Su Qiu's spear, directly blasting a huge hole. The other party's body violently retreated, and before dying, he took out a syringe and plunged it into his neck, injecting the solution inside his body. His chest wound rapidly healed, and he swelled up, transforming into an ugly lizard man in the blink of an eye. Purple Sky Marquis. Inject the solution into the rain cloud now. As for this guy, I will stop him. Dr. Wang shouted. He threw a test tube to the Purple Sky Marquis. The other party caught it, his figure flashing as he charged towards the rain cloud in the sky. Seeing this, Su Qiu naturally could not stand by and watch. A pair of black golden Kunpeng wings spread behind him, Kunpeng Martial Soul, Fusion. But Dr. Wang would not let him easily go find the Purple Sky Marquis. He laughed and charged towards him. You actually have Kunpeng Martial Soul. Su Qiu, I love you. Suddenly, a purple figure blocked in front of him. It was Chen Zi from the Purple Cloud Hunting Group. Several other captains were also struggling to rise. The kid from the Bull team. Leave this guy to us, you go stop the Purple Sky Marquis. Although I don't want to admit it, right now, only you can stop him. Su Qiu slightly nodded, flapping the Kunpeng wings, his figure shot up into the sky like a streak of light, flying toward the rain cloud. And standing on the head of the purple cloud dragon, rushing towards the rain cloud, the Purple Sky Marquis gripped the solution tightly in his hand, revealing a hint of determination in his eyes. As long as I can complete this mission for the Demon Sky Sect, they can help me summon Chi-Chi's soul, allowing us father and daughter to reunite. For Chi-Chi, I'm sorry, Qingyun City. For his daughter, he could bear any scorn and do anything. But at that moment, a whistling wind sound came from behind him. Su Qiu was flying towards him with a spear, faster than the purple cloud dragon. His pupils contracted. I didn't expect that the last one standing in front of me would be you, such a little 4th level guy. The mayor of Qingyun City and the leaders of the hunting groups had all been defeated one by him. But who could have thought? His greatest obstacle would be Su Qiu. A student still in his 3rd year of high school. Zishou Ho, let's settle this once and for all. Su Qiu shouted loudly. He couldn't let Zishou Ho succeed. Once the opponent injected the potion into the rain clouds, using the rain to spread the potion, who knew if Su Xiushuang and the members of the violent bull team would also be infected and turn into beastmen. Kid, if you want to settle this, I'll oblige you. At this moment, Zishou Ho could no longer underestimate Su Qiu, fully regarding him as an equal opponent. With a low roar, the purple cloud dragon beneath him also let out a roar, transforming into countless light points that fused into Zishou Ho's body. Martial soul fused. The rain cloud is nearly fully condensed. I don't need to strain myself to expand it any further. Right now, I can use the power of my martial soul. Su Qiu, have you ever faced a peak level 7th tier sealed lord? Zishou Ho said coldly. With his fused martial soul, a layer of purple scales gradually covered his body, and a purple dragon tail grew out from his back. His eyes, dark gold in color, were filled with majesty. At this moment, the power of the 7th tier sealed lord completely erupted. Chapter 71, Great Battle with Zishou Ho. Night. Above Qingyun City, dark clouds roiled, as if a heavy rain was about to pour. And beneath the dark clouds, 2 figures, entwined with lightning, were facing each other, one wielding a metallic long sword, the other holding a dark gold dragon spear. One was wrapped in purple lightning, while the other thundered with blue lightning. One was a 7th tier sealed lord. And the other was merely a 4th tier warrior. With a full 3-tier gap, in the eyes of others, the 4th tier warrior was completely at risk of being killed in an instant before the 7th tier sealed lord. But at this moment, Zishou Ho did not dare to underestimate Su Qiu at all. He regarded him fully as an opponent of the same level. Their eyes collided, both exuding massive intent to kill and fighting spirit. Su Qiu, I'll let you witness the true power of a 7th tier sealed lord. Zishou Ho said coldly. Whoosh. The next second, his figure vanished from the spot. Immediately, he appeared before Su Qiu, slashing out with a sword, purple lightning coiling around it. This sword was mightily swung, as if it could split mountains. Su Qiu raised his spear to block. With a loud clang, he retreated a few steps. His long spear hummed loudly. Zishou Ho's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect Su Qiu's response to be so timely, managing to block a sword strike from him in peak condition. Following that, he struck again. The metallic long sword in his hand slashed out like a violent thunder, releasing a flurry of sword shadows. Su Qiu naturally refused to back down. With the spear in hand, the Thunder King's spear was unleashed to its fullest, with both strength and speed not a bit lesser than Zishou Ho's. The two continuously clashed beneath the clouds.
The sound of sword and spear clashing rang out, accompanied by roaring thunder, echoing across Qingyun City. The crowd watched the clashing, purple and blue lightning in the sky, unable to help but swallow hard, their eyes filled with shock.
What a terrifying battle! It's Xiao. Who is the other person? How can they fight against a 7th-tier sealed lord? Is it a leader from the hunting team? I don't know, but I heard he's a member of some hunting team? A member? Not a leader?
The crowd buzzed with discussion.
Because both Xiao and Su Qiu were high in the sky, the crowd could only guess that one was Xiao, but not many knew about Su Qiu. And those who did were all watching with bated breath. For example, the members of the Violent Bull team. They gathered at the entrance of a tall building, the beastmen had all been dealt with one by them, and they looked up at the sky, their hearts in their throats.
Su Qiu, go for it. We are still too weak, we can't intervene in such battles, otherwise we could go help Su Qiu.
Unfortunately, I can't fly either. Boom. Once again, there was an extreme clash.
The sword and spear collided, bursting forth with thunder and terrifying shockwaves.
Xiao stared hard at Su Qiu, you, a 4th tier. If I can do this, I will be remembered for ages. No one will blame you for not stopping me, why bother fighting?
If I were you, I wouldn't risk my life to stop someone whose power is far beyond mine.
Why do you still insist?
The Purple Sky Marquis shouted loudly. He attempted to persuade Su Qiu to give up with words.
But unfortunately, at this moment, Su Qiu was radiating fierce battle intent, already looking like he was in a frenzy. Hey, what's there to explain? I just want to kill you. Or maybe, you'll kill me. Swish. Behind him, the wings of the Kunping shook, quickly taking off. His figure almost transformed into several afterimages in the air, and after arriving before the Purple Sky Marquis, his spear suddenly smashed down. With a clang, the Purple Sky Marquis blocked with his sword, but the immense force still sent him crashing down from the sky, like a meteor, into a building. Boom! The building was directly smashed through. Su Qiu, taking advantage of the momentum, charged into the building, his spear mixed with lightning, continuing to stab wildly at the Purple Sky Marquis. A-level martial technique. Thundercloud sword technique. The Purple Sky Marquis roared, swinging his long sword, as lightning surged like a raging python, spilling out from his sword. The floor of the building where the two were located was directly shattered. The overwhelming power of lightning spread through the steel and concrete of the building, causing the walls to start cracking and windows to shatter. Because of their battle, this 20-story tall building was directly collapsing, incredibly shocking. But this was just the beginning, the fierce fighting between the two intensified. Violent purple and blue lightning intertwined, resembling a cataclysm, destroying everything around, buildings and vehicles on the street were being crushed. The battle of the 7th-tier Marquis seemed to tear apart half the city. During the fight, both of them started to get injured. Su Qiu had 7 or 8 sword marks on his body, and the Purple Sky Marquis had 3 or 4 holes poked through by the spear, blood flowing endlessly. In terms of injuries, Su Qiu was worse. But the Purple Sky Marquis looked at Su Qiu, who was as furious as a fierce beast, his attack not diminishing at all, as if he was ignoring his injuries, causing a twinge of fear. What is wrong with this guy?
Forcing himself to fuse 3 martial spirits at the 4th tier, such a burden is not something ordinary people can bear, and he has taken so many sword strikes from me, why can he still fight?
His offense hasn't weakened at all? Crazy, this madman wants to die together with me? The Purple Sky Marquis thought with trepidation.
This fear caused him to lose his composure in battle. Su Qiu seized the opportunity, another spear crashed into his chest, sending him flying again, smashing through several streets.
Su Qiu laughed, Purple Sky Marquis. Why have you weakened? Didn't you want to show me what a true 7th-tier Marquis is like? Is this all you have? In the ruins.
The Purple Sky Marquis spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling like several bones had broken. Looking at Su Qiu, who was rushing over with fierce energy and high battle intent, he finally understood why the other could fight him to this extent.
It was battle intent.
His high battle intent keeps his spirit in an excited state. This state even makes him somewhat ignore his physical limits and injuries.
Battle intent is indeed a troublesome thing.
The Purple Sky Marquis gritted his teeth, watching Su Qiu charge up again, choosing to retreat, his knees bending slightly, before kicking off the ground, shooting toward the sky.
Su Qiu, I admit, you're stronger now. But my goal is not to defeat you.
Although the Purple Sky Marquis felt unwilling, he still wanted to complete his task first. Seeing this, Su Qiu shook his Kunpeng wings behind him and quickly pursued. Watching the distance between them and the dark clouds getting closer, even seeing the Purple Sky Marquis pulling out a potion, Su Qiu tightened his grip on the spear, suddenly throwing it out. Swish! The spear accompanied by thunder let out a roar, piercing the sky. The Xiao Marquis sensed the danger behind him, his face changed, and he used all his strength to dodge sideways, but was still pierced through the shoulder by the spear.
That violent lightning even rendered one of his arms useless.
And that spear continued flying into the distance after piercing his shoulder.
Damn it! The Xiao Marquis was severely injured, his speed slowed down, and he was caught up by Su Qiu, who punched him in the face, sending him flying and crashing onto the rooftop of a building. Everything is over. Su Qiu smiled coldly. The Xiao Marquis, who had one arm disabled by him, was no longer his opponent. Chapter 72, The Thunder God's Judgment Gun. The evil heavenly church's plan failed. Is it really all over? The Xiao Marquis looked at Su Qiu slowly descending in front of him, feeling a sense of powerlessness for the first time, and suddenly a girl's face appeared in his mind. Dad, can we go to the amusement park today? Dad, look, I got full marks in my combat class today, full marks. Dad, don't always think about your martial arts school, you should spend time with me too, or why don't you teach me martial arts? In the end, the scene froze in a heavy rain. The girl whispered as she lay in his arms, Dad, I'm sorry, I can't defeat that strange beast, I've embarrassed you. The Xiao Marquis suddenly showed a look of madness in his eyes, no, it's not over yet. Not over yet. No one can stop me from seeing Chi-Chi again. He suddenly took out that bottle of strange beast human potion and drank it down in one gulp. As the potion entered his body, the Xiao Marquis began to swell, his face twisted, growing green scales, and combined with his original martial soul fusion state, he looked especially horrific at this moment. Su Qiu's gaze sharpened. You've drunk the potion, is this how you plan to complete your mission? The Xiao Marquis said nothing. Under the potion's effect, his wounds rapidly healed, and he exuded an increasingly terrifying aura. He ignored Su Qiu, pushing off with his feet and shooting into the sky. The immense propulsion even shook the building beneath his feet. Su Qiu saw the blood dripping from the opponent, his pupils slightly contracted, and he guessed the opponent's plan, although he has drunk the potion, it still needs time to fully merge with him. And during this time, his blood contains the potion's components. As long as he rushes into the rain clouds and mixes his blood with the rain clouds, he can also use the rain to spread the potion. This guy is capable of this step. Su Qiu did not know what obsession the Xiao Marquis had in his heart. Perhaps it was related to the Chi-Chi he spoke of. But, who does not have a few important people by their side? Su Qiu did not know the Xiao Marquis' history, nor did he want to know, he only had one thought now, to stop him. Whoosh! Su Qiu took out the life source pill given by Zhao Xiaoyun and swallowed it in one bite. Then he charged into the sky with all his strength. Soon, he surpassed the Xiao Marquis and blocked his way. Su Qiu, get out of my way. The Xiao Marquis suddenly slashed out with a sword. The overwhelming purple lightning power burst forth. He had consumed the strange beast human potion, although he had not fully fused with it, it still increased his power a notch. Su Qiu no longer had the Panlong breaking army spear in his hand, so he can only block with his fists. Boom! With a loud bang, Su Qiu was blasted toward the rain clouds, a deep wound appearing on his fist, and the Xiao Marquis shouted at him, Su Qiu, without that spear. You are no match for me now. If you don't want to die, get lost. Su Qiu did not reply, coldly stating, my spear is right here. As the words fell. Suddenly, a deep blue thunder dragon flew out from his body. The thunder dragon rushed into the rain clouds, swirling above his head, churning the cloud layers, the atmosphere roiling, the immense external force causing particles in the air to collide and rub fiercely. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar. Suddenly, a large amount of lightning began to flash and roar within the clouds. These lightning bolts wrapped around the thunder dragon, then gathered onto Su Qiu, making him appear like a deity controlling thunder and lightning. He raised his hand high, endless electric currents gathered in his palm, extending, and then formed a terrifying long spear that flashed with electric light. The shocking pressure made the purple Sky Marquis' hair stand on end, and his pupils shrink. He knew that Su Qiu was unleashing an extremely powerful martial skill. Once released, its power would be earth-shattering. No one can stop me. The purple Sky Marquis roared, and his obsession had driven him mad. He unleashed all the spiritual power within him, gathered it into his sword, and the purple lightning began to flicker, forming a massive purple thunderball at the sword tip. This was his strongest strike. And Su Qiu saw through it, this will be the final move. Come on. Thunder boom. The purple Sky Marquis swung his sword, his metal sword unable to bear the burden, shattering inch by inch, but the massive thunderball was already shooting towards Su Qiu. And Su Qiu was unwilling to back down, the thunder spear in his palm also condensed to the extreme, stretching over 10 meters long. He fiercely swung out and hurled the spear down. Thunder God Judgment Spear. Boom! The spear pierced through the air, as if it would shatter the void. The terrifying might left those witnessing this spear in a state of shock. The blue thunder spear, the purple thunderball, two terrifying forces collided, and the dazzling purple-blue lightning covered the sky. Arcs of electricity danced in the night sky, making much of Qingyun City shine like daylight, and the terrifying power was as if a deity had descended. In the end,
The thunder spear pierced through the thunderball and fell straight towards the purple sky marquee. As he watched the dazzling lightning coming towards him, the purple sky marquee did not feel fear. Instead, he felt a sense of liberation. Defeated. He was completely defeated. Chi-Chi, father, did my best. The purple sky marquee murmured. The thunder spear struck him without reservation. Overbearing lightning filled his body, turning him to char, and the beastman drug components within him were completely evaporated in the lightning. The corpse of the purple sky marquee fell from the sky, landing on the rooftop of a building. Suqiu also slowly descended from the sky, releasing the state of spirit fusion. He glanced at the corpse of the purple sky marquee and sighed in relief. With the death of the purple sky marquee, the massive rain cloud formed by his spirit also dissipated, and the night sky returned to calm. The plan of the Demon Heaven sect had completely failed. On the other side. On the city government building. Dr. Wang and several team leaders were still entangled in battle. Upon seeing the rain clouds dissipate, Dr. Wang realized his plan had failed completely, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a Suqiu, he even defeated the purple sky marquee. I must have you. You must be the best experimental material." A glimmer of excitement appeared in his eyes. Then, he no longer entangled with the team leaders, leaping from the rooftop, and when the leaders came closer to look, they saw he had disappeared into the night. Damn! That guy got away. We're lucky to be alive. One leader said with self-awareness, lighting a cigarette and taking a puff, "This guy is not only an S-rank spirit, but he's also close to reaching the 7th tier marquee. Although not as powerful as the purple sky marquee, he's still quite tricky. We just fought with the purple sky marquee and are all injured. Being able to fight him for this long is already quite impressive. The Demon Heaven sect is truly a dangerous faction. By the way, I heard O'Reilly was held back. I wonder how she is." "Don't worry, she won't die no matter what." On the street. Dr. Wang drove away in a car, took out his phone, and made a call. When the call connected, he blandly said, "The plan has failed, the purple sky marquee is dead, you don't need to hold back O'Reilly anymore, leave." But there was no response on the other end. Dr. Wang frowned, suddenly feeling a sense of unease in his heart. Then, a voice came from the other end of the line. Moses, is this the Demon Heaven sect? Sorry, but the person you're looking for is currently under my foot. It is? Oriai's voice. Chapter 73, A True Genius Has Emerged from Blue Star. On a site of ruins. For miles around, the streets and buildings have been flattened to the ground. On the ground, an enormous pit has appeared. In the pit, vines spread and grow. The 3 guardians of the Demon Sky sector pierced through their bodies by the vines, blood dripping and hanging in the air. Like death row criminals tied to the gallows. Another guardian is being stepped on by Oriai, her clothes somewhat tattered, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, a spiked club resting on her shoulder, a terrifying battle intent and spiritual energy still lingering from the fierce fight. She is holding a phone, talking to Dr. Wang. On the other end, Dr. Wang is silent for a moment, feeling a bit horrified inside. 4 guardians, all 7th level powerful beings. Unbelievably. Oriai handled them all by herself? He initially thought sending these 4 to restrain Oriai would at least allow them to escape unscathed, even if they couldn't kill her. But he never expected it would end like this. Oriai, leader of the Bull Fury Group, a force not to be underestimated in Qingyun City, it seems we have greatly underestimated you. Dr. Wang suppresses his shock and speaks with feigned calmness. Demon Sky Sect, you all made quite a mess this time, you and your leader better get your necks ready for a wash. I will be coming soon, to slaughter you all. Crack. Oriai squeezes her fingers, and the phone emits a sound as she crushes it. Hearing the buzzing from the phone, Dr. Wang furrows his brow. How can such troublesome characters be hidden in Little Qingyun City? Multiple SSS Spirit Core holders, Suqiu. Leader Oriai of the Bull Fury Group. These 2 will be the biggest enemies of my Demon Sky Sect. He rubs his forehead. Feeling an unprecedented difficulty. 5 of the 8 guardians of the Demon Sky Sect have been lost in Qingyun City. This is an enormous blow to them. Let the leader worry about it, I just need to have experiments to do, and worst case, I can switch to another force, Dr. Wang smiles. The chaos in Qingyun City lasted through the whole night. Until the next day, when the sun rose, the chaos gradually calmed down, and the rampaging beastmen were slowly suppressed. The people of the Bull Fury Group also found Suqiu. He was resting on the roof of a building. As for the purple cloud marquee, he had turned into a charred corpse. Looking at the corpse, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. No matter how you say it, he was a respected 7th level powerful being. Who would have thought he would fall into evil? Forget it, enough about that, Suqiu, you are amazing. I didn't expect even the purple cloud marquee to be defeated by you. Lin Jian exclaimed. They were truly frightened. At first, they wanted Suqiu to unite with the other leaders to deal with the purple cloud marquee. But unexpectedly, he alone defeated the purple cloud marquee. Thinking about how he had just joined the Bull Fury group a few months ago, they couldn't help but feel marvel at such a genius existing in this world.
"Heh, just got lucky," Suqiu humbly responded.
But he couldn't help but feel a little bit pleased. After all, this was a true 7th level powerful being. In the Great Xia, aside from the 3 emperors and 10 kings, he would be one of the top-tier individuals. But now he had fallen at his hands.
This is absolutely worth bragging about for an entire year. By the way, my gun.
Suqiu suddenly thought, when I was fighting the purple cloud marquis, I threw my spear. Can you trouble you all to help me find it?
That was a top-notch martial arts spiritual weapon.
There probably aren't many of those in the entire Great Xia.
No problem. Everyone naturally agreed.
Not long after, Oriai also returned. Seeing her tattered clothes, everyone knew she must have gone through a fierce battle. Leader, who did you fight? Just 4 weak 7th level beings, Oriai said with the calmest tone, stating the most shocking words.
4 noble titles? Wow. In Qingyun City, there are probably fewer than 4 powerful nobility, right? TSK, the captain is amazing. Those few powerful nobility must have had a tough time too. Zhao Kiki laughed.
Ole continued, oh, I killed 3, and knocked out the last one to send them for interrogation. As soon as she said this,
everyone fell silent for a moment.
In other words, 4 powerful nobility surrounded Ole, only to be defeated by her, completely wiped out?
Hiss. Is it really that exaggerated?
Suqiu was surprised as well. Ole walked up to Suqiu, patting his shoulder hard. Suqiu, you did great.
Looks like my special training is quite effective. She was becoming more and more satisfied with Suqiu.
To defeat a 7th tier powerful nobility at 4th tier.
What if he improves 1 or 2 more levels? Wouldn't he be able to fight her at full strength?
Thinking of this, she felt very excited inside. The fighting spirit in her eyes began to flicker. Suqiu noticed her fighting spirit and hurriedly shook off her hand, rubbing his sore shoulders and grumbling, Captain, I'm a wounded soldier right now.
Ha, this little injury, just let Lao Zhao treat you.
Zhao Xiaoyun said helplessly, I don't have much strength left myself. Kiki, you also have healing martial skills, right?
You treat me first.
Sister Zhao, I don't have strength left either. Zhao Kiki sat on the ground, not wanting to move. Looking at the teammates lying flat on the ground, Ole touched her chin and thoughtfully said, looks like the intensity of training still needs to be increased.
Everyone shivered. I still feel like I have a little strength.
Sister Zhao, just lie there and don't move, I'll treat you right away. Having recovered somewhat, Suqiu arrived at the shelter.
He found Su Xiaoshuang.
Seeing that she was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief.
Elder Wang, Elder Zhao, and others in the community told Suqiu about Su Xiaoshuang's heroic deeds.
Su Xiaoshuang stood by, crossing her arms and looking quite proud.
Suqiu patted her on the head and didn't hold back on the praise.
Not bad, Xiaoshuang has made progress.
Of course. Su Xiaoshuang became even prouder.
Then she curiously asked, by the way, brother, it seems that someone was fighting the Zixiao prince last night and even defeated him.
Do you know who that was?
Suqiu pointed to his own nose, me. Su Xiaoshuang had some guesses, but hearing Suqiu admit it personally, she was still a bit shocked, and the pride she had just felt vanished.
No way. If my brother can defeat a 7th tier powerful nobility, how can I be so happy just because I beat a few tiny beastmen? I must work harder.
Inside Su Xiaoshuang's martial soul space, Empress Zhongxiao fell silent for a moment upon hearing Suqiu defeated a 7th tier powerful nobility.
How terrifying can this guy be?
In just a few months, from awakening his martial soul to becoming a 4th tier warrior, this training speed is extremely exaggerated, but she had seen faster before. But a 4th tier defeating a 7th tier.
That was rare.
Moreover, those talented individuals basically lived on the top life stars, nurtured by great powers.
Yet Suqiu was born on this small blue star.
The resources he could enjoy were worlds apart from those talented individuals she had seen. But his growth was not the slightest bit inferior to theirs.
If he were given equal resources,
I'm afraid Suqiu could easily surpass them. A true genius has emerged from this small blue star.
Empress Zhongxiao murmured. Chapter 74, Out with the Old, In with the New, A New House.
Soon, the Beastmen riot in Qingyun City was suppressed, and people gradually came out of the shelter to return to the streets. However, the post-war recovery work was also a huge project.
It takes time.
Suqiu took Su Xiaoshuang back to their residential area, but then he found that the community they lived in had turned into ruins. Su Xiaoshuang was somewhat sad, her eyes turning red.
Brother, our home is gone. Suqiu also fell silent.
Actually, with the assets of the two siblings, buying 10 houses like this would not be a problem, but they had never thought of changing houses. They had lived here for over 10 years, where their life essence lingered, filled with memories of living with their deceased parents. The house was the only thing left for the two siblings. Don't be sad, we are still here, and home is within us. Su Qiu sighed and patted Su Xiaoshuang's head. The siblings walked into the ruins and found the building they once lived in. The building had collapsed more than half. After much effort, they found their room and discovered some of their belongings in the rubble. Especially when Su Xiaoshuang found an album, a sigh of relief escaped her. The album is still here. Inside the album were photos taken during their time living with their parents. For the two siblings, it was undoubtedly the most precious thing in the house, even more valuable than the house itself. After finding the album, they continued to look for other usable items and carefully piled them aside. Not just them, but also the other residents of the community who returned were heartbroken upon seeing their neighborhood reduced to ruins, with some covering their faces and crying. Woo, my house. I spent most of my life savings to buy that house. Damn beastmen. After the sadness, everyone, like the siblings, began searching through the rubble for anything useful, hoping to lessen their losses. Xiaoshuan, tomorrow I will find a new house 10 times bigger than this one, and I'll install a game console, a big TV. Oh, you love watching movies, right? I'll even set up a private cinema for you. Su Qiu continued to comfort Su Xiaoshuang. She chuckled, Big brother, how much will that cost? It doesn't matter, as long as you like it. Su Qiu smiled. Looking at the others still searching for their belongings in the ruins, he sighed, at least we are better off than others. Brother, they have no home, what will they do? Don't worry, the government will help them. Brother, where will we go now? Su Qiu rubbed his chin, let's stay at a hotel for now. Brother, how about we go to find Sister Luo? Her house is so big, she will surely welcome us. Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up. They would have a place to stay. And it would allow her older brother to be close to Sister Luo, strengthening their bond. Perfect. Su Xiaoshuang gave herself a thumbs up for her cleverness. Finding her. Su Qiu also appeared thoughtful. Suddenly, his bull metal vibrated, and Zhao Qi's voice came through. Su Qiu, your gun has been found, I will send you the location. Okay. Su Qiu set aside thoughts of where to live and quickly headed to the location Zhao Qi sent. That was a precious spiritual weapon, and he couldn't afford to lose it. He soon arrived at a post-war ruin. A warning line had been set up here, preventing others from approaching, and in the rubble, a dark gold long gun was planted in the ground. Under the gun was the corpse of a beastman, pinned to the ground by the gun. There were many workers around, examining the long gun. Some even tried to bind the gun with chains and drag it with a heavy truck, but it was useless, the truck's wheels were smoking, and the gun remained immovable. Zhao Qi was curiously examining the long gun and said when she saw Su Qiu arrive, your gun has been found. According to witnesses, last night, he was being hunted by a beastman when this long gun suddenly fell from the sky and killed the beastman. We tried to move the gun, but couldn't. Can't move it? Su Qiu was taken aback. Yeah. Zhao Qi nodded and stepped forward to try to pull out the gun, but despite her efforts, her face turned red, and she still couldn't pull it out. She was a level 4 warrior. With strength of 1,000 pounds. But she couldn't budge a gun, and one can see how exaggerated the weight of this gun is. Look, whether it's me, the plane, or the heavy truck, we've tried all kinds of ways to move this gun, but none worked. Zhao Qi said while gasping for breath. Su Qiu revealed a strange expression, then walked up to the long gun, gripped it with one hand, and gently pulled it out. The long gun came out easily. He held the gun as if it had no weight, shaking it a few times gracefully. Zhao Qi and some staff were left dumbfounded. How did he pull the gun out? Hiss. I thought this gun was glued to the blue star, no matter what we did, it wouldn't budge, yet he lifted it with ease. Su Qiu stroked the Panlong Pajuan gun, deep in thought. It seems this gun is somehow bound to me, only I can use it? A supreme spirit weapon, indeed extraordinary, perhaps I haven't truly unleashed this gun's power yet, Su Qiu thought to himself. Supreme spirit weapons are incredibly rare in the Great Xia. Few people possess such spirit weapons, and each one has its unique aspects. For example, one of the supreme spirit weapons Su Qiu knew of was called the 7-star ancient dragon sword, capable of unleashing 1,000-meter sword chi, transforming into a dragon shape, with unmatched sword chi. This sword is now in the hands of the Sword Emperor, one of the 3 emperors of the Great Xia. Compared to the legendary 7-star ancient dragon sword, his Panlong Pajuan gun is also a supreme spirit weapon, but its performance is not as exaggerated. It is very likely that his cultivation is insufficient to fully activate the power of this gun. Carrying the long gun on his back, Su Qiu smiled slightly. Thank you, Sister Qi, for helping me find this gun. Zhao Qi waved her hand. It's okay, just treat me to a meal when you have time. Yeah, it's a pity I lost my house, otherwise, I would surely invite Sister Qi to my place and cook for you myself. Lost your house? Then why not come to the Bull Gang's dorm? Bull, dorm?
Sucho blinked his eyes. Yeah, our bull gang offers food and accommodation, didn't you know? It seems no one told me. Sucho suddenly felt like he had missed out on a fortune. Never mind, that's not important. Come on, I'll take you to see our bull gang's dorm, Xiao said. She brought Sucho to the entrance of a community. The community was a high-end one, with gardens, swimming pools, gyms, sports halls, and all the necessary living facilities. The bull gang's dormitory was called a dorm, but it actually provided each member with their own apartment, all spacious 3-bedroom, 2-living room flats. Sucho swallowed hard. The benefits of our bull gang are this good? I haven't even enjoyed them yet? It's not too late to use them now. Sister Kiki, can I move in with just my bag now? Of course, no problem, there happens to be a vacant room. I'll go back and pick up Xiaoshuang, Sucho said happily. Not long after, he brought Su Xiaoshuang to the community. At the new apartment, Su Xiaoshuang was filled with excitement, touching and exploring everywhere. Brother, this is so much better than where we lived before. This is what they call out with the old, in with the new. Sucho said with a smile, and the siblings began to decorate. After a whole day's hard work, the originally empty new apartment gradually became filled. Chapter 75, Sparring. If he doesn't fight, I'll keep you company. After decorating the new apartment, Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang went for another stroll around the community. Most people living in this community were not from ordinary families, they were either family members of hunting team members or executives from major corporations. Most of them possessed some level of cultivation. Inside the community, there were gyms, sports halls, and swimming pools, all available. Su Qiu accompanied Su Xiaoshuang and played the whole day. At night, Zhao Kiki, Lin Jian, Wang Yan, and other bull gang members knew Su Qiu had moved in as well and came warmly to welcome him. They even bought a lot of groceries. Su Qiu, I heard Xiaoshuang say your cooking skills are exceptional, so I specially bought some ingredients to let you show off a bit, Lin Jian said with a grin. Su Qiu glanced at the some groceries in his hand. Chicken, duck, fish, meat, fruits and vegetables, eggs, milk, and flour. What do you mean by some? That's enough for him and Xiaoshuang to eat for a whole week. Someone must have come to his house for a party. Su Qiu twitched his mouth. Looks like this is a high-level match today. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to begin. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaoyun and Zhao Kiki came to help. Otherwise, doing it alone would really exhaust him. Welcome Su Qiu, Xiaoshuang to stay. Lin Jian raised his glass and smiled. Everyone joined in the celebration. Su Qiu glanced at the crowd and curiously asked. By the way, where's the leader? The leader was called to a meeting. The impact of the attack by the Demon Sky sect is significant. Apart from the post-war recovery work in Qingyun City, there might still be some big actions to come. Zhao Xiaoyun said. Su Qiu pondered for a moment, but didn't think much more about it. After a satisfying meal and drinks, Su Xiaoshuang and Su Qiu sent everyone off one by one, tidied up the room a bit, and prepared to take a shower and rest. When Su Qiu was lying in bed unable to sleep, Su Xiaoshuang knocked on the door and came in. Xiaoshuang, is there something? It's nothing, just wanted to say good night, brother. Good night. Su Qiu smiled, knowing she hadn't adjusted to the new environment yet. Xiaoshuang, are you satisfied with the new house? Very good, as long as I'm with my brother, it doesn't matter where I live. Su Xiaoshuang smiled and then went back to rest. The next day, Su Qiu got up very early. He made breakfast and then looked at Su Xiaoshuang, who was sprawled on the big bed, sleeping like a dead pig. He smiled slightly, looks like she's adapting quite well. He didn't wake her and took his dragon-breaking spear downstairs to practice shooting. The long spear broke the air, roaring like thunder. After completing a set of Thunder King spear techniques, Su Qiu felt his whole body awakened, refreshingly clear, while some people around stopped to watch him practice. After he finished, they couldn't help but applaud and cheer. Great spear technique. Awesome. Hey young man, how about we spar a bit? An elder approached Su Qiu and said. Su Qiu pondered for a moment and then nodded, sure. This place isn't convenient, let's go to the arena. In this community, there was also a fighting arena specifically for martial artists to spar against each other. The elder clearly often sparred with others and skillfully arrived at the arena, then jumped lightly onto the 2-meter-high platform. The elder wore white clothes, stood with hands behind his back, exuding a master's aura, and smiled at Su Qiu. Let's just spar normally, no spiritual energy, how about that? Sure. Su Qiu nodded. Below the arena, some people were gathered, quietly discussing. Look, old Chang is looking for someone to spar again. Tisk, old Chang used to be a combat instructor in the hunting team. If there's no spiritual energy, basically very few can beat him. This old man loves to find someone to spar with. It seems he gets itchy hands if he doesn't fight for a day.
Most martial artists in our community have been beaten by him, and except for that violent woman, no one has won against him.
This young man looks quite unfamiliar, is he new?
He should be. I'm afraid he'll suffer at old Chang's hands. Su Qiu ignored the surrounding discussions. He put aside the dragon-breaking spear, intending to spar bare-handed with the old man.
Seeing this, old Chang said, "Young man, you won't use your spear? Weapons are blind, it wouldn't be good to hurt an elder." "Haha, looks like I underestimated you."
Old Chang chuckled lightly. "Alright, I'll let you go first. Then, be careful, elder."
Su Qiu suddenly moved, stepping forward, his punch striking like a cannonball.
An ordinary punch, but with extraordinary momentum.
The moment Su Qiu struck, his entire energy and spirit were fully mobilized.
Old Chang was startled. From Su Qiu's fighting stance, he could tell that the other side was extraordinarily strong, definitely someone who had been through countless battles. He didn't dare to be careless and quickly defended himself. Both sides exchanged blows, sparring for several rounds. But the more Su Qiu fought, the fiercer he became, his moves became quicker, and many techniques were utilized in tricky and strange ways, making it hard to defend against. These techniques didn't seem designed for people at all. Rather, they seemed born for battling ferocious beasts. Claws, fists, fingers, elbows, legs, shoulders, knees. Su Qiu used all the places on his body, and the whole person seemed to turn into a killing machine, with every part of his body being a sharp weapon. Old Chang swallowed hard.
"Oh my! We are just sparring. Why do I feel like I'm about to be killed in the next second? Also, this fighting style. Why did it give him a familiar sense of fear?"
Old Chang looked at Su Qiu. Gradually, a figure overlapped with him. After being knocked back several steps by a punch, he quickly waved his hand to stop. "Wait, young man, do you know someone named Uri?
"I know her, she is my captain."
"Did you learn your fighting skills from her?"
"Sort of."
Su Qiu nodded. During special training, he had sparred countless times with Uri, naturally learning her fighting skills without realizing it.
Moreover, like Uri, most of the skills were mastered during battles with alien beasts.
Old Chang swallowed again. "No more fighting, no more."
"Huh? Why?"
Su Qiu felt he had just gotten into it.
To stop halfway is a bit disappointing. The crowd below the stage also murmured in surprise. "What's going on?
Old Chang is actually scared?"
That's not like him.
TSK, you probably don't know, but Old Chang is the champion of the neighborhood, but there is one person he can never defeat, and even avoids her at all costs, that is Uri, the leader of the Bull Warriors. This young man seems to be Uri's disciple, so it's normal for him to be scared.
Uri of the Bull Warriors, she seems very ruthless.
Remove the word seems. On the stage, Su Qiu felt a bit disappointed.
"If we are not fighting, then it's fine. Thank you for the guidance, sir. If he won't fight, I will accompany you."
At this moment, a laugh came from not far away, and then a graceful and agile figure jumped directly onto the stage. The other party had her hair in a ponytail, wore a white vest and black casual sports pants, with a tall and graceful figure, slim yet not weak. Under her tan skin were beautiful yet powerful muscle lines. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Qiu instinctively wanted to step off the stage.
Now it was his turn to not want to fight. "Brat, you're not going anywhere."
Uri chuckled and threw a punch directly at him. Chapter 76, Prepare to encircle the Demon Heaven Sect.
"Salute. Brat, you're not getting away."
Uri threw a punch at Su Qiu.
And Su Qiu instinctively countered.
The two immediately clashed, fighting each other, and during special training, Su Qiu and Uri had no idea how many times they had sparred. Once the two started, even without using spiritual power, they went all out.
Bang, 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 bang.
The two exchanged punches and kicks, each strike hitting hard.
Fists, elbows, fingers, legs, shoulders, knees.
They used every part of their bodies that could be deployed, unleashing all kinds of strange yet deadly moves. Some movements made the crowd feel a chill in their hearts. They felt that such moves were not something humans could perform. At this moment, Su Qiu and Uri seemed to have transformed into two ferocious beasts, frantically tearing at each other, not stopping until they crushed the other. Old Chang had long jumped off the stage, with lingering fear saying, "This is why I don't fight Uri and her disciple. Their fighting style is too brutal. Fighting them is even more dangerous than fighting alien beasts."
The crowd watching the two on the stage nodded in agreement. Those who didn't know would think these two were deadly enemies.
Su Qiu and Uri had no idea how many moves they exchanged, leaving several scars on each other, and since they were not using spiritual power, they relied solely on their physical strength to battle. Uri's physical quality needs no mention, she had been through countless battles, truly beyond human.
Su Qiu was not inferior either.
He had received a system reward, making his physical ability 10 times stronger. The two exchanged blows, finally landing punches on each other, and then they both collapsed on the stage, gasping for air. Su Qiu's face was bruised and exhausted. I've been beaten up like this early in the morning. Captain, you are too ruthless. Olay's nose was bleeding, and her eyes were dark. You're not going easy either. TSK, in terms of close combat skills, you're not much worse than me. Ha, thank you for the compliment, Captain.
Elder Chang watched from below the stage, feeling his heart race. Goodness, this kid is actually fighting on par with Olay.
Luckily, I surrendered quickly, otherwise, these old bones might have been in trouble.
On the stage, Su Qiu asked Olay, how's it going with the matter of the Demon Heaven sect?
The related individuals have basically been cleared out, and the Xiao Martial Arts Hall has been sealed. Those disciples in the hall, after verification, people irrelevant to this matter will be released after a few days.
Olay lay on the stage and said,
Tisk, Xiao is also a 7th-tier sealed Lord Strongman, and he actually joined the Demon Heaven sect.
It seems the power of the demon sect should not be underestimated.
Su Qiu sighed. In life, people pursue fame, profit, and love, all with their own obsessions.
The demon sect uses people's obsessions to tempt them to join. It's not surprising even the 7th-tier sealed lord is tempted. According to the investigation, Xiao joined the Demon Heaven sect for his daughter. The demon sect has research about spirits.
One of the studies claims to summon the souls of the deceased back to the present world to reunite with people.
Xiao is helping the demon sect to reunite with his daughter.
Olay said slowly.
So is this research true or false?
False. Once a person dies, they cannot come back to life. As for spirits, the Daxia Research Institute has studied them, but spirits exist in a certain quantum state, with no laws to follow. Let alone bringing back the soul of someone who has been dead for many years, even a recently deceased person cannot be done.
The Research Institute gathers the top researchers from Daxia, and if they can't do it, how could the Demon Heaven sect manage it?
It's just a deception to make Xiao help them. He may know deep down, but his obsession is too strong.
Even if there's a glimmer of hope, he won't let it go. What a pity. Olay sighed. What a pity about what?
Su Qiu was slightly surprised.
Could it be that Olay feels sympathy for Xiao? Is she that compassionate? It's a pity I couldn't fight him personally. After all, in the entire Qingyun city, he's the only one who could spar with me. Olay said. Su Qiu's mouth twitched. No surprise there.
By the way, there's a meeting tomorrow to discuss the encirclement of the Demon Heaven sect.
Olay suddenly changed the subject. Encirclement of the Demon Heaven sect? Su Qiu's eyes brightened. Do we already know their hiding place? Almost. Are you coming? Olay asked with a smile. Ding. Faced with Olay's invitation to go encircle the Demon Heaven sect, you have the following options. 1. Don't go.
Let anyone who wants to go. The Demon Heaven sect, being a famous evil sect in Daxia, is definitely very dangerous.
Reward, 10 Zhao Yuan pills. 2. Go. But slack off.
Just beat a few minor thugs, leave the high-ranking members of the Demon Heaven sect to others.
Reward, A-grade martial skill Heavenly Dragon Spear. 3. Go. And at least kill one high-ranking member of the Demon Heaven sect. Let them know that targeting you comes with a price.
Reward, 3 disposable martial spirit artifacts, 10,000 thunder explosive spirit orbs.
Disposable martial spirit artifact? 10,000 thunder explosive spirit orbs? It sounds extraordinary.
Su Qiu knew that a disposable martial spirit artifact, as the name suggests, is a martial spirit artifact that can only be used once, but these artifacts often have remarkable effects. It's said that the Daxia Research Institute once developed a disposable martial spirit artifact called the Thunder Fire Bomb, which can blow up a mountain into powder.
Its power is comparable to a nuclear bomb. But it doesn't have nuclear radiation, making it very environmentally friendly.
However, such martial spirit artifacts are expensive to make and are rarely used. This 10,000 thunder explosive spirit orb should be something similar to the Thunder Fire Bomb, and having it in hand can be said to be a life-saving trump card. Su Qiu chose the third option directly.
Go, of course go. Su Qiu laughed heartily. Is there a bonus for achieving merits?
Each member participating in the combat mission receives 10 million, and for every member of the Demon Heaven cult killed, an extra million.
Please be sure to bring me along. Su Qiu said seriously. What happened to you two again?
At this moment, Zhao Kiki walked over, looking at the two lying on the ring, bruised and battered, with a helpless expression, then sat beside them and summoned the martial spirit, Life Flower, to help them quickly heal their injuries.
With the green life energy stirring, the two soon regained their vitality.
Su Qiu, fearing that Hour might continue to fight him, quickly slipped away, and Hour shouted behind him, "Remember to come to the meeting tomorrow."
Got it. Su Qiu replied without looking back. The next day. City Government Building.
Having been here once, Suchio still felt a little lost, so he found a beautiful female staff member and asked, "Excuse me, miss, where are the team leaders having the meeting?" The beautiful staff member was taken aback. "You are?" "I am Suchio, a member of the Violent Bull team, here for the meeting."
"Just you?"
The beautiful staff member looked at Suchio with suspicion. The other party was too young. Even her brother was older than him.
However, after Suchio showed his credentials, she did not delay and led him to the top floor of the city government for the meeting. "This is it."
The beautiful staff member opened the meeting room door for Suchio. Inside the meeting room, all the Hunters Group leaders, members, including the mayor of Qingyun City, were already present. When Suchio entered, pairs of eyes turned to him, and then everyone stood up, with solemn expressions. The beautiful staff member was so frightened her legs turned to jelly.
"It's over. Did I do something wrong?" But then, the mayor of Qingyun City solemnly said, "Salute." Everyone saluted Suchio. Chapter 77, Prepare for Action, Set a banner for yourself? Elite Gathering.
The beautiful staff member was already stunned. The room full of people were all high-level combat forces and influential figures of Qingyun City, including the mayor of Qingyun City.
But these people were all saluting a young boy?
Either these people had mistaken their object, or this world has gone mad. The beautiful staff member swallowed hard, shocked as she cast a glance at Suchio, realizing she couldn't stay any longer. Otherwise, she'd surely be scared sick. Carrying an unprecedented sense of shock, she quietly left. Suchio walked into the meeting room, blinked at the people saluting him, and then stood at attention and returned the salute.
Should I say something now? Everyone has worked hard?
He also guessed why these people were saluting him. After all, he had defeated the Xiao Marquis and stopped his drug-spreading plan. In a way, he had saved the entire Qingyun City. The mayor of Qingyun City walked up to Suchio, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled. "Suchio, thank you, we really didn't misjudge you. If it weren't for you this time, Qingyun City would have faced great disaster. I have already applied for a Hero's Medal for you."
Hero's Medal.
This is a medal granted by the Great Xia to those who have made remarkable achievements, and every person who wears this medal must have saved many people from peril. In Great Xia, there are not many people who have Hero's Medals. For someone as young as Suchio, there's no one like him.
If he could obtain it, wearing this medal, no matter where Suchio went, he would be revered. "Thank you, Mayor," Suchio said, his eyes lighting up.
"Well, let's not talk about that. We gathered here this time to discuss how to deal with the Demon Heaven cult."
Our spoke up. She walked up to the podium and opened the screen.
Inside were dark and damp photographs of natural scenes, with many eerie and ferocious strange beasts mixed in. I believe some have already recognized where this place is. This is the B-level spiritual energy zone, the Shadow Marsh area. Located 260 kilometers outside of Qingyun City. It is a place where many martial artists go for adventure and training.
Olei spoke eloquently.
A spiritual energy zone, as the name suggests, is a place with a high concentration of spiritual energy, divided into several levels just like martial soul ranks. For example, the place where Olei gave Suchio and others special training is a spiritual energy zone, but Suchio guessed it to be only C-level. B-level spiritual energy zones are already considered quite dangerous, often inhabited by 5th or even 6th tier alien beasts. Generally, martial artists do not dare venture deep within. Olei continued, 4 years ago, Qingyun City noticed the activity of the Demon Heaven cult, so they sent someone to infiltrate it. After years of intelligence gathering, we have confirmed that the Demon Heaven cult's lair is located deep within this Shadow Marsh area. As a B-level spiritual energy zone, ordinary martial artists cannot go deep inside, so the martial artists participating in this extermination operation must be elites among elites.
They must have at least 5th tier cultivation.
Each hunting team must send 2 to 3 people, and I will personally lead the team to exterminate the Demon Heaven cult. After Olei finished speaking, the team leaders began whispering among themselves.
Chen Zi stood up directly, "Count me in. I want to go too."
"Humph, that damn Demon Heaven cult, I want to settle the score with them." Most of the team leaders stood up, expressing their desire to seek revenge on the Demon Heaven cult. But Olei slammed the table suddenly. "A bunch of fools. If you all go, who will protect Qingyun City?
At least 10 team leaders must stay behind to prevent any accidents in Qingyun City."
Upon hearing this, everyone felt there was some truth to it. But then they realized something.
Wait a minute. Olei actually called them fools. As fellow team leaders, they were actually being insulted right to their faces? Damn.
If they weren't afraid they couldn't win, they really wanted to go up and beat her up to vent their anger. The list of participants for this operation, each team leader should prepare to hand it to me after the meeting.
The operation is scheduled for the day after tomorrow at 8 a.m. The operation code: Demon Slayer. Olei finished speaking and turned to the mayor of Qingyun City. "Mayor, do you have anything to add?"
The mayor stepped up to the podium and said, "You all heard what Oli just said, she is responsible for this operation, I have no objections. The only thing I want to add is, no matter how many of you participate in this operation, I hope you can all return alive." Yes. The meeting ended. Su Qiu followed Oli out of the conference room. "Team leader, how confident are you in this operation?" Su Qiu asked curiously. The battlefield changes in an instant, no battle can be guaranteed to be won. Even preparations that seem foolproof can collapse due to a tiny flaw. So when I go to battle, I never talk about confidence. I always give my all. The rest is up to fate. Oli said faintly. Then let me rephrase my question, team leader, have you ever lost a battle? Su Qiu asked again. Never. Oli replied with a confident smile. Su Qiu couldn't help but smile back, then it's a sure thing. Back home. Su Qiu told Su Xiaoshuang about the operation to exterminate the demon heaven cult the day after tomorrow. Su Xiaoshuang shouted that she wanted to go too. Su Qiu scolded her, "Go together? With your little arms and thin legs, won't you become food for the alien beasts in the Shadow Marsh area? Besides, the demon heaven cult has many powerful experts. Who knows what unexpected events may occur?" Moreover, the team leader said that martial artists participating in this operation must at least be 5th tier. What business do you, a mere 3rd tier, have here? What? I'm already 4th tier. But I can beat the Xiao Marquis. In short, stay at home honestly and wait for my good news. When I return, I'll take you out to have fun. Su Xiaoshuang drew in a breath of cold air. Shut up. What's wrong? Su Qiu was taken aback. Big brother, all these years of watching novels and TV dramas were for nothing. Su Xiaoshuang said seriously. Generally speaking, when someone says wait for my return, they usually never come back. Su Qiu shrugged. I, the main character, fear no flags. After convincing Su Xiaoshuang to wait at home, Su Qiu stayed at home for the next 2 days, accompanying Su Xiaoshuang and adjusting his spirit. He wanted to keep himself in peak condition to fight against the demon sky sect. During this time, Luo Qingxue also visited Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang. Upon learning he was going to battle the demon sky sect, which was very dangerous, she couldn't help but show a worried expression. Su Qiu, I will wait for your return, and when you come back, I will throw a celebration feast for you. Su Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes. That's it, another flag has been planted. Big brother, why don't you just not go? Su Qiu gave her a light tap on the head. What are you thinking? If I don't go, the captain will tear me to pieces. Quickly. On the 3rd day. At the entrance of the city government building, Su Qiu gathered with other members of the hunting team participating in the encirclement action. He looked around and saw that there were 72 people in total, himself included, each an elite from various hunting teams. All were martial artists of level 5 or even 6. Chapter 78, Arriving at the Shadow Marsh area. The use of battle intent. At the entrance of the city government building. Elite martial artists from Qingyun City gathered, and Su Qiu was among them, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. Everyone examined him with curiosity, awe, respect, and resentment. Su Qiu couldn't help but shiver. Respect and awe were understandable. But where did this resentment come from? If one didn't know better, they would think he had wronged these people. You are Su Qiu, right? I am Bai Yi from the Bai Long hunting team. A woman looking about 27 or 28 walked up to Su Qiu, curiously looked at him, carefully examined him, and then quietly said, Sure enough, just like the rumors, you really are still a senior in high school? Yes, big sister, please don't look at me like that, I'm feeling a bit uneasy. Su Qiu scratched his head, feeling somewhat confused. Su Qiu, you have really caused us a lot of trouble. Bai Yi said with a wry smile. Oh, what happened? Do you know? Our captain found out about you and went back to scold us severely, saying things like look at Su Qiu, he's so young and already has such great achievements. And look at you. Each of you is already an adult and still here wasting time, aren't you ashamed? As she spoke, Bai Yi looked at Su Qiu with increasingly resentful eyes. Her words resonated with the others. One by one, members of the hunting team gathered around. Yeah, our captain said the same thing, look at Su Qiu, and then look at you, a bunch of useless people. How embarrassing. Sai, Su Qiu is such a genius, how many years does it take to see another like him, how can we compare? Can we blame ourselves? They say we will get special training, oh, just the thought of coming back after a mission and having to go through that tough special training makes me so tired. TSK, I heard some captains are even ready to swallow their pride and ask Captain Oli for the secrets of special training. Hiss. I've heard that Captain Oli's special training is notoriously brutal, it's over for us, I feel like we're doomed. Su Qiu, you have to be responsible for us. Su Qiu, why don't you join our team?
That way, our captain won't be so jealous that his eyes turn red, then we can let it out. Hearing everyone's words, Suchio's mouth twitched. Well, great. Blame him for being too talented, huh? Silence, Captain Oliai is here. At this moment, Oliai walked over. Everyone's expression became serious as they looked at her, waiting for her orders. Oliai looked at everyone and said lightly, "Your captain entrusted you to me, but unfortunately, the battlefield is merciless. I cannot guarantee I can bring all of you back. Now, anyone who regrets can step forward." After speaking, she scanned everyone present. No one stepped forward. Just kidding. We've come this far. If we back out now, it's not just about losing face for ourselves, but also for our team. We won't be able to show our faces in the hunting team again. At this moment, Suchio slowly raised his hand, and everyone turned to look at him. No way? You want to back out? Oliai couldn't help but squint her eyes slightly. Kid, are you looking for a fight? Can I go to the bathroom first? I drank too much water this morning. Suchio said weakly. Oliai's mouth twitched slightly. Hurry up. Is there anyone else who needs to solve their physiological problems? You have 3 minutes. Yikes, now I'm a bit nervous, I'll go too. Wait, I'll go with you. Brother, are you going big or small? Get lost. Soon. 3 minutes passed. A rumbling sound came from the sky. Several large transport helicopters flew in. The 72 people gathered together again, not missing anyone, and boarded the helicopters, heading to over 200 kilometers away. B-level spiritual energy zone, Shadow Marsh area. Watching the helicopters fly away, the people on the ground saluted. Mayor Qing Yun was among them. May you all return in glory. Inside the helicopter, everyone held tablets, looking at various information about the Shadow Marsh area and the Demon Sky sect. They had read this information many times, but now they still wanted to look at it a few more times to deepen their impressions. After all, knowing yourself and your enemy gives you a better chance of winning. The most common beast in the Shadow Marsh area is the marsh poison snake, which is a second-tier beast, not a problem for us. However, just in case, we have equipped you with antidotes, which are in your combat suits. Besides the marsh poison snake, the deep marsh areas are also home to 5th-tier beasts, the marsh mud demon. This is a humanoid beast, so you must be very careful. Moreover, of the 8 guardians in the Demon Sky sect, 5 have been killed, but there are still 3 guardians left, conservatively estimated to be 6th tier or even 7th tier. If you encounter them, contact the others immediately and do not engage alone. Oliai said slowly. And Suchio noticed one thing. What about the leader of the Demon Sky sect? There is very little information about this leader. We only know he spends most of his time deep in the base of the Shadow Marsh area. He is a male, around 50 years old, with unique eyes, and his cultivation is conservatively estimated to be mid-7th tier. I will confront him personally. Oliai said, a glint of battle intent flashing in her eyes. 7th tier lords have different grades like other realms, low, medium, and high grades. Mid-7th tier is even stronger than a Xiao lord. Soon. The crowd saw through the window that a vast marsh area appeared in the distance, covered in white mist. The marsh gases contain slight toxins. Put on your gas masks, prepare to land. Oliai said, putting on her combat suit and gas mask. Then she opened the helicopter door and directly jumped down. The others looked stunned. Isn't this a few hundred meters high? Did she just jump down like that? Does she have a parachute? No. As 5th tier and 6th tier warriors, jumping down from dozens or even 100 meters high can be done with spiritual protection. But a few hundred meters is different. Without special martial arts, even 7th tier warriors would not dare to do this. Naturally, everyone didn't dare to be as reckless and bold as Oliai. They only jumped down one by one when the helicopter reached a certain height. After arriving at the Shadow Marsh area, everyone indeed felt an incredibly rich spiritual energy here, and just after landing, a number of poison snakes surrounded them. Oliai stood in front of everyone, scanning with her eyes, exuding an invisible aura. The surrounding poison snakes retreated in fear, not daring to come near. She stood among the beasts like a king descending, exuding tremendous power. Suchio saw this and his eyes lit up. This is battle intent. The team leader uses strong battle intent to intimidate the beasts, making them not dare to approach and reducing obstacles. Battle intent, it has such a wonderful use? Oliai glanced at him, smiled slightly, and said, Stinky kid. There is still so much for you to learn about battle intent. Advance. Everyone immediately deepened into the Shadow Swamp area. Due to the influence of Oriai's battle intent, they went deeper very smoothly, with no strange beast daring to approach easily. Suchio followed closely behind her, observing her every move. He was also trying to use battle intent to intimidate the other strange beasts. Oriai noticed that he was secretly learning and didn't hide it, saying, you just mastered battle intent not long ago, and you already want to learn how to use battle intent to frighten strange beasts. Kid, no matter how talented you are, it won't happen in just a few months of study. Oriai thought to herself. At that moment, a humanoid strange beast, dripping with muddy water, suddenly burst out from the swamp, the five-tiered marsh mud demon from the Shadow Swamp area. Ding! You have entered the B-grade psychic energy zone of the Shadow Swamp area. Facing the sudden attack of the marsh mud demon, you have the following choices. 1. Watch silently, hide your strength, and let others act. Reward, 1 high-grade gene potion. 2. Take action to deal with the marsh mud demon. Show your strength. Reward, Battle Intent Application Skill Battle Intent Intimidation. Chapter 79, Battle Begins. Gatling Martial Soul. Su Qiu, who was learning Oriai's Battle Intent Intimidation but struggling to grasp it, was suddenly brightened by the appearance of the options. Good heavens! What perfect timing! Seeing the marsh mud demon charging at him, he felt the creature was increasingly cute, so cute that his eyes sparkled, and he drew his gun. As the marsh mud demon charged him, it suddenly noticed a pair of fiery eyes staring at it, like a hunter spotting its prey. It was a bit confused. Isn't the hunter myself? Oh no! I became the prey. Just as it realized something was wrong and wanted to escape, a flash of lightning suddenly erupted, and the lightning king gun pierced through the marsh mud demon's head. Bang! The mud demon's head exploded, revealing a yellowish crystal core. The crystal core emitted a faint glow, and the originally shattered mud demon head seemed to be on the verge of recoalescing. Su Qiu fired again. He smashed the crystal core. The mud demon's body completely collapsed, leaving only shattered pieces of that yellowish crystal core on the ground. Su Qiu picked it up and examined it for a while, saying, "Elemental crystal core, this thing should be worth around 80 or 100,000, right? The crystal core of a 5-tiered marsh mud demon is approximately worth 100,000 in the market, but hardly anyone buys it except for some large research institutions." Oriai said beside him, then continued to address the crowd. The marsh mud demon is an elemental-type strange beast. Only by breaking their elemental core can you truly kill them, so be careful and don't get caught. Yes. Everyone nodded, then glanced at Su Qiu. Although he was only a 4-tiered, he had just decisively killed a 5-tiered marsh mud demon, determining the outcome in an instant. His strength really was astonishing. Although I've heard a lot about it, seeing it with my own eyes is still too monstrous. How can he practice so well at such a young age? TSK, is an SSS-level martial soul really this abnormal? When I was his age, I didn't even have half of his strength. Calling him a future monarch would raise no objections. Everyone thought silently. They continued to advance, while Su Qiu began to try using his newly obtained reward Battle Intent Intimidation. He walked beside Oriai, eyeing a 2nd-tier swamp poison snake lurking in the swamp. With a glare, his battle intent erupted. Buzz! It was as if invisible ripples arose in the air. The swamp poison snake was frightened and fled in a panic. Oriai, who was beside Su Qiu, was the first to notice something unusual. Although the opponent's battle intent was still inferior to hers, what just happened was indeed Battle Intent Intimidation. She had originally thought Su Qiu would take months to master this. But now, he had learned this technique in less than an hour right in front of her eyes and scared away a 2nd-tier strange beast. Even Oriai couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Genius! He is absolutely a genius in terms of battle intent. Su Qiu, you are bringing me more and more surprises. Oriai looked at Su Qiu's figure, her gaze filled with a hint of eagerness. She really couldn't wait to see what the other party would achieve in the future. Soon, everyone passed through the outskirts of the Shadow Marsh area and arrived deep in the marsh, where they saw a massive base. Surrounding the base were countless walls built of steel and concrete, along with watchtowers, resembling a military base. The crowd was amazed at the sight. Wow, the Demon Heaven sect really managed to establish a base in the spiritual energy zone. It must have taken a lot of effort. What a Demon Heaven sect! Having found the base, everyone looked at Oriai. They wanted to see what kind of battle strategy she would devise. Suddenly, Oriai soared into the air, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from her, as her 5 fingers pointed toward the Demon Heaven sect base. Green Vine Barrier. Boom! The entire area around the Demon Heaven sect base saw gigantic vines burst forth from the ground. The vines intertwined, forming a massive barrier. After landing, Oriai said to everyone, "I have already sealed off the entire base. Now, I don't care what battle methods you use. Rush in now. Leave no remnants of the Demon Heaven sect, eradicate them all." Everyone was a bit surprised. They didn't expect Oriai's strategy to be so simple and straightforward. But upon careful thought, it indeed was the best approach. After all, they came from various hunting groups, and their combat methods differed. They were a temporarily assembled elite team. Their battle power might be strong enough, but their coordination definitely wasn't. Instead of forcing them to work together, it was better to let each fight individually and fully unleash their fighting power. As long as they could kill the enemy, any method was fine. Ah, just what I like. Then I won't hold back.
One head of a demon heaven sect member is worth 1,000,000, don't you guys compete with me later?
Tisk, whoever kills first gets it.
Without further hesitation, everyone rushed towards the green vine barrier.
Inside the demon heaven sect base,
many members of the demon heaven sect looked at the sudden appearance of the gigantic green vine barrier, feeling a bit panicked, and began to attack the barrier. But the vines were incredibly resilient, even with heavy artillery, they couldn't inflict much damage. The demon heaven sect had become caged birds. Inside the base, in a laboratory, there were terrifying beast humans lying in various nutrient chambers, while Dr. Wang, who was conducting experiments, also noticed the green vine barrier outside, his eyes narrowing slightly. It's the hunting group from Qingyun City.
They actually found this place. It seems there is a traitor in the sect. I can't stay here any longer, I need to leave quickly. Dr. Wang knew the strength of Oriai and Su Qiu.
Although he knew that the leader of the demon heaven sect was strong, he didn't have much confidence. So after gathering various data, he prepared to flee, but glanced at the beast human experiment subjects that couldn't be taken, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth as he pressed a button, and suddenly, the beast humans opened their eyes.
Kids, go have a great riot.
Whoosh! The members of the hunting group in combat uniforms rushed into the base. Before they could act, members of the demon heaven sect on the watchtower had set up heavy machine guns, sending a barrage of bullets rushing towards them.
D-level martial skill. Light Guardian. Bai Yi stepped forward, and her martial soul flew out. It was a white shield. She raised the shield, and light flickered, and suddenly a much larger, slightly illusory shield appeared in the void.
Bullets hit the shield, producing a clanging sound, but were all blocked.
Ha, you demon heaven sect scum, you like to play with guns? Try this.
Next to Su Qiu, a big man summoned his martial soul.
It was a Gatling gun with 8 barrels. The big man held the Gatling gun, laughed loudly, and pulled the trigger.
The steel pipe spun wildly, fire snakes spewing forth, and spirit power condensed into flame bullets gushed out, turning a guard post into a sieve in the blink of an eye. The firepower was at least 10 times more intense than the enemy's heavy machine guns.
Haha, now you know your grandpa's strength, right?
The big man laughed wildly, demolishing one guard post after another into pieces.
Su Qiu stood by, clicking his tongue in wonder.
The world of martial spirits really is full of surprises, even modern weapon spirit forms exist. Amid the ruins of the shattered guard posts, members of the demon sky sect rose, gazing at Su Qiu and the others with fierce eyes.
Holding the Panlong breakthrough gun, Su Qiu grinned broadly. Come on, you trash. Chapter 80, Protector of the Demon Sky Sect. Are you ready for me to kill you?
After all, they were members of the demon sky sect, specifically stationed in this stronghold, so their strength wouldn't be weak. Most were 4th or 5th tier martial artists. Seeing Su Qiu and the others attacking, they immediately reacted, summoning their martial spirits and charging toward the group. Su Qiu, with the Panlong breakthrough gun in hand, flashed a smile.
Come on, you trash.
Whoosh! He was surrounded by arcs of lightning, shooting out fiercely. The Thunder King gun unleashed. The spear ripped through the air, instantly tearing apart a member of the demon sky sect. But soon after, more members of the demon sky sect surged forward. Their martial spirits varied greatly, some were beast type, others were tool type. Among the beast type martial spirits, there were various wolves, tigers, and leopards, encircling Su Qiu with bared fangs and bloodthirsty eyes. Yet Su Qiu just smiled faintly.
Think you're more ferocious, huh? You can't outdo the white tiger?
A flash of white light enveloped Su Qiu, and the next second, a white tiger soared out from him, landing in front of the beast martial spirits with a roar. The roar shook the heavens and the earth, a ferocious aura spreading out. The beast martial spirits trembled under the overwhelming pressure, losing their previous fierceness, now filled only with terror. But if they weren't fierce, it was Su Qiu's turn to be ferocious. He grinned, "White tiger, tear them apart." Whoosh! The white tiger charged out upon command. Its speed, although not comparable to the Kuanping, was still beyond the ordinary beast martial spirits, and in the blink of an eye, it reached a ferocious tiger martial spirit. The opponent was also a tiger. But in front of the white tiger, it looked like a kitten. The white tiger raised a paw and swiped down. Bang! That martial spirit's body shattered into ashes. Then with another claw, another martial spirit was effortlessly ripped apart, and the white tiger rampaged, while Su Qiu naturally would not just watch. His figure flickered and he charged into the crowd, the Panlong breakthrough gun stabbing wildly, its might unparalleled, sweeping all directions. One by one, members of the demon sky sect fell like vegetables being chopped. And it should be noted that some of these members were far stronger than Su Qiu's level. Yet even so, they were slaughtered without a second thought.
Su Qiu's combat power was astonishingly clear.
The members of the hunting team watching this scene were all dumbfounded.
Wow, he's really a monster. Looking at him, I feel like a waste. He's terrifyingly strong. Don't just stand there, let a 16 or 17-year-old high schooler show off while we can only watch. It's too embarrassing. One hunting team member said unwillingly, and then they started to act. Actually it's not too bad. After all, I heard this guy has several SSS-level martial spirits, and it's not embarrassing that we can't match him. Another optimistic person chuckled. The battle continued fiercely. Just as Su Qiu and the hunting team rampaged, a batch of fierce beastmen suddenly surged out from the base of the demon sky sect. Seeing these beastmen, Su Qiu curled his lip. So it's these things that are neither human nor ghost again. Upon seeing the beastmen, he remembered the Dr. Wang who had fixated on him. I don't even know if the other side is at this base. If they are, I must definitely eliminate them. Just thinking about someone coveting my body gives me chills. After all, the other side is not some great beauty, just a filthy old man. Thunder Dragon! Su Qiu shouted coldly. Thunder Dragon flew out from him. Together with White Tiger, they charged at the beastmen, two SSS-level martial spirits united, unleashing terrifying power. Even these beastmen struggled to withstand it. One by one, they were overwhelmed and killed. The people from the Demon Heaven sect looked at Su Qiu, gradually filled with fear, shock, and jealousy. This guy actually has so many SSS-level martial spirits? Damn! This is just too unfair. I don't even have a single S-level martial spirit, but he has several SSS-level martial spirits? This kind of monster will definitely go down in history. Boom! At this moment, a huge fire meteor fell from the sky, crashing toward Su Qiu. Su Qiu saw it and directly thrust out a spear. Thunder King Spear. Bang! The fire meteor was directly shattered. Amidst the smoke, a tall figure appeared, dressed in tight black armor, with a scar across his face. When he grinned, the scar seemed to wriggle like a moving centipede. Feeling his presence, Su Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly. 7th tier warrior. Although the other party's strength was not as strong as Duke Xiao. But he was also a 7th tier ceiling Duke existence, definitely a high-ranking member of the Demon Heaven sect. His appearance made the other hunting team members extremely tense. Sure enough, the Demon Heaven sect has 7th tier ceiling Duke warriors. Hey, wait. I'm going to fight a 7th tier warrior? Is there a mistake? In fact, this time, coming to encircle the Demon Heaven sect, there were other leader-level figures, but they didn't come with Su Qiu and the others. Su Qiu and his few companions were quite unlucky. They just happened to run into the other side. A 7th tier ceiling Duke, how exciting! The burly man wielding a Gatling martial spirit laughed heartily, lifting the Gatling and unleashing a barrage at the foe. Spirit power condensed bullets poured out. But the burly man in black stood still, letting the bullets hit him, yet his armor remained unbroken. The opponent sneered, "Ants dare to strike? Seeking death." Swish, he vanished in a flash and appeared in front of the burly man, raising a fist to smash down. Grade A martial technique, Fire Fist. But a figure was faster than him. Su Qiu reached the burly man, the spear in his hand slammed down fiercely, lightning and flames intertwined, a booming sound erupted, the ground cracked open, and the burly man stumbled back several steps. Looking at the smoke, behind Su Qiu, a pair of Kunpeng wings unfolded, lightning swirling around him. He had completed the martial spirit fusion and was slightly taken aback before sneering. Su Qiu. You are Su Qiu, right? The one with multiple SSS-level martial spirits. I heard you killed Duke Xiao. Come, let's have a match. He appeared somewhat excited. A kind of aura flowed from him that Su Qiu was quite familiar with. It was the will to fight. This burly man was also a martial artist who mastered the will to fight. Although he was much weaker than Ori, he truly possessed the will to fight. He was the first martial artist Su Qiu encountered with the will to fight. Besides Ori, thinking of this, an invisible will to fight also flowed from him. The battle intent stirred. This fight was now unavoidable. Su Qiu grinned and said to the others, "This guy is mine, you all go take care of the others." Everyone understood. They could not deal with a 7th tier ceiling Duke strongman and could only leave it to Su Qiu, who had defeated Duke Xiao. Be careful. Though unwilling, Su Qiu, this guy is yours. Kill that bastard. They left to deal with the other members of the Demon Heaven sect. Su Qiu cracked his neck and moved his body on the spot. In the next second, he disappeared from his position and appeared in front of the black-clad burly man, smashing down with a spear. The opponent was caught off guard and was blasted back hundreds of meters, crashing into a reinforced concrete wall of the base, easily piercing through the rebar inside. Are you ready for me to kill you? Chapter 81, Killing the Protector of the Demon Heaven sect. Is your neck clean? Are you ready for me to kill you? Su Qiu sneered at the black-clothed strong man whom he had smashed into the ruins. With a loud bang, the strong man charged out, and at the same time, a huge axe engulfed in red flames appeared in his hands. That was a fire attribute A-grade martial soul, the Flame War Axe. Su Qiu, witness my true power. Martial soul, merge. The black-clothed strongman laughed heartily as the war axe transformed into specks of light, gradually merging into his body. Flames began to burn on him, and an astonishing killing aura erupted from his form, resembling a demonic figure emerged from the fire. Kill! Whoosh! The black-clothed strongman charged directly at Su Qiu, unleashing a punch, dominantly igniting flames gathered on his fist. A-grade martial technique, Fire Fist. Su Qiu was undaunted, Thunder King Spear. Boom! The spear and punch collided. A resonant sound rang out. Su Qiu noticed that after merging with the martial soul, the strongman's physical resilience had increased several levels. It was as if it had transformed from crystal to diamond. This is the power after the merger of weapon martial soul. Su Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly. After merging the beast martial soul and weapon martial soul, not only did it possess the attributes of the martial soul itself, but speed, strength, and defense would also significantly increase. But the two are somewhat biased. For example, the beast martial soul merger leans more towards attribute control, while the weapon martial soul merger would turn the martial artist's body into something metallic, as if transforming into an indestructible divine weapon. Interesting. Su Qiu grinned, his fighting spirit rising further. He swung the long spear wildly, the Thunder King Spear showcased to its fullest. After dozens of exchanges, Su Qiu gradually adapted to the black-clothed strong man's attack patterns and rhythm, and slowly, he began to gain the upper hand. Compared to the purple sky marquis, you're lacking. Su Qiu laughed, sweeping the black-clothed strong man off his feet with his spear. The purple sky marquis is a mid-rank 7th stage protector, while the strong man before him is at best a low-rank 7th stage. Su Qiu could defeat the purple sky marquis, so dealing with this strong man was naturally a piece of cake. After knocking the strong man away with a spear, Su Qiu soared into the air above him, spread his 5 fingers, and clenched in the void. The Panlong breaking army spear erupted with overwhelming lightning brilliance. Clouds rolled in the sky, as if divine power was descending. This was S-grade martial technique, Thunder God's Judgment Spear. The black-clothed strong man's pupils contracted, even as a 7th stage protector, despite the added fighting spirit, at this moment, he still felt a strong sense of death looming. If he couldn't block this move, he would die. The black-clothed strong man let out a low roar, then raised his 5 fingers upwards, spirit power surged out, turning into an endless fiery blaze, condensing into a giant flame war axe in the air. He held the axe tightly, swinging it fiercely down at Su Qiu. A-grade martial technique, Fiery Heaven Cleaving Axe. Su Qiu coldly smiled, thrusting the Panlong breaking army spear. In that instant, the long spear vibrated, unleashing the power of some top-quality spirit weapon, merging with the Thunder God's Judgment Spear. This thrust directly shattered the black-clothed strong man's flame war axe, striking him and turning him into a charred corpse. Protector of the Demon Heaven Sect, a 7th stage protector, dead. Su Qiu tightly gripped his long spear, relishing the power released from that previous thrust, and couldn't help but exclaim, that thrust doubled the power of my martial technique. Top-quality spirit weapon is truly a top-quality spirit weapon. If I could fully unleash its power, I fear that my last thrust's strength would at least multiply tenfold. Even facing a high-rank 7th stage, would hardly stand a chance. He gripped the Panlong breaking army spear tightly, his face filled with a hint of anticipation. Looking at other battlefields. Members of the Demon Heaven sect were gradually perishing under the encirclement of the hunting team members. This time, Xingyun City is truly angry. All the elite members from major hunting teams have been dispatched, and the weakest are 5th-tier warriors, with several team leaders even joining the fight. Moreover, the entire base is covered by O'Reilly's green vines, even 6th-tier warriors cannot escape, and as for 7th tier. How many 7th-tier warriors does the Demon Sky sect have? Once they make a move, O'Reilly will instantly sense it. The Demon Sky sect has almost no path to survival. In a room within the base, 2 people are watching the chaotic scene on the screen, their expressions are extremely cold. One of them is dressed in white, with mismatched eyes, one golden and one blue. Next to him is a man in black, who anxiously says, "Master, we can't hold on much longer, let's hurry and leave." Where can we go? The entire base is covered by O'Reilly's green vines, and I'm very curious who exposed the location of the base? The leader of the Demon Sky sect says indifferently, then looks at the man in black, his gaze deep and cold. "Second protector, you never call me master." After that, he strikes with a palm. The man in black's face changes slightly, and he immediately defends, but is still sent flying by a single move, crashing through several walls and spitting out a mouthful of blood. His features twist and morph into a beautiful woman with skin like creamy jade. As the leader of the Demon Sky sect slowly walks towards her, it is known that there are 20 hunting teams in Xingyun City. But no one knows. It's not 20, but 21. And this 21st hunting team, no one knows where it is, how many people are in it, or what it is called. It is a hunting team that specializes in intelligence work. According to my investigation, all of you intelligence personnel have only one code name. Mole.
Upon hearing this, the leader's gaze grows ever darker. The ability to change one's face. Among all the fighting souls I know, there is only one, and that is the A-class fighting soul, the shapeshifter. Speak, second protector, where is it? The beautiful woman smiles faintly. He's dead. Impossible, you cannot be his opponent. In a one-on-one battle, I am indeed not his opponent, but when he faces his respected master he lets down his guard entirely. The beautiful woman's lips curl into a smile. Upon hearing this, the leader of the demon sky sect suddenly understands. You transformed into my appearance to ambush him. Exactly. If that's the case, you can go bury him. The leader of the demon sky sect says coldly, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist and struck out. No martial techniques. Just a simple punch. But it erupted with an extraordinarily terrifying power, and the beautiful woman's pupils contracted, instantly feeling a strong death aura rushing towards her. At that moment of looming death. With a thunderous roar, the nearby wall was blown to smithereens, and amidst the flying dust, a massive wolf fawn club hurtled towards the leader of the demon sky sect with an overwhelming momentum. The leader retracted his fist and defended with all his might. But the terrifying force still slammed him several dozen meters away. He looked grimly at the source of the smoke and dust. There, a figure in a white vest strides forward, emanating an aura reminiscent of an unmatched bull. It aims to trample down all obstacles in its path. The newcomer steps in front of the beautiful woman, grabs the wolf fawn club, rests it on his shoulder, and grins. Hey, leader of the demon sky sect, we finally meet. Have you cleaned your neck? Chapter 82, Rage Bull O'Reilly combines with Fighting Soul. Rage Bull O'Reilly makes a grand entrance. Seeing the figure before her, the beautiful woman breathes a sigh of relief. If you had been even a moment later, I would have been on my way to meet King In. Ha, who are you, miss? O'Reilly asks while looking at the beautiful woman, tilting her head in confusion, and the beautiful woman's mouth twitches slightly as her face shifts, then transforms into that of a middle-aged man. It's me, the mole. Oh, so it's you. I didn't realize you were a woman. O'Reilly exclaims, looking at the mole, who is transformed back into a beautiful woman with surprise. A question was raised, is this really your true self? The mole rolled his eyes, I won't tell you. Ha, it doesn't matter. Ori laughed heartily, then looked at the demon sky cult master, twisting her neck. Now, let's deal with this guy first. Violent Bull Ori. You defeated 4 of my demon sky cult's 7th tier guardians in one go. We've finally met. The demon sky cult master said lightly. Ori also looked at him, and at the moment their gazes met, they almost simultaneously vanished from their spots. The mace and a fist crashed together. Bang! The huge impact sent bricks, steel, and concrete flying all around, flattening half the base. Ori wildly swung her mace, clashing countless times with the demon sky cult master's fist. She laughed, using no spiritual power, just pure physical strength to resist my attacks. Are you still a body cultivator? Body cultivators are oddballs among martial artists. They refine their physical bodies using all the spiritual power they cultivate, believing that aside from their own bodies, no other power is trustworthy. Only with a powerful body is one truly strong. There are few body cultivators in the Daxia realm. The most famous one is the Ghost King among the top 10 kings of Daxia, who reportedly chose the body cultivation path due to a weak martial soul. Yet he became the only body cultivator king in Daxia, and possibly in the world, due to special opportunities and sheer bravery. The opponent is also one of the strong ones on Ori's must-fight list. I never expected to encounter such a powerful body cultivator before the fight with the Ghost King. Coming to surround you demon sky cult is definitely worth it. Ori laughed, her battle intent surging. The invisible battle intent shook the heart of the demon sky cult master. The formless battle intent also pushed Ori's spirit to its peak, allowing her to unleash her martial skills to the fullest, growing stronger as she fought. It's battle intent, so intensely and dominantly powerful. Is that why you could defeat my 4 guardians? The demon sky cult master said coldly. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, striking out with full force. The power of this punch was terrifying. Ori used her mace to block, but the immense force still sent her flying. Like a cannonball, she smashed through several walls, buried under the rubble. The mole's pupils shrank. Ori is being suppressed? As a high-level intelligence worker in Qingyun City, the mole understood Ori's strength well. So, when she saw the opponent appear, she felt relieved, confident in Ori's abilities. But now, Ori was being suppressed. The power of the demon sky cult master was beyond imagination. No, this isn't just pure body cultivator strength. The mole fixed her gaze on the demon sky cult master and saw his fist wrapped in blue flames, emanating a scorching heat. It melted the ground around him. That aura wasn't the spiritual power of a martial artist, but a more brutal aura, that was the power of a strange beast. Could it be that the demon sky cult master is also a product of strange beast human experiments? The mole thought grimly. At that moment, in the ruins, Ori burst out laughing and charged forward. So you're not just a pure body cultivator, huh? Good, bring it on. Her high battle intent made her fearless even when injured. Behind her appeared a giant blue-haired bull, as large as a small mountain, which was Ori's martial soul.
An A grade, what attribute? Heavenly Azure Bull Demon.
As the Heavenly Azure Bull Demon stomped on the ground, massive vines spread out, aiming to ensnare the demon sky cult master.
But he remained unfazed. The blue flames on him burned the vines to ashes. Humph, Ori, fire overcomes wood. Your Heavenly Azure Bull Demon is completely useless before me. In this battle, you will undoubtedly lose.
Fire overcomes wood, but I still have this Heavenly Fong Mace. With the cover of vines, Oliai swiftly came to the side of the Demon Lord, her Wolf Fong Club striking out fiercely. The Demon Lord did not retreat or dodge, a punch striking the Wolf Fong Club, showing no signs of backing down, even pushing Oliai back 2 steps.
The tremendous force left Oliai somewhat stunned.
The Demon Lord's fists rained down like a storm, and Oliai managed to block a few attacks, but in the next moment, she was still sent flying. Blood gushed out, mixed with pieces of internal organs.
I told you, you were sure to lose.
The Demon Lord snorted coldly, glancing at Oliai lying on the ground, then walked towards the mole.
You've been lurking in my demon sect for so long and exposed my position. I want to take you down even more than Oliai.
The mole swallowed and kept retreating, shouting at Oliai not far away, crazy woman, you're not going to lose like this, right?
Humph, it's useless. After taking so many punches from me, she's now.
The Demon Lord sneered.
But before he finished speaking, he heard a coughing sound behind him, and Oliai suddenly stood up, laughing towards the sky. Awesome. The Demon Lord was dumbfounded. What is happening? After taking so many punches, how can you still have the strength to stand? So good. Demon Lord, you truly did not let me down. Among all the opponents I have fought, you rank in the top 5. Oliai laughed. It's been so long since I fought this joyfully.
She spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, then took a step forward, her fierce fighting spirit making her ignore the pain in her body. In the next moment, the celestial cow demon behind her let out a thunderous roar.
The massive body of the cow demon transformed into countless light spots, flooding into Oliai's body.
Her physique began to metamorphose, muscles tightening and strengthening, her body growing taller, and 2 dark cow horns sprouted from her forehead.
Oliai merged with her martial spirit. She gripped the Wolf Fong Club, grinning. Come on, round 2. Whoosh! Her figure shot out like a cannonball, creating 2 pits in the ground.
Arriving before the Demon Lord, her Wolf Fong Club smashed down like a falling meteor.
The Demon Lord threw both fists forward, crashing into the Wolf Fong Club, and in the next second, a violent force surged through his body, smashing into the ground. The entire demon sect base directly erupted and collapsed.
Members of the hunting group who were each fighting against the demon sect members felt the ground shake, looking towards the source of the tremors in shock.
Such strong power. Violent Beast Oliai is indeed a monster.
Xiao was facing several 5th-level demon sect warriors, thrusting his spear and piercing through their bodies, then looked towards the source of the shake, marveling, is the leader fighting that fiercely against the Demon Lord?
This battle cannot be missed.
His eyes lit up as he rushed towards the source of the tremors.
Boom!
The tyrannical force crashed into the Demon Lord's body, the massive impact flowing through him into the ground, causing the entire demon sect base to shake violently, the ground sinking, cracks spreading like spider webs.
The Demon Lord's expression changed slightly, his body quivering. Such great power.
He gritted his teeth and let out a low roar, unleashing all his strength.
He pushed Oliai back.
But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Oliai laughed loudly, swinging her Wolf Fong Club, continuing to smash towards him, looking like a mad raging bull.
The Demon Lord roared angrily, wildly swinging his fists.
Oliai would not retreat or avoid, vigorously swinging her Wolf Fong Club. The club's shadows clashed with the shadows of his fists.
Bang, 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 bang.
Neither side knew how many times they had collided. But no matter how many times they collided, Oliai's offensive showed no sign of weakening, even igniting greater resilience in the intense battle. She even fought through the pain, hitting the Demon Lord hard several times, her tyrannical power forcing the Demon Lord to cry out in anguish. The watching mole swallowed hard. Good heavens, is this truly the battle stance of the Raging Bull Oriai? How terrifying! The battle between Oriai and the Demon Sky Lord escalated. In the martial soul combined state, Oriai gradually suppressed the Demon Sky Lord, sending him flying with a spiked club. Who knows how many walls have been shattered?
The opponent fell into the ruins, bloodied and battered.
Oriai, holding the spiked club, grinned, is this all you've got?
Cough cough.
The Demon Sky Lord coughed up blood, lifted his head, and stared fiercely at Oriai, then suddenly laughed, Raging Bull Oriai, I admit you are strong.
If that's the case, let me show you my true form. With those words, his body began to swell, muscles and bones deformed as he lowered to the ground, gradually transforming into a gigantic lion.
This lion, with blue fur all over, was engulfed in icy blue flames, its eyes blue and gold, gazing at Ori, exuding a fierce aura, instantly sweeping a terrifying and domineering presence around.
Everyone in the Demon Sky Lord's base sensed this.
They looked at the source of the aura, their pupils trembling slightly.
What a powerful presence! What's going on? This is a beast, an incredibly powerful beast aura.
Looking at the lion before her, Ori grinned, holding the spiked club. No wonder you haven't displayed your martial soul. It turns out you're a beast and have no martial soul at all. TSK, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast.
This aura is level 8. Though Ori was smiling, her gaze was unprecedentedly serious. An 8th level beast. It was equivalent to a king-level expert among martial artists.
And because it was a beast, its combat power could surpass that of ordinary king-level experts. A 7th level would hardly withstand a few blows in its presence.
Even a high-ranking 7th level warrior would be the same. Now, I really have to fight for my life.
Ori took a deep breath, the spiked club in her hand transformed into light dots, merging into her body, dual martial soul, combine.
Ori's aura rose again, her figure flashing as she charged at the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, delivering a powerful punch to its body. Boom! The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast was pushed back.
But just as she prepared to attack again, she found the opponent had vanished, and the next second, a scorching heat surged from behind her. A claw wrapped in icy blue flames struck her fiercely. The immense powers sent her flying. Her feet dug into the ground, sliding dozens of meters before she steadied herself.
The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast appeared in front of her once more. Both transformed into invisible afterimages, clashing furiously.
But soon, as an 8th level beast, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast gained the upper hand, sending Ori crashing down.
The ground once again caved in, forming a huge pit.
Ori spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with bits of internal organs.
Xiao rushed over and happened to see Ori spitting blood, his pupils slightly constricted, his heart shaken. Captain. In his eyes, Ori's figure was immensely tall. She was almost invincible. But now, an existence had appeared that even Ori could not handle? The strength of the Demon Sky Lord far exceeded imagination. 8th level. The opponent was an 8th level beast. Upon seeing the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, Xiao's mind immediately made a judgment. Other members of the hunting squad soon gathered, and upon seeing the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, they couldn't help but gasp in fear. An 8th level beast.
Such an existence, they had only seen in TV and books.
At that moment, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast also noticed Xiao's arrival, narrowing its eyes.
The holder of multiple SSS-level martial souls, once they grow, will absolutely be a great threat to my beast kind. You shall die. In a flash, it dashed toward Xiao with speed that the naked eye could hardly perceive. At that moment, Xiao suddenly felt a surge of death's threat in his heart.
And within the gigantic pit,
as the blue-eyed golden beast charged towards Xiao, a figure exploded forth. Ori's bloodied figure blocked in front of Xiao, condensing powerful spirit energy into a single punch, martial skill, mountain breaking.
This punch was like an avalanche. The blue-eyed golden beast was forced back several steps, astonished as it looked at Ori and exclaimed, "You actually have strength to fight again? This woman, is she made of iron? Hey, you want to kill my team member in front of me? You have to step over my dead body first." Ori grinned.
Her body trembled, her insides bleeding, her bones creaking under the unbearable strain, but her fighting spirit remained high and fierce. The blue-eyed golden beast narrowed its eyes slightly. I've heard that fighting spirit can allow one to ignore bodily pain to a certain extent, to surpass the limits. But your body is nearly shattered, yet you dare to continue fighting. This is no longer simple fighting spirit, you are risking your life, aren't you? Believe it or not, I can drag you down with me before I die.
Rationally, the blue-eyed golden beast felt that Ori was just boasting.
After all, a near-collapsed 7th-tier warrior could not possibly kill an 8th-tier beast like it, even at the cost of their life. But for some reason, when facing Ori's gaze, it couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable twinge of fear.
This Ori and Xiao are great enemies of my kind. If they do not die, we beasts will find no peace. A sudden thought flashed in the blue-eyed golden beast's mind. In an instant, its eyes exploded with intense killing intent, overpowering the momentary fear in its heart, while Ori smiled and said, "Desperate? Who's afraid of whom? Xiao, you all go first."
She wanted to stay and buy time for Xiao and the others to escape. But just then, a powerful fighting spirit in aura erupted behind her.
It was Xiao.
A king character appeared on his forehead, with 2 wings of Kuimpum growing from his back, and lightning coiling around him. The 3 great martial spirits had combined. He tightly gripped the dragon-slaying spear, laughing, "Captain.
How can I let you have all the glory? Isn't it just a beast? Let's team up and take him down." Chapter 84, For Martial Spirits Combined. Do you really think we are here to watch a show? Let's team up and take him down.
Hearing Suchio's words and feeling his overflowing fighting spirit, Oriai instantly understood that he was no longer going to heed her advice to leave.
She grinned, alright. I'll be the main attacker, you provide support.
With that, she launched into action, her figure darting forward like flowing light, arriving right in front of the blue-eyed golden beast, her fists wildly dancing.
Suchio was equally unyielding, bursting forth, and with the enhancement of the Kuanping martial spirit, his speed skyrocketed, even able to keep up with the blue-eyed golden beast. With the dragon-slaying spear in hand, he pushed his strength to the extreme. With every thrust, it contained unparalleled lightning power, combined with the faint activation of a spiritual weapon's might, posing a threat to the blue-eyed golden beast no less than Oriai. This guy's really tier 4?
Damn, I've never seen such a freakishly powerful warrior in my life, the blue-eyed golden beast cursed inwardly.
Oriai's fists, Suchio's spear, the blue-eyed golden beast's flames.
The three sides clashed, their might sweeping the surroundings. The fierce battle shattered the enemy, dust rolling. The already fragmented Demon Heaven cult base was completely reduced to nothingness under the shockwaves of the three's fight.
Others watched this battle, wanting to help but finding it impossible to intervene.
Even those at the captain level could only stand by and watch.
How terrifying.
This is no longer a battle at our level. The difference between 6th tier and 7th tier is vast. Not to mention 7th tier against 8th tier, Oriai can actually clash with such a monster.
Speaking of monsters, Suchio is the real monster, right? He's only tier 4 but fused with so many SSS-level martial spirits, can he handle it?
Looking at Suchio, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. It was as if they were witnessing something incomprehensible.
Roar! The blue-eyed golden beast roared, and the blue flames on its body surged even higher.
The flames swept out wildly, like a shocking tidal wave. Oriai stood in front of Suchio, blocking a wave of attacks for him. However, her injuries became even heavier. Just as the blue-eyed golden beast said, her body was already on the brink of collapse. Every minute of fighting brought her one step closer to death.
Captain! You should have Sister Xiao's life essence Dan, right? Suchio said. Oriai nodded, it's just that my injuries are a bit tricky right now. Even if I have old Xiao's Dan, it would still take some time to absorb and refine it, and this beast won't give me that time. Captain, I'll do my best to hold it off.
You recover with the life essence Dan, and then find a chance to control this beast's actions.
What are you going to do? Trust me. Suchio said earnestly. Okay, you little brat, I'll listen to you, but how are you going to hold off this beast? Could it be? Oriai thought of something, her face changing slightly. Suchio grinned, Captain, don't you always want me to push past my limits?
Now, I'll surpass them once to show you. He took a step forward, and a black light shone from his body.
The light transformed into a black ghost Qilin in the air. Another SSS-grade martial spirit appeared, causing an uproar among the crowd. In the next second,
in the horrified eyes of everyone, the ghost Qilin turned into dots of light and merged into Suchio's body, revealing once again a martial spirit fusion. His eyes became as dark as ink, and besides the flashing lightning, more ghostly energy surrounded him.
Like a brutal beast stepping out of hell. Kuanping, White Tiger, Thunder Dragon, Ghost Qilin. Suchio, 4 SSS-grade martial spirits fused together. This was something never seen before.
And after the ghost Qilin merged into him, Suchio felt not only unparalleled power but also unprecedented intense pain. The pain twisted his face, and he couldn't help but kneel on the ground.
Oriai's pupils contracted, brat, you can't handle the fusion of 4 SSS-grade martial spirits. Quickly release the fusion state.
Hey, Captain, I said I want to push past my limits here. Suchio suddenly stood up, battle intent bursting forth, ignoring the pain on his body, with a madness, brutal smile on his face as he looked at the blue-eyed golden beast.
Beast, watch me take you down. Swish. In the next second, he vanished without a trace.
The blue-eyed golden beast's pupils contracted slightly, one claw slammed out, crashing with the spiral dragon-breaking army spear in an instant, creating a terrifying shockwave in the air.
At that moment, the blue-eyed golden beast sensed power from Suchio that was no less than Oriai's peak moment.
4 martial spirits fused. You're just like that woman, both reckless lunatics, the blue-eyed golden beast growled.
Beast, are you scared?
Suchio grinned, the spiral dragon-breaking army spear mixed with bolts of dark lightning shot out as if piercing 180 holes in the blue-eyed golden beast's body. The blue-eyed golden beast roared, blue flames on its body transformed into a layer of blue armor, blocking Suchio's attacks. It slammed its 2 claws, continuously colliding with the spear. Don't be so arrogant.
I am an 8th tier exotic beast. I am the king among exotic beasts.
Only those human kings who have mastered domains have a chance to contend with me. You can't possibly defeat me. The violent blue flames surged out, as if turning into tentacles, frantically reaching for Suchio. But they were shattered one by Suchio's spear. Not far away, Oriai took out the life essence Dan and swallowed it, fully refining the Dan's effects to restore her power. The blue-eyed golden beast noticed the scene,
brat, don't think I can't see through it, you're buying time for Ori to recover. But don't dream. Even if she recovers, teaming up with you won't make me a match. And how long can you sustain this state? You're not dying struggles. And don't forget, this is the B-class psychic zone of the Shadow Swamp. Roar! The blue-eyed golden-furred beast roared, and the sound wave spread out, summoning the beasts in the swamp to rush over. Among them were even powerful beasts of level 6. They crashed against the vine barrier from outside, and because Ori was severely injured, the vine barrier had become weak and was breached by these beasts. A large number of beasts surged in. The blue-eyed golden-furred beast sneered, "Kid, you don't even need me to act, these beasts can tear Ori apart." "Heh, you underestimate us," Su Qiu said with a smile. In the next second, cannon fire echoed from the distance. A big man held a Gatling weapon spirit and bombarded the beasts, while Louis held a shield, protecting everyone. Team leader Chen Zi waved his wings, slicing through the beasts rushing towards Ori. "Humph, do you really think we are just here to watch the show? A bunch of beasts. If I can't deal with the 8th level, can I not handle you? None of you can come close to team leader Ori." The members of the hunting team had just fought fiercely against the Demon Heaven sect members and were now facing a large assault of beasts. But they still stood their ground, turning into a solid wall of flesh and blood, blocking all the beasts and buying time for Ori and Su Qiu. Chapter 85, The Power of the Thunder Exploding Spirit Pearl. Using the body as a lure, gathering thousands of thunders. Do you really think we are just here to watch the show? The elites of the hunting team wiped out the surrounding beasts one by one. They wouldn't let any of them get close to Ori or Su Qiu. Under their barrage, countless beasts died and were injured, but after battling the members of the Demon Heaven sect, they were exhausted. Now facing the beasts again, they feared they couldn't hold on for long. Ori knew this, but she did not get distracted. She focused all her energy on refining the life essence Dan, quickly recovering her injuries. On the other side, the battle between Su Qiu and the blue-eyed golden-furred beast was also fierce, both sides locked in a stalemate, using all their killer moves. The Force-Spirit fusion of Su Qiu unleashed unprecedented power, and even against a level 8 beast, he did not fall behind for a short time. However, the burden of the Force-Spirit fusion was simply too great. His body was collapsing rapidly while exerting power, his organs were bleeding, bones were cracking, and muscles were trembling. Even a single hair seemed to feel the pain. 1 minute. You can hold on for at most 1 minute. The blue-eyed golden-furred beast saw Su Qiu's current state, laughing loudly, believing this battle was nearly a win for him. Shut up. Su Qiu fired a shot, pushing the blue-eyed golden-furred beast back several steps, then soared into the air. Infinite lightning surged from his body. In the roiling dark clouds, a giant lightning spear crystallized. It was the S-class martial skill. The Thunder God's Judgment Spear. Eat this spear. Su Qiu shouted, thrusting the spear out wildly. The domineering, massive lightning spear shot forth as if it would pierce the void. Sensing the tremendous power contained within this spear, the blue-eyed golden-furred beast growled, and icy blue flames erupted from its body. In the sky, the flames transformed into a roaring phantom lion's head. With an angry roar, the lion's head crashed toward Su Qiu, colliding with the domineering lightning spear. Fire and lightning intertwined, wreaking havoc around. The ground was blown into craters. The B-class psychic zone of the Shadow Swamp was left in ruins. And after the extreme impact, Su Qiu fell from the air, the ghostly chi already dissipated from his body. His body could no longer bear the power of the Force-Spirit fusion. Kid, die. The blue-eyed golden-furred beast seized the opportunity and charged at Su Qiu. At that moment, a figure shot out from not far away. He collided with him, but Ola did not disappoint everyone and regained her combat power. Beast, your opponent now is me. Ola whispered, activating her martial spirit fusion state, with pitch-black bull horns growing from her forehead, and her wolf-tooth club smashing down fiercely. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast took a few steps back and growled, Ula, even if you have recovered, what can you do? I can defeat you once, I can defeat you twice, thrice, killing you is not hard for me. Flames of icy blue burned on its body. The power of an 8th-rank alien beast was still incredibly strong. From the battle until now, the damage Ola and Su Qiu inflicted on it was extremely limited. But Ola still chose not to retreat. She believed in Su Qiu. Waving her wolf-tooth club madly, she attacked with all her might. Martial skill, shatter the heavens. Ola struck her club hard on the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's head, knocking it back, while her 5 fingers suddenly grabbed the ground, wooden vines entangle. Green light spread from her palm into the ground, followed by several thick vines bursting out of the earth and wrapping tightly around the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. The flames burning on the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast scorched the vines. It sneered, Ula, these vines can't hold me for more than a few seconds. A few seconds is enough. Ola grinned. Behind her, Su Qiu suddenly rushed out, holding a golden sphere. He threw it abruptly towards it. The golden sphere flew above the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast and then erupted a mass of dark clouds, and overwhelming pressure descended from the sky. Endless lightning fell like rain, showering down madly. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts, 4 bolts. Lightning rained down, countless arcs streaking across the sky. The entire shadow swamp area trembled under this power. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, caught in the center of the thunder, let out a series of wretched howls. Ah! Ulla couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, "This is a martial spirit tool similar to Thunder Firebomb, you little brat, you still have this thing on you." Sucho smiled faintly. "This item is called Thunderstorm Explosion Spirit Pearl." Indeed. This was Sucho's greatest trump card. A one-time martial spirit tool, the Thunderstorm Explosion Spirit Pearl. It was his first time using this thing, and he couldn't help but be frightened by its power. Thunder fell like rain, it was simply a natural disaster. Damn, damn. I will kill you both. At this moment, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, covered in scorched fur, walked out with flames burning on its body, a raging aura spreading. It was still not dead. And still retained a formidable presence. Sucho swallowed his saliva. Wow, it really lives up to being an 8th-rank alien beast, its vitality is too tenacious, it can't be killed even like this. TSK, your Thunderstorm Explosion Spirit Pearl is indeed powerful, but the power is too dispersed, it's a large area attack tool. The single target damage is not enough, it still can't kill this guy. Ulla immediately pointed out the problem. She raised her wolf-tooth club, ready to continue the fight. Sucho couldn't help but frown. This Thunderstorm Explosion Spirit Pearl was already his trump card, if even this couldn't kill an 8th-rank alien beast. What should he do? Escape? Wait a minute. Sucho seemed to realize something, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. "Captain, you help me hold him off, I have one last way." "Alright, it's up to you." Ulla nodded slightly and rushed up to fight the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. And Sucho took out another Thunderstorm Explosion Spirit Pearl and threw it into the air again. Accompanied by surging dark clouds, arcs of lightning intertwined in the sky, ready to fall at any moment. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast growled, "Useless. Your martial spirit tool is indeed impressive, but the power is too scattered, not enough to kill. If the power is too dispersed, then let's gather them together." Sucho grinned. Then his figure flashed like lightning, soaring into the sky, reaching the dark clouds. A blue glow erupted from within him, transforming into a thunder dragon martial spirit. With the roar of the thunder dragon, arcs of lightning in the dark clouds gathered towards Sucho. He actually planned to use the thunder dragon martial spirit along with himself as a guiding line, to gather all the scattered lightning energy of the 1,000 lightning exploding spirit pearl. Seeing through his intention, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's pupils shrank. Crazy. With such terrifying lightning energy, do you want to die? Without madness, there is no life. Blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, prepare to die. Sucho grinned. Thundering lightning energy struck him, making him burst forth in dazzling thunderlight, as if he had transformed into a giant lightning ball. Even with the thunder dragon's assistance, his body continuously showed cracks under the dominant lightning's influence, each crack bleeding only to be evaporated instantly. Sucho gritted his teeth against the pain and grinned, tightly gripping the Panlong Bauer gun in his hand. With this shot, everything ends. Thunder God's Judgment Spear. Chapter 86, Battle Ends. The flesh of an 8th-grade monster. With this shot, everything ends. Sucho ignored the pain he was enduring, grinned, firmly holding the long spear, and then thrust it out with a thunderous roar. Thunder God's Judgment Spear. In front of everyone's witness, the long spear pierced through the air. Converging the power of thousands of lightning, it transformed into a giant lightning spear over 100 meters long. The 10-meter-long blue-eyed golden-eyed beast seemed weak in front of this spear, and it let out a furious roar, trying to dodge. But the vines extending from the ground once again bound it. It needed only a few seconds to break free. But these few seconds were enough to cost it its life. So, looking at the massive lightning spear descending from the sky, it let out a roar, and blue flames surged from its body, gathering in the air. The next second, it formed an incredibly huge blue fireball. The fireball flew out, smashing toward the lightning spear. Two amazing powers collided head-on. With a thunderous roar, flames and lightning clashed, and then the lightning spear pierced through the giant fireball, landing on the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. It nailed it hard to the ground. Dominating lightning filled its entire body, charred its fur, and even its flesh emitted a scent of roasting meat. When the lightning completely dispersed, all that remained on the ground was a charred blue-eyed golden-eyed beast corpse, emanating a roasted meat smell. Sucho slowly descended from the air, pain surged like a tide from his limbs and bones, making him gasp for cold air. Pain. So damn painful. He was almost powerless, lying on the ground. Ori walked up from the side and also collapsed beside him to rest. You did well, brat. No wonder you are from my fierce bull group. Sucho glanced at the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's corpse not far away and curiously asked, Captain, can this beast be eaten? Some can, some cannot. As for the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast? I haven't tried it before, how about we give it a try? Oriai's eyes sparkled. Su Qiu was also a bit tempted. I heard that the blood and flesh of some beasts are beneficial for martial artists, let's give it a try? Without hesitation, Oriai stood up and walked to the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, digging out a large piece of meat. Though it was charred black from the electric shock, the black was only the outer layer, the flesh inside was still somewhat undercooked. She didn't want to eat raw meat, so she walked over to Su Qiu and asked, I remember you have a D-level martial skill, Flame Burst Fist, right? Yes. Come on, lend me some fire. Su Qiu's mouth twitched, Captain, I have no strength left. Stop talking nonsense, you have already surpassed your limit several times, just surpass them once more. Oriai said, rolling her eyes. Su Qiu, helpless, squeezed out the last bit of spiritual power and unleashed the flame burst fist, flames bursting from his fist, roasting the piece of meat. Oriai took a big bite, chewed a few times, and her eyes lit up. Well, this taste isn't bad at all? She took another big bite. Su Qiu watched, drooling a bit. After the fierce battle, he was severely exhausted, and his stomach was growling. Captain, let me have a bite. Oriai tore off a piece of meat and stuffed it into Su Qiu's mouth. Su Qiu chewed for a few moments and couldn't help but light up. Delicious, the texture is a bit like overcooked beef. A bit tough, but very fragrant. He struggled to get up, crawling to the corpse of the blue-eyed golden beast, raised his hand, and tore off another piece of meat, continuing to squeeze the spirit power from his body to unleash the blazing fire punch. Oliai grinned, Brat, you said you have no strength. Not far away, watching the two big ones eating the blue-eyed golden beast, the members of the hunting team couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Damn it, we are still fighting the beast, and they are enjoying themselves. Ha, they just killed an 8th grade beast, their stamina must be very low, let them rest well. To kill an 8th grade beast, that's really impressive. I wonder what the meat of an 8th grade beast tastes like. There are not many beasts left, let's wipe them out, and we'll go taste the flavor of the 8th grade beast. The members of the hunting team discussed. Some, extremely curious about the taste of the 8th grade beast, increased their speed to kill the remaining beasts one by one, then rushed to the blue-eyed golden beast. Everyone gathered together and began to taste the 8th grade beast. After eating, they found the taste was indeed not bad. Of course, some could not bear the taste of the beast, holding back from eating. Soon, a more than 10-meter-long 8th grade beast was eaten down to half by everyone. Satisfied, the crowd lay on the ground to rest. The blood and flesh of the 8th grade beast contained energy. After a big meal, Su Qiu found that his body didn't seem to hurt as much. Then, Oliai contacted Qingyun City, asking them to send a helicopter for transport. This siege battle against the Demon Heaven sect could be considered to have come to an end. Soon, the transport helicopter arrived above the marshland, and when everyone saw the ruined Shadow Marsh area, they could not help but swallow hard. Goodness, what kind of intense battle did it take to turn a B-level spiritual energy zone into this? It's terrifying. Yeah, look, that seems to be the corpse of the blue-eyed golden beast. Isn't this the rumored 8th grade beast? There was even an 8th grade beast in this battle? Upon seeing the blue-eyed golden beast, everyone gasped. In the transport helicopter, Zhao Xiaoyun, also a medical personnel, arrived at the marsh area, and upon seeing the wounded Oliai and Su Qiu, her face turned pale with fright, rushing over to summon her martial soul, the flower of life, to heal the two. What happened to you two? Oliai, don't you have the life essence pill I gave you? How could you be so badly injured? Goodness, with this injury, my essence pill might not even heal it. Zhao Xiaoyun treated Su Qiu while examining them. Discovering how serious their injuries were, if it were any other martial artist, they would have been dead 7 or 8 times by now, yet these two were still breathing. Their vitality was remarkably tenacious. Zhao Xiaoyun began to doubt whether these two were human. Although shocked, she felt even more heartache. One was her team leader, and the other was a promising junior. Seeing their injuries made her realize how brutal the previous battle was. On the helicopter, Su Qiu and Oliai were held down by Zhao Xiaoyun, lying on the chairs. Oliai wanted to get up and move but couldn't. You're hurt like this and still moving around? Are you throwing your life away? Zhao Xiaoyun scolded. Fearless Oliai, when scolded like this, shrank her neck but still stubbornly said, just a small injury, not gonna die. Oomph, keep pretending. Hey, aren't you here? Oliai quickly flattered her. After all, this was her chief healer. Over the years, she had been treated by her for almost every injury sustained in battle. However, it was rare to be hurt this badly like this time. Zhao Xiaoyun helplessly said, facing an 8th grade beast, couldn't you retreat? I could retreat, but those people couldn't. I brought them here and couldn't guarantee bringing them all back, but at least I had to ensure their safety to the greatest extent, Oliai said with a serious expression. Zhao Xiaoyun knew that what the other person said made sense. Feeling increasingly helpless, she could only silently continue treating the other, and Su Qiu. Chapter 87, Luo Qianxue comes to visit, a lower dimension attack. Soon, the helicopter returned to Qingyun City. The mayor of Qingyun City and others came personally to welcome them, then arranged for people to take everyone to the hospital, preparing the top medical team for their treatment. Inside the hospital, Su Qiu and Oriai were arranged in the same hospital room. Zhao Xiaoyun personally took charge of their injuries. Members of the Bull Brigade all hurried over to check in. Captain, I heard there was an 8th level beast this time, is it true? Wow, Captain, you guys could even subdue an 8th level beast, that's too awesome. Truly worthy of being the captain. TSK, this time, Captain, you've made a huge contribution to Qingyun City, the mayor will definitely reward us well. I wonder how much funding we can get. At least a couple 100 million, right? He. Everyone discussed excitedly, voices overlapping. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoshuang also hurried over. Seeing Su Qiu and Oriai wrapped up like mummies, she gasped and rushed over. Big brother, how are you? How did you get hurt like this? Wu, please don't get hurt. Oriai was choked and struggled to point at the neighboring bed. Where's your brother? Where's your brother? Su Xiaoshuang froze for a moment, then realized she had hugged the wrong person, quickly apologizing, Big sister, it's you. Sorry, you two are wrapped like mummies, I couldn't tell one from the other. Oriai took a breath, it's fine. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Xiaoshuang rushed over again, Big sister, how did you get hurt like this? Wu, does it hurt? Oriai once again felt like she was suffocating. I'm not hurt, but I'm about to run out of breath. Sorry, big sister, you rest first, I'll go see my brother. Watching Su Xiaoshuang approach, Su Qiu's pupils trembled slightly, hair standing on end, you, don't come over. Big brother, how did you get hurt like this? Su Qiu kicked Su Xiaoshuang away, stop messing around. Su Xiaoshuang got up, patting her backside, you still have the strength to kick me away, big brother, it seems you're okay, that's great. She breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qiu rolled his eyes. Before long, another figure appeared at the door, holding flowers and a fruit basket. Su Qiu glanced over in surprise. It was Luo Qianxue. The Bull Brigade members were illuminated by this sight. Hi, beautiful, who are you looking for? I'm looking for Su Qiu. Luo Qianxue glanced at the two mummified figures on the beds, then looked at Su Qiu and immediately recognized him. Hearing that she came to find Su Qiu, everyone threw him ambiguous glances and then got up to leave one after another. I suddenly remembered I need to dry my clothes at home. I think I forgot to turn off the gas at home. Ah, my house is next door, let's go back together to turn it off. I forgot to feed my dog. And Oriai, lying on the bed, also struggled to sit up, saying to Su Xiaoshuang, help me get outside for some fresh air. Oh, okay, big sister, take it slow. Su Xiaoshuang hurried over to support her. As the two left, they gave Su Qiu a thumbs up. In a blink of an eye, the entire hospital room was left with only Su Qiu, who was wrapped like a mummy, and Luo Qianxue, holding flowers and a fruit basket. Su Qiu coughed a couple of times, make yourself at home, don't be polite. Luo Qianxue pulled out a chair to sit down, then looked at Su Qiu, smiling helplessly, you look really miserable like this. No kidding, if you went to fight an 8th level beast, you wouldn't have done any better. If I went to fight, I'd probably get slapped to death in one hit. Su Qiu, you've really grown quickly, Luo Qianxue sighed. She now felt out of reach. Of course, can't you see who I am? So, Luo Qianxue, you should just be content being your forever second place, you can't catch up with me. How would I know if I don't try? I won't give up. Luo Qianxue said firmly. Su Qiu smiled, I really like your unwillingness to give up. Hearing this, Luo Qianxue's face couldn't help but turn red. He said he likes me. Is he confessing to me? Luo Qianxue held the flowers and buried her entire head into them, not wanting Su Qiu to see her blushing. Su Qiu was stunned for a moment, why are you eating flowers? Didn't you buy fruit? Hurry and help me peel an apple. Oh. Luo Qianxue took a deep breath of the floral scent, barely regaining her composure, and picked up the small knife that came with the fruit basket to peel the apple for Su Qiu. Su Qiu asked curiously, by the way, how did you know I was here? This hospital is run by my family. The dean told my dad that you returned from fighting the demon sky sect, and then my dad told me. So that's how it is. TSK, no wonder you are from the #1 family in Qingyun City. This is the biggest hospital in Qingyun City, and it was opened by your family. Your injury looks quite serious. I can arrange the best medical team to treat you. Luo Qianxue smiled. No need, my Bull Brigade has the best healers in the world. With her treating us, it's enough. Su Qiu smiled. No doctor is better than Zhao Xiaoyun's S-Class Martial Soul, the Life Flower. Is that so? In that case, I can rest easy. Thank you for your concern. I didn't care about you. I just think if you can't participate in the martial exam next month due to your injury, it will be less interesting for me without you as a competitor. Luo Qingxue said. The martial exam, in a month. Su Qiu showed a thoughtful expression. By the way, since Qingyun City was attacked by the Demon Sky Sect and suffered heavy losses, the martial exam next month has also been affected. So the exam location for the students of Qingyun City has changed. They will take the exam together with the students from the neighboring Baiyun City. At that time, there will be special vehicles to pick and drop us. Luo Qingxue said. Su Qiu nodded slightly upon hearing this. That's a bit surprising. Baiyun City's martial arts strength is very strong. They have had several provincial champions in recent years. This time, taking the exam with them will be a lot of pressure for the students of Qingyun City. Luo Qingxue continued. With you, Miss Luo, the pressure is on them, right? Su Qiu smiled. His words were not flattery, but stating a fact. The SSS class martial soul is very rare. In all the past martial exams, there have been very few occurrences. The provincial champions from Baiyun City, the highest martial soul level among them is only SS class, one tier lower than Luo Qingxue. Not to mention, Su Qiu knew that Luo Qingxue now had two martial souls. One is the Ice Phoenix, and the other is the Mermaid Queen. These two martial souls combined are enough to sweep the exam hall. Compared to you, I am still far behind. Luo Qingxue said lightly. If she were to sweep the exam hall, then Su Qiu would be a dimensional strike. Which examinee goes to hunt an 8th level exotic beast before the exam? Moreover, he succeeded. Not to mention examinees, how many warriors in Daxia can do that? Suddenly, she found herself looking forward to what expressions those students would have when they saw Su Qiu's strength. Chapter 88, Olei's Suggestion, the Shura Tower of Flame Dragon University. Just as Su Qiu was chatting with Luo Qingxue, there was a knock on the door, and the mayor of Qingyun City was standing at the door without anyone noticing. Luo Qingxue got up to greet him. Su Qiu also wanted to get up, but the mayor of Qingyun City hurried over. Su Qiu, just lie down. You are seriously injured, so don't get up. Tisk. Su Qiu did look quite serious. He was wrapped up like a mummy. Sorry to disturb the two of you. I came here today not only to visit but also to bring something for you, Su Qiu. The mayor of Qingyun City smiled and then took out a golden medal. This is? Su Qiu's eyes lit up. That's right, this is the hero medal. In all of Daxia, there are not many people who can wear this medal. Su Qiu, cherish it. The mayor of Qingyun City smiled. The hero medal, in the Great Xia, can be said to be the highest honor for a martial artist. No matter where you go, you will be respected threefold. Even those top families dare not easily move against someone with a hero medal, because behind him is the country. When Su Qiu went to fight against the Demon Sky Sect, the mayor of Qingyun City had told him to apply for a hero medal from above. Unexpectedly, it really got approved. Thank you, Mayor. What are you thanking me for? It is I who should thank you. Thanks to you all, Qingyun City can be safe and sound, and you successfully eradicated the Demon Sky Sect, eliminating a tumor for the Great Xia. The mayor of Qingyun looked at Su Qiu with emotion, feeling that such an achievement at a young age truly leaves his peers far behind. At least the mayor felt that he was far inferior to Su Qiu at that age. Su Qiu, you need to rest well. The martial arts exam is in a month, and Qingyun City still relies on you. Oh, right, there's also Luo girl, you both need to bring glory. The mayor smiled. After chatting with Su Qiu for a while, the mayor did not stay any longer and turned to leave, leaving only Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue in the ward. Looking at the hero medal in Su Qiu's hand, Luo Qingxue clicked her tongue in wonder. With this medal, you can pretty much walk sideways in the Great Xia. This medal is a glory, but it is not capital for me to act recklessly. Su Qiu smiled slightly. Although he was happy to receive the hero medal, he did not intend to flaunt it. If he did so, it would be an insult to the medal. Luo Qingxue's expression became serious as she looked at Su Qiu, then smiled sweetly. This medal really wasn't given to the wrong person. The two chatted for a while longer. When Olei returned to the ward, Su Qiu was sitting on the bed biting into the freshly peeled apple. Olei walked over, casually picked up an apple, wiped it, and took a bite. You little brat, when are you going to win such a good girl? Captain, you misinterpreted, my relationship with her is pure friendship. Nonsense. The looks between you two are about to stretch a thread, that's pure? Don't you dare tarnish the word pure. Olei rolled her eyes. Su Qiu coughed, then changed the topic. By the way, Captain, do you think I still need to attend the martial arts university? He felt that with his current strength, it didn't matter whether he went or not, even the teachers might not be his match. Martial arts university, huh? It's good to go and make a few more friends.
Ole casually said, then seemed to think of something. Actually, with your strength, it doesn't matter if you go to martial arts university, but
I have a suggestion. Tell me. Suchio's eyes brightened.
Although Ole was violent and sometimes a bit eccentric, she was quite reliable. She had pulled him into the hunting team, or else he might not have grown to this point so quickly. Her advice was worth listening to.
Have you heard of the Flame Dragon University in the Imperial Capital?
I've heard of it. They used to be a famous university, but in recent years, it has been going downhill. The quality of teaching has dropped a lot, and the students they recruit aren't as good as before.
Suchio said.
He had paid attention to various martial arts universities in the Imperial Capital.
Flame Dragon University was one of them.
Right, something happened at Flame Dragon University a few years ago, leading to many teachers and students being casualties. Because of this, the Imperial Capital Education Bureau cut down on the funding for Flame Dragon University, and even some excellent teachers left.
Candidates heard about the deaths at Flame Dragon University and were afraid to apply.
So, Flame Dragon University has been on a decline for these years. At this point, Ole felt somewhat emotional.
Suchio felt a bit curious. What changes?
Beast riot. A few years ago, a powerful 8th level beast appeared suddenly in Flame Dragon University for some reason. It wreaked havoc in Flame Dragon University, and although they successfully killed that beast in the end, Flame Dragon University suffered heavy losses and has since struggled.
Beast riot. Sounds quite dangerous. Then why do you want me to go there, Captain? Suchio asked curiously. After all, Flame Dragon University was once a prestigious school.
Although it has declined over the years, its foundation is still there. Especially in Flame Dragon University, there is an ancient tower called the Azura Tower.
The Azura Tower is a special spiritual device with an extremely long history. It is said to have existed even before Flame Dragon University was established. The Azura Tower is divided into 9 levels.
Those who enter it will face the attacks of the Azura Phantoms.
And the attacks are relentless.
But don't worry, no one can die in the Azura Tower. If you are killed inside, you will be instantly teleported out, and your physical body will be repaired.
It's quite magical. However, the battles inside the Azura Tower are very real. Therefore, many students of Flame Dragon University like to enter it and hone their combat skills. Some have even comprehended the fighting will there. Hearing this, Suchio vaguely understood what Ole meant. Captain, you mean to let me go there to hone my fighting will? Clever.
The fighting will has nothing to do with cultivation, it is a power that can only be tempered and improved in battle.
In battles of the same realm, the strength of the fighting will can often determine victory or defeat. Your current fighting will is too weak. I want you to go to the Azura Tower to temper your fighting will.
When you can reach the 9th level of the Azura Tower, your fighting will be comparable to mine.
Ole said with a faint smile. The Azura Tower, the 9th level? Is it very difficult?
As far as I know, among the top 10 Sealing Kings of Dacia, 6 of them have comprehended the fighting will.
Among them, the one with the strongest fighting will is called the Battle King, Luo Ao. He has been to the Azura Tower and only reached the 8th level.
Upon hearing this, Suchio twitched the corner of his mouth.
Even the Battle King couldn't reach the 9th level. Captain, are you trying to make it difficult for me? I said, the power of the fighting will is not much related to cultivation. The Battle King could only reach the 8th level because his fighting will is not strong enough.
As for me, I might not be able to defeat the Battle King in terms of strength, but I can reach the 9th level of the Azura Tower.
Ole grinned, showing a hint of pride.
Then she patted Suchio's shoulder.
You are someone I believe in.
I believe you can also reach the 9th level of the Azura Tower.
So Captain, can I ask, how many people have entered the 9th level of the Azura Tower so far? Suchio asked.
As far as I know, in nearly 100 years, besides me, the second one might just be you.
Ole said while stroking her chin.
Hearing this, Suchio felt even more speechless.
In nearly 100 years, no one has stepped on the 9th level except for you? How are you so impressive? Why do you see so much potential in me? According to your requirement, if I can't step on the 9th level of the Azura Tower, wouldn't I be doomed to never graduate from Flame Dragon University?
But having said that, Suchio was still very much looking forward to this Azura Tower. He had already tried the amazing use of the fighting will and knew its immense potential, which is even comparable to the spiritual power of martial artists. If he could take it to the next level, that would be great. The second person to step on the Azura Tower in 100 years?
That sounds pretty good.
Suchio smiled slightly. He curiously asked, by the way, Captain, how do you know so much about Flame Dragon University, as if you have been there yourself?
Yes, I graduated from that school, and so did Mu Qingkong.
I heard that she recently ran back to Flame Dragon University to teach.
Ole said. Su Qiu suddenly realized. When it comes to Mu Qingkong, he smiles faintly, so Mu teacher also went to Yanlong University. He is actually looking forward to meeting the other party again. Time passes. Su Qiu and Olay quickly returned to their lively selves under Zhao Xiaoyun's treatment. You couldn't tell at all that they had been severely injured before. After the injuries healed, Mayor Qingyun specially held a commendation ceremony to praise everyone who contributed to Qingyun City. At the ceremony, Mayor Qingyun asked Su Qiu to take out the hero medal and personally put it on him, while the media present took photos. In an instant, Su Qiu's name topped major news media headlines. The youngest hero warrior in history. Shocking. A high school student actually awarded the hero medal? Strong youth means a strong country. The heroic deeds of young Su Qiu. The secret of Su Qiu's growth. The pillar of the future of Daxia. Su Qiu. Various headline titles, eye-catching. Bro, you are totally famous now. Su Xiaoshuang waved her phone in front of Su Qiu. Su Qiu grabbed her hand, took a glance, and clicked his tongue in amazement. These media move really fast. The commendation ceremony just finished this morning, and by this afternoon, all the major media headlines are already my name. Of course, bro, you'll be a celebrity now. Should you wear a mask or a hat when you go out in the future? Otherwise, if people find you, won't they rush over asking for your autograph or something? Su Xiaoshuang said. Su Qiu lightly tapped her forehead. Look at the top 10 warriors of Daxia and the 3 emperors. Aren't they more famous than me? Do they wear masks or hats when they go out? Us warriors advocate being open and aboveboard. While shopping in the afternoon, Su Qiu wore a mask and hat, looking at the passers-by, feeling that they might pounce on him at any moment. Su Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes beside him. Bro, you were saying this morning you wanted to be open and aboveboard. What I mean by open and aboveboard is that my heart must be upright. Our action should still be low-key. Besides, us warriors speak of concealment, Su Qiu said calmly. Su Xiaoshuang twitched her lips. You warriors really talk a lot. The Empress of Qiangyao, no, us warriors don't have that many taboos. Bro, it's so hot today, with you wearing both a hat and a mask, be careful not to suffocate. Why not take off the mask? I see that no one is paying that much attention to you, Su Xiaoshuang said. Su Qiu glanced around. Everyone was busy with their own things. It looked pretty normal. He sighed in relief. It seems I was overthinking. He took off the mask. Continuing to shop with Su Xiaoshuang, but after walking a few steps, a passerby noticed something and shouted, Su Qiu? Eh? Su Qiu instinctively responded. In the next second, everyone on the street stopped in their tracks. Their eyes turned toward Su Qiu's direction. When they saw that it was really Su Qiu, their eyes lit up. In that moment, Su Qiu felt like a little sheep dropped into a wolf pack. It's really Su Qiu. Oh my god, he is even more handsome in person than in the photos. Woo-woo, mommy, I want Su Qiu Gij's autograph. Hurry, Su Qiu, let's take a picture together. Hero, please take me as your apprentice. I want to be as excellent as you. One by one, passers-by surrounded them. In the blink of an eye, Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang were surrounded tightly. Many papers and pens were shoved in front of him, asking him for signatures. The absolutely most terrifying part was, there were even people who took the opportunity to touch his butt. So enthusiastic. So scary. Su Qiu swallowed his saliva. He dared not stay any longer. He grabbed Su Xiaoshuang, lifted her up in a hug, and immediately ran away. But the crowd behind them pursued relentlessly. Su Qiu, wait. Su Qiu Gij, please sign my name again. Su Qiu, don't run. Quick, look, that's Su Qiu. Hurry up and catch up to take a picture. Boss, I saw Su Qiu, quickly prepare the microphone and camera. We must get Su Qiu's exclusive interview. More and more people were gathering behind Su Qiu. Su Qiu felt completely numb. Fame comes with a price. He now truly understood the weight of this saying. Looking at the growing crowd behind him, Su Qiu made a quick decision. Spirit fusion. In the next second, the Kunpeng spirit flew out and merged into Su Qiu's body. Whoosh! His Kunpeng wings spread wide from his back, and he shot up into the sky. Su Xiaoshuang gasped in surprise. Brother, you're using spirit fusion for this? I have to run, they are too terrifying. Su Qiu said with lingering fear, looking at the crowd below. He would rather face a 7th-tier lord than deal with these people. He flew with Su Xiaoshuang until they landed on top of a mall, then he retracted the Kunpeng spirit and quickly put on a hat and mask when nobody was watching. He looked around, and only sighed in relief when no one rushed towards him. The siblings began to stroll around the mall. Su Xiaoshuang planned to buy a few new clothes. Passing by a clothing store, she picked out a few items, and when she saw Su Qiu in his never-changing shirt and casual pants, she rolled her eyes and said, No way, brother, you always wear the same thing, let's buy a few new ones. Ah, I think this is pretty good. No, we have to buy some. Oh. Su Qiu helplessly picked a few items as well. But when Su Xiaoshuan looked at the shirts and casual pants he chose, her forehead twitched with anger. Does this look any different from before? You look so handsome, why not dress up a bit? Come on, try this one on. Su Xiaoshuang personally picked 2 items for Su Qiu. Su Qiu pouted, not really caring. We're good looking, we don't need these fancy things. Though he said that, he went along and changed into the clothes, inevitably taking off the mask and hat in the process. The sales associate saw his face and immediately gasped. Su Qiu's heart sank, and he quickly winked at her, making a shush gesture. Keep it a secret. The sales associate's face turned red with excitement as she nodded repeatedly. Chapter 90, Arriving in Baiyun City to prepare for the martial arts exam. Baiyun No. 1 High School is strong. They say a person is judged by their clothes and a horse by its saddle. Under Su Xiaoshuan's guidance, Su Qiu put together a new outfit. He was already strikingly handsome, and now he looked even better. The nearby sales associate blushed, excitedly saying, "Can I take a picture with you?" "Sure." Su Qiu smiled slightly, took the other person's phone, and took a photo with her. She carefully saved the photo, then asked, "Su Qiu, can I ask you a question?" "What question?" "How do you cultivate? Why are you so outstanding?" "I'm asking for my younger brother so I can teach him better." Su Qiu pondered for a moment, then said seriously, "Read more books, read more newspapers, eat less junk food, sleep more. If I can do it, so can you." "Okay, I'll remember that." After buying clothes, Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuan left. As soon as they walked away, the sales associate immediately put up a banner that read, "Su Qiu visited our store, he praised us." She even printed their photo and hung it at the entrance. Before long, many people rushed over. "Su Qiu came here to buy clothes?" "It's true. Look, there's a photo too. If Su Qiu buys clothes here, their clothing quality must be great. I want to buy a few too." "What styles did Su Qiu buy?" "I want them all. I'll pay double the price." In no time, the entire clothing store was sold out. The sales associate's commission ensured she wouldn't have to worry for years. "Su Qiu, I love you." After a day of shopping, Su Qiu lay back on his bed, feeling more exhausted than after battling the demon sky sect. Looking at Su Xiaoshuang, who still had the energy to happily try on new clothes, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Women are truly scary in this regard." Days passed by one after another. The date for the martial arts entrance exam was getting closer. Su Qiu did not slack off either. Although with his current strength, he could sweep through the examination hall, even delivering a crushing blow, the martial way knows no bounds, and he still insisted on his training. This time, surrounding the demon sky sect was dangerous, but it indeed helped him advance quite a bit, successfully leveling up to the middle tier of the 4th stage. Adding to this time before the martial arts college entrance exam, he did not relax. He successfully completed a leap of 2 levels. From the lower tier of the 4th stage, he successfully advanced to the upper tier of the 4th stage. Only 1 step away from the 5th stage, of course, levels are levels, and his true combat power is far from what the 4th and 5th stages can summarize. On this day, Su Qiu washed up and packed his things, preparing to go to school because today was the day students collectively headed to Baiyun City to participate in the martial arts college entrance exam. When he got out of bed, he found Su Xiaoshuan was also up. She was also packing her things. Su Qiu was stunned for a moment. "I'm going for the exam, what are you doing?" "I'm going for the exam too." "Aren't you just a first year in high school?" "Who said first years can't take the martial arts college entrance exam?" "Brother, you're outdated. Now the martial arts college entrance exam is open to the whole society. As long as you are within the required age, you can sign up on your own. Even if you're not a student, you can sign up as a self-taught person from society. I am a first year, but I am old enough to register." "Brother, if I become the top scorer, won't I also become famous like you?" Su Xiaoshuang said with some expectation. Hearing this, Su Qiu suddenly realized, looking at Su Xiaoshuang, who was going to take the martial arts college entrance exam with him. He hadn't thought of this possibility, but he didn't stop her, knowing that she already had enough strength. But when he heard her say she wanted to be the top scorer, he couldn't help but pour cold water on her. "You can aim for the exam, but being the top scorer, that seems a bit unlikely. After all, the martial arts exam isn't just testing martial arts cultivation, it's divided into theory and practical parts. The practical exam. I believe you have enough strength. But the theory exam, TSK, you haven't even finished the basic knowledge for first year. Although the score of the theory exam doesn't weigh as much as the practical exam, it still has a considerable weight, and you can't just rely on practical scores to secure the top score." Hearing this, Su Xiaoshuang smiled mysteriously. "Isn't it just the theory exam? Easy peasy. You'll see how amazing your little sister is."
Su Qiu looked at her confident smile and smiled faintly, not asking further. The two siblings arrived at school. There were several buses already prepared, and the students boarded one by one, starting their journey to Baiyun City. Baiyun City. Baiyun City First Martial Arts High School. The principal of the first high school was leading several teachers to welcome the candidates coming from Qingyun City, and their faces were somewhat solemn. I heard that Qingyun City has 2 SSS-level martial souls this time, especially one named Su Qiu, who is incredible, awarded a hero medal at such a young age. Tisk, Baiyun City has produced provincial top scorers for several consecutive years. This time, Qingyun City is coming here to take the exam. It's preparing to slap us in the face. SSS-level martial souls, why don't we have any? The principal looked at the two young men beside him. These two young men looked quite similar. They were a pair of twins, but one wore glasses, appearing refined. The other one, however, looked rather carefree and was playing on his phone while several teachers and the principal were waiting for someone. But the teachers didn't scold him. After all, these two young men came with notable backgrounds. Jiang Wan, whether Baiyun City can produce another top scorer depends on you two brothers, the principal said with a smile, looking at the young man with glasses. Jiang Wan nodded slightly. Principal, don't worry. I also want to see how high the value of an SSS-level martial soul really is. Although your martial souls are not SSS level, if you work together, you might have the chance to defeat one even if it's SSS level. I believe in you. The principal of the middle school has high expectations for the two of them. Soon. The bus has arrived. Everyone looked over, even the young man playing with his phone stopped and looked at the bus, a hint of interest in his eyes. The bus stopped at the school gate, and the students began to get off one by one. When Luo Qingxue got off the bus, everyone's gaze turned towards her. Luo Qingxue, one of the SSS-level martial soul holders in Qingyun City. Her aura is long, she indeed looks like a strong rival. After Luo Qingxue, another person slowly got off. It was Su Qiu. His appearance was even more eye-catching than Luo Qingxue's. All the gazes on the scene were instantly drawn to him, each person's eyes filled with seriousness, envy, and even jealousy. Because Su Qiu's achievements were just too dazzling. He was completely not someone of their age group should have. Not to mention, just that hero medal was enough to make everyone gasp in admiration. He is Su Qiu. He really is so handsome. Compared to me, he is not much worse. And the young man who had been playing with his phone saw Su Qiu approach, directly put away his phone, and walked towards him. Su Qiu noticed him too. He saw the other party looking at him, eyes bright. Luo Qingxue said from the side, Su Qiu, this person is from Baiyun No. 1 Middle School, and he is also one of the young strong ones in Baiyun City, called Jiang Wu, also one of the popular candidates for the provincial champion. Su Qiu suddenly realized. So the other party walking towards him meant something? Was he going to declare war? Chapter 91, The Exam Begins. A set of Blue Star Encyclopedia knowledge. Seeing Jiang Wu, one of the young strong ones from Baiyun City, walking towards Su Qiu, everyone was momentarily stunned, but then the people from Baiyun No. 1 Middle School immediately became excited. Here he comes. Is Jiang Wu going to declare war on Su Qiu? I knew with Jiang Wu's temperament, he definitely wouldn't let other students show off in Baiyun City, he must be going to declare war. King against king. This is interesting. Even the principal of Baiyun No. 1 Middle School saw this scene, pondered for a moment, and did not stop it, because he knew it would be useless to stop Jiang Wu's temperament. It's okay, let Jiang Wu test the opponent's bottom line. On the side of Qingyun City, Su Qiu saw Jiang Wu walking towards him, his eyes slightly narrowed. Is he going to declare war? Is it really necessary to be so immature? I just came to take an exam. Beside him, Su Xiaoshuan couldn't help but curl her lips. I knew it, with my brother's main character treatment, no matter where he goes, he will attract hatred. Here he is, just getting off the bus, and a supporting role has come to slap him in the face. Others also looked at Jiang Wu with unfriendly expressions. If he really comes to declare war, they are not afraid. You are Su Qiu. Jiang Wu walked in front of Su Qiu and said flatly, his tone seeming a little shaky. Su Qiu slightly nodded. Yes, is there something I can help you with? Jiang Wu stretched his hand into his pocket. Everyone's face changed. What, is he going to pull out a weapon? Please, could you give me an autograph? Jiang Wu took out a notebook and a pen, his eyes looking at Su Qiu with fervor. My name is Jiang Wu, I am your fan. He looked very excited. Everyone was somewhat confused upon seeing this. What is happening? Especially the students from Baiyun No. 1 Middle School widened their eyes. What the heck? Jiang Wu, you are our king. How can you do this in public? Jiang Wu's brother, Jiang Wen, took a deep breath, adjusted his glasses, and endured the veins popping on his forehead. I knew it would be like this.
Su Qiu was also momentarily stunned, then took the notebook and pen. Oh, okay, just an autograph? If possible, could you write good luck in the college entrance examination for me as well? Jiang Wu said excitedly. Of course. Su Qiu nodded and wrote the 4 characters good luck in the college entrance examination in the notebook. Jiang Wu put the notebook away. Thank you so much. Also, though it's a bit awkward, I still want to say, idle. This time in the martial arts exam, I will definitely give it my all. I won't lose to you. Su Qiu smiled. Okay, please give me lots of guidance. He reached out and shook hands with Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu finished signing and then ran off. They didn't even fight. This isn't reasonable. This isn't how novels are written. Su Xiaoshuang said, feeling somewhat confused. In real life, there aren't that many villains. Su Qiu smiled faintly. Beside him, Luo Qingshu sighed. I didn't expect this kind of opening. One of the top students from Baiyun High School is actually your fan. No wonder he's the man I have my eyes on. His charm is truly great. He appeals to both men and women. Welcome candidates from Qingyun City. The exam is about to start, please prepare to enter the examination room, the principal of Baiyun High School said with a smile. The principal representing Qingyun City, Mr. Chen, chuckled, thank you, Baiyun High School, for providing the examination venue. No problem. Qingyun City has suffered, and Baiyun City couldn't provide help in time. Now, we are just providing an examination venue, which is nothing. Plus, it's good to see the outstanding students from Qingyun City, the principal of Baiyun High School said, his gaze landing on Su Qiu and Luo Qingshu. He felt even more sentimental. How wonderful it would be if these 2 SSS-level martial spirits were born in Baiyun City. As for Su Xiaoshuang, she was automatically ignored by the other party. After all, a little girl in his view was just a family member accompanying the candidates. How could he think that she was also one of the candidates? The exam began. Everyone entered the school one by one, according to the class numbers issued by the school, and started the first part of the martial arts college entrance exam, the written test. Su Xiaoshuang wanted to go in but was stopped. Hey girl, only candidates can go in. As a family member, you need to wait outside, a guarding uncle said with a smile. Su Xiaoshuang took out her ID card and placed it on the detector. With a beep, the gate opened. Su Xiaoshuang put away her ID card. I'm also a candidate. Looking at her receding figure, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. This little girl came to participate in the martial arts college entrance exam? This guy, won't she just be here to make up the numbers? Impossible. Once participating in the martial arts college entrance exam, unless there's a special situation, both the written test and the martial arts test must be participated in. If absent without reason, it gets recorded, making it difficult to participate next time. This girl probably can manage the written test, but how can she handle the martial arts test? Has she awakened her martial spirit? Has she become a first-level martial artist? Not to mention the students of Baiyun High School. Even the accompanying candidates from Qingyun were stunned. They knew Su Xiaoshuang, Su Qiu's sister, but thought she was here as a family member accompanying Su Qiu. They didn't expect her to participate as well. As far as they knew, she was only a freshman in high school. I really underestimated myself. Su Xiaoshuang pouted, then stood with her hands behind her back, but it's okay. Let them underestimate me, they'll know the pain when I slap their faces later. Su Qiu tapped her on the head, focus on your exam. Don't think of nonsense. At least, score 100 in the written test, okay? The martial arts college entrance exam has 2 parts. Written test, 300 points. Martial test, 500 points. Adding up to a total of 800 points. Though Su Xiaoshuang was a freshman, she hadn't learned many knowledge points yet, but if she studied hard usually, scoring 100 in the written test should not be a problem. Su Xiaoshuang pouted, who do you look down on? Saying this, she swaggered into the examination room. Master Empress, I'll be relying on you this time. Su Xiaoshuang thought to herself. Empress Qiangyao, so you want to rely on me to cheat for you? Isn't that right? Can Empress Master really bear to see me fail and be laughed at? I don't mind losing face, but I'm your disciple, and if I lose face, doesn't that mean you lose face too? Su Xiaoshuang said. Empress Qiangyao thought for a moment and found it somewhat reasonable. Then I'll help you this time. A little blue star written test, what could possibly stop me, someone who has seen much and learned much? Listen to me, you will definitely become the top scorer in the written exam. After thinking for a moment, the Empress Qiangyao added, you are even better than your brother. Really? My brother is a genius at Sanzhong School. He gets full marks every time we take an exam. Are you sure you can beat him? Su Xiaoshuang blinked. This time I will let you know who the real genius is. The Empress Qiangyao snorted lightly. Although she had never been to Blue Star before, the knowledge about martial arts was universal, mostly similar. The Empress Qiangyao had traveled through the vast universe and had experiences that Su Qiu couldn't compare to. On the other side, when Su Qiu entered the exam room, he suddenly heard the system's notification sound. Ding! Detection shows that the host is facing the martial arts college entrance exam. This is one of the most critical moments for a warrior. You have the following options. Option 1, just casually handle it. After all, with your own strength, even casually handling it can easily get you into the martial arts university. Reward, 10 creation pills. Option 2, give it your all. Draw a perfect conclusion to your years of study. Reward, a set of Blue Star Encyclopedia. This can help the host easily score full marks on the exam. Blue Star Encyclopedia? Full marks on the exam? Su Qiu's eyes lit up. Over the years of martial arts college entrance exams, he had never heard of anyone scoring full marks in the written exam. Because some questions simply didn't have standard answers, it depended on the discretion of the person who adjusted them. Very few people would actually score full marks. After all, in Daxia, many believe that being too full leads to downfall and overflow. So Su Qiu was a bit skeptical about this full marks exam paper. Is it really that exaggerated? But he still chose the second option and then entered the exam room. He began to answer questions. The written exam paper was only one sheet, but the questions on it were varied. There were questions on identifying strange beasts, about spiritual energy zones, martial arts usage, and martial soul attribute classification. There were multiple-choice questions, fill-in-the-blank questions, judgment questions, reading comprehension questions, and essay questions. One exam paper had a total of 300 questions. Everyone focused and began to answer the questions. As the genius of Sanzhong, Su Qiu naturally had a broad knowledge base, and he could basically answer all the questions on it. For those with more difficulty, he was also confident he could answer most of them. After finishing, he thought about his Blue Star Encyclopedia knowledge. System, receive Blue Star Encyclopedia. Yes. Suddenly, a large amount of information surged into Su Qiu's mind. He comprehended various knowledge about Blue Star, feeling a bit dizzy as if a library had been stuffed into his head. Looking back at the exam questions before him, the multiple-choice questions and judgment questions were basically all correct. But the key point was the last 10 essay questions. This was the most crucial part. The previous questions could be checked by artificial intelligence, but these last 10 essay questions required manual grading. Su Qiu carefully reviewed them. In some places, he felt that his answers were indeed not that good. So he got another answer sheet and rewrote his answers. Time passed. An entire afternoon went by. As the exam bell rang, the written exam was over. The candidates gradually walked out of the exam room. Luo Qingxue, Su Qiu, and Su Xiaoshuang met at the door. Su Xiaoshuang held her head, looking full of confidence. Ha, this written exam is nothing. Some candidates who didn't do well felt even more dejected upon hearing her words. No way. Even a girl can do well, why can't I? Brother, how did you do? Su Xiaoshuang looked at Su Qiu. Not bad. Su Qiu nodded. As for whether he got full marks or not, he no longer cared. Idol, how did you do? At this moment, a figure rushed over, it was Jiang Wu. Su Qiu smiled and said, not bad, how about you? Ah, I did okay on the written exam, just barely passing. My brother is much better at written exams, he scores close to full marks every time. Jiang Wu smiled and pulled over a boy beside him who wore glasses and looked very similar to him, saying, Idol, let me introduce you to my brother Jiangwen, he is a genius in our school. My brother is also a genius, he must be quite impressive. Su Xiaoshuang felt that Jiang Wu was showing off his brother. As a sister complex, she naturally couldn't remain indifferent. But this time, she was wrong again. Of course. The idol must be the best. Jiang Wu said seriously. Su Xiaoshuang. She felt that her position as Su Qiu's biggest fan was somewhat precarious. Jiangwen raised an eyebrow, feeling that his authority as an older brother was being challenged, and glanced at Su Qiu, saying softly, this time's exam is indeed harder than in previous years, I estimate I can at most score 280. Su Qiu, what about you? 280. With just 20 points away from the perfect score of 300. And this might just be Jiangwen's conservative estimate. It's clear that the worth of this genius is no exaggeration. Su Qiu smiled, I should be about the same. Some candidates around them, hearing the two geniuses judging their scores, felt more and more that the gap between people was indeed immense. The written exam results will be announced after the martial arts exam, and tomorrow is the martial arts exam, I look forward to your performance. Jiangwen pushed up his glasses and said. Then he pulled Jiang Wu, who still wanted to eat with Su Qiu, and left, saying, "Mom and Dad have already cooked at home, let's go back to eat." "Idle, see you tomorrow." Jiang Wu waved loudly. Luo Qingxue marveled next to them. These two brothers truly live up to their names, one is energetic and passionate, the other is steady and calm. By the way, do you know what their martial souls are? Su Qiu thought of something and asked curiously. They are weapon martial souls, one is a knife and the other is a sword. The knife is called Dragon Slayer. The sword is named Heavenly Sword. Heavenly Sword and Dragon Slayer? Ha, they are really brothers, even their martial souls are so distinctive. Candidates from Qingyun City stayed in the hotel for a night. The next day. Morning. Everyone gathered at the gate of the first high school, preparing to participate in the second round of the martial arts exam, but this round of testing was not held at the first high school. Rather, it was in a place outside Baiyun City. The Spirit Energy Zone. Everyone gathered at the school gate, then took a bus to the Spirit Energy Zone. Luo Qingxue said beside them, "It is said that the location of this martial arts exam is within the D-level Spirit Energy Zone Silver Wolf Forest. There live many extraordinary beasts, silver wolves, most of which are first-level beings, and some mutated second-level silver moon wolves. There are even third-level silver moon howling wolves. For the examinees, it's considered a high-risk zone." D-level Spirit Energy Zone? High risk? Su Qiu, who had fought the Devil Heaven Sect Master and destroyed half of a B-level Spirit Energy Zone, couldn't help but blink. It really is quite dangerous. Luo Qingxue rolled her eyes when she thought of Su Qiu's glorious achievements. She also knew that this D-level Spirit Energy Zone was not difficult for her. For Su Qiu, it went without saying. But Jiang Wu, who was beside her, didn't know, and leaned closer, saying, "Idle, don't worry, the school will ensure our safety. They will give us a spirit device bracelet shortly. This item is a one-time martial spirit device. It has recording, monitoring, and protection functions. As long as you infuse spirit energy into it, it can activate a protective shield, protecting us from harm. But once activated, you cannot continue the exam." Jiang Wu was very familiar with the exam process and explained clearly. Su Qiu also knew these things but still smiled. I see. Soon, everyone arrived at a forest area on the outskirts of Baiyun City. Even before getting close, they could vaguely hear the wolf howls coming from inside. Upon arrival, the teacher handed each student a silver-white bracelet. This is a one-time martial device specially designed for the martial arts exam. If you encounter any danger inside that you can't handle, just infuse your spirit energy into the bracelet, and an energy shield can be activated to protect your safety. Remember, if your martial arts exam results are not ideal, you still have a future, and you can even try again. Life is the most important thing. I don't want to see anyone lose their life foolishly just to show off. That is not a hero, but a fool, the teacher said seriously. It is clear that in previous martial arts exams, such things were not uncommon. Chapter 93, Entering Silver Moon Forest. Dragon Slaying Sky Sword. The duration of this assessment is 2 hours. You earn 10 points for killing a first-tier beast, 20 points for killing a second-tier beast, 100 points for killing a third-tier beast. The bracelet in your hand will automatically record your score, and after 2 hours, it will automatically stop recording. Everyone will return here. After the teacher solemnly explained some exam precautions to the candidates, they all got out of the car, took a deep breath, and walked towards Silver Moon Forest. As soon as they entered, everyone scattered to find their own prey. Luo Qingxue did not stay with Su Qiu. The two of them were too powerful among this group of candidates. Staying together would not be of any use. On the contrary, it would only affect each other's scoring speed. In fact, Su Qiu wanted to keep her by his side, but she proudly raised her head and said, "No need, I came to participate in the martial arts exam fairly. I want to rely on myself to earn points. These mere beasts are no match for me." She had already killed third-tier beasts. What could a few silver moon wolves do? Let's go. Su Xiaoshuang separated from Su Qiu and set off alone into the wild. Su Qiu felt a bit worried and then helplessly shook his head. "Forget it, Xiaoshuang has grown up. She can do what she wants without me worrying about everything. Perhaps, I should let go and let her fly freely." Thinking this, he suddenly felt a bit melancholy. Then he shook his head and focused his attention back on the martial arts exam. After walking a short distance, a silver moon wolf suddenly pounced out of the grass, moving extremely fast, but Su Qiu noticed it and slapped it away. Bang! That silver moon wolf's head exploded on the spot, and Su Qiu noticed that the number on the bracelet on his wrist changed from 0 to 10. He had clearly earned 10 points. In 2 hours, killing 50 first-tier silver moon wolves to get 500 points is basically very difficult. It can even be said to be impossible. It's not that I don't have the strength, but these silver moon wolves won't foolishly gather together for me to kill. I must think of another way. Since I chose to participate in the martial arts entrance exam, Su Qiu naturally wanted to give himself a satisfactory account. Getting full marks would be best. Killing first-tier beasts is too slow.
but if it's third-tier beasts, as long as I kill enough 5, I can naturally reach full marks. Su Chou's gaze flashed. This is a D-level spirit energy zone, although there are not many third-tier beasts, gathering 5 is not impossible. Su Chou glanced at the depths of Silver Moon Forest and quickly walked there. The deeper into the spirit energy zone, the easier it is to encounter high-tier beasts. On the other side, there are many people who have the same idea as Su Chou. For example, Jiang Wan and Jiang Wu, the brothers. To defeat the idol, normal methods of killing beasts won't do. We can only kill high-tier beasts to quickly earn a lot of points to have a chance to win. Jiang Wu gripped a golden double-handed sword. On the blade, there are vivid dragon patterns. It is his SS-level weapon soul. Dragon-slaying sword. And his brother Jiang Wan held a silver-white long sword, with sharp sword energy flowing on the sword's edge, which is the SS-level weapon soul. Sky sword. Sky sword plus dragon-slaying sword. The two brothers teamed up to easily kill second-tier beasts. Their target is third-tier beasts. Soon, the two brothers arrived deep in Silver Moon Forest, where they saw a giant wolf that was all silver-white, with a moon circle mark on its forehead. What's more critical is that its eyes are still golden. Moon pattern mark, golden eyes. There is no doubt, it is the third-tier beast, Silver Moon Howling Wolf. Jiang Wan pushed up his glasses, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Jiang Wu smiled excitedly. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Whoosh. He charged out first, the Dragon Slayer knife suddenly slashing down, a domineering golden blade aura sweeping out from the sword. The might was so strong that it seemed capable of splitting a mountain apart. It was A-level martial skill, Mountain Splitter Slash. The Silver Moon Howling Wolf sensed the danger and stood up, letting out a long howl. The nearly tangible sound wave almost knocked Jiang Wu away. But he gritted his teeth and endured the damage, striking the Silver Moon Howling Wolf with his knife, causing a loud crash as the wolf was pushed back several steps. Although it took a hit, the Silver Moon Howling Wolf didn't seem to suffer much damage. TSK, really tough. Jiang Wan noticed something and frowned. Something's wrong, Wu, come back quickly. But it was too late. The Silver Moon Howling Wolf King let out a low growl, releasing a powerful aura, and one by one, silver wolves emerged around them. Each of them was second-tier level. In total, 10 of them. Along with the third-tier Silver Moon Howling Wolf, that made 11. What's going on? I haven't heard that Silver Moon Wolves are pack creatures. Jiang Wu swallowed hard. He gripped the Dragon Slayer knife tightly, his face filled with vigilance. Jiang Wan came to his side and said, "This is not an ordinary Silver Moon Howling Wolf. If I'm correct, this Howling Wolf is a mutated Wolf King that can control other second-tier Silver Wolves. Mutation is a special phenomenon. Whether it's a martial artist or a strange beast, there's a certain chance of occurrence. Some mutations are good, some are bad. For example, the Silver Moon Howling Wolf is a good typical example that, after mutation, gains the ability to control other silver wolves. It is equivalent to the Wolf King. In history, there has even been an 8th-tier Silver Moon Howling Wolf King. It could control thousands of silver wolves, like an army of strange beasts." Jiang Wan looked at the pack of silver wolves surrounding him and his brother, a hint of seriousness appearing in his eyes. This is going to be a bit troublesome. "Ha, what are you afraid of? Let's just kill them all." Jiang Wu wasn't afraid, charging forward with the Dragon Slayer knife. His knife skills were fierce and powerful, and alone, second-tier strange beasts were no match for him. But there were 10 silver wolves here. Not to mention the third-tier Silver Moon Howling Wolf lurking nearby. Due to the mutation, the opponent could somewhat compare to a 4th tier. Roar! The Silver Moon Howling Wolf let out a low growl, and in a flash, it appeared before Jiang Wu, seizing the opportunity and swiping a claw, sending him flying. Jiang Wen's face changed slightly as he rushed up to fend off the Silver Moon Howling Wolf, taking a deep breath. "Wu, use that move." "Alright." Jiang Wu nodded slightly, channeling all his spiritual energy into the Dragon Slayer knife. The golden dragon on the blade seemed to come alive, roaring, while Jiang Wan wielded the Sky Sword, also fully activating his martial soul. With a knife and a sword resonating with each other, they struck together. Martial soul combined technique, dance of sword and blade. Boom! The sword aura and knife aura swept like a hurricane. Silver wolves were hurled away, torn apart, fading away on the spot. But both Jiang Wan and Jiang Wu were panting heavily, looking exhausted. Yet soon, the brothers' pupils constricted. They saw the Silver Moon Howling Wolf rising from the pile of corpses. Although it had some injuries, its momentum was still incredibly fierce. This beast, at such a critical moment, actually had the other silver wolves block in front of it, using its body as a shield to protect itself. Though cold-hearted and merciless, one had to admit the Silver Moon Howling Wolf was very clever. And now, the opponent was fine. It was the unlucky Jiang Wan and Jiang Wu brothers who were in trouble. As the brothers considered whether to press the bracelet button, suddenly a surprised voice came from the side. Wow, I've actually encountered a mutated silver moon howling wolf, I'm in luck. Xiao, pursued by a pack of wolves. Xiao was originally deep in Silver Moon Forest, seeking high-level exotic beasts. Hearing the sounds of battle, he came over to take a look. Unexpectedly, he witnessed a grand battle. Dragon Slayer, an SS-level martial soul, was indeed powerful. What surprised Xiao the most was that the two brothers actually had a combined martial soul skill. However, after the brothers dealt with 10 second-tier Silver Moon wolves, they were completely exhausted. Dealing with the remaining Silver Moon howling wolf seemed unrealistic. Ding! Facing the opponent in the same exam, you have the following choices. 1. Sit back and ignore, leave indifferently. Reward, 1 million yuan. 2. Wait for the Silver Moon howling wolf to eliminate 2 people, then step up to deal with it. Reward, 3 creation pills. 3. After all, they are my fans, helping is not too much. Step up to deal with the Silver Moon howling wolf. Reward, 1 silver moon grass. Silver moon grass. Seeing this reward, Xiao's eyes lit up. With the knowledge from Blue Heart Encyclopedia, he certainly knew what this was. There are many heavenly treasures in the world, and silver moongrass is one of them, often born in high-level spiritual energy areas, belonging to Tier 5 spiritual herbs. It can refine bones, skin, and muscles, enhancing physical fitness. This silver moongrass is great. Without saying much, Xiao chose the third option. He walked out. Oh, I surprisingly encountered a mutated silver moon howling wolf. Seems like I am quite lucky. Xiao joked. Upon seeing him, Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu were taken aback. Xiao. Idle. The silver moon howling wolf, looking at Xiao, roared and pounced at him from behind while his attention was on the Jiang brothers. In an instant, the speed was incredibly fast. At that moment, even a 4th-tier top martial artist might not react in time. Idle, be careful. Jiang Wu shouted. Xiao remained calm and struck out with a palm. Without even using a weapon. Boom! The powerful palm hit the silver moon howling wolf's head, causing it to howl and get pinned to the ground. I'm talking to someone else, you be quiet. Xiao smiled gently and suddenly exerted force. The silver moon howling wolf's head was directly crushed, blood flowing from its 7 orifices. It died on the spot. Xiao's score on the bracelet immediately rose by 100. Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu, both shocked, widened their eyes. This was the silver moon howling wolf, a 3rd-tier top exotic beast. They had struggled greatly to defeat it, yet Xiao had only used a single palm to bring it down? This strength. Isn't it too exaggerated? The two brothers stared wide-eyed at Xiao. I thought there would be a difference, but it shouldn't be too big, now it seems. I was wrong. Wrong beyond belief. Jiang Wen stared at Xiao, his pupils slightly trembling. After defeating the silver moon howling wolf, Xiao looked at the exhausted brothers, panting, Are you guys okay? We are fine. Jiang Wen nodded, then curiously asked Xiao, Why did you help us? According to logic, in this exam, every candidate should be a competitor. Why did Xiao help them? If they were eliminated, it wouldn't bring any harm to him, right? Heh, I helped because I wanted to, what's there to explain? Xiao smiled slightly, then glanced at his bracelet. You two find a place to rest first, I'll take my leave. After all, it's still the exam. Xiao didn't chat with the brothers for long. After taking down the 3rd-tier silver moon howling wolf, he left. Watching him leave, the expressions of Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu were quite different. Jiang Wu felt admiration mixed with gratitude. He was clearly more enchanted by Xiao. As for Jiang Wen, he sighed with wonder, to help his own opponents like this, Xiao. I'm totally impressed. In fact, the brothers overlooked one point. That is, Xiao never regarded them as opponents. The opponent needs to be evenly matched. Yet for Xiao, the two brothers have not reached the level of opponents. Xiao took out the newly acquired reward, the silver moongrass. This object, on the outside, looks like a small grass, but it radiates beams of silver-white light, like the brilliance of moonlight. Holy and dazzling. At the moment he took out the silver moongrass, 2 or 3 silver moon wolves approached him, staring fiercely at the silver moongrass in his hand. Ayo! One of the silver moon wolves couldn't hold back and lunged at Xiao. With a swift motion, Xiao backhanded it, sending it flying. Looking at the silver moon wolf, his eyes lit up. I remember now, the silver moongrass is a great tonic for silver moon wolves. A grade 5 silver moongrass can even help a grade 4 silver moon wolf advance to a grade 5 beast. No wonder these silver moon wolves go crazy when they see it. Glancing at the remaining silver moon wolves, Xiao's eyes shone, and he smiled slightly. Good, just like this. Holding the silver moongrass, he began to move quickly within the silver moon forest. As he moved, the silver moon wolves noticed the silver moon grass on him becoming restless, starting to chase after him. One great 3 silver moon wolf lay on the ground, resting. Its silver-white fur emitted a faint silver light, looking lazy and graceful. It yawned and squinted its eyes. But suddenly, it seemed to sense something, snapping its eyes open and standing up to look towards the dense forest. Its body started to stir. Blood began to boil. Instinct told him that something with deadly allure was approaching. All of a sudden, a human burst out. The silver moon wolf was momentarily stunned. What temptation could a human have for him? Is this human's flesh very fragrant? Then he noticed that behind the human were more and more silver moon wolves. Everyone was frantically chasing each other. What's happening? The silver moon wolf felt a bit confused, then its nose twitched, sniffing a peculiar fragrance, and saw the human holding a piece of grass. That is silver moon grass. He inhaled sharply. This was a supreme treasure for their silver moon wolf clan. Not long ago, a grade 5 silver moon wolf king was born in their silver moon forest because it ate a piece of silver moon grass. Ayo! The grade 3 silver moon wolf roared, unable to contain itself, and joined the chase after Xiao, who smiled slightly and did not stop, continuing to move quickly within the forest. The silver moon forest was vast, nearly 60 kilometers from one end to the other. Yet, Xiao's commotion still attracted quite a bit of attention from other test takers. A grade 2 silver moon wolf. If I kill it, my score can break 300. Luo Qingxue said blandly, looking at a silver moon wolf. The silver moon wolf appeared to be in a state of alert. But next, Luo Qingxue seemed to discover something and looked not far away. She saw the ground starting to shake. In the next second, a figure shot out, and behind him, the sound of howling was endless, revealing a dense pack of wolves. Xiao? Luo Qingxue was taken aback, staring at the pack of wolves behind him, speechless. What are you doing? Chapter 95, Luring Monsters and Waves. Xiao has great valor. Oh, it's Qingxue. Hello? Xiao saw Luo Qingxue and reached out to greet her. But Luo Qingxue's mouth twitched. How can you still have time to greet me? Look behind you. The wolf pack is about to tear you apart. Xiao, what on earth is going on? Luo Qingxue couldn't care less about the silver moon wolf and started running with him, curious to ask. Oh, have you heard of luring monsters in waves? Xiao smiled slightly and asked. Luring monsters in waves? What is that? Luo Qingxue looked somewhat confused. No time to explain, I'll be off now. Wish you good luck in the exam. Xiao laughed and suddenly sped up. The silver moon wolves crazily chased after him. The desire for silver moon grass even made them burst forth with speeds beyond their limits. They crossed over Luo Qingxue but paid no attention to her. Now, in their eyes, there was only Xiao. Awo, hand over the silver moon grass. Awo, that's mine, no one dares to snatch it from me. Awo, nonsense, it's mine. Awo, whoever grabs it, it belongs to them. Awo. Behind Xiao, the sounds of awos filled the air. The entire silver moon forest began to go chaotic, as a large number of silver moon wolves gathered towards Xiao, catching many exam candidates by surprise. What's going on? I've never heard that silver moon wolves are social animals. How did Xiao attract so many of them? Good heavens, isn't that several hundreds? So terrifying, what did he do? Su Xiaoshuang had just dealt with a silver moon wolf and noticed the scene. The Empress of the Jade Sky within her frowned slightly, feeling puzzled. This guy, what is he planning to do? Su Xiaoshuang clapped her hands. I get it, Big Brother wants to do a one-time deal. What is a one-time deal? The Empress of the Jade Sky asked curiously. Su Xiaoshuang snorted, Empress teacher, how do you not know a one-time deal? It's gathering the monsters together and taking them all out at once. But, how did Big Brother attract so many silver moon wolves? It's the silver moon grass. The Empress of the Jade Sky said lightly, realizing it. What is silver moon grass? Now, it was Su Xiaoshuang who didn't understand. You're still a student and you don't even know what silver moon grass is? Su Xiaoshuang. This Empress teacher really holds a grudge. In the sky. Drones were capturing images of the silver moon forest for broadcast. Outside the silver moon forest, teachers were closely monitoring the situation in real time through the drone footage. The gathering of a large number of silver moon wolves naturally caught their attention, and they couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. What's going on? Why are there so many silver moon wolves gathered together? Let the drones follow up for a closer look. Soon, everyone noticed Xiao at the forefront of the wolf pack. Everyone exchanged glances. Some teachers had already guessed Xiao's plan. But they couldn't believe it. Is he planning to gather these silver moon wolves and take them all out at once? How could he do it?
Look, the grass in his hand is silver moon grass. So that's how it is, but how does he plan to fight? Can he handle so many silver moon wolves by himself? With so many silver moon wolves attacking, even the energy shield can't withstand it. Some teachers began to worry. You must know, Xiao is the owner of multiple SSS-level martial souls. If something unexpected happened to him during the exam, it would be a loss for the great Xia, and some teachers wanted to temporarily halt the exam. But the martial arts college entrance exam is held once a year, vital for all candidates, an abrupt halt would be unfair to the other candidates. Let's observe the situation. If Xiao faces any accidents, he can activate the energy shield, and even if the shield can't stop so many silver moon wolves, it can last at least a few minutes, we can rush in by then. Right, let's observe the situation. I believe Xiao wouldn't do anything without confidence. The principal of Qingyun Third Middle School said. He still had some confidence in Xiao. But looking at those hundreds of silver moon wolves, his confidence wasn't strong. In previous martial arts college entrance exams, such a situation had never occurred. Within the silver moon forest, Xiao relied on the silver moon grass to attract a large number of silver moon wolves, and looking at the wolf pack behind him, then glancing at the exam time, half an hour remained. He thought to himself, it's about time. So, he stopped. Outside the exam hall, as Xiao suddenly stopped on the screen, all the teachers couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He is stopped. Is he about to strike? The teachers focused intently on the screen. Some teachers were even warming up, ready to rush into the silver moon forest as soon as Xiao activated the energy shield. In the silver moon forest, Xiao looked at a silver moon wolf rushing towards him and threw a punch. Boom! The silver moon wolf collapsed instantly. But then, one silver moon wolf after another charged wildly. Xiao did not dodge, his fists and feet followed suit in striking out. Outside the examination hall. Wait, I remember Xiao uses a gun, right? Where is his gun? Someone asked in surprise. Found it, his gun is on the bus. The principal of Qingyun No. 3 school found Xiao's gun on the bus, but when he tried to take it out, he found he couldn't move it at all. The teachers gathered around, also unable to budge the gun. They frowned. What's going on? Why doesn't Xiao even bring a weapon? Is he really that careless? No. A teacher shook his head, any warrior wouldn't be careless enough to discard their weapon. I believe Xiao deliberately chose not to bring the gun. What level do you think this gun is? Even we can't move it an inch, this gun must have some kind of spirit, at least a high-grade martial arts spiritual weapon. Or even a supreme grade. Exactly. The teacher nodded slightly, a possibly supreme-grade martial arts spiritual weapon has such a huge enhancement for warriors. I don't need to say more, everyone knows Xiao not bringing this gun is to compete fairly with the other candidates. To give up such an important advantage, Xiao, what noble spirit. Hearing this, everyone agreed deeply. Looking back at Xiao on the screen, their eyes filled with admiration. But there were also worries. Without a gun, can he handle so many strange beasts with just his bare hands? Isn't that too dangerous? In the battlefield, Xiao was like a tiger among sheep. Fists, feet, fingers, elbows, knees. Every part of his body seemed to transform into the most ferocious weapon in the human world, launching a frenzied massacre against the silver moon wolves. The teachers watched, swallowing their saliva. Such terrifying combat skills. These are techniques only refined through fighting countless strange beasts. What kind of brutal training has he gone through? Yeah, is your Qingyun No. 3 that cruel? Don't you fear hurting others? Some teachers marveled at Xiao's combat skills, but when they thought about the hardships he must have endured to hone such skills, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain. He's still a big kid. They looked at the principal of Qingyun No. 3 with some indignation. The principal was a bit speechless, our school really doesn't have that capability. I heard he joined the hunting team, he must have honed his skills there. Chapter 96, the martial arts exam ends, Luo Qingxue breaks the full score. Hunting team? How old is he to join the hunting team? Joining the hunting team shouldn't give him so many opportunities to fight strange beasts, right? Is Qingyun City really so full of disasters? Generally speaking, a city experiencing more than 50 incidents of strange beasts injuring people in a year is considered frequent. But just 50 incidents are not enough to cultivate such combat skills. Besides, could it be that all those beast incidents in Qingyun City are solved by Xiao alone? Qingyun No. 3 shook their heads, I'm not sure, but I heard the leader of the hunting team gave him special training. No wonder to let a kid cultivate such skills, this special training must have been extraordinarily brutal. What kind of person would have the heart to do this, someone sighed. They could not help but harbor some resentment toward that unknown leader of the hunting team. In a certain spiritual energy zone, recovering from training, Olay couldn't help but yawn, who was gossiping about me?
In front of her, a bright red volcano came into view, with lava flowing and erupting. The hot spiritual energy in the air made it impossible for any plants to grow in this volcanic area. 4 would attribute warriors. This place is simply hell. Here, it is the A-level spirit energy zone, a land of raging flames and volcanic heat. Ori, holding a wolf-tooth club, steps deeper into the volcano, saying, "If I break through here, I think I can recover almost fully." In the D-level spirit energy zone, inside the Silver Moon Forest, Su Qiu is in the middle of an explosive wave. Though he is barehanded, these silver moon wolves are not a problem for him at all. Every punch and kick is a lethal strike. But there are simply too many silver moon wolves. It's quite difficult for him to kill them all quickly by himself. With a thought, a burst of lightning erupts from his body. The SSS-level martial soul, the Thunder Dragon, appears. As the Thunder Dragon emerges, its form turns into lightning and charges into the wolf pack. Wherever it goes, the silver moon wolves are electrocuted into charred blackness. Su Qiu feels the speed isn't fast enough and calls out the white tiger. The white tiger appears. After a roar, the pack of wolves can't help but shiver in fear. The white tiger looks at the wolves, revealing a hint of disdain in its eyes. These are not enough for it to kill alone. Watching the thunder dragon slaughtering in the wolf pack, the white tiger refuses to be outdone and charges in as well, starting its own massacre. With 2 powerful martial souls in action, Su Qiu relaxes completely. There's no need for him to make another move. He glances at the score on his bracelet, and it has already reached 981 points. Wait a minute. The full score for the martial arts test seems to be 500, right? How is it that this score? How is it possible? Moreover, this score is climbing rapidly like it's on steroids. Outside the exam venue, the teachers are already dumbfounded. One person, slaughtering hundreds of silver moon wolves, and among them, there are even several third-tier silver moon howlers. Can one candidate do such a thing? Some teachers can't even manage it. This is probably the first time in the history of martial arts examinations. By the way, why is he still participating in the martial arts exam? With his strength and talent, he could get directly admitted to any martial arts university. Ha, he's just here in the newbie village to fish. Exaggerated, truly too exaggerated. I have never seen such an abnormal high school student. Everyone is no longer worried about Su Qiu's safety. They are now only worried if the silver moon wolves in this forest will be completely wiped out by Su Qiu, causing other students' scores to drop significantly. Or, if other students will be discouraged after seeing Su Qiu's scores. Time passes. The last half hour of the exam is coming to an end. Just as Su Qiu finishes off the last silver moon wolf. Looking around, he sees a dense mass of silver moon wolf corpses, and he is also covered in blood, giving him a fierce killer aura. Like Ashura returning from hell. He shakes off the sticky blood on him, determined to quickly return to the hotel to take a shower. After the exam ends, he walks toward the edge of the forest. On the way, he hears the sound of water. He discovers a clear-bottomed small river, and his eyes light up. He can't stand the sticky blood on him, so he decides to wash first. The teachers outside the exam venue have arranged a drone to focus on Su Qiu. They can't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths after seeing him bathing. He actually has the mood to take a shower? TSK, this kid is really bold. Wait, something's not right. There are so many of us watching a big boy take a shower. Isn't it inappropriate? A teacher raised a hand and said, "Ahem, we are also here for the candidate's safety." A female teacher coughed twice, then her eyes lit up as she looked at Su Qiu on the screen. Wow, that body, wow, those muscles. Sighing and gasping. One teacher looked at the female teacher with twitching lips. Wipe your drool. But just as everyone is watching Su Qiu shower, they find Su Qiu looking up at them with a grin. He has noticed everyone. Kuanpeng. Su Qiu softly calls out. The Kuanpeng martial soul flies out of his body and grabs the drone, flying far away. He is not in the habit of being nude in front of a crowd of people. The teachers look at each other in shock. The drone is at least 300 meters above the ground. Such sharp senses to detect this. Alas, what a pity. The female teacher showed a look of regret. They were so close to seeing Su Qiu's full appearance. Before long, the candidates came out of the examination hall one by one. They passed through a mechanical gate, and as they walked by, the gate would make a sound, announcing the scores on their bracelets. Unlike the literary exam. As soon as the martial arts exam ended, they could know their scores. Everyone passed through the gate one after another. Li Lin from Baiyun No. 1 High School, 127 points. Wang Ji from Baiyun No. 2 High School, 181 points. Zhang Hai from Qingyun No. 3 High School, 200 points. Xin Shui from Baiyun No. 1 High School, 250 points. From Qingyun No. 2 High School. Scores were read out one by one. Suddenly, 2 figures walked out of the forest.
These two people were covered in blood, holding a sword and a knife. They were indeed the top duo from Baiyun No. 1 High School, Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu.
Seeing them, the principal of Baiyun No. 1 High School smiled slightly, showing anticipation. Jiang Wen was the first to pass through the gate.
Jiang Wen from Baiyun No. 1 High School, 440 points. Jiang Wu from Baiyun No. 1 High School, 450 points. As soon as the scores were announced, the crowd was in an uproar. Over 400 points. At least they must have killed over 40 first-tier exotic beasts. No wonder they are the top duo from Baiyun No. 1 High School, they are indeed powerful. The crowd sighed in admiration. Then, another person walked out of the forest. The person was dressed in white, looking elegant and refined. Unlike others who were weary and exhausted, this newcomer appeared calm and unbothered. It was Luo Qingxue. She walked through the gate. Luo Qingxue from Qingyun No. 3 High School, 550 points. The crowd gasped in shock. 550 points? More than the perfect score of 500? Wow! Incredible! The crowd stared at Luo Qingxue in amazement. No wonder she is the owner of an SSS-level martial spirit, she is indeed terrifying. Chapter 97, Exaggerated Scores. A gap like a chasm. Luo Qingxue breaks the perfect score record. Shocking everyone. Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu looked at each other, unable to restrain their amazement. They looked forward to Su Qiu even more. If Luo Qingxue can reach 550 points, then Su Qiu's score will probably be even higher, at least 600. I estimate around 800. The idol is just too strong. At this moment, a figure came out of the forest, jogging lightly. The newcomer was a girl, 2 or 3 years younger than the candidates present. To everyone, she just seemed like a little girl. It was Su Xiaoshuang. Everyone thought she was just there to make up the numbers and didn't pay her much attention. But Su Xiaoshuang noticed the disdain on the faces of those present, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Great, the more they underestimate me, the better. She felt a sense of pleasure in her heart. She loved this kind of face-slapping moment the most. She strutted through the mechanical gate confidently. The next second, the detection voice echoed. Su Xiaoshuang from Qingyun No. 3 High School, 0 points. Hearing this, the crowd displayed smiles. Sure enough, just someone to make up the numbers. Su Xiaoshuang froze. What's going on? 0 points? Is this broken gate malfunctioning? Su Xiaoshuang slapped the gate. Hey, I protest, this gate is malfunctioning. I killed so many exotic beasts, how could it possibly be 0 points? This testing device had undergone thorough maintenance before being transported, there are absolutely no issues. A teacher said. Luo Qingxue stood up and calmly said, Teachers, Xiaoshuang's strength is not inferior to mine, I believe her score cannot be 0. This. The teachers exchanged glances. Since Luo Qingxue said so, they decided to give her face. Let me see your bracelet. A teacher took Su Xiaoshuang's bracelet and then suddenly realized, the issue was with the bracelet's sensor, it must have been bumped during the battle. Can it be fixed? Of course, this isn't the first time this has happened, just wait. There were also some technical staff accompanying them. Soon, they had repaired the bracelet. When Su Xiaoshuang put on the bracelet and passed through the gate again, her score officially displayed in front of everyone. At Qingyun No. 3 Middle School, Su Xiaoshuang scored 600. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. How many? 600? Higher than Luo Qingxue? Who is this girl? The crowd stared at Su Xiaoshuang in astonishment. Su Xiaoshuang raised her head proudly, standing tall with her hands behind her back, and calmly said, Remember, I am Su Xiaoshuang, the top student of the province. No one else can compete with me. She had a lot of confidence in herself. Luo Qingxue beside her couldn't help but sigh, sure enough, like brother, like sister. Both siblings are quite exceptional. Soon everyone learned about Su Xiaoshuang's background. So she is Su Qiushui's sister, no wonder she has such strength. Do you know what her martial soul is? No, it seems like no one has seen her use it. Su Xiaoshuang's martial soul remained a mystery. Except for Su Qiushui, no one knew it so far. This only added to her sense of mystery. If the sister is so powerful, then Su Qiushui must be extraordinary? I am more and more looking forward to his score. This time, the highest score in the martial arts exam was already a certainty. Now everyone was waiting to see just how high Su Qiushui would score. Soon. In the forest, Su Qiushui slowly walked out. He had taken a bath in the forest and cleaned his clothes, using fierce fire to dry them, feeling refreshed. Everyone watched him strolling out as if he were on a leisurely trip. Unaware, they might have thought he was on a vacation. He walked through the mechanical gate under everyone's gaze. The next second, Su Xiaoshui from Qinyun No. 3 Middle School, 1,110 points.
When the score was announced, everyone was stunned.
They rubbed their ears. Did they just hear things? How much? 1,110 points? Is that a score that can happen in a martial arts exam? The testing equipment must be faulty.
Now, everyone began to doubt that the equipment had problems. Even the teachers thought there was an issue with the machine, calling for maintenance personnel to check, and the response was that the equipment was fine.
Rechecking Su Xiaoshui's bracelet, there were no faults. His real score is 1,110 points. Everyone's pupils trembled, their scalps tingling in fear.
After a strange silence, gasps filled the air, and the hissing sounds made Su Xiaoshui think there was a rattlesnake swarm.
Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Oh my god. This can't be real. I must be dreaming? 1,110 points? Did he kill all the Silver Moon wolves in the Silver Moon Forest?
10 points for a first-level silver wolf means he must have killed at least 1,000.
What a weirdo.
This has never happened in any previous martial arts exams.
Everyone felt dizzy.
No matter how much they tried to convince themselves, they couldn't believe the score. It was just too ridiculous.
The teachers were silent too.
They had watched Su Xiaoshui's battle through drones and knew how he got this score.
They also knew he definitely didn't cheat. But 1,110 points was still too shocking. They figured few would believe it if it got out.
Once the score was announced, the whole nation would be shaken.
In the end,
everyone's martial arts exam scores were confirmed. First place, with no doubt, was Su Xiaoshui.
Su Xiaoshui, 1,110 points. Su Xiaoshuang, 600. Luo Qingxue, 550. Zhang Wu, 450. Jiang Wen, 440. Everyone looked at the rankings, their mouths twitching uncontrollably.
The scores of the following dozens added up to less than Su Xiaoshui's.
This was a completely disconnected gap.
Looking at his score and then at others, they still couldn't help but think it was ridiculous.
The crowd looked at Su Xiaoshui with a hint of resentment. You are already this awesome. Why are you still participating in the martial arts exam? Are you here to fish for compliments? Sai, I finally understand how Su Shen got his title. Not only is she good at studying, but she is truly a goddess. Su Shen, forever the god. Everyone sighed repeatedly. No one harbored jealousy. When the gap between people isn't too big, jealousy can arise. But the gap is far too great. What people are left with is looking up. Everyone returned to Baiyun No. 1 Middle School. What remained was just to wait for the announcement of the exam scores in a few days, to confirm their total scores, and then apply to Wuda. Su Chou and the others also returned to Qingyun City. Before parting, Jiang Wu held Su Chou tightly, reluctant. Wu, idle, stay a few more days, Baiyun City has many fun places. Let go of my brother. Su Xiaoshuang struggled to pull Jiang Wu away. Just because there are fun places in Baiyun City, there are also in Qingyun City. Wu, idle, come often when you have time. Sure, if fate allows, we will meet at Wuda. Su Qiu smiled and waved goodbye to the two brothers. Not long after returning to Qingyun City, the day of the score announcement arrived. Su Xiaoshuang immediately opened her computer, her face full of expectation as she checked the score. Chapter 98, Doubts Online. The official support. Su Xiaoshuang opened the computer with a face full of expectation, checking the score. In the Wuhuan space, Empress Joan Zayed lightly said, "Don't worry, with my help, your score will at least be 280. The total score for the exam is 300. Empress Joan Zayed, having never been to Blue Star, isn't very familiar with some local matters, so she might not answer some questions perfectly. But the principles of martial arts are generally the same. Joan Zayed was confident that with her help, Su Xiaoshuang's martial arts exam score could reach at least 280, plus the exam score. Provincial champion was basically guaranteed. I saw it, 290 points. Soon, Su Xiaoshuang found her score, and her eyes widened when she saw it. Wow. I'm so strong. Empress Joan Zayed, it's me who is so strong. Wow, historically only a handful of people achieve scores above 290. Adding my martial arts score, it's stable. Provincial champion, it's mine. Su Xiaoshuang said with her hands on her hips. You've forgotten about your brother. Empress Joan Zayed said lightly. My brother really is impressive, that martial arts score, simply outrageous. However, no matter how high his score is, the full score is only 500, and I also have 500. As long as my brother's written score is not higher than mine, the provincial champion is mine. Su Xiaoshuang smiled proudly. This time, it was Empress Joan Zayed's turn to be a bit puzzled. You seem to want to compete with your brother for the provincial champion position? Why? Isn't Su Xiaoshuang a brocon? Wow, did she not care anymore? Hee, you just don't understand. Although my brother is impressive, I can't always be behind him, that wouldn't make me seem useful, right? Sometimes, I need to show some places where I'm better than my brother, that way he won't always see me as a child. Su Xiaoshuang said. She waved her fists, filled with ambition. From now on, I, Su Xiaoshuang, have risen. In this Su family, I will have the final say. Smack. Su Xiaoshuang got slapped on the head. Su Qiu walked up from behind her, lightly saying, What did you just say, Su family, you have the final say? Brother, be nicer to me, I'm now the provincial champion. Oh, have the results been announced? Su Qiu glanced at the computer, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. 290 points, you cheated? Brother, how can you slander someone's purity out of nowhere? Su Xiaoshuang was a little dissatisfied. She had tested with her true strength. The Wuhuan is hers, that surely counts as her strength, right? How could this be called cheating? Su Qiu thought for a moment and then suddenly realized, I understand now, it was the Empress who helped you with the exam, no wonder you were so confident. He smiled and didn't take it too seriously. The Wuhuan is also part of a martial artist, he naturally understood this point, saying that it was Su Xiaoshuang who took the exam by herself wasn't wrong at all. Then he entered his ID card number to check his scores. Su Xiaoshuang immediately leaned over to take a glance. Then she gasped in shock. Bro, you cheated. Smack. Su Qiu hit her on the head again. How could you slander an innocent person out of thin air? If you didn't cheat, how could you possibly get a perfect score? Over all the years of martial arts entrance examinations, nobody has ever achieved a perfect score. Su Xiaoshuang covered her head and protested. She thought she finally had a chance to win against her brother, to change her status at home, but unexpectedly, before she could rise, she was pushed down. A perfect score? How could anyone get a perfect score on the written exam? Su Qiu scored 300 in the written exam. 500 in the martial arts exam. A total score of 800. This was unprecedented. The perfect score martial arts entrance examination champion. Not just the provincial champion, but the national champion. Very soon. The Education Bureau announced some outstanding students' scores, and Su Qiu's name was right at the top, his perfect score dazzling everyone. In an instant. Not only Qingshan City but the whole country was in an uproar. Online discussions about Su Qiu flooded everywhere. Fake, it must be fake. For so many years of martial arts entrance exams, I have never seen a perfect score champion, and now suddenly there's one. Also, what's this martial arts score? 1,110 points? Are we sure he was fighting beasts and not ants? Either I'm going crazy, or this world is crazy. Some were amazed, some were doubtful. More people started digging into Su Qiu's background. They suspected he was the son of some high-ranking official or something. But unfortunately, no matter how they investigated, Su Qiu's background showed no highlights, just an ordinary family, but while his background was ordinary, he was extraordinary to the extreme. The owner of multiple SSS-level martial souls. A warrior on Qingshan City's glory list. A holder of the National Hero Medal. The National Martial Arts Entrance Examination Champion. Any title was enough to shock a whole crowd. And he had just taken the martial arts entrance exam, at only 17 years old, so absurd that people didn't know what to say. Some people thought this information was fake. That someone was promoting him behind the scenes to profit off Su Qiu. Impossible, impossible. How could there be such a genius in the world? This must be someone promoting him behind the scenes to make Su Qiu a national idol warrior. If I'm not wrong, they will soon start live streaming and signing advertisements, the old trick. I don't believe there's such a prodigy. But what about that hero medal? Can this thing be used for promotion? This is an insult to other heroes. I suggest a strict investigation. Don't let any of the capital behind Su Qiu off the hook. Sai, with an SSS-level martial soul, even with down-to-earth practices, he will be a pillar of the country in the future, yet he chooses this crooked path. Discussions buzzed on the internet. Some even started cyberbullying Su Qiu. But soon, the authorities intervened. That day, the Education Bureau officially released a notice. Regarding the rumors online that claim Su Qiu's scores are fake, we hereby clarify that Su Qiu's scores are genuine and not a bit false. For this, we sought Su Qiu's consent to announce his answer sheet and battle footage. Soon, an answer sheet and footage of Su Qiu's battle in Silver Moon Forest were released, and then, the whole internet exploded. Perfect. This answer sheet is nothing short of perfect. It could even be written into textbooks. How did he do it? Goodness, some answers I couldn't even write as a professor, but after careful scrutiny, I found the answers are completely flawless. A genius. Hiss. Is this how that 1,110 points for the martial exam was achieved? I can't believe I'm witnessing a monster in action. Damn.
This is not just a genius, it's clearly a monster. But while the issue of the scores was resolved,
there were still some people online questioning Su Qiu's hero medal.
He felt it was too much of a joke to be awarded the hero medal at such a young age.
The hero medal represents not only strength but also contributions to the country. Su Qiu has remarkable talent. He can even be described as unprecedented.
He will surely contribute to the country in the future and deserve the hero medal, I admit that, but right now, he is just too young.
Has anyone considered how other heroes, who have sacrificed their lives for the country, would feel about being awarded the hero medal at this time? Is having talent enough to do whatever one wants?
In the face of doubts from netizens, the authorities issued another statement, accompanied by several video clips showing the aftermath of the devastation in Qingyun City after the Demon Heaven sect ran rampant.
Chapter 99, A Reporter Interview.
A remarkable man who possesses both strength and kindness. In the video, the streets of Qingyun City had turned into ruins, with some corpses scattered around, and the air was filled with smoke and despair, a scene of utter devastation. In addition to these disaster scenes, there was an interview video with the mayor of Qingyun City, whose face could not hide the sorrow as he said, "Qingyun City has encountered an unprecedented disaster this time.
The Demon Heaven sect unleashed beastmen, destroying everything.
Their goal was to use the martial soul of Xiao, which could rain down calamity, to mix drugs into the rainwater, turning all the citizens of Qingyun City into beastmen, creating a city of beastmen.
Once they succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable."
Online, some questioned whether Su Qiu being awarded the hero medal was too frivolous. I can say here that Su Qiu's hero medal was applied for by me. He stopped Xiao and saved Qingyun City. For that alone, he deserves this hero medal. Moreover, in the later battle against the Demon Heaven sect, he also risked his life to successfully kill the leader of the Demon Heaven sect with Captain Oliai,
a phase-8 beast disguised as a human. He eliminated a tumor for the great Xia,
said the mayor of Qingyun City earnestly. At the end of the video, there were some interview clips from members of the hunting team.
What do you have to say about Su Qiu receiving the hero medal?
He deserves it. Heh, this kid is not bad, too bad he's not in my team.
Damn it, where did Oliai find such a treasure? I really envy it. I want to bring him to my team. What can I say? There's nothing to discuss. If he isn't qualified for the hero medal, then no one else is more qualified. Lastly, there was an interview with Oliai. When asked about Su Qiu's hero medal, she solemnly said, "The hero medal, that is something he fought for with his life." At his age, saving a city and battling a phase 8 beast, everyone thinks he is impressive. But as his captain, I know better than anyone how thrilling it is behind this glory. With a slight mistake, he could have lost his life. Those who doubt him, let them speak when they have half the determination he has. After watching the video, most people had nothing more to doubt. Even the authorities came forward. What more could they say? Some wanted to continue rebutting, but they were quickly drowned out by the waves of support from the people, with more and more starting to support Su Qiu. Damn it, who dares to question my idol? Step up and fight me. I Jiang Wu from Baiyun No. 1 High School am here. Su Qiu, he is a deserved hero. I am in Qingyun City, and I have seen him fight with my own eyes, and he has saved me. I, Zhang San from Qingyun City, officially support Su Qiu. I, Li Si from Qingyun City, also officially support Su Xin. And I, Yuan Bugong, also officially support Su Xin. The online uproar was uncontrollable. Su Qiu himself didn't pay much attention. After the college entrance examination ended, he returned home and immediately began refining that silver moongrass, feeling his physical quality elevating to a new level. I wonder if physical fitness quality has a level classification. Su Qiu murmured. He clenched his fist. I feel like I could punch down a cow with one hit. The cultivation system on Blue Star is mainly centered around martial souls, with spiritual power cultivation as a supplement, while focusing on physical strength is very rare. So rare that it cannot even form a complete system. For example, in Great Xia, the most powerful physical cultivator is the Ghost King. It is said that he can punch down a whole building with one hit. But in the world, there is only one Ghost King. Most physical cultivators are not making any significant impact. The next day, Su Qiu went downstairs to practice in the training room of the community. On the way, some people looked at him and warmly greeted him, some even stepped in front of him, blocking his way and said, "Su God, don't worry, we will always support you, don't mind those trolls online." Su Qiu scratched his head, he was not very clear about things online. But with their warm attitude, he didn't want to reject them. He nodded, thank you. After finishing his practice, Su Qiu went out to buy breakfast. But when he returned to the community entrance, he found quite a few reporters added. Su Qiu froze for a moment. What big celebrity has come to their community? He hadn't heard anything. He was about to go in through a side door. But suddenly, a sharp-eyed reporter spotted him. Look, it's Sue the top scholar. Found him. Sue the top scholar, hello, do you have something to say to other candidates as this year's top scorer in the martial arts college entrance exam? Sue the top scholar, some people doubt you're just a product of capital hype, do you have any explanation for that? Sue the top scholar, can you share your success secrets with us? Faced with the microphones being thrust at him, Su Qiu was momentarily stunned. In the face of so many questions, he didn't know how to respond. Someone noticed what he was holding in his hand. Curiously asking, Sue the top scholar, are you out buying something? Just some breakfast. Su Qiu nodded with the plastic bag that contained buns and soybean milk. A reporter's eyes lit up, quickly took out paper and pen to take notes. As the top scorer in the martial arts college entrance exam and a holder of the hero medal, Su the top scholar is approachable and never indulges in luxury delicacies like sea cucumbers and abalone. Instead, he enjoys the local delicacies of buns and soybean milk. Su Qiu's lip twitched. Who on earth eats sea cucumbers and abalone for breakfast? Su the top scholar, do you wake up just to buy breakfast? No, I just finished my practice. A reporter continued noting, although Su the top scholar seems approachable, he has an indomitable spirit. He knows that the key to a day lies in the morning, waking up every morning to practice hard. While others are still fast asleep, he has already transcended the true essence of martial arts. This shows that Su the top scholar's success is not an accident, but a necessary path built upon countless efforts and sweat. Su Qiu felt even more embarrassed. Is it really that exaggerated? Students have to get up for morning exercises too. What's wrong with practicing a little in the morning? Su Qiu didn't want to continue entangling with these reporters. I need to go back and eat breakfast. My sister is still waiting. The reporters once again took out their paper and pen to record. Su the top scholar's heart is as resilient as a finely forged divine weapon. And he also has a tender side. He raised his sister alone, showing a maturity beyond his years, even buying breakfast for his sister in the morning, which shows his deep love for her. A person who loves his sister so much must possess an extraordinarily kind heart. Su Qiu rolled his eyes. You are making this too exaggerated. How can you be reporters? Forget it, disperse now. Those who need to eat should eat, and those who need to sleep should sleep. Don't disturb others here. Still that reporter, indeed. Su the top scholar's kindness is beyond imagination. Even in the face of the reporters' pressing questions, he did not show any impatience at all, and even actively cared about whether the reporters had eaten and rested well. Su the top scholar. A remarkable man who was both powerful and kind. Su Qiu was completely speechless. He was too lazy to stay any longer, breaking free from the crowd, just wanting to hurry home. Such a boast, even a thick-skinned person couldn't take it. Chapter 100, someone from the admissions office arrives. The agreement with Luo Qingsong. Su Qiu entered the community. Those reporters wanted to follow him in, but were stopped by the security guard. This was the community of the hunting team members. Of course, the security guards here were not ordinary people. Their skills were not bad, at least they were at the top tier of the first rank. Stopping a few reporters was more than enough. One reporter, looking at Su Qiu entering the building, felt a bit disappointed. But then, another reporter looked at the security guard, and his eyes lit up, asking, "Excuse me, security brother, does Su Zhuanyuan have any heroic deeds in the community? Has there been anything that particularly impressed you?" The security guard thought for a moment. Does beating an old man in the arena count? Previously, Su Qiu had fought with old Chang in the arena. He remembered it quite well. Beating an old man? Su Zhuanyuan actually did such a thing? Everyone was a bit troubled. Su Qiu was a person protected by the officials, after all. If they dared to expose his dirty laundry, they would definitely be in trouble. How could something like beating an old man be published? The security guard continued, "Yes, old Chang is a retired combat instructor from the hunting team, quite skilled. There are not many in our community who can match him. He is quite combative and often looks for people to spar with, but that time he was defeated by Su Qiu." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened. Facing an arrogant old bully who takes advantage of his age, Su Zhuanyuan bravely stepped forward. Even knowing he might be labeled as disrespecting the elderly, he did not hesitate, fully aware that the spirit of society cannot be ruined by these arrogant old men. He is simply a superhero. The security guard was speechless. Old Chang wasn't that terrible. "Excuse me, did you know Su Zhuanyuan is an SSS-level martial soul owner and a holder of the hero medal?" another reporter asked. "I didn't know." The security guard shook his head. Who has time to show off unnecessarily? The reporter continued to write, possessing an unparalleled martial soul, a national hero. He could be famous worldwide, earning the respect of countless people. Yet Su Zhuanyuan did not do this. He chose to interact with everyone as an ordinary person. Su Yuan has truly achieved the great hidden within the ordinary. He views money and fame as worthless. It's hard to imagine what has shaped him to have such character at this young age. Could he be the so-called innate sage? Excuse me. The reporter wanted to ask further, but the security guard really had no way to deal with these people. He kept silent and drove them all away. The reporters were so angry they stamped their feet, scribbling vigorously. We wanted to continue digging into Su Yuan's brilliant deeds. But alas, we encountered bullies blocking our path, preventing us from spreading Su Yuan's achievements, stopping us from promoting love and justice. Perhaps it was Su Yuan's kindness and strength that made them realize their own ugliness, sparking their pride. But the more they did this, the less we would give up. Even if we lack unparalleled martial prowess, we are willing to wield our pens as swords to continue promoting righteousness. Su Qiu returned home and had breakfast with Su Xiaoshuang. After finishing her meal, Su Xiaoshuang wanted to go out for a walk, but was stopped by Su Qiu. You should pick another time, there are a bunch of reporters downstairs. Reporters? Great. Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up. Why are you so excited? Of course, I want to go for an interview. It's about time my name, Su Xiaoshuang, echoed throughout the land of Xia. Su Xiaoshuang excitedly walked towards downstairs. But when she got there, those reporters had already been driven away by the security guard. She ended up with nothing, returning home looking dejected. What a bummer. And the next day, the headlines of major news media were again about Su Qiu. Su Xiaoshuang didn't become famous herself, but seeing her brother gain fame, she was quite happy, eagerly watching the reports. However, this was quite a sight. Su Yuan, approachable, enthusiastic about the common people's affairs? Resilient and unyielding. But a heart filled with tenderness? A peculiar man who was both powerful and kind? A natural saint who regards money as dirt and is indifferent to fame and wealth? Su Xiaoshuang looked at the report, feeling utterly bewildered. She admitted that her brother was outstanding. In her eyes, he was the best brother in the entire world. However, these reports were too mushy, weren't they? Su Qiu also leaned over to take a look, rolling his eyes. What are these reporters talking about? Su Xiaoshuang studied it carefully. Well, actually, aside from being a bit exaggerated and mushy, there's nothing wrong with it. Once the report came out, Su Qiu was once again thrust into the spotlight. Su Qiu was even so puffed up by the report that he didn't dare to face anyone. It was too mushy. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't take it. Just shortly after the report came out, more people showed up outside the community, and this time, there were many more than the reporters. Fortunately, these people did not carry cameras or microphones, they were not reporters. On the contrary, some were dressed in suits, some were elderly with white hair, mature and composed, while others wore glasses, exuding a scholarly air. These people came to pay a visit. They were the enrollment officers from various martial arts universities. They were here to invite Su Qiu to study at their schools. Su Qiu, I represent the Capital University to invite you to join us. Our Capital University is the #1 martial arts university in Daxia, with a rich academic environment and various martial arts resources. As long as you join us, I guarantee you can work in any martial arts department in Daxia after graduation. Including Daxia's Divine Martial Corps. An old man with white hair spoke. The Divine Martial Corps of Daxia. Daxia's officially ranked #1 hunting team. The experts are numerous, and even the weakest are at the 6th rank, while the leader of the hunting team is the Divine Martial King, Jun Han, one of the top 10 lords of Daxia. He is even honored as the First Lord. Su Qiu, upon hearing this, showed a hint of apology on his face. Sorry, I already have a preferred martial arts university. Oh, which university is that? The white-haired old man was somewhat surprised. What university could compete with them for students? Capital Yanlong University. You're actually considering Yanlong University? The old man furrowed his brow. Do you know what happened there years ago? Yes, I do. In that case, why would you still go to Yanlong University, regardless of the faculty or foundation? They are stronger than our Capital University. I understand, but I have my reasons. Then your younger sister. The old man looked at Su Xiaoshuang. She is also a rare talent. Su Xiaoshuang said, wherever my brother goes, I will go. Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but feel a bit jealous of Yanlong University. To have gained such two geniuses in one breath. Is Yanlong University going to rise again? He wanted to continue persuading but ultimately couldn't convince them, helplessly leaving. Not long after, Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuan filled out their applications for Yanlong University online. Before this, Luo Qingxue had called to ask them. Upon learning that Su Qiu was going to Yanlong University, Luo Qingxue fell silent for a moment on the phone, then said, I plan to go to Capital University. That's good.
Suzhou, as far as I know, Capital holds a university-level arena league once a year, and every martial arts university will send representatives. When the time comes, I'll dominate Capital University and represent Capital University in this league.
Let's meet at the league. Luo Qingxue made an agreement with Su Qiu. Su Qiu smiled, okay, before the league, I will dominate Yanlong University. Representing Yanlong University to compete. It's a deal. Chapter 101, Setting Off to the Capital. Airplane encountering the black gold giant eagle. Capital, Yanlong University. The teacher responsible for enrollment was making phone calls. Hello, is this classmate passerby A? Are you interested in coming to our Yanlong University? Our Yanlong University has a long history.
Unfortunately, before the teacher could say a few words, the phone was hung up.
Beep beep beep.
Listening to the busy tone, the teacher felt helpless.
Another failure.
Sigh, our Yanlong University used to be the top university in the capital, how did we get to this point? A teacher next to him poured himself a cup of tea.
Isn't it because of that incident back then?
Sigh, at this rate, will Yanlong University be disqualified? The teacher said with some worry.
This shouldn't be the case, let's keep recruiting.
Hopefully, we can enroll a few good new students this year to turn things around.
The admissions officer slapped his face and continued dialing.
Meanwhile, on the other side, a teacher responsible for collecting application materials was staring at the computer when suddenly, two names popped up in the application backend.
Su Qiu, Su Xiaoshuang. Martial arts entrance exam scores, 800 points? 790?
That teacher rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things.
You all come take a look. With a gasp, all the admissions officers gathered around, looking at the application backend and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Su Qiu? Su Xiaoshuang? Isn't this the pair of genius siblings from this year's martial arts entrance exam? My god. They actually applied to our Yanlong University? Is this real?
All the teachers found it hard to believe.
In their view, this pair of genius siblings would definitely go to the Capital University, and the Capital University would never let these two good prospects slip away. They were completely out of reach for Yanlong University. But now, they actually applied to their Yanlong University? Unbelievable. Is fortune falling from the sky? Quick, call to confirm. An admissions officer called Su Qiu. In a moment, someone picked up. Hello, hi. Hello, may I ask if this is Su Qiu, the top student? Yes, that's me. May I ask if you just filled out your application for Yanlong University? Yes. Upon hearing this, the teacher couldn't hide his delight. Other teachers also couldn't help but feel excited. As for Su Qiu, he thought of you and asked, by the way, is teacher Mu Qingkong currently teaching at your Yanlong University? Upon mentioning Mu Qingkong, several teachers exchanged glances. Is that why he came for teacher Mu? Yes, teacher Mu is indeed at our school. Great, please send my regards to her. Sure, I will convey it. I'll hang up now, bye. Su Qiu hung up the phone.
And the admissions office at Yanlong University could no longer help but want to pop champagne. My god, the top student in the martial arts entrance exam is really coming to our school.
This is such a surprise. It seems like he has some connection with teacher Mu. Indeed, could it be that he came for teacher Mu? Let's go ask. Soon, everyone found Mu Qingkong. She was surprised to hear that Su Qiu was coming to Yanlong University. This kid isn't going to the Capital University, but is coming here? Teacher Mu, do you know Su Qiu?
I do, I taught him for a while in Qingyun City. I was the one who introduced him to martial arts.
Mu Qingkong said. Everyone was stunned. Teacher Mu, why didn't you tell us such an important thing earlier? What's there to say? Should I also tell you that Luo Qingxue was my student? Mu Qingkong said. Luo Qingxue was also taught by you? Yes. Teacher Mu, you are the savior of our Yanlong University. Su Qiu must be coming to our university because of you. Woo, after so many years of decline, Yanlong University is finally about to turn things around. The principal of Yanlong University was overjoyed to the point of tears. He almost hugged Mu Qingkong's leg.
Mu Qingkong looked disgusted, go away, go away. But speaking of which, how did Su Qiu know I was at Yanlong University? It must be that Uriai.
If he comes to our Yanlong University, it must be Uriai working behind the scenes.
Upon hearing this, the principal became even more moved. Our Yanlong University is truly blessed to have you and Uriai, a pair of hidden dragons and phoenixes. He couldn't wait to prepare to welcome Su Qiu.
Su Xiaoshuang entered the school.
Soon, school was about to start. Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang were packing their luggage.
The members of the Bull Gang were saying goodbye one by one.
Su Xiaoshuang hugged Olai tightly, crying loudly, "Woo woo, head sister, I'm really going to miss you. I don't know when I'll see you again after this. How about you stay, and I'll give you special training for a few days." "Whoa whoa. I think I should still go." Su Xiaoshuang cried even louder. Olai shook her head, patting Suchio's shoulder. "Kid, if anything happens in the capital, just call me. The Bull Gang will always be your solid support." Suchio nodded. "I got it, leader. Take care on the way." Under the gaze of everyone, Suchio and Su Xiaoshuang boarded the bus to the airport, heading to the capital. Watching their departing figures, Olai felt a bit reluctant. What great talents they are. I wish I could train them a few more days. Beside her, Zhao Xiaoyun rolled her eyes. Luckily they left quickly. When we meet again, they will definitely be stronger. Yeah, maybe even stronger than you. Heh, I'm really looking forward to it. Olai smiled slightly. Speaking of which, we can't be idle either. I've decided to give the members some special training during this time. Lin Jian, Zhao Kiki, Wang Yan, and others were completely stunned. Leader, are you serious? The plane took off. On the way to the capital, Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuan looked out the window, their eyes showing a hint of expectation. But after a short while, the plane suddenly jolted. Dear passengers, please note that the plane is passing through the turbulence zone. The shaking of the aircraft is a normal phenomenon. The plane's announcement came. The passengers felt a little relieved. But the turbulence became more and more severe. And the clouds outside suddenly turned pitch black. The plane entered a thundercloud. Amidst the flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder, a shadow dozens of meters long flickered in the clouds. Looking closely, it was a strange beast covered in black feathers, resembling an eagle. At that moment, it stared at the plane with its shining golden eyes, making everyone shiver when they met its gaze. Wow! What a huge flying beast! I know this kind of beast, it's the black gold giant eagle. This type of beast can reach a size of up to 1 kilometer. It's one of the largest beasts, and this black gold giant eagle is still growing, but it's already nearly 100 meters long, so terrifying. The passengers looked at the giant eagle, panic on their faces. And the plane's announcement rang out again. Dear passengers, please do not panic. We have equipped the latest energy shield that can resist attacks from all flying beasts below level 6. After saying this, a blue shield appeared around the plane. Seeing this, the black gold giant eagle swooped down fiercely. Boom! The plane shook violently. A crack appeared on the energy shield. Passengers. Chapter 102, Saving the Plane. We're really going to our university. The black gold giant eagle scratched with its claw. The blue shield shook violently, and the plane also began to shake severely. The next second, with a snap, a crack appeared on the blue shield. The passengers were fuming. Just a moment ago, they said it was normal to pass through the turbulence zone. Now they're saying the energy shield can withstand attacks from flying beasts below level 6, yet it got cracked by one swipe. Are you kidding me? Damn it, refund me. I want to file a complaint against this airline. Meanwhile, the pilot in the cockpit was also stunned. What he said was indeed true, the energy shield on this plane could withstand all attacks below level 6 beasts. Now that the shield was cracked, there was only one reason. The black gold giant eagle in front of him was at least level 6. Damn it! How did we encounter a flying beast of this level? The pilot was almost in tears. Other pilots might never encounter a beast attack in their lifetime, but he got unlucky and came across a big one right away. He forced himself to calm down, controlling the plane to continue flying, trying to shake off the black gold giant eagle. Unfortunately, these level 6 strange beasts looked at the airplane as if it were some kind of toy, closely following behind and occasionally launching attacks. The energy shield was hit, cracking multiple times. Watching this go on, the airplane would surely crash sooner or later, and Su Qiu certainly could not sit by and do nothing. He found a flight attendant and stated his identity. I am Su Qiu, a member of the hunting team from Qingyun City. I have a way to deal with that strange beast. The stewardess looked at his age, somewhat doubtful. But soon she thought of something. Su Qiu, that name sounds a bit familiar. You are the college entrance examination champion, Su Qiu? That's right, yes. I'll report to the captain right away. There's no time, I need you to open the airplane door and let me out. This. The flight attendant hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and opened the airplane door. And Su Qiu said to the flight attendant, give me your walkie-talkie, I need to speak directly with the captain. You go find him and let him hear my instructions. Okay. After taking the walkie-talkie, Su Qiu directly jumped out of the airplane door amidst the gasps of others. The next second, everyone saw a figure soar into the sky. It was Su Qiu, who had activated the Kunpeng martial soul and completed the martial soul fusion. He flew above the airplane, standing on top of it, looking at the black gold giant god eagle outside the energy shield, squinting his eyes slightly, then grasping in the air with 5 fingers.
The next second,
the Panlong breaking army spear shot out from inside the airplane and arrived in his hand. Now, with his connection to the Panlong breaking army spear becoming closer, he could summon this top-grade spirit tool from afar. He tightly held the spear, gathering lightning energy around him. Lightning began to burst forth from him, dazzling and bright. The black gold giant god eagle also sensed Su Qiu's presence and let out a sharp cry, fixing its gaze firmly on Su Qiu.
Su Qiu picked up the walkie-talkie. "Hello, Captain, can you hear me?"
"I can hear you." A calm middle-aged voice came through. The other party was still fairly composed.
"Close the energy shield in 5 seconds. "Close the energy shield?"
"Yes, 4 seconds left."
"All right."
The captain gritted his teeth.
3.
Su Qiu's lightning energy grew stronger, gradually gathering on the Panlong breaking army spear in his hand, radiating brilliant lightning.
The black gold giant god eagle let out a cry and dove towards Su Qiu.
2. The black gold giant god eagle was about to tear apart the energy shield.
1.
Su Qiu had already thrust the spear forward. The gathered lightning energy transformed into a thick spear of lightning. It was the S-rank martial technique, the Thunder God Judgment Spear.
The energy shield disappeared.
The Thunder God Judgment Spear struck fiercely against the black gold giant god eagle, which let out a piercing scream. With this spear, it directly pierced its eye. Blood erupted from mid-air. The severely injured black gold giant god eagle no longer cared about chasing the airplane, vanishing directly into the clouds.
Su Qiu smiled slightly. "Got it."
If it weren't for considering all the passengers on this plane, he would have truly liked to have a good fight with this black gold giant god eagle. He believed he could eventually defeat it with more effort. The airplane flew out of the thunderclouds, and the bumpy flight gradually returned to normal.
Su Qiu also returned inside the airplane.
Passengers and flight attendants all surrounded him.
"Thank you very much, young brother."
"Wah, thank you, thank you. You saved all of us."
Su Qiu waved his hands repeatedly. "It's no trouble, I hope everyone is unhurt."
"We're fine."
Su Qiu sat back down beside Su Xiaoshuang.
Su Xiaoshuang was stroking her chin, deep in thought.
"Indeed, big brother, you are the main character."
"Huh?
What do you mean?"
"The main character in novels always causes big events wherever they go.
Otherwise, why would we be sitting on a plane and get so coincidentally targeted by a strange beast?"
"That's the main character's halo." Su Xiaoshuang had an expression as if she had seen through everything.
Su Qiu was speechless. "So it's my fault?"
"In a way, yes."
"Hee, are you itching for trouble?"
The two siblings playfully teased each other for a while.
Before long, the airplane landed at the airport.
The passengers walked out of the airplane feeling lingering fears, and after leaving the airport, Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang planned to head directly to Yanlong University. Outside the airport, there were many students holding school signs, preparing to welcome new students, and Yanlong University was prominently among them. But compared to the other bustling universities, the location of Yanlong University felt a bit desolate, with only a few new students arriving. Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang dragged their luggage and walked over. A student responsible for welcoming the new students saw them and brightened up.
"Are you new students at Yanlong University?"
"Yes." "Great, please wait here for a moment, the bus will arrive soon." The two moved to the side to wait, while several other new students from Yanlong University began to whisper. "TSK, our Yanlong University really can't compare to the other universities. Look at the constant stream of new students at other places, and here at Yanlong University, there are only so few. I wonder if there are even 500 new students this year. There's nothing we can do. Who told us our grades aren't that great? By the way, have you heard? I heard that this year's martial arts college entrance exam top scorer will come to study at our Yanlong University."
"Come on, do we really not know what level our Yanlong University is?
Why would the top scorer come to our school?"
"Yeah, they must be going to the capital university."
"No, I have a relative who teaches at Yanlong University, and he told me this in person."
"Can there be any doubt?
Anyway, I don't believe it." As several people discussed this, a new student looked at Su Qiu and felt he looked a bit familiar.
He walked over curiously and asked, "Bro, what's your name? Why are you bringing a little girl to college?"
"I'm Su Qiu, and this is my sister Su Xiaoshuang."
"She's also a new student at Yanlong University," Su Qiu said with a faint smile.
"Su Qiu, what a coincidence, your name is the same as that top scorer," the new student laughed. But as he laughed, he suddenly felt something was off. He looked at Su Qiu and widened his eyes, while the other new students also looked incredulous.
"No way. He really came to Yanlong University?" Chapter 103, Moving into Yanlong University, Meeting Mu Qingkong again.
Su Qiu.
Is he really Su Qiu? My god, he actually came to our university? Is this for real? Is it really him? It's definitely him.
I've seen him in the news, he looks exactly the same, handsome, and his sister Su Xiaoshuan was second in the college entrance exam.
What a talented sibling pair. Everyone looked at Su Qiu and his sister in shock.
And the commotion at Yanlong University also attracted the attention of new students from other schools, who looked at Su Qiu with confusion and curiosity.
Why did he come to Yanlong University?
Yanlong University used to be okay, but now it ranks at the bottom in the capital.
Why not go to Capital University? What is he doing here? This is too surprising, right? I don't understand.
As soon as they learned Su Qiu's identity, the senior responsible for welcoming them rushed over, pulling out a notebook.
Su God. Can you give me an autograph? Su Qiu was momentarily stunned. This person is actually a fan? No, wait. He is a fan, but how come he didn't recognize me just now? But he didn't think much of it and signed the name. The senior grinned, great. This autograph can sell for at least $2,000. I can cover my meals for this month. Su Qiu realized. This isn't a fan at all. This is clearly someone looking to profit off selling his signature.
He withdrew his signature, crumpled it up, and tossed it into the trash can. Senior, please behave, he said with a serious look.
What, my autograph?
The senior felt like crying and then looked at Su Qiu. Hello, Su Qiu, I am Lin Jing.
I am currently a junior. Hello, senior. Su Qiu didn't mind the earlier incident. Su Qiu, how about joining our gathering hall? Gathering hall? Su Qiu was taken aback. Goodness. Is there actually a gang forming in this school?
Ahem, we call it Gathering Hall, it's actually a club where we learn and spar with each other, pushing each other to improve, Lin Jing said.
Su Qiu didn't immediately agree. I will consider it. Soon. The bus arrived. The sibling pair got on the bus and headed toward Yanlong University. And along the way,
Su Qiu looked out the window at the bustling traffic, the towering buildings, and the energy shield that covered the sky. He couldn't help but feel a bit emotional, as expected of the imperial capital, it's much more prosperous than Qingyun City. He even saw several figures flying back and forth in the sky. You should know that unless one has a special martial soul, flying through one's own power requires at least the realm of a 7th-tier martial artist.
Such a realm is extremely rare in Qingyun City.
But Su Qiu had just arrived and already saw several of them. The imperial capital truly deserves its name.
Strong as clouds. The 3 emperors, the 10 kings of Sealing. These people are all within the imperial capital. I wonder if I will have the chance to meet them, or even have a battle.
Su Qiu's eyes sparkled. He not only wanted to meet these people but also wished to compete with them. And this thought in a student's mind was quite bold.
But Su Qiu is not an ordinary student.
As he fantasized about battling the kings of Sealing, a trace of battle intent unavoidably radiated from him, causing the new students on the bus to shiver. They felt as if an ancient ferocious beast had appeared beside them, scaring cold sweat from their foreheads. But upon a closer look, everything was calm.
Was there really any ferocious beast?
Goodness, it should be the pressure inadvertently released by a passing strong person.
So powerful.
The imperial capital truly is a place full of surprises.
Surprise? More like shock.
You scared me, I thought I encountered some ferocious beast. The discussions inside the bus continued, but soon everyone was attracted by the scenery of the imperial capital outside the window.
There was much more expectation for this city.
If all goes well, they would stay here for a few years, and after completing their studies, they might even continue to work here.
Quickly, the bus arrived at the entrance of Yanlong University.
At the entrance, a banner was already hung up that read, "Welcome new students," and next to it was another banner, "Welcome new student Su Qiu."
Teachers and even the principal came out personally to greet them. It was obvious. Such a grand welcome was all for Su Qiu.
The other students looked at each other, feeling rather helpless. At this moment, they felt themselves becoming the backdrop. But there was nothing to be done.
After all, who told him he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination?
After getting off the bus, the principal of Yanlong University excitedly approached Su Qiu, grasping his hand. "Su Qiu, on behalf of all the faculty and students of Yanlong University, I welcome you." Beside him, Su Xiaoshuan cleared her throat. The principal of Yanlong quickly added, "Of course, we also welcome student Su Xiaoshuan."
That's more like it. Xiaoshuan, you must not be rude.
Su Qiu said helplessly.
It's okay, it's okay.
The principal of Yanlong smiled cheerfully. Su Xiaoshuan was 2 years younger than Su Qiu and was already the second place in the national college entrance examination.
If calculated this way, the other party's qualifications might not be inferior to Su Qiu's. Thinking of this, the principal of Yanlong could hardly contain his excitement as he looked at the pair of precious siblings, extremely happy. His mouth almost reached his ears. Su Qiu, I didn't expect you to choose Yanlong University. It must be that Olay guy who recommended you, right? At this moment, Mu Qingkong walked up. Looking at Mu Qingkong, Su Qiu's eyes lit up. Teacher Mu, long time no see, you look even more beautiful than before. Mu Qingkong was wearing a white shirt and black knitted pants, her tall figure accentuating her curves, and with her exquisite features, she looked capable and shrewd, truly striking to behold. Mu Qingkong smiled when she heard this. You indeed haven't changed a bit, still so sweet-tongued. She looked at Su Qiu, her eyes filled with emotion. Back then, she received instructions from the Education Bureau to guide Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue, both of whom had SSS-level martial souls. After leading them inside, she left. But she could never have imagined that, in such a short time, Su Qiu would grow to this extent. It wasn't even exaggeration to say he shot up like a rocket. The captain recommended me to Yanlong University. The main reason is that the Shura Tower here is the most suitable place for my training. Su Qiu made his intentions clear. With his abilities, he no longer needed to learn anything else. His purpose for coming here was simple, and that was the Shura Tower. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingkong wasn't surprised. You realized the will to fight under that guy Oriai, right? Yes. No wonder, the Shura Tower is indeed the best place in the Great Xia for cultivating the will to fight. I will arrange it for you. Thank you, Teacher Mu. Principal Yanlong beside them was amazed. The will to fight? Goodness, even a powerful lord might not grasp the will to fight, yet a student managed to do so? Absurd. By the way, Su Qiu, your situation is a bit special, so I've arranged separate dorms for you and your sister. Mu Qingkong said. Su Qiu's strength far exceeded that of ordinary students, making it unsuitable for him to train with others. He could only explore on his own. And Mu Qingkong and Principal Yanlong understood that the other party came mainly for the Shura Tower. Academics were just a formality. But that didn't matter. Just Su Qiu entering Yanlong University with this title was enough to bring a lot of positive influence to Yanlong University. Chapter 104, Entering the Shura Tower, the Defiant Shura Tower. Upon arriving at Yanlong University and completing the admission procedures, he settled into the dormitory. Then Principal Yanlong approached Su Qiu, wanting to invite him as the new student representative to give a speech at the freshman orientation. Su Qiu had no issues with that. The next day, the new students were basically all present. In the grand auditorium of Yanlong University, the new students gathered together. Su Qiu took the stage as the student representative. The speech was written beforehand by Principal Yanlong. He didn't need to worry at all. He just needed to read the script. After the speech, the applause roared from the audience. As expected of the top scorer in the college entrance examination, that was great. Indeed, applying to Yanlong University this time was the right choice. Everyone couldn't help but express their feelings. The new student enrollment matters were quickly settled, and Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang soon adapted to life at Yanlong University. One day, Su Qiu arrived at a tall tower on the back mountain of Yanlong University. Here was precisely the goal of his visit to the university. The Shura Tower. The Shura Tower had 9 stories, and from the outside, it seemed like an ordinary high tower, but upon closer inspection, the tower body had peculiar patterns and ancient characters that were not any known kind of writing. There was an ancient, vast charm. Outside the Shura Tower stood a giant display screen, listing the names of former challengers and their scores. At the top was Oriai, 9th floor, time taken 24 hours and 8 minutes. The undisputed king of the Shura Tower. Su Qiu looked at this familiar name in amazement. Looking under Oriai's name, there was another name. War King Luoao, 8th floor, time taken 23 hours and 3 minutes. To be ranked above the War King, Oriai could brag about it for a lifetime. And Su Qiu gazed at the Shura Tower before him, with a gleaming will to fight in his eyes. Besides him, there were a few other students at the Shura Tower. One of them saw Su Qiu and came over to greet him. Hey, Su Qiu, do you remember me? A young man said cheerfully. Su Qiu recognized him. He was the senior who welcomed him a few days ago, but he couldn't recall his name for the moment. Hello, senior. Just call me Lin Jing. Lin Jing laughed and then introduced Su Qiu to a few others, especially a tall girl among them who looked at Su Qiu with curiosity. Su Qiu, this is the leader of our alliance hall. Mu Bing. Lin Jing pointed at the girl and said. You are Su Qiu, my sister mentioned you to me. Mu Bing looked at Su Qiu, her eyes gradually revealing a hint of fervor. Your sister is? Mu Qingkong. So you are Teacher Mu's sister. Su Qiu was somewhat surprised. Su Qiu, let's have a match. Suddenly, Mu Bing said. Su Qiu was stunned for a moment. So sudden? You are here to challenge the Shura Tower too, right? This tower often attracts challengers. How about we compete and see who climbs the highest? That sounds fine. Su Qiu was indeed here to challenge the tower. Hey, if you lose, you'll have to join my guild. This. Su Qiu hesitated. He came to Yanlong University just to train properly and didn't want to join any clubs for now. Don't worry, it's just joining in name, and, are you afraid of losing? Mu Bing grinned. Su Qiu helplessly shook his head. Senior sister, your provocation tactic is too obvious. A real man gives it a go, doesn't he? Ding. Facing Mu Bing's provocation, you have the following choices. 1. Refuse. If I say I won't compete, won't that be embarrassing for me? Reward, medium-grade martial spirit weapon, Yin Yang sword. 2. Agree. Let's compete, who's afraid of who? Let her know who the future king of the Shura Tower is. Reward, A-grade body technique, Phoenix Dance 6 illusions. Su Qiu's eyes lit up at this. A-grade body technique? Amazing. The body techniques are definitely quite rare among martial skills. Within the same level, body techniques are much more precious than attack techniques. Su Qiu had no reason to refuse. Then let's compete. Su Qiu was somewhat confident in his own strength. He entered the Shura Tower with Mu Bing. Lin Jing clapped his hands. That's settled. Lin Good, do you think the leader can win against Su Qiu? I've heard that Su Qiu's strength is frighteningly high. It's estimated to be at least 5th stage. A bespectacled young man spoke. Next to him, a chubby student said, no way. I've heard that his strength is at least comparable to the 6th stage, he's simply a freak. You must know that students at a martial arts university usually have strength at the 2nd stage. The 3rd stage is considered excellent. The 4th stage is even rarer. Su Qiu, being comparable to the 6th stage, is simply a dimensional crush. Lin Jing, however, was quite confident. Have you forgotten the characteristics of the Shura Tower? This ancient spirit weapon tests combat skills and fighting spirit. In this tower, cultivation level means nothing. And our leader is one of the few who can skillfully use fighting spirit in Yanlong University. Su Qiu, who is challenging the tower for the first time, will undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. The others also felt there was some truth in this. Inside the Shura Tower, Su Qiu and Mu Bing entered almost simultaneously, but they didn't stay together. Instead, as soon as they entered the Shura Tower, Su Qiu felt the scenery around him shift, and he found himself in a vast white space. This space looked boundless, with no borders in sight. This is really amazing. Su Qiu exclaimed in wonder. Based on his estimation, the interior of the Shura Tower possessed its own space, at least a supreme-grade martial spirit weapon. Such high-level martial spirit weapons have rarely appeared throughout history. In the next second, a pitch-black figure slowly manifested before him. The figure looked about 70 to 80% like him. Whoosh! The next second, the figure charged towards Su Qiu. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Qiu also rushed out, the dragon-breaking army spear in his hand stabbing forward, using the mighty Thunder King spear. But the black shadow made the same move as him. It also thrust forward with the spear, accompanied by pitch-black lightning. It was indeed the Thunder King spear. The same move, the same cultivation. The two clashed and pushed back each other. Su Qiu stared at the black shadow in astonishment. Is this the Shura Phantom the team leader mentioned? Truly mysterious, let's do this again. He continued to strike. The long spear thrust out repeatedly. An intense battle unfolded against the Shura Phantom. Clang! 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 Spears clashed continuously, sparks flying. Su Qiu discovered that the Shura Phantom before him not only had the same cultivation as him but also had mastered martial skills to a perfect realm. Is it really this difficult just on the first level? Same cultivation, same martial skills, but what about the martial soul? Su Qiu's eyes flashed as he summoned the Thunder Dragon martial soul. And in the next second, the opponent erupted with black lightning, summoning a pitch-black Thunder Dragon. It turns out even martial souls can be copied. Su Qiu, seeing this, summoned the Kuanping, the White Tiger, and the Ghost Qilin again. The 4 great fierce beast martial souls surrounded him. Such overwhelming might. But the Shura Phantom across from him also summoned 4 martial souls. This Shura Tower is simply against the heavens. Su Qiu was increasingly astonished. Chapter 105, Exponentially Growing Shura Phantom. Oral Phantom. Inside the Shura Tower. Facing the Shura Phantom's attack, Su Qiu pondered his strategy. The martial skills were the same, the cultivation was the same, even the martial souls were the same. This is a copy version of Su Qiu. Only when truly facing himself did Su Qiu realize how terrifyingly strong he was, and this was just the first level of the Shura Tower. There must be a way to break through. The Shura Tower is meant to sharpen battle intent and combat skills, it's about battle intent. Su Qiu suddenly had a realization. His battle intent surged, launching another attack. This time, the Shura Phantom did not replicate the battle intent again. And Su Qiu returned his martial soul to his body. The Shura Phantom also followed and retracted its martial soul. So that's it, the Shura Phantom in front of me can only replicate the same cultivation, power, keeping it the same level as the challenger. But combat skills and battle intent are things that the Shura Phantom cannot copy. To defeat someone of similar cultivation, the only way is to improve combat skills and battle intent. Su Qiu murmured. He immediately understood the mystery of the Shura Tower. He wielded his spear, unleashing exceptional battle intent, and his exquisite combat skills were displayed to perfection, resolving the Shura Phantom before him in just a few moves. The white, misty space disappeared. In its place was a staircase. Su Qiu understood this was the staircase leading to the second level of the Shura Tower. He walked up. On the second level, apart from a Shura Phantom that looked just like him, there was another Shura Phantom holding a long sword, with a square face. Su Qiu did not recognize the other one. But the other side was also a Shura Phantom. It should be a Shura Phantom appearing from the previous challengers that the Shura Tower copied. Su Qiu smiled slightly and went forward. With his battle intent boosted, his spirit and energy were at their peak state, and the combat skills honed in battles against strange beasts were perfectly displayed. A few minutes later, the two Shura Phantoms, nearly equal in cultivation to him, were successfully defeated, and he moved on to the third level of the Shura Tower. This time, 4 Shura Phantoms appeared before him. Su Qiu's gaze lightly trembled. The first level had 1 Shura Phantom, the second had 2, the third had 4. The difficulty of this Shura Tower isn't exponentially increasing, is it? While he was thinking, the 4 Shura Phantoms had already charged forward. Swords, spears, sabers, and halberds. 4 weapons attacked him from 4 different corners. Su Qiu took a deep breath, swinging his spear, his battle intent soaring, attacking fiercely, creating a terrifying sound of battle in an instant. Clashing weapons resounded without end. 15 minutes later. Su Qiu defeated the 4 Shura Phantoms in a row. He stepped onto the 4th level. And this time, the Shura Phantoms appearing were 8. This confirmed Su Qiu's guess. Each level of the Shura Tower increased in difficulty exponentially. 1 on the first level, 2 on the second, 4 on the third, 8 on the fourth, 16 on the fifth, 32 on the sixth, 64 on the seventh, 128 on the 8th, and by the 9th level, 256. At the 9th level, Su Qiu might have to face 256 Shura Phantoms nearly equal to his cultivation and defeat them. My heavens! How can this be fought? Su Qiu couldn't help but feel a bit of a prickling sensation on his scalp. How did Captain Oral manage to pass the 9th level back then? So strong. The difficulty of the Shura Tower shocked Su Qiu, but then, his eyes revealed high-spirited battle intent. The harder it is, the more worthy the challenge. I finally understand why the captain recommended me to come here. As long as I can break through the 9 levels of the Shura Tower, my strength will soar. What kind of exaggeration is it for a warrior who can defeat 248 other warriors of the same realm with fighting spirit? For him, challenging those above his level is as easy as eating and drinking. Su Qiu, full of fighting spirit, charged towards the 8 Shura Phantoms before him, while unleashing the newly acquired A-level martial skill, Phoenix Dance of 6 Phantoms. His speed was as fast as a shadow, and in the air, 6 of his phantoms were conjured, leaving the Shura Phantoms a little overwhelmed. But in the next second, his clones also followed suit, conjuring 6 phantoms as well. The opponent even copied the movement skill he just obtained. This did not surprise him at all. After all, when he first came to the Shura Tower, he had his Thunder King spear and several martial souls copied, so what's the big deal about another movement skill? Sure enough, among all the Shura Phantoms, the hardest to deal with is always myself. Su Qiu murmured. He dodged the attacks of the other Shura Phantoms and prioritized defeating his own. Thunder God Judgment Spear. Boom! The spear shot out. The thick spear light spanned out. The Shura Phantom also shot a spear, but lacking the fighting spirit to support it, it quickly fell and was blasted away by his spear. Next, he resolved the other Shura Phantoms one by one. Though he suffered some injuries in this battle, with blood appearing on his shoulder, thigh, and abdomen, he did not retreat. What looked like severe injuries to an ordinary person was just a flesh wound to him. He's been hurt worse than this, he could even fight with half his life gone. He could still fight. 5th level, here I come. Su Qiu grinned. After several battles, his fighting spirit was fully ignited, and he was determined to conquer the Shura Tower. He wanted to replace Oli and become the new king of the Shura Tower. Shura Tower, 5th level. 16 Shura Phantoms. This time, Xiao had experience. He struck first at himself, defeating his own clone, and then gradually dealt with the other clones. 5th level, cleared. Although his injuries were worse, his fighting spirit remained undiminished. 6th level, let's go. As soon as he stepped onto the 6th level, among the 32 Shura Phantoms, Xiao saw a familiar figure besides his own. That person was wielding a wolf fawn club and grinned at him. It was indeed the Shura Phantom version of Berserk Bull Oli. Xiao's mouth twitched. This battle is going to be tough. Though he knew the Oli before him was just a Shura Phantom with the same cultivation level as himself, Oli had left a significant shadow in his heart. Even if it were just a Shura Phantom, he did not dare to underestimate it. He charged forward, intending to deal with Oli first. He thrust out his spear. Bang! Oli was blasted away. Xiao was stunned for a moment. When did the captain become so easy to deal with? But he quickly realized. Oli's true strength did not lie in her cultivation or martial soul. Her strongest point was her combat skills and relentless fighting spirit, which were precisely what the Shura Tower could not replicate. The fake captain is no match for me. Hee, I can't handle the real captain, so let's take it out on you, this impersonator. Xiao grinned. The image of being bullied by Oli during special training floated in his mind, and he dashed up, thrusting his spear. Die, you bastard. Far outside Qingyun City. Oli, who was giving special training to the members of the Berserk Bull team, sneezed. Why do I feel someone is targeting me from behind? She rubbed her nose and looked at the members of the Berserk Bull team lying on the ground, shouting loudly, "Get up, you little brats. Even if you have to crawl, you must crawl 10 more laps. Push your limits, you scoundrels." Chapter 106, Breaking Through the 6th Layer. Xiao's Shura Phantom. Outside the Shura Tower. Lin Jing and others were waiting for the result. "How many layers do you think Xiao can break through?" asked a young man wearing glasses curiously. "I guess getting to the 3rd layer would be great," said a young man. "The Shura Phantoms in the tower are all at the same level as themselves. Except for not having combat skills and fighting spirit, they are basically identical in other aspects. Moreover, a first-time entrant to the Shura Tower will face their own doppelganger on the 1st layer. Most people, when facing their duplicate for the first time, will be defeated with just a small mistake. Most can't even get past the 2nd layer on their first try. Xiao, the top scorer in the college entrance examination, is naturally not someone most people can compare to, but breaking through to the 3rd layer and facing 4 Shura Phantoms should be the limit. Currently, at Yanlong University, along with the teachers, there are very few who can reach the 5th layer. As for the students, only Li Yunfeng has done it. Although our hallmaster is slightly weaker than Li Yunfeng, he should at least reach the 4th layer." Lin Jing nodded, finding this reasoning convincing. At this moment, a figure flew out from the door of the Shura Tower. It was Mu Bing. She was panting heavily. Then she looked at the display screen not far away. Mu Bing, 5th layer, time taken 3 hours and 17 minutes. Seeing this record, Mu Bing excitedly waved her small fist. "I broke the record. Now, I am the 2nd person to reach the 5th layer. Oh yeah, Ice Sister is mighty. This time, we've won for sure." Everyone looked at Mu Bing and came over to flatter her. "Where's Xiao? He still hasn't come out?" "Not yet." Impressive endurance," Mu Bing said lightly. "Staying in the Shura Tower for a long time does not mean a high number of layers. He might be stuck in a tough battle." But where exactly was he stuck in a tough battle? 2nd layer? Or the 3rd layer? If it was the 3rd layer, for a first-time entrant to the Shura Tower, it would be a remarkable achievement. Truly worthy of being the top scorer. Time passed second by second. Another hour passed. Xiao still hadn't come out. Mu Bing clicked her tongue in amazement. This guy really can hold on for so long? The next moment, a figure flew out from the Shura Tower. It was Xiao. Like Mu Bing, he squatted on the ground, panting heavily. "Just a little bit more. I didn't expect to fall at my own hands in the end." In the final confrontation with the Shura Phantom, his doppelganger took the opportunity while he was entangled with other phantoms and secretly shot him. It pierced right through his heart. He couldn't believe he could be so despicable. He touched his heart and found the wound had already disappeared. Moreover, apart from feeling fatigued, all other injuries had vanished without a trace. Indeed, as O'Reilly said, no one dies in the Shura Tower. As Mu Bing and the others saw him appear, they went up to greet him. "Xiao, how was it? How many layers did you break through? Don't be discouraged, it's your first time. A poor result doesn't mean anything. Come again a few times, and with your talent and strength, you will adapt soon." Mu Bing smiled and patted Xiao's shoulder. Lin Jing tugged at his sleeve, pointed at the display screen, and swallowed hard. Hall Master, you look at that. On the display screen, it boldly displayed. Suqiu, 6th layer, time taken 4 hours and 36 minutes. Seeing this, Mu Bing rubbed her eyes in disbelief. She stared at Suqiu and said, You broke through the 6th layer? Suqiu nodded slightly. Yeah, at the 7th layer, I was backstabbed by myself. The others gasped in shock. Good heavens. This was his first time entering the Shura Tower, and he broke through the 6th layer, reaching the 7th. It seemed he had also experienced a tough battle at the 7th layer? Are you kidding me? Was this really his first time in the Shura Tower? At Yanlong University, the seniors who had been attacking the tower for several years couldn't compare to him. In fact, even the teachers had very few who could break through the 6th layer. This guy, is too exaggerated. Mu Bing stared at Suqiu. Is this the value of being the top scorer in the college entrance exam? Terrifying. No. Even past top scorers haven't been this exaggerated. I'm a bit tired today, I'll come back to challenge the tower next time. Suqiu looked at the Shura Tower, his eyes burning with passion. Though it was tough, he could confirm that this Shura Tower was of great help to him. Even though I didn't break through to the 7th level this time, I still have time. I don't believe that in the next 2 years, I can't conquer the 9th level. Suqiu cheered himself on. Beside him, Mu Bing said, No, brother, do you know that throughout the Great Xia, only one person has passed the 9th level? That is our Yanlong University's pride, honored as the king of Shura Tower, Olay. Even the War King can't do that. Suqiu nodded and glanced at Olay's name. I know, but I will be the next king of Shura Tower. His tone was calm yet filled with certainty. It gave a feeling that could not be doubted. If others said this, Mu Bing and the others would scoff. In nearly 100 years, only one person has successfully passed the 9th level. What makes you think you will be the next? But Suqiu made it to the 6th level on his first try. Back then, even Olay might not have been able to do that. Looking at this, Suqiu really has the potential to become the second warrior in 100 years to pass the 9th level of the Shura Tower. The next king of Shura Tower. Suqiu took a deep breath and took one last look at the Shura Tower before turning to leave. He needed to go back, regain his energy, and fight the Shura Tower again. While Mu Bing watched his back, he suddenly shouted, I've decided. No matter what it takes, I will pull him into the Alliance Hall. Even if I have to give him my position as the Hall Master. Such a talent absolutely cannot be missed. The ability of the Alliance Hall to dominate Yanlong University depends on Suqiu. Mu Bing looked intently at Suqiu's back. What a genius! Lin Jing couldn't help but marvel. Then he looked at the Shura Tower and smiled slightly. I haven't challenged the Shura Tower for a long time, let's try to see if I've made any progress. He rushed in. But less than a minute later, he was blasted out. Lin Jing, 0 level, time used 36 seconds. Mu Bing and the others couldn't help but step forward to laugh. Lin Jing, can you do it? That's not even a minute. 0 level? Lin Jing, are you kidding me? Lin Jing just sat dumbfounded on the ground. He showed no reaction to their mockery. Mu Bing sensed something was off. Wait, Lin Jing, what did you encounter in there, to be ejected so quickly? I encountered Suqiu. Lin Jing replied blankly. Just moments ago, he had confidently planned to challenge the tower, thinking he could at least reach the 4th level. But on his first attempt, he met a Shura phantom he had never encountered before, that is, Suqiu. After Suqiu entered the Shura Tower, it replicated his Shura phantom, and Lin Jing was the first one to meet him. Same cultivation level. But Suqiu fired just one shot. That was a shot like no other, as if the thunder god descended. With just that one shot, he was blasted out with nearly no power to resist. Chapter 107, The Effect of the Shura Tower. Su Xiaoshuang fights for her brother. Lin Jin looked at the Shura Tower with a look of lingering fear. It truly lives up to being the top scorer. That one shot knocked me out. So powerful, in the same realm, it can only be crushed. Mu Bing also became interested. Suqiu's Shura Phantom, huh? Sounds interesting, I'll come and try it tomorrow. Today she had already challenged the tower once and was exhausted. She needed at least a day to rest. Before long, the news that Suqiu had reached the 6th level on his first challenge of the Shura Tower spread rapidly within Yanlong University. Many students were stunned. They knew about the Shura Tower, were those warriors in Yanlong University who loved to fight. Every few days, they would go. Some battle maniacs even went every day. But even those warriors who went daily to the Shura Tower for years had never passed the 6th floor. In fact, it could be said that almost no one had ever passed the 5th floor. Suqiu, a newcomer attempting the Shura Tower for the first time, had reached the 6th floor right away. How could the other warriors live with that? This guy is way too strong. Is it true?
Of course it's true, the display screen outside the Shura Tower has the record. If you don't believe it, go check it yourself. My god, truly worthy of being the top scorer of the college entrance examination. This is the Shura Tower. It doesn't relate much to cultivation, it tests a person's combat skills and fighting spirit. If he can make it to the 6th floor, he surely isn't the type who only studies hard and focuses on closed-off training. Su Qiu worth a battle. Su Qiu's name spread across Flame Dragon University. Even many warriors began to have thoughts of battling Su Qiu. After all, due to the existence of the Shura Tower, Flame Dragon University had produced many combative warriors, and with Su Qiu's immense fame, how could they remain indifferent? Returning to his dormitory, Su Qiu was unaware that many had already viewed him as a rival. Having just gone through the tower, he felt tired and wanted to rest. He slept soundly until the next morning. When he got up, he stretched lazily and then went out to jog a few laps on the playground to loosen his muscles. Then he was surprised to find he seemed more energetic. I feel like I've grown stronger. Su Qiu murmured. Though his cultivation hadn't increased, he truly felt as if he had grown stronger, not in cultivation, but in fighting spirit. The Shura Tower is truly powerful. I've only been once, and there's such a noticeable effect already. He clenched his fist, unable to imagine how intense his fighting spirit would be when he fully conquered the Shura Tower. It's likely wouldn't be much worse than now, wouldn't it? Thinking of this, he grew even more excited. After jogging a few laps on the playground, Su Qiu went to the school cafeteria for breakfast and then planned to train in the Shura Tower again. However, before he could go, someone came looking for him first. The person was a young man with a buzz cut, robust in build with muscles that bulged beneath his shirt. He looked coldly at Su Qiu. Su Qiu, dare to fight me? Su Qiu was taken aback. You challenge me? Why? Wasn't it you who provoked us first? Huh, when? Su Qiu was even more confused. When did he provoke the other side? Didn't you go to the Shura Tower yesterday? Yes. You went to the Shura Tower and passed the 6th floor, doesn't that make us upperclassmen seem incompetent? Isn't that a provocation towards us upperclassmen? The buzzcut youth said. Su Qiu couldn't help but feel speechless. What kind of logic is this? Give me a clear answer on whether you accept my challenge. The buzzcut youth said. However, before Su Qiu answered, someone stood up faster than him, saying lightly, if you want to challenge my brother, do you have that capability? The speaker was Su Xiaoshuang. She crossed her arms, walked up, and looked at the buzzcut youth. If you want to challenge my brother, you'll have to go through me first. Little brat, this is none of your business. The buzzcut youth said. Oh, so you say it's none of my business to challenge my brother? Well then, I'm challenging you now. As an upperclassman, I'm sure you won't refuse a challenge from this little girl, will you? Su Xiaoshuang said with a cold smile. Interesting, fine, let me see what you, the second place in the college entrance examination, can do. The buzzcut youth accepted the challenge. Su Qiu looked at Su Xiaoshuang with some worry. Su Xiaoshuang waved her hand. Rest assured, big brother, just watch how your sister dominates Flame Dragon University. Xiaoshuang, don't go too hard. Su Qiu said lightly. He wasn't worried about Su Xiaoshuang losing. Just worried that the other person would be careless, either killing or maiming the opponent. Su Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes. Aren't you my brother? Why worry about this? But on the other hand, isn't this also Su Qiu's way of recognizing her strength? Thinking of this, her mood improved again. A few people arrived at a fighting arena at Fire Dragon University. Both sides jumped onto the arena. The next second, an energy shield appeared on the arena. Su Qiu clicked his tongue in amazement. As expected of a martial arts university, the arena even has an energy shield to prevent the shockwaves of battle from damaging the surroundings. On the arena, Su Xiaoshuang stood with her hands behind her back, looking calm and unhurried. She even beckoned to the buzzcut young man across from her. Come on. The young man was furious. No one had ever dared to belittle him like this. Moreover, being looked down upon by a little girl. The buzzcut young man let out a low growl, light swirling around him, and a flaming big knife suddenly appeared in his hand. The big knife emitted a terrifying aura, with a red dragon pattern coiling around it, raising the temperature around them significantly. A great weapon spirit, Fire Dragon Blade. Su Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly. He recognized this weapon spirit. Among the many A-grade weapon spirits, this knife's attack power could be said to be among the best, not much worse than some S-grade weapon spirits. This young man could be considered a genius. Girl, summon your weapon spirit. The buzzcut young man said. But Su Xiaoshuang stood calmly, replying coolly. To deal with you, I don't need to summon my weapon spirit. What a joke. To deal with this level of opponent, if she called out the Empress would probably scold her before even making a move. You rude girl, you're even more arrogant than your brother. The buzzcut young man said, flustered with anger. Hearing this, Su Xiaoshuang couldn't help but laugh. You haven't seen my brother at his most arrogant. Humph, I'll defeat you first. After saying this, the buzzcut young man stepped forward fiercely, charging at Su Xiaoshuang, swinging the fire dragon blade down.
The domineering aura traced a long scar of fire through the air.
Su Xiaoshuang deftly dodged.
Then her figure soared into the air, kicking out. This kick was like a whip, powerful and heavy.
The buzzcut young man didn't have time to dodge, channeling his spirit power to guard his chest, but was still kicked away for over 10 meters. What great strength!
But Su Xiaoshuang's assault had not ended. Her fists kept striking out. Bang, 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 bang.
The shadows of her fists lining up, each move clever and fierce.
The key point was that every punch had great force.
The buzzcut young man was immediately driven back step by step.
Chapter 108, this is my email. If you want to challenge me, please send a challenge letter first.
The buzzcut young man was being pushed back, and the crowd below the arena gasped in surprise. He felt embarrassed and couldn't help but roar in anger, channeling all his spirit power, forcing Su Xiaoshuang back a few steps. Then he poured all his spirit power into the fire dragon blade in his hand. As the flames raged, the buzzcut young man roared, A-grade martial skill, fire dragon slash. With one slash, the blade's energy surged out like a fire dragon tearing through the sky.
This move was extremely domineering.
But Su Xiaoshuang did not retreat or evade, standing firm, channeling her spirit power, gathering a white glow in her palm, causing ripples to spread through the surrounding space.
Let me show you this move.
S-grade martial skill, shockwave palm.
Boom. With one palm strike, the space seemed to tremble.
The incoming fire dragon twisted and collapsed directly under the trembling space. Su Qiu watched this palm strike, his eyes couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment. What a powerful palm strike, this is S-grade martial skill.
Moreover, it's not an ordinary martial skill, this power of shaking the space should be a space attribute S-grade martial skill. Martial skills, like weapon spirits, also have different attributes. And space attributes absolutely belong to the higher attributes among the various attributes. Things with space attributes, whether they are martial skills or weapon spirits. Even spiritual tools are more precious and powerful than those of the same level. Could that Empress Joan Xia be a strong practitioner of the space Tao? Su Qiu stroked his chin, thinking to himself. But the Empress Joan Xia is Su Xiaoshuang's secret, so he did not dig deeper.
On the arena, a palm that shook the void directly crushed the endless flames and struck the bald man, sending him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed against the energy barrier. He immediately lost the ability to fight again.
Su Xiaoshuang's strength stunned the onlookers. So powerful. What kind of palm technique is this? Wow, this must be an S-grade martial skill. Incredible. No wonder she is Su Qiu's sister. Second in the college entrance examination, truly impressive. She's terrifyingly strong.
Everyone was moved, and their gazes toward Su Xiaoshuang changed. In the past, they only regarded her as a cute girl, a neighbor's younger sister, but now, they truly realized. She is a martial arts master wearing the skin of a girl. A future top powerhouse. She is not at the same level as most of them. As the energy shield disappeared, Su Qiu jumped onto the arena and patted Su Xiaoshuang's head. Not bad, I didn't expect you to be so strong.
That's because. Su Xiaoshuang's face flushed red. Big brother, can you not pat my head in front of so many people? It's so embarrassing.
Sigh, Xiaoshuang has grown up and won't even let big brother touch her head.
Su Qiu sighed and withdrew his hand. He wanted to give the girl some face. The bald youth who was sent flying looked at Su Xiaoshuang with a hint of fear, then glanced at Su Qiu but still stubbornly said, Su Qiu, don't think that because I lost, you can do whatever you want at school. The seniors in the third year definitely won't let you go. Su Qiu shook his head helplessly. You've already been beaten like this and still talk so tough. Honestly, I had no intention of provoking the seniors, but since you said that, let me say one thing here. Su Qiu, my email is 18,386. Everyone was puzzled. Why is he giving out his email address for no reason? Su Qiu smiled. If any seniors want to challenge me, please send your challenge letter to my email, and I will find a time to deal with all of you at once. Deal with all at once? Everyone gasped. Not one by one, but all at once? In other words, he doesn't plan to fight individually, he plans to gang up on them. One person versus a group of people. The bald youth was also stunned. He suddenly thought of what Su Xiaoshuang had said earlier, that was because you haven't seen my brother when he's truly arrogant. Now he understood. These two siblings are truly one more arrogant than the other. After giving out his email, Su Qiu brought Su Xiaoshuang down from the arena, but this matter was not over, rather, it could be said that the storm was just beginning to brew. He gave out his email and made challengers queue to send challenge letters? Does he really plan to deal with them all at once? This guy, is he that arrogant? Does he think solving them one by one is too troublesome? Wow, this is the most arrogant freshman I've ever seen. So what if he's the top scorer in the college entrance examination? Sorry, being the top scorer in the college entrance examination is really impressive. And this guy is definitely a weirdo among all the top scorers. People discussed animatedly.
Meanwhile, at a training ground, a young man wielding a spear was training with several students, his spear technique like a dragon, breathtaking. After training, a student ran up, "President, big news, that new freshman has challenged the whole school." After hearing the situation, the spear-wielding young man narrowed his eyes slightly. "This year's freshmen are quite arrogant, go and send him a challenge letter."
"Okay, President."
On the other side, a young man was bored, playing with his phone when he suddenly saw a pinned post on the school forum, which had a string of email addresses. Below, many students were leaving messages.
"This is Su Cho's email address. If you want to challenge him,
quickly send him a challenge letter, let him know that we, the seniors, are not just sitting idle.
This year's freshmen are too arrogant. He must know the true power.
Those on the leaderboard cannot act like scared turtles." Latest news, the president of the Gun Society on the leaderboard, Fengwoji, has sent a challenge letter to Su Cho.
Others should not fall behind.
"I will name Yang Qing, Mu Bing, Lu Long, and Li Yunfeng here. You are all in the top 10 of the leaderboard. Get up and don't be cowardly."
Yeah, get up and beat him up. TSK, shouting for others to challenge. Why don't you send a challenge letter yourself?
"I'll send it, who am I afraid of?"
If you send it, remember to take a screenshot.
The online forum was buzzing with excitement, with discussions coming in waves.
It seemed that if one did not send a challenge letter to Su Cho, they would be looked down upon.
A young man was scrolling through his phone, smiling slightly. "This is interesting.
For such a fun thing, how could I, Lu Long, not participate? Also, that guy Li Yunfeng should also want to meet him, right?
At this time, he should be at the Shura Tower." The young man Lu Long put away his phone and headed to the Shura Tower. Before long, he saw a young man in a white shirt with a center-parting hairstyle.
If any student from Yanlong University was here, they would definitely recognize him as the #1 student of Yanlong University.
The top of the Yanlong Wind and Cloud list, Li Yunfeng. He was also the only student to have passed the 5th level of the Shura Tower. And now, he was standing outside the Shura Tower, looking at Su Cho's name on the display screen, lost in thought. Lu Long walked up. Tisk, he passed the 6th level of the Shura Tower on his first try.
This Su Cho is indeed impressive. I really want to meet this person.
Li Yunfeng nodded slightly.
Lu Long laughed. "I knew you would think like this.
He is currently challenging all the students in the school. Let me send a challenge letter for you."
"Whatever." Li Yunfeng did not refuse and then walked into the Shura Tower. Chapter 109, Li Yunfeng, afraid of being beaten.
Just admit it if you're scared.
Li Yunfeng entered the Shura Tower.
He didn't even know how many times he had entered the Shura Tower. His best record was passing the 5th level in 2 hours. Yet now, someone had passed the 6th level before him. This caused a feeling of defiance in his heart. This time, I will also pass the 6th level.
The next king of the Shura Tower can only be me.
Li Yunfeng thought to himself. He stepped into the 1st level of the Shura Tower. In front of him, a Shura phantom gradually emerged.
Li Yunfeng didn't take it seriously.
The Shura phantom duplicated at the 1st level of the Shura Tower had the same cultivation level as his but lacked fighting intent, and its combat skills were far inferior. It was like a puppet that had strength but no wisdom.
He completely disregarded it.
The next moment, he lightly exclaimed, "Oh, I haven't encountered this Shura phantom before, who is it?" He scrutinized for a moment and felt the person before him looked increasingly familiar.
Quickly, he distinguished, "Isn't this the top student Su Cho from the college entrance examination?
I didn't expect the first Shura phantom I encounter would be him."
He still didn't pay much attention.
If Su Cho himself had come, he would take it seriously. But as Shura phantom, he didn't take it to heart at all. At the moment the Shura phantom took shape, the opponent wielded a long spear and abruptly thrust it out, like thunder resonating from the ground, fierce lightning tearing through the sky.
Li Yunfeng's pupils shrank sharply, and he hurriedly used his mobility skills to dodge.
But he was still a moment too late. The spear pierced through his shoulder.
What a fast strike! Is this guy really just a Shura phantom? Li Yunfeng was taken aback.
He quickly summoned his martial soul, which was a sword. A long sword radiating a brilliant light, and the hilt of the sword was a pair of white wings, looking sacred and majestic. S-grade martial soul, the holy winged sword. The winged sword radiated a white light.
Quickly heal his wounds.
This is one of the unique abilities of the light attribute martial soul. Especially the sacred winged sword, which is an S-rank martial soul, has extremely powerful healing abilities. It is this martial soul that allows Li Yunfeng to suffer little damage in battle, and he is even praised as a sword master who has never been injured in 100 fights. Although a bit embarrassing, it also shows the strength of his martial soul. Seeing him summon his martial soul, Su Qiu's Shura Phantom was not to be outdone and similarly summoned a martial soul. Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon roared, and instantly, bolts of lightning filled the surroundings. Li Yunfeng knew that Su Qiu's martial soul was SSS rank, and due to the Shura Tower not being able to replicate souls beyond the martial artist's rank, the Thunder Dragon in front of him was suppressed to an S rank level. But the imposing power of the lightning it emitted was still not to be underestimated. The Shura Phantom struck again. Thunder King Spear launched. Although it lacked battle wisdom and techniques, this Thunder King Spear was indeed a genuine full-level A-rank martial skill. Along with the Thunder Dragon being of the lightning attribute, the explosive power still made Li Yunfeng feel troubled. A full-level A-rank martial skill? Goodness, no wonder you are the top student in the college entrance exam. Your skill in martial arts is far beyond the average person. If his Shura Phantom is so powerful, how terrifying must his true self be? Li Yunfeng thought to himself. He did not dare to underestimate, going all out. With his battle intent and excellent combat skills, Li Yunfeng temporarily suppressed the Shura Phantom. He seized the opportunity and struck down fiercely with his sword. A-rank martial skill, Light Giant God Slash. A thick white sword energy slashed down from the sky. And in the next second, his gaze met the emotionless eyes of the Shura Phantom, and in that moment, a sudden chill filled his heart. A heavy sense of unease enveloped him. Immediately afterwards, the Shura Phantom thrust out with the spear, and the overbearing lightning power surged forth, its might over 10 times that of the previous Thunder King Spear. It was the S-rank martial skill, Judgment of the Thunder God Gun. The Thunder Spear crashed like a flood, shattering that white sword energy. The indomitable Li Yunfeng was instantly killed by a single spear. Blasted out of the Shura Tower. Outside the Shura Tower, Li Yunfeng was heavily knocked out, lying on the ground in a big shape, staring at the sky, lost in a state of doubt about life. He lost. He couldn't even get past the first level of the Shura Tower. Why was a Shura Phantom so strong? What about its true self? Lu Long walked over, also a bit confused. Wait, Li Yunfeng, why did you come out so quickly this time? Are you okay? Li Yunfeng thought of something and immediately sat up. Did you send a challenge to Su Qiu? Why the hurry? I haven't sent it yet. Lu Long said. Li Yunfeng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It's good that you haven't sent it. I mean, mine hasn't been sent, but yours has already been sent. Lu Long added. Li Yunfeng felt darkness sweep before his eyes, nearly falling to the ground. Lu Long quickly went up to support him. What's wrong with you today? Lu Long. I'm going to choke you to death. Li Yunfeng grabbed Lu Long's neck, furious. Just now he was thinking of challenging Su Qiu. But this time, who would dare to challenge that monster? He couldn't even defeat the other person's Shura Phantom, yet he wanted to take his head and challenge the true self? I'm dead, I'm dead. Lu Long's eyes turned white from being choked. As Li Yunfeng took his phone, he edited an email to Su Qiu's inbox, his expression indifferent. If I'm going to die, we die together. As the two were talking, not far away, two people slowly approached. It was Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang. Just after being violently beaten by the other Shura Phantom in the Shura Tower, Li Yunfeng's expression immediately stiffened, and his body tensed up. Su Qiu glanced curiously at him. Why was this person so nervous? But he did not ask, smiling and nodding to the two as a greeting. Hello, classmate. Hello. Li Yunfeng replied stiffly. Beside him, Lu Long smiled slightly and said, Classmate, you must be Su Qiu, right? You just came to Yanlong University for a few days, and you've made quite the noise. Heh, I'm sorry for the trouble. Su Qiu still wore a good-natured expression. Beside him, Su Xiaoshuang stood with her hands on her hips. What, do you want to compare? You think I... Lu Long wanted to say, you think I'm scared? But before he could finish, Li Yunfeng pulled him back, and gently smiled at Su Qiu. Su classmate, you are here to challenge the tower, right? Please go ahead, we won't disturb you. We'll chat another time. Saying this, he took Lu Long away. Once they were far away, Lu Long voiced his dissatisfaction. Li Yunfeng, what's wrong with you today? Why are you so scared of Su Qiu? Is this the you I know? Li Yunfeng sneered, when you fight him, you'll understand why I'm afraid of him. Oh come on, I don't believe it. Lu Long raised an eyebrow and turned to find Su Qiu for a one-on-one. This time, Li Yunfeng didn't stop him. Why don't you stop me? Good words can't persuade a person looking for death, what can I do? Li Yunfeng shrugged. You? Lu Long hesitated. He knew Li Yunfeng to some extent, and seeing him like this, Su Qiu must indeed be tough to deal with. He coughed twice. Forget it, I've already sent the challenge letter, there's no rush.
Li Yunfeng patted his shoulder. Admit you're scared if you are, I won't laugh at you, after all, I'm scared in front of him too. Chapter 110, Su Xiaoshuang's Results. Everyone's scalp tingled. Su Qiu continued to challenge the Shura Tower. Inside the Shura Tower, Su Qiu thrust his spear, defeating a Shura illusion. Immediately, he stepped onto the second level. Third level. Fourth level. Fifth level. He progressed smoothly, killing gods when gods blocked and Buddhas when Buddhas blocked. Until he reached the 7th level. And here was also where he had fallen last time. Stepping onto the 7th level, a total of 64 illusions appeared before him. Among them, besides Su Qiu himself, there were Oriai, Li Yunfeng, Mu Bing, and even Mu Qingkong's illusion. These people surrounded him. Without a word, they began to beat him up. Tisk, really no martial ethics, if you have guts, come duel me. Su Qiu twisted his lips. Of course, he knew these were just his musings, the Shura illusions couldn't understand him at all. His spear danced wildly among the crowd. Spear light, martial soul power flickered continuously, erupting. The Shura illusions could replicate his martial soul, martial techniques, and even his martial soul fusion skills. To defeat them, he could only rely on his fighting spirit and combat skills. After a fierce battle, Su Qiu finally defeated the 64 Shura illusions. He stepped onto the 8th level. In this second challenge, he was able to surpass his previous limit, and Su Qiu was quite satisfied with his training results. However, although he had passed the 7th level, he was also injured, and upon reaching the 8th level, he faced 128 Shura illusions. He couldn't hold on for long and was defeated. He was blasted out of the Shura Tower. Looking at the display screen's results. Su Qiu, 7th level. Time used, 8 hours and 17 minutes. Although this was significantly longer compared to his last challenge, he had indeed passed the 7th level, achieving remarkable results. Near the display screen, many students who came to challenge the tower looked at his results, all with their eyes wide open in shock. They were quite frightened. Su Qiu took a deep breath, and before everyone's gaze completely focused on him, he planned to leave first. But after scanning, he didn't see Su Xiaoshuang's figure. She laughed? Suddenly, a figure was blasted out of the Shura Tower. It was Su Xiaoshuang. Quick, look, 4th level. She actually passed the 4th level. Oh my god, she's so strong. These two siblings are truly extraordinary. The display screen clearly showed Su Xiaoshuang, 4th level, time used, 7 hours and 18 minutes. It turned out that Su Xiaoshuang had been waiting for a long time outside. By herself, she entered the Shura Tower for a trial. When she came out, she was astonished, just like most students who were entering the Shura Tower for the first time. This Shura Tower is amazing. The Empress in the martial soul space slightly nodded. This Shura Tower indeed has some tricks. It is not an ordinary top-grade spiritual weapon. Is there a level above the top-grade spiritual weapon? Su Xiaoshuang blinked, feeling a bit curious. The Empress said faintly, that is not something you can touch now. You should, like your brother, honestly break through the Shura Tower first. Su Qiu walked over. Xiaoshuang, have you mastered the battle intent? Without the battle intent, it would be nearly impossible to break through to the 4th level. Su Xiaoshuang shook her head. I haven't mastered the battle intent yet. This thing is too hard to grasp. I think I need to come to the Shura Tower a few more times. Then how did you break through? Oh, I understand. Su Qiu thought of something and showed an enlightened expression. The other party had the Empress within her, and the Empress was very special. Such a martial soul probably had never appeared on Blue Star before. The Shura Tower might not be able to replicate that. So Su Xiaoshuang was able to break through the 4th level. The siblings left. 7 or 8 hours passed, and the night had turned dark. They finished dinner and returned to their respective dormitories. As soon as Su Qiu entered his dormitory, he turned on the computer, ready to check if anything big happened in the Great Xiao recently. But as soon as he opened the computer, a constant beeping sound rang out. It was his email, overflowing. The battle letters came in one after another. Su Qiu looked at the dazzling sight and touched his face. Do I look that annoying? So many people are challenging me? On the other side. Outside the Shura Tower. One by one, students were blasted out. They gathered together, each with a face full of disbelief. What was that thing just now? One shot and I was finished? I used to be able to break through the 4th level, but now I am stuck at the 2nd level. That Shura Phantom was too terrifying. So, whose Shura Phantom was that? It seems to be Su Qiu. So it really is him. A group of people gathered together. They were all students who had been blasted out by Su Qiu's Shura Phantom within the Shura Tower. Some encountered Su Qiu on the 1st level, while others encountered him on the 2nd, the 3rd, but no matter who it was. As long as they encountered Su Qiu within the Shura Tower, they all had one word: defeat. And it was a crushing defeat. The kind without suspense. In an instant, the news about Su Qiu's phantom spread throughout Yanlong University, especially among those who had sent battle letters to Su Qiu. After personally experiencing it, they were all wide-eyed, their scalps tingling. So strong? If he's that strong, how can they still fight? Should they hit him with their heads? Too exaggerated. I feel like I made a mistake. Is it too late to take back the battle letter now? I originally thought Su Qiu was too arrogant, but after going to the Shura Tower again, I realized the one who was arrogant was me. On the Yanlong University forum, everyone was discussing animatedly. Meanwhile, Su Qiu, after battling in the Shura Tower for a day, took a night's rest. The next day, he got up very early. Then he grabbed the Panlong broken army spear and went to the cafeteria for breakfast. He planned to go to the Shura Tower again, but halfway through his meal, a young man playing with a small knife approached him, exuding a rebellious vibe. The other party looked at Su Qiu with a playful expression. Su Qiu, the champion of the National Martial Arts High Entrance Examination. I heard you've been quite prominent in school recently. There were quite a few people in the cafeteria. They looked at the young man in surprise. It's him, Wang Baolong. Fourth on the Yanlong University storm list. It is said that he broke through to the 4th grade high quality 3 months ago. Then went to the spiritual energy zone for training. I did not expect him to come back. Is he planning to cause trouble for Su Qiu? He hasn't been to the Shura Tower yet? I think so too. Hearing the whispers of the students around, Wang Baolong could not help but frown slightly. He had just returned. He indeed hasn't been to the Shura Tower. But what does this have to do with him causing trouble for Su Qiu? As for why he wants to trouble Su Qiu, the reason is simple. A newcomer made such a big splash right after coming to Yanlong University, even overshadowing a figure like him. Of course, he has to do something. Otherwise, would all his years at Yanlong University have been in vain? Moreover, this time he returned from the spirit energy zone with significant gains. He is confident that not only Su Qiu but even the top of the list, Li Yunfeng, is not his match. He wants to start by defeating Su Qiu and truly dominate Yanlong University. Chapter 111, The Challenge of Wang Baolong. A punch that leaves him in a mess. Looking at Wang Baolong, whose face was full of ambition, Su Qiu remained calm, sitting in place and quietly eating his breakfast. He appeared to be ignoring the other person. Seeing this, Wang Baolong frowned, growing increasingly dissatisfied with Su Qiu. Didn't you hear your senior talking to you? Wang Baolong's tone had become somewhat cold. Su Qiu replied lightly, wait until I finish my breakfast. He sat quietly in place, chewing slowly, looking like a graceful young master, which made Wang Baolong incredibly angry. A student beside Wang Baolong couldn't hold back. Big brother, let me teach him a lesson. That student stepped forward, reaching out to grab Su Qiu's food tray. He wanted to flip it over. But Su Qiu directly grabbed his wrist. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. He said lightly, wasting food is shameful. He pushed hard. That student flew backward, landing hard on his rear. Su Qiu swallowed the last bite of porridge. He stood up and looked at Wang Baolong. What guidance do you have? I challenge you, dare you? Wang Baolong stated his intention directly. Su Qiu responded lightly, don't you know my email? If you want to challenge me, send me a challenge letter first. You really don't understand the rules. His tone revealed some dissatisfaction. Ding. Facing Wang Baolong's challenge, you have the following options. 1. Refuse him. Reward, 3 silver moon herbs. 2. Agree to him. Defeat him. Reward, 3 bottles of Xiao Yuan Dan. 3. Agree to him, defeat him, dominate Yanlong University. Let your name become truly known throughout the university. Reward, super strong dynamic vision. Su Qiu looked at these options. He had already tried silver moon herbs, and the effect was pretty good. Xiao Yuan Dan. Well, with Su Xiaoshuang around, he really didn't lack for pills to use. Super strong dynamic vision, he hadn't tried that yet. So he chose the third one, saying lightly, since you don't understand the rules, let me teach you, where shall we fight? Quite straightforward, but you want to teach me the rules? That's 100 years too early. Wang Baolong sneered, follow me. He led Su Qiu to a martial arts arena at Yanlong University. News of Su Qiu's upcoming duel with Wang Baolong spread quickly, and the whole university buzzed with excitement as many rushed to watch. I've seen the strength of the Shura Tower's Su Qiu Phantom, but I haven't seen the strength of his real self yet. Is it possible that his real self is weaker than the Phantom? After all, the Shura Tower adjusts the strength of the Phantoms based on the challenger's cultivation level. It's not impossible. But since Su Qiu has passed the 7th level, he is indeed true. No matter how you look at it, he should not be underestimated. At the Yanlong University Martial Arts Arena, not only students came, but even some teachers joined to watch. Mu Qingkong, the president of Yanlong, also came. President Yanlong sighed, "It's only been a few days, and now I am hearing Su Qiu's name so much that my ears are almost calloused. Hee, some people are destined to become the center of attention." Mu Qingkong smiled lightly. Hee, then let me see his strength. President Yanlong felt some anticipation. Perhaps this year's University League will give Yanlong University a chance to rise. Not perhaps, as long as Su Qiu participates, I believe he will definitely sweep through all the martial arts universities, including the Imperial Capital University. Mu Qingkong said lightly. Principal Yanlong was secretly astonished. You actually have this confidence in Su Qiu? Do you know something? Mu Qingkong smiled slightly and said nothing. Not long ago, she had just contacted Oriai and learned some shocking things about Su Qiu one by one. She also just realized that this little guy before her, who had stepped into martial arts for less than a year, had already grown to a level that most martial artists could not reach. In the arena, Wang Baolong jumped onto the stage, still playing with that small knife in his hand. Next second, that small knife stretched and transformed into a long knife burning with flames. It was a martial arts spirit weapon that could change form. That is Wang Baolong's medium-grade martial arts spirit weapon, the flame-stretching knife. It is said that this knife can easily cut through alloy walls. With this knife, plus Wang Baolong's A-grade martial skill, Flame Blade Wave Chi, even without a martial soul, most upper-grade Tier 4 martial artists would not be his opponent. Everyone looked at the flame knife in Wang Baolong's hand, their faces filled with fear. In the Yanlong Storm ranking, there were only 10 people on the list. Each one had fought their way out from thousands of students at Yanlong University. Their strength was not comparable to ordinary students. Su Qiu, come on. Wang Baolong held the flame knife and stared at Su Qiu, saying calmly. A hint of battle intent appeared in his eyes. He couldn't wait to defeat Su Qiu, the martial arts college entrance exam champion. He had even thought about how to promote himself after defeating him. Su Qiu looked at him, his face showing no signs of fear. In fact, he even wanted to laugh a little. If the other side knew that he could even defeat a Duke-level expert, they might not have the courage to be so arrogant in front of him. He walked up to the stage. The next second, a flash of light appeared on the stage, activating the energy shield. Wang Baolong held the knife with one hand. I'm your senior. Don't say I'm bullying you, I'll let you have 3 moves first. Go ahead. You want to let me have 3 moves? Are you sure? Su Qiu said with a strange expression. That's right. Come on. Wang Baolong said proudly. Outside the stage, in the viewing area, Li Yunfeng couldn't help but give Wang Baolong a thumbs up. Truly brave. I respect you as a man. Not just him. Mu Bing and Lu Long were also there, watching the battle with curiosity in their eyes. Su Qiu, let us see your true strength. Xiao Shuang, Wang Baolong is ranked 4th on our school storm ranking. Your brother can handle him, right? A female student next to Su Xiaoshuan looked at the stage, asking with some worry. Su Xiaoshuan pouted, this little loser wants to fight my brother? What a joke, my brother could handle him with one hand. Is your brother really that strong? But I heard Wang Baolong's martial soul is S-level, and he's at least upper grade tier 4. The girl still looked full of concern. Wait, why do I feel like you care about my brother more than I do? You don't have a crush on him, do you? Su Xiaoshuan looked at the girl with a strange gaze. The girl's face reddened. Your brother is so handsome and is the martial arts college entrance exam champion. It's normal for me to like him. I consider you a friend, and you want to be my sister-in-law? Xiao Shuang, can you introduce me to him? Ah, you have no chance. My brother is already taken. Ah, what a pity. On the stage, Su Qiu heard Wang Baolong let him attack first, and he no longer hesitated. He formed a fist with his 5 fingers, casually striking a fiery punch. Bang! A huge fist made of flames tore through the air. Wang Baolong felt a wave of heat rushing toward him. His hair felt like it was about to catch fire. He let out a low roar and slashed the fire fist with his flame knife. With a loud boom, the fire fist was torn apart. But the remaining power of the fire fist still forced him back hard, making him crash against the energy shield. His clothes and hair burned black. With one punch, he was left in a pathetic state. Chapter 112, Crushing Wang Baolong. Let's deal with this together. One punch. With just one punch, Wang Baolong was blasted away. The clothes and hair on his body were burnt black, leaving everyone speechless. This punch's power is too overwhelming. People couldn't help but marvel. Especially Wang Baolong himself, who was even more shocked. How could the opponent have such strength? Su Qiu looked at Wang Balong with interest and said with a faint smile, "Senior, you said you would let me have 3 moves. This is just the first move. Next, there are still 2 moves left." He placed his hand on the long gun. Wang Balong's pupils constricted. The opponent had already made him so helpless without using the gun, so if he used it, how could he win? Wouldn't he be easily defeated in just a few shots? No. It can't be like this. Just as Su Qiu held the gun, Wang Balong shouted, and a flash of fire burst out from him. A leopard engulfed in flames appeared before everyone. It was Wang Balong's S-rank martial soul, the fire god leopard. Go! With Wang Balong's command, the fire god leopard turned into a streak of fire and quickly pounced towards Su Qiu. Seeing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Didn't he say he would let him have 3 moves? Ha, let what? Letting Su Qiu means looking for death. He finally realizes Su Qiu's terror. Although it's a bit embarrassing, it's still better than being defeated by Su Qiu in 3 moves. The strength of the fire god leopard is not simple. Can Su Qiu handle it? The fire god leopard, besides having fire attribute attacks, also possessed one of the top speeds among martial souls. Its speed was so fast that one could only catch glimpses of its afterimage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su Qiu dodged the fire god leopard's attacks repeatedly. But the speed of the leopard was increasing, and around Su Qiu, it seemed as if there were clusters of firelight. The shadow of the leopard was completely unseen. People couldn't help but gasp. Is this the speed of an S-rank martial soul? So fast. This fire god leopard, even an SS-rank martial soul, if only in terms of speed, might not compare. It's too strong. No, it's not just the martial soul. The strength of the martial soul is determined by its master. With this speed, it's likely that Wang Balong should not be underestimated. His cultivation is probably not as simple as the 4th rank. Wang Balong looked at Su Qiu, surrounded by fiery light, with a hint of cold smile on his lips. Su Qiu, you are bound to lose. The speed of the fire god leopard is such that even a 6th rank martial artist may not be able to keep up. Let alone you. Hearing this, Su Qiu's lips slightly curved upwards. Oh really? Others couldn't catch the movement of the fire god leopard, but he could see it all clearly. He watched as his eyes moved, activating his super dynamic vision, making the movement trajectory of the fire god leopard clear in his sight. At that moment, Wang Balong commanded the fire god leopard to attack again. Su Qiu began to move as well. He seemed to stroll casually, dodging the attacks of the fire god leopard time and again. Wang Balong noticed a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Dodging once might be luck. Twice could be coincidence. But to dodge each time from the fire god leopard's attack, that is strength. Su Qiu can see the leopard's movement trajectory? Thinking this, Wang Balong felt a tingling at the scalp. How could it be? The speed of the fire god leopard, even if it's 6th rank and at a discount, might not be keep up. How is he doing this? Wang Balong swallowed. He now understood why Su Qiu could cause such a stir in Yanlong University, not just because he was the champion of the martial arts college entrance examination. More importantly, his strength. You can dodge the fire god leopard, but I don't believe you can dodge the combined attack from me and the leopard. Wang Balong took a deep breath, then struck. He swung the long knife in his hand. A wave of flame condensed into knife energy slashed through the air. It was Flame Knife Wave Chi. The knife energy surged, making the air on the arena seem as if it had been ignited, scorching to the extreme, and the surrounding light became somewhat distorted. Together with the attack of the fire god leopard, even a nearly 6th level warrior might suffer a terrible defeat within 10 moves. But Su Qiu showed no signs of defeat at all. On the contrary, he flew and dodged, continuously avoiding the knife energy and the divine leopard's attacks. He looked completely at ease. Too slow, too slow. You guys should move a bit faster. At this speed, who can you hit? Su Qiu mocked. Wang Balong was furious, swinging his flame knife even faster. But it was still useless. He and the group of watching students and teachers were bewildered. The speed of the fire divine leopard was definitely among the best in S-class martial souls. Combined with Wang Balong's knife energy, it could be said to be seamless. Yet, they still could not hit Su Qiu. The key point was, Su Qiu did not even seem to show any extraordinary speed. How did he do it? It seems he can see the movement tracks of the fire divine leopard in the knife energy, allowing him to evade in advance? Principal Yanlong noticed a clue and said, "Ah, how is that possible? How can someone's dynamic vision be strong to that extent?" A teacher expressed disbelief. "This little guy hides many secrets." Principal Yanlong sighed. Beside him, Mu Qingkong smiled slightly. It's comforting. She had taught Su Qiu for a while, so she was half his teacher. Seeing her student grow to this level made her very happy. Damn it! Damn it! Wang Bolong's mentality was a bit broken as he could never hit Su Qiu.
At this moment, Xiao shook his head. It seems this is all your strength, really disappointing. After saying this, he flashed his figure, easily dodging the attack from the fire divine leopard, then thrusting his spear, directly piercing through the divine leopard's body. Roar! The fire divine leopard let out a piercing scream. Then it turned into red light particles and vanished. Fire divine leopard! Wang Baolong exclaimed. At this time, Xiao's figure became blurry and the next second appeared in front of Wang Baolong, who surprisingly had no reaction at all. His speed was even faster than the fire divine leopard's. In terms of speed, who could compare to the Kunping? With the Kunping martial soul, even without super strong dynamic vision, he could easily dodge the other's attacks. Not to mention, he had just gained a super strong dynamic vision. So when he said Wang Baolong's speed was too slow, it was not mockery. But rather, he was speaking the truth. Flame knife wave. Seeing Xiao suddenly appear in front of him, Wang Baolong was startled and immediately raised his long knife to slash out. But Xiao was even faster. Get out of the way. He thrust his spear. Wang Baolong's long knife was sent flying, and he himself was thrown out, crashing against the energy shield, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This time, several of his bones were broken. He could forget about getting back up. This battle was a complete and utter crushing defeat. Everyone saw Xiao's combat power for the first time. Although they had anticipated it, they were still shocked, looking at him with deep apprehension. After defeating Wang Baolong, Xiao did not leave the stage but took out his phone, opened his email, and loudly said, "Many people have wanted to challenge me these days, sending me battle invitations. Now, let's solve this all at once." Upon hearing this, many people's faces turned pale. Chapter 113, Let's All Come Together. Xiao, who opens a full map taunt. Now, let's solve this all at once. Hearing Xiao's words, many people's faces changed color. Without exception. They were all those who had sent battle invitations. They looked at Xiao on the stage, who was taking out his phone, and swallowed hard. Before sending the battle invitation, they only thought that as a freshman, he was too arrogant. As seniors, they surely wanted to teach him a lesson. But now, seeing his performance on stage. Teach him a lesson? What on earth is that? If they could leave without being taught a lesson, they would feel lucky. Teaching Xiao a lesson? They must have water in their heads to send him a battle invitation. Xiao did not care what everyone was thinking. He took out his phone and began rummaging through his email, calling out one name after another. Class 3, Weapon Soul of the 3rd year, Luo Yu. Class 4, Beast Soul of the 3rd year, Wang Feishue. Class 11, Weapon Soul of the 2nd year, Luo Yilan. Class 1, Weapon Soul of the 4th year, Li Yunfeng. Class 1, Beast Soul of the 4th year, Lu Long. With each name that Xiao called out, a bitter smile appeared on each student's face. As the names continued to be announced, those who had not issued a challenge began to show gleeful interest. After all, they wouldn't have to go up and fight. Watching the excitement was a free treat. They were curious to see what Xiao could achieve. In the viewing area, Mu Qingkong exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, in just a few days, so many people have issued him challenges? When did he become the school's enemy?" She found it hard to believe. His ability to attract trouble seemed almost as strong as his own talent and strength. Xiao, feeling a bit dry-mouthed on the stage, then said, "What a hassle. Anyway, whoever sent me a challenge, let's all go at it together." Together? The students who were initially a bit frightened raised their eyebrows upon hearing this. They admitted that his strength was formidable. In fact, he might not even be any weaker than Li Yunfeng, the top student on the leaderboard. However, all together? Wasn't that a bit too cocky? To challenge the top scorer of the martial arts college entrance exam, one must have some skills. Individually, they were no match for Xiao. But all together. Two fists can't fight four hands. How could Xiao possibly win? Remember, they weren't like those puppets in the Azura Tower, lacking combat techniques and fighting spirit. They were genuine, battle-hardened warriors. This guy sure has a big mouth. He wants to go all together? So many people against one? It wouldn't be glorious to win. I'm out. But if we back down, wouldn't that give him too much satisfaction? The senior students' faces would be lost. Many found themselves in a tough spot at that moment. At this time, the defeated Wang Baolong struggled to stand up and shouted, "What's the saying? A Buddha quarrels over a stick of incense, a person fights for breath. Now, a freshman has made this challenge, can you all bear it? I can't bear it. If I could still fight, I'd definitely be in a battle with him. Li Yunfeng, Lu Long, Mu Bing, Luo Yilan, you all are masters on the leaderboard just like me. You've sent challenges but now are too scared to face him? That's just cowardly." Hearing Wang Baolong's words, the ones he named, like Li Yunfeng, immediately turned gloomy, glaring at him unhappily. This guy lost and was embarrassed himself. Now he wanted to drag them down with him.
Li Yunfeng took a deep breath. Let's act. We've been provoked to this point. If we don't act now, we'll really lose face. Whoosh. He flickered and dashed toward Su Qiu on the stage. He cupped his hands and said, "Please give me guidance." In the next second, a sword resembling wings appeared in his hand, his S-class weapon soul, the Holy Winged Sword. Holding the sword, he slashed toward Su Qiu. A dazzling white light shone, causing Su Qiu to instinctively squint. So bright. And in that moment when he closed his eyes, Li Yunfeng's eyes lit up. What a good opportunity. This was his martial skill, the Radiant Slash. First, he released a blinding light to dazzle his opponent's eyes. Then, he would attack. This move had never failed him. But because it was a bit underhanded, he rarely used it. However, against this strange Su Qiu, he didn't care about that anymore. The long sword swung down, making a sound of cutting through the air. Blinded, Su Qiu couldn't see Li Yunfeng's attack. But his face didn't show any panic. He sensed the wind with his ears and used his skills to avoid the attack. You must know, he had trained under Ori and fought against hundreds of beasts with similar strength. So many beasts attacking together. Some strange beasts attacked from behind, he couldn't even see. How could he dodge? Of course, it was through hearing, through the five senses. Sometimes, it was even through combat instinct. So, the tactic of confusing vision might work for other warriors, but for Su Qiu, who had been through countless battles and had sharp five senses, it didn't matter much. After dodging Li Yunfeng's attack, Su Qiu thrust his spear back. Li Yunfeng raised his sword to block. But in the next second, an immense force transmitted through, he only felt his hands go numb and was directly blasted away. His palms were even bleeding from the impact. He was shocked. What great strength. The large sword in his hand emitted a burst of white light, healing his wounds. Seeing this, Su Qiu was not surprised. The Divine Winged Sword, this S-rank martial soul, he was aware of it. After all, he had the Blue Star Encyclopedia, and there was no martial soul that had appeared on Blue Star that he didn't know about. He stood there with his gun and called out loudly, "Everyone, come at me together." Hey, no way, really? You dare not to come at me together? Are the students of Flame Dragon University so cowardly? Su Qiu stood on the stage, openly mocking everyone. He knew that if he didn't defeat them all this time, there would likely be more challengers in the future. Once or twice was fine. But if they kept challenging him every day, wouldn't that exhaust him? So today, he had to completely show his strength. Make everyone at Flame Dragon University convinced. Even if they were not convinced in their hearts, they wouldn't dare to challenge him again. Today, he would truly dominate Flame Dragon University. Become the only king here. Damn it, so arrogant. I haven't even issued a challenge, and I already want to go up and fight him. Then go up. You think I don't dare? I'll go. One by one, the students, especially those who were on the leaderboard, jumped up on the stage to confront Su Qiu alongside Li Yunfeng. On the viewing platform, some teachers were worried, saying to the principal of Flame Dragon, "Principal, should we stop them? If this continues, something might happen." The principal of Flame Dragon smiled slightly, "No need. Young people are passionate, let them have their fun. I also want to see how far Su Qiu can go. The University League is coming soon, we need a leader. I used to favor Li Yunfeng, but now, it's Su Qiu." Hearing this, the teachers exchanged glances but said nothing more. Only one teacher in black watched Su Qiu, his gaze flickering twice, deep in his eyes, a hint of coldness was faintly visible. That gaze? It was as if he was looking at a natural enemy. Chapter 114, One person beating a group of people. Should the teachers come up? Su Qiu stood on the stage, watching the challengers walking up, the corners of his mouth slightly curled, gripping the helm-breaking spear, not stepping back. He even beckoned with his fingers to the crowd before him, "Come at me together." Seeing this, everyone was furious. Others also began to cheer for Li Yunfeng and the others. Go for it. Make this freshman look bad. Does he really think being the top scorer in martial arts college entrance exams gives him free rein? Let him know, there's always a taller mountain. Will he win? He will win. Go. Li Yunfeng shared a glance with a few people beside him, then he charged out as the vanguard, and in an instant, he was before Su Qiu. He directly thrust his sword, a dazzling light exploding. But Su Qiu had been prepared for this move early on. The moment the opponent launched the attack, he took the lead and thrust his spear out. Spear radiance intertwined with domineering lightning burst out. Bang! Li Yunfeng was blasted away by a single spear strike. It was extremely dominating. Seeing this, the others growled low, and also launched their attacks, some taking out their weapon martial souls, while others summoned their beast martial souls. In a moment, the stage was filled with various martial soul energies. Su Qiu smiled slightly, his mind stirring. Martial souls flew out from his body. SSS-class Martial Soul, Thunder Dragon. SSS-class Martial Soul, White Tiger. The two martial souls appeared together, the power of thunder and the aura of slaughter intertwined. Colliding with the beast martial souls rushing forward. The White Tiger moved gracefully, its steps easy and composed, elegant and noble. The Thunder Dragon charged wildly, thunder raging, fiercely dominant. Two powerful martial souls, two completely different fighting styles. Yet both are equally strong. One by one, the martial souls were knocked down by these two mighty spirits. And those students of course would not back down either, wielding weapon martial souls or various martial spirit artifacts, they attacked Su Qiu. Mu Bing was among them, laughing heartily. Su Qiu, I've wanted to fight you for a long time, let's duel. If you lose, you have to join my union hall. She rushed forward, her steps like the wind, a long staff swinging in her hand. There was a feeling of a staff that could stabilize the world. During these days, her sister had been talking about Su Qiu in her ear, saying how amazing Su Qiu was. This younger sister was almost jealous of it. Today, she would let Mu Qingkong know that Su Qiu was impressive, but she, Mu Bing, was not inferior. Facing the long staff slamming toward him, Su Qiu smiled indifferently, allowing the staff to strike. As the staff hit him, it seemed as if it had struck air, directly passing through him, leaving Mu Bing stunned. But she quickly realized, it's an afterimage. Her pupils contracted, somewhat horrified. She did not expect Su Qiu's speed to be so fast. It actually created afterimages. Before she could find where Su Qiu was, a sound of breaking air came, and the grip of a gun struck her chest. Bang! She was knocked away, blood spewing from her mouth. In the spectator stands, Mu Qingkong held her forehead. This girl, I told her time and again she's far from Su Qiu's opponent, yet she still seeks a fight? Then she glanced at her own chest. She wouldn't be flattened, would she? Watching Mu Bing get knocked away by a gunshot, others did not give up, but rushed forward together, surrounding Su Qiu from all sides. But Su Qiu leapt into the air. His form transformed, actually morphing into 6 Su Kaians. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of martial technique is this? It's a body technique, what a remarkable body technique. The crowd couldn't help but take a deep breath. They quickly attacked with various moves, but all that hit were afterimages. The real Su Qiu charged into the crowd, his long spear dancing, the spear shooting out like a dragon, his exquisite spear technique leaving many in awe. A young man wielding a long spear couldn't help but have his eyes shine, great spear technique. Su Qiu, let's see whose spear technique is better. He was Feng Wujie, a master on the Fengyun list, the president of the Spear Dao Society. His weapon martial soul was a long spear. Infusing spiritual power into it, gold light would flow out. It was indeed an A-level martial soul, the gold light spear. As for spear technique, Feng Wujie claimed second, and in the entire Yanlong University, almost no one dared to claim first, but now, it was different. Because Su Qiu also used a spear. Clang! The two spears clashed together. Sparks erupted. The next second, the A-level martial soul gold light spear shot out a golden light towards Su Qiu, who reacted like lightning, easily dodging. Feng Wujie's brow furrowed, really fast. He continued to shoot the spear. His spear technique displayed, each move brilliant, already possessing the demeanor of a spear technique master. But Su Qiu unleashed the Thunder King spear. The long spear accompanied by rumbling thunder, when it clashed again, Feng Wujie felt an unparalleled domineering spear intent surging toward him. His arm numbed from the impact. After several exchanges, his spear was directly knocked away, and he was sent flying. He crashed against the energy shield, spitting out a mouthful of blood, then gasped, this guy is so strong. Looking back at Su Qiu, he continued to attack. The Thunder King spear unleashed its power, rampaging with electric fury. One by one, the martial artists were sent flying. Like kites on a string. In another battlefield, the White Tiger and Thunder Dragon had shattered waves of beast martial souls, roaring like kings of beasts, ruling the battlefield. Their gazes swept across with a disdainful glance. In the viewing area, everyone initially cheered for Li Yunfeng and the others, but as Su Qiu's strength grew stronger, they were all rendered speechless. One by one, they were too scared to say a word. So many seniors. All were knocked down by Su Qiu alone? Is this a joke? This guy, is he a freshman? Which freshman is this outrageous? They felt that even the best teachers in the school couldn't match this. Exaggerated. Terrifying. Scary. They no longer knew how to describe Su Qiu. Their hearts were left only with shock. They were completely stunned. After Su Qiu finished off the last opponent, he stood on the stage, stretched his back, while at his feet, everyone was lying down, howling continuously. Only he stood, filled with battle intent, radiating fierce energy, like a Shura coming out of the battlefield. He scanned the viewing area, is there anyone else who wants to come up? The students who met his gaze couldn't help but lower their heads. No students want to come up? Su Qiu's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment, then he looked at Principal Yanlong and the others, grinned and said, "Teachers, do you want to come up and fight?" He actually extended an invitation to the teachers. Mu Qingkong's mouth twitched slightly. Goodness. The opponent has really gone crazy. Like that guy Ole, they all have muscles for brains. She glared at Su Qiu fiercely. And Su Qiu shrugged his shoulders. Suddenly he noticed something. His gaze fell on a man in a black robe behind Mu Qingkong. The man was also a teacher. But unlike the other teachers, when he just challenged, the others merely showed some dissatisfaction. But this person's eyes had a killing intent. Su Qiu's battle instinct was very sharp. This black-robed teacher definitely had a problem. The other person gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. Chapter 115, What position you are, what position I am. Su Qiu stared deeply at the man in black. Seeing no one else come to challenge him, he turned and left, heading straight for the Shura Tower, causing everyone to be shocked. Goodness, this guy is truly a monster. After taking down so many people, he still has the energy to go to the Shura Tower? Is this guy really human? So terrifying. Everyone looked at Su Qiu, who was gradually walking away, their eyes filled with astonishment. Soon, the news of Su Qiu defeating many seniors at Yanlong University completely spread. Su Qiu truly dominated Yanlong University. From being a freshman to defeating many seniors on the leaderboard, Su Qiu achieved this in less than a week. This refreshed the record of Yanlong University, so that the name Su Qiu could be included in the history of Yanlong University. The top of the leaderboard also changed from Li Yunfeng to Su Qiu. No one had any objections to this. Even Li Yunfeng himself was convinced. To quote him, "I have never seen a martial artist who can be this abnormal, whether it's battle intent, martial arts skills, or even martial spirit. He has achieved perfection in every way, too perfect. He is simply the chosen one of martial arts. I even suspect he will be the next supreme being to be recorded in history." The night was deep. Su Qiu walked out from the Shura Tower. He glanced at the display screen showing his results. Su Qiu, 7th level, time, 9 hours and 11 minutes. Still conquering the 7th level. He was still far from passing the 8th level, but he felt that compared to last time, he had made significant progress. After all, this time, he had gained super dynamic vision. His strength had further increased. What made him speechless was that the Shura Tower could even replicate his super dynamic vision. In other words, his Shura Phantom's strength had also improved. The Shura Tower is truly against the heavens. Su Qiu couldn't help but sigh. Then, he was about to return to his dormitory to wash up and sleep. But halfway, a figure blocked the way, dressed in black, as if merging into the night itself. Seeing the person, Su Qiu squinted his eyes slightly. The one before him was the teacher he felt was off today. "Su Qiu, coming out of the Shura Tower so late, you are indeed very hard-working," the black-robed teacher said with a slight smile. Su Qiu looked at the other person, his expression calm, and said, "It's late, teacher, still coming to the Shura Tower. I wonder what advice you have." "No advice, but your provocative behavior towards the teachers on the arena today was really too much. I come here to teach you what it means to respect teachers and the way of learning," said the black-robed teacher. A surge of black spiritual power began to rise from him. The aura of a 6th-tier master gradually spread out. Su Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly. "Oh, you want to teach me respect for teachers? Then it depends on whether you have that qualification." He gripped the Panlong breaking army spear. Although he had just fought in the Shura Tower and exhausted a lot of energy, if it really came to a fight, he was not to be trifled with. He had fought against 8th-tier king-level beasts before. Could he really be afraid of a 6th tier? Just as both sides were on edge. Suddenly, a figure slowly walked over. It was Mu Qingkong. She glanced at the black-robed teacher, her expression indifferent. "Teacher Xiao, what do you want by stopping a student so late?" "Oh, it's Teacher Mu." "It's nothing, I just happened to pass by," the black-robed teacher said. He seemed to be somewhat wary of Mu Qingkong, giving Su Qiu a deep look, then retracting his spiritual power, he turned and left. Su Qiu curled his lips, wanting to fight but not daring to, really lacking guts. The departing black-robed teacher trembled slightly upon hearing this, his eyes swirling with intense gloom, but he still restrained his anger and left. Mu Qingkong rolled her eyes beside him. "You little brat, you really are arrogant, even daring to provoke the teachers." Su Qiu smiled slightly, then grew serious, asking, "Teacher Mu, what is the background of this teacher Xiao?" "His name is Zhao Feihong. As for his background, the 3 great families of the imperial capital, have you heard of them?" Mu Qingkong said casually. Su Qiu nodded slightly. "I've heard of them. The 4 great families of the imperial capital are the Mu family, the Shangguan family, the Murong family, and the Zhao family." "Wait, this Zhao Feihong can't possibly be from the Zhao family, right?" Su Qiu said with a strange expression.
Mu Qingkong nodded slightly, saying, "That's right, he is indeed from the Xiao family, and I am from the Mu family. I have just arrived and have no connection with the Xiao family."
This is also my doubt.
Zhao Feihong seems to have some hostility towards you.
Did you really not offend anyone from the Xiao family? Really not.
Su Qiu thought for a while and then said, "But this teacher Zhao gives me a very uncomfortable feeling." "That is strange," Mu Qingkong said thoughtfully, lowering her head for a moment. "Forget it, you should go back and rest."
Okay. Su Qiu nodded slightly. After he left, Mu Qingkong looked at Zhao Feihong's back and directly followed him, the two arriving by a lake.
Zhao Feihong halted his steps, saying, "Teacher Mu, you can come out now."
Mu Qingkong walked out, asking, "What grievances do you have with Su Qiu?" "Ha, Teacher Mu, you're joking. What grievances could I possibly have with him?"
"I really just passed by," Zhao Feihong said.
"You can deceive others, but not me. Teacher Mu, do you think I've always been at Yanlong University? How could I have grievances with Su Qiu for no reason?"
"This is also what I cannot understand, but I trust my judgment. Everyone makes mistakes in judgment." Zhao Feihong still insisted on his own statement. Mu Qingkong looked at him deeply, saying lightly, "All right, since you won't say, then I won't push you."
Zhao Feihong smiled slightly, then this.
Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a burst of blazing fire erupting from Mu Qingkong, a fire not large, but its aura was particularly intense.
In just a few seconds, the nearby lake began to boil.
At this moment, Mu Qingkong looked like a flame witch. In contrast to her fiery aura, her gaze was extremely cold. It was as if it were ancient and unmelting ice. She said indifferently, "You don't say, I won't push you, but if Su Qiu suffers any loss, I don't care whether you did it or not. I'll hold you accountable. If he loses a hair, I will peel your skin off.
If he has any accidents, I'll burn you to ashes. You know, I have this ability."
Zhao Feihong's face changed. Even as a 6th-tier master, he felt a strong sense of oppression.
He said in a deep voice, "Mu Qingkong, I am still a member of the Zhao family. Do you really want to tear your face with me?" "Ha, Zhao family. What position do you hold in the Xiao family, and what position do I hold in the Mu family? Do I need to remind you? I assure you, even if I turn you to ash, the Xiao family will never tear their face with me over you." Mu Qingkong sneered.
After saying this, she gradually retracted her aura and turned to leave. Only Zhao Feihong remained by the lake, his face dark like water.
Chapter 116, The Rising Su Qiu.
Zhao Zijin comes to challenge.
Damn. That damned bitch, thinking she can do whatever she wants just because she is the daughter of the head of the Mu family?
Zhao Feihong watched Mu Qingkong walk away, his anger simmering, and a shadowy look passed through his eyes, dimly flashing with red light. At this moment, he seemed not human, but like a ferocious beast. He took a deep breath to suppress his anger.
Su Qiu. Mu Qingkong are both not easy opponents. I thought I had controlled my emotions very well, but they still caught on. With Mu Qingkong around, dealing with Su Qiu won't be easy.
But, if Su Qiu doesn't die, he will definitely become a hidden threat to my clan in the future. Zhao Feihong muttered to himself. Then he turned to leave.
Meanwhile, Su Qiu returned to his dormitory and rested for a night. The next day,
he got up as usual, washed up, did morning exercises, practiced shooting, and then went to the cafeteria for breakfast. Along the way, many students looked at him with awe, even with a hint of fear.
It was as if they were looking at a monster.
Su Qiu touched his face.
Do I look that scary?
He also knew that his performance on the stage yesterday was indeed too extreme, and now many people were certainly afraid of him.
Ah!
At this moment, a scream came from not far away. A female student accidentally stepped on a banana peel and fell backward, her food tray soaring into the air. The girl was so scared that she closed her eyes, thinking, "Oh no, I'm going to embarrass myself." But instead of feeling the pain of hitting the ground, she felt as if she had fallen into a warm embrace. When she opened her eyes, she saw an incredibly handsome face looking at her. In the next second, the person reached out to catch the falling tray and bowls, the whole process seamless, like flowing water.
Not even a drop of soup spilled out.
The girl stared at Su Qiu's face, momentarily dazed.
So handsome.
Her heart exploded like fireworks, colorful and brilliant.
"Classmate, are you okay?"
Su Qiu asked as he helped the girl to stand.
The girl shook her head, "I'm fine." "That's good."
Su Qiu nodded slightly, placing the tray in her hand, then bent down to pick up the banana peel and tossed it into the trash can. The girl thought that even the simple action of bending down to pick up the banana peel was full of charm.
Others watching him couldn't help but whisper. So handsome.
He's Su Qiu, he's not as terrifying as the rumors say.
Those who said he was terrifying, weren't they slandering him? Look, he even bends down to pick up banana peels, what good manners, what a kind junior. He is so gentle, I could die.
After this event, people's impressions of Su Qiu were no longer filled with fear. Instead, he transformed from a terrifying demon king.
He had become a gentle and reliable little brother from next door. Some people began to greet him actively. And Su Qiu nodded and smiled in return. His image in everyone's mind kept improving. His prestige at Yanlong University was at its peak.
No matter how many talents were on the Feng Yun ranking, none could compare to him.
Shura Tower. Su Qiu came here, wanting to challenge the tower again.
But he saw many people gathered here, sighing and groaning.
Sigh, too strong, really can't beat it. Why do I feel like he's even stronger than last time? Yeah, I feel that too, such a monster. How are we supposed to fight like this?
Su Qiu blinked.
Is Shura Tower really that hard to fight?
Well, even he thought it was hard to fight. But then, he noticed something strange. These people, after seeing him come, all looked at him, eyes filled with a bit of grievance.
These people weren't complaining about Shura Tower. Could it be him? Su Qiu blinked again. How could it be?
Yo, Su Qiu, you're here, you really caused us a lot of suffering. From the crowd, Mu Bing walked over. She was also a student who often came to challenge Shura Tower. Seeing Su Qiu arrive, she greeted him, and hearing her words, Su Qiu was puzzled. What's going on?
You still don't know? Your Shura Phantom inside the tower has already surpassed Olay and the Battle King Luoao, and has become the hardest Shura Phantom to beat in everyone's hearts. Mu Bing said helplessly. Ah? Su Qiu froze for a moment. This actually happened?
He shook his head helplessly. The Shura Tower's ability to copy phantoms is truly heaven-defying.
Coming to Yanlong University was the right choice. Heh, even if Shura Tower is heaven-defying, it's not more heaven-defying than you.
Mu Bing shook her head, thinking Su Qiu was even more outrageous. Inside the Shura Tower, it was only a phantom that retained martial skills and martial soul, but the real Su Qiu was way more monstrous. Even so, it still made countless people give up in fear. Now, anyone who entered Shura Tower, as long as they met Su Qiu's phantom, it basically meant game over. Even a Feng Yun ranking martial artist like Li Yunfeng was no exception.
According to many students, Shura Tower got an epic level upgrade. I think I'm not that bad.
Su Qiu scratched his head, then walked into the Shura Tower to continue the challenge.
And outside Yanlong University,
a young man in white clothes arrived with a few people. There was a playful smile on his face. Top scorer in the college entrance exam, didn't choose my imperial capital university, but instead applied for such a bottom-ranking university.
Let me see what's so attractive about this place. After speaking, he walked into Yanlong University.
He came to a martial arts club and directly kicked the door open. Inside the club, Feng Wuji, who was practicing with a spear, looked at the visitor and frowned slightly. Who are you? What are you doing here?
I am Zhao Zijing from Imperial Capital University.
I came to challenge the martial artists on Yanlong University's Feng Yun ranking. Please give me some pointers.
Zhao Zijing said calmly.
Feng Wuji's eyes sharpened. Oh, so you're here to pick a fight.
So what if I am?
Then don't think about walking out of this gate standing.
Feng Wuji stood with his spear. Zhao Zijing smiled slightly. Let's see if you have what it takes to stop me. 20 minutes later,
Zhao Zijing stepped on Feng Wuji, who was spitting blood in a mess, and whose spear martial soul was broken into 2 pieces.
He said with disappointment, the martial artist on Yanlong University's Feng Yun ranking has only this kind of strength? Too weak.
He kicked Feng Wuji flying, then led his people out of the club, saying, let's go, let's check out other clubs.
Brother Zhao is mighty.
People from Yanlong University are completely no match in front of Brother Zhao, several followers echoed.
3 hours later,
Zhao Zijing defeated the presidents of each club one after another. This matter spread through Yanlong University in a very short time. All the students were filled with anger, wanting to regain their pride. But when they saw Zhao Zijing make his move,
everyone fell silent. So powerful. The opponent not only reached the top level of the 5th rank but also possessed an SS-level weapon spirit, the Hurricane Battle Armor. Once the battle armor is worn, even a 6th rank warrior would find it hard to break through its defense. Chapter 117, let's see how I teach him a lesson. So powerful.
This Xiao Zijing, I've investigated, he is not an ordinary person at the Imperial Capital University, ranking 9th on the storm rankings.
TSK, no wonder he's so strong.
Outside a club, Xiao Zijing, wearing the SS-level weapon spirit hurricane armor, blocked a full-force strike from a club president, yet remained unscathed. He casually threw out a punch.
Boom!
The club president was sent flying, spitting blood, his face as pale as paper. Seeing this, Zhao Zijing laughed mockingly. The 5th on the storm rankings, Yang Qing, just that. Yang Qing took a deep breath and said, I admit, your strength is impressive, but aside from myself, there are experts at Flame Dragon University.
You cannot sweep through Flame Dragon University alone. Zhao Zijin smiled with amusement. Flame Dragon University has experts? Are you talking about Li Yunfeng, the first on the storm rankings? He won't be my opponent either. Ha! Even if Li Yunfeng isn't your opponent, you can't expect to sweep through Flame Dragon University. Yang Qing smiled slightly as he thought of something. The other students also showed looks of realization. So that's it, he is here too. TSK, if he takes action, dealing with Zhao Zijin would be a matter of minutes. He is a monster. Yeah. Zhao Zijin furrowed his brow as he listened to the words around him. Who is that person? Suddenly, he thought of something, and a hint of suspicion crossed his face. That person can't be Su Qiu, right? Exactly. Haha, so funny. Su Qiu, the top scholar in the college entrance examination, of course, I know him, but he's just a freshman. You all place your hopes on him? Isn't that too foolish? Zhao Zijin laughed heartily. Yang Qing and the others looked at him as if looking at a frog at the bottom of a well. They admitted. They used to think the same about Su Qiu. But now it is different. They sincerely acknowledge Su Qiu's terror. That guy exists on a completely different level than them. Very well, since you have so much confidence in Su Qiu, after I deal with the others on the storm rankings, I will deal with him. Let you fully understand the gap between your Flame Dragon University and my Imperial Capital University. Zhao Zijin said coldly. Then, he continued to challenge other experts on the storm rankings. With his SS-level weapon spirit, he was practically invincible. Even the teachers were alarmed. What is Zhao Zijin? This guy wants to take advantage of the fact that the competitions haven't started yet to give us a warning. Could this be the principal of Imperial Capital University's idea? It's not impossible. Really despicable. But he is openly challenging us. If we act to stop him, it might make us seem insecure. We can only trust the students. Mu Qingkong remained calm, but after hearing that Zhao Zijin was the visitor, he glanced at Zhao Feihong and said indifferently, the Zhao family members are still as overbearing and arrogant as ever, they will fall sooner or later. Zhao Feihong said nothing. On the other side, Su Qiu had just come out of the Shura Tower and smiled with satisfaction when he looked at the scores on the display. There is still progress compared to last time. At this moment, a person rushed over in a hurry. It was Lin Jing from the gathering hall. He was panting heavily. Su Qiu, help, help. Help? What happened? Su Qiu frowned. This is Flame Dragon University, with so many teachers and the principal around. Who would dare act recklessly here? What do you mean by help? Lin Jing took a deep breath and said, Zhao Zijin from Imperial Capital University came to our university to provoke us, and the warriors on the storm rankings have been continuously defeated by him. Su Qiu, upon hearing this. Thoughtful, Zhao Zijin? From the Zhao family? Yes. Su Qiu thought of Zhao Feihong. Could this guy be the one they brought in? But no matter what, I am now a part of Yanlong University, and I hold a high status. If I don't take action, it wouldn't be right. Moreover, I also want to see how capable the warriors from Emperor Capital University really are. Let's go take a look. Lin Jing led the way, taking Su Qiu to the gathering hall. Here, a large crowd of students had already gathered, even the teachers had come, watching the two figures sparring inside the hall. Their eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. The two were one in battle armor, surrounded by swirling storms. The other, holding a long stick, with shadows of the stick striking heavily, exuding might. Bang, bang, bang. The long stick kept hitting the armor, producing astonishing shockwaves. These two were Zhao Zijing and Mu Bing. S-grade martial soul, diamond long stick. Truly extraordinary. Watching Mu Bing wield the long stick, each strike resembling mountains being shattered, Zhao Zijing couldn't help but exclaim. But then, his spiritual power erupted. His aura surged violently. SS-grade martial soul in full blast. The immense power directly sent Mu Bing flying. Then, his figure flashed, moving with incredible speed, arriving before Mu Bing like a fleeting shadow, throwing a punch toward his face. If this punch landed, it would surely be more than just a disfigurement for Mu Bing, but Zhao Zijing showed no mercy. It was clear he wanted to humiliate Mu Bing. He wanted to strike hard. Those who didn't know might think he had a deep grudge against Mu Bing. In fact, among the four great families, the Zhao and Mu family's disciples often had conflicts, which was common knowledge. Perhaps this was the reason why Zhao Zijing struck so hard. Oh no! Mu Bing's expression changed, closing his eyes to prepare for the pain. And in the crowd, two powerful auras erupted simultaneously. Whoosh! Then a figure rushed into the battlefield at incredible speed, coming to Mu Bing's side, throwing a punch as well. Bang! The two fists met, and Zhao Zijing was forced back several steps. Su Qiu hugged Mu Bing, protecting him behind himself.
In the crowd, Mu Qingkong, who was ready to intervene, restrained her aura, glancing at Zhao Zijing with cold eyes.
Su Qiu noticed Mu Qingkong's gaze. TSK.
Even if I didn't intervene, I believe Mu Qingkong wouldn't sit idly by while her sister was in danger, and at that time, Zhao Zijing would surely face some trouble.
I just acted a step earlier.
After all, Mu Bing is my senior sister, and also Mu Qingkong's sister.
For public and private reasons, I couldn't just stand by. This power, you are. Su Qiu. Zhao Zijing glanced at Su Qiu, quickly guessing his identity.
After all, the college entrance exam champion was recently very famous across the nation. His photo had probably been on the headlines more times than could be counted.
He had seen it before. Su Qiu ignored Zhao Zijing, focusing on Mu Bing in his arms. Are you okay? Are you hurt?
Mu Bing looked at Su Qiu dazedly, then shook his head. I'm fine.
Good, if you're fine.
Su Qiu nodded slightly, smiling. Senior sister, please step aside first, let me show this guy a lesson. His tone calm and unhurried. As if teaching Zhao Zijing a lesson was as easy as pie to him.
Chapter 118, The Furious Zhao Zijing. Teasing Zhao Zijing.
Hearing Su Qiu wanted to teach him a lesson, Zhao Zijing couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect you, a new student, to be so arrogant.
I really don't know what Luo Qingxue saw in you. Suddenly hearing Luo Qingxue's name, Su Qiu paused slightly. Oh, since you know Qingxue, what is your relationship with her?
Humph,
I can tell you she will be my woman in the future.
If you are sensible, you better not contact her in the future. Zhao Zijing said proudly.
Hearing this, Su Qiu.
After a moment of silence, he took out his phone and dialed Luo Qingxue's number, turning on the speakerphone.
The call was quickly connected. Hello, Su Qiu.
Qingxue, how have you been lately?
Not bad. Are you really calling to check on me?
Luo Qingxue laughed, her tone carrying a hint of warmth.
Zhao Zijing's eyes widened with intense jealousy as he listened. Luo Qingxue was known as the ice goddess at the Imperial Capital University.
No one had ever been able to make her treat them so gently, just hearing her voice made everyone imagine her soft expression.
So, I'm at Yanlong University. Today, someone suddenly came. Wait a moment, what's your name again?
Su Qiu looked at Zhao Zijing and asked.
Zhao Zijing. Lin Jing, not far away, reminded him. Alright, someone named Zhao Zijing suddenly came to Yanlong University to provoke me. He said you are his woman and told me to stay away from you. I just wanted to ask, what is your relationship with him? Su Qiu asked. Nonsense.
Su Qiu, don't misunderstand. I know this Zhao Zijing, he follows me around like a sticky plaster. I've chased him away several times, and I can't believe he actually came to your school.
Luo Qingxue hurriedly said.
As soon as she said this, everyone looked at Zhao Zijing with strange expressions.
Sticky plaster? So, you are this kind of person. Zhao Zijing's expression changed as well.
He never expected Su Qiu to call Luo Qingxue and put it on speakerphone in front of so many people.
Wasn't this completely ruining his reputation?
Thinking of this, his face turned dark with anger.
Oh, so this Zhao Zijing is your suitor, right?
Yeah, more or less. I have plenty of suitors now, and Zhao Zijing is the most annoying one.
Su Qiu, help me beat him up. Luo Qingxue said. Alright, no problem. I'll hang up now. Okay, let's go out for a meal when you have time. Okay.
Su Qiu hung up the phone and looked at Zhao Zijing with interest. And the way everyone looked at Zhao Zijing had changed.
From initial reverence to now watching him with pity.
You treat her like a goddess, but she sees you as sticky plaster. TSK, Zhao Zijing is truly pitiful, publicly exposed for his lies.
He even said the goddess is his woman.
I see that Luo Qingxue has a close relationship with Su Qiu, she just suggested going out for a meal. I was wondering why this guy would provoke at Yanlong University, turns out he's just a jealous fool.
This is the storm ranking number 9 from the Imperial Capital University? So petty. People were discussing animatedly.
Zhao Zijing's face grew increasingly ugly. With a roar, he quickly charged at Su Qiu, his speed making it seem like he left an afterimage behind. Bastard. He threw a punch at Su Qiu.
But it went right through him. That was an afterimage.
Somehow, Su Qiu had already moved behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder.
What's the rush?
Su Qiu said, putting his phone back in his pocket. Zhao Zijing's expression darkened, and he felt a shiver inside.
When did the other party get behind him? He didn't notice at all? Could it be that the other party's speed was greater than his? How could this be possible? His Hurricane battle armor was an SS-grade wind attribute weapon soul. And the wind attribute was the best at speed among various attributes. Damn it! Zhao Zijing threw a punch back at Su Qiu. One punch after another. Each punch combined speed and strength, incredibly powerful. It was an A-grade martial skill, Storm Shadow Fist. Yet, Su Qiu remained calm, weaving through countless fist shadows as if dancing between them, easily dodging each one.
No matter how many punches came, none could touch him.
He was like a splendid phoenix, gliding through the storm.
What he used was an A-grade body technique martial skill.
Phoenix Dance 6 Illusions. Hurry up. Faster.
How dare you stand in front of me at this slow speed?
This can't be your fastest speed, right? I bet I could find an old lady on the street who is faster than you. While dodging, Su Qiu kept mocking nonstop. Zhao Zijing felt infuriated, on the verge of exploding. Howling wind, chaotic blade.
He unleashed a martial skill again, his inner power rushing out, transforming in the air into blades of wind, sweeping forward. But these wind blades still couldn't touch Su Qiu at all. Su Qiu stepped back a few paces, looking at Zhao Zijing and said, "Is this all your strength? Weak, too weak. Are you really an SS-level martial soul?" The crowd couldn't help but twitch their lips. They felt that it wasn't Zhao Zijing who was too weak. But Su Qiu was simply too abnormal. After all, if Zhao Zijing was weak, wouldn't that mean all those he defeated were nothing but trash? He is toying with Zhao Zijing. If I remember correctly, Su Qiu's cultivation is at the 4th stage, and he is actually toying with a 5th stage? Incredible. Indeed a monster. Zhao Zijing stared fiercely at Su Qiu. Is dodging all you can do? Heh, I'm just playing with you first, giving you a chance to perform. If I strike, you'll just lose, and that would be too boring. Su Qiu replied lightly with a smile. Talking big, anyone can do that. If you have the guts, make a move. I want to see how you will break my hurricane armor. Zhao Zijing coldly snorted. His weapon martial soul, besides speed, had an exceptional defense. He was confident that with the defense of his armor, he could stand undefeated. A mere piece of armor, breaking it, what's so difficult? Su Qiu said lightly, taking a step forward. The next second, his figure transformed, suddenly splitting into 6 Su Qiu. 6 Su Qiu attacked simultaneously. It made it impossible to distinguish. Such brilliant body technique. So fast. It actually formed 6 afterimages? Fengwu Liuhuan was fully unleashed. Even Zhao Zijing couldn't tell which one was the real Su Qiu. And the 6 Su Qiu had already appeared in front of him, attacking simultaneously. Zhao Zijing couldn't dodge in time, and was sent flying into the air. Immediately, the 6 Su Qiu continued charging in, striking with fists and feet, constantly hitting him. Zhao Zijing was beaten with no ability to fight back, flying back and forth in the air. He couldn't even land. Damn it, damn it. This guy's speed is actually so much faster than mine? Zhao Zijing ground his teeth in frustration. But he thought he wasn't at a dead end yet. Calm down, at least he still can't break my armor. The next second. Crack. His armor produced a faint sound, like porcelain cracking. Zhao Zijing's pupils constricted, and he broke into a cold sweat. Chapter 119, Storage Ring, Advancing to 5th Stage, Immortal Hell Phoenix. Upon hearing the sound that resembled porcelain breaking, Zhao Zijing immediately broke out in a cold sweat, his scalp tingling in fear. It cracked open. His armor actually cracked? Su Qiu actually has such strength? He wanted to resist, but there was nothing he could do. Su Qiu performed Fengwu Liuhuan, his figure flickering in the air, creating 6 shadows that continued to strike Zhao Zijing, like hitting a punching bag, fists and feet combined. Boom, boom, boom. Zhao Zijing passively endured the attacks, unable to defend at all. In the end, he was blasted to the ground. The ground sank, forming a pit. Su Qiu walked up to him and said lightly, "Is this it? I haven't even put in my full effort yet, and you're already defeated." Damn. Zhao Zijing roared, his inner power erupting to the extreme, forming streaks of wind blades around him, which then began to spin rapidly, intertwining into a destructive hurricane rushing toward Su Qiu. This move was incredibly powerful. Wherever it went, the ground tiles were turned into powder. Su Qiu smiled faintly, his 5 fingers grasping in the void, and suddenly, bolts of lightning intertwined, forming a terrifying lightning spear in his hand. Go! A spear stabbed out. The domineering power of thunder and lightning roared in the air, violently tearing apart the destructive hurricane, landing on the hurricane armor. Boom! The armor let out a loud rumble and then directly shattered into pieces. Zhao Zijing was sent flying out, blood pouring from his mouth, his bones were uncertain how many were broken. The whole person lay on the ground, unable to rise again. Defeated. A disastrous defeat without any suspense. He didn't even touch a single hair of Su Qiu. After everyone witnessed this battle, they couldn't help but gulp, especially a few students from the Imperial Capital University. They were even more dumbfounded. They knew Zhao Zijing's strength.
The ninth existence on the Imperial Capital University's storm ranking. Among all martial arts university students in the Imperial Capital, he was at the top level, with hopes of becoming an 8th-tier king in the future. But such a person was easily crushed by Su Qiu. This gap was too big. Lying on the ground, Zhao Zijin felt nothing but pain all over, and he was also somewhat dazed, looking at the sky, questioning his life. What happened? Why am I lying on the ground? Why does my body hurt so much? He couldn't believe that he had lost so badly. All of this made him feel as if he was dreaming. Until Su Qiu walked in front of him, looking at him, his expression calm. You lost, to be honest, with your strength, you are not worthy of pursuing Qingxue. You. Zhao Zijin was so angry that he nearly spat out another mouthful of blood. But thinking of how he had been beaten by Su Qiu without any power to resist, he couldn't say a word. After being beaten like this, how could he still have any face? Su Qiu, fine, we'll see. If you have the guts, let's meet again in the league. Zhao Zijin left behind a harsh remark. Then shouted to the few underlings beside him. Why aren't you coming to help me up? The underlings quickly came forward to help him up and took him away from Flame Dragon University. And the other students saw them leave in embarrassment, immediately booing loudly. Ha, so embarrassing. Let them be arrogant, they deserve it. Now you know the power of my Flame Dragon University, right? Su Qiu is still awesome. Yeah. What should we call Su Qiu? From now on we should call him Su God. Everyone talked animatedly, calling Su Qiu as Su God. Their gazes toward Su Qiu were filled with even more respect and admiration than before. The principal of Flame Dragon walked up to Su Qiu, praising, Good, Su Qiu, you have regained the face for my Flame Dragon University this time. I have decided that you will be the captain of the University League team. I hope you can turn around the decline of my Flame Dragon University over the years. Hearing this, Su Qiu was slightly stunned. I will be the captain? But I am just a freshman, is there no problem? Can it really work? He pondered for a moment, as if thinking. Ding! Facing the principal of Flame Dragon selecting you as captain and hoping you lead Flame Dragon University to sweep the league, you have the following choices. 1. Refuse. I just want to cultivate now, don't bother me. Reward, 1 physical enhancement card, 1 yuan pill. 2. Agree. I can agree to be the captain, but I cannot guarantee to win first place, whether it happens depends on fate. Reward, martial arts battle armor spirit tool. 3. Agree and guarantee to win first place in the league. Restore the might of Flame Dragon. Reward, 5th tier cultivation card, 1 storage ring. Seeing the third option, Su Qiu's eyes lit up. Not only can it allow him to break through to the 4th tier in one go and reach the 5th tier level, but he can also obtain a storage ring? Such an option is rare. He had no reason to refuse. Without saying a word, Su Qiu directly chose the third option. Principal, please rest assured, I will definitely lead Flame Dragon University to win first place in the league. Restore the might of Flame Dragon. Hearing his words, the principal of Flame Dragon was greatly comforted. Good, I really did not misjudge you. Whether Flame Dragon University can rise up depends on you. Others looked at Su Qiu, their eyes filled with expectation. Su Qiu as the captain, I wholeheartedly agree. Ha, no one dares to disagree. Disagree. First, let's ask about his gun. After Su Qiu agreed to become the captain, the next step was to select the members for the league. Each school could send 5 people to participate. In addition to Su Qiu, Yanlong University needed to select 4 more people. These 4 individuals would need to hold a separate selection competition. This was nothing Su Qiu needed to worry about. He only wanted to return to his dormitory and claim his reward now. In the dormitory, Su Qiu took out the cultivation card and the storage ring awarded by the system. The storage ring was entirely black, looking rather ordinary. He bit his fingertip and dripped a drop of blood onto it. This was the simplest way to recognize the master of the storage ring. In Blue Star, there were indeed storage-type martial arts spirit tools, but such spirit tools involved high-level martial arts properties of space. Therefore, they were rare. Even the most ordinary storage items were top-grade martial arts spirit tools. After completing the master recognition ceremony, he wore the ring on his hand, and with a thought, he stored the Panlong Pajuan gun inside. With another thought, a vast white space, roughly the size of a classroom, appeared in his mind. He stored the Panlong Pajuan gun inside, took it out, stored it again, and took it out, having a great time. After enough play, he took out the cultivation card, focused his mind, and crushed it. An immense wave of spiritual energy surged within him. The 5th tier bottleneck cultivation broke immediately. A system prompt also appeared in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to the 5th tier, awakening the SSS class Martial Soul Immortal Hell Phoenix.
Su Qiu sensed a black flame beginning to burn within his martial soul space, and within the flames, a black phoenix that seemed to come from the abyss of hell let out a sharp cry, radiating an awe-inspiring ferocity. It was as if to announce its birth to the world. At this moment, across Blue Star, all avian-type extraordinary beasts seemed to sense something, and a trace of fear grew in their hearts.
Chapter 120, The Powerful Immortal Hell Phoenix. Something's not right. Across Blue Star, with the birth of the immortal Hell Phoenix, all avian-type extraordinary beasts sensed a shiver of trepidation.
Even those martial artists with avian-type martial souls felt a certain response.
And the higher the level of the martial soul, the stronger the response. At the Imperial Capital University,
Luo Qingxue was cultivating. The necklace of the sea god around her neck emitted a faint glow, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, she seemed to sense something. The ice phoenix in her martial soul space emitted sharp cries, even flying out of her body.
Then its gaze fixated fiercely in one direction.
Luo Qingxue was a bit surprised. She could keenly sense that the ice phoenix was currently filled with excitement mixed with battle intent and joy.
As if something of the same type of martial soul had been born? Could it be that someone in Blue Star has awakened a phoenix martial soul? Luo Qingxue murmured. The phoenix is an incredibly noble existence.
In ancient records, even just a trace of phoenix blood would allow one to soar to great heights and become a top-level existence. Therefore, whether it is extraordinary beasts or martial souls,
those with phoenix bloodlines are extremely rare. A martial soul like hers, an SSS Phoenix martial soul, is counted on one hand in history. In the same era, there often would only be one. Now, unexpectedly, there are two in this era?
Luo Qingxue suddenly became curious about who the person with the awakened phoenix martial soul was. I wonder what the other martial soul looks like.
Compared to my ice phoenix, who is stronger?
Luo Qingxue murmured, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Then, she took out her phone and sent a message to Su Qiu. It seems a new phoenix martial soul has been born in Blue Star. I wonder who it is. There are more and more geniuses. You need to work hard. Don't let anyone surpass you besides me.
The only person who can win against you is me.
After editing the message, she pressed send.
Luo Qingxue continued her cultivation. Inside Yanlong University, Su Qiu sat cross-legged, watching the newly appeared undying Hell Phoenix martial soul in the martial soul space with great interest.
This martial soul, in appearance, was extremely similar to Luo Qingxue's ice phoenix, graceful and noble, but unlike the ice phoenix, this phoenix emitted an extremely ruthless aura.
A life aura.
Yes. The life aura is originally full of vitality, gentle, and makes one feel very warm. Just like Zhao Xiaoyun's flower of life. Every time Su Qiu was healed, he felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, incredibly comfortable, but the undying Hell Phoenix before him was completely different.
Her life aura was extremely ruthless. It was like magma, ready to devour everything around it.
And information about this martial soul began to float in his mind.
Undying Hell Phoenix. Level, SSS. Attributes, life, darkness, fire. Introduction, a martial soul with 3 attributes.
Originally the leader of all birds, she embraced dark power to pursue immortal strength. Becoming an undying beast of hell, she is incredibly powerful with her 3 attributes. The hellfire on her body can incinerate all things. At the same time, she possesses the nirvana power of the phoenix and can rapidly heal her wounds, even achieve rebirth through nirvana. However, due to the integration with dark power, using this nirvana power also means enduring the pain of being corroded by darkness.
Powerful. Evil. Undying.
This is the ferocious beast renowned in hell, the undying Hell Phoenix. The information floating in his mind made Su Qiu click his tongue in wonder. First, I awakened a ghost Qilin from the underworld, and now I've awakened the undying phoenix from hell, both possessing dark attributes.
Am I on the path to darkening?
Although darkness easily evokes some negative associations, both the ghost Qilin and the undying Hell Phoenix.
These two are beyond imagination in strength.
One can make Su Qiu command countless ghosts. The other can allow him to control hellfire and master the power of dark life. Though he can't truly be undying yet, he believed that with the rise of his cultivation, perhaps he could really achieve it. He was a bit impatient to try out the abilities of the undying Hell Phoenix. With his thought emerging from the martial soul space, he took out the Panlong Pujuan spear from his storage ring and stabbed it into his palm.
Put.
A blood hole was pierced in his palm. Blood gushed out. With a thought, a flame of black fire surged in his palm, engulfing his entire hand. At the same time, a heart-wrenching pain spread, causing him to gasp coldly. He didn't feel much pain from the spear piercing his palm. But healing his palm made him suck in a cold breath. His palm, enveloped in hellfire, felt as if it were plunged into strong sulfuric acid, painful, burning, and incredibly torturous.
But surprisingly, beneath this pain, the blood hole in his palm was rapidly healing. In no time, the blood hole disappeared.
His palm became fair again, showing no trace of injury. Su Qiu finally understood what it meant to endure the pain brought by the corrosion of dark power while being healed. To put it simply, it was pain and joy at once. Corroded by dark power, painful. Injuries healed, joyful. Although it's a bit painful, this healing effect is truly surprisingly good. It's no less than Sister Zhao's flower of life. No, it may even be stronger. Su Qiu murmured excitedly. Moreover, the undying Hell Phoenix, in addition to its healing power, could also use its hellfire as an attacking means, which is even more terrifying than ordinary fire attributes. With this martial soul, his life was even more assured. As long as he wasn't killed in one hit, as long as his spiritual power still remained, he is an unstoppable warrior who will not be injured or die. Perfect. So strong. Ding. His phone rang, and when he took it out, he saw a message from Luo Qingxue. He glanced at it and a strange expression appeared on his face. Qingxue sensed that a new Phoenix martial spirit has been born? If nothing goes wrong, this new Phoenix martial spirit should be me. I didn't expect that among the Phoenix martial spirits, there would be a connection. Su Qiu murmured. Then he sent a message to Luo Qingxue, don't worry, I am terrifyingly strong now. No one can defeat me. Not even you, just be honest and stay as the eternal number 2. After receiving the message, Luo Qingxue clearly was not convinced and sent an angry face, just wait and see, I will be on top of you. On top of me? Su Qiu's mind flashed some inappropriate images. It seems not impossible either. Luo Qingxue seemed to realize that something was off, retracted the message, and sent another one, I will be above you. Su Qiu, why did you retract it? Something's off with you. Luo Qingxue, you're the one who is dirty-minded. Su Qiu, hee. Luo Qingxue, how's Yanlong University? Su Qiu, your topic shift seems a bit awkward. Luo Qingxue. Chapter 121, The Four Selected. He is as strong as a god. Su Qiu talked with Luo Qingxue for 2 hours. The next day. The selection competition of Yanlong University is in full swing, about to select 4 representatives, besides Su Qiu, to participate in the league. Su Qiu also went to the site to take a look. He saw a familiar figure. Su Xiaoshuang. Watching Su Xiaoshuang knock an opponent down on the ring, Su Qiu twitched the corner of his mouth. This girl really loves to make a scene. He knew Su Xiaoshuang's personality well. He knew that in a place like the University League where one can shine, she definitely would not miss it, and even if he tried to persuade her, it would be useless. Better to let things unfold naturally. If she really has the strength to participate in the league, then let her go. Anyway, he would be there to protect her, so there was no need to worry about anything happening. After watching the league for a while, Su Qiu went to the Shura Tower to continue his training. Although his cultivation has reached the 5th stage, the difficulty of venturing through the Shura Tower has not decreased. After all, the Shura Tower adjusts the strength of the Shura Phantoms based on the challenger's cultivation, and even one of the top 10 kings can only manage to pass the 8th level at most. Let alone Su Qiu at the 5th stage. However, he did not feel discouraged. In his repeated challenges of the tower, he continuously honed his will to fight and skills, enhancing his strength. As his fighting spirit improved, his speed in the tower became faster and faster. Although he has not yet passed the 8th level, it has become much easier than before. With one shot, he shattered a Shura Phantom. Su Qiu was defeated again by his own Shura Phantom's surprise attack, being thrown out of the Shura Tower. He glanced at the scores on the display screen. Su Qiu, level 7, total time, 7 hours and 18 minutes. His expression was calm and unshaken, neither sad nor happy. He murmured, I hope to pass the 8th level before the University League arrives. Time passed, and another 7 or 8 days went by. The candidates who would go with Su Qiu to participate in the University League have been decided. They are Li Yunfeng, Mu Bing, Feng Wuji, and Su Xiaoshuang. Among them, Su Xiaoshuang has the lowest cultivation, just recently reaching the 4th stage. However, her real fighting power is similar to Su Qiu's and cannot be measured by rank. Her explosive strength is comparable to that of a top 5th stage. Even Li Yunfeng will not be able to defeat her in a short time. He might even get counter-killed if not careful. After confirming the candidates, Su Qiu met with these 4 people. There's no need to say anything about Su Xiaoshuang. What he really wanted to understand was the other 3. As far as I know, the University League is divided into individual matches and team matches, so I still need to understand your strengths and martial spirits. Although I have seen your Azura Phantoms in the Azura Tower, I still think it's better to face your true selves in battle. Su Qiu said. The 3 exchanged glances. Mu Bing said, but we have already fought, haven't we? That's right. When Su Qiu challenged the entire Flame Dragon University before, they had fought together, but unfortunately, they were all defeated. Hearing this, Su Qiu coughed twice. The last battle ended too quickly. I didn't really get to understand you well. The 3 twitched their lips at this.
Wow. Blame them for being too weak and not letting you enjoy it. Let's fight again. This time, I'll do my best to hold back, and you can all use your full strength to attack me. Su Qiu said. He glanced at Su Xiaoshuang, including you, Xiaoshuang. Okay, no problem. Su Xiaoshuang smiled widely. Actually, I've been wanting to compete with you, bro. I also want to see how much you've improved. Then, let's go. As the words fell, a figure suddenly dashed out, and in the blink of an eye, it reached Su Qiu, swinging a golden long staff down hard. It was Mu Bing's S-rank weapon spirit, the diamond staff. The attribute of this weapon spirit is gold. Hard and heavy. It allows the wielder to unleash incredibly strong power. It is said that in ancient times, a 9th-rank royal who awakened the diamond staff shattered an 800-meter-tall mountain with a single strike. Horrifyingly strong. Of course, Mu Bing's current level of cultivation is still far from that. But the power of the diamond staff is certainly not to be underestimated. Su Qiu sidestepped to avoid it. But the next second, the staff switched from a downward strike to a sweeping motion, the speed of change surprising Su Qiu slightly. Oh, you've made quite a bit of progress since last time. Mu Bing smiled wide. During these days, she had also been motivated by Su Qiu, not knowing how many times she had run to the Azura Tower, confronting Su Qiu's Azura phantoms many times. It would be strange if her strength did not improve. Just as her staff was about to hit Su Qiu, she saw him raise his hand and grab the diamond staff, firmly holding it. Mu Bing's pupils slightly contracted. How is this possible? She was shocked. To catch her staff with bare hands, this guy's strength is too great. This guy's strength has increased again. Su Qiu's spiritual power erupted. It turned out to be 5th rank. Previously, he was only 4th rank, yet he could already sweep the entire Flame Dragon University, and now, he had directly advanced to 5th rank. How terrifying would the battle power be that erupted from this? Everyone was already afraid to imagine. When did this monster break through? His progress is too fast. Su Xiaoshuang's inner Empress Jiangxiao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It's only been a month or two since he broke through to 4th rank, right? Su Xiaoshuang excitedly said, as expected of my brother. But then, she showed no mercy at all. Her figure flashed and lunged toward Su Qiu, striking out with a palm. The air rippled with waves. It was the S-rank spatial attribute martial skill. Shockwave palm. Su Qiu let go of the diamond staff, using his body technique to dodge Su Xiaoshuang's attack. Then, the attacks from the other two came in succession. Feng Wuji's A-rank weapon spirit, golden light spear. A burst of golden light erupted from the spear, incredibly fierce. Then came Li Yunfeng's S-rank weapon spirit, sacred winged sword. The long sword also emitted white light, the sword energy continuous. Su Qiu used Phoenix Stance 6 illusions to dodge all of them, contemplating the few people in front of him. They're all weapon spirits. Aside from Su Xiaoshuang's Empress weapon spirit. The weapon spirits of the others were all purely weapon spirits. S-rank light attribute sacred winged sword. S-rank gold attribute diamond staff. A-rank gold attribute and light attribute combined golden light spear. Staff, spear, sword. 3 weapons wove together an incredibly sharp killing net, attacking Su Qiu with overwhelming ferocity, the assault relentless. It could almost be described as seamless, with no flaws. The 3 working together for the first time were able to unleash such an effect. Even they themselves felt shocked. But the most critical point is, they still couldn't hurt Su Qiu one bit. No matter how fast the attack was, it couldn't be faster than Su Qiu. No matter how dense it was, with his exceptional dynamic vision, Su Qiu could always see through their attacking trajectories, and then avoid them with his incredible speed. In the eyes of the 3, he was as strong as a god. Take my move, A-rank martial technique. Golden light exploding thrust. Feng Wuji let out a low shout, thrusting his spear, and the golden spear light shot out like a meteor, breaking through the air, carrying with it devastating power. Chapter 122, As long as you don't die from training, just train to the death. Golden light exploding thrust. Feng Wuji thrust out his spear, like a golden meteor piercing the void. At the same time, Mu Bing and Li Yunfeng also unleashed their ultimate moves. Diamond break. Light slash. A staff struck out, as if to shatter mountains and rivers. A sword slashed down, the crescent-shaped white sword energy tearing through the void. 3 types of attacks almost simultaneously struck towards Su Qiu, yet he neither dodged nor avoided, and in his hand, a spear appeared out of nowhere. It was the Panlong Pajun spear. With a sweeping thrust, accompanied by intertwining lightning, flashing wildly. It was indeed the A-rank martial technique, Thunder King Spear. Bang, bang, bang. The lightning spear light swept through the 3's attacks. With a tremendous explosion, the power of lightning shattered their offensive. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated,
Next, behind the three, a powerful spiritual force was gathering. It was Su Xiaoshuang. She stared at Su Qiu and grinned. Big brother, take my palm.
Shockwave palm, maximum power. A palm struck into the void.
It was as if a giant rock had crashed into a lake. The void surged with intense ripples.
A transparent palm print swept out, wrapped in overwhelming spatial power.
Seeing this, Su Qiu smiled faintly. Your growth is commendable. But wanting to defeat your big brother, it's still too early. He thrust the long spear into the ground. His 5 fingers tightened into a fist.
In the next second, a mass of pitch-black flames condensed in his palm.
A nearly violent scorching aura was released from his fist.
A punch was thrown, the black fire fist met the white palm print. It was D-rank martial technique, blazing fire punch.
The fist and the palm print, 2 forces, clashed against each other. The void seemed to be about to explode. Then, the transparent palm print shattered, and Su Xiaoshuan was knocked back several steps.
She looked at Su Qiu, dumbfounded. D-rank martial technique broke my spatial attribute S-rank martial technique? How did Big Brother do it? The key point is,
she didn't feel that Su Qiu used much spiritual energy.
He might even be using the same 4th level power as herself. It's hellfire.
At that moment, the Queen of the Jade Sky in her martial spirit space suddenly spoke, her expression serious. Hellfire, flames from hell. As far as I know, only some special martial spirits can master hellfire.
Your brother, has he obtained a new martial spirit?
The Queen of the Jade Sky was astonished. As the Empress, she had roamed the universe and seen much. But now, on Blue Star, she was repeatedly shocked by a small martial artist she wouldn't have looked at twice before.
Is it really that exaggerated? No wonder he's my brother.
Su Xiaoshuang sighed, showing a hint of pride. After one punch broke Su Xiaoshuang's martial technique, Su Qiu then put away the Panlong Pajun spear. Looking at the suddenly vanished spear, the few of them couldn't help but blink in disbelief.
According to what they knew, Su Qiu's spear was not a martial spirit. It couldn't be put into the martial spirit space. The only explanation left is,
the other party has an extremely rare storage martial Tao spirit weapon.
TSK, this guy has a lot of good stuff on him. Where did he get it from? Everyone looked at Su Qiu with curiosity in their eyes. However, everyone had their own secrets, so they didn't press further. After a fight,
Su Qiu looked at the few of them, deep in thought. To be honest, your strength is even weaker than that weakling Zhao Zijing. When the few heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched.
Weaker than Zhao Zijing. This was expected.
But in Su Qiu's eyes, Zhao Zijing was a weakling.
What were they? Weeds? Bugs? Whoa, so sad.
Su Xiaoshuang pouted, give me 3 more months, I will definitely make Zhao Zijing, that weakling, lose his way. Her words were filled with confidence. And Su Qiu did not doubt her ability. However, there were only 2 months left until the college league. With your strength, if you don't count me and go to participate in the college league, you probably won't get any good results.
Let alone take the first place. Su Qiu said. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent.
Because they all knew that what Su Qiu said was the truth.
Yanlong University had declined for so many years, always ranking at the bottom in the college league.
Not to mention taking the first place, they hadn't even made it to the top 8 in nearly 20 years, something that couldn't be changed by just the few of them.
But, there is still a chance.
Su Qiu's tone shifted, saying. Upon hearing this, the others' eyes brightened, all curiously looking at him.
A chance? In the next 2 months, I will conduct special training for you. And how much you can grow in the special training depends on you. Su Qiu said. Special training? Is it really possible? It should be fine.
I once underwent special training with someone, and within 2 months, I improved a lot.
Su Qiu recalled that time when he was under Ola's control.
And Su Xiaoshuang also realized something, swallowing hard.
No way, no way. Brother, this is going to kill someone. Okay, I am willing to accept your special training. As long as I can improve my strength, I'll do anything.
Li Yunfeng, Feng Wuji, and Mu Bing's eyes gradually became firm.
Alright, gather here at this time tomorrow. You haven't mentioned what the special training is. I will go back and ask first, prepare for it. After all, this is my first time giving special training to someone.
Su Qiu rubbed his nose and said.
The 3 of them felt a little uneasy. Is this really okay? In the evening, Su Qiu returned to the dormitory and called Ula. As soon as the call connected,
he heard a series of booming sounds from the other end.
Hello, Captain, what are you doing?
Su Qiu was somewhat puzzled.
In the A-class energy zone, volcanic land filled with flames. Ula held a wolf-tooth club, smashing a giant lizard that was constantly spitting fireballs. She held the phone and said, "Hey, Xiao, what's up?" "It's like this, Captain, I plan to give a special training." Xiao felt Ola was busy, so he quickly explained the situation. "Oh, so that's it." Ola suddenly understood, jumped to dodge a fireball, then like a shooting star, smashed heavily on the giant fire lizard's head. The fire lizard's head was directly pressed into the ground. A huge pit formed in the volcanic land. A large amount of lava erupted from the ground, and the scorching energy boiled in the air. If any low-level warrior were here, they might not even be able to breathe. Taking a breath, their internal organs would be scorched. The special training is very simple, there is only one secret. As long as you master it well, you can easily train excellent warriors. Ola said. In the dormitory, Xiao's expression grew serious, holding his breath and focusing. Ready to listen to Ola's secret. Listen carefully. As long as you don't die, train as hard as you can. Ola grinned. Xiao, who was focusing, froze for a moment. What? Captain, are you sure you're not joking with me? There's actually a bigger one. Ha, now we can have a good fight. Suddenly, an excited voice came from the phone. Then came a deafening roar. Human. You're seeking death. Talking beast? At least 7th rank. Xiao was shocked. And Ola laughed, I have to go, bye. The training secret is what I just said, you better ponder it well. Then there was a busy tone. Xiao looked at the hung-up phone, lost in thought. As long as you don't die, train as hard as you can. This training secret is too simple and violent. But coming from Ola's mouth, he surprisingly felt. It seems very reasonable. Chapter 123, Training Plan, Desert Battlefield. I have Hellfire. As long as it won't kill me, let's practice until I die? Xiao pondered all night over the tips provided by Olei, and finally settled on a training plan. The next day, he arrived at the playground. Feng Wujie, Mu Bing, Li Yunfeng, and Su Xiaoshuan were already waiting for him there, each of them eagerly looking at him. They wanted to see what kind of special training plan he could offer. Xiao looked at the four of them and said, B-level spiritual energy zone, storm plains. B-level spiritual energy zone, dark night purple star city. B-level spiritual energy zone, desert battlefield. These 3 spiritual energy zones were found by me online yesterday, and they are located near the capital city. We can take a plane there. Let's vote to choose one. Upon hearing his words, the 4 exchanged glances. Li Yunfeng gulped and said, Xiao, you can't be thinking about taking us to train in the spiritual energy zones, right? That's exactly my intention. Hiss. Are you crazy? That's a B-level spiritual energy zone. Even 6th tier warriors might not come back after going. Feng Wujie said seriously. In a spiritual energy zone, a large amount of spiritual energy gathers, often giving rise to all kinds of extraordinary things. Exotic beasts are just one of them. Unique geographical environments, strange climates, indescribable entities. These could all appear in the spiritual energy zone. It's a deadly threat for aspiring warriors. On Blue Star, there are tens of thousands of spiritual energy zones, with classification levels similar to martial souls. Among them, only 8th tier kings can possibly conquer A-level spiritual energy zones, while B-level spiritual energy zones require strong peerage warriors. Going into a B-level spiritual energy zone alone as a 6th tier warrior carries the risk of falling. Let alone, they were just a group of 4th tier and 5th tier warriors. Going to a spiritual energy zone. Isn't that basically looking for death? Even if one wants to act recklessly, there should be limits. Xiao looked at the group, took a deep breath, and said, I'm not crazy, true warriors only grow rapidly in the heat of battle, during trials. Your cultivation level is lower than Zhao Zijing's. If you want to win the University League Championship, you must use extraordinary means. Don't worry, I have been to a B-level spiritual energy zone and have experience. Of course, there is definitely danger. If any of you want to withdraw, it's okay. I will explain the reason to the principal. After hearing this, the group fell silent for a moment. They were caught in a dilemma. Of course, Su Xiaoshuan seemed eager to try. As long as I can follow my brother, I'm not afraid. Besides, I've never been to a B-level spiritual energy zone before, so I don't know what it's like. The others exchanged glances. Mu Bing spoke first, I'll go. Xiao is right, to achieve extraordinary accomplishments, you must use extraordinary means. I have never been to a B-level spiritual energy zone in my life, maybe this will be a turning point for me. If I don't go, I might regret it in the future. Hearing Mu Bing's words, the other 2 gritted their teeth, wanting to go too. B-level spiritual energy zone, maybe I'll have to go someday. This time, let's treat it as an early experience. Feng Wujie said. As a warrior, if I don't go into a high-level spiritual energy zone once, I feel like life will have some regrets. I'll go. Li Yunfeng said. They were all top geniuses from Yanlong University. B-level spiritual energy zones may frighten others, but they won't scare them. Su Qiu watched as the determination showed on their faces and smiled slightly. Very well, since that's settled, let's decide which spiritual energy zone to go to. I prefer the desert battlefield. What about the rest of you? Wherever my brother wants to go, I'll go. Su Xiaoshuang raised her hand directly. I'll follow you. Mu Bing nodded, showing no other opinions. The other two had no objections either. Anyway, all three places were B-level spiritual energy zones, so it didn't matter for them which one they went to. After deciding where to go, the next step was to submit an application to the school. Principal's office. Upon hearing that Su Qiu planned to take the best students from Yanlong University to the desert battlefield, I couldn't help but sit up quickly from my chair. What did you say? Going to the desert battlefield? Do you know that it's a B-level spiritual energy zone there? Even 6th-tier experts might never return. Xiao Qiu nodded slightly at the words, I know. If you know, why are you doing this? It's so dangerous, aren't you afraid of any accidents? The principal looked a bit worried. Principal, you should understand their strength. If they don't use this method, it will be hard for them to improve in a short time. What about the Shura Tower? The Shura Tower is indeed mysterious, but as students of Yanlong University, they have been there countless times over the years. They are already used to the Shura Tower's mode, and now they need new challenges. Moreover, they know that they won't die in the Shura Tower. So it's possible that subconsciously, they won't release all their potential. Only with real life and death trials can they stimulate their potential and turn that potential into strength. Xiao Qiu said. Hearing this, the principal's mouth twitched a bit. In other words, are you trying to push them to the brink of life and death? You could say that. It's still too dangerous. The principal's face was still very conflicted. It concerns the students' lives, I can't just make a decision. Also, I don't have the authority to decide, I need to consult their parents. I understand, I've already told them to go back and talk to their families. Xiao Qiu nodded. He wasn't a devil. Of course, he knew this was a matter of life and death and required a lot of preparation. They couldn't just casually enter the spiritual energy zone, let alone a few students. At that moment, the office door opened, and it was Mu Qingkong. She walked over slowly and said, I've talked to my family about Mu Bing going to the desert battlefield, and they agreed. Mu Bing indeed needs to go out and train. Then she looked at Xiao Qiu and said, Xiao Qiu, putting people in life and death situations to force them to break through. This method wasn't taught to you by Oliai, was it? Xiao Qiu scratched his head, is there a problem? Mu Qingkong's mouth twitched, sure enough, Oliai, that muscle-brained guy, can't teach anything reliable. I need to remind you, not everyone is you or Oliai. This special training method, only a few people can survive it. Xiao Qiu pondered for a moment. I and the Bull Brigade have all undergone special training. That's because you have Zhao Xiaoyun. Her life flower can quickly heal various injuries. It's because of this powerful healing martial soul that you can survive, otherwise, with Oliai's kind of training, something would have gone wrong long ago. Mu Qingkong said helplessly. Xiao Qiu grinned, 5 fingers grasping in the air, and a dark hellfire ignited on his fist. The black flame swayed, reflecting Xiao Qiu's smile, making him look somewhat evil, like a demon walking out of hell. Hey, Bull Brigade has Sister Zhao. But I have. Hell Nirvana Fire. Chapter 124, Looking for Trouble? Facing Li Shanhe. The black hellfire burned in Xiao Qiu's hand. The powerful aura fluctuations made Mu Qingkong and Principal Yanlong's expressions grow serious. And the next second, Xiao Qiu made an unexpected move. He pulled out the Panlong broadsword and shot himself in the arm, blood splattering everywhere. Both of them were dumbfounded. Why hurt himself for no reason? But the next second, the black flames burned on Xiao Qiu, and his palm surprisingly healed quickly under the fire. In the blink of an eye, the wound completely disappeared. They were both stunned. What powerful recovery ability! What is happening? This recovery ability is probably stronger than Li Yunfeng's Divine Wing Sword. Wow, how did this kid do it? Principal Yanlong looked deeply at Xiao Qiu. Xiao Qiu replied calmly, the healing power of this flame. You must have seen it, right? With me here, I will never let them come to harm. As long as they have a breath left, I can bring them back. Such words used to only come from Zhao Xiaoyun. But now, Su Qiu also had the right to say this. Such powerful healing ability is indeed a guarantee. Mu Qingkong slightly nodded. She felt more at ease about sending Mu Bing to the desert battlefield. At this moment, a furious voice came from outside the office. Su Qiu, get out here. Su Qiu frowned, who is looking for trouble again? He walked to the window and took a look. He saw a burly man standing on the playground, exuding a strong aura, like an iron tower, holding a giant axe. Su Xiao instantly recognized that giant axe. A-level martial soul, earth attribute, mountain river axe. It is said that when this axe is swung, it moves mountains and rivers together. One strike down carries the power of the mountains and rivers, incredibly domineering. It's him. Captain Li Shanha of the Divine Martial Team's 7th Squad. Mu Qingkong recognized the person and was a bit surprised. Su Xiao had certainly heard of the Divine Martial Team, the top hunting team officially ranked in the Great Xia, with the team leader known as the First King. Second only to the 3 Great Kings who are hard to find. And Li Shanha, who could hold the position of captain in the hunting team. Must be an extraordinary person. The key is, Su Xiao didn't remember offending such a person. Li Shanha seems to be Li Yunfeng's father. Principal Yanlong added a remark from the side. Hearing this, Su Xiao suddenly realized, so that's why he came to find me. He pushed open the window. Then leaped down from the 10th floor office. On the playground. Li Yunfeng was persuading his father, Dad, let's talk about it when we get home, this is school. What's school got to do with it? I want to see where Su Xiao gets the courage to take you to the B-level spiritual energy zone. This little guy, does he even know how dangerous that place is? Li Shanha snorted coldly. This was the reason he came to the school. Today Li Yunfeng came back and told him he wanted to train in the desert battlefield, which shocked him, that is a B-level spiritual energy zone. Is it a place students can go to? There could be life-threatening danger at any moment. Under his questioning, the other party told him everything, which is why he came to the school, to see Su Xiao's capabilities. And to discourage him from going to the spiritual energy zone. I am the captain of the Divine Martial Team, having gone to the spiritual energy zones countless times. It's precisely because of this that I understand more than you students how terrifying a B-level spiritual energy zone is. It is not something you can step into. What you need to do now is stay at school and train hard. Going to the spiritual energy zone is for the future, and even if you go, you must start with some ordinary spiritual energy zones. Who takes you straight to the B-level spiritual energy zone? This is not special training, it's murder. Li Shanha kept on about it. Li Yunfeng looked helpless. Dad, I am not a child anymore. Can't I make a decision myself for once? In matters concerning life and death, can you decide for yourself? Li Shanha said. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he decided he must teach Su Xiao a lesson. A student being this bold, what will happen in the future? He must suffer a bit, train steadily, and do less of these dangerous and unrealistic things. At this moment, a shadow fell from the sky. With a loud boom, it landed in front of him. Amidst a cloud of dust, a figure emerged. It was Su Xiao. He looked at Li Shanha and smiled lightly. You are looking for me? Li Shanha watched Su Xiao, his eyes slightly narrowed. You are Su Xiao, TSK, I've long heard of your great name. But I didn't expect that a little fame would make you so arrogant, actually wanting to go to a B-level psychic zone. And fine, if you want to go by yourself, but you even want to take my son with you to die together? I will never accept that. Su Xiao heard this and said calmly, in fact, I didn't force anyone. I already said they should go home and discuss it with their families. If you don't agree, you can totally stop him. There's no need to come find me. Li Shanha snorted coldly. I don't know what kind of sweet-talking poison you poured into my son's ears, but now he's dead set on following you to the desert battlefield. Since I can't stop him, I have no choice but to stop you. I'll beat you so bad you'll lie in bed for 10 or 15 days and be unable to go. Su Xiao fell silent for a moment when he heard that, then reached out and grabbed at the empty air. The Panlong army breaking spear was already in his hand. He said calmly, if you think you can, come ahead. But if you can't, I hope you'll respect Li Yunfeng's own decision. Humph, kid, you really are arrogant. Li Shanha gave a cold laugh. Then he stepped forward quickly, and with one swing of his axe, it was like splitting mountains and rivers. It was an A-level martial technique, mountain-cracking earth-splitting slash. Facing the pressure of this move, Su Xiao didn't move an inch. The Panlong army breaking spear in his hand thrust forward, carrying streaks of lightning. Boom! Under the massive impact, the ground under their feet directly caved in. Seeing Su Xiao block his axe with a spear, Li Shanha was slightly surprised. No wonder you dare go to a B-level psychic zone, you do have some skills. If one move isn't enough, then I'll just try again. The huge axe in his hand kept lifting up and slamming down again. One slash after another. Each slash stronger than the last. Gradually, the full power of a 7th-ranked titled marquis was almost completely unleashed. Principal Yanlong and Mu Qingkong rushed over. Seeing the fierce battle between the two, they quickly opened an energy field to cover them both. Otherwise, with the impact of their clash, they might destroy half of Yanlong University. After more than 10 minutes, Li Shanha no longer looked down on Su Xiao like at the start. His eyes were heavy. The power of a 7th-ranked titled marquis except for martial soul fusion was almost completely unleashed. But even so, he still couldn't hurt Su Xiao. The other side's strength was far beyond imagination. No wonder he wants to go to the psychic zone. So young, yet so powerful. He's truly a total monster. Chapter 125, a 4th rank, killed a titled marquis. Now I am 5th rank. Except for not using martial soul fusion, Li Shanha had already unleashed all the power of a 7th rank titled marquis. But even so, he still couldn't gain the slightest advantage over Su Xiao. The opponent was too strong. Whether speed or strength, he was in no way weaker than a titled marquis. Forget Li Shanha or anyone else. Even Su Xiao himself was surprised. You must know, he hadn't even used martial soul fusion yet, and he could already fight a titled marquis. Looks like after reaching 5th rank, the boost he got was even greater than expected. Right now, even though I'm just 5th rank, without using martial soul fusion, I can still fight a 7th rank titled marquis in his normal state. If I face a 6th rank, I can probably crush him. Right now, I'm seriously strong. Even Su Xiao himself felt strong. Facing an axe that came crashing with both power and speed, Su Xiao stayed calm. His super dynamic vision allowed him to quickly catch the enemy's movement path. With a flash, he used Phoenix Dance 6 illusion steps. He completely dodged it. Boom! The axe landed on the ground, cutting open a huge crack. The crack even spread out for dozens or even over 100 meters. He smiled lightly. Captain Li, your strength is pretty good, but your aim is a bit off. You need more practice. Hearing Su Qiu's words, Li Shanha frowned. He was a titled marquis. The captain of Team 7 of the Divine Martial Corps. How could a little young man say to practice a bit more? If this matter spreads out, do I still need to keep my face? Thinking of this, Li Shanha grinned, looking at Su Qiu. Kid, I admit you have some skills, but you seem a bit too proud. Don't forget, the strongest ability of a king-level strongman is the fusion of martial souls. After speaking, his body flashed with brilliance. The huge axe in his hand actually transformed into countless little lights, merging into his body, making his iron tower-like physique bulge even more. A golden iron luster radiated from his body. With every move, there was a powerful force that could shake mountains and rivers. Li Shanha, martial soul fusion. Seeing this, Su Qiu made a flower with the gilded dragon-breaking gun in his hand, saying lightly, Captain Li, how about we make a bet? What kind of bet? If I win against you, you will let Li Yunfeng go with me to the desert battlefield. Hearing this, Li Shanha laughed heartily. Win against me? Kid, don't dream. In front of a fully unleashed king-level strongman, lasting 10 moves would count you as a genius among the younger generation, let alone defeating me. Heh, just say whether you dare to bet or not. Using provocation won't work. Are you afraid? Bet it is. If you win, I will let Yunfeng follow you to the desert battlefield. If you can defeat me, it proves you have the ability to conquer a B-level spiritual energy area, so of course, it's fine to take people to the desert battlefield. Heh, then it's a deal. Su Qiu smiled slightly. In the next second, a surge of tremendous lightning power erupted from his body. It intertwined in the air, transforming into a domineering lightning dragon. The furious lightning dragon spiraled in the air, then directly crashed into Su Qiu's body. One could see a pair of dragon horns sprouting from his forehead, with lightning interweaving across his body, while the gilded dragon-breaking gun in his hand vibrated, buzzing with excitement. Su Qiu also used the power of martial soul fusion. Others did not know he could use martial soul fusion and gasped in astonishment. What's going on? Why can he undergo martial soul fusion? Isn't this power only available to king-level strongmen of the 7th rank? How can he have it? What is going on? Everyone was stunned. They felt as if their worldview had been refreshed. Only Mu Qingkong and Principal Yanlong remained relatively calm. Not yet at the 7th rank, yet able to master the ability of martial soul fusion, such a talent has appeared before. Generally, such talents often possess the qualifications to become emperors. Qualifications of an emperor. This is one of the highest praises for a genius. After all, in the whole of Daxia, there are only 3 emperors. Each of them, apart from their own qualifications and understanding, were also powerful existences that stood out from countless battles. They are the trendsetters of an era, even the leading figures of their time. When the supreme does not emerge, the emperor is the pinnacle. Seeing Su Qiu use the power of martial soul fusion, Li Shanha's pupils contracted. Didn't expect a genius with the qualifications of an emperor to come out of Yanlong University. Good. Since that's the case, let me experience your true strength. Li Shanha no longer hesitated and charged towards Su Qiu. Each step he took shook the ground. He seemed like a great mountain. Every move caused the earth to tremble. When he reached Su Qiu's front, he directly threw a punch, with metal-like luster swirling on his fist, carrying fierce, domineering, and sharp intent.
He integrated the mountain river axe, seemingly losing the weapon martial soul. But at this moment, he himself was the mountain river axe. Facing this domineering punch, Suqiu did not retreat, thrusting with his spear, lightning condensing within, transforming into a thick pillar of lightning. Both powers collided. In the next second, Li Shanhe flew backward. His whole body smashed against the energy force field set up by Principal Yanlong, and the entire force field exploded, actually appearing with cracks. Principal Yanlong felt the force of this strike and could not help but gasp, such tyrannical power. This is the power after merging an SSS-level martial soul. How powerful can Suqiu become? It's truly terrifying. Li Shanhe was also dumbfounded. What's going on? I was actually blasted away with one shot. Just now, when I hadn't used my martial soul fusion ability, we were evenly matched, but how could I be overwhelmed so easily now? What is happening? I saw Suqiu, with his fused thunder dragon martial soul, slowly approaching me, speaking in a calm tone. You should check around. When I was at the 4th level, I had the strength to slay a 7th level marquis alone. And now, I am at the 5th level. Whoosh! His figure transformed into a streak of lightning and dashed out. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to see. Li Shanhe felt an unprecedented threat coming. Although he had fused with the mountain river axe and his body was as unbreakable as the axe. Unfortunately, Suqiu's strength was also extraordinarily strong. Every shot that hit him sounded like hammering iron, producing a series of loud and sharp clanging noises, accompanied by sparks flying. The clanging sounds were like rain beating on palm leaves, incessantly ringing in the ears. Li Shanhe was completely suppressed. He wanted to fight back, but couldn't keep up with Suqiu's speed. He could only passively take hits. The crowd watching this scene was already dumbfounded. Or rather, when they heard Suqiu's words, they were already left speechless. What? What did he just say? He said he could slay a 7th level marquis when he was at the 4th level. So now, he is at the 5th level? What can someone at the 5th level do? I can't even imagine. This guy is indeed a monster. Chapter 126, Li Shanhe accepts with respect. Kunpeng Airplane. After Suqiu leveled up to the 5th stage and used his martial soul fusion ability, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. Using the martial soul fusion ability usually brought him a huge burden, but this time he only used the Thunder Dragon martial soul. He felt like he could use it all day. So refreshing. Suqiu was immersed in the joy of his power increase, using Li Shanhe as his practice target, constantly swinging and thrusting his spear. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed endlessly. Li Shanhe was completely suppressed, wanting to fight back but unable to keep up with Suqiu's speed. In fact, even if he could match Suqiu's speed, it wouldn't help, because Suqiu had an even faster speed. Once he activated the Kunpeng martial soul fusion, his speed could increase at least 3 more times. So strong. Suqiu felt that he was incredibly strong now. Even if Olay stood in front of him, he would dare to challenge her. After testing his current strength, Suqiu looked at the completely suppressed Li Shanhe. His figure flashed and appeared in front of him, calmly saying, Captain Li, I can't break your defense, and you can't keep up with my speed. This time, how about we consider it a draw? Upon hearing this, Li Shanhe was momentarily stunned. But then, he suddenly realized. The other party was giving him face. In fact, he believed that if they continued fighting, Suqiu would definitely win. He could feel that the other party hadn't used all of their strength. But Suqiu didn't do that. Instead, he proposed a draw, giving him a way out. After all, he was still the captain of the 7th team of the Divine Martial Group. If he lost to a student, it would damage his reputation. Thinking of this, Li Shanhe couldn't help but sigh. What a brilliant prodigy of the emperor. Young and talented, not only with such strength but also rare maturity, humility, and courtesy in dealing with others. Very impressive, truly impressive. He was genuinely convinced by Suqiu. He said, Suqiu, in this battle, I lost, and I accepted wholeheartedly. He accepted his defeat calmly. Such an open and honest attitude surprised Suqiu quite a bit. In fact, the reason he gave the other party a way out was also to give Li Yunfeng face, to give that leader of the Divine Martial Group face. After all, the former was a team member he would soon lead, while the latter was one of the top 10 kings of Daxia, known as the #1 ruler. The existence of a hero's medal was granted. For such a person, he still held a hint of respect. I won't oppose the fact that you are taking Yunfeng to the desert battlefield. This brat of mine is now in your hands. Li Shanhe said, releasing the state of martial soul fusion. Suqiu nodded slightly. Don't worry, I will take good care of him. Li Shanhe patted Li Yunfeng on the back. Yunfeng, after you get to the desert battlefield, remember to listen to Suqiu, okay? He is the captain, of course I will listen to him. Li Yunfeng muttered. Looking at Suqiu, he had a deep respect in his eyes. Li Yunfeng knew how powerful his father was. After all, he had mostly grown up being beaten by him over the years. Even now, he still had no power to resist in front of Li Shanhe, but Su Qiu was already able to defeat him. This level of strength was truly something he could only look up to. Having settled Li Yunfeng, Mu Qingkong also agreed to let Mu Bing follow Su Qiu to the desert battlefield, leaving only Feng Wuji. He himself agreed to it. Just don't know what his parents would say. The next day, when everyone gathered, Mu Bing and Li Yunfeng curiously looked at Feng Wuji. Feng Wuji, how did you convince your parents? Yeah, this is going to a B-level spiritual energy zone. Do your parents agree to let you go to such a dangerous place? Feng Wuji's expression was calm. I don't need to convince my parents, this kind of thing, I can decide for myself. Ah, but you should at least say something. Li Yunfeng said. I'm an orphan. Feng Wuji added. Mu Bing, Li Yunfeng. I should really be damned. I've never heard you mention this before, sorry. Li Yunfeng said apologetically. No need to apologize, it's not a big deal. Feng Wuji said lightly, having long come to terms with it. Li Yunfeng then looked at Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang. By the way, don't you two siblings also need to say something to your parents? Our parents passed away a few years ago. Su Qiu said calmly. Li Yunfeng clutched his heart, I really deserve to die 1,000 times. Feng Wuji looked at Su Qiu in surprise, their similar experiences brought them closer together in an unspoken way. When are we leaving for the desert battlefield? Feng Wuji asked. As soon as possible, I plan to leave this afternoon. Su Qiu said. Do you need a vehicle? I can have my dad arrange for an armed transport helicopter to come. Mu Bing said. As the pearl of the Mu family, one of the 4 great families of the imperial city, Mu Bing indeed had this capital. Beside her, Su Xiaoshuang reached out, I can too. Su Qiu was taken aback, how can you? Brother, did you forget? I'm the chief pharmaceutical advisor of Laojun Pharmaceutical. And Laojun Pharmaceutical also has a business in the capital, and it seems the energy is not small, so having them send me a helicopter is quite simple. Su Qiu nodded slightly, your suggestions are all very good. But I have a faster, more convenient way. What is it? Gather at the school gate at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Su Qiu smiled faintly, saying no more. Everyone was filled with curiosity, and when 2 o'clock came, they arrived at the school gate, only to see Su Qiu looking at them, then smiling lightly, a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from him, and a black gold light flew out from him. The black gold light transformed in midair into a giant Pang. The back of the Pang was broad, its wings spread out for dozens of meters, its huge body resembling a passenger plane, enough to carry more than 10 people. Captain, you still have a dual-born SSS-level martial soul? Wait, you don't mean for us to ride the Pang, right? Li Yunfeng swallowed hard. Feeling a bit excited. Su Qiu smiled slightly, exactly. The other few people couldn't help but get excited. This is an SSS-level martial soul. If they could ride it once in their lifetime, it would definitely be worth it. Come on up. Su Qiu flashed his figure and directly leaped onto the back of the Pang. The others followed suit and jumped up as well. A few people sat on top, only feeling how soft each other's feathers were, how broad each other's backs were, how majestic each other's figures were. Sitting like this is so impressive. Isn't this better than any armed transport plane? Hold on tight. Su Qiu smiled slightly, and with a thought. The Kuanping plane started. The Kuanping flapped its wings, soaring into the sky, a powerful gust of wind exploded from its body, piercing through the clouds and heading towards the desert battlefield. In the clouds, the few people could only feel the gust of wind hitting their faces. It felt as if they were being blown away. The original excitement turned into panic, gripping the feathers of the Kuanping tightly, as a single loosening could surely send them flying away. Looking at the thousands of meters high sky, they couldn't help but shiver. They couldn't fly, if they fell, they would definitely be smashed to pieces. Captain, see, could you fly a bit slower? Li Yunfeng's voice trembled slightly. Su Qiu raised an eyebrow, time is life. How can we waste time on the journey? Kuanping, fly at full speed. Chapter 127, Skeleton Soldiers. Is this how fierce it gets? The Kuanping tore through the skies, flying at full power. The speed was beyond imagination. The few people on its back, except for Su Qiu, were all blown out of shape by the wind, desperately gripping the feathers on Kuanping's back. If they were not careful, they would be blown away. They didn't know how long it had been. The Kuanping landed. The others all stumbled off the Kuanping, each with lips turning purple, clearly still not fully recovered from the excitement. Is this all you've got? Su Qiu crossed her arms, looking at the few team members and curling her lips. They patted their legs and stood up defiantly. Looking at the area they were in, it was unexpectedly a vast desert, with sand and wind swirling, and eerie battle howls faintly ringing in their ears.
This place is the B-level spiritual energy zone, the desert battlefield. After arriving here, Xiao gazed at the endless desert with a hint of anticipation. It is rumored that this desert battlefield is where two ancient countries clashed in battle, with millions of soldiers meeting their end here. The souls of these soldiers, because of immense resentment and negative energy, have not dissipated, coupled with this special spiritual energy, transforming into various ghost-type beasts. This has also created this spiritual energy zone. Martial souls have many attributes, such as weapon martial souls, beast martial souls, and the rare human martial souls, etc. And the strange beasts also have classifications. The classification of strange beasts, in addition to various attributes, also depends on their physical structure. For example, the most common are various flesh and blood strange beasts, whose bodies are made of normal flesh but much stronger than ordinary flesh, possessing various unique powers. Most people encounter these types of strange beasts. Aside from these flesh and blood type strange beasts, another common type is the plant type strange beasts, which, as the name implies, are strange beasts with plant characteristics. Plant type, flesh and blood type are the two most common types of strange beasts. But beyond these two, there are also many bizarre types of strange beasts. For instance, Xiao encountered the swamp mud man in the Shadow Marsh while hunting the demon heaven cult, which belongs to the element type strange beasts. This type of strange beast's body structure is made of elements. They can largely resist physical attacks. Only by shattering their elemental cores can they be truly defeated. And now, in this desert battlefield, they are about to encounter another kind of strange beast, the ghost type strange beast. This type of strange beast's body is already dead, leaving only will, or rather mental power, such as spirit or soul-like entities driving them to act. Compared to most strange beasts, they are more unpredictable. Just as Xiao and her group arrived at the desert battlefield, they saw skeletal hands emerging from the sand in the desert. In the desert, countless skeletons crawled up. Some wore tattered armor, holding broken weapons, some even with twisted and crooked bones, and some pieced together. These are the most common strange beasts in the desert battlefield. Desert skeleton soldiers. Their bodies are dead, only an unyielding will drives them. Soon, hundreds of skeleton soldiers had surrounded them. Xiao said lightly, "These desert skeleton soldiers are generally ranked at the first and second levels. You only need to shatter their bodies to remove their will's carrier. With your strength, it's not hard to handle. Go!" The soul-type strange beasts can also be divided into categories. Some have physical forms, while others do not. For example, the ones now appearing before everyone are strange beasts possessing skeleton bodies. As long as their bodies are shattered, it's enough. Moreover, these beasts are mostly at the first and second levels, posing little threat. Li Yunfeng and his companions can easily handle them. Kill. Charge. Li Yunfeng and the others instantly attacked, rushing towards the dense group of skeleton soldiers, bringing out their weapons and souls. Vajra Rod. Golden Light Spear. Holy Winged Sword. Only Su Xiaoshuan used her hands to continuously strike out. Although she didn't use a weapon, her palms shimmered with golden light, and there was even a hint of spatial fluctuation contained within, making her power extremely strong. Not in the slightest inferior to those using their souls, any skeleton soldier struck by her palms was shattered into pieces. Under the joint attacks of the group, hundreds of thousands of skeleton soldiers were nearly wiped out in no time. Just when they thought they had finished this wave of skeletons, the desert suddenly trembled. From the sands, a giant skeleton gleaming with silver light crawled out, its eye sockets flickering with green soul flames, wielding a gigantic war axe over 10 meters long, exuding a domineering aura. Silver Skeleton King. Xiao's eyes flashed as he looked at the skeleton soldier before him. In the B-level psychic energy zone of the desert battlefield, skeleton soldiers are the most common strange beasts, but that does not mean they are the easiest to deal with. On the contrary, among skeleton soldiers, there are also top-tier strange beasts. Regular skeleton soldiers are equivalent to first and second level martial artists. At a higher level are the silver skeleton soldiers, whose bones have transformed into silver, unbreakable. General attacks can't even harm them. Such skeleton soldiers are equivalent to third level warriors. And the Silver Skeleton King is the strongest among silver skeleton soldiers, at a minimum peak 5th level. It is said there are even rarer golden skeletons and golden skeleton kings above them. But such existences are extremely rare in the entire desert battlefield. Especially the Golden Skeleton King, it feels more like a legend. The Silver Skeleton King before us hasn't reached the 6th level, it's merely at the peak of the 5th level, but according to the conversion of strength between strange beasts and human warriors, only a 6th level warrior can truly assure its defeat. However, the combined strength of Li Yunfeng and his companions can rival a 6th level warrior, so they can give it a try. Xiao thought to himself. He came here to train these people. The Silver Skeleton King before them is a good opportunity. He smiled slightly. "Everyone, I won't intervene with the Silver Skeleton King, it's up to you to handle it. Just don't die."
After saying this, he summoned the Kuanping soul and flew into the air, while the Silver Skeleton King could not fly and could only direct its gaze at Li Yunfeng and the others, its eye sockets radiating intense murderous intent with the flames of souls. With a roar, it raised the giant axe over 10 meters long and fiercely charged towards Li Yunfeng and his companions. When the axe fell, it was as if the mountains and rivers were shaking. Li Yunfeng and the others' faces slightly changed.
Wow, the captain is really ruthless.
Hiss, what are we going to do? Su Xiaoshuang couldn't help but twitch her mouth, glancing at Su Qiu, who flew up into the sky, feeling hopeless. Big brother, that's too harsh. You've truly mastered the big sister's true teachings. She dodged the attack from the Silver Skull King and faced this level of otherworldly beast. Unless she summoned the Empress Martial Soul, she couldn't handle it. They could only collaborate with Li Yunfeng and the others. The four exchanged glances and then attacked together.
A great battle broke out. Chapter 128, How much does he want to kill us?
The one who kills to seize treasure. In the sky, Su Qiu sat on the back of the Kunpeng, watching Li Yunfeng and Su Xiaoshuang's four people fiercely battling against the Silver Skull King below, his eyes filled with amusement.
Below, the four unleashed their powers, fighting fiercely.
Li Yunfeng and Feng Wuji were the main attackers.
Mu Bing held the side, restraining the enemy.
The youngest, Su Xiaoshuang, was being taken care of by the three, as most of the Silver Skull King's attacks were blocked by them.
Su Xiaoshuang felt somewhat grateful, but still a bit dissatisfied. As the future helmsman of Blue Star, do I need your protection? Watch me.
Taking advantage of the Silver Skull King's axe striking the ground, when its old power was gone and new power had not yet risen, she jumped right in front of it and struck with a powerful palm. That palm was like a thunderous explosion, rippling the void. It slammed hard on the Silver Skull King's head.
Bang!
The Silver Skull King's head howled miserably from this palm that contained spatial power. The soul fire in its eye socket seemed almost ready to burst.
What a fierce palm!
Truly worthy of being our captain's sister.
Looks like we underestimated Xiaoshuang. Li Yunfeng and the others showed surprise in their eyes.
They could only sigh, being siblings, they were both so awesome. Looking at the Silver Skull King howling in pain, the group's confidence grew stronger, and they continued to attack wildly.
Before long, the Silver Skull King showed more and more cracks on its body. It seemed like it was about to be defeated.
Su Qiu sat on the Kunpeng, watching the battle below, stroking his chin and muttering, "This intensity seems a bit insufficient."
Suddenly, a commotion came from afar. Su Qiu saw, 3 kilometers away, a batch of skeleton soldiers walking.
He brightened his eyes looking at them. Then, he patted the Kunpeng's back.
The Kunpeng understood and took him toward the skeleton soldiers' location. Just a distance of 3 kilometers, they quickly arrived.
Su Qiu leaped off the Kunpeng and slammed a spear into the ground.
Boom!
Dust surged, creating a large pit in the ground. The skeleton soldiers heard the noise, their gazes swiftly turning toward him, and Su Qiu grinned, "Come chase me."
He turned and ran.
The skeleton soldiers were left dumbfounded.
What is going on? Are they provoking us? So bold? Do they look down on them? Roar, 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 kill him. Roar, bastard, do you think we're sick cats? Roar, 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 we are the rulers of the desert battlefield, kill. Roar, my big knife is already hungry for action. The skeleton soldiers roared endlessly.
Then they chased after Su Qiu.
They chased, Su Qiu ran.
On the other side. After a hard-fought battle, Li Yunfeng and the others had already beaten the Silver Skull King to a state of wounds all over, its silver-like skeletal body covered in cracks.
Just a few more hits, and they would win. But the next second, a series of roars from the skeleton soldiers came from not far away.
They saw Su Qiu charging towards them, with behind him, a large batch of skeleton soldiers, numbering in the hundreds or thousands, that he had drawn over. That group of skeleton soldiers was howling non-stop, clearly showing signs of anger. In a state of fury, their murderous aura soared to the sky.
It seemed they wanted to trample everything along the way.
Li Yunfeng and the others were completely dumbfounded.
What was going on?
What the heck? We had just managed to defeat the Silver Skull King.
You bring us a new group of skeleton soldiers again? Captain, how much do you want to kill us?
Li Yunfeng and the others were speechless, then they saw Su Qiu leading the skeleton soldiers in front of them, before shooting up into the sky directly, returning to the back of the Kunpeng. Up there, he even made a cheering gesture towards them.
Cheer my big head. Li Yunfeng and the others were almost crying from anger at those skeleton soldiers. Roar, that human has gone to the sky. Roar, roar, damn it, we can't fly. Roar, roar, these few must be in cahoots with that human. Roar, roar, forget it, anyone who is human should die, kill them.
The skeleton soldiers surrounded Li Yunfeng and the others. And the once nearly defeated Silver Skeleton King, seeing this scene, couldn't help but grin. "Roar, kids, come well." Li Yunfeng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "This is a life and death battle.
Fight! Onward! The few gritted their teeth and charged forward. They did not doubt that Su Zhou intentionally wanted to harm them. After all, Su Xiaoshuang was still around. If the opponent didn't care about them, they wouldn't harm their own sister, right? A brutal battle broke out again. Li Yunfeng wielded the holy wing sword, the sharp, glowing sword energy exploding continuously, smashing the skeleton soldiers to pieces. The other three did not hold back either, using all their trump cards. Su Xiaoshuan looked at the silver skeleton king trying to get up, jumped up, and landed on its head, slapping down. Shockwave palm. Just lie there properly. Bang! With this slap, the already weak silver skeleton king could no longer hold on, crashing to the ground, its soul fire gradually extinguished. And a large number of skeleton soldiers charged towards the four. Fearless of death. Or rather, they were already dead. They didn't care about dying once more. The sound of killing filled the sky. After almost 2 hours, the four were exhausted, even covered in injuries, when they finally managed to deal with the skeleton soldiers. Li Yunfeng held the holy wing sword, white light swirling around him, gradually recovering his injuries, but the speed of recovery was not what it had been. He had consumed too much of his spiritual power. Even with the holy wing sword, known as the undefeated warrior, he was in such a miserable state, the others were even worse. Each one lay on the ground, battered and bruised. At this moment, if another wave of skeleton soldiers came, even just a few dozen, they could very likely be wiped out. Su Xiaoshuan lay on the ground, looking at the sky, murmuring, "So ruthless, big brother is just too ruthless, I'm your sister." Empress Jianggo said lightly, "This is called jade is not carved, it can't become a tool." It was the first time she had reached a consensus with Su Qiu. For Su Xiaoshuang, it was necessary to be a little ruthless. Suddenly, Su Xiaoshuang seemed to touch something, picked it up to look, but it was a white bone, feeling like metal. Are skeleton soldiers' bones this hard? Su Xiaoshuang wondered. Empress Jianggo said, "This is the essence of the skeleton soldier's body. Such skeletons can be used to make various weapons. For example, the silver skeleton king you defeated, its bone essence can even be used as one of the materials to forge top-grade spiritual weapons. According to your Blue Star's calculations, it is worth at least 500 million. Su Xiaoshuan's eyes lit up, then don't we hit the jackpot? She got up to look for the silver skeleton king's bone essence, but at that moment, a loud laugh came from not far away. "Ha, we are so lucky, did not expect to encounter a dead silver skeleton king." A group of people walked up. They had different styles, and the leader, tall and dressed in silver armor, looked at the dead silver skeleton king with eyes full of heat and greed. Chapter 129, Encountered in Hard Nut. A shot at random. A group of people arrived at the devastated battlefield. Looking at the corpse of the silver skeleton king, he couldn't help but lick his lips, his eyes filled with greed and fervor. Especially the one in the lead, his face marked by a scar, wearing silver white armor, exuding a wave of malevolence. He looked at Li Yunfeng and the others lying on the ground, grinning. I didn't expect a few kids to actually kill the silver skeleton king, truly impressive." Li Yunfeng's expression changed slightly, revealing a look of seriousness. "Who are you?" He had heard that in some psychic energy zones, adventurer teams often went to explore, and these teams not only hunted exotic beasts for various martial arts resources and materials but also engaged in some treasure theft and murder activities. Us? Have you heard of the Grey Wolf Adventure Team? The man in silver armor said. Grey Wolf Adventure Team. I've heard of you. Among the many adventurer teams exploring psychic energy zones in the imperial capital, you are quite infamous, robbing resources from others and taking lives. That's nothing unusual. Feng Wuji said lightly. During his summer vacation, he had been training with some adventurer teams, although they were mostly in lower-level psychic energy zones. But he had indeed heard of the reputation of the Grey Wolf Adventure Team. Kid, you probably don't know that in the martial arts world, there's an unwritten rule: psychic energy zones are lawless places. Here, no matter what you do, you won't be held accountable by the law. The man in silver armor laughed. Of course, the others had heard of this. However, they were still students and had never encountered such a situation. Today, I want the essence of the silver skeleton king's bones. And we also want your lives. The man in silver armor declared. Why? You can take the treasure, but why also kill us? Mu Bing asked in confusion. Although psychic energy zones were lawless places, they had no enmity with the Grey Wolf Adventure Team, so why not just take the treasure? Why also kill? Why kill you? What a foolish question. Only you kids would ask such a thing. I've already taken your things, offended you. If I don't eliminate you completely, are you going to wait until you leave to seek revenge on us? The man in silver armor, the leader of the Grey Wolf, laughed. As he spoke, he drew a blue-white large knife. Aimed at Li Yunfeng. Just as he was about to strike down, a long spear, like a meteor, fell from high in the sky.
Its overwhelming might made the Grey Wolf leader sense a strong threat, and he diverted the direction of his large knife to smash against the descending spear.
Clang! Accompanied by a violent sound.
The Grey Wolf leader felt a massive force sweep over, making his palm numb and his hand crack, blood splattering out.
He was sent flying out uncontrollably for dozens of meters.
Looking at the spear, it was embedded in the ground, smoke billowing.
Then,
a figure descended from the sky, landing next to the spear.
It was Su Qiu. He looked at the Grey Wolf leader and the others, his eyes cold, with an icy tone. "What do you want to do to my teammates?"
The Grey Wolf leader narrowed his eyes slightly. "I didn't expect there to be another expert."
He glanced at Su Qiu, noticing that there was only Su Qiu around. He couldn't help but chuckle. "But with just you, you are not to be feared."
"Leader, let me play with him." A tall and thin young man stepped out of the adventure team, holding a long sword, looking at Su Qiu with a teasing expression. Seeing this, the Grey Wolf leader said,
"Be careful, this person seems not to be simple." "Ha, no matter how not simple, he's just a little brat, watch how I take him down."
The young man laughed, his figure flashing as he lunged toward Su Qiu. His long sword stabbed straight out, like a venomous snake sticking out its tongue.
Venomous, sharp, crafty, and incredibly fast.
But unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, in the face of Su Qiu's super strong dynamic vision, his every movement was clear as day, even the curve of his lips was not missed by his eyes.
"Too slow,"
Su Qiu said indifferently, suddenly thrusting his spear out. Accompanied by a flash of lightning, the terrifying electric light directly knocked the young man's sword away. The spear, like a rainbow breaking the sun, pierced through the young man's throat. Blood immediately gushed out wildly. The young man stared with wide eyes in disbelief, opening his mouth to speak but found his trachea had already been torn apart. Only sounds of choking escaped, but not a single word could be uttered.
Su Qiu pulled out his spear.
The young man's head tilted, and he fell to the ground dead.
Su Qiu shook his head, too weak.
The opponent was merely a fourth tier. To an ordinary person, he might seem powerful, but in his current presence, he couldn't even withstand one spear.
The Grey Wolf captain's pupils constricted.
Although Su Qiu had only made one move, the explosive fighting power and the decisive killing intent demonstrated proved that the opponent was
a tough nut to crack. And a nut that couldn't be any tougher. "What a thorny problem," the Grey Wolf captain murmured, secretly signaling to others around him. Everyone immediately understood and slowly surrounded Su Qiu.
Everyone summoned their martial souls. Various beast martial souls and weapon martial souls appeared, radiating beams of attribute light. Su Qiu glanced around, discovering that the highest level among these people was merely an A-grade martial soul, posing no threat to him. The only potential danger came from the 6th-tier Grey Wolf captain. And that possibility was still very slim.
"Let's resolve this swiftly," Su Qiu murmured.
With a thought, in the next second, beams of martial soul light suddenly burst forth from him. The Thunder Dragon, White Tiger, and Koan Pang, 3 SSS-grade martial souls appeared. The 3 great martial souls stared intently at the adventurers before them. The power of thunder filled the air, and the White Tiger's fierce aura saturated the surroundings.
Koan Pang flapped its wings, unleashing a raging wind, with sharp claws poised to strike.
Seeing these 3 SSS-grade martial souls, the Grey Wolf captain immediately lost his fighting spirit, trembling in fear, and shouted, "Retreat!"
"Damn it! What kind of monster have they provoked? 3 SSS-grade martial souls?"
He had never even heard of such a thing.
Su Qiu looked at the fleeing crowd, his expression extremely calm. "Kill!" Koan Pang was the first to charge out.
His speed was the fastest, whooshing forward and catching a massive dog-shaped martial soul off guard, claws grabbing it and lifting it into the air before slamming it down. The dog martial soul shattered on impact. Next was the White Tiger, whose form was graceful as he moved through the crowd, yet radiated the most terrifying killing intent, striking out with his claws. One by one, warriors were effortlessly torn apart by him. The Thunder Dragon weaved through the crowd, unleashing rampant lightning power. Wherever he went, hardly a warrior could escape with their life. As for the Grey Wolf captain, he summoned his martial soul, a grey giant wolf, which carried him swiftly out beyond the desert. But unfortunately, no matter how fast he ran, he was no match for Su Qiu. Su Qiu moved, unleashing the power of Koan Pang, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived before the captain. The captain roared in anger, wielding his battle knife with all his might. Storm Rage Slash. Facing the full-force strike from the Grey Wolf captain, Su Qiu remained indifferent, neither retreating nor dodging, casually launching a spear. Boom! That spear erupted like thunder. It was as if heaven itself was enraged. It directly knocked the Grey Wolf captain's blade aside. The spear, like a rainbow, thrust into his chest, pinning him to the ground, rendering him completely immobile. And his summoned martial soul, understanding the need to protect, lunged at Su Qiu. But before Su Qiu could make a move, the White Tiger rushed out from the side, slapping the giant wolf away with a single paw. The white tiger disdainfully glanced at the foe, a mere A-grade martial soul.
Dare to be arrogant in front of him? He shouted at the other party. The white tiger's killing intent erupted.
The giant wolf trembled in fear, and having been struck by the white tiger, could no longer maintain its form, directly turning into specks of light and vanishing.
A dignified A-level martial soul, scared to the point of collapse on the spot. Don't kill me. I can promise you anything. The Grey Wolf leader looked at Suqiu and said. But Suqiu only looked at him with amusement, smiling faintly. Did you say it yourself before? Cut the grass and root it out, to eliminate any future trouble. I have remembered that sentence.
After saying that, he once again thrust out a spear.
The Thunder King's spear erupted.
Besides the power of lightning, it also merged with the white tiger's sinister aura, and with his 5th-tier cultivation exploding, even if the Grey Wolf leader's cultivation was higher than his, it was useless.
In the next second, he was pierced through the chest by the spear. Dead beyond any means of resurrection.
Looking at the other Grey Wolf team members, they had already basically perished under the onslaught of the martial souls. Suqiu called back the martial soul and walked towards Li Yunfeng and the others, looking at their miserable state, and said lightly, "You still need to practice more." The corners of their mouths twitched a little.
Damn. Big brother, are you planning to take our lives?
Captain, we suffered a lot of injuries in this battle. It's going to take some time to recover, and if we force ourselves to train, something bad might happen.
Feng Wuji said.
Although he really wanted to get stronger, it didn't mean he could treat his life lightly. On the contrary, he didn't want to risk losing his life easily.
Suqiu smiled and said, I've already thought of this.
After saying that, a ball of black flame began to burn in the palm of his hand.
That is, hellfire. It's a bit painful, you all bear with it for a moment.
After saying that, he threw the hellfire towards Feng Wuji and the others.
The few of them were stunned for a moment. No way. Are you really planning to murder us? As the flames landed on their bodies, an unprecedented pain swept over them, and they couldn't help but cry out in agony. For a moment, they really thought Suqiu was going to kill them. But soon, they sensed something was off.
Aside from the pain, their injuries were healing at a visible speed, and when the flames dissipated, their injuries were completely healed. But the pain from earlier still lingered in their hearts.
It left them feeling uneasy. See, Captain, what is this ability? This is my healing ability. Healing ability? Good heavens, whose healing ability is this extreme, more painful than being injured? Li Yunfeng said.
Suqiu glanced at him, just tell me how the effect is. He looked at his fully healed self, giving a thumbs up. Although it was painful, the effect is indeed undeniable.
Even his holy winged sword couldn't compare.
The key point is, his holy winged sword could only heal himself, not others, while Suqiu's ability can be used on anyone.
With the captain's healing ability, I'm not afraid of any injuries. I can train myself without restraint now. Feng Wuji said. Mu Bing also nodded in agreement.
While inside Su Xiaoshuan's body, the Empress looked at Suqiu and couldn't help but murmur, hellfire is an extremely domineering dark fire. I didn't expect that his hellfire would actually contain healing effects, truly remarkable.
This guy's new martial soul is extraordinary.
She increasingly looked forward to what extent Suqiu could reach in the future.
To leave Blue Star. That is a must.
But whether he can dominate the galaxy remains to be seen. Perhaps, in the future, he will be a powerful assistant for her. Suqiu looked at the few who had almost recovered, giving a slight smile. Very good, since you have recovered, let's continue with the special training.
Our next goal is the depths of the desert battlefield. Spirit energy zone, the deeper you go, the more concentrated the spirit energy becomes.
Of course, the dangers encountered also become greater.
But this time, Suqiu brought the few of them to train. If there was no danger, wouldn't that be a wasted trip?
Before leaving, Suqiu walked to the corpse of the Silver Skeleton King. He picked up a piece of bone, which was the essence of the White Silver Skeleton King's bones. The piece of bone in his hand, roughly the size of an arm, could sell for at least 500 million in the market. Its value was enormous. Suqiu certainly would not let it go easily. He stored it safely in his storage ring. Of course, this White Silver Skeleton King was killed by Li Yunfeng and a few others together, so Suqiu wouldn't keep it for himself. He told the others about it. He planned to sell it after going out and share the money equally. Especially Feng Wuji, he was an orphan, able to go to university, and get to this point mostly depended on government aid and working part-time to support himself. Suddenly gaining such a large sum of wealth, he felt happiness was coming too fast.
The group continued deeper into the desert battlefield.
Not long after they left, a figure wearing a black robe suddenly arrived on the battlefield. Looking at the numerous bones on the ground and the lingering electric aura in the air, his eyes lit up.
This aura, it's definitely Suqiu. I finally found you. This time you're not at Yanlong University, let's see who can save you, and you just had to come to the desert battlefield. Ha, this is my territory. The black-robed man laughed heartily. He raised his head, revealing a face familiar to the students of Yanlong University, indeed, the teacher of Yanlong University. Zhao Fei Hong. Su Qiu and the others were heading deeper into the desert battlefield. Gradually, aside from skeletal soldiers, they encountered some new ghostly beasts, such as the Soul Beast. The Soul Beast, unlike the tangible skeletal soldiers, had no physical form. They could float in midair, resembling people in black cloaks, but their shapes were indistinguishable. Their biggest feature was a pair of black claws. Those grabbed by these claws wouldn't show any visible wounds but would suffer severe mental trauma. It was an extremely strange and tricky existence. General physical attacks had no effect on the Soul Beast. But fortunately, as long as a martial artist's spiritual power attached to a weapon or their fists and feet, they could inflict harm on them. The only thing to watch out for was their claws. Li Yunfeng swung his sword and split a Soul Beast in half when suddenly he noticed something, looking into the distance with narrowed pupils. In the distance, gusts of cold winds swept over. In the air, it felt as if thousands of ghosts were wailing. Su Qiu in the sky also noticed something unusual in the distance, seeing tens of thousands of soul beasts charging toward them like a vast ocean. It was terrifying, just like an ordinary person confronting a tsunami. This is a problem, this definitely is a problem. Chapter 131, Mental Protection. The 6th rank side Soul Beast. Su Qiu looked at the vast tide of soul beasts rushing toward them in the distance, his eyes slightly narrowing. Although soul beasts are also considered social beasts, to have so many and move so orderly toward a certain direction. There must be a soul beast leader among them. The crucial point is, this group of soul beasts is flying right toward us. Could it be that some soul beasts recognize us? Su Qiu revealed a thoughtful look. With so many soul beasts, even a 7th rank prince level expert would be caught in it and probably wouldn't fare well. Li Yunfeng and the others are just not their match. Su Qiu obviously couldn't just stand by and watch. Whoosh! He moved like lightning to Li Yunfeng and the others, summoned the Kunping martial spirit, placed them on it, and then flew off into the distance. He specially controlled the speed of the Kunping martial spirit. He did not immediately shake off that group of soul beasts and then found that they were closely following the Kunping martial spirit, clearly. Their target was them. The bewilderment in Su Qiu's eyes grew stronger. Who exactly wants to deal with them? Captain, look. Li Yunfeng pointed at the distance. In the distance, a new batch of ghost monsters was approaching them. Clearly, this batch of ghost monsters is being controlled by someone. Su Qiu said. Ding. Facing the relentless pursuit of the ghost monsters, you have the following choices. 1. Leave Li Yunfeng and the others behind and escape alone. Reward, 1 physical enhancement card. 2. A true hero doesn't suffer immediate losses, quickly take Li Yunfeng and the others away from the desert battlefield. Reward, 1 white spirit fruit. 3. Stay behind to see who the one pulling the strings is. Reward, spiritual protection talent. Su Qiu's expression slightly changed at the last reward, spiritual protection? Sounds like it protects the mind. Interesting. Warriors, besides their martial spirits, also have some special talents. Some have outstanding comprehension, some have innate strength, some have perfect memory, some have quick reflexes, and so on, but talented individuals are extremely rare. Spiritual talents are even rarer. This thing could very well be no less than an S-rank martial spirit. Su Qiu had never obtained a talent before, and this spiritual protection was the first time he encountered it. This martial skill had value to obtain. Moreover, he also wanted to see who was trying to harm him. Among us, my value is the greatest, and with so many ghost monsters in play, you all don't have the strength aside from me. Su Qiu said calmly and then stood up. Li Yunfeng and the others realized something, their expressions changed slightly. Captain, what are you going to do? I will let the Kunping martial spirit take you away first, as for me, I will stay behind to deal with this mastermind myself. Su Qiu said, then leaped down from the sky. Captain! The crowd couldn't help but exclaim. When the ghost monsters saw Su Qiu jump down from the Kunping, they ignored Li Yunfeng and the others and surrounded Su Qiu instead. Li Yunfeng and the others, witnessing this scene, suddenly understood. So that's how it is, the captain must be using himself as bait to attract the ghost monsters and cover our escape. Yes, with so many ghost monsters flying in from all directions, without someone acting as bait, it would be very difficult for us to leave. As everyone thought of this, their hearts were moved. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoshuan wanted to jump down too but was held back tightly by Li Yunfeng and the others. Xiaoshuan, don't be impulsive. If you jump down, the captain's efforts will be in vain. That's right. The Empress Jiangxiu said lightly in her martial spirit space, with your brother's strength, unless an 8th tier king intervenes, no one can kill him. Hearing this, Su Xiaoshuan, who had been somewhat impulsive, gradually calmed down, slapping her thigh. Sure enough, I'm just too weak. Her desire to become stronger grew more urgent.
Seeing this, the Empress Jiangxiao's mouth slightly curled up. The plan was working. Then she glanced at the direction of the ghost monsters. To control so many ghost monsters, the one behind the scenes is at least 7th tier. Su Qiu, you must not get into trouble. Otherwise, I will lose a valuable assistant in the future. Desert battlefield. A figure descended from the sky like a meteor, hitting the ground with a boom. This raised a whirlwind of dust. Among the dust, Su Qiu's figure emerged, while in the distance, countless ghost monsters were rushing in from all directions. They surrounded Su Qiu completely. Su Qiu smiled faintly, tightly gripping the Panlong Pajuan spear. His figure remained still, yet arcs of lightning spread out from him. Boom, boom, boom. The electric arcs swept through, and one by one, the ghost monsters were shattered into pieces by the lightning. The domineering power of lightning was like a nemesis to these ghost monsters. Typical ghost monsters would dissipate upon contact. Su Qiu recklessly released his lightning power. At the same time, he focused his gaze on the group of ghost monsters, trying to find the mastermind behind them. Suddenly, he sensed something and shot at the ghost monsters with his spear. Boom! The powerful force of thunder turned into a gigantic spear. The spear struck the heavens and the earth, tearing open a huge gap in the endless ocean, not knowing how many ghost monsters were blasted to ashes. After this strike, a large number of ghost monsters gathered towards a certain direction. Su Qiu realized. These ghost monsters will actively protect their manipulator, and the direction they are gathering is exactly where the mastermind is. A cold light flashed in Su Qiu's eyes. I want to see which bastard is targeting me. He rushed toward the gathering place of the ghost monsters. He appeared like an unstoppable beast of thunder. Wherever he went, each ghost monster was killed by him. But as he got closer to the depths, the power of the ghost monsters kept rising, from 3rd tier, 4th tier, to even 5th tier. The 5th tier ghost monsters, their one hit is an extremely painful experience for a 6th tier warrior. However, Su Qiu had just gained mental protection, and he felt a surge of trying it out. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. This is a battlefield, not a place to do experiments casually. What if this mental protection is not as strong as he thought? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Wielding his spear, Su Qiu moved closer and closer to the depths of the ghost monster ocean. Suddenly, several scythe-wielding ghost monsters appeared around him, and seeing them, Su Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly. This is the scythe ghost monster. The lowest level is 6th tier. Su Qiu exclaimed in surprise. 6th tier scythe ghost monsters are extremely rare in the desert battlefield, even rarer than golden skeletons. Now, suddenly there appeared 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 scythe ghost monsters? TSK, the mastermind really has a big hand. Su Qiu smiled faintly. Gripping the spear tightly, in the next second, the Thunder Dragon and the White Tiger, 2 powerful martial souls, appeared and then fused into his body. Martial soul fusion. Su Qiu's aura and combat power soared straight up. Chapter 132, The True Identity of Zhao Feihong. The ghost Qilin reappears. Swish. The scythe of the ghost monster swung out, leaving a remnant shadow in the air. Su Qiu had super dynamic vision. The trajectory of this scythe was clear in his eyes, and he used his skill to dodge. But the next second, a black, crescent-like blade of energy suddenly slashed towards him from behind. This blade was incredibly strange, targeting the warrior's spirit. This was the ultimate move of the 6th tier scythe ghost monster, the soul-cleaving slash. If hit by this blow, even a 6th tier warrior would lose combat capability in an instant due to the shock to their spirit. The 6th tier scythe ghost monster is definitely the most troublesome among all 6th tier beasts, facing several scythe ghost monsters attacking at once. Even a 7th tier noble warrior could fall. Su Qiu dodged the attack again. With a thrust of his spear, the power of thunder gathered to form a spear, the Thunder Judgment Spear. This spear was extremely domineering, piercing through the body of the scythe ghost monster. But in the next second, the surrounding ghost monsters turned into dots of light, gathering towards the scythe ghost monster, quickly repairing its body. This was another ability of the scythe ghost monster. Soul absorption. It can devour the power of other ghost monsters to repair itself. Together with the soul-cleaving slash, it complemented each other. This made the scythe ghost monster have high attack and thick health. The key is, now Su Qiu was in this ocean of ghost monsters. The number of ghost monsters here was at least 100,000. So many ghost monsters could very well exhaust him to death. Furthermore, Su Qiu's purpose for entering here was to find out the mastermind behind it. And now that mysterious manipulator had yet to show up. With my ability, even if I can finally wipe out this group of ghost monsters, if I can't locate that mastermind, it would all be for nothing. I must find a way to lure the opponent out. Su Qiu thought to himself. Facing the sneak attack of a 5th tier ghost monster behind him, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and came up with an idea. Pretending to dodge, he was grabbed by that ghostly monster. Hiss. His body was fine.
But his spirit was. It seemed he was also fine. Sucho paused slightly. He knew he had mental protection in hand, and ordinary mental attacks could significantly weaken him. But he had prepared for the pain. But the result was. The 5th level ghostly monster's attack was utterly useless against him. Then what about the 6th level scythe-wielding ghost? Sucho thought to himself. But he still pretended to be in pain, screaming, "Ah!" In the ocean of ghosts. Zhao Feihong, hiding without showing his face, saw Sucho being attacked and screaming. His eyes lit up. Good. Well done. Sucho, this is a mental attack. Even if your talent is strong and your cultivation high, how much resistance do you have against such a special mental attack? Zhao Feihong was completely confident about killing Sucho this time. He stared fixedly at Sucho. He saw Sucho gradually showing signs of fatigue, his movements becoming sluggish under the attacks of the scythe-wielding ghost and other ghosts. But gradually, Zhao Feihong sensed something was wrong. No matter how tired Sucho appeared, looking like he could fall at any moment, he just wouldn't go down. It was as if there was a power that kept supporting him. Could this guy be locking his blood? Zhao Feihong frowned. Another hour passed. Seeing Sucho still standing and not falling, he cursed silently. This guy really can hold on. Looks like I need to deal him a lethal blow. Zhao Feihong thought to himself. He saw a massive black energy swirling in his palm, an incredibly strange aura spreading from it, causing the surrounding ghostly monsters to become restless. Just as Sucho was being forced back, he struck. His figure flickered, like a pitch-black shadow, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Sucho, striking a palm towards his back. But just at that moment, Sucho shot back with a gun. Domineering lightning pierced through the black energy, penetrating Zhao Feihong's palm. Zhao Feihong's face slightly changed. Such an attack definitely wasn't something a heavily wounded psychic could unleash. The opponent had hardly taken any damage. The opponent was using this to lure him into action. Tricked. He originally thought he was the hunter, and Sucho was the prey. But now it seemed. It was reversed. So it's you, you bastard. Sucho looked at Zhao Feihong before him, subtly enlightened, then said coldly, I knew from the first time I saw you at school that you had ill intentions towards me. I didn't expect you to come here to kill me. What feud, what grudge do we have? Sucho, besides the killing intent, was also curious. Before coming to Yanlong University, he had never seen Zhao Feihong. Where did this inexplicable killing intent come from? From the first time I saw you, I knew one of us could only live. Zhao Feihong sneered. Strange black energy radiated from his body. The surrounding ghostly monsters gathered towards him. Like loyal guardians, they protected him. Seeing this scene, Sucho pondered for a moment, then smiled lightly. I finally understand where your killing intent towards me comes from. Because you are not human. If I'm not mistaken, the real Zhao Feihong is dead. You've just seized his body. You are a 7th level ghostly monster. The 7th level ghostly monster is only a thin line away from the 6th level. But they possess a particularly unique ability. That is, to seize. They can take over human bodies, memories, and live on in human society with their identities. However, this kind of otherworldly beast is rare. It can even be compared to the Golden Skeleton King on the desert battlefield. Both are legendary otherworldly beasts. It is quite difficult for ordinary people to associate this otherworldly beast with Zhao Feihong. Zhao Feihong was startled upon hearing Sucho's words. You actually guessed my true identity? You really are extraordinary. Humans and strange beasts cannot coexist. Seeing such an outstanding young warrior like me, of course, you want to find a way to kill me. You are afraid. Afraid of my talent, afraid that I will become a serious threat to you in the future. Sucho replied. Understanding why the other party targeted him, he still had one last question. But you, a 7th-tier ghost beast, have taken over a teacher of Flame Dragon University and are hiding within the school. You must have other schemes, right? Sucho, you know too much. Zhao Feihong said coldly. He wanted to control the surrounding ghost beasts and continue attacking Sucho. But at that moment, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. The ghost beasts around him suddenly became restless, growling low, and as their controller, Zhao Feihong could clearly feel a kind of fear from them. These ghost beasts were afraid of Sucho. You are a 7th-tier ghost beast, capable of controlling ordinary ghost beasts, which is not surprising. It must have been hard for you to gather so many ghost beasts. Have you ever thought about the situation where these ghost beasts are being controlled by someone? Sucho smiled lightly. A black light flew out from him. A deafening roar, stunning to the heart, echoed throughout the universe. The ghost Qilin appeared. Chapter 133, The Huge Sandstorm. The Ancient Ruins. The ghost Qilin reappeared.
With a pitch-black body and golden eyes, it radiated the aura of a dark king, making countless ghost beasts present tremble with fear. One of the ghost Qilin's most powerful abilities is commanding thousands of ghosts. And ghost beasts are the souls transformed from the ancient battlefield. In a way, they are also ghost-type strange beasts. So, the ghost Qilin is their nemesis. The appearance of the ghost Qilin naturally disturbed them, instilling fear in them. Zhao Feihong also noticed something was off, his pupils constricted slightly, unable to believe. What kind of martial soul is this? A martial soul that can take your life. Su Qiu replied calmly. The next second, the ghost Qilin roared, its fearsome cry causing many ghost beasts to tremble and kneel on the ground. Do not kneel. Zhao Feihong shouted angrily. But it was useless. Though he was a 7th-tier ghost beast, the ghost Qilin was an SSS-level martial soul, the king of darkness, the master of ghosts. Su Qiu looked at Zhao Feihong with amusement, patted the ghost Qilin's head, and said lightly, Good Qilin, tear him apart for me. Roar! The ghost Qilin let out a low growl. Instantly, the ghost beasts around seemed to receive an order and all rushed towards Zhao Feihong, wanting to tear him apart. Even the several 6th-tier scythe ghost beasts were no exception. Zhao Feihong's face changed wildly upon seeing this. He never expected this to happen. He had always been the ruler of the desert battlefield. Now, he was actually being besieged and hunted down by ghost beasts? And the mastermind behind all this was still a human. He had never imagined such a thing. Damn it, damn it. How did this Su Qiu do it? How could he have so many SSS-level martial souls, and of this type? Zhao Feihong felt something was wrong. Ordinary warriors would be blessed if they had a single SSS-level martial soul. But Su Qiu had SSS-level martial souls, one after another. And they were all unique. Each ability was different. It was absurd beyond measure. Faced with the ghost beasts that continued to pounce and turn against him, Zhao Feihong's face turned red with anger, his whole body trembling. Get away from me! With a roar, a strange power erupted from Zhao Feihong. An invisible intimidation caused the surrounding ghost beasts to tremble slightly. Good opportunity. Zhao Feihong's eyes brightened, wanting to escape. But the next second, Su Qiu stood in front of him. Do you think you can run away? Su Qiu shot out with his gun. The power of lightning transformed into a domineering spear, smashing Zhao Feihong away and slamming him into the ground, creating a giant pit. Then, the earth let out a thunderous roar. In the distance, an unprecedented sandstorm swept toward them. Wherever it went, the ghostly monsters were blown away. This sandstorm was extremely terrifying. Su Qiu felt that even a 6th-level warrior might not survive if caught in it. The most crucial thing was that the range of this sandstorm was very vast. There was no end in sight. How can such a sandstorm appear out of nowhere? Su Qiu couldn't help but be astonished. Zhao Feihong, who had been blasted away, saw the incoming sandstorm and his eyes lit up, immediately charging into the storm. Of course, Su Qiu wouldn't let him go and followed right behind. At the same time, the spiral dragon spear in his hand, imbued with an incredibly domineering power, stabbed fiercely toward the fleeing Zhao Feihong. Spear of Thunder Judgment. The spear tore through the air and pierced through Zhao Feihong's body from behind. At the same time, it exploded within the sandstorm, intertwining wind and sand with lightning, while the surrounding void continuously emitted sonic booms under this powerful impact. Then, the ground began to sink, forming a terrifying quicksand zone. To avoid being engulfed by this quicksand, Su Qiu soared into the air. Although he had used the Kunping to take Li Yunfeng and the others away, the Thunder Dragon could also fly. He grabbed the Thunder Dragon's claw, rose into the sky, and looked down at the vast sandstorm below, unable to help but click his tongue in wonder. What a terrifying natural disaster. This kind of disaster must only be seen in energy zones like the desert battlefield. If it erupted in a civilized city, who knows how many lives would be lost? Su Qiu sighed. He glanced at Zhao Feihong's body, now engulfed by the sandstorm, deep in thought. Having been hit by my shot and then swept away by the sandstorm, this guy should be dead, right? Just to be safe, I will go in and take another look. After pondering, Su Qiu once again charged into the sandstorm. But the other party was nowhere to be found, swept away by the storm. Time passed, eventually, the sandstorm gradually stopped. What came into Su Qiu's view made him forget about Zhao Feihong. As the sand cleared, an endless expanse of ruins appeared, within which stood ancient buildings. Though severely eroded by the wind and sand, glimpses of their former glory could still be seen. The extent of these ruins was vast, and as Su Qiu flew into the air and took a look, he estimated it to span over 100 miles. This should be an ancient city. Su Qiu murmured. In his mind, various rumors about the desert battlefield surfaced. According to legend, the formation of the B-level energy zone desert battlefield was due to two ancient countries going to war, with millions of soldiers fighting and dying here, their resentment lingering and forming this desert battlefield. So, it seemed that this city was very likely from one of those two countries. It was indeed a major archaeological discovery.
However, Xiao was not much interested in archaeology.
He was more eager to find out if there was anything in this ancient ruin that could help him gain progress.
Ding! In the face of the ancient ruins, you have the following choices.
First, turn back and report to superiors, letting them send people for archaeological work.
Reward, 1 physical enhancement card. Second, explore alone. Reward, 1 silver moon king grass. Third, bring your friends together and explore.
Reward, S-level martial technique, the 108 palms of dragon descend.
Xiao was momentarily stunned. What is this? 108 palms of dragon descend? While others have 18 palms, you changed it to 108 palms?
But the S-level already fully showed the power of this martial technique, and Xiao didn't lack S-level techniques, but this palm technique was the first time he encountered. Besides, having many techniques is never a downside.
Who would complain about having too many S-level martial techniques? Thinking of this,
Xiao focused his thoughts and summoned the Kunpeng martial soul back.
In no time,
the departing Kunpeng martial soul returned with Li Yunfeng and the others by Xiao's side, and upon seeing him safe and sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
Xiao, what happened after all? Yeah, who wanted to harm you?
The group quickly asked.
It was Zhao Feihong.
Xiao briefly explained the situation.
Hearing this, everyone gasped. Zhao Feihong? The teacher Zhao Feihong from Flame Dragon University? He is actually a 7th-tier ghost monster? My goodness, what is his intention hiding in the school? We must report this to the principals when we get back. This matter must not be taken lightly.
Mu Bing took out her phone, intending to message Mu Qingkong, but the phone showed no signal. Xiao was not surprised by this. This is a spiritual energy zone, the magnetic field is disturbed, phones have no signal here.
Instead of this, let's first take a look at this ruin. As everyone gazed at the ruins, their eyes revealed astonishment. Chapter 134, Exploring the Ruins. A batch of golden skeletons. What an ancient ruin.
I didn't expect there would be such a place in this desert battlefield.
It's really amazing. As everyone looked at the ruins in front of them, they clicked their tongues in wonder.
They felt a surge of curiosity to explore, exchanged glances, and then walked towards the ruins.
Before long, they stepped inside.
Looking at the eroded marks on the ancient city walls, Xiao judged, this should be a city from around 800 years ago.
Ha! Captain, you know archaeology? I've read a lot, so I naturally know a bit. Xiao replied casually. He was a learning god, how could he be troubled by this? 800 years ago, that must be during the Great Jing dynasty, right? Li Yunfeng said.
Yes, but during the time of the Great Xia, besides the Great Jing, there were still dozens of smaller countries in fragmented territories, declaring themselves kings.
This area of the desert battlefield should be one small country's territory.
Xiao replied lightly, observing the surrounding buildings as encyclopedic knowledge flooded back to him. From the architectural style, this place should be Lianhua Nation, and it was the capital of Lianhua.
Lianhua Nation? I've never heard of it.
The others scratched their heads. They didn't know where Xiao learned this knowledge.
The textbooks didn't teach that.
Xiao pointed at a lotus pattern on a wall and said lightly, the people of Lianhua Nation believed in the lotus, their architecture often has parts related to the lotus. Besides that, the royal family of Lianhua Nation was said to possess some method for prolonging life, which was coveted by other nations. I guess this is why they were invaded by others, and ultimately their capital was conquered, leading to their demise.
Xiao said as he continued to lead everyone deeper into the ruins. Suddenly, an unusual sound emerged not far away.
Then, several silver skeletons equipped with weapons approached them. I didn't expect there to be skeleton soldiers here. Li Yunfeng and the others were somewhat surprised. However, there were only a few silver skeletons, so they didn't pay too much attention. They took the initiative to step in and defeat them. But as they delved further into the ruins, they discovered that the number of skeleton soldiers was increasing and their strength was growing stronger.
At first, Li Yunfeng and the others could manage.
But gradually, they started feeling overwhelmed.
Within the ruins, skeleton monsters of the Silver Skeleton King level appeared, and not just one or two, but frequently several appeared together. Damn! There are so many skeleton soldiers in this ruin.
And most are high-ranking silver skeletons, even the skeleton kings. Li Yunfeng struck the arm of a silver skeleton king with his sword. While the others assisted him, they quickly dispatched the silver skeleton king and all breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Wuji's lips slightly curled up, our speed in dealing with the silver skeleton kings is getting faster, we've made quite a bit of progress. Hearing this, Mu Bing also revealed a smile on her face. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from not far away. Suddenly, a thunderbolt erupted in the sky, a spear of lightning tearing through the air, instantly piercing through two silver skeleton kings, killing them in seconds. Looking at Su Qiu, who stood in midair surrounded by lightning, like a thunder god descending, the corners of Li Yunfeng and the others' mouths twitched.
They couldn't compare, they simply couldn't compare. They had to work together and exert great effort to take down one silver skeleton king, while Su Qiu, not long after an intense battle with Zhao Feihong, faced two silver skeleton kings and could easily pierce through both. Too abnormal. As Su Qiu landed on the ground, he collected the pristine bone essence of the silver skeleton king. A smile appeared on his face. This bone essence is worth billions. What a huge profit, truly a huge profit. Looking back at Li Yunfeng and the others who were resting, he frowned. What are you all resting for? Get up and continue deeper into the ruins. The skeleton monsters here are mostly the elite of the elite. For you, they are the best training targets. As long as we clear this ruin, our training this time will be considered a complete success. Hearing Su Qiu's words, the others secretly thought he was a devil. They got up and continued toward the depths of the ruins. Under Su Qiu's high-pressure training and the dual threat of the silver skeleton monsters, Li Yunfeng and the others had several close calls with death. But because of Su Qiu's hellish rebirth fire, they were pulled back from the gates of hell, living half dead, then dead again, and then living again. The progress of Li Yunfeng and the others was astonishing. Just as Su Qiu and the others encountered another wave of silver skeletons, Su Qiu was about to let Li Yunfeng and the others take action when he sensed something, his eyes slightly squinting as he looked in a certain direction, this aura. On the streets of the city ruins, a golden figure stepped out. Dressed in armor engraved with lotus patterns, holding a golden long scarf, with soul fire burning in its eye sockets, it exuded a cold and stern aura. It was unmistakably a golden skeleton. Seeing this, Su Qiu's expression shifted slightly. A golden skeleton, after being in the desert battlefield for so long, it's my first time encountering one, interesting. You are the ones causing trouble here, humans. Everyone who disturbs my lord's slumber upon entering the Lotus Kingdom must die. The golden skeleton suddenly spoke. This surprised Li Yunfeng and the others. He can talk? Is he a 7th-tier lord-level powerhouse? Generally, only 7th-tier extraordinary beasts possess intelligence. But Su Qiu carefully checked the aura of the golden skeleton before him. It was only at the peak of the 6th tier, not yet reaching the 7th tier. The reason for its intelligence was simply due to it being an undead-related extraordinary beast. This type of beast has a powerful mental force. Some were even human in their past lives. So being able to awaken intelligence earlier than other extraordinary beasts was not surprising. The lord you speak of is the king of the Lotus Kingdom, right? Su Qiu said calmly. Indeed. I never expected that after so many years, someone would remember my Lotus Kingdom. It's a pity that you have intruded here, and you are doomed to die. The golden skeleton said, and in a flash, it charged at Su Qiu. With a golden long sword in hand, it thrust forward like a shooting star. Shooting star sword. Clang. The sound of sword and spear clashing echoed. Your sword is fast but not fast enough. Su Qiu said. With his spear, he continued to thrust. Sword and spear clashed once more, but after just a few rounds, the golden skeleton clearly felt itself being subdued. What? This youth before me has such strength? The soul fire in the golden skeleton's eyes flickered, clearly shocked. And Su Qiu's spear became faster and faster. With a clang, he knocked the golden skeleton's sword away and shattered its skull with a single thrust. At the moment he killed the golden skeleton. Not far away, waves of overwhelming aura surged explosively. Each wave was no less than the golden skeleton that Su Qiu had just slain. A series of streaks of light. Swiftly approaching. What appeared were golden skeletons. There were 20 or 30 of them. All of them at the 6th rank, even 7th rank nobility. They looked at Su Qiu and the others, the soul fire in their eye sockets flickering with brutal killing intent, and seeing this scene, Li Yunfeng and the others couldn't help but swallow hard. Are we done for this time? Chapter 135, Outnumbered. 108 Dragon Subduing Palms Unleashed. Are we done for this time? Li Yunfeng and the others stared at the 20 or 30 golden skeletons before them, unable to suppress the anxiety as they swallowed hard. This wasn't just 1 or 2 golden skeletons, but 20 or 30 of them. And each one possessed the strength of the 6th rank. Among them, there was even a 7th rank noble. Such a terrifying formation. What right did they have to withstand this? Even though they had improved quickly in recent days, facing this lineup, even their rapid progress wouldn't help. They turned their gaze to Su Qiu. If anyone had a way to turn the tide, it was only him. Su Qiu looked at the golden skeletons before him. To be precise, he was looking at the leader among them, a golden skeleton who was different from the rest, shining with golden light, riding a golden warhorse. The soul fire in its eye sockets burned fiercely. Much more vigorous than the other golden skeletons.
If he wasn't mistaken, this golden skeleton before him was the legendary existence from the desert battlefield, the Golden Skeleton King. Goodness, I just ran into a 7th rank ghost creature not long ago, and now I meet a Golden Skeleton King.
The legends of the desert battlefield seem to be coming true before me. Sucho shook his head and smiled. It felt like his luck was a bit too exaggerated. Human, after killing my subordinate, you must die.
The leading Golden Skeleton King said coldly. Then, he waved the spear in his hand. The surrounding golden skeletons moved as if they had received an order, gradually closing in on them. The killing intent was overwhelming, as if they were about to tear them apart in the next second.
Hearing this, Sucho's lips slightly curled up. Ha, what's the big deal about being more numerous? Let me show you what true numbers look like.
A flash of black light emitted from him, and the ghost Qilin burst forth. With a roar, suddenly, ghost creatures began to fly over. These ghost creatures had survived the sandstorm.
Among them were even 6th rank scythe ghosts.
Their strength was no less than that of the golden skeletons. Not to mention the tens of thousands of other ghost creatures. At this moment, in terms of numbers, Sucho was in the lead. Li Yunfeng and the others saw the ghost Qilin for the first time, not recognizing this martial soul, but they were truly amazed by its ability to command countless ghosts. However, they hadn't seen it, but Su Xiaoshuang inside recognized it and exclaimed, "It's actually the ghost Qilin."
Goodness, how many secrets does he have? Sucho looked at the numerous golden skeletons, bracing his spear horizontally. Attack.
The ghost creatures received the command and rushed out wildly. The golden skeletons also took action, engaging in battle with the ghost creatures. Each one of them was elite among elites. Each possessed 6th rank strength, even close to 7th rank, making regular ghost creatures seem like ants to them. But in front of them was an army of tens of thousands of ghost creatures.
They say ants can kill an elephant.
With so many ghost creatures, they would definitely be enough to overwhelm them.
The Golden Skeleton King was also unable to contain his shock. This guy can actually summon so many ghost creatures? Damn.
Saying that, he flashed and charged towards Sucho. In his view, these ghost creatures were all summoned by Sucho, so if he just killed Sucho, everything would be resolved. And in his perception, Sucho was merely a 5th rank warrior. He, on the other hand, was the Golden Skeleton King.
A 7th rank existence. A 5-stage strike, isn't that just a matter of effort?
The golden long spear thrust out, like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, with unparalleled might.
Sucho immediately sensed that this spear was truly extraordinary.
The Golden Skeleton King before him must have been a skilled spear user in life.
This couldn't help but stir Sucho's competitive spirit.
Looking at the thrusting spear, Sucho grinned and similarly launched his own spear, the two spears colliding head-on.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously, like rain striking banana leaves.
Sparks flew, fierce energy swept, and spiritual power surged.
Centered around both parties, within 100 meters, there was a terrifying energy capable of cutting gold and jade. If an outsider intruded, they would be torn apart in an instant. Li Yunfeng and the others had to retreat a few hundred meters.
This is not a battle we can intervene in.
No wonder he's the captain, he can trade blows with the Golden Skeleton King.
So strong. The crowd couldn't help but gasp in amazement.
And the flames of battle raged on.
Sucho's fight against the Golden Skeleton King grew increasingly fierce. At that moment,
the Golden Skeleton King let out a roar, and his warhorse neighed, opening its mouth wide and spewing a torrent of flames towards Sucho.
Sucho was slightly taken aback. This horse can breathe fire? He utilized the Phoenix Dance 6 illusions to dodge the attack.
Then, sweeping his long spear, infused with spiritual power, the dragon-subduing breaking army spear in his hand radiated brilliant light, combining the power of thunder with that of spiritual artifacts, transforming into a domineering thunder spear that struck down towards the Golden Skeleton King.
This strike was enough to annihilate a 7th-stage powerhouse.
The Golden Skeleton King couldn't help but feel a rush of fear, exerting all his strength to thrust out a spear. The spear light was like a shooting star, clashing head-on with the thunder spear. The void erupted with a thunderous crash. Dust billowed, and the surrounding streets were utterly destroyed.
A massive pit formed in the ground.
And in the center of the pit, a disheveled figure emerged. It was the Golden Skeleton King, his armor cracked, and the warhorse beneath him turned to fragments, suffering heavy losses. He glared fiercely at Sucho. "I will tear you into 1,000 pieces." Sucho shrugged. "If you can, come at me."
After being beaten into such a state, he still dared to talk tough in front of him? Or did the opponent have some unknown trump card? Sucho narrowed his eyes and thought. Whoosh!
The Golden Skeleton King charged at him. Sucho held his spear, ready to strike, but in the next moment, he sensed a massive pull coming from beneath the ground. The long spear in his hand was uncontrollably drawn toward the ground, and the Golden Skeleton King was upon him in an instant. A spear thrust towards him, aiming for his vital spot.
Su Qiu performed the Phoenix Dance 6 Illusions technique. Yet the Golden Skeleton King was not slow, the attack grazed his shoulder, leaving a bloody mark. However, Su Qiu didn't care at all, instead curiously staring at the dragon-subduing breaking army spear that had fallen to the ground. This feeling is magnetic force. Indeed, beneath my Lotus Flower Nation lies an enormous magnet. We have refined it into a spiritual artifact. Once activated, the massive magnetic force will pull the weapons of all entering warriors down to the ground. And we have long since transformed into skeleton monsters. Our weapons are all made of bone, completely unaffected. The Golden Skeleton King sneered. Without that spear, you won't be my opponent. Saying this, he charged at Su Qiu once more. The long spear swept, its might overwhelming. However, Su Qiu remained calm and collected, using his body technique to evade the attack, then clapping his palms together to strike out, producing a faint dragon roar. Without the spear, I still have this set, the 108 Palms of Dragon Subduing. Chapter 136, The Tomb in the Palace. Lord of the Lotus Flower Nation. The 108 Palms of Dragon Subduing was unleashed. The sudden change left the Golden Skeleton King caught off guard. He could never have imagined that a spear user could possess such remarkable and powerful palm techniques. As those palms struck, he truly felt as if a real dragon was pouncing on him. Each palm strike was powerful and overbearing to the extreme. Each palm was wrapped with golden dragon-like energy. Like 100 dragons charging out, striking continuously on the Golden Skeleton King. It shattered his indestructible armor directly. Even his bones creaked, making sounds of unbearable pressure, cracks appearing, and he flew out like a meteor. Along the way, countless buildings were crushed. In the end, he fell before a huge, grand building. Su Qiu arrived here, looking at the magnificent building in front of him, his eyes narrowing slightly. Could this be the palace of the Lotus Flower Kingdom? As he thought like this, skeletal soldiers surrounded him. They were just silver skeletons, without intelligence. But at this moment, they instinctively protected this palace, warding off outsiders. Seeing this, Su Qiu felt a trace of admiration. Very well, since that's the case, I will respond to you with all my strength. Su Qiu said calmly, martial soul, fusion. Boom! His aura surged greatly. Due to the influence of the magnetic stone underground, his spear was fixed to the ground, unable to move, so he continued to use the 108 dragon pacifying palm. Each palm was powerful and overbearing to the limit. With each palm strike, accompanied by the power of thunder and lightning, it transformed into thunder dragons sweeping through the void, destroying everything. In the distance, Li Yunfeng and others were stunned. What a domineering palm technique! What the heck? When did the captain learn this? Oh my god, how many hidden cards does the captain have? This is too exaggerated. For Su Qiu, they felt numb. After all, they had seen too many incredible things about him, but now they still couldn't help but be astonished. The surprises he gave them were not. To be more precise, it was shocks, one after another. At this moment, some skeletal soldiers charged towards them. The few of them summoned their martial souls, preparing to fight. Because the weapons of Li Yunfeng and the others were their own martial souls, they did not strictly belong to metal products, so they were not affected by the underground magnetic stone. Otherwise, they would be in danger. As for Su Xiaoshuang, it was even less of a concern. Her pair of shockwave palms had already surpassed many divine weapons. With a single palm strike, ripples spread through the air. The power of space smashed the skeletal soldiers into pieces, and as she looked into the distance, her palms waved, surrounding Su Qiu, who was accompanied by hundreds of thunder dragons. She couldn't help but exclaim, "So cool, such an amazing palm technique. It seems much stronger than my shockwave palms. My brother actually has this hidden talent. Look at him, with one move he calls forth 100 dragons. That visual effect is simply extraordinary. And then look at her, with a single palm strike, it only caused the void to ripple. The visual effect was simply incomparable." Hearing her words, Empress Jiangxia immediately became dissatisfied. "What do you know, girl? What I taught you is an S-level martial technique of the space attribute. Even among many S-level martial techniques, techniques that utilize the power of space are definitely top-notch and can be said to be stronger than your brother's palm technique. You simply have not cultivated it to a profound level yet. If you cultivate it to its peak, and improve your cultivation further, then with one palm strike, it can shake the heavens and even cause earthquakes and tsunamis." Hearing this, Su Xiaoshuang became a bit expectant. Then she looked at Su Qiu, curiously asking, "What level is my brother's palm technique?" "Your brother's palm technique is also S-level. Although it seems like its thunder attribute, it should be enhanced by the effect of his thunder dragon martial soul. This palm technique itself is an attribute-less martial technique that pursues ultimate power. From the degree he is displaying it, he should have cultivated it to the peak." Empress Jiangxia said curiously. And Su Xiaoshuang also stroked her chin, curiously asking, "I've never seen my brother practice this palm technique. He's silently mastered an S-level martial technique."
It's really exaggerated, as expected of my brother. This is also the reason why Empress Xiao felt puzzled. To reach the peak level of an S-rank martial skill, one must go through thousands or even tens of thousands of repetitions. And Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuan often stayed together. When did the other party practice such a palm technique? It's too strange. It's too unscientific. Could it be that the other party's talent is beyond her imagination and that they have reached a level where they can comprehend an S-rank martial skill after just a few looks? This is impossible. There might not be such a genius in the entire galaxy. Let alone appear on this small blue planet. Su Qiu, you really make this empress more and more curious. Bang, bang, bang. The 108 palms of the dragon descend are continuously unleashed. One by one, the skeleton soldiers were reduced to fragments by Su Qiu. He took steps towards the palace, wanting to see what this group of skeleton soldiers had been guarding the palace for all these years. Gradually, he reached the depths of the palace, where he saw a tomb. You shall not disturb His Majesty. The golden skeleton king stood before Su Qiu again, his body already marked with cracks from Su Qiu's attacks. Yet even so, he steadfastly blocked Su Qiu's path, remaining loyal to the utmost. Unfortunately, Su Qiu was a person with a rebellious spirit. The more you prevent me from seeing, the more I want to see. Facing the golden skeleton king's spear once more, Su Qiu struck out with a palm. 100 dragons roar. The domineering power of thunder and lightning slammed down hard on the opponent. The golden skeleton king was knocked away again, this time directly crashing into the tomb, causing the large tomb to shake violently. Along with rolling dust, a cold aura quietly spread from within the tomb. The next moment, the tomb door swung wide open. A thin, ancient figure dressed in a yellow robe emerged, his gaze dark and glowing as it swept over each skeleton soldier present. All the skeleton soldiers, including the golden skeleton king, knelt to the ground and bowed, saying, "We pay our respects to your majesty. We pay our respects to your majesty." The old man before them was the ruler of the ancient Lotus Kingdom. Su Qiu's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. The ruler of the Lotus Kingdom, at least a character from 800 years ago, has actually lived until now? He sensed the aura of the old man. He was at least a 7th-tier noble. But there was still some distance to the 8th tier. He could handle it, and moreover, this was a desert battlefield, where he could summon a large number of ghost creatures for assistance at any time. Humph, a bunch of trash. To let someone break into the palace and disturb my sleep. The old man snorted coldly, his eyes revealing a cold light. There's just a little bit left for me to fully recover from my injuries. Since that's the case, let's use your power to help me. The old man spoke, and a powerful suction burst forth from him. The surrounding skeleton soldiers felt their strength being rapidly siphoned away, and the flames of their souls in their eyes began to dim. Su Qiu saw this and exclaimed, "They have protected you for hundreds of years, and you cripple them as soon as you come out?" A ruler of a country stoops to such a level, no wonder the Lotus Kingdom was destroyed. Chapter 137, The Might of the Immortal Phoenix in Hell. Entering the tomb, dragon and phoenix combine attack. Watching this Lotus Kingdom ruler who absorbed the power of his own people upon appearing, Su Qiu clicked his tongue in amazement, his spiritual power circulating and ready to strike. And the Lotus Kingdom ruler looked at him with a cold smile. A tiny 5th-tier martial artist dares to evaluate my actions? Seeking death. After saying this, his figure flickered and dashed to Su Qiu's front, throwing a punch. Su Qiu did not retreat or evade, striking out with a palm. The 108 palms of the dragon descend, he unleashed them completely. One palm after another. Pulses of air surged in the void as fists and palms collided. After exchanging blows for more than 10 moves, the Lotus Kingdom ruler recognized Su Qiu's exceptional talent, narrowing his eyes. Good kid, such cultivation at such a young age? If you were given more time to grow. In the future, you might still grow to become the supreme of the human race. But alas, you do not have that chance. The Lotus Country Lord shouted in a low voice, and his spiritual power erupted to the extreme. He formed a hand seal, and as his palms came together, numerous white lotuses bloomed around him, then flew towards Su Qiu. The lotus was beautiful and magnificent. But it was mixed with a deadly killing intent. Su Qiu naturally did not dare to be careless. He struck out with both palms in rapid succession, creating a roar of 100 dragons, strong and imposing, colliding continuously with the lotuses. But suddenly, a beam of light shot towards Su Qiu. Su Qiu could not dodge in time and was hit on the shoulder, flying away. He saw the Lotus Country Lord standing high in the air, a lotus slowly blooming in his palm, containing incredible spiritual power. That white beam of light was shot out from within it. How powerful is the White Lotus Light? The Lotus Country Lord laughed heartily. The White Lotus Light, an S-rank martial skill. It was the national martial skill passed down through generations in the Lotus Country. Only members of the royal family could practice it. He believed that with this attack, Su Qiu had little chance of survival. But when he looked at Su Qiu, who was thrown out, he couldn't help but slightly narrow his eyes, seeing the other stand up from the ruins.
Black flames burned on his body.
The wound on his shoulder was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye.
In the blink of an eye, it was fully healed.
On his fair skin, not a trace of harm could be seen.
The Lotus Country Lord could not believe it. What kind of self-healing ability is this? In addition to shock, he felt a deep jealousy. If I had this self-healing ability back then, would I have been severely injured by the Black Water Lord? Would I have stayed in the tomb, relying on the Holy Lotus Pond to barely support myself, spending hundreds of years to recover? The Lotus Country Lord said. Filled with both jealousy and hatred, he formed hand seals again and unleashed another round of White Lotus light. This time Su Qiu was prepared and executed the Phoenix Dance 6 Phantoms technique. In an instant, 6 Su Chi Kamen appeared.
5 of them were illusions that interfered with the Lotus Country Lord's line of sight, making it hard for him to distinguish which was the real Su Qiu. Su Qiu quickly approached the Lotus Country Lord. One after another, the illusions were shattered. Just as the Lotus Country Lord was about to lock onto the real Su Qiu, he had already arrived in front of him, striking out with both palms. The dragon descending 108 palms. The palm technique was like a tidal wave, forcing the Lotus Country Lord into retreat. With a loud bang, the Lotus Country Lord was struck down from the sky, crashing through the ground and rapidly descending into the depths below. However, Su Qiu did not stop. Spiritual power surged, his martial soul merged, battle intent boiling, firepower fully unleashed, continuing to attack the Lotus Country Lord crazily. With the incredible effect of the dragon descending palm, at that moment, Su Qiu seemed like an unstoppable tyrannosaurus, bringing overwhelming pressure to the Lotus Country Lord.
Damn it! Lotus formula, pure white lotus of the world.
Behind the Lotus Country Lord gradually appeared a resplendent white lotus, burning with white flames. That was his martial soul.
Lotus martial soul. Su Qiu had only seen Zhao Xiaoyan's life flower.
But compared to Zhao Xiaoyan's life flower, this white lotus of the Lotus Country Lord was filled with a savage aura.
The martial soul's fluctuations within it seemed to want to burn everything around it. This was the S-rank martial soul, the flame white lotus. The white flames condensed, transforming into a raging wave of fire, sweeping towards Su Qiu. Su Qiu was not afraid at all. So you want to compare flames with me? Then bring it on.
He laughed loudly, a sharp phoenix cry erupting from within him. The hell immortal phoenix appeared in the world. Black fire, filled with destructive properties, burned intensely.
The hell phoenix flapped its wings.
In the next moment, terrifying hellfire roared out, colliding with the white purifying fire, creating a terrifying sea of fire of black and white intertwined in the ground. And the sand on the surface was rapidly melted by the high temperature. The ground began to collapse. Shattered. The vast Lotus Flower Palace began to collapse in an instant. Li Yunfeng and the others were startled and quickly retreated. At that moment, a Kuanping martial spirit flew down from the sky, grabbing them and flying high up.
This was Su Qiu's Kuanping martial spirit.
Li Yunfeng exclaimed, "It's the captain.
He wants to prevent us from getting hurt, so he actually sent the Kuanping to take us away." The others didn't know what to say. "He is so gentle, it makes me cry."
At the same time, they were amazed by Su Qiu's strength. In such a fierce battle, he still had the energy to take care of them.
Terrifying. To what extent has the enemy's strength reached?
Underground, black and white flames continued to burn, and the temperature was rising higher and higher, until it broke through the surface, turning into pillars of fire shooting to the sky.
Boom, boom, boom.
Dozens of fire pillars rose in the desert, an imposing and shocking scene. Everyone felt their hearts race.
At this moment,
2 figures suddenly burst forth from the ground. It was Su Qiu and the Lord of the Lotus Kingdom. The Lord of the Lotus Kingdom had his yellow robe burned with holes, and his body had scorch marks all over. In contrast, Su Qiu was surrounded by black hellfire. The hell phoenix behind him was screeching. With boiling fighting spirit, he looked like an immortal Shura coming out of hell, not only unharmed but even more imposing. The Lord of the Lotus Kingdom couldn't help but feel a hint of horror.
What in the world is this guy? He actually masters such incredible flames. Even my White Lotus fire is at a disadvantage?
The Lord of the Lotus Kingdom looked at the scorched marks on his body, feeling that the life energy of this body was rapidly depleting.
If this continued, he was afraid he would truly die here. Thinking of this, he shivered all over. Fear, unwillingness, anger, all sorts of negative emotions surged in his heart. He glanced at the nearby tomb and gritted his teeth, rushing over, intending to return to the tomb, but how could Su Qiu let him leave so easily? His figure flashed, and he followed closely behind. You want to leave? No way. Swish. The two entered the tomb one after the other. As they entered, the tomb's entrance slammed shut with a rumble. Entering the tomb, Su Qiu immediately sensed a dark, eerie aura spreading from all directions.
It turned out there were several golden skeletons guarding inside the tomb. The Lord of the Lotus Kingdom sneered, "Destroy him." The golden skeletons charged at Xiao. But unfortunately, at this moment, Xiao was like an immortal Shura, unstoppable. With both palms crashing out, blue lightning and black flames intertwined, transforming into a dragon of thunder and fire, wildly destroying everything around. The Thunder Dragon and Hell Phoenix, two powerful martial spirits combined, displayed unparalleled might.
Chapter 138, Archaeologist Shang Wanhao. The Ghost King has arrived. Inside the tomb, Xiao faced the attack of golden skeletons, unafraid and resolute. Thunder Dragon, Hell Phoenix, the two martial spirits fused together. Lightning and hellfire intertwined, forming a terrifying thunderfire power, combined with the domineering dragon subduing 108 palms and a soaring fighting spirit. At this moment, Xiao looked like an immortal Shura coming out of hell, the golden skeletons shattered upon contact. A 5th-level warrior was slaughtering a group of 6th-level golden skeletons. If others saw the scene, they would surely be scared out of their wits. Outside the tomb, Li Yunfeng and the others looked at the closed tomb, anxious about what was happening inside. Li Yunfeng swung a sword at the tomb. Bang! The sword energy struck the tomb with a loud noise. But the tomb only showed a white mark. To destroy the tomb, they were far from capable. Damn! What a hard tomb! With our strength, we can't break it. What should we do? Li Yunfeng and the others furrowed their brows and fell into thought. At this moment, not far away, a figure came flying on a sword. The newcomer was a white-haired old man. He stood on a flying sword, just like a sword immortal from a fantasy novel. As soon as the crowd saw him, they immediately showed signs of vigilance. They had previously encountered the Grey Wolf adventure team. The other party did not have good intentions. Now, with this sudden appearance of the old man, who knows whether he is friend or foe? In this area of spiritual energy, no one could be trusted. After the old man arrived, he took a glance at the Kuanping where the few people were sitting, clicking his tongue in amazement. SSS-level martial soul Kuanping. Truly impressive. Whose martial soul is this? The few people did not answer and continued to watch him warily. The old man chuckled. All right, let me introduce myself. My name is Shang Wanhao, and I am an archaeologist. I came to the desert battlefield to search for the capital of the Lotus Kingdom from 800 years ago, and it seems I have found it. He glanced at the capital of the Lotus Kingdom, but then his mouth twitched. But who the hell destroyed this place like this? It was the Lotus Kingdom's ruler, Mu Bing said. She looked at Shang Wanhao, her eyes lighting up. I've heard my sister mention you. You are the brother of the current head of the Shangwan family. The Shangwan family is also one of the 4 great families in the imperial capital. Shang Wanhao is a member of that family and holds a significant position. You are. My name is Mu Bing, and Mu Qingkong is my sister. Shang Wanhao suddenly understood. So you are from the Mu family. You just mentioned the Lotus Kingdom's ruler. What is going on? Mu Bing felt that Shang Wanhao could be trusted and planned to explain the situation, but Li Yunfeng and the others were a bit hesitant. She added, the Mu family has a good relationship with the Shangwan family, and Senior Shangwan is a well-respected scholar in the archaeology field. Since we can't enter this tomb and can't help the captain, it's better to tell him the situation, perhaps he can provide assistance. Upon hearing this, the others felt it made some sense. So Mu Bing began to narrate the events in detail. After listening, Shang Wanhao clicked his tongue in amazement. Wow, I can't believe the Lotus Kingdom's ruler from 800 years ago is still not dead. This is a significant archaeological discovery. Don't worry, I will contact others in the archaeology community to help rescue Xiao. Whether for archaeology or for Xiao. They all needed to open the tomb. Then, Shang Wanhao glanced at the Kuanping martial soul. The martial soul is closely related to its owner. Since the Kuanping martial soul is currently safe and sound, it shows that Xiao is not in life-threatening danger within the tomb, so you don't need to worry too much. We understand. The few of them nodded slightly. Then, Shang Wanhao flew away on his sword to contact other scholars. Soon, the news of the Lotus Kingdom's ruler reappearing in the desert battlefield exploded in the archaeology community like a bomb. Many renowned archaeologists came to explore. Even the military was alarmed, sending numerous soldiers to seal off the entire capital of the Lotus Kingdom, regarding the skeleton soldiers and other exotic beasts inside. In the face of the military's power, they were insignificant. They were quickly eliminated. Because the military deployed a king. One of the 10 kings of Great Xia, the Soul King. Inside the capital of the Lotus Kingdom, a tall man in military uniform arrived, watching the few skeleton soldiers rush at him without moving a muscle, allowing them to attack. But no matter how the skeleton soldiers attacked, they could not shake him even a little. Annoying. The tall man casually waved his hand. There was no sign of him using any spiritual energy.
But a terrifying strength seemed capable of shaking the mountains and rivers, turning all the skeleton soldiers that charged at him into dust. It even left a huge pit on the ground. At this moment, Shang Guanhao flew in on his sword, looking at the pit on the ground, furious. Soul King,
can you tone it down a bit? These are all precious archaeological relics.
The Soul King shrugged. This place has long been ruined beyond recognition, my little destruction doesn't count for anything. Shang Guanhao also clicked his tongue in wonder. I truly find it hard to imagine that a 5th-tier warrior could fight the Lotus Kingdom's ruler to this extent.
Su Qiu, what an amazing little guy, they said no matter what, we must rescue him.
The Ghost King said faintly.
Don't worry, we will do our best, Shang Guanhao said. Then, they arrived in front of the tomb.
A large group of archaeologists had already gathered here.
They looked at the tomb, clicking their tongues in amazement. This tomb is built with some special ore.
Indeed, even a 7th-tier lord cannot break this material, and there are all sorts of traps inside. Such a delicate structure. The Ghost King also walked to the front of the tomb, without saying a word, raised his hand and struck a powerful punch.
With a thundering sound, a hole was blasted into the tomb's entrance.
But then, a buzzing sound came from inside the tomb. It seemed that some mechanism was being activated.
When the Ghost King was about to strike again, Shang Guanhao quickly stopped him. Hold on, do you want to kill Su Qiu? What do you mean? This tomb is equipped with a self-destruct device. Once it receives a strong enough impact, this device will activate. At that time, everyone inside or outside the tomb will be killed. Shang Guanhao said. Hearing this, the Ghost King furrowed his brow. Then what should we do? We are already researching it. Give us a few more days, we will definitely be able to disable that self-destruct device, Shang Guanhao said. But Su Qiu is inside, his life and death are uncertain. Don't worry, he shouldn't be so easily killed. Look, his Kunpeng martial soul is still full of vitality. Shang Guanhao pointed at the Kunpeng martial soul not far away. At this moment, Li Yunfeng and others watched the busy archaeologists and felt somewhat like they were in the way. They were neither archaeologists nor powerful like the Ghost King. Staying here seemed to serve no purpose. At this time, the Ghost King walked towards them. You are students from Yanlong University, right? The University League is about to start. Why don't you go back and participate? As for Su Qiu, we will personally send him back after we rescue him. Chapter 139, Lotus Pond. Spiritual Secret Method, White Lotus Soul Sealing. Li Yunfeng and the others exchanged glances. Indeed, they had been in the desert battlefield for quite some time. The University League was about to begin, and now, Su Qiu was inside the tomb. Staying here wouldn't help, they could only go back and participate in the league. Otherwise, Yanlong University would probably end up at the bottom again. This was against their original intention of coming here for training. Let's go back, Yanlong University needs us to participate in the league. I believe the captain will also rush to the league after he comes out. Without the captain, Yanlong University will rely on us. Li Yunfeng took a deep breath. The others looked at Su Xiaoshuan. As Su Qiu's sister, she should be the most worried about him. If she insisted on staying, they would be left with no choice. However, they still underestimated Su Xiaoshuan. Even though she was very worried about Su Qiu, her mind was still very clear. Since my brother is not here, I must help him win first place in the University League and let him know my strength. As for him, I believe he won't be in any danger. Su Qiu had even defeated 8th-tier beast kings. How could such a small tomb possibly trap him? Soon, the Ghost King sent someone to take Su Xiaoshuang and the others back. Inside the tomb, Su Qiu was surrounded by intertwining thunder and fire, shattering one golden skeleton after another. The explosive combat power had already surpassed an ordinary 7th-tier lord, and he followed closely behind the Lotus King, reaching the depths of the tomb. Here, there was a huge Lotus Pond. The Lotus Pond had a diameter of several hundred meters, with white lotus flowers growing in the water, shrouded in mist, radiating a powerful life force. The Lotus King jumped directly into the Lotus Pond after arriving here. The water of the Lotus Pond. Quickly heal his injuries. The capital of the Lotus Kingdom. Many archaeologists, besides deciphering the tomb mechanisms, were also interpreting ancient texts of the Lotus Kingdom. One scholar saw an ancient book and couldn't help but exclaim, "Look, there is a record about the Lotus Pool." The record shows that the Lotus Pool is the royal treasure of the Lotus Kingdom. It contains immense life energy that can quickly heal a warrior's injuries and even enhance a warrior's physical qualities, extending their lifespan. The reason the Lotus Kingdom was invaded by the Black Water Kingdom is that the Black Water Kingdom wanted to obtain this Lotus Pool. However, both sides suffered great losses in battle. The ruler of the Lotus Kingdom was gravely injured, and the ruler of the Black Water Kingdom fell, leading to the destruction of both nations. The archaeologists looked at this piece of history, feeling a sense of lament. Some, however, began to set their sights on the Lotus Pool. After all, treasures that can heal injuries and extend life are rare. Where is the Lotus Pool? According to the records, the Lotus Pool is located inside the tomb. Inside the tomb. The ruler of the Lotus Kingdom had half of his body submerged in the Lotus Pool, madly absorbing the energy of the pool to heal his own injuries. Seeing Su Qi chasing after him, he had gradually recovered and was now making hand seals, with a white lotus martial soul appearing behind him. A white beam of light containing immense destructive power shot out. The white light burst forth like a rainbow tearing through the sun, powerful and imposing. Su Qi struck out with one palm, 100 dragons roaring, thunder and fire intertwining. With a loud bang, the entire tomb shook slightly. Su Qi glanced at the ruler of the Lotus Kingdom in surprise. The other party's strength had actually improved while being in the Lotus Pool. This Lotus Pool is truly extraordinary. Kid, die. The ruler of the Lotus Kingdom shouted, unleashing one white beam after another. But Su Qi smirked disdainfully, and two martial souls re-emerged around him, the White Tiger and the Ghost Qilin. The two mighty martial souls merged into Su Qi's body. The four martial souls combined. Su Qi endured excruciating pain, his body creaking. But in an instant, his aura reached an unprecedented level. Even top-tier sealed kings would feel a shiver at the sight of him. This kind of aura, how is this possible? The ruler of the Lotus Kingdom's pupils constricted in disbelief. He shot out white light beams, only to see Su Qi's figure flickering like a shadow from hell, dodging the beams one after another. Moreover, he was closing in on the ruler of the Lotus Kingdom at an incredible speed. A chill crept into the ruler's heart. In all his years, he had never seen a monster like Su Qi. Though at a 5th-tier cultivation level, he unleashed power that even terrified him. Is this era monstrous enough to produce such a being? Whoosh! Su Qi almost effortlessly reached the ruler of the Lotus Kingdom, his 5 fingers reaching out, dragon shadows appearing, the descending dragon's 108 palms erupting. The ruler was directly blasted out of the Lotus Pool. His head was shattered and bleeding, and he was severely injured. One more strike, and he might die on the spot. Knowing Su Qi was formidable, the ruler of the Lotus Kingdom took a deep breath, staring intently at Su Qi. You forced my hand. He let out a low roar, and his martial soul soared into the sky. He made hand seals, and a harmonious aura began to radiate from his body. His eyes turned white, the iris portion entirely pure white. Martial Soul Fusion, S-Class Martial Skill, White Lotus Soul Suppression. Oh, look, there's more written here. The archaeologists held an ancient book interpreting White Lotus Soul Suppression, S-Class Martial Skill. This is one of the 2 major inherited martial skills in the Lotus Kingdom, alongside the White Lotus Light. Its power surpasses the former. It is a mental attack secret technique. However, to perform this martial skill, a considerable cost must be paid. First, the practitioner must be a 7th-tier sealed king. It can only be activated under Martial Soul Fusion. Second, using this martial skill consumes part of one's mental energy, potentially leading to a deep slumber. The cost of this spiritual secret technique is indeed great, but its power is truly terrifying. It is said that the Lotus Kingdom's lord used this martial skill to kill the lord of the Black Water Kingdom. Inside the tomb, the lord of the Lotus Kingdom activated the spiritual secret technique, sparing no effort to kill Su Qiu. He fixed his gaze on his opponent, and a white beam of light erupted from his eyes. Unlike the previous destructive white light, this beam of light contained a hint of tranquility. Yet within it lurked a deadly intent. This killing intent was not aimed at the martial artist's physical body, but rather the spirit. The lord of the Lotus Kingdom looked at Su Qiu with great confidence. This move could even kill the lord of the Black Water Kingdom, let alone a 5th-level martial artist. His opponent was undoubtedly going to die. The white light moved with incredible speed, and being a technique aimed at the spirit, it was difficult to defend against. Su Qiu could not escape. The white light struck him, making his head buzz uncontrollably. He was momentarily stunned. Seeing this, the lord of the Lotus Kingdom charged at Su Qiu, throwing a punch ignited by white flames, determined to ensure his total demise. But in the next moment, he saw Su Qiu, who was struck by the White Lotus Soul Sealing technique, raise his hand to grab the incoming punch, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The lord of the Lotus Kingdom was shocked, gasping in disbelief. How is this possible? How could you possibly block the White Lotus Soul Sealing? This was a power capable of killing even the near 8th-level ruler of the Black Water Kingdom. How could Su Qiu, a 5th level, withstand it? Chapter 140, Absorbing the Energy of the Lotus Pool. He is in the tomb. The lord of the Lotus Kingdom stared at Su Qiu in disbelief. His own spiritual secret technique, the White Lotus Soul Sealing, which he had expended great effort to unleash, actually had no effect on Su Qiu whatsoever? Is there something wrong? What kind of monster is he? Why could he withstand the White Lotus Soul Sealing, which even the lord of the Black Water Kingdom could not? Su Qiu secretly rejoiced, thankful that he had gained the spiritual protection talent earlier. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand this move at all. At the same time, he felt some emotion. This spiritual protection is indeed impressive. The White Lotus soul sealing unleashed by the Lord of the Lotus Kingdom must be extraordinary, otherwise, it would not be used as a trump card in the final moment. And even so, it only made him momentarily distracted. As expected. A product of the system must be a premium product. Su Qiu's lips curled slightly. After grabbing the Lord of the Lotus Kingdom's punch, he continuously unleashed strikes, the 108 dragon claws, like the wild wind and the pouring rain, pounding continuously upon his opponent, completely obliterating him. I am not willing to die. The Lord of the Lotus Kingdom roared in his last moments. But he could not change his fate of death. After killing the Lord of the Lotus Kingdom, Su Qiu also released the martial soul fusion state. The fusion of the four martial souls still weighed heavily on him. After just this little while, he was already slightly out of breath. Next, he walked towards the lotus pool, gazing at the pool water that contained overwhelming life energy, unable to resist licking his lips. Then he directly walked into it. The water engulfed his body, and streams of life energy began entering his body, healing internal injuries, and subtly enhancing his physical constitution. He felt his strength gradually increasing. This lotus pool can actually enhance physical abilities? Su Qiu's eyes lit up. Though this lotus pool had aged over hundreds of years, the life energy it contained was still immense. If he could completely absorb it, his physical abilities would surely experience a significant boost. However, because the life energy of this lotus pool is too abundant, ordinary martial artists cannot absorb it fully at all. Forcefully consuming it will only lead to exploding bodies. Even 6th and 7th level martial artists cannot completely absorb it in a short time. For example, the Lord of the Lotus Kingdom lay here for hundreds of years and still did not absorb all of the life energy from the lotus pool. But, is Su Qiu an ordinary martial artist? That is impossible. Others cannot completely swallow the energy of the lotus pond, but I have the gluttonous martial soul, this life energy, however much there is, I will consume it all. Gluttonous, it's time for you to show your power. Su Qiu thought secretly, communicating with the gluttonous martial soul within him. The gluttonous let out a low roar. Finally, it's my turn to take the stage. Within Su Qiu, the gluttonous martial soul began to unleash its power, bursting forth with a terrifying suction force, rapidly swallowing the life energy of the entire lotus pond. Not only the life energy of this lotus pond. Even the spiritual energy within the tomb began to quickly converge towards Su Qiu. A massive vortex of spiritual energy formed around Su Qiu. Outside the tomb. Scholars studying the structure of the tomb noticed something unusual, sensing the change in spiritual energy, they couldn't help but be astonished. What's going on? Someone is practicing inside the tomb, devouring the spiritual energy inside. What a terrifying speed of absorption, who can achieve this? I don't know. Everyone looked at each other, puzzled. Meanwhile, the Ghost King, with a thoughtful expression, looked at the Kunping martial soul soaring high in the air. Due to the tomb's barrier, it temporarily could not return to Su Qiu's body, but at this moment, the Kunping looked more radiant. Its imposing aura was even more intimidating. Without a doubt. His master, Su Qiu, was growing in strength. Thinking of the changes within the tomb, the Ghost King couldn't help but smile. Good boy. In the Imperial capital. At the University League. The participants from various universities have all taken the stage. The most eye-catching, of course, is the Imperial Capital University. After all, it is the top-ranked university in the capital. Strong talents abound. According to incomplete official statistics, about 30% of the marquee-level strongmen of the Great Xia dynasty come from Imperial Capital University. It shows how exaggerated the worth of Imperial Capital University is. In previous university leagues, Imperial Capital University has undoubtedly been the favorite to win, having consecutively won the first place 3 times. If they win first place again this time, it would be 4 consecutive championships. Definitely a historic achievement. So this time, the participants sent by Imperial Capital University are particularly eye-catching, all eyes were on them. In the area of the participants from Imperial Capital University, several students were seated, each of them well-known young talents. Look, that's Moro Lianqing, the first on the Imperial Capital University leaderboard. TSK, I heard he's only 20 years old this year and he's already a 6th-tier martial artist. Just one step away from becoming a marquis. Some say he has a chance to become the youngest marquis in history. People were discussing animatedly. But then, someone noticed a strange face among this year's contestants from Imperial Capital University. It was a woman wearing white, exuding a cold and enchanting aura. Her features were exquisite, her figure graceful. Like an ice mountain goddess. Seeing her, everyone was curious and surprised. Who is that? I heard that she seems to be a new student at Imperial Capital University this year. A new student can participate in the University League? And represent Imperial Capital University? How is that possible? Don't underestimate her. I heard from someone at Imperial Capital University that her name is Luo Qingxue. She is the strongest new student ever at Imperial Capital University. She entered the school less than a month ago and has already defeated several third-year seniors. She has stormed into the top of the Imperial Capital University leaderboard. Moreover, she galloped ahead to become second on the leaderboard. Is she that strong? Are all this year's new students so outrageous? Our school also brought a pair of twin new students. They have also made it to the leaderboard after just a few months, and their martial souls are both SS level. It's quite exaggerated. You're talking about the Jiang brothers, Jiang Wan and Jiang Wu. They are indeed impressive, but unfortunately, compared to Luo Qingxue, they are still lacking some. By the way, the first of this year's new students, the top student of the martial arts college entrance examination, Su Qiu, seems to have gone to Yanlong University, but why can't I see him? At the competition site, everyone was whispering and discussing. Those powerful students received a lot of attention, especially the unlimited potential freshmen, even more so. And Luo Qingxue, as the strongest freshman there, with her stunning beauty, naturally garnered the most attention. However, she sat in the competitors' area, her expression calm and unperturbed. Suddenly, as the contestants from Yanlong University entered the arena, she looked over with anticipation, but did not see the person she wanted to see. A hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Still, she stood up and walked towards the direction of Yanlong University. Su Xiaoshuang saw her and brightened up, stepping forward to greet her. Sister Luo, long time no see, are you here to compete in the league too? Xiaoshuang, where is your brother? He is in the grave. Chapter 141, the first match of the league. Su Xiaoshuang's great victory. He is in the grave. Su Xiaoshuang said. Hearing this, Luo Qingxue's face turned pale immediately, her lips lost their color, and her voice trembled as she said, What did you say? Su Xiaoshuang also realized that her words might cause misunderstanding and quickly explained, Sister Luo, don't worry, my brother is fine. She quickly recounted the situation. When I left, his Kuanping martial soul was still full of energy, and now that the Soul King has gone, my brother will definitely be fine. I just don't know if he can make it back to participate in the league. Hearing this, Luo Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but pat Su Xiaoshuang on the head. You girl, can't you not speak so breathlessly? You scared me to death. Su Xiaoshuang stuck out her tongue. I won't dare next time. Luo Qingxue shook her head helplessly but still felt a bit worried. Seeing this, Su Xiaoshuang comforted her again. Sister Luo, don't worry, didn't my brother promise you? He will come to compete, and at that time, we will see who is better. He keeps his word and definitely won't break the promise. But before that, let me take my brother's place and compete with you. She glanced at the contestants from the Imperial Capital University, full of fighting spirit. Luo Qingxue smiled. Okay, I'm looking forward to your progress. Although she saw Su Qiu as her greatest goal. However, she also knew that Su Xiaoshuang should not be underestimated. The two siblings were no pushovers. After greeting Su Xiaoshuang, Luo Qingxue returned to the competitors' area of the Imperial Capital University, and a young man with long hair and handsome looks glanced at her and said casually, You are now representing the Imperial Capital University. Being too close to contestants from other universities might cause misunderstandings. Luo Qingxue replied indifferently, What misunderstanding? Do you think I would hold back? I don't think so, but others might. The young man said lightly. Luo Qingxue responded coldly with a smile, Moron Liancheng, you underestimate me too much, and you also underestimate him. Whether it's him or me, we are the most loyal believers in martial arts and will not mix any personal feelings in this aspect. My duel with him will never hold back. The young Moron Liancheng looked deeply at Luo Qingxue. Even if you like him? That's a different matter. Oh, so you admit you like him? A boring test. Luo Qingxue snorted softly. Moron Liancheng glanced at the contestants from Yanlong University and said lightly, but he seems to not have come to participate, and without him, Yanlong University is not to be feared. This time, we will still win the championship. Is that so? That is not certain. Luo Qingxue replied calmly, You underestimate him and those around him. I think you overestimate him too much. Then you can really experience it on the field. Luo Qingxue was too lazy to continue debating with Moron Liancheng. She returned to her seat and stopped talking. Another young man beside Moron Liancheng glanced at Luo Qingxue, then looked towards the direction of Yanlong University, sneering disdainfully. A school that has been at the bottom for several years, thinking about turning things around with a new student? It's a fool's dream. Big brother Moron, you don't need to step in. I, Shang Wanbai, can take them down one by one. He said this confidently, glancing at Zhao Zijin beside him. It will definitely not be as embarrassing as some people. Zhao Zijin exclaimed in anger, Are you talking about me? Whoever is anxious, that's who I'm talking about. If you face Su Qiu, you'll probably lose faster than I do. Ha, you're boosting someone else's confidence before the fight even begins. You. Zhao Zijin and Shang Wenbai were about to argue again when Morong Lianqing said lightly, both of you, be quiet. Hearing this, the two didn't dare to argue anymore. In the direction of Yanlong University, Su Xiaoshuan looked at the bickering players from Imperial Capital University and curled her lips. It seems so easy to provoke them. The players from Imperial Capital University aren't that impressive either. Xiaoshuan, don't underestimate them. Li Yunfeng reminded with a serious expression. Imperial Capital University values individual ability, so it's not surprising that their students aren't united, but that doesn't mean they aren't strong. Moreover, you also saw, with just a word from Morong Lianqing, those proud children of heaven fell silent, showing his strength. Su Xiaoshuan nodded, I understand, but I won't lose. Su Qiu was not present. The students from Yanlong University were a bit worried. Soon, the league started. The league was divided into two parts, individual matches and team matches. In the individual matches, winning a round earned 1 point. Losing a round lost 1 point. In team matches, defeating one opponent earned 1 point, and defeating the captain earned 10 points. After 2 rounds, the one with the highest points wins. The individual matches began. Everyone took the stage to draw lots and choose their opponents. Since Su Qiu was not there, Yanlong University sent another student to temporarily replace Su Qiu, and the opponent was Lu Long, a friend of Li Yunfeng. After the drawing was completed, a steelcast arena appeared, and the players of the first match appeared on the large screen above the crowd. They were Zhang Hao from Qingyun University versus Su Xiaoshuan from Yanlong University. Su Xiaoshuan was stunned for a moment, not expecting to be up first. Xiaoshuan, be careful. Mu Bing reminded her. Su Xiaoshuan nodded slightly, don't worry. She walked confidently towards the arena. With my brother not here, I have to hold up this scene. This is my first battle and also Yanlong University's first match, I must win beautifully. Su Xiaoshuan took a deep breath. She stepped onto the arena, with all eyes on her. This girl looks quite young. I think she looks like she's still in high school. How did she get into college? Don't underestimate her. She's the second place in this martial arts entrance exam. Just behind her brother Su Qiu, she's not simple. Everyone looked at Su Xiaoshuan in amazement. Her opponent also came onto the arena and faced her. Seeing the possibly underage Su Xiaoshuan, Zhang Hao showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. Little girl, this is not a place for you to play house. Su Xiaoshuan said nothing and beckoned with her finger. The meaning was clear. Bring it on. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow, sneering, girl, since that's the case, let me make you suffer a bit. Flame sword. He summoned his martial spirit. A long sword burning with flames. In the next second, his figure flashed and charged at Su Xiaoshuan, the long sword stabbing out. The fierce fire burned, the heat wave oppressive. Su Xiaoshuan did not retreat or avoid it and raised her hand to channel her spirit power, striking out. Shockwave palm. Bang! Ripples spread in the void. The surging heat wave rolled back, and Zhang Hao felt a powerful force impact him, causing him to uncontrollably fly backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood, almost without any resistance, and was blasted off the stage. The scene suddenly fell into silence. Chapter 142, Mu Bing rebattles Zhao Zijing. Everything is worth it. Quiet. The venue is shrouded in silence. Seeing Su Xiaoshuan send Zhang Hao flying with one palm, the crowd couldn't help but be shocked. Zhang Hao's strength was definitely not weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to represent Qingyun University in the competition. But such a warrior was knocked away by a girl with a single palm. Wow! Is this girl really that strong? TSK, no wonder she was the second place in the martial arts college entrance exam. Impressive! Zhang Hao was actually defeated in one move. How terrifying! The crowd shouted in waves. The host also reacted and immediately announced, in the first match, the winner is Su Xiaoshuan from Yanlong University. Students from Yanlong University erupted into cheers. As expected of Su Shen's sister, Su Xiaoshuan is magnificent. Su Xiaoshuan walked down the platform with her head held high. On the other side, from the direction of the Imperial Capital University, Morong Lianqing glanced at Su Xiaoshuan, his eyes flickering slightly, and said to Luo Qingxue indifferently, no wonder you have such confidence, she really is good. Then he changed his tone, but even if she's this good, it still won't stop Imperial Capital University from continuing to win the championship. Luo Qingxue did not argue with him. She just looked at Su Xiaoshuan's back, her eyes filled with a hint of relief. I didn't expect Xiaoshuan to have grown this much. She thought of Su Qiu. Since Su Xiaoshuan was already this strong, then Su Qiu must have surpassed extraordinary levels? She truly looked forward to meeting that person more and more. Meanwhile, Morong Lianqing felt like he was being treated as air. Am I not speaking to you? Didn't you hear me? He couldn't help but feel a bit angry, and when he looked at the people from Yanlong University, a cold light flashed in his eyes. When you meet the people from Yanlong University later, don't hold back. Let them know who is the true king in the competition. Yes, Boss Morong. After Su Xiaoshuang's victory, the individual matches continued. Soon, it was Yanlong University's turn to compete again. This time, it was Mu Bing. And her opponent was from Imperial Capital University, Zhao Zijing. Zhao Zijing walked onto the stage with great confidence, looking at Mu Bing and calmly saying, "Do you want to surrender yourself?" Mu Bing raised an eyebrow. Surrender? Are you out of your mind? Humph, a defeated opponent. Since that's the case, don't blame me for making you suffer. Zhao Zijing sneered, and a flash of light appeared around him. Weapon soul, hurricane armor manifested. Seeing this, Mu Bing also summoned her weapon soul, the diamond staff. Both sides stood off, ready to strike. Students from Yanlong University watched the platform solemnly. In the past, Zhao Zijing had once come to Yanlong University to provoke, single-handedly defeating all the geniuses on Yanlong University's talent ranking. Mu Bing was one of his defeated opponents, and now just a few months later, facing Zhao Zijing again, it was feared she would not fare any better. Even if Su Qiu's training was strong, it wouldn't allow someone to completely transform in such a short time. After all, Su Qiu was just a student like them. The crowd thought about this. And they were very worried about this battle. Mu Bing herself was also anxious. Although she knew she had become much stronger after Su Qiu's training, facing an opponent she could not defeat before, fear still faintly lingered in her heart. She tightly gripped the diamond staff, her body tense. Zhao Zijing coldly smirked and then moved. His figure swooshed forward like a hurricane, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Mu Bing, delivering a punch. His speed was extremely fast. But a hint of surprise showed in Mu Bing's eyes. She swung the diamond staff, blocking Zhao Zijing's punch. Although she was pushed back several steps, the fear in her heart slowly dissipated. She could keep up with his speed. Zhao Zijing was also somewhat surprised. Was this luck? You won't always be this lucky. He continued his assault. His figure flickered on the stage, almost creating afterimages. He struck out with both fists, like a wild wind, domineering and swift. But Mu Bing swung her Vajra staff, continuously blocking his attacks. How is this possible? She really keeps up with my speed? How did she do it? Zhao Zijin's pupils constricted, feeling a bit incredulous. A few months ago, she was completely overpowered by him, but now she could match his speed. This progress is just too rapid. While Zhao Zijin was in shock, a long staff came slicing through the air, crashing heavily against his armor, sending him retreating over 10 meters. The tremendous force made his chest feel tight. Not only can she match my speed, but she can even counterattack. Zhao Zijin suddenly felt a bit troubled. And with one hit landing, confidence appeared on Mu Bing's face. Your speed is nothing compared to the captain, it's way too slow. Mu Bing said with a smile. During this time, they had not only fought skeletal monsters and other beasts in the desert battlefield, sometimes Su Qiu would also fight personally. Compared to Su Qiu, Zhao Zijin's speed was indeed insignificant. The two are not even on the same level. Damn! Are you so proud just because you can keep up with my speed? Wait until you can break my defense. Zhao Zijin said coldly. Mu Bing smiled slightly, then, as you wish. Suddenly, a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from her, revealing 6th stage. Although it was only the lower 6th stage, there's no doubt, it was 6th stage. Before going to the desert battlefield, she was only 5th stage. And upon returning, she had already advanced to the 6th stage. Just this progress alone is enough to astonish people. Besides her own cultivation, her fighting spirit was also much stronger, her spirit and energy reaching a peak state. Mu Bing took the initiative to strike. The Vajra staff in her hand waved, each strike seeming to shatter mountains and rivers. Domineering and unparalleled. Bang, bang, bang. Mu Bing's staff struck continuously against Zhao Zijin's armor, producing loud bangs as if striking iron. After dozens of exchanges, Zhao Zijin felt a trend of being suppressed. He let out a low growl, his spiritual power reaching its limit. He struck again, his fists roaring like a wild wind. The intensity of the battle escalated further. Suddenly. Crack. Zhao Zijin heard the sound of his armor being overwhelmed. His chest armor actually split open with a crack. His pupils shrank. How is this possible? How could her Vajra staff break my hurricane armor? And below the arena. Mu Qingkong smiled slightly, brilliant tactics. The hurricane armor's defense is astonishing, but Mu Bing attacks the same spot every time. After dozens of attacks, no matter how strong the hurricane armor is, it can't hold up. To continuously attack the same spot dozens of times tests the martial artist's skills. Her progress is indeed significant. The Fire Dragon principal couldn't help but marvel. At the same time, he was amazed. Su Zhou, what kind of special training did he give these people? How could they improve so much in such a short time? Staff stabilizes the land. Mu Bing struck again, accurately hitting the crack on Zhao Zijin's chest armor, causing the crack to expand again, the terrifying impact penetrating the armor and slamming into Zhao Zijin, knocking him off the arena. Mu Bing, victory! And as she stood on the arena, she felt a surge of emotions. A few months ago, I had no way to deal with Zhao Zijin, yet now, I can actually defeat him. The captain's special training was just too effective. Thinking of the life and death moments she experienced in the desert battlefield, she felt that all of this was worth it. Chapter 143, Su Qiu breaks through. Ready to break the tomb gates. I actually lost? Damn. How is this possible? Zhao Zijin looked at Mu Bing standing on the arena, receiving applause from the crowd, feeling disbelief. A few months ago, she had no way to fight back against him. Yet a few months later, she was able to defeat him? In just this short span of months. What exactly happened? I didn't expect Zhao Zijin to lose to Mu Bing. TSK, what a waste. In the competition area of the Imperial Capital University, Shang Wanbai said next to Morong Lianqing, glancing at Zhao Zijing with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Morong Lianqing pondered, Yanlong University seems different from before. It's a bit interesting. The competition continued. After that, Imperial Capital University and Yanlong University did not face each other again. Both sides won a few more matches. The transformation of Yanlong University also surprised others. This year's Yanlong University is different from previous years. Yeah, their contestants are much stronger. They have won 4 consecutive matches, right? TSK, impressive. Is Yanlong University about to rise? Look, Luo Qinxue is on stage. Amid the crowd's discussions, Luo Qinxue stepped onto the arena. Her opponent was a third-year senior from Baihu University, which was only slightly inferior to Imperial Capital University. This person was Zhao Jun, a prominent figure on Baihu University's leaderboard. He was quite well known among the younger generation of the Imperial Capital. Luo Qinxue. I've heard Zijing speak of you. Recently, your reputation at Imperial Capital University has grown quite large. Zhao Jun said casually. You are from the Zhao family. Indeed, speaking of which, your Luo family also has some heritage. How about considering a marriage alliance with my Zhao family? Zhao Jun said with a teasing smile. Luo Qinxue's expression did not change at all, but the airflow around her became much colder, and frost and snow began to scatter around her. You are not worthy. Humph, you are overestimating yourself. How dare you say my Zhao family is unworthy? Zhao Jun snorted coldly and then made his move. Suddenly, flames flickered around him, and a giant bear engulfed in red flames appeared, S-Class Martial Spirit, the fiery roaring bear. The fire bear charged towards Luo Qinxue. The surrounding frost and snow gradually melted because of his flames. But in the face of such domineering flames, Luo Qinxue's face remained unchanged. The next moment, an icy aura surged from her body. The entire arena began to be sealed in ice. Behind her, a divine phoenix let out a piercing cry and rose into the sky. With just a breath, the overwhelming cold descended on the fire bear, and its body began to freeze inch by inch, ultimately becoming completely encased in ice. The fire bear turned into an ice bear. Zhao Jun's pupils constricted. His fire bear was an S-Class Martial Spirit, and in just that instant, it had been completely frozen. Considering the gap in cultivation levels, the difference in Martial Spirit grades is also critical. Is SSS-Class Martial Spirit really this exaggerated? Zhao Jun thought anxiously. The next second, Luo Qinxue casually raised her hand, and a gust of cold air condensed into an ice spear, piercing through Zhao Jun's shoulder, knocking him off the stage. So effortlessly, Luo Qinxue won this match. She turned and walked off the stage, not caring about Zhao Jun at all. The crowd was in an uproar. TSK, as expected of the owner of an SSS-Class Martial Spirit, really powerful. Yes, she's definitely not in the same league. Her cultivation level must have reached at least the 5th stage. While the University League was in full swing. On the other side, in the B-Grade Energy Zone desert battlefield, inside the tomb of the Lotus Flower Kingdom, Su Qiu was sitting in the lotus pond, having devoured all the life energy contained within, and the water had turned into ordinary pond water. He suddenly opened his eyes. He rose and felt the power in his body. With one punch. Boom! The air emitted a sound of explosion. So strong. My current physical fitness can probably easily defeat a 5th-stage martial artist, Xiao marveled to himself. And this is purely relying on physical fitness. If combined with spiritual power, martial spirit, martial skills, and other methods. He couldn't even imagine how strong he had become. And apart from the enhancement of physical fitness, he also felt that the spiritual power in his body had increased quite a bit. He reached the 5th tier of the highest level in one breath. Of course, this was not the effect of the lotus pond. Rather, it was the result of the gluttonous beast devouring the spiritual energy of this entire tomb. After all, this is the tomb of the Lotus country's ruler, with many burial goods, including some treasures containing a large amount of spiritual energy. Although hundreds of years have passed, causing the effects of these treasures to diminish somewhat, they still provided him with significant gains. How long have I been in this tomb? Xiao murmured, taking out his phone to take a look. Then he gasped, damn. It's already this time, the University League has started, I need to hurry back. He quickly walked towards the tomb's entrance. Upon reaching the entrance, he looked around and knocked on the walls, but couldn't find the mechanism to open the door. He twisted his fists, looks like I have to be a bit more violent. He punched out. Bang! The tomb shook slightly. But the door showed little damage. Xiao frowned, this door is pretty sturdy. He threw a few more punches, added some spiritual power, and used his martial skills. But he still couldn't open it. Now, Xiao was a bit annoyed, you're forcing me to use my big move, huh? Outside the tomb. The archaeologists were still studying the tomb, fully aware of the mechanisms inside. Shang Wanhao said, the structure of this tomb is special. If we forcefully break in from the outside, it might trigger a self-destruct mechanism. However, if we break through from the inside, the chances of triggering it are smaller, provided Xiao has the strength to break down this tomb door. At this moment, sounds of vibrations came from the tomb. Bang, bang, bang. The tomb door shook repeatedly, as if a fierce beast could charge out from inside at any moment, startling everyone, who quickly stepped back. It's Xiao. The Soul King's eyes lit up. If it was the Lotus country's ruler, he would definitely know how to open the tomb door without needing violent destruction. Quick, let everyone retreat. Prevent Xiao from triggering the self-destruct mechanism. Shang Wanhao's expression changed, urging everyone to move away from the scene quickly. Only the Soul King and he remained behind. Meanwhile, the vibrations in the tomb grew more intense. Inside the tomb, Xiao took out a bead, which was the Thunder Explosion Spirit Pearl. He had originally obtained 3 of these. He used 2 on the 8th tier beast, the blue-eyed golden-eye beast. And now, he was going to use this last one on the tomb. He threw the bead, and bolts of lightning flashed wildly, crashing against the tomb door. Inside the tomb, there were many metal objects, and these metals acted as conduits, gradually allowing the power of the lightning to cover the entire tomb. The mechanisms inside the tomb were destroyed by the lightning. Even the self-destruct mechanism fell into a malfunction. Thunder Judgment Spear. Xiao shouted, concentrating all the lightning from the Thunder Explosion Spirit Pearl, unleashing an S-grade martial skill, transforming it into a terrifying lightning spear that shot out. Chapter 144, Escape from the Tomb. The Soul King's Praise. The Thunder Judgment Spear struck the tomb door with incredible force, the raging electricity even destroying the various mechanisms inside the tomb. However, this tomb door was extremely solid, made from unknown materials. Xiao's spear strike created several cracks on it, but it remained in a stalemate. For a while, it seemed impossible to completely break it. Xiao clicked his tongue in wonder, as expected of a ruler's tomb, this door is made to be sturdy, but do you think I only have this? With a thought, he began to summon the dragon-breaking army gun from outside the tomb. He hadn't brought this gun into the tomb. Because of the magnetic influence, he left it outside. However, when he battled the Lotus country's ruler underground, he had already destroyed the magnet underground, so now, he could easily summon back the dragon-breaking army gun. With him inside and the gun outside, he planned to make a two-pronged attack. Outside the tomb. Stuck in the ground, some scholars were studying the Panlong Breaker Spear. This spear is extraordinary. At the very least, it's a top-quality spirit weapon. It's not impossible for it to be a supreme grade. How could the Lotus Flower Kingdom have such a treasure? Wait, from the design and level of use, this spear should have been made recently, right? Which adventurer left this behind? One scholar tried to move the spear. But no matter how much effort they used, they couldn't budge it at all. This spear seemed to be connected to the earth. Suddenly, the dark gold spear trembled. The dragon patterns on it seemed to come alive, emitting a loud dragon roar. In the next second, the spear shot into the sky. Then turned in the air, flying toward the tomb. The scholars looked on in shock. What just happened? Is someone summoning the spear? It's incredible. The Panlong Breaker Spear transformed into a golden dragon shadow, arriving at the tomb, and then slammed straight into the cracks made by the Ghost King, causing the fissures in the door to expand under tremendous force. Inside the tomb, Xiao also sensed the arrival of the Panlong Breaker Spear. He shouted, pushing the Thunder Judgment Spear to its limits. Inside and outside, two forces clashed. The cracks in the tomb's door multiplied, and then, with a loud crash, it shattered. In the rumble, dust swirled everywhere. The Panlong Breaker Spear flew through the sandstorm and landed in Xiao's hand. He smiled as he caressed the spear. Good partner, well done. Not far away, a sharp howl rang out. The Kuanping martial spirit flew before him. Xiao was riding the Kuanping back to school. But he saw two figures not far away. One was an old man, carrying a long sword, and the other was a muscular figure like an iron tower. His body didn't emit strong spiritual power, even less than some 3rd or 4th rank warriors Xiao had seen. However, he brought Xiao an unprecedented sense of oppression. The instincts of a warrior told him. The person in front of him was terrifying. The level of fear even reminded him of Oriai. Looking closely, the person's appearance seemed familiar, like someone he had seen before, perhaps in some news headlines. Suddenly, a title flashed in his mind. Ghost King. The person in front of him was one of the top 10 sealed kings of the Great Xia. In the Great Xia, there were more than 10 sealed kings. But the top 10 kings were undoubtedly the most famous and powerful of them, and the Ghost King was one of them. It was said that his martial spirit was only the lowest E-grade spirit, but somehow he obtained some kind of opportunity and began to walk the path of body refinement. He grew to become a body-refining king who could defeat kings through sheer physical strength. The title Ghost King refers to his martial spirit being as weak as a ghost, but this is not an insult, rather, it is a praise. Born with an E-grade martial spirit but grew into a king. How inspiring, how admirable. Thinking of this, Xiao couldn't help but feel respect as he looked at the Ghost King and saluted. Zhenjing University student Xiao, I meet the Ghost King. The Ghost King nodded slightly. No need for formality, I didn't expect you to break the tomb door alone. Quite impressive. A hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. He knew how sturdy that tomb door was. Even after taking one of his punches, it had only cracked. Most of the Sealing Kings were trapped inside, and without knowing the mechanism's location, it was hard to break through by brute force. But something that Sealing Kings couldn't do, this student Xiao managed to accomplish. Seeing him, the Ghost King felt a bright future for the Great Xia. If the youth is strong, then the country is strong. Xiao would surely become a pillar of support in the Great Xia in the future. Thinking of this, he looked at Xiao with even more favor. Suddenly, he gave a light exclamation. Walking up to Xiao, he reached out and grabbed his arm, feeling around a bit. This muscle, this bone structure, and this density. Goodness, are you a body cultivator? Moreover, you have reached the 6th tier level. The Ghost King couldn't help but be shocked. Body cultivation is a tough road. He had acquired that mysterious inheritance to grow to this point, but even he, at Xiao's age, did not have this level of body cultivation. How did the other party achieve this? Could it be that the other party also has some body cultivation inheritance? Xiao touched his nose. I am not a body cultivator, I just absorbed some energy from a lotus pond in a tomb, which elevated my physical abilities to this level. 6th tier body cultivation? This was the first time he heard of body cultivation having tier divisions. It must be similar to the concept of spiritual power. He suddenly became a 6th tier body cultivator. TSK, the effect of that lotus pond is indeed remarkable. To let someone instantly become a 6th tier body cultivator, the energy of that lotus pond you mentioned should be quite immense. How did you not explode and die? This is truly fascinating. The Ghost King was increasingly amazed. And Xiao smiled lightly. I have a devouring martial soul. This was not a secret at all. The Ghost King suddenly understood. So that's it, the devourer that swallows everything. This makes sense now. TSK, you really have many martial souls. His tone carried envy. He didn't need to say that he didn't have numerous SSS-grade martial souls like Xiao. Even having just one would have spared him from having to walk the hard path of body cultivation. By the way, Ghost King, I still need to go back to participate in the league, so I can't stay here long. Goodbye. Xiao said. Go ahead, I will look for you again. The Ghost King smiled. Look for me for what? Xiao was somewhat puzzled, but now was not the time to ask. His figure flashed, getting on the Kuanping, and with a flap of the Kuanping's wings, he seemed to become a shooting star, rapidly returning to the university. Watching his departing figure, the Ghost King slightly raised the corner of his mouth. A 6th tier body cultivator, this is rare. Along with his devouring, perhaps, he can become my successor. Beside him, Shang Wanhao was somewhat surprised. Becoming the Ghost King's successor. This is something many people dream of. Chapter 145, Li Yunfeng vs. Morong Liancheng. Absolutely do not surrender. University League site. The individual competition was in full swing and was approaching its end. And surprisingly, the most outstanding performer this time was not the favorite to win, the Imperial Capital University. On the contrary, it was the Yanlong University, which had always ranked last. Yanlong University had not yet lost a single match. Instead, Zhao Zijin from Imperial Capital University lost to Mu Bing once. This also made Zhao Zijin face a lot of criticism among the competitors of Imperial Capital University. Many people thought he was dragging them down, giving him several eye rolls. Especially Shang Wanbai, who was already at odds with him, took the chance to pile on. Losing to Su Qiu was already forgivable, and now losing to Mu Bing? TSK, Zhao Zijin, why do you keep losing? Our Imperial Capital University's face is almost all lost because of you. Hearing Shang Wanbai's continuous mockery, Zhao Zijin was so angry that his face turned red, and he barely held back his anger. While Morong Liancheng did not stop Shang Wanbai this time, he was indifferently looking towards Yanlong University. Yanlong University has not lost a single match so far. If they maintain their undefeated record going into the team competition, their momentum will likely surpass our Imperial Capital University, and I absolutely cannot allow that to happen. Morong Liancheng said blandly. At this moment, the big screen displayed the new round of matchups. Yanlong University Li Yunfeng vs Imperial Capital University Morong Liancheng. Seeing this scene, Morong Liancheng couldn't help but laugh. And from the direction of Yanlong University, Li Yunfeng's pupils slightly constricted. I'm up against Morong Liancheng? Is there some kind of mistake? Morong Liancheng, the number one of the Imperial Capital University's storm chart. In the capital city, he was one of the top young talents of the younger generation, rumored to be just one step away from earning a noble title. The most crucial part was that his martial soul was SSS-Level. No matter how he thought about it, Li Yunfeng felt it was tough to win, unable to help but smile bitterly, while Mu Bing and the others cheered him on beside him. Li Yunfeng, don't be scared, go for it. We've made it through the captain's training, what's this? Yeah, you see, I couldn't beat Zhao Zijing before, but this time I still won, right? Mu Bing said. Their encouragement gave Li Yunfeng a bit of confidence. He walked up to the arena. In front of him, Morong Liancheng stood with his hands behind his back. I can give you a chance to surrender. You will be spared from bodily harm. He wanted Li Yunfeng to admit defeat himself. This would undoubtedly affect the morale of Flame Dragon University. Li Yunfeng saw through Morong Liancheng's scheme, raised an eyebrow, and grinned. Students of Flame Dragon University only know defeat in battle or death, no one ever surrenders. If you want to win, let's fight fair and square. After saying that, he summoned his martial soul. S-level light attribute, Holy Wing Sword. Morong Liancheng glanced, your martial soul isn't bad. Swish. Li Yunfeng dashed towards Morong Liancheng at lightning speed, his Holy Wing Sword glowing white, disrupting Morong Liancheng's line of sight while slashing forward. But the next second, with a clang, his sword was caught by Morong Liancheng with one hand. How could this be? Li Yunfeng's pupils slightly shrank. Your sword is not fast enough, nor sharp enough. As Morong Liancheng spoke, he threw a punch, fast as a bullet, hitting Li Yunfeng square in the chest before he could evade. Li Yunfeng was sent flying, feeling 2 or 3 bones break. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. But next, the Holy Wing Sword shone brightly, and a powerful healing energy burst forth, quickly healing his wounds. A light attribute can heal itself? You've made me see your sword in a new light. Morong Liancheng said calmly. Then he continued moving towards Li Yunfeng, throwing another punch. It appeared unremarkable, yet contained overwhelming spiritual power. Li Yunfeng blocked with his sword and retreated several steps. His hand holding the sword went numb. He activated the healing ability of the Holy Wing Sword again. Morong Liancheng watched him and said indifferently, I want to see how many times you can heal yourself and how long you can hold out. As he walked towards Li Yunfeng, he continued to throw punches. But Li Yunfeng didn't solely defend himself. He also seized the opportunity to counterattack. However, Morong Liancheng was too strong. His moves seemed unremarkable, yet they were flawless. Every punch and kick contained immense power, forcing Li Yunfeng to retreat step by step. Bang! Li Yunfeng was hit by a punch again, bending over helplessly. Morong Liancheng looked at him and asked, do you admit defeat? He still wanted Li Yunfeng to admit defeat himself. Only in this way could he strike the greatest blow to Flame Dragon University. It was precisely for this purpose that he did not defeat his opponent immediately. But Li Yunfeng grinned, dream on. He quickly retreated, healing himself with the Holy Wing Sword while swiftly circling Morong Liancheng, looking for weaknesses. Sword wind shot out, striking at him from all directions. Morong Liancheng frowned, I hate tenacious opponents.
He swung his fists, shattering the sword winds one by one. Li Yunfeng laughed heartily. Well then, I'm just the opposite, I love tenacious opponents. That lets me fully experience the thrill of battle. Although he was at a disadvantage. His fighting spirit did not diminish, on the contrary, it was rising. The stronger the fighting spirit, the calmer he became. He did not charge in recklessly, attacking Moron Lianqing with sword energy while searching for flaws around him. In this world, there are no flawless opponents. Even Moron Lianqing is the same. He must have a flaw. Just as he thought this, Moron Lianqing's figure disappeared, his speed so fast that it made Li Yunfeng's scalp tingle. This speed is not much different from the captain, right? Whoosh! Moron Lianqing appeared in front of Li Yunfeng and threw a punch. With blood spraying, Li Yunfeng flew out like a kite with its string cut. In front of me, you are just an ant. I can crush you anytime, you can't even think of hurting me. I'll ask you one more time, do you admit defeat? Moron Lianqing said, standing with his hands behind his back. The crowd was in an uproar when they saw this. The gap is too big. How can we fight? They said Moron Lianqing is about to be a duke, it's really true. He is just here to catch fish in troubled waters for this league. TSK, he is too strong. No one thought Li Yunfeng would win. Even Li Yunfeng himself thought so, but even in such a situation, he still did not plan to admit defeat. In the desert battlefield, I nearly died several times, and during those times, I never thought of giving up. This time, I won't either. Moron Lianqing, you are strong. But unfortunately, I still say it, my Yanlong University will only face defeat or death, we will never surrender. Li Yunfeng shouted, once again using the holy winged sword to heal himself, then charging towards Moron Lianqing with all his might. The long sword wildly slashed, combat intent erupting, sword light shining. In this moment, Li Yunfeng gave up defense. Since he couldn't find a flaw and couldn't keep up with his opponent's speed, he can only compare. Stamina. Chapter 146, Su Qiu has arrived. I will make you cry. Li Yunfeng planned to compete with Moron Lianqing in stamina. He had the holy winged sword, even if he was injured, he could quickly recover, but Moron Lianqing could not. He could make mistakes dozens of times. But Moron Lianqing could not. Thinking of this, Li Yunfeng launched a full-speed attack. His sword technique was displayed to perfection, with streams of sword energy continuously slashing, causing cracks to appear all over the arena. The crowd gasped in amazement. What a Li Yunfeng! I didn't expect he could reach this point. His martial soul is indeed outstanding, both attack and recovery are integrated, it is among the very best even in S-rank martial souls. On the arena. Watching Li Yunfeng attacking with all his might and showing no signs of defense, Moron Lianqing sneered, are you trying to play with your life? You can't afford it. Bang! With a punch, Li Yunfeng was blasted away. He spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with bits of internal organs. After using the holy winged sword to recover, he continued to attack. The crowd felt a twinge of sympathy upon seeing this. Is this necessary? In the end, the probability of losing is high, why not just surrender and avoid the pain? Although his sword can heal his injuries, the pain is still real, and every time he recovers, there may be hidden injuries. Can't understand why he is fighting so hard. In the audience, Li Shanhao was also watching live, and as he saw his son being beaten, of course, he felt uncomfortable. But seeing him fall time and again, and then stand back up, made him feel a bit proud. He knew that at Yanlong University, some called Li Yunfeng the Invincible Warrior. But compared to this title, he felt his son was more like unyielding. Oldly, if your son keeps fighting like this, he won't be fine. Wouldn't it be better to let him admit defeat? One person next to Li Shanha said. He couldn't bear to watch any longer. But Li Shanha took a deep breath, this is his choice, as his father, of course, I need to respect him. I won't stop him. However, the clenched fist showed that his heart was not calm. On the arena. The battle was still going on. Li Yunfeng didn't know how many times he had been blasted away, his spiritual energy was almost exhausted. Once again, he rose, letting out a low roar, pouring the remaining spiritual energy into the holy winged sword. The light shines brightly. With a sword strike, a fierce beam of sword energy roared out. Moron Lianqing snorted coldly, useless tricks. He swung a fist, with black flames swirling around his knuckles. Boom! The sword energy was shattered by his punch. But suddenly, he felt something was off. The power of this sword was not as strong as he imagined. After the sword energy shattered, Li Yunfeng had already disappeared from his sight, and a whistling sound came from behind him. That last sword was merely a distraction. Li Yunfeng had used the light to conceal his figure and took the chance to come beside him, striking with a sword, the sharp sword energy catching Moron Lianqing off guard. He quickly dodged, but his clothes were still torn by the sword energy. A line of blood appeared on his body. The wound was not deep, quite shallow. It could only be said to be a flesh wound. However, this was enough to make Mu Rong Liansheng furious. He just said that Li Yunfeng was nothing but an ant to him, unable to even harm a single hair on him. But now, he had been sliced by the opponent, leaving a blood mark. This was a slap to his face. He was enraged. Seeking death. Mu Rong Liansheng no longer held back, his figure flashed, arriving in front of Li Yunfeng, his fists wildly dancing out like a storm, resembling a downpour. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists hitting flesh, like rain beating on banana leaves, continued to resound. At this moment, Li Yunfeng seemed to become a punching bag. He let Mu Rong Liansheng pummel him. He had no ability to resist at all. His spiritual energy was almost exhausted, unable even to heal himself. He did not know how many punches he had taken when he fell to the ground, bruised and bloodied, and the crowd noticed something was wrong. Not good, Li Yunfeng's spiritual energy is depleted, he can't heal himself anymore. We can't keep hitting him. Quick, take him down. The outcome is already decided. But Mu Rong Liansheng, who had been struck, was still in a state of rage, with an icy expression as he walked towards Li Yunfeng. His 5 fingers clenched into fists. He was actually going to strike again. At that moment, if Li Yunfeng were to take another hit, his life might be in danger. Damn, has this guy gone mad? Stop the match. The teachers and students of Yanlong University all stood up. Li Shanhe in the audience couldn't hold back either. And just as Mu Rong Liansheng was about to land his punch, a sudden roar of thunder appeared in the sky. Boom! Lightning came like a pillar, descending from the heavens. It crashed onto the energy shield of the arena, a dominating force, directly piercing a hole through it. And a figure descended from the sky like a flash, landing on the arena, stirring up wind and dust. The crowd looked over. They saw a figure holding a spear on the arena, the tip of the spear aimed directly at Mu Rong Liansheng's neck. A chilling aura made Mu Rong Liansheng dare not act recklessly. Hey, move again, and I'll kill you. A cold voice filled with killing intent rang out. Looking at Su Qiu's indifferent gaze, Mu Rong Liansheng understood that the other side was not joking. If he took another shot, the other side would really kill him. In front of everyone's eyes, at this league venue gathered with strong fighters, kill him, a prodigy of the Mu Rong family. A madman. This was Mu Rong Liansheng's first impression of Su Qiu. And everyone recognized that the suddenly appeared figure on the arena was Su Qiu, and for a moment, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Some were shocked, some were happy, some were hopeful. He is Su Qiu. Wow, really impressive, even Mu Rong Liansheng dares not move. That lightning just now must have been released by him, so powerful, able to instantly pierce through the energy shield on the arena. This guy is truly a monster. From Yanlong University, Su Shaoxuan, Mu Bing and others breathed a sigh of relief. The captain is fine, that's great. Captain, teach him a lesson. From the direction of Imperial Capital University, Zhao Zijing looked at Su Qiu, a glimmer of jealousy in his eyes. Su Qiu, this guy finally appeared. Beside him, Luo Qingxue looked at Su Qiu, her lips slightly curving upwards. You're still like this, every time you show up, it's always so explosive. Direction of Qingyun University. Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu, the two brothers, brightened up. Jiang Wu couldn't help but stand up and gaze. Idol, it's the idol who has arrived. On the arena. Mu Rong Liansheng gathered his spiritual power, returning to calmness, his face wearing a false smile. Su Qiu, welcome to the University League. Your smile is really ugly. Su Qiu said lightly. Meanwhile, the arena host quickly came over to stop. The winner of this match is Mu Rong Liansheng from the Capital University. Su Qiu, Li Yunfeng is severely injured, you should take him down for treatment. Su Qiu slightly nodded, putting away his gun, carrying Li Yunfeng off the arena, and as he passed by Mu Rong Liansheng, the latter smiled and said, Su Qiu, the next round is the team match, I am looking forward to sparring with you. Su Qiu replied blandly, I will make you cry. Chapter 147, Goodbye Luo Qingxue. Mu Rong Liansheng's jealousy. Li Yunfeng's injuries were serious. After Su Qiu took him off the arena, he immediately began treatment, the hellfire roaring out. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed him. Originally about to faint, Li Yunfeng let out a piercing scream of pain. Ah! He had fought with Mu Rong Liansheng on the arena for so long without crying out. But now he was screaming because of Su Qiu's treatment, which showed how painful it was. Seeing this, the onlookers couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. What is this guy doing? Is he killing his own teammate? Why is he burning Li Yunfeng? Is he crazy? People were greatly puzzled. But some noticed that Li Yunfeng, who was once covered in injuries, was rapidly recovering, soon looking as good as new. They finally understood, this was some extraordinarily clever healing technique. Thunder attribute is one of the strongest attack attributes among all attributes, and now he is showing healing ability. This Su Qiu has many hidden cards. Just how many surprises does this guy still have? People looked at Su Qiu with wariness in their eyes. Meanwhile, recovering Li Yunfeng looked at Su Qiu with surprise. "Captain, you finally came back, now we are sure to win." He had immense confidence in Su Qiu. Others frowned upon hearing his words. Sure to win? Isn't that a bit too dismissive of them? Some people looked at Su Qiu, gradually filled with hostility. No matter how strong he was, standing on the league stage now made him their opponent, and they had to defeat him. Luo Qingxue walked towards Su Qiu, looking at him with a slight smile. "I knew you would come back, the agreement between us should be fulfilled." Su Qiu looked at Luo Qingxue, whom he hadn't seen in a while, and smiled. "Qingxue, long time no see, you seem a bit more beautiful." He said this sincerely. With the progress of her cultivation, Luo Qingxue's temperament had become even more cold and refined. Her appearance had not changed much, but the change in temperament was more captivating. After such a long time without seeing each other, being praised on their first meeting made Luo Qingxue's heart blossom, but she suppressed the urge to dance with joy. She cleared her throat. You also look more handsome." "Is that even something you need to say?" Su Qiu grinned. Luo Qingxue rolled her eyes. "I was just being polite." "You really took it seriously?" "Congratulations on becoming the captain of Yanlong University, but I regrettably couldn't become the captain of Capital University," Luo Qingxue said helplessly. She was on par with Morong Lianqing's strength, but the latter was a senior in his 4th year, enjoying greater prestige at Capital University than her. As a freshman, it was too difficult for her to become captain. Su Qiu smiled. "It's okay. Also, you should go back and tell your captain, I won't count Li Yunfeng's debt. I think he should know." Luo Qingxue smiled slightly. She understood Su Qiu's nature even better. Morong Lianqing went too far this time. Su Qiu is angry. No one can help him. Morong Lianqing is going to be unlucky this time. Although they are on the same team, Luo Qingxue is secretly delighted. After all, she herself hates Morong Lianqing. Luo Qingxue thought of something and said seriously, "Su Qiu, if we meet in the team match, I won't go easy on you." Just like she said before. Although she likes Su Qiu, she is serious about martial arts. Su Qiu smiled and said, "Me too. No matter how many times you challenge me, I will always defeat you, and you will forever be beneath me." "We shall see." Luo Qingxue replied, not angry, but instead showing a smile as beautiful as a melting iceberg. He truly is the man she has chosen, but confidence is unbeatable. She returned to the competition area of the Imperial Capital University. After returning, her face had turned back to indifference. It was as if the playful Luo Qingxue who was laughing with Su Qiu had vanished. So double standard. She coldly faced us as soon as she got back. The competitors from Imperial Capital University were somewhat dissatisfied. Especially Morong Lianqing. He frowned and said, "Luo Qingxue, I told you to keep your distance from the people of Yanlong University. You are too meddlesome. When others see you getting too close to the people of Yanlong University, they will inevitably think there is something going on." Morong Lianqing said. "I've also said, I won't mix personal feelings into the match. As for what you all think, it's none of my business." Luo Qingxue said coldly and then sat back in her place. Morong Lianqing and others had no way to deal with her. After all, her strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Even as the captain, Morong Lianqing could not suppress her. Thinking of this, Morong Lianqing's heart burned with anger. He did not show much expression, but looking towards Yanlong University, especially at Su Qiu, the coldness in his eyes intensified. There was a hint of jealousy. A woman like Luo Qingxue is both beautiful and strong, with limitless potential. Although Morong Lianqing did not say anything, he secretly admired her. In his view, only she is worthy of him. But she shows no interest in him at all. She is extremely enthusiastic towards Su Qiu. Luo Qingxue, who speaks harshly to others, looks cheerful and even a bit shy in front of Su Qiu. Thinking of this, his jealousy burned wildly in his heart. And in the Yanlong University area. Su Qiu also sensed something, turning around to look towards the Imperial Capital University direction, just in time to meet Morong Lianqing's gaze. He said nothing, just raised his hand and gave him the middle finger. Provocation. An unhidden provocation. Morong Lianqing was both angry and amused. Other students also witnessed this scene, clicking their tongues in amazement. Wow, Su Qiu is so arrogant. I heard he has several SSS-level martial spirits. If I were him, I would be just as arrogant. Youth without arrogance is a waste. This league is really going to be interesting. Let's see which of these two can take the lead. If nothing unexpected happens, the two who will steal the show in this university league are Su Qiu and Morong Lianqing. Everyone was discussing lively. After the individual match, the team match was about to begin. The team match, unlike the individual matches where people go up one by one, the team match was much more spectacular, as participants from 100 martial arts universities would all fit into one competition area, leading to intense battles.
Each martial arts university has 5 participants. In other words, 500 people will fight in one area.
This is much more intense than the individual matches.
In the Yanlong University rest area.
Before the team match starts, there is a 2-hour break, and people from each university use this time to discuss strategies.
Our current score is 32.
According to past experiences, as long as we score 80 points, we can enter the top 8. If we can reach 120 points, we have a chance to compete for the first place in this league. Principal Yanlong said excitedly. It seemed like the first place was already in sight, so close. The past presidents of Yanlong University blessed, this time, Yanlong University has a chance to turn things around.
Principal Yanlong thought with excitement. Chapter 148, The Replaced Luo Qingxue. She doesn't care. While Yanlong University discussed strategies and tactics. On the other side, Daidi University was also embroiled in some disputes. Morong Lianqing looked at the somewhat out-of-place Luo Qingxue and said faintly, "We are currently discussing the strategy for the team competition. Do you have any thoughts?"
Luo Qingxue said lightly, "As far as I know, our Daidi University focuses heavily on individual abilities, right? In previous team competitions, everyone just played their own game and hardly needed any strategy." What she said was indeed not wrong. But it made Morong Lianqing somewhat uncomfortable.
Did he really want any advice from Luo Qingxue? No. He just wanted Luo Qingxue to agree with him.
But she still showed a cold, indifferent attitude towards him.
Luo Qingxue suddenly stood up.
"I will step outside for some air, you all discuss."
After she left, the few people in the lounge exchanged glances. Zhao Zijing looked at Morong Lianqing's not-so-good expression and said, "Morong boss, this Luo Qingxue is unmanageable." Shang Wanbai did not refute Zhao Zijing this time and agreed, "Yes, boss, I think Luo Qingxue is a bit tricky."
Another contestant from Daidi University, a heavily made-up woman, glanced at Luo Qingxue's departing figure and said, "Boss, I see Luo Qingxue getting so close to Su Qiu.
Who knows if she would backstab us during the competition? How about we replace her?"
In the league, the school had 2 chances to change contestants. Once outside the competition, and once during the competition itself.
Hearing the woman's words, Morong Lianqing frowned, deep in thought.
The woman saw the opportunity and continued to embellish. Luo Qingxue is unmanageable, she would be a variable in the competition. And with her close relationship with Su Qiu, even if she won't backstab, who can guarantee she won't throw the match?
Boss, you are about to graduate.
This is your only chance for a 4 consecutive championship, it would be a pity to lose.
It's not worth it for a Luo Qingxue. If you can't harden your heart to do this villain, then let me do it. The woman was called Morong Qian, also from the Morong family.
She had admired Morong Lianqing since childhood but knew he was not interested in her. Meanwhile, he was just a freshman, yet he became a hotshot in Daidi University in a short time and even gained the favor of Morong Lianqing and others. Luo Qingxue filled her with jealousy. This time, if she had a chance to exclude her, would she miss it?
After listening to Morong Qian's words, Morong Lianqing took a deep breath, and a hint of resolution appeared in his eyes. Let's vote.
Those who agree to replace Luo Qingxue, please raise your hand. Shang Wanbai, Zhao Zijing, and Morong Qian all raised their hands.
Morong Lianqing nodded slightly. "All right, since it's everyone's opinion, I will call the principal now to replace Luo Qingxue."
He sneered in his heart.
"Luo Qingxue, this is what you asked for. You ignored me, so I will ensure you can't participate in the league. I'll make sure you have no chance to shine."
Morong Lianqing went to make the call and look for the teacher who came to the league with them.
The Morong family had shares in Daidi University, and their power was significant.
Plus, he was the captain of this league team. Replacing Luo Qingxue was not difficult.
Soon, Daidi University sent another person to replace Luo Qingxue. This person was also from the Morong family.
His name was Morong Lurin, and his strength just reached the 6th level. Some people also qualify to participate in this league, and could even easily defeat most of the competitors.
However, his strength was not as good as Luo Qingxue's, and he had even lost to her before.
When he heard that he could replace Luo Qingxue in the league, he was a bit stunned, then filled with joy. Upon hearing that she had been replaced, Luo Qingxue was a bit surprised, but quickly accepted this fact, even appearing somewhat calm.
This made Morong Lianqing unable to help but frown.
In his imagination, after he replaced Luo Qingxue, she should be angry, unwilling, and might even beg him not to swap her out. But no matter what, she should not be this calm.
Calm as if nothing had changed from before.
What he had done actually still failed to cause her any emotional stir, which gave Morong Lianqing a sense of frustration.
Why? Why no matter what I do, are you always so indifferent to me? Not even a smile to spare. Not even a glance in my direction. Now, I have replaced you, and you won't even show a bit of anger. Luo Qingxue, aren't you going to say anything? Morong Lianqing said in a deep voice. Luo Qingxue calmly replied, since you have decided, then I have nothing to say, saying it won't change anything, right? She knew about the Morong family's power at the Imperial Capital University. She also knew Morong Lianqing's reason for replacing her. But none of this mattered to her. Aren't you angry? Morong Qian looked at Luo Qingxue and said. Perhaps because of her usually cold demeanor, it felt too distant, and they really wanted to see her lose composure for once. I don't need to waste my emotions on you. Luo Qingxue said faintly, then turned and left. Morong Qian watched her departing figure, then glanced at the dark-faced Morong Lianqing and others, thoughtfully saying, I've heard of a type of person who restrains their emotions, their feelings only show in front of the ones they care about. It seems we hold no status in her heart at all. It was precisely because she did not care at all that she could remain as calm as water. Morong Qian's words made Morong Lianqing and the others' faces turn even uglier. Humph, acting high and mighty, who are you trying to show off to? Zhao Zijing snorted lightly. He liked Luo Qingxue and had pursued her, but now he understood he could never have her. The more he liked her before, now after their fallout, the more he hated her. Even wanting to destroy her. Morong Lianqing coldly said, since we've already replaced her, then let's do our best to win, otherwise, we'll only be laughingstocks to her. They could not allow themselves to fail in front of Luo Qingxue. Perhaps this way, they could still preserve their dignity as men. They thought. Beside them, Morong Luren looked at the suddenly ignited fighting spirit of the others, scratching his head. Can I ask, why was Luo Qingxue suddenly replaced? This guy still didn't quite understand the situation. You don't need to worry too much, just do your part. Morong Lianqing said. The team competition began. Contestants from various universities walked out of the resting area. They wore competition wristbands on their hands. Bro, something seems off. Su Xiaoshuang suddenly noticed something, looking towards the Imperial Capital University contest area. Sister Luo is missing. Su Qiu looked over and was also astonished. What's going on? Not just them. Other contestants also noticed the changes in the Imperial Capital University team. Where did Luo Qingxue go? Was she replaced? How is that possible? She is extremely strong, absolutely not inferior to Morong Lianqing. Why would they replace such a trump card? Everyone was confused. Chapter 149, I care. He loves me so much. SS-level martial art. Su Qiu scanned the Imperial Capital University contestants, frowned when he didn't see Luo Qingxue, and walked over to a few of them. Morong Lianqing and the others tensed their bodies, entering a state of alert. Su Qiu looked at them and asked blandly, where is Qingxue? She has already been replaced. Morong Lianqing said flatly. Why? This is an internal affair of our Imperial Capital University, it has nothing to do with you. Ha! Su Qiu suddenly laughed, shaking his head. I really didn't expect you to be so stupid. Simply dumb as pigs. Hearing this, the expressions of the few changed. What do you mean? If Qingxue were here, you might have been able to compete with me a bit, but now, in my eyes, you are already vulnerable. As soon as this was said, the few people from Imperial Capital University instantly became furious. What did you say? Su Qiu, don't be too arrogant. Who do you say is vulnerable? Do you want to try it out right now? They radiated the fluctuation of spiritual power, eager to make a move. Su Qiu took out a gun and slammed it down on the ground. Bang! A pit was smashed into the ground. You can come at me all together. The host of the competition quickly stepped forward to ease the situation. Everyone, whatever grievances you have, let's settle them in the competition. None of them paid him any mind. They didn't even glance at him, staring hard at their opponent across the way. It felt like a battle was about to break out. The host was somewhat dissatisfied. I'm still the host, can't you show me some respect? Just as both sides were on edge, a clear and cold voice came from a distance. Su Qiu, I'm here. Su Qiu heard and turned around, seeing Luo Qingxue. At that moment, she was in the audience. Su Qiu didn't bother with the others anymore, leaping directly to the audience and standing in front of Luo Qingxue, asking, what happened? Luo Qingxue shook her head helplessly. Imperial Capital University replaced me, as for the reason. I guess I'm a bit too thorny. But Su Qiu pouted, clearly not believing it. He had guessed the gist. Did they think that your good relationship with me would make you hold back in the competition, so they replaced you? Ha, it has nothing to do with you. Luo Qingxue chuckled lightly. How can it not be my business? You got replaced because of me. Don't worry, I will definitely seek justice for you. Su Qiu said after pondering for a moment. Luo Qingxue shook her head. I don't care. I care. Su Qiu said seriously. Luo Qingxue's heart trembled a little, he really loves me. In fact, regarding being replaced, Luo Qingxue was not that angry, because in her view, the outcome of this league was already determined. Su Qiu came to participate. He is undoubtedly the first. The reason she joined this league was to have a chance to compete with Su Qiu. But apart from the league, she had many opportunities to compete with Su Qiu. The league was just one of those forms. Whether she participated or not had become less important to her. It was just that she didn't expect Su Qiu to be angry because of this. Now, she was actually a bit happy to have been replaced, otherwise, she would never have known that Su Qiu cared about her so much. Thinking about this, her heart was as bright as fireworks, brilliant indeed. Su Qiu didn't know what Luo Qingxue was thinking, he only knew that Imperial Capital University had wronged Luo Qingxue. As a former classmate and a close friend now, how could he sit by and do nothing? Ding! The future wife has been wronged because of you and suffered injustice. How can this be tolerated? The host has the following choices. 1. Sit by and do nothing. Reward, a slap in the face. 2. Seek justice for the future wife. Crush the competitors of Imperial Capital University in the team competition. Reward, S-rank martial skill, Heavenly Remnant Foot. 3. Declare war publicly. Seek justice for the future wife, crush the competitors of Imperial Capital University, and find a way to let Luo Qingxue return to the arena. Reward, SS rank martial skill. Kirin's 7-character technique. Seeing the sudden choices, Su Qiu's eyes lit up. Good heavens! SS rank martial skill? This is the first time he's encountered something so good. In Great Xia, S-level martial skills are already extremely rare, enough for most martial artists to study and use for a lifetime. SS-level martial skills are even more like a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn, hard to find. Even those who are kings or even emperors may not necessarily possess such martial skills. This reward must be claimed. Without any hesitation, Su Qiu immediately chose the third option. But, system, explain to me, what do you mean by future wife? How can you tarnish someone's purity out of thin air? Su Qiu muttered. System. Then, Su Qiu stood up in the audience, his spiral dragon breakthrough spear pointed at Moron Lianqing and a few others not far away, calmly saying, Moron Lianqing, I told you before, during the competition, I will make you cry. Now, I've changed my mind. I want to make you cry. He was declaring war on the people from the Imperial Capital University. Hearing this, Moron Lianqing and his companions narrowed their eyes slightly. This was a direct provocation. If they did not respond, would it not make them the laughingstock? Moron Lianqing said lightly. That depends on whether you have that capability. Let's wait and see. Su Qiu held the spear, smiled at Luo Qingxue, then jumped back to Su Xiaoshuan, Li Yunfeng, and the others, while the crowd in the audience was already in an uproar. Wow, Su Qiu is declaring war on the Imperial Capital University. He's fighting for love. Whoa, how romantic, how touching. No wonder Luo Qingxue treats Su Qiu differently. If it were me, I would be moved too. Who understands? I'm wildly in love with this man. I'm turning into a fan, Su Qiu, be brave and fly. We're supporting you from behind. The audience was buzzing. Who doesn't want to see a hero saving the beauty and fighting for love? Everyone imagined if they encountered unfair treatment like Luo Qingxue, they would want a hero like Su Qiu to come out and seek justice for them. So, they naturally stood on Su Qiu's side. Some girls even had stars in their eyes, falling madly in love. In just a short while, Su Qiu, a contestant who did not participate in the individual competition, saw his support soar like a rocket. Moron Lianqing and the others frowned when they saw this. Who would have thought that they replaced Luo Qingxue to prevent her from throwing the match, and even secretly teamed up with Su Qiu to win the competition? But now, this had backfired on them. Instead, they became the target, and Su Qiu's reputation soared. They felt a hint of regret in their hearts. But soon, Moron Lianqing extinguished this regret. So many supporters, what's the difference? In the competition, it's about strength. Su Qiu. I will completely defeat you in the competition. At that time, the higher you are elevated, the harder you will fall. A determined look flashed in his eyes. He must not lose this battle. Chapter 150, Team Competition begins. Are you ready to leave? Before the team competition began, Su Qiu staged a big drama of fighting for love, directly building a wave of reputation. The cheers for Yanlong University grew louder and louder. Aside from Su Qiu's reason, Yanlong University had been among the bottom few for many years. If they suddenly took first place, it would be a complete turnaround. This would surely become a legendary tale. Such a spectacle is similar to Su Qiu fighting for love. People loved to watch. On the Imperial Capital University side, seeing Yanlong University's cheers getting louder, the teachers couldn't help but furrow their brows. This year's Yanlong University is extraordinary. Humph, do they really think they can win? With Suzhou as a variable, it's not impossible. An elderly teacher thought of something, secretly approached Morong Lianqing, and said softly, Lianqing, do you have confidence for this battle?
Morong Lianqing thought of Suzhou descending from the sky to save Li Yunfeng, and a hint of dread secretly arose in his heart. But then, he replied calmly, of course. And the fleeting hint of dread on his face. The teacher noticed it, and he took out a brocade box and handed it to Morong Lianqing. In a moment of crisis, use this. Morong Lianqing took it and glanced at it, his pupils slightly shrinking. It's actually this thing. The family head places great hope in you. If you can help Imperial Capital University achieve 4 consecutive championships before graduation, it will not only be a glorious mark on your personal record, but also bring honor to our Morong family. So for this battle, you must win. Losing is not allowed, the white-haired teacher said lightly. Morong Lianqing put away the brocade box and said, I understand. Everyone, the league has now reached the final, and also the most important part. That is the team battle. The rules of the team battle, I believe everyone is already clear. Each university sends 5 people to form one team to participate. In each team, there is one captain. Defeating a normal team member earns 1 point. Defeating a captain earns 10 points. In the end, the school with the highest total points is the champion of this competition, the host on the high platform spoke clearly. Then, he pointed at the big screen behind him. Now, let us turn our eyes to the venue of this team battle. On the big screen, a huge steel base appeared. Around the base stood high walls of steel, and inside was a vast competition area, containing forests, plains, waterfalls, and even deserts, various geographic environments all gathered together. It formed a strange geographic painting. This is the venue of the team battle. It was built with hundreds of billions in funding, a large competition base, nearly 100 kilometers in diameter. As you can see, it contains many kinds of geography, allowing the participants to freely choose suitable combat grounds and fully unleash their strength. During the battle, we will also send out 180 drones to monitor the participants' conditions at all times. Before the match begins, let's first thank the sponsors of this university league. First is the Anlea Group under the Morong family. Anlea Group specializes in making all kinds of weapons. And also Lao Jun Pharmaceutical. Suzhou at the bottom couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Goodness. It's just a match, and it turns into advertisement time, huh? So this university league came about like this. But he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, people have to make a living. After the advertisement time, Suzhou and the others boarded a bus and went to the team battle base. They were not sent to the base all at once. They were sent in batches. After everyone had been sent into the base, a sharp and piercing alarm sounded. This also meant the team battle had begun. Inside the team battle base, Suzhou spoke calmly to Li Yunfeng and the others, you all move together. Defeat as many enemies as you can. As for me, I will act alone. Also defeat as many as I can. This was the tactic they had discussed before. Suzhou was different from the others. Other students, no matter how strong, were unlikely to fight 5 people at once, a whole team alone. So they needed to stick together. They had to plan and make tactics. But Suzhou didn't need that. He could not only fight one team. He could even crush them. So, letting him go all out by himself was the best tactic. Anyway, as long as he remained undefeated, Flame Dragon University would be in an undefeated position. And Li Yunfeng and the others were no pushovers either. Even without Suzhou by their side, they were not something ordinary teams could handle. Okay, Captain. Brother, let's see who can get more points. Su Xiaoshuan grinned and said. Suzhou patted her head, alright. Then, Suzhou summoned the Kuanping martial soul, sat directly on it, flew into the sky, and began scanning the entire team battle base. One team after another entered his sight. But he didn't care. He was looking for his target. Capital University. Replacing Qingxue will be your biggest mistake. Suzhou said coldly, his eyes icy. Outside, on the observation seats, many spectators were watching this team match. The league organizers knew Suzhou was one of the biggest highlights of this match, so many cameras were on him. Everyone could clearly see him summon the Kuanping martial spirit and act alone. What is he doing? Why is he acting alone all of a sudden? Is he trying to single-handedly fight against the teams from other schools? TSK, such boldness. Is that the Kuanping martial spirit? It really looks majestic. So fast. In such a short time, he's almost flown around the entire base. But, why hasn't he taken action yet? It seems like he's searching for something. Some people seem to understand something, a strange look appearing on their faces. He wouldn't be looking for someone from Capital University, would he?
As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes brightened. Su Qiu declared war on Capital University before the match began. Now that the match has started, does he want to challenge all of them alone? Wow! This is going to be exciting. But some also felt this was unlikely. It shouldn't be.
Every contestant from Capital University is a 6th-level martial artist, incredibly powerful. Each one can match a whole team from other schools.
How could Su Qiu possibly challenge them alone? Yeah, that's too reckless. Is it just for Luo Qingxue? He's so brave. Only Luo Qingxue understood. It wasn't a matter of recklessness. It was about whether Su Qiu wanted to. If he wanted to, what's stopping him from challenging an entire team from Capital University alone? In the team match base,
the contestants from Capital University were gathered in a plane, preparing to take action. Morong Lianqing said faintly, "As contestants of Capital University, I expect each of you to earn at least 10 points.
Otherwise, prepare for punishment when we return."
The others nodded slightly upon hearing this.
10 points? No problem. Boss Morong, you can rest assured, that's guaranteed. Just as they were getting ready to show their skills,
suddenly, Morong Qian noticed something and looked up, her pupils shrinking.
Look up.
High above, a black shadow fell like a meteor, crashing down before them and creating a large pit in the ground.
From the dust, Su Qiu emerged, holding a gun. Are you ready to leave? Chapter 151, the body tempering ability reveals itself. A thunderous assault. Are you ready to leave?
Su Qiu walked out slowly, looking at Morong Lianqing and the others, a cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth. From the moment they replaced Luo Qingxue, it was already destined. In this team match, they would suffer miserably. Outside the team match base, the audience gasped when they saw Su Qiu actually daring to confront the team from Capital University alone.
Wow, he's really that bold. This guy, he's too intimidating.
TSK, this is going to be fun to watch.
Is he really making such a big move right as the team match begins?
Everyone stared intensely at the big screen, wanting to see how Su Qiu planned to deal with an entire team from Capital University alone.
And Morong Lianqing was also momentarily taken aback by Su Qiu's sudden appearance. He never expected to face Su Qiu so soon. Isn't the other side too brave yet not wise? Idiot.
Among the Capital University team, Morong Qian snorted lightly, and a white light radiated from her hand, flying over Su Qiu's head and shining down, forming a white halo that enveloped him.
Su Qiu felt the spiritual power within him was somewhat restricted. This halo can limit a martial artist's spiritual power? This was definitely an incredible ability.
It's Senior Sister Morong's Limit Spirit Halo. This is Senior Sister Morong's proud martial skill.
Warriors beneath her skill will basically be beaten severely by this move.
This Su Qiu is really reckless, rushing forward without understanding the enemy's moves. This time, he must be suffering. Students at the Imperial Capital University, seeing Su Qiu enveloped in a halo, couldn't help but chuckle. They all thought he would definitely lose. They had seen Morong Qian in action. Every time she used this Limit Spirit Halo, it usually meant the end of the battle. They believed this time would be no exception. On the battlefield, Morong Qian looked at Su Qiu, who easily fell into the trap, and couldn't hold back her laughter. Luo Qingtian thinks so highly of you. I didn't expect you to be just this.
Whoosh!
A figure swiftly pounced towards Su Qiu. It was Zhao Zijing. He had been beaten badly by this person at Yanlong University. Now, seeing him suppressed by the Limit Spirit Halo, how could he stay indifferent? He wanted to take back all the losses he had suffered at this guy's hands one by one. With your spiritual power restricted, you are now nothing but a toothless tiger. What do you have to fight back against me? Take this punch. Zhao Zijing laughed heartily and rushed in front of Su Qiu, throwing a punch. It seemed he could already see Su Qiu flying out with a bruised face. But... bang! Su Qiu raised his hand and firmly caught his fist. He calmly gazed at him. Is this all you got? He didn't use any spiritual power, relying solely on his physical capabilities to block Zhao Zijing's punch infused with spiritual energy. This made Zhao Zijing's pupils shrink in disbelief. How is this possible? The others also changed their expressions dramatically. How can this guy's body be so strong? The Limit Spirit Halo can restrict spiritual power, but it cannot limit the flesh. Is this guy still a body refiner? Body refining is an extremely arduous path in martial arts. It not only requires massive resources but also demands grueling daily training of the body, involving unimaginable pain. Unless there is no way out, no one would choose this path. And Su Qiu, he possesses several SSS-level martial souls. How could he be desperate? Why would he refine his body like this? The crowd couldn't make sense of it, nor could they understand. As everyone watched in shock, Su Qiu lifted his fist and slammed it towards Zhao Zijing's face. Bang! The other's features twisted, blood splattered from his nose, teeth flew out, and he was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing to the ground, unresponsive. He was knocked out with a single punch. The wristband on his arm detected Zhao Zijing's vital signs, emitting a bright light that formed a shield to protect him. But this also meant Zhao Zijing was out. Su Qiu had knocked out an opponent with one punch. This scene made many people gasp in shock. To unleash such a level of power purely through physical strength. This Su Qiu's body refinement level is unbelievably high. With an SSS-level martial soul, why would he refine his body? This is too surprising. Just after making his move, Su Qiu gave everyone a big surprise. On the battlefield, with Zhao Zijing knocked out by a punch, the other four also understood, Su Qiu was not just brave but fully prepared. Morong Qian summoned a black dagger. Her whole being seemed to transform into a ghost, pouncing towards Su Qiu. Shang Guanbai also refused to be outdone, summoning his martial soul, which was a giant white spider with 8 long legs. And that Morong Luren, who replaced Luo Qingtian, also summoned a huge hammer, leaping high to smash down at Su Qiu. His attack came the fastest. Su Qiu suddenly thrust his spear out. Bang! The spear and hammer collided, kicking up rolling dust all around. And in that moment of chaos, Morong Qian slipped into the dust, coming up behind Su Qiu, directly stabbing with her dagger. But to her surprise, Su Qiu didn't dodge or evade, letting the dagger pierce his body. I did it! Morong Qian's face lit up with joy. However, when she tried to pull out the dagger, she discovered it was stuck. The dagger was firmly stuck by Su Qiu's dense muscles and bones, and for a moment, she couldn't pull it out. At this point, Morong Qian reacted. Su Qiu was deliberately stabbed by her, just to catch her. This madman! Who fights like this? Morong Qian's heart raced with fear. It was too late to give up the dagger, as Su Qiu's big hand had already grabbed her head, yanking her hair, and forcefully pushed her down to the ground. He showed no mercy whatsoever. Morong Qian's delicate face made hard contact with the ground, creating a pit, half of her face sinking into the ground. Her eyes rolled back, her head buzzed, and then she lost consciousness. As Morong Qian lost her fighting ability, the spirit confinement aura was lifted. His inner spiritual power surged, his figure shifted, and the Phoenix Dance 6 Illusions technique unfolded, creating 5 afterimages, along with his real self, totaling 6. 6 Su Qius suddenly appeared on the battlefield, and the remaining 3 couldn't figure out which one was the real him. In panic, they attacked randomly. Morong Ruren slammed a hammer onto one afterimage. The afterimage vanished. Then he heard a deafening thunderclap, as Su Qiu's real self appeared right before him, and a spear was thrust out, piercing through his shoulder. Seeing this, Morong Ruren gripped his long dragon-breaking army spear tightly. I got him. Shang Guanbai saw this and immediately commanded his martial spirit, the giant spider, to charge in. But Su Qiu decisively abandoned the spear and struck with both palms. The dragon subduing 108 palms. Boom! The giant spider was sent flying by the overwhelming palm force. Shang Guanbai's pupils constricted. In his moment of fright, Su Qiu was already in front of him, striking repeatedly, making his body sound like it was cracking bones, sending him flying to the ground like a rag doll. Everyone was stunned. From the start of the battle until now, it had only been a few seconds. However, aside from Morong Liansheng, the other 4 had already been defeated. Chapter 152 SSS Grade Martial Spirit Hellflame Demon. The kingly talent Morong Liansheng. Wow! How is he so abnormal? What the heck? I calculated the time, it was only 13 seconds. In 13 seconds, Su Qiu wiped out more than half of the Imperial Capital University team? This guy is a monster, right? I suggest a strict investigation. I suspect he is a disguised 8th-tier king beast. Don't be ridiculous, an 8th-tier king beast disguised as a college student to play house with a bunch of 5th and 6th-tier college students? Are you out of your mind? God Su, so handsome. Watching Su Qiu in the big screen take out 4 contestants from Imperial Capital University with lightning speed, everyone couldn't help but erupt with excitement. They were witnessing such an exaggerated contestant for the first time. It should be noted that these were contestants from Imperial Capital University. Any one of them could match the combat power of an entire team from other universities. But now, they were utterly crushed by Su Qiu alone. This fighting power had never been seen before in previous college leagues. The opponent could entirely be described as abnormal. On the battlefield, Su Qiu raised his hand towards Morong Ruren. The long dragon-breaking army spear, embedded in the other party, was summoned, and flew directly back into his hand. Morong Ruren subsequently fell to the ground. Although he could still fight. But what the hell was the point of that? He might as well lie on the ground and pretend to be dead, which was much easier. Whoa. He had thought he could show off in the college league after replacing Luo Qingsheng, but unexpectedly, he hadn't even defeated one opponent before being utterly crushed. So heartbreaking. If he had known, he wouldn't have come. Su Qiu looked at the last remaining contestant of Imperial Capital University, Morong Lianqing, and then extended 3 fingers, saying calmly, 3 minutes.
What does that mean? Morong Lianqing raised an eyebrow. In 3 minutes, I will take you down. Daydreaming. Morong Lianqing was furious, a pitch-black, magma-like power erupted from him.
In front of him, a pitch-black vortex emerged, from which crawled out a giant, its body flowing with molten lava and flames. The giant let out a howl that echoed to the heavens, sending terrifying energy shockwaves in all directions.
Flames spread out. The surrounding grasslands were immediately burned to a wasteland. This is SSS-class martial soul, Hellflame Demon. What a terrifying aura! Is this the martial soul of Morong Lianqing? Hellflame Demon.
In ancient legends, there was a supreme being with this martial soul, who burned an entire country to ashes with it. Even among the many SSS-class martial souls, this Hellflame Demon is surely an elite existence. The crowd discussed in whispers. Students from the Imperial Capital University looked at the Hellflame Demon, their eyes filled with excitement and admiration, but subtly tinged with a hint of fear.
The Hellflame Demon is a nightmarish presence at the Imperial Capital University.
Everyone who has fought against Morong Lianqing has been brutally defeated by this flame demon, and Morong Lianqing has established his nearly unshakable kingly status at the Imperial Capital University with this martial soul.
Morong Lianqing has already summoned the Hellflame Demon. What about Su Qiu? His SSS-class martial soul should be summoned too. Everyone knew that Su Qiu had several SSS-class martial souls.
They were very curious about what kind of martial soul he would use to counter it.
Would he summon one, or would he summon several?
Generally speaking, the more martial souls one has, the more spiritual power is consumed. Even for dual martial souls, one wouldn't typically summon them all at once.
On the battlefield,
Su Qiu looked at the Hellflame Demon and snapped his fingers. Behind him, hellfire burned wildly. The wound on his body, caused by Morong Qian, quickly healed under the flames of hell, and a sharp phoenix cry resonated from behind him.
The hell-undying phoenix comes into the world.
As the hellfire burned furiously, the temperature around them rose. The molten lava intertwined with the flames. It made their surroundings seem like a scorching hell.
Outside the battlefield, seeing Su Qiu's hell-undying phoenix, the crowd exclaimed in awe. What kind of martial soul is this? I've never seen it before. I've never heard of Su Qiu having such an SSS-class martial soul. How many SSS-class martial souls does he actually have? It's too exaggerated. Luo Qingshue's eyes flashed with intrigue. Phoenix. So the new Phoenix martial soul I sensed back then was actually you. She was both surprised and emotional.
She had always wanted to catch up to Su Qiu. But now it seemed the gap between them had widened again.
On the battlefield,
2 mighty martial souls, both from hell, confronted each other.
The flame demon roared, and the phoenix shrieked.
Lava erupted from the ground, and hellfire rained down from above. The 2 martial souls clashed as soon as they met. Morong Lianqing's figure flashed as he charged towards Su Qiu, and when he summoned the Hellflame Demon, a knife also appeared in his hand.
A knife burning with dark flames. It was actually a high-grade martial spirit artifact.
With the resources of the Morong family, equipping him with a high-grade spirit artifact was not difficult, and holding the long knife, Morong Lianqing approached Su Qiu, slashing down with the knife, flames intertwining to form a terrifying net of blades.
A-level martial technique, Flame Slash.
Seeing this, Su Qiu unleashed his spear, the Thunder King spear erupted. The 2 A-level martial techniques collided.
Fire and thunder roared incessantly. The knife and spear clashed, ringing through the air like raindrops on a banana leaf, an endless sound. And after the A-level martial techniques, both of their spiritual powers rose a level. S-level martial technique, Hell Ghostly Slash.
Morong Lianqing shouted, raising his long knife high, slashing down, flames surging as if they came from hell.
Above him, a 100-meter black flame giant knife descended.
Su Qiu gripped his spear, unflustered. He thrust his spear. Thunder Judgment Spear.
Bang!
The direct clash of the S-level martial techniques shook the earth and sky. The roaring sound spread continuously. Contestants several kilometers away swallowed hard at the sight of the distant sky interwoven with lightning and fire.
What a terrifying might! We actually have to compete in the same match as such a freak? We are definitely not on the same level. Some people felt despair. Is it really worth it? Why not just admit defeat? After the 2 S-ranked martial skills collided head-on,
Morong Lianqing was sent flying backwards for dozens of meters, and looking over at Su Qiu, he stood his ground, not moving an inch. The difference was clear.
His face instantly darkened.
Without saying a word, he shouted, Martial Soul Fusion.
Suddenly, the Hellfire Demon roared, transforming into flowing magma, rushing toward him, gradually merging into his body. After completing the Martial Soul Fusion, Morong Lianqing underwent a dramatic transformation.
He exuded a strong aura of darkness, magma flowed over his body, flames emitted beneath his skin, his eyes turned pitch black, and his cheeks were covered in twisted, ugly patterns, looking like a beast that crawled out of hell. But his aura was undeniably powerful. General Marquis level experts couldn't compare. But he was not a Marquis yet, just at the 6th level, yet he could already master the ability of martial soul fusion. He had the talent of a monarch.
Suqiu, come and witness my true strength. Morong Liancheng roared. Chapter 153, Morong Liancheng, beaten down.
Using forbidden medicine, foolish.
Suqiu, come and experience my true strength.
Morong Liancheng shouted, his aura exploding. Merged with the Hellfire demon, he seemed to have transformed into a beast from hell, emitting overwhelming malice.
Looking at him, Suqiu curled his lips, isn't it just martial soul fusion? As if anyone can't do it.
After saying that, he snapped his fingers. The undying phoenix from hell descended from the sky, landing on him, merging with him, as hellfire raged wildly. Suqiu also completed the martial soul fusion. He sprouted a pair of phoenix wings of hellfire behind him, his eyes turned golden, and a dark majesty surged from him.
If Morong Liancheng was a beast clawing out from hell, then Suqiu was a god from hell. Dark, evil, yet carrying a divine majesty. Kill.
Morong Liancheng looked at Suqiu, filled with annoyance.
This guy not only had more martial souls than himself, even the form after martial soul fusion surpassed his? This infuriates me.
Morong Liancheng charged at Suqiu, aura soaring, swinging his long knife, creating a terrifying sea of fire, darkening the sky. Suqiu stood firm, striking with his spear.
Clang! In the clash, Morong Liancheng felt a tremendous force strike him, sending his body uncontrollably flying backwards.
He smashed into the ground, creating a massive pit.
He couldn't help but be shocked. What is happening? Same martial soul fusion, why is there such a huge gap? What went wrong? Could it be that his martial soul fusion was fake? Morong Liancheng was puzzled. Meanwhile, Suqiu looked down at Morong Liancheng, unfazed by sending him flying with a single move.
After all, he had executed martial soul fusion not just once or twice. From countless battles, he was already familiar with the power of martial soul fusion, and with his 6th level physical quality. Beating down a Morong Liancheng was a walk in the park. He chuckled lightly and continued to attack. Whoosh! His speed was incredibly fast, Morong Liancheng couldn't react in time, and a spear pierced into his shoulder. Morong Liancheng was sent flying again. Before he could react, Suqiu appeared before him once more, his long spear striking again and again. Morong Liancheng hardly had the strength to fight back. He was tossed around in the air. Like a sandbag. Everyone watched in astonishment. To be clear, that was Morong Liancheng, the top-ranked figure on the Imperial Capital University's stormy leaderboard. The strength was so great that many martial artists of the same age could only look up to him, almost unable to raise their heads in front of him. But this peak existence now was being beaten like a sandbag by Suqiu. How could everyone not be shocked? I didn't see it wrong, right? That Morong Liancheng, incredibly strong Morong Liancheng, actually being beaten? Oh my god, I must be dreaming, right? Morong Liancheng being beaten? How could I dream of such a thing? Someone pinch me. Ouch. That hurts. This isn't a dream. Everyone stared at the big screen. Their eyes filled with shock. Especially the people from the Imperial Capital University, they couldn't believe it. The host was also stunned, but soon he picked up the microphone and excitedly said, "This is truly amazing. We can now see that contestant Suqiu is single-handedly beating contestant Morong Liancheng. You must know, that is Morong Liancheng, the owner of the SSS-Level martial spirit. We thought it would be a battle of equals, but we didn't expect this situation." In the audience, Luo Qingxue's lips curved slightly. Suqiu beating Morong Liancheng, is this shocking? No. Luo Qingxue only found it a little surprising. After all, what is Morong Liancheng? That is Suqiu. And in the spectator seats, the white-haired teacher from Imperial Capital University tightly clenched his fists and stared at the screen. Looks like I have to use that thing. On the battlefield, being beaten without mercy, Morong Liancheng almost began to doubt his life. I am Morong Liancheng. I am the unmatched presence among the young generation in the Imperial Capital. How could I be beaten into such a state? I don't believe it. He tried to fight back, but was soon suppressed again by Suqiu. He was treated like a sandbag, cruelly attacked in the air for a full 30 seconds. Damn it! Morong Liancheng roared, and a large amount of magma erupted from his body. The moment he forced Suqiu back, he quickly took out a brocade box from his bosom, crushed it, and took out a dark red pill to swallow. Due to the black smoke from the erupting magma providing cover, everyone did not see his action of taking the pill,
they only saw Morong Lianqing charging out from the smoke, his body bursting with even more powerful spiritual energy waves. Veins popped on his forehead. Swinging a blade towards Su Qiu, the power actually doubled. Seeing this, Su Qiu squinted slightly, holding his gun to block this strike, a hint of surprise in his eyes. His strength has suddenly increased. Others were equally astonished. Just a moment ago he was being beaten, how did he suddenly explode with power now? From the direction of Flame Dragon University, President Mu Qingzhen exchanged glances with Mu Qingkong. Mu Qingkong looked at Morong Lianqing on the screen, deep in thought. In this state, I suspect he has taken some kind of banned drug. I think so too. But the problem is, the drone did not capture relevant footage. Now this is troublesome. President Mu frowned. Given the Morong family's background, the level of the banned drug they prepared must be quite high, at least able to elevate him by one realm. Trust Su Qiu. Mu Qingkong said lightly. It's blood explosion pill. Su Qiu looked at Morong Lianqing's condition and guessed the situation immediately. As a genius student, with the knowledge of the Blue Star Encyclopedia, there was rarely anything he didn't know on Blue Star. Morong Lianqing's current state was caused by taking a banned drug called blood explosion pill, which could temporarily ignite one's blood and greatly increase a martial artist's strength, but this pill also had side effects. After burning the blood, the body would be drained, and one could only lay in bed for a year and a half to recover, which is why this pill was classified as a banned substance. But Su Qiu understood, with the Morong family's resources, making up for Morong Lianqing's depleted blood would not be a difficult task. Others might need to rest for a year and a half. But Morong Lianqing would at most just need to recuperate for half a month. And this was exactly why he dared to recklessly use banned drugs. But unfortunately, do you think you can win against me by using banned drugs? How foolish. Su Qiu said calmly. Before him, bolts of lightning intertwined, and the Thunder Dragon martial spirit manifested, transforming into electricity and injecting it into his body. The martial spirit fused. Thunder Dragon, Hell Phoenix. The power of two martial spirits intertwined within Su Qiu, transforming into a domineering force of thunder and flame. Facing the charging Morong Lianqing again, he unleashed a single strike. It was Thunder Judgment Spear. Though called Thunder Judgment, it was actually a blend of lightning and hellfire. It might be more fitting to call it the Thunder Fire Judgment Spear. Chapter 154, Su Qiu's Schemes. I refuse to enter the arena. The Thunder Fire Judgment Spear, intertwined with thunder and flame, surged forth with supreme might. Even though Morong Lianqing had used banned drugs to enhance his strength, before this single strike, he still felt somewhat insignificant. He roared in anger, slashing down with his long knife with full force. Black flames intertwined, forming a massive blade aura. However, in less than a few seconds of contact with the intertwining thunder and flame spear, it exploded, and the dominating force completely enveloped him. Boom! Morong Lianqing let out a frantic scream, his body nearly dying. His contestant wristband, sensing the rapidly fading life signs, activated immediately. An energy shield opened, protecting him. The domineering thunder and flame crashed against the shield, producing a series of booming sounds. The wristband began to flicker with electric sparks, as if it was about to explode. The crowd watched in fear and trepidation. No way. Even the contestant wristband can't withstand it? This is a one-time medium-grade martial spirit artifact, and the open energy shield can even withstand a full strike from a 7th-tier Duke-level powerhouse. In the end, the thunder and fire gradually dissipated. Morong Lianqing fell to the ground, charred all over, completely unconscious. And the energy shield on him was reduced to a thin layer. If Su Qiu's power had been even a little stronger, he would have likely shattered the energy shield directly. In fact, that strike from Su Qiu first shattered Morong Lianqing's S-level martial skill, consuming quite a bit of its power. Otherwise, this energy shield wouldn't have held up at all. Everyone felt a sense of terror. How long did Su Qiu take to defeat Morong Lianqing? Someone curiously asked. Another person looked at the clock and swallowed, just a little over 2 minutes, not even 3 minutes. He really said he would defeat Morong Lianqing in 3 minutes. Terrifying. The people from the Imperial Capital University fell into a dead silence upon hearing this. They were stunned. They didn't know what to say. 5 contestants from the Imperial Capital University hadn't even scored a single point, and Su Qiu had taken them all down. This had never happened in any previous martial arts league. The 3-time champion Imperial Capital University. This time, would they really finish at the bottom? As people thought about this possibility, they felt a stark contrast. The teachers from the Imperial Capital University couldn't accept this outcome. Suddenly, someone from the Imperial Capital University noticed something and looked towards the screen, their eyes brightening. Look, Morong Luren still hasn't lost his qualification to compete. Amidst the battered battlefield, a figure was quietly moving, attempting to escape. It was none other than Morong Luren. The other few had all lost consciousness. Only he still bore a shoulder wound from a single strike and had the ability to fight again. He had merely been playing dead to avoid a direct clash with Su Qiu. Seeing him, the people from the Imperial Capital University couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. He hasn't lost his qualification yet. My Imperial Capital University hasn't completely been defeated. But others shook their heads. What are you thinking? Morong Liancheng has already lost. What can a replacement for Luo Qingxue do? Let's not dismiss him too quickly. Morong Luren's strength isn't bad. As long as he doesn't face Su Qiu, he has a chance to score points for my Imperial Capital University, at least preventing us from finishing at the bottom. Yes, if we really come in last, we'll be utterly embarrassed. Everyone looked at Morong Luren, their eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. At this moment, Morong Luren was quietly moving, not daring to make a sound. Knowing that even Morong Liancheng had been defeated filled him with fear, leaving him with no thought of opposing his opponent. I must leave quietly. I can't disturb this monster. As long as I leave, there will still be a glimmer of hope for the Capital University. I'm not escaping for myself, I'm escaping for the entire Capital University. Morong Luren thought to himself, moving more cautiously. But suddenly, a gun was thrust in front of him. It was Su Qiu. His face turned pale as a sheet. Su Qiu looked at him with a hint of a playful smile. Hey, sneaking around, where do you think you're going? He had already noticed Morong Luren. After all, he had deliberately not completely defeated his opponent. It's over. The people outside the Capital University saw Morong Luren being discovered, and they felt as if their last hope had been extinguished, everything going black before their eyes. Morong Luren dared not resist Su Qiu, raising his hands in surrender. I understand, no need for you to take action, I will surrender myself. He intended to activate his energy shield on his ring and forfeit. But Su Qiu stopped his movement. If you dare to forfeit, I'll kill you. Morong Luren froze. Not allowed to forfeit? Do you want to torture me? Thinking this, Morong Luren wanted to cry but had no tears. How could this person be so ruthless? What exactly do you want to do? I don't want to do anything, I just need you to do one thing, stay here and don't move. Su Qiu smiled. What do you mean? Don't ask too much. Remember, stay here and don't move. Unless someone replaces you, if I see you making any other moves, I'll still kill you after I go out. Su Qiu said nonchalantly. Replace? Morong Luren paused for a moment, then realized, since he was meant to replace Luo Qingxue, you want Luo Qingxue to come back and replace me. Smart. Su Qiu tapped the back of his head with the gun. Morong Luren didn't dare to resist at all. He looked like a well-behaved child. Su Qiu was increasingly satisfied, turning around and smiling at the drone above, speaking through the big screen to Luo Qingxue, I'm waiting for you to come back. After that, he turned and left. Outside. The spectators turned their eyes toward Luo Qingxue. Some were envious, some were emotional. So that's it. Su Qiu directly targeted the Capital University team, even letting Morong Luren go, just to bring Luo Qingxue back to the arena. Woo, he's so gentle. If you meet someone like Su Qiu, just marry him. Su Qiu, I can. Ha, you can, but he might not look at you. Now, except for Morong Luren, the Capital University team has been wiped out, and Morong Luren is injured. If they don't want to come in last, they must replace Morong Luren and let Luo Qingxue come back on. Su Qiu played this hand beautifully. An absolute scheme. The Capital University has no way to respond. The crowd buzzed with conversation, all amazed by Su Qiu's tactics. And as one of the parties involved, Luo Qingxue also showed a smile on her face. Su Qiu said he would seek justice for her. He did it. Soon. The teachers from Capital University found Luo Qingxue, saying, Qingxue, we want to replace you on the field. We hope you can turn the tide, don't let us down. Looking at the teachers before her, Luo Qingxue slightly lifted the corners of her mouth. I indeed have the ability to turn the tide and maintain the dignity of Capital University. At least I can ensure we won't come in last, but why should I go on stage? When these words came out, the teachers were taken aback. What do you mean? I refuse to go on stage. Luo Qingtian sat in front of the teachers, crossing her legs, and said calmly. Chapter 155, Luo Qingtian's conditions. Don't provoke them anymore. At the team competition base. Su Qiu, after defeating the team from the Capital University, continued to attack the competitors from other schools. His strength was very strong. Within the entire team competition base, even the strongest aside from him, Morong Liancheng, was easily defeated by him. Needless to say, the others. They were simply not on the same level. And Su Qiu knew that soon, Luo Qingxue would return to the arena. At that time, he would have some fun. But Qingxue, before you return to the arena, please don't waste this opportunity I've created for you, Su Qiu murmured. Everyone only knew that everything he did was to let Luo Qingxue return to the arena. But there was another layer of meaning. That was to help Luo Qingxue and blackmail the Capital University. Being replaced off the stage so smoothly could not just be brushed aside. In the Capital University lounge, Luo Qingxue and Su Qiu seemed to have a tacit understanding. She immediately understood the true power of Su Qiu's ploy. If the Capital University didn't want to finish last in this league, tarnishing its reputation, it had to invite her back to the arena and agree to all her demands. So, facing the teachers who came to invite her back to the arena, Luo Qingxue crossed her legs and directly said, "I refuse." These 3 words caused a few teachers' faces to change dramatically. "Qingxue, how can you refuse? You are a member of our Capital University, do you want to watch it disgrace itself?" One teacher became a bit anxious. But Luo Qingxue still looked unbothered. "When the Capital University replaced me without a word, did you think about me as a member of this university? You just replace me when you want and let me return when you want? What do you regard me, Luo Qingxue, as?" Luo Qingxue said indifferently. The teachers looked at each other, and the white-haired elder took a deep breath and said, "Luo Qingxue, just say what you want for you to return to the arena." Luo Qingxue's mouth slightly lifted. "I have only 2 conditions. First, the Capital University must publicly apologize to me and admit that this replacement was due to Moron Lianqing's personal feelings interfering." The elder frowned. Compared to the whole Capital University's reputation being damaged, sacrificing just Moron Lianqing's reputation seemed better. He nodded. "We can agree. The second condition is that during my studies at Capital University, I want all the spiritual energy zones in Capital University to be open to me for free." Luo Qingxue put forward her second condition. And this condition was her real intention. The reason Capital University was ranked number 1 in the Imperial City was because it had resources that other schools lacked. That is, the safe spiritual energy zones. These spiritual energy zones were not only safe but also contained rich cultivation resources and opportunities. However, entering them for cultivation was not easy. Unless one made significant contributions to the school, it would cost a huge amount of money each time one entered, starting at the very least at 100 million. It could be said to be an absolute money-consuming pit. Many students from Capital University had never even entered. Hearing Luo Qingxue's second condition, the white-haired elder couldn't help but frown. "You are being too greedy." Unconditionally opening all spiritual energy zones to Luo Qingxue. He couldn't even imagine how much money would be saved. Plus, with her talent, who knows what level she would reach during the free access to the spiritual energy zones. Not willing? I'm fine with that. After all, I can just drop out and go to another school. Seems like Flame Dragon University is pretty good. Luo Qingxue stroked her chin as she said. As soon as these words came out, the white-haired elder's mouth even began to twitch. If the Imperial Capital University ranks last this time, and Flame Dragon University takes the top spot, then Luo Qinglia, the genius contestant they replaced, transfers to Flame Dragon University. He couldn't bear to think about how big the impact would be on the reputation of Imperial Capital University. Imperial Capital University, blind to the obvious, forcing a genius warrior to withdraw? The result of Imperial Capital University coming in last can be traced back. The unfair treatment faced by genius warriors at Imperial Capital University. Those news media will surely write it like this. They always enjoy watching the chaos. Thinking of this, the old man with white hair quickly shook his head, saying, "No, absolutely cannot let this happen, I agree to you." Luo Qinglia smiled faintly. "Very good, let's prepare for the handover." Soon, Imperial Capital University began switching contestants midway. Moron Luren was replaced. And Luo Qinglia returned to the arena as the only contestant representing Imperial Capital University. The host looked at this scene and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, we can see that Luo Qinglia was about to arrive at the team competition base. I'm sure no one expected that this time, Imperial Capital University would not get a single point and be completely wiped out in the team competition. Luo Qinglia, can she turn the tide? Let's wait and see." In front of the team competition base gate, some defeated contestants were being carried out on stretchers by medical staff, and Moron Lianqing and others were also among them. Luo Qinglia happened to walk in and passed by them. The people on the stretcher had now regained some consciousness but couldn't move, and when they saw Luo Qinglia, who had been pushed out, return to the arena, they all stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "Luo Qinglia, how could it be you? How did you come here?" Could it be that Moron Lianqing realized something, his face looking as if he had eaten something disgusting? Is this the real purpose of Su Qiu? Luo Qinglia looked at them and said lightly, "Why am I here? Don't you know in your hearts? Blame yourselves for being too weak. But thinking about it, it's normal. After all, who let you face Su Qiu?" Hearing Su Qiu's name again, the faces of those on the stretcher showed a hint of fear, and Zhao Zijin's body even trembled slightly. At this moment, Su Qiu had become a devil-like figure in his heart.
A medical staff member noticed the rising heart rates of a few of them and quickly said to Luo Qingliu, "This contestant, please stop stimulating them."
Luo Qingliu was taken aback. "Did I stimulate them?"
She looked at the few of them, shaking her head. "Your psychological quality is really poor."
Beep beep beep. The heart rate monitor was sounding alarms for several people. Luo Qingliu no longer paid attention to them and walked into the team competition base. As soon as she entered, one drone camera after another was already aimed at her.
Luo Qingliu wasn't surprised. She knew that joining the match midway would definitely make her the center of attention.
Then, she heard some commotion not far away.
Several figures were rushing towards her at high speed. The leader among them was someone Luo Qingliu was not unfamiliar with. It was Zhao Jun, a contestant from White Tiger University, who she had defeated in the personal competition, a warrior from the Zhao family, one of the 4 major families. He and 4 other contestants from White Tiger University surrounded Luo Qingliu.
Chapter 156, Unite Everyone's Strength. Prioritize defeating Luo Qingliu and Su Qiu.
Looking at the people surrounding her from White Tiger University, Luo Qingliu did not feel scared. She stood still, her expression calm. Zhao Jun looked at her, his eyes gleaming coldly. "Luo Qingliu,
I want you to pay back the humiliation you gave me in the personal match."
In the personal match, he was no match for Luo Qingliu alone.
But now it's different. He had 5 people on his side. With 5 people, he didn't believe they couldn't defeat Luo Qingliu. "Go!"
Without a second word, Zhao Jun called for everyone to charge at once. Among these people, some summoned beast martial souls, while others brought out weapon martial souls. Those with weapon martial souls approached Luo Qingxue, intending to attack her up close, while those who summoned beast martial souls commanded their beasts to charge in.
Facing these attacks, Luo Qingxue appeared very calm.
Sometimes, in the face of absolute power, numbers are useless.
After Luo Qingxue spoke, cold air exploded from her body.
A large amount of cold air gathered in her palm, forming an ice crystal long sword to block the attack from the 2 nearest weapon martial souls. Then, from behind her, the ice phoenix soared into the sky. Accompanied by the sharp breath of the phoenix, the cold air froze the ground. The 3 beast martial souls were instantly frozen in place, unable to move.
Luo Qingxue wielded the long sword and performed a set of sword techniques.
Sword energy shot out like arrows. The 2 holders of the weapon martial souls were directly knocked back.
A-grade martial technique, ice blade sword technique.
Casually counting her swords, the 2 holders of the weapon martial souls felt a chill all over their bodies. Once the cold air entered their bodies, they were frozen stiff and unable to move at all.
In the next second, Luo Qingxue struck out with a palm.
The cold air spiraled out with a bang, and the 2 of them turned in midair several times before being blasted away, crashing to the ground, losing their combat capability. Looking at the remaining 3, their beast martial souls were shattered one by the ice phoenix, and with backlash from their martial souls, they all spat blood. Luo Qingxue showed no mercy and stepped forward, unleashing both her palm and sword. All 3 were knocked flying, their bodies covered in white frost.
They were completely unable to move.
Just in a few exchanges, they were wiped out by Luo Qingxue. Outside, the host looked at this scene in amazement. So strong.
One person single-handedly took on an entire team. In this team competition so far, besides Su Qiu, Luo Qingxue is the second person to achieve this.
Emperor Capital University can rely on her to turn the tide. It's not impossible. The others were also stunned by Luo Qingxue's strength.
So strong.
White Tiger University is a well-established martial arts university. Their strength is not weak, yet they were still completely defeated.
Could Luo Qingxue's strength be another Su Qiu? Not quite. Su Qiu wiped out a team from Emperor Capital University. But Luo Qingxue hasn't even used her full power, has she?
Regardless of anything, if these 2 meet, it will surely be a fierce battle.
Really looking forward to it. The problem is, will they actually fight?
Their relationship is clearly not ordinary, they might be a couple.
Let's wait and see.
The crowd murmured among themselves. Meanwhile, inside the team competition base, Su Qiu was quickly dealing with other contestants. He sat on the back of a Kunping, scanning the entire team competition base. Such is the advantage of flight-type martial souls. He could seize control of the sky. Sometimes, when he encountered drones, he even waved at them.
The spectators couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. While everyone else was focused, giving their all in the team competition, he seemed to have the leisure to greet the audience. He completely appeared to be under no pressure at all.
Soon, Su Qiu encountered another team. He directly swooped down. A new battle began without any surprises. Although this team's strength was not bad, they still could not escape Su Qiu's overwhelming might. They were simply no match. The level difference was too great.
Even those young elites from prestigious universities seemed like children in front of Su Qiu now. Time passed.
Before long, the news that Su Qiu could easily defeat an entire team spread throughout the competition, and many people were unwilling to make eye contact with him. On a small hill, a young man held a crystal ball in his hands. The scene on the crystal ball showed Su Qiu effortlessly defeating a team, and the young man's companions were sweating profusely.
That's too exaggerated. He's in the same grade as us? No, he's just a freshman? Damn. Comparing people really makes one upset.
Everyone felt helpless.
Su Qiu's power was too outrageous.
It made them all feel a sense of despair.
I sensed a powerful wave of energy again.
The youth holding the crystal ball said, and the image on the crystal ball shifted, revealing another figure.
It was Luo Qingxue. Like Su Qiu, Luo Qingxue was also single-handedly taking on a whole team. And she successfully defeated them. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. No way, a monster like Su Qiu has never appeared in past leagues, and now there are suddenly two? How can we even compete? Let's just give them the first and second place.
Someone said in near despair. Yet the youth with the crystal ball looked at Luo Qingxue on the screen thoughtfully. We still have a chance.
Captain, do you have a plan? Let Luo Qingxue face Su Qiu and have them engage in a snipe and clam battle. We can be the fishermen who profit.
The youth smiled slightly. The others flashed their eyes, feeling it was a good idea. But one person said, but I heard Luo Qingxue and Su Qiu are very close.
Can they really fight?
This is the competition arena. No matter how close they are, they'll still have to determine who is stronger.
Besides, we have no other way, right?
The youth shrugged.
But even if Luo Qingxue and Su Qiu battle it out, can we handle either of them?
They say a starving camel is still bigger than a horse.
Even if Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue are both heavily wounded, can they really win against us? With just us, it might be tough, but what if it's not just us?
The youth smiled faintly, turning to one person beside him. Xiao Mei, your messenger eagle is fast, and it can resonate with its master, conveying messages accurately even from 100 miles away. When the competition started, our communication devices were taken, and now we can only rely on your spirit to relay our plans to other teams. Xiao Mei nodded upon hearing this. Okay, then let's have the captain use the Heavenly Eye Crystal to find the locations of other teams first.
All right.
Their plan was simple.
Join forces to defeat Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue first. In the sky.
Su Qiu stroked his chin. I've been active for a while now, so someone must already know how strong I am, knowing that even an entire team or several teams together are no match for me.
Facing someone like me, what tricks can you come up with? It's quite exciting.
He believed that these contestants carefully selected from various universities would never sit idle while he swept across the arena.
Chapter 157, King meets King. The two new kings officially clash.
Luo Qingxue walked within the base of the team competition. Although it was called a team competition, the team from the Imperial Capital University was now left with only her. However, even against overwhelming numbers, she felt no fear. Along the way, she had eliminated several teams one after the other. In the entire base, she only considered one person her opponent.
That was Su Qiu.
And before encountering Su Qiu, she didn't even glance at the others.
Suddenly,
a white shadow flashed past her. Her eyes flickered, and she took a step forward to chase, but the white shadow did not fight her, instead speeding away towards the distance. It seemed to want to lead her somewhere. Luo Qingxue narrowed her eyes slightly. Oh, what tricks are you playing? She wasn't afraid, but she didn't want to fall into someone else's trap for no reason. Seeing this, she took a step forward, doubling her speed.
She utilized a certain movement technique.
She directly arrived behind the white shadow, condensing an ice crystal long sword and thrusting it out, stabbing straight through the opponent's shoulder. The cold air froze the opponent's body.
The opponent immediately stiffened in place, unable to move. Time to exit.
Luo Qingxue casually struck the participant wristband on the opponent's wrist with her sword.
With a clang, the energy shield of the wristband was activated.
The activation of the shield also meant that this person had lost their qualification to compete.
The person forced a bitter smile. What I pride myself on is speed, but I didn't expect to be so easily defeated in front of you. Is this speed what you pride yourself on?
If you encountered someone else, you'd probably be scared to death, Luo Qingxue said calmly.
She thought of Su Qiu's Kunpeng martial spirit. Now that was true speed. I know who you are talking about.
The person said, then looked behind Luo Qingxue. Luo Qingxue seemed to sense something and turned to look as well, only to see another martial artist appear, holding a sniper rifle, shooting at her. But before the bullet could hit Luo Qingxue, it was frozen by the cold air around her. The bullet slowed more and more in the air until it fell to the ground. The person holding the sniper rifle was startled. What terrifying cold air!
It can even freeze bullets, how exaggerated.
It should be known that this sniper rifle was not an ordinary one. It was his weapon martial spirit. Its power was 10 times that of a normal sniper rifle. And yet the bullet was frozen. Just from this, one could see how terrifying Luo Qingshue's cold air was.
Another one coming? Luo Qingxue casually slashed out a sword of ice energy.
But the martial artist with the sniper rifle flickered and dodged, then used some sort of movement technique to continue running off into the distance. Luo Qingxue frowned and chased after him. On the other side, Su Qiu encountered another martial artist, who seemed to be leading him somewhere, but the other's speed was too slow.
Su Qiu quickly caught up to him and defeated him with one shot.
But after defeating one person, another soon came out to lead him to another place.
He defeated several in a row.
He stepped on the 8th martial artist who was trying to lead him, pondering, "It seems you are trying to lead me somewhere."
"Let me think, that place is your ambush spot, isn't it? To grasp my movements so accurately, it seems someone among you has a type of detection martial spirit. What could it be? Sky Eagle? Ultrasound Bat? Or perhaps Eye of Heaven Crystal?"
Su Qiu named several types of detection martial spirits. When he mentioned Eye of Heaven Crystal, the person's expression changed slightly. Su Qiu suddenly realized, it seems it's Eye of Heaven Crystal, an S-class martial spirit, capable of detecting the number, strength, and even the terrain and environment of martial artists within a certain range, and reflecting the detection image.
It is one of the most powerful detection martial spirits. The wielder of that martial spirit must be watching me.
Saying this, he looked up at the sky. It seemed he was making eye contact with the martial artist holding the Eye of Heaven Crystal. On a small hill, the young man holding the Eye of Heaven Crystal couldn't help but sweat on his forehead, watching Su Qiu staring straight at him through the crystal. He swallowed hard. He figured out we have the Eye of Heaven Crystal just from a few words. This person, in addition to his strength, has wisdom that is unfathomable. It's no wonder he could become the top scorer of the martial arts college entrance examination. From Su Qiu, he recognized the power of knowledge. The Eye of Heaven Crystal has been exposed.
"Should we continue with our plan?"
a young martial artist asked.
"Continue. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. We must continue,"
the young man said firmly. "If we don't deal with these two, we won't have any chance to emerge. They have taken all the spotlight." After Su Qiu dealt with one opponent, another appeared to lead him to a certain place.
He chuckled lightly and followed. He was very curious about what these people were up to.
Anyway, with his strength, he was not afraid at all. Soon, he arrived at a plain. And he saw that across from him, another martial artist was rushing towards him, but that person hadn't run far before being caught up by a graceful figure from behind. A sword slashed out, freezing the opponent in place.
On the plain, Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue finally met.
They were dozens of meters apart, and upon seeing each other, expressions of realization appeared on their faces, immediately understanding the plans of others. "So they want to stage a situation where the clam and the snipe fight, and the fisherman benefits," Luo Qingxue said lightly. "These people are very well hidden. If we don't determine a winner, they likely won't show themselves easily," Su Qiu said.
"Then why don't we do as they wish and have a fight?" Luo Qingxue said, a bit eager to try.
"This is the competition stage. She and Su Qiu will eventually have to fight. This battle, she has waited for a long time.
From high school until now."
Su Qiu noticed the sudden burning fighting spirit in her eyes and smiled slightly. "By the way, when was our last encounter?" "It seems it was during a league match, yes, at the high school league in Qingyun City."
"Yes, back then, you and I were only second-tier martial artists." Luo Qingxue remembered very clearly.
"And now, I am 5th-tier top grade."
"What a coincidence, so am I." Luo Qingxue smiled lightly, her aura of spiritual power spreading.
She, like Su Qiu, was also 5th-tier top grade. But the spiritual power content within far exceeded that of a normal 5th-tier top grade. Even a 6th-tier martial artist would not have as much spiritual power as Luo Qingxue now.
Su Qiu's aura of spiritual power also exploded.
The same 5th-tier top grade, the same magnificent spiritual power. The two had not yet officially struck, but their spiritual power waves had already collided like two mountains. The fierce wind blew, bending all the grass on the plain.
The ground trembled and then exploded. The two new kings of the martial arts university were about to clash.
Not far away on a mountain peak, a young man holding a crystal watched the two in the image, swallowing hard. Just the collision of spiritual power has this level of power. If they really fight, won't it destroy the world?
So exaggerated.
Indeed, if we want to stand out in this league, we must first find a way to deal with these two.
Chapter 158. What kind of domestic violence scene is this? SSS-Level martial soul, the mermaid queen. On the plain.
Luo Qingxue and Su Qiu had not yet truly begun to fight, but the waves of spiritual power emitted from their bodies were already crashing together like two great mountains.
Bang, bang, bang. The air constantly echoed with a series of sonic booms.
The ground also exploded as a result.
In the next moment,
the two almost simultaneously disappeared from their places, and when they reappeared, the ice crystal longsword and the spiral dragon-breaking spear had already clashed.
Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing echoed through the clouds. The sound waves seemed to turn into substance, piercingly sharp. In just 2 seconds, Xiao thrust out 36 spears, and Luo Qingxue slashed out 34 swords. The clash of swords and spears rang out like raindrops on banana leaves, unending to the ear. The sound waves spread, and the force erupted, as if great stones were smashing into the ground, creating pit after pit around the two.
This was merely a simple exchange of moves.
They had not yet used their true power.
And after the first round of probing, the long sword in Luo Qingxue's hand erupted with chilling cold, officially using martial skills, frozen divine sword technique.
Xiao smiled lightly, Thunder King Spear.
The clash of sword and spear carried elemental power, the intensity ramped up a notch, with lightning and cold air intertwining, seemingly indistinguishable from each other.
The speed of the two was so fast that shadows appeared in the air.
The spectators using the crystal to watch only saw the two figures flickering, cold air and lightning sweeping across the ground. Those wanting to capture their speed found it nearly impossible.
Some people couldn't even see how the two made their moves. Someone doubted whether the crystal had a problem. Chen Jing, is your crystal okay?
These two are flashing back and forth, we can't see clearly.
Yeah, is your crystal signal bad? Chen Jing twitched his lips slightly.
This is the martial soul.
Where did this signal come from? He rolled his eyes and said, you can't see those two because they are too fast. It's not my crystal's fault. Can't you use this crystal to slow down their speed? Someone else asked. Chen Jing was almost laughing with anger. Do you think this is watching a video? You can't just speed it up or slow it down. Ah, is that not possible? Your heavenly eye crystal is not that impressive.
That person shook his head. Chen Jing chose to ignore the other person. If it wasn't for their need to cooperate, he felt he might not be able to hold back and would have started a fight. They continued to watch the two people fighting in the crystal. In just a short few seconds, the two had already exchanged who knows how many blows. In A-level martial skills, neither of them held back.
Bang!
The gun and sword collided once more.
Xiao and Luo Qingxue separated.
Then, accompanied by a surge of cold air, behind Luo Qingxue, the ice phoenix soared into the sky, its magnificent figure danced in the air, cold air burst forth, sweeping the world, causing heavy snow to fall within a radius of several kilometers.
Xiao, summon your phoenix martial soul too, let me see whose phoenix martial soul is stronger. Luo Qingxue said excitedly. Then, as you wish.
Xiao smiled slightly, and with a thought, the Hell Phoenix martial soul soared behind him, hellfire raging, sweeping in all directions. The heavy snow around was melted by this flame. The Ice Phoenix let out a sharp scream, excitedly looking at the Hell Phoenix that was also of the same type.
Phoenix-type martial souls are very rare.
This was the first time the Ice Phoenix saw a kindred spirit, although this kindred spirit was covered in hellfire, looking a bit intimidating.
Phoenix, attack. Luo Qingxue said faintly. The Ice Phoenix, receiving the command, looked at the Hell Phoenix and let out a screech. Sorry, kindred spirit. Master has given the order.
At the same time, the Ice Phoenix also wanted to see the strength of this Hell Phoenix. Facing the Ice Phoenix rushing forward with overwhelming cold air, the Hell Phoenix did not hold back, burning with hellfire as it charged in response.
The two phoenixes collided.
Cold air and hellfire impacted in all directions, creating a huge hole in the clouds, and with the clash of the martial souls, Xiao and Luo Qingxue began to battle once again.
Their attacks grew increasingly fierce. The power of their martial skills increased. In the sky, drones aimed at the two, broadcasting their battle to the outside world, making many onlookers extremely excited. So strong. This is the first time I've seen two phoenixes fight. Is this the power of the phoenix martial soul? Truly exceptional.
Woo-woo, they both have phoenix martial souls, they really are a pair.
The CPI ship is real. Inside the base,
Su Xiaoshuang, Li Yunfeng and others had just defeated a team when they saw the distant scene of hellfire raging and cold air wreaking havoc.
Seeing the two phoenixes spiraling in the air, they couldn't help but be shocked. Two phoenix martial souls? That is, the Ice Phoenix. It's Luo Qingxue's martial soul, she has returned to the arena, and she's fighting with the captain. Aren't they a couple? Tisk, is this what they call fighting is loving? Of course, they wouldn't miss this battle.
They hurriedly rushed over. When they arrived at the scene, they found a plane turned into a mess, full of pits and holes due to the battle between the two. In the intense storm of spiritual energy, the battle between Xiao and Luo Qingxue grew even fiercer, their gun and sword clashing, creating countless sparks. Both were fully invested in the fight, their eyes only on each other. The fight was truly intense.
Those who didn't know would think they had deep-seated grudges. Su Xiaoshuang was bewildered. She knew her brother and sister Luo were both extremely serious about martial arts, but she never expected the two would fight to this extent. Is this what a domestic violence scene looks like? Su Xiaoshuan couldn't help but exclaim. The battle continued. And it grew ever fiercer. There stood Luo Qingsno, filled with fighting spirit. With a thought, a water blue light suddenly burst forth from her body, transforming the air into a stunning mermaid-like weapon spirit. This weapon spirit was extraordinarily beautiful. Yet in her golden eyes, there was a strong sense of authority. At the same time, with her appearance, the air around them became moist. Raindrops began to slowly gather, eventually merging into a vast ocean. This was truly an SSS-grade weapon spirit. The Mermaid Queen. Su Qiu wasn't surprised by the emergence of this weapon spirit, because Luo Qingsno had told him before that on her birthday, he gifted her a sea god necklace containing the legacy of an ancient supreme. This Mermaid Queen was a part of that legacy. Su Qiu was not surprised. But the others were shocked. What? A second SSS-grade weapon spirit? Luo Qingsno is actually a dual SSS? Tisk, Su Qiu has several SSS-grade weapon spirits. This dual SSS isn't that surprising, right? Not at all. A monster like Su Qiu only appears once in many years. Now, another dual SSS has emerged. Ha, with these two, our great Xia has a bright future. I love this powerful duo. Besides Su Qiu, I can't think of anyone else worthy of Luo Qingsno. Chapter 159, Ice Water and Thunderfire. No flirting during battle. The Mermaid Queen appeared, and the water vapor spread, condensing in the air into a vast ocean. Then a huge wave crashed toward Su Qiu. Su Qiu fired a spear, shattering the wave. He looked at the Mermaid Queen, exclaiming, "What a wonderful Mermaid Queen, and water attribute too, perfectly complementing your Ice Phoenix." His first thought was of the Ice Phoenix's attribute, ice. Ice and water originated from the same source. When these two abilities combined, their power could double. Countless ice arrows fell like rain. Su Qiu waved his spear, shattering each ice arrow. Meanwhile, the Hell Phoenix continued to attack the Ice Phoenix, only to see the Mermaid Queen wave her hand, summoning a tsunami towards the Hell Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix released a chilling mist, causing the tsunami to mix with large chunks of ice, its powerful force pushing the Hell Phoenix back several meters. The combination of ice and water was exquisite. It left people in awe. Su Qiu smiled lightly, then with a thought, accompanied by a roar of thunder, dark clouds surged in the sky, and a mighty Thunder Dragon appeared. Thunder Dragon and Hell Phoenix, the two great weapon spirits re-emerged. Thunder and fire confronted the powers of ice and water. In the scene, four SSS-grade weapon spirits began to clash. The onlookers were dumbfounded. You should know. These were SSS-grade weapon spirits, powers that countless warriors dream of. But now, four SSS-grade weapon spirits were fighting together? This sight was unimaginable to everyone. Yet it was happening. The key was, these four weapon spirits came from just two people. A single dual SSS would be enough to go down in history, yet this era has two. And Su Qiu is not just a dual SSS. These two monsters. Some looked at Su Qiu and the others, their eyes gradually revealing fervent admiration. If their differences were not like this, they might feel jealous. But now, the gap between them and Su Qiu was unimaginably vast, leaving them with only worship. On the plain. The battle between Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue was in full swing. The battle of martial souls grew ever more intense. The power of thunder and fire clashed with the power of ice and water, still indistinguishable from one another. As their spiritual power continued to deplete, they both knew that this battle could not last much longer. Luo Qingxue soared into the air, directly unleashing her most powerful move, Martial Soul, Merge. The Ice Phoenix and the Mare Queen, the two mighty martial souls, flew towards her. In an instant, a pair of ice crystal wings sprouted from her back, scales unique to the Mare Queen appeared on her cheeks, and her eyes turned golden. Cold air and water vapor intertwined around her, creating a misty and picturesque scene. At this moment, Luo Qingxue seemed to transform into a majestic goddess, ruling over ice and snow as well as the vast ocean, leaving all in awe. With the merging of the two SSS-level martial souls, Luo Qingxue's combat power now exceeded that of Moron Lianqing, even igniting Su Qiu's fighting spirit. He smiled slightly, and the Thunder Dragon and Hell Phoenix merged as well. Wings made of hellfire erupted from his back, a Thunder Dragon horn sprouted from his forehead, and both thunder and fire intertwined around him, exuding an overwhelming dominance. If Luo Qingxue was a goddess high above, then at this moment, Su Qiu was an unstoppable warrior god. The two exchanged a glance, their golden eyes revealing a trace of tacit understanding. In the next second, they charged into the sky, unleashing a fierce clash within the clouds, a terrifying aura spread, and energy fluctuations caused the clouds to burst apart. Nearby drones exploded, one after another. The live broadcast was forced to cut off. The audience was immediately displeased. Where's the footage? Why is the screen black? I was just getting into it, how can it suddenly be gone? What? Do we need a VIP pass for the upcoming footage? The crowd voiced their dissatisfaction. The host quickly reassured everyone, please remain calm, our drone had a little malfunction, but rest assured, we have dispatched our ace drone to broadcast the battle between Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue. Ace drone? What is that? In the sky. A flying eagle martial soul, with a camera strapped around its neck, flew towards the direction of Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue's battle. But feeling the powerful waves emanating from the cloud, the flying eagle trembled in fear, yet it steeled itself and approached. Soon, it spotted Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue, but as it turned on the drone, it was too far away, resulting in a blurry image. The audience was unhappy, wanting a clearer view. The host secretly made a phone call. Hello, what's going on? Why is the footage so blurry? How am I supposed to commentate? There's nothing I can do, this is already the limit of my martial soul. If I get closer, my martial soul will be shattered by the waves generated by their battle. Wow, these two guys are truly terrifying. A helpless voice came from the other end of the line. In the clouds. The battle between Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue had reached its final stages. With their martial souls merged, their combat power exceeded that of any typical 7th-tier Duke-level expert. Centered on the two, a violent spiritual power spread, forming a terrifying tornado. Anyone who got too close would surely be shredded to pieces. Luo Qingxue's internal spiritual power had nearly exhausted. She had only enough strength left for one final move. Su Qiu, next, will be my final move. It is also my most powerful move, pay attention. Luo Qingxue said calmly. She took a deep breath and raised the ice crystal sword in her hand. Cold air and water vapor intertwined in a clash, forming countless ice crystal shards that danced wildly, reflecting beams of spiritual light like mirrors. Dreamlike, beautiful, yet infused with astonishing power. S-class martial skill, Song of Ice. Luo Qingxue struck down with her sword. The ice crystal shards danced madly, transforming into a continuous torrent of sword energy. Seeing this, Su Qiu, with thunder and fire intertwined, also thrust out a spear. Thunder Judgment Spear. Boom! The sword energy and thunder spear collided, creating a mushroom cloud in place. Under the extreme impact, Luo Qingxue coughed up blood, and her martial soul state was forcibly cancelled, her body flying backward. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, a figure dashed through the astonishing energy storm, reaching her and wrapping an arm around her waist. Spinning in mid-air, they landed steadily. This scene was captured by drones and broadcasted out. On the audience side, many people screamed in excitement. Wow, so romantic. Hurry up and get married, I'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for you. Even those who didn't ship the couple couldn't help but twitch their mouths. What intense battle is this? This is clearly just flirting between a young couple, right? Damn. Here I am, being fed dog food for no reason. But I have to say, this battle was truly unforgettable, definitely the most spectacular one since the start of the team competition. Chapter 160, You Still Underestimated Me. One person defeating over 100 warriors. Su Qiu safely landed while holding Luo Qingxue. Looking at the blood dripping from her mouth, he shook his head helplessly. You really are desperate, do you want to defeat me that badly? I've given it my all, but unfortunately, I still can't hurt you. Luo Qingxue couldn't help but sigh. You are already very strong, among your peers, you're the strongest I've ever seen, no one is a match for you. Su Qiu complimented. Perhaps due to his praise, Luo Qingxue's mood brightened a little, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. Who told me to take you as my opponent? Sister Luo, are you alright? At this moment, Su Xiaoshuang ran over. Then she took out a healing pill from her pocket. Here, this is a healing pill. Let me use hellfire to burn you, it'll be faster. Su Qiu's hand suddenly erupted with a large amount of hellfire. Luo Qingxue's mouth twitched slightly. Do you want to kill me? But then, she thought of something. Your hellfire can heal, right? Su Qiu nodded. Sister Luo, don't use hellfire, it'll hurt too much, better take my pill. Su Xiaoshuang said. Luo Qingxue nodded. Su Qiu, it's better for you to conserve some strength, after all, there's still more fighting ahead. As soon as she finished speaking, several figures surrounded them from a distance. There were nearly 100 people. It was the participating teams from various martial arts universities, with Chen Jing at the forefront, applauding and saying, what an amazing battle. Li Yunfeng and the others immediately got on guard. What the hell, why are so many people suddenly showing up? This is a trap. Li Yunfeng and the others weren't fools, quickly realizing everything. Meanwhile, the audience. The viewers, seeing the whole match from a god's perspective, naturally knew about the plan of Chen Jing and the others and weren't surprised by their appearance. They couldn't help but feel some regret. What a pity, Su Qiu and the others are about to exit.
They just fought so fiercely with Luo Qingxue, their spiritual power must be almost exhausted. Now facing these people, they definitely won't win. I don't care, in my heart, Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue are still the top two of this tournament, no one can replace them.
Who says not?
Although they thought Su Qiu would likely exit under the siege of everyone, it didn't change the fact that Su Qiu had become the strongest player in the league.
And the reason he would lose was exactly because he was the strongest.
Because he was the strongest, everyone wanted to take him out first, so they united, using strategies and numbers to defeat him.
In the base, Chen Jing looked at Su Qiu and couldn't help but sigh, to be able to make so many contestants unite against you, Su Qiu, you're the first one. This has never happened in any previous league. No matter what, I have to tell you one thing, you are truly remarkable.
Even though they were opponents, it didn't stop them from respecting Su Qiu at this moment. And Su Qiu, looking at the crowd surrounding him, smiled slightly. I'm remarkable, I don't need you to say it, but I also want to say one thing to you all.
You still underestimated me.
And with that, he finished speaking.
A powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from Su Qiu.
Then, in a flash, he vanished like a startled swan, appearing in front of a martial artist. With a thrust of his spear.
Bang!
That martial artist was directly sent flying out. He crashed onto the ground not far away, his hand ring shattered, losing his qualification to compete. Next, Su Qiu moved like a dragon in the sea, cutting through the crowd with his spear like a dragon, both his physical and spiritual powers bursting forth.
The terrifying power was something no one could withstand. Chen Jing and a few others' pupils shrank, unable to believe. He actually still has such power? Damn! After fighting so fiercely with Luo Qingxue, he can still hold back this level of power. Is this guy a monster? Could it be that he didn't even use his full strength against Luo Qingxue? My god! Everyone was terrified. They looked at Su Qiu, not caring much anymore. At this point, there was no turning back. They charged forward together. Accompanied by flashes of light, weapon spirits, beast spirits, plant spirits. One by one, their spirits were summoned. They attacked Su Qiu relentlessly. But Su Qiu smiled widely, completely indifferent. In the next second, a thunder dragon, hell phoenix, white tiger, Kuanping, for SSS-level spirits were summoned together, rampaging in all directions. Everyone's scalp went numb. He can actually summon spirits again, and all at once 4 SSS-level ones? We seriously underestimated his strength. This is completely unreasonable. Chen Jing was dumbfounded. In his plan, even if Su Qiu had not been injured after the battle with Luo Qingxue, he was supposed to be greatly weakened due to the consumption of spiritual energy. But why was there still this level of energy in him? Could it be he didn't use his true strength in the battle against Luo Qingxue? In fact, it was indeed the case. In our battle, he didn't even use his fighting spirit and only used 2 spirits. The strength he kept was far too much. Luo Qingxue watched Su Qiu single-handedly defeating hundreds of opponents and couldn't help but sigh. She suspected Su Qiu had only used half of his strength in their fight. It might have even been less than half. The other side was just too exaggerated. And outside, the audience was going crazy. God, I don't even know what to say anymore. One-on-one against the Imperial Capital University team, defeating Mu Ronglianqing, then beating other teams one after another, and after a fierce battle with Luo Qingxue, now able to single-handedly dominate hundreds of others. Is this really the true Su Qiu? Am I crazy, or is this world crazy? How can there be such a strong person? The term monster, I'm already sick of saying it. On the screen, Su Qiu alone dominated nearly 100 martial artists, as the 4 SSS-level spirits he summoned crushed each opponent with an unstoppable force. The scene before them was simply a painting of hell. Everyone watched, stunned. They all knew that after this battle, very few young people in the Imperial capital would be able to hold their heads high in front of Su Qiu. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 great spirits defeated nearly 100 martial artists one by one. Soon, only a few like Chen Jing remained. Looking at the martial artists lying everywhere, Chen Jing swallowed hard. Looking at the approaching Su Qiu, he took out his competition handring, activated his energy shield, and voluntarily surrendered. Seeing this, the others followed suit, all hurriedly turning on their energy shields. Some martial artists who had taken hits watched this, their mouths twitching. Damn! You few leaders actually surrendered so quickly? If we had known, we wouldn't have fought. Why, this monster. They looked at Su Qiu with fear in their eyes. It was easy to imagine that for a long time to come, Su Qiu would become an inescapable nightmare for them. Perhaps they would wake up at night, frightened by nightmares. And at this point, the results of this tournament could already be determined. In this battle, Su Qiu single-handedly defeated hundreds of martial artists, and combined with his previous fights, almost half of the competitors were defeated by him alone. With this result, Yanlong University could already pop the champagne. Chapter 161, Yanlong University secures first place. Our is about to arrive at the capital. The team competition has ended. Su Qiu almost scored a large number of points with absolute, overwhelming advantage, and soon, it was time to announce the scores. After counting everyone's scores, the host couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, then announced the scores on the big screen. Among them, Yanlong University undoubtedly ranked first. Its score is 1,800 points. And looking at the second place, Jingfeng Martial Arts University. Its score is 171 points. It's a completely cliff-like difference. After witnessing Su Qiu's performance, although everyone had anticipated this scene, they couldn't help but gasp when they saw the exaggerated point difference, feeling that it was still a bit ridiculous. The gap between the first and second place is actually this big? Wow, that's really exaggerated. This is probably the first time such a thing has happened in the history of the martial arts college entrance examination. Everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. They looked again at the scores of Capital University. 91 points, ranked 7th. Barely squeezing into the top 8. Of course, all of this is thanks to Luo Qingxue. Otherwise, let alone the top 8, Capital University would be at the bottom. But the faces of the teachers at Capital University still looked grim, as they had once achieved 3 consecutive championships, yet now they barely squeezed into the top 8. The gap with the past is just too great. I announced that the first place of this martial arts league is Yanlong University. The host said, in the coming year, Yanlong University will not only receive support from various enterprises but also will have priority access to resources from the Education Bureau. Let's congratulate Yanlong University. The president of Yanlong had a beaming smile, practically blooming with joy. Beside him, Mu Qingkong also had the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and many students of Yanlong couldn't help but stand up and clap, filled with unparalleled joy. They rushed onto the stage, surrounding Su Qiu, lifting him high and throwing him into the air, then catching him again and throwing him up once more. Luo Qingxue watched from the side, a faint smile on her face. Once Su Qiu landed and everyone dispersed, she walked up and smiled. Su Qiu, congratulations. Ha, I should congratulate you too. You've gained a lot from Capital University, Su Qiu smiled. This is all thanks to your assistance. Besides, I will become stronger. Just wait for my next challenge. I'll be ready anytime, Su Qiu shrugged and replied. The league has ended. But the aftershocks have not. The league footage was edited and posted online by many people. The recorded broadcast was watched countless times by everyone. Su Qiu's displayed combat power in the league shocked everyone. They felt that his strength was not something someone of his age should possess. The discussions online were lively. Some believed that within 2 years, Su Qiu would be the next king. Even an emperor. Inside Qingyun City, Our was eating chips while watching the recorded Martial Arts University League on her computer. When she saw Su Qiu appear, beating Mu Ron Lianqing, and brutally defeating hundreds of martial artists, a smile couldn't help but appear on her lips. Hey, this brat is growing up so fast. He has quickly made a name for himself in the talent-filled Capital University. This is interesting. Our laughed. Beep beep beep. At this moment, her computer made a sound. Someone had sent her an email. Curiously, Zhao Xiaoyun leaned over to take a look, and when she opened it, the email turned out to be an invitation letter. This is an invitation from the Xinshi Group? The leader of the Xinshi Group wants you to be the captain there again? Zhao Xiaoyun said. The Xinshi Group is the official #1 hunting team of the Great Xia. The leader of the God Warriors is the #1 king of the Great Xia. It can be said that becoming the captain of the God Warriors is a dream that many warriors long for, and being personally invited by the leader of the God Warriors is an extremely high honor. But unfortunately, Oli pouted, no, I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. I'm doing just fine as the boss of the Violent Bull team. Going there as a captain means you have to watch others' faces, how frustrating. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyun showed a strange expression. I can't imagine you living according to others' moods. At this moment, her phone rang, she opened it to take a look, and it was also an invitation letter. After reading it, her expression turned serious. What's wrong? It's an invitation from the imperial capital. They want to invite me to treat someone, Zhao Xiaoyun said. What's the big deal? It's not the first time. Oli replied. Zhao Xiaoyun has an S-rank martial soul, the life flower. This is a healing martial soul, so Zhao Xiaoyun is one of the best doctors in Great Xia. Every year, high-ranking officials and nobles look for her to heal them. This isn't the first or second time. Logically speaking, Zhao Xiaoyun should have been used to it by now. The key is, this time the invitation came from the chief's office. Zhao Xiaoyun said faintly. Oli's eyes flashed, the chief's office. The highest authority in Great Xia. As the name suggests, it is an institution composed of various leaders of Great Xia, responsible for formulating and issuing various policies. And the head of the chief's office, the chief leader, is the nominal highest leader of Great Xia. The chief's office sending an invitation to Zhao Xiaoyun. The two quickly began to speculate. Is a certain leader sick? Oli stroked her chin and said. If it's just a certain leader, that's fine. I hope it's not that one. Zhao Xiaoyun said. The one she referred to is, of course, the highest leader. It is rumored that although this person has no martial power, their political talent is outstanding, and with just personal charm, they can get countless powerful warriors to follow them, managing Great Xia in an orderly manner. If something happens to that person, the entire Great Xia will be in turmoil. I'll go with you, and by the way, visit Su Qiu. Oli said. Didn't you just say you weren't going? Zhao Xiaoyun smiled playfully. I'm worried about you going to the imperial capital alone, there are too many experts there. Just you, a doctor who only knows how to heal, what if you accidentally get eaten by someone? Oli shrugged and said. The people from the chief's office invited me, surely they will protect me, don't worry. Zhao Xiaoyun wasn't too concerned about it. I don't trust others. Fine. Zhao Xiaoyun laughed helplessly. She knew once Oli made a decision, even 10 oxen could not pull her back. Imperial capital. Yanlong University. Su Qiu and the others have returned. Back in the dormitory, Su Qiu lay directly on the bed, feeling like he never wanted to get up again. Lying on the bed feels so comfortable. During this time, he had been training in the desert battlefield. Once he came off the battlefield, he went straight to participate in the league. He hadn't had a proper sleep for several months. Now back in the dormitory, lying on the bed, he suddenly had an impulse to just lie there forever. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until noon the next day that he got up, unable to resist stretching. So comfortable. But too much comfort isn't good. I haven't challenged the Shura Tower in a long time, let's go challenge it again. Su Qiu thought while stroking his chin. Chapter 162, War King Luoao. Su Qiu, let me be your disciple. Su Qiu headed towards the Shura Tower while holding the dragon-slaying gun. On the way, he met some students who all greeted him. Seeing him carrying the dragon-slaying gun towards the Shura Tower, everyone couldn't help but express their feelings. We just rested one day, and he's going to start practicing again. Truly worthy of Sushin, it's not just talent that defines him. I'm not afraid of others having talent, I'm afraid that those who are talented work harder than you. How can this be compared? Su God. I am truly in awe. TSK, Su God's talent is so extraordinary, yet he still works so hard? How can we live like this? No, I have to work hard too. Everyone had immense admiration for Su Qiu. Some were secretly pumping their fists, cheering themselves on. Su Qiu was unaware that he had unwittingly sparked a wave of competition. He held the Panlong broken military gun and arrived at the Shura Tower. Once again here, he felt immense anticipation. However, at the entrance, he saw a middle-aged man who was tall and dressed in a white shirt. He looked to be in his 40s, with long hair. Su Qiu felt the man looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. Could he be a teacher from Yanlong University? It wouldn't be unusual for a teacher to challenge the Shura Tower. He approached and greeted him, and the man turned to look at him, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Oh, you must be Su Qiu. Yes, what do I call you, teacher? Su Qiu asked curiously. Teacher? I'm not a teacher from Yanlong University, but I'm friends with the principal of Yanlong University. My surname is Luo. Oh, I see, Mr. Luo, are you here to challenge the Shura Tower? Yes, shall we go together? Sure. Su Qiu nodded, not refusing. After all, it didn't affect him. The two entered the Shura Tower at the same time. Su Qiu found himself in a vast white space, and before him, the Shura phantoms appeared. He smiled slightly and charged forward with his gun. First layer, second layer, third layer, fourth layer, fifth layer. In less than 20 minutes. With a thunderous momentum, he directly broke through the first 5 layers. Then came the 6th layer, took 19 minutes. The 7th layer took 31 minutes. Finally, he arrived at the 8th layer. This layer, he had never passed before. He had originally planned to conquer it before the university competition. But plans couldn't keep up with changes. He had taken his team to the desert battlefield. Now once again in the 8th layer, he found it wasn't as difficult as before, as he had been through much in the desert battlefield over the past few months. Golden skeletons, golden skeleton kings, lotus kingdom lords. These opponents had sharpened his fighting spirit remarkably. With the spear in hand, he wielded it like a dragon. Su Qiu crushed one Shura phantom after another. Soon, there were less than 10 Shura phantoms left. He gathered his spirit and charged forward, fully focused, not daring to be careless. Thunder King Spear. Phoenix Dance 6 Phantoms. Thunder Judgment Spear.
Su Qiu unleashed various martial skills, combined with his fighting spirit, with unparalleled might. The remaining Shura phantoms were all defeated by him. He joyfully looked at the passage leading to the 9th layer. Wonderful, I finally passed the 8th layer. Indeed, besides the Shura Tower, going to the spiritual energy zone for life and death experiences also greatly helped my fighting spirit. The Shura Tower is quite mysterious.
There's no doubt about that.
However, everyone who challenges here knows they won't die. Subconsciously, they are less worried and cannot truly refine themselves between life and death. Over time, it becomes increasingly difficult to rely on the Shura Tower to enhance fighting spirit. Only true life and death experiences, combined with the mysteries of the Shura Tower, can rapidly boost fighting spirit.
Su Qiu took a deep breath and stepped into the 9th layer.
As soon as he stepped up, before him were 256 Shura phantoms, each with the same cultivation realm as his own.
He swallowed hard. This is ridiculous, the 9th layer with 256 Shura phantoms of the same realm. How do I fight? How did Olay get through back then? Could it really be achieved solely through fighting spirit?
Su Qiu stopped thinking too much and charged forward, just like before, prioritizing the Shura phantom of himself, as he was well aware of his own strength. Only by dealing with his own first could he more easily handle others. Otherwise, while confronting others, he would have to be cautious of his own sneak attacks as well. After a brutal battle, Su Qiu was already covered in wounds. He had only dealt with a few dozen of the 256 Azura phantoms. There were still over 100 left. He was left with no way out, as these Azura phantoms rushed at him to kill him.
Outside the Azura Tower, Su Qiu was blasted out.
His injuries had disappeared, but he still felt a bit sore in his back and waist. He rubbed his waist and glanced at the display screen beside him.
Su Qiu, 8th layer. Time taken 10 hours and 17 minutes. Looking at the sky, it was already evening. I wonder if Mr. Luo has come out yet. Su Qiu thought curiously. In the next second, a figure flew out of the Azura Tower, radiating a strong and lingering battle intent. The intensity of that battle intent made Su Qiu gasp in secret. This battle intent was definitely the strongest he had seen, second only to Olai. Even now, he was still a bit lacking. This person in front of him was definitely not an ordinary figure. Looking again at the display screen. Luo Ao, 8th layer. Time taken 10 hours and 28 minutes. Luo Ao. A familiar name. Wait. Battle King Luo Ao.
Su Qiu gasped as he realized something.
One of the top 10 kings of the Great Xia, Battle King Luo Ao.
No wonder he found him a bit familiar, he must have seen him on TV or in books. It's been a long time since I challenged this Azura Tower. As expected, I still can't get past the 9th layer.
How did that girl Olai make it through? Luo Ao murmured as he gradually retracted his battle intent. Then, seeing Su Qiu's result, his pupils slightly constricted. You actually made it through the 8th layer? To know that he, as a battle king, could only pass the 8th layer, yet Su Qiu, as a student, had achieved the same result as him? God! Was the battle intent of this guy so strong? How old could he be? Battle intent is something that requires life and death tempering, needing countless battles to refine.
He was known as the Battle King because he had fought the most among the top 10 kings, often honing himself in various spiritual energy realms. It was common for him to fight over 100 times a year.
But Su Qiu. How many battles could a student have experienced? His battle intent was, unbelievably, already on par with his? A genius. This was an unmatched genius in terms of battle intent.
Recollecting Su Qiu's martial soul talent, his heart trembled again, feeling that the other's future growth would surely surpass his own.
I've met the Battle King. Knowing Luo Ao's identity, Su Qiu bowed. Luo Ao, recognized, showed no surprise. He walked up to Su Qiu and said with burning eyes, Su Qiu, be my disciple. Su Qiu was stunned. What? This is too direct, isn't it? We just met for the first time today, right? Chapter 163, The Battle of Two Kings. Competing for Su Qiu. Yandre University. The principal of Yandre University couldn't sleep all night after receiving first place in the league, and excitedly called a meeting the next day, gathering all the teachers to discuss how to develop Yandre University. After all, this was the first time Yandre University had come first in many years. They had to seize this opportunity well. Whether they could turn things around depended on this time. Everyone, we have been looking at others' faces for so many years, with the resources from the Education Bureau being quickly divided by others before it got to us. This time, it's not easy to become the league champion and gain the priority allocation of resources. We must seize this opportunity to make Yandre University big and strong. We must restore the former glory of Yandre University. The principal of Yandre declared solemnly. The other teachers nodded in agreement. This time, Yandre University became first thanks to Su Qiu and the others. Principal, they must be rewarded properly. Mu Qingkong said lightly. The principal of Yandre nodded slightly, this is for sure.
I plan to give each of them a martial arts spirit tool, and additionally give Suqiu 200 million for martial arts funding. Teacher Mu, what do you think?
I have no objections. Mu Qingkong said lightly. 200 million.
For others, it is a huge amount. But for Mu Qingkong, who was born into the Mu family, it is nothing.
Just as the teachers were discussing how to develop Yanlong University, a person suddenly walked in with a swagger. Seeing the newcomer, everyone stood up to greet him. The newcomer was one of the top 10 kings of Great Xia, the Ghost King.
Seeing him, everyone was surprised, not expecting him to come here suddenly.
The Ghost King visits unexpectedly, we are unprepared to receive you.
The principal of Yanlong smiled. The Ghost King waved his hand, no need for formalities, I came mainly to see Suqiu.
Where is he?
He should be resting in the dormitory, I'll take you to find him. The principal of Yanlong said.
The Ghost King's visit is not a small matter.
The principal of Yanlong dared not be negligent.
They went to Suqiu's dormitory but did not find him.
After some inquiries, they discovered he went to the Shura Tower. The principal of Yanlong couldn't help but sigh, what a hard-working kid, he just came back and already went to the Shura Tower to cultivate. Yes, very good, talented and diligent, becoming my Ghost King's successor is more than enough, the Ghost King said with satisfaction.
Hearing this, the principal of Yanlong was shocked, you came to find Suqiu, could it be that you want to take him as a disciple?
Exactly. This kid Suqiu actually caught your attention, but, as far as I know, Your Excellency the Ghost King, you are a body-refining practitioner, right?
The principal of Yanlong was a little worried.
Suqiu has so many SSS-level martial souls that he doesn't need to refine his body at all.
If he were to be taken as a disciple by the Ghost King, would he have to give up on spiritual power cultivation to refine his body?
That would be such a waste of talent.
No way.
If it's really like that, even if it means offending the Ghost King, I cannot let Suqiu waste his talent and ruin his bright future.
A hint of determination appeared in the principal's eyes. What, do you look down on body refining?
No, it's just that Suqiu isn't suitable for body refining.
It seems you don't understand him enough.
In this world, there is probably no one more suitable for body refining than Suqiu, he is the most suitable person for my inheritance, the Ghost King said with a faint smile. The principal of Yanlong also recalled Suqiu's impressive physical qualities displayed during the league and felt a bit surprised.
Could it be that he really is suitable for body refining?
He did not immediately negate the Ghost King's words and planned to observe the situation. The two went to the Shura Tower.
As soon as they arrived, they saw Suqiu and Luozhan talking at the entrance of the Shura Tower, and then they heard. Suqiu, be my disciple.
War King Luoao patted Suqiu's shoulder, speaking with intense intent.
Beside them, the Ghost King couldn't remain calm and his face immediately darkened. Hey, are you trying to steal my disciple? He rushed over and grabbed Luoao's wrist. Suqiu is my disciple, who allowed you to dig at my corner? Suqiu was confused. Wait, when did I become your disciple? Luoao looked at the Ghost King and raised an eyebrow. Oh, Ghost King, you reckless body refiner dare to come and steal my disciple?
Humph, you brainless fighting rooster dare to speak to me, the Ghost King retorted, refusing to back down.
The two great kings locked eyes, subtly exchanging sparks. Let go of my hand first. Luoao said lightly. What can you do if I don't let go?
As soon as the Ghost King's words fell, he suddenly felt a spinning sensation. He was caught by Luoao and thrown over his shoulder, slamming hard into the ground, creating a tremendous impact and leaving a large crater behind. Cracks spreading out like spider webs covered the area around the pit. The Ghost King groaned, jumped up from the ground, and glared at Luoao, saying, "You shameless guy actually ambushed me. I told you to let go of me, if you didn't. It's you who won't let go. Damn it." The Ghost King couldn't take it anymore and charged forward, throwing a powerful punch. Luoao stood his ground, not retreating or avoiding, his spiritual power circulating, gathering in his fist, and met the Ghost King's punch without any spiritual energy in a head-on clash. Boom! The two fists collided like two meteors crashing together. It stirred up an incredibly terrifying wave of air. It was as if a hurricane had risen in place. The entire Flame Dragon University was affected. As they watched the oncoming hurricane, everyone was astonished. Is there a typhoon coming? No, wait, the weather is fine, how could there be a typhoon? This wind contains a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation. Someone is fighting. Everyone hurried over to check, and upon seeing the collision of punches between the Ghost King and the Battle King Luoao, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. I can't believe it. Are two kings fighting? Oh my god, is this for real? These are kings. Moreover, they are two of the top 10 kings of the Great Xia, each a revered and exalted existence. But now, they are fighting here. How did they end up fighting? Everyone was puzzled. But then they heard the dialogue between the two great kings. I am determined to take Su Qiu as my disciple, you get lost. The Ghost King huffed coldly.
Nonsense. Let Su Qiu train his body with you? It's simply a waste of talent.
He is a genius in battle intent and should naturally follow me to cultivate.
Luo Ao sneered. Upon hearing this, everyone glanced at the innocent Su Qiu standing not far away and were astonished. They are actually fighting over Su God?
Wu, as expected of Su God, while others cannot even hope to gain their disciples, he can make two kings fight over him. TSK, a battle of kings, this scene is rarely seen. I hope our Flame Dragon University won't be destroyed by them.
Incredible.
If it were someone else making two kings clash, they would only feel how unworthy the other is.
But if that person is Su Qiu, they felt. This is very reasonable. Chapter 164, She is the King of the Shura Tower. Keep going, you big-headed ghost. At Flame Dragon University, in front of the Shura Tower. Two great kings are at odds, fighting over Su Qiu. Only physical strength can dominate everything.
How ridiculous, only battle intent is the one and only.
The Ghost King and Luo Ao locked eyes.
This battle was no longer just about competing for Su Qiu but had even evolved into a clash of their martial arts philosophies.
Come on. Boom. The two rushed out like cannonballs.
One's body radiated endless waves of blood energy, a physical power extremely domineering, while the other had spiritual energy circulating, with battle intent soaring high. Their fists crashed into each other, raising rolling waves of air. Even the void seemed to ripple with circles of distortion. Some students felt the fierce wind rushing towards them, their bodies were blown about, and they couldn't help but marvel in disbelief. What the heck? We're this far away, and we're still affected?
This is too exaggerated. TSK, this is really frightening.
They marveled, their eyes showing a hint of shock. You can only say, they are indeed kings.
Boom, boom, boom. The two fists kept colliding, sounding like thunder. The whole Flame Dragon University began to tremble.
The principal of Flame Dragon gulped, you all better stop, if you keep fighting, my school might be torn down.
But the two, already caught up in the heat of battle, would not easily back down. If we break something, I'll pay. The two said almost in unison.
Today, no matter what, I must let this guy experience the power of physical training.
The Ghost King coldly snorted.
He clenched his fist, his muscles bulging, and his bones creaking.
Not a hint of spiritual energy overflowed from his body. But his aura was extremely authoritative. The whole person seemed to transform into a terrifying beast. And the Battle King Luo Ao was not to be outdone, his battle intent bubbling up. That it seems perfect. I also want you to know the power of battle intent.
The two's auras kept rising, as if they were about to tear the clouds apart.
Whoosh! In the next second,
the two figures vanished from their spot, and when they appeared again, they had already collided in mid-air, then their shadows flickered and continued to disappear.
The onlookers could not see any traces of battle between the two men.
All they could see were terrifying waves of air exploding in the sky, as if the void itself was shaking, while the two great kings flickered in and out of sight.
Sometimes appearing above them.
Sometimes appearing on the rooftops of the teaching buildings.
Sometimes showing up in the nearby woods.
Their speed was so fast it surpassed the limits of the human eye. Only Su Qiu, with his exceptional dynamic vision, could barely catch glimpses of their battle tracks, and he focused intently. After all, this was a battle of kings, exceedingly rare. Since the last time I teamed up with the captain to fight that 8th-tier beast, I haven't encountered a king-level existence again. And these two, each of them is many times stronger than that 8th-tier beast from before, they are not ordinary kings. So powerful. Their techniques are exquisite, and the physical condition of the Ghost King surpasses human comprehension, without a trace of spiritual energy, yet every move has the power to shatter mountains and rivers.
Are they still carbon-based life forms?
And then there's War King Luo Ao. His battle intent may not be as strong as Captain Oriai's, but his application of battle intent is extremely refined. The way he combines it with martial skills and controls spiritual energy has reached extraordinary heights.
Su Qiu pushed his dynamic vision to the limit.
He stared intensely at the battle between the two great kings, filled with admiration.
He felt that even now, if he faced either of these two, he would need to go all out to have a fighting chance. And his chances of winning might be less than 1 in 10. This was the true value of the top 10 kings of the Great Xia. It is said that a king's greatest ability is their domain. I wonder what their kingly domains are like. Su Qiu suddenly thought.
A 7th-tier nobility can merge with their martial spirit.
An 8th-tier king can control their domain.
The power of a domain is not comparable to a martial spirit merge, it's a capability that can only be unlocked after comprehending one's own martial way and martial spirit attributes to an incredibly deep level, combined with the cultivation of an 8th-tier king.
Boom! Another punch collided.
The two great kings formed a stalemate in mid-air. They locked eyes, flames of determination burning in their gazes. But suddenly, they sensed something and looked up to the sky. They saw a helicopter flying by. In the next second, a dark shadow fell from high above, a wave of powerful battle intent suddenly spreading across the vast sky, pouring down like a galaxy. The Shura Tower suddenly shook at this moment, radiating golden light. It seemed to resonate with that battle intent, as if welcoming their own king. Inside a teaching building at Flame Dragon University, Mu Qingkong sensed something and looked up at the sky, unable to hold back a twitch at the corner of her mouth. This aura, that guy is back. Like a galaxy pouring down, the battle intent, as if the sky was collapsing, rushed towards the two great kings alongside the shadow falling from above. Even the powerful two kings couldn't help but show a hint of seriousness at this moment. Ha! In the battle of kings, why not add me to the mix? The booming laughter echoed like thunder. The crowd also saw the dark shadow clearly. It was a striking woman dressed in a white vest, holding a wolf-tooth club in her hand, radiating an astonishing battle intent. Looking at the two great kings, excitement glinted in her eyes as she raised the club, using her downward momentum. The two great kings felt the threat simultaneously. Not good. The wolf-tooth club smashed down fiercely towards the two great kings. The two great kings swung their fists simultaneously to clash with the club. In an instant, their three forces collided, causing the surrounding air to explode, and shockwaves spread out, like a storm that could destroy everything, tearing everything apart wildly. The ground split, trees were uprooted. The crowd watched in stunned silence. Is Flame Dragon University going to be destroyed? Suddenly, a figure appeared above the crowd. It's Mu Qingkong. She wore a fiery fist on her hand and launched a punch. A torrent of flames surged forth, and pillars of fire shot into the sky, transforming into a massive fiery prison. The prison sealed off the overwhelming shockwave, preventing it from fully spreading out. Thanks to this, Inferno Dragon University did not suffer major destruction. However, everyone looked at the prison inside, which had sunken nearly 100 meters, resembling a giant pit struck by a meteor, and couldn't help but swallow hard. So terrifying. Who is that woman? She can actually make two great kings join forces to block? Exaggerated, too exaggerated. I think I've seen her in the school magazine. A student swallowed hard. She is one of the best students at Inferno Dragon University, the only one in 100 years who has passed the 9th level of the Shura Tower. She is the king of Shura. Oli. In the giant pit, Oli held a wolf fawn club, grinning at the two great kings in front of her, her fighting spirit boiling, ready to strike again at any moment. The two great kings immediately became alert. Especially Luo Ao. He had seen Oli and knew her. If he was the battle king, then Oli was a battle maniac. Come on, let's continue, Oli said excitedly, encountering a battle between two great kings right away. What could be more thrilling than this for her? Continue your big head ghost. Mu Qingkong suddenly appeared beside Oli, smashing a punch down at her head. Chapter 165. He will definitely choose me. I won't choose anyone. Mu Qingkong came in front of Oli and directly punched down. Oli was entirely focused on the two kings in front of her and didn't notice the sudden appearance of Mu Qingkong, getting hit hard by a punch. With a thud, her whole body crashed to the ground. She angrily got up, glaring at Mu Qingkong. Do you want to fight? Fight. Is there anything in your head besides fighting? You came back and blew a big pit like this. Do you want to destroy the school? Oli was left speechless, her gaze evasive. Then she saw Sukiware not far away, waving her hand to say hello while walking over. Yo, Suchio, long time no see. Captain, your topic shift is too stiff. Mu teacher is behind you, her fist might explode. Suchio's mouth twitched a little. However, he was also a bit surprised by Oli's sudden arrival at Inferno Dragon University. He smiled and said, Captain, long time no see, how did you come to the imperial capital? Not just me, old Xiao also came along. Oli smiled. The two reminisced. Su Xiaoshang also came, and when she saw Oli, she immediately jumped over and gave her a big hug, big sister head. Oli patted her head. Oh, you've grown taller. Of course, it won't be long before I'm taller than you. Su Xiaoshang smiled proudly. Sucho glanced at Oli's tall figure, nearly 1.9 meters. Goodness. Among women, there really aren't many who can be taller than Oli. Even he wasn't taller than her. He felt envious. On the other side, the two kings who were ignored exchanged glances. It seems today's battle is not happening. The Phantom King said lightly. Luo Ao snorted. Next time we'll settle the score. In any case, this disciple, Suchio, I must claim. The Phantom King said. He's mine. Luo Ao was also unwilling to be outdone. Mu Qingkong watched the two kings still fighting over Suchio, lightly said, Suchio is not an object, what's the point of you two arguing here?
Why not just ask him directly? Hearing this, the two kings looked at Su Qiu with eager and fixed eyes. They both had confidence in themselves. I am the Phantom King, Battle King, he will surely choose me as his master. And Su Qiu, being stared at by the two great kings, felt a bit of pressure. Ding! Faced with two kings wanting to take you as a disciple, you have the following options. First, choose the Phantom King. Reward, Physical Enhancement Card. Second, choose the War King. Reward, Battle Intent Enhancement Card. Third, I will not choose anyone. No one is worthy to be my master. I will rely on myself to become a king. Reward, Tier 10 Thunder Body Refinement Technique. Seeing these three choices, Su Qiu's eyes flickered for a moment. No matter whether choosing the Ghost King or War King, one person would surely feel embarrassed. Sigh, can't I choose both? Unfortunately, there is no such option. Since that is the case, I might as well choose no one. Su Qiu took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, two seniors, for your kindness, but I have decided to forge my own martial path. So I must refuse both of you, please forgive me." Upon hearing this, the two frowned. They were actually rejected? They are kings after all. Su Qiu, if you have my help, you can avoid many detours. Are you really not going to reconsider? Luo Ao still wanted to argue. Beside them, Ole waved her hand. Forget it, your battle intent is even lower than mine, and you want to be his master? Don't overestimate yourself. Ole, you little brat are too bold. Luo Ao's face turned a bit dark. Isn't this too much disrespect towards me? Although his battle intent is not as good as the opponent's, his cultivation level is also an 8-stage king. Can't the other party show a bit of respect? But Ole smiled brightly. Want to fight? I'll accompany you. The spiritual energy fluctuations around her started to swirl. The pressure she emitted was as powerful as Luo Ao, making him realize something, and he was startled. You broke through? So what? In the Great Xia, we have another king. The Ghost King beside them was first surprised, then laughed heartily. Luo Ao also looked deeply at Ole. He knew very well that Ole was different from others. When others broke through to be 8-stage kings, they were just 8-stage kings. But with Ole's terrifying battle intent combined with her 8-stage king cultivation, even an experienced 8-stage king like him would have a hard time gaining any advantage against her. Though apprehensive, he felt a bit excited inside. Just as the Ghost King said, Great Xia has gained another king. This is a good thing for all of Great Xia. I wondered why Su Qiu, at such a young age, had such strong battle intent. Turns out it's because you have such a leader. Forget it, with you to teach, it's almost the same whether I'm there or not. Luo Ao shook his head, no longer persistent. And the Ghost King looked at Su Qiu, thought for a moment, and said, I can see that your mind is made up. Since that is the case, I will not force you. In the future, if you have any questions about body refinement, feel free to come find me. After saying this, he exchanged contact information with Su Qiu. Su Qiu slightly nodded, thank you. The two great kings did not linger at the Yanlong University and quickly left. While Su Qiu and Ole found a place to eat and catch up. Leader, how is everyone in Qingyun City? They are all fine. The last time I trained them, everyone was full of spirit. Ole smiled. Thinking of Ole's training methods, he couldn't help but mourn for everyone silently for a second. By the way, leader, what are you doing in the imperial capital this time? It's old Zhao, she is here to treat a commander at the commander's mansion. Ole took a deep breath, her expression revealing some seriousness. Su Qiu's heart sank at these words. It can't be that commander, right? Ole remained silent. But her attitude was very clear. It was that commander. Su Qiu's mood also became heavy. If something happened to that commander, the Great Xia would definitely tremble. Don't be fooled by Great Xia having 10 kings, 3 emperors. But this is only in terms of martial power. In terms of politics and governance, these 13 people together might not be as competent as a single great commander. The opponent might not have high martial power, but they are the ones who excel in political abilities, and it is exactly because of him that Great Xia is managed so meticulously. In Great Xia, various groups are so wealthy they could rival nations. A powerful family with a strong foundation hides dark forces secretly waiting to move, along with spies and agents from other countries. Once the leader is in trouble, who knows how chaotic the situation will become. With that person's skills, even if their lifespan is coming to an end, they won't be unprepared, right? Su Qiu asked. This illness came too suddenly. Even that person couldn't be ready in time, Ori said helplessly. Can Sister Zhao cure him? Not sure. Besides old Zhao, some other doctors have also been secretly brought in from all over the country to treat him. Everyone is trying their best, Ori replied. It seems the situation is really serious. Su Qiu sighed, feeling a bit anxious. Chapter 166, Sparring with Orei. Shaking the military. Orei patted the anxious Su Qiu and smiled, "You don't need to worry about this. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. There are 10 kings in the Great Xia, 3 emperors. And there's me. If something happens, we can handle it." Su Qiu smiled faintly, "Of course, I trust the leaders." Despite saying this, he still wasn't completely at ease. The 10 kings, the 3 emperors. The military power of Great Xia is indeed outstanding. However, most of these people are not in the imperial capital. Some are stationed in the turbulent energy zones, while others guard the borders. If something really happens, these people might not be able to leave. Like the King of Ghosts, the War King, even though they are in the imperial capital now, if there's a task above, they can be called away at any moment. So, Great Xia has not reached a point where they can relax completely. I need to grow stronger quickly, at least to become a king, so I can help Great Xia. Su Qiu thought to himself. Enough of that, Su Qiu, let's spar. I want to see how much you've improved lately. Orei grinned. Hearing this, Su Qiu didn't refuse, "That's just what I want." Night. With wings on his back, Su Qiu fused with the Kuanping martial spirit, racing out of the imperial capital to a B-level energy zone battlefield in the desert. This battlefield is where he chose to fight Orei. It is a desolate place. And being an energy zone allows him to unleash his full power without holding back. Orei followed him and began stretching, kneading her shoulders and back to warm up. "Choosing this place for our spar, you don't seem like you want to spar with me, but rather want to fight me." Orei joked. "Isn't this exactly what you've always dreamed of, leader?" Su Qiu took out the Panlong breakthrough spear and twirled it, creating a dazzling display. Dominant spiritual power surged forth. The Thunder Dragon, White Tiger, and Hell Phoenix, 3 great martial spirits flew out, transforming into 3 torrents of energy that rushed wildly into Su Qiu's body. Adding to the already fused Kuanping. Su Qiu completed the fusion of 4 great martial spirits all at once. At this moment, his whole body was interwoven with hellfire and lightning, his eyes turned golden, a king's symbol appeared on his forehead, and Kuanping wings fluttered behind him. The overwhelming aura far surpassed his current cultivation level. Even a 7th-tier noble wouldn't compare. He could now be said to be close to an 8th-tier king. The violent pressure made the ground beneath him sink, and with the swirling sand and wind, nearby skeleton soldiers were crushed into dust by his aura. If students from the Martial Arts University League saw him now, they would surely drop their jaws in shock. There's no need to compare, they would know exactly how great the gap is with Su Qiu. Just this form would be enough to make those students surrender immediately. In fact, whether in the desert battlefield, the Martial Arts University League, or since coming to the imperial capital. Except for inside the Shura Tower, Su Qiu had never truly fought with all his strength. And now, in front of Orei, he no longer needed to hide. He knew very well that Orei was not an opponent he could defeat by hiding, let alone the current Orei. Already promoted to the 8th-level king. "Oh my gosh, Su Qiu, your current stance is truly both powerful and beautiful, it makes me tremble with excitement," Orei said excitedly. As she spoke, her breath spread out, a terrifying wave of spiritual power mixed with brutal battle intent collided with Su Qiu's power fluctuations. With a loud roar from the desert, a large pit was blasted out. Underground, a huge silver skeletal king, who was peacefully sleeping, was directly shattered by this wave of power. Bang! Su Qiu and Orei both almost simultaneously disappeared from their original spot. When they reappeared, the Wolf-Tooth Club and the Coiling Dragon broken military spear had already collided, producing sound waves that spread, stirring up dust for several kilometers. The battle fluctuations between the two were even more intense than those of the Phantom King and the War King during their confrontation at Flame Dragon University. After all, those 2 great kings had concerns during their clash, and even if they competed, they wouldn't truly use their full strength. But Orei and Su Qiu were different. At this moment, they were on the battlefield in the desert. They understood each other well, and as 2 unyielding battle maniacs, their encounters naturally held little back, with every move nearly going all out. The gun and the Wolf-Tooth Club clashed many times without knowing. That terrifying force made half of the desert battlefield shake. No one knows how many ghostly creatures and skeletal soldiers were affected by their battle fluctuations, turning to ashes, while the survivors instinctively lay flat on the ground in fear. In the imperial capital. In a base. A military detection radar was beeping loudly. An operator hurriedly said, detecting high-intensity spiritual power fluctuations exploding near the imperial capital. Intensity level is 8th level. The leading general's pupils slightly contracted upon hearing this, 8th level? Is there a Beast King preparing to attack the imperial capital? Immediately connect the satellite footage. Yes. Before long, a large screen displayed a vast desert. In the desert, 2 figures were crazily intertwining. Every time they collided, the resulting power seemed to destroy the heavens and the earth. Lightning, flames, battle intent, wooden vines. Various powers filled the vast desert. It made people's hearts race with fear. As the satellite footage zoomed in, everyone finally caught glimpses of the two combatants' faces. They began to retrieve information, inputting their images into the database, and soon relevant data emerged. Got it. The woman holding the Wolf-Tooth Club is called Ori. She is a graduate of Flame Dragon University, the leader of the violent bull gang in Qingyun City, and has recently come to the imperial capital with Zhao Xiaoyun at the invitation of the Divine Military Group. As for the other person, his appearance is difficult to judge due to non-human reasons. Currently, Su Qiu was in the soul weapon fusion state, showing quite a change from a normal human appearance, making it hard for those who had not seen him to identify him. Hearing the assessment from his subordinate, the general furrowed his brow. The leader of the violent bull gang, and on the desert battlefield, could it be they are hunting a beast king? Send the footage to the hunters and let them judge. Each profession has its specialty. Naturally, the hunters know the most about strange beasts and spiritual energy zones, and Ori is also officially invited by the Divine Military Group. The key factor is that the level of this battle has reached 8th level. They could not afford to be careless. To deal with such an existence, the military had to deploy a variety of heavy weapons, and it was not impossible to even use nuclear weapons. It's better to leave it to the hunters. After all, the leader of the Divine Military Group is an 8th level king. Divine Military Group. The king of Divine Military, Jun Han, known as the first king of the Great Summer, was busy processing various resources. Due to the incident with the top leader, his work was even more hectic than usual, working day and night. Luckily, as a king, he could still manage. He rubbed his forehead, murmuring, "Top leader, please don't get into trouble." Suddenly, his computer received a video from the military. Looking at the video where Ori was battling a humanoid beast, Junhan frowned and said, "Why is Ori fighting such a powerful beast? And this beast, it looks a bit unusual, I haven't seen it before." Chapter 167, Is this what you call sparring? The 7 characters of Qilin. Watching Ori in the video, Junhan pondered for a moment. Ori was a junior he had always been fond of, and he had wanted to take her under his wing, but Ori had always turned him down. Even so, he wasn't angry. Not to mention, the other party was now a king, an extremely important combat force for Dasha, and he couldn't easily watch her get into trouble. This beast looks tough to handle. Ori is a bit in danger alone. Should I go help her? Junhan murmured. He thought of Zhao Xiaoyun, who had come with Ori. He planned to hear her opinion. So he sent someone to summon Zhao Xiaoyun over, and when she arrived and took a look at Ori in the video, Su Qiu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This guy really can't stay quiet at all, coming to the capital and immediately looking for Su Qiu to spar. Zhao Xiaoyun said helplessly. Junhan was a bit confused. Wait? You call this fight sparring? Hold on. Su Qiu. Junhan realized something and was a bit shocked. The beast in the video battling Ori is Su Qiu? The college entrance examination champion Su Qiu? He had also been paying attention to Su Qiu. Su Qiu had helped Yanlong University achieve first place in the league recently, and in his eyes, he was an outstanding junior. A future pillar of Dasha. The next king. But he hadn't expected that Su Qiu could now clash with a king? Yes, that's Su Qiu. I've seen the form of his martial soul fusion, though it's a bit different from now. It's definitely him. Zhao Xiaoyun was confident she wouldn't mistake him. And she clearly saw the smile on Ori's face. It was a smile filled with excitement, joy, and anticipation, not the kind of smile one would have in facing an ordinary enemy. Except for Su Qiu. She couldn't think of anyone else in the capital who could make Ori that happy. Shouldn't we intervene? No need, just let it be. Zhao Xiaoyun shook her head, but then helplessly said, "Forget it, to prevent these two from getting too heated and ending up hurting each other, I'll go over myself." Should I send someone with you? No need, God Martial King, you should focus on your own matters first, I can go myself. Zhao Xiaoyun said. Then she left the commander's residence. Outside the commander's residence, a young man wearing a black shirt and with an unruly demeanor watched Zhao Xiaoyun leave in a car towards the outskirts of the capital, his eyes flashing. Oh, the target has appeared. The young man made a phone call. Then he followed Zhao Xiaoyun. On the desert battlefield, the battle between Su Qiu and Ori was becoming more intense. The clash of guns and wolf-teeth clubs struck like rain hitting banana leaves, unceasing and loud. Like thunder, echoing through heaven and earth. Thunder Judgment Spear. Su Qiu directly used his S-rank martial skill. The huge spear shadow entwined with lightning and hellfire struck out like it was tearing apart the void. Ori, seeing this, did not dodge or evade. She gripped her wolf-teeth club tightly and injected her spirit power into it, shouting, "Martial skill, shatter the heavens." With one swing, it was as if the heavens were collapsing. The enormous lightning spear was actually shattered by her. Such overwhelming power made even Su Qiu unable to help but exclaim in amazement. She can even break an S-rank martial skill. the leader is even more outrageous than before. Ori, shouldering the wolf teeth club, laughed and said, "Do you have even better moves?" "I do." Sucho nodded, grinning widely. "Leader, this martial skill, I haven't used in front of anyone else, you are the first to experience it." The spirit power on him began to boil. Behind him, a Qilin phantom gradually emerged. A heavy pressure emanated, making Ori's expression serious. "This aura, so interesting." Ori tightly gripped her wolf teeth club and said. She had a feeling that she was about to witness a rare and powerful martial skill. Whoosh! Sucho's figure disappeared, arriving above Olay. The speed was so fast that Olay almost couldn't react. She knew Sucho was fast, with the Kunping martial soul and the movement skill Phoenix Dance 6 Phantoms, but the speed he just burst out was several times greater than before, even exceeding that of an ordinary king. It was a kind of movement that was completely different from Phoenix Dance 6 Phantoms. Phoenix Dance 6 Phantoms focused on the word illusion. But the speed Sucho displayed just now was focused on explosive speed in an instant. Could it be that the martial skill he mentioned was a kind of movement skill? No, it wasn't that simple. Thoughts flashed through Olay's mind. Meanwhile, Sucho had already made his move again. After arriving above Olay, he lifted his foot and stomped down, terrifying spiritual power condensing into a giant foot of thunder landing down. Qilin. Foot. The power of this strike was 3 times stronger than the Thunder Judgment Spear. Olay dared not be careless. The Tianqing Nyoemo martial soul appeared behind her, merging into her body. She quickly completed the martial soul fusion and unleashed the martial skill Collapse Heaven. Boom! The powerful strike seemed to shatter the void. The giant foot dissipated. Looking at the ground below her feet, it had sunk in. Looking up, Sucho had disappeared again, appearing less than 10 steps away from her, his fist clenched tightly, directly smashing out. Qilin. Fist. The fist's power emitted a roar like that of a Qilin. Transforming into a white beam of light, it shot out. Olay blocked it with her wolf-tooth club, but was still sent flying hundreds of meters by the immense force. After stabilizing herself, Sucho charged at her again. A finger pointed out. Qilin. Finger. The finger strength broke through the air, and Olay couldn't dodge in time, being smashed into the ground. Her shoulder was pierced, creating a blood hole, but she laughed out loud instead. What a brilliant chain martial skill. Fist, finger, foot, what's next? Sucho took a deep breath and clawed out. Spiritual power converged to form a giant Qilin claw, directly tearing 4 huge cracks in the ground, crashing towards Olay. Olay burst out with all her strength, striking out with her club. A huge explosion sounded from the ground. The area within 2 kilometers gradually sank into a sky pit. Olay burst out from the ground, her clothes slightly torn, revealing large areas of skin, and her taut muscle lines were full of powerful beauty. She looked at Sucho and asked excitedly, "What martial skill is this?" Qilin's 7-word formula. Sucho did not hide it. The Qilin 7-word formula was an SS-level martial skill he obtained during the Martial Arts League selection. Due to its immense power, he did not use it in the league. It was a hidden trump card of his. This is at least an SS-level martial skill. The 7 words, do they have 7 moves? That's right, they are tread, foot, fist, finger, claw, roar, and print. Each word corresponds to a different method of attack. Sucho nodded slightly. Olay recalled the attacks used by Sucho during their battle. You must have used 5 of them just now, right? Foot, fist, finger, claw. These 4 were easy to recognize: foot, to press down with force; fist, to overpower with strength; finger, concentrating force into a point, possessing strong piercing power; claw, which tears apart, similar to sword energy, sharp to the extreme. Besides these 4, the first one you used should be tread. Qilin tread, a word that instantly enhances speed, right? Olay said. Sucho was somewhat surprised and then gave her a thumbs up. As expected of the captain, you figured out the profundity of the Qilin 7-word formula so quickly. The talent she had in battle truly was impressive. Chapter 168, Olay's Realm. Zhao Xiaoyun in trouble. After witnessing the power of the Qilin 7-word formula, Olay was very happy. This battle excited her more than her fight with the king. Firstly, she witnessed an SS-level martial skill. Secondly, she saw Sucho's growth. Besides your cultivation, your battle intent in martial skills is also reassuring. Shura Tower, you must have passed the 8th floor, right? That's right. Good. You are better than I was back in the day. It took me a year to clear the 8th floor, and then another year and a half to clear the 9th floor. Olay gave Sucho a thumbs up and then hoisted the wolf-tooth club onto her shoulder. The horns on her head began to shrink. Disappear, release the martial soul fusion state. Not fighting anymore? Sucho was also planning to release the martial soul fusion. But he heard Uriai say lightly, "Today you let me see the mysteries of SS-level martial arts, so I will let you see my new ability." New ability, could it be? Su Qiu's eyes sparkled, and in the next second, Uriai erupted with a power several times stronger than before, causing his body to tense instantly. Streams of spiritual power spread out from Uriai's center. These spiritual powers flowed in the void, intertwining, and the originally desolate terrain began to transform due to Uriai's powerful aura. A large number of vines rose from the ground. Towering trees sprang up from the earth. The formerly barren desert, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a lush, primordial forest. This is simply a miracle. Su Qiu immediately realized something: domain. That's right. The ability Uriai was displaying now was the unique power of an 8th-tier king, a step above martial soul fusion. The domain. With the domain opened, Uriai seemed to have become the center of this world, every movement stirring the surrounding spiritual energy. In this domain, it was as if the spiritual energy fused with her. With every breath, it triggered the tides of spiritual energy. Su Qiu. One day you will face a king alone. So, I will let you feel the power of the domain in advance. Uriai said lightly. She gently raised her hand, and the surrounding vines rushed toward Su Qiu with a howl. Su Qiu dodged, but looking at the endless, serpent-like vines surging towards him, he understood that within the domain, unless countered with his own domain, he would be at an absolute disadvantage. He unleashed a massive amount of thunder and fire, shattering the vines one by one. Then he quickly rushed towards Uriai. But before he got close, the vines around him interwove in front of Uriai, forming a giant net that directly blocked him. Not only that, the towering trees around also seemed to come alive, transforming into war tree men charging at Su Qiu. Su Qiu pushed his power to the limit. The tree men and vines were smashed one by one. But there were too many. In this domain, everywhere was filled with plants, even a small blade of grass on the ground could turn into a sharp sword, launching an attack on Su Qiu. The captain's celestial blue cow devil is of the wood attribute, so her domain characteristics are also related to plants. People generally think that plant attributes are not very powerful, but in the captain's hands, they can be truly terrifying. Su Qiu thought to himself. Looking at the hundreds and thousands of tree men and vines surging forward, and seeing Uriai, who resembles the king of the forest behind this plant army, Su Qiu took a deep breath and then roared. Qilin 7 characters technique roar. The roar was like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. Rolling sound waves seemed to impact the mind, shaking the body. Every plant avatar that Uriai had transformed within her domain was stunned in place by this sudden roar. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Qiu applied the Qilin 7 characters technique and step. Bang! A shockwave burst in the air. Su Qiu rushed out at supersonic speed, crossing over the plant army and reaching in front of Uriai, stabbing with his spear. But it was forcibly caught by Uriai with one hand. Su Qiu, I forgot to tell you, in this domain, my power has also received a significant boost. Compared to the various plant avatars I summoned, I am the strongest existence in this domain. Uriai smiled widely, grabbing the spear and forcefully throwing Su Qiu away. Then her figure flickered and attacked towards Su Qiu. Holding the wolf tooth club, each swing felt like it was smashing down a mountain. Su Qiu constantly defended, his arms going numb from the impact. At this moment, Uriai suddenly stopped. A ringing sound came from her pocket. Su Qiu was taken aback. No, this is the spirit energy zone. Any means of communication fails here. How could there be a phone call? In confusion, Uriai took out the source of the ringing from her pocket. It wasn't a mobile phone. It was a small silver bell. The bell was ringing clearly. Uriai's expression suddenly turned ugly, and the surrounding area began to shake with her anger, countless plants swaying wildly, as if transforming into countless plant demons. Su Qiu could feel that the power of this domain had increased more than double. Is this the true power of Uriai's domain? But what exactly happened that made Uriai suddenly lose control? This was the first time he had seen her so angry. Captain, what's wrong? Su Qiu asked. Uriai focused her thoughts, and the surrounding vines began to retract into the ground, then disappeared, returning the area back to its previous desolate appearance. Uriai withdrew her domain. Her expression was cold as she said, "Old Xiao is in trouble." Sister Xiao? What happened? This bell is a martial arts spirit tool, there is a pair. Old Xiao and I each have one. As long as one uses spirit power to shake the bell, the other bell will ring. We only notify each other when we encounter a crisis that cannot be resolved alone. Uriai said coldly. Although Zhao Xiaoyun is a doctor, her strength is not weak, close to the level of a 7th-tier sealed marquis. If she encounters a crisis she cannot solve, it can only mean that her opponent is at least a 7th-tier sealed marquis. This session of practice ends here, I'm going to find old Zhao. Uriai said, immediately leaving. Following the bell's guidance, she headed towards Zhao Xiaoyun's location. Su Qiu certainly could not sit idly by and followed her. On the road to the desert battlefield, Zhao Xiaoyun was on guard, watching a few people in front of her, and beside her, a sports car had already been blown up. If she hadn't reacted quickly and rushed out of the car in time, she would have been injured herself. She looked at the few people in front of her, especially the elderly man with blonde hair and blue eyes, and said mildly, a 4 and 7th tier sealed marquis. There aren't many like you. Blocking my way suddenly, what do you want? Heh, this isn't a place for conversation. Please come with me, Miss Zhao, said the elderly man in fluent Dian language. Then his figure flashed and appeared in front of Zhao Xiaoyun. So fast. Zhao Xiaoyun was a bit surprised. While the old man's hand was already slashing towards her neck. She blocked with both hands but heard the sound of bones cracking, her forearm was crushed, and she was sent flying. The blonde old man looked disdainfully, you, a doctor, have no real power. Just be honest and come with me, to avoid suffering physical pain. Heh, I may not be strong, but unfortunately it's not me who will be leaving with you, but you who cannot leave. Zhao Xiaoyun said. The next second. A figure fell from the sky, whoever hurts my Blood Bowl team, seeks death. Ori shouted low, filled with rage. The ground shook as huge vines erupted from the earth, forming a massive barrier that enveloped everyone present. Chapter 169, suddenly receiving 200 million. President Yanlong's reward. The giant vines spiraled upward, intertwining to form a large barrier that completely surrounded the few people present. The leading blonde old man's expression changed slightly. Ori of the Blood Bowl team? This is bad. Quickly retreat. He had obtained information about Ori from some channels. Knowing the other's strength was extremely strong, he wasn't a match, so he turned to leave, rushing towards the vine barrier and throwing a punch. Boom! A huge force hit the vines, and the vine shook slightly but showed no damage, shocking the elder even more. I am a 7th tier sealed marquis, yet I can't break through these vines? Damn it! He knew it was time to use his trump card. With a thought, a gigantic wolf-shaped martial soul appeared, and he instantly completed the martial soul fusion posture. Let him transform into a golden werewolf. Just as he was about to attack the vines again, Ori had already appeared above him, grabbing his head and forcefully slamming it down to the ground. Boom! The ground was smashed into a huge pit. The werewolf was hit so hard that blood gushed from his 7 orifices, nearly fainting on the spot. With a low growl, he unleashed his spirit power, wanting to struggle a bit longer, but Ori, with a cold face, continued to raise her fist and strike down. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 consecutive punches, the golden werewolf was almost beating his head to pieces. Blood splattered, staining the cement road red. In the end, he was almost completely powerless, beaten out of his martial soul fusion state, eyes rolling back, and had fainted completely. But Ori's anger had not yet subsided. She wanted to continue attacking and kill him. Zhao Xiaoyun hurriedly stopped her, Captain, leave a live one. Only then did Ori stop. As the others saw their leader being easily dealt with, they were so scared that their legs couldn't help but tremble, and they wanted to escape. A martial artist saw that the vine barrier was unbreakable, so he summoned an armadillo martial spirit to start digging a tunnel, planning to escape underground. But unfortunately, before the tunnel could be completed, Su Qiu walked over to them. With a swing of his spear, thunder and lightning raged. A set of Thunder King spear techniques was unleashed, and these martial artists were all knocked to the ground. Looking at these people, Su Qiu rubbed his chin, foreign martial artists. It seems they are spies from other countries? Daxia, as a world power, attracts attention with every move. Many countries have secretly sent spies to Daxia. This is no secret. It should be, that's why I asked the captain to leave one alive, to take back for interrogation and see where they are from. Zhao Xiaoyun said. While speaking, she summoned the flower of life to heal herself. How did they find you, Sister Zhao? They probably want to know the situation of the chief's residence from me. Besides that, she couldn't think of any other reason. By the way, old Zhao, how did you end up here? Ori asked. Hearing that, Zhao Xiaoyun couldn't help but roll her eyes. Isn't it because you two made too much noise? Otherwise, would I come? She briefly explained the situation. Su Qiu and Ori couldn't help but touch their heads, so that's how it is. Jun Han really should have sent a guard. When I return, I will definitely go find him for a reckoning. Ori waved her fist, feeling a bit displeased. Thinking about how if it hadn't been for the bell, Zhao Xiaoyun might have gotten into trouble, she felt lingering fears, the first time in her life feeling such panic. Zhao Xiaoyun shook her head, because of the chief, the sacred martial king has been extremely busy lately, and I myself didn't want a guard. Sister Zhao, how is that lord doing? Su Qiu asked curiously. Zhao Xiaoyun pondered for a moment, glanced around and, finding no one, sighed, it's a bit troublesome. With my ability, I can't heal it. Even you can't do it?
I've never seen such a peculiar illness. I've searched through all the medical books on Blue Star and found no relevant information. For now, I can only temporarily use my martial soul power to suppress it, but this only treats the symptoms, not the root.
Zhao Xiaoyun's mood was heavy. Upon hearing this, Su Chou couldn't help but feel worried as well.
Soon, members of the Sacred Martial Corps, who received the notification, quickly arrived and captured those spies subdued by Oriai one by one to take back for interrogation. And Su Chou, for the first time, met the leader of the Sacred Martial Corps. The other party looked to be in his early 40s, with a hint of gray at his temples. Every gesture exuded a certain commanding authority unique to those in power. This was Daxia's foremost king, the Sacred Martial King. Su Chou stole a few glances. And perhaps due to being too exhausted lately, the Sacred Martial King, though trying hard to hide it, still showed some fatigue in his brows.
Jun Han walked in front of Su Chou.
He looked up and down at this rising star. His eyes were filled with appreciation and admiration as he patted Su Chou's shoulder. Good boy, at such a young age to have such cultivation, very impressive. The future of Daxia relies on young people like you to support it. Receiving praise from the number one king of Daxia, anyone would feel restless with excitement. Even Su Chou felt a bit happy. Thank you, Divine Martial King, for your praise. Also, although I know my strength is not enough yet, if there is anything you need my help with, I will definitely help. The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen.
Su Chou understood that the current Daxia seemed peaceful on the surface, but there were actually hidden currents flowing underneath. He wanted to contribute his strength. You all growing well is the greatest help to us.
Jun Han said with a faint smile. Then he showed an apologetic smile to Zhao Xiaoyun. Dr. Zhao, I'm truly sorry. It was my negligence that put you in danger.
It's no problem, I'm fine now.
Zhao Xiaoyun shook her head, not minding at all.
Jun Han nodded and then left with his people.
The meeting with the number one king of Daxia was brief, but his kind demeanor left a significant impression on Su Chou.
Alright, we should head back now.
Kid, I will be staying in the imperial capital for some time.
If there's anything, just call me.
Olay said.
Su Chou nodded, okay. After returning to Yanlong University, he washed up and then went to bed. The next day,
he got up full of energy, planning to continue his fight in the Shura Tower. But suddenly, his phone rang with a notification sound. Your bank card has received 200 million.
Su Chou was stunned for a moment. What? 200 million? I don't remember selling anything, why did I suddenly get 200 million? He called to ask the customer service.
After confirming there was no problem, he was even more confused. Then he received a message from Mu Qingkong. The other party asked him to go to the principal's office.
Arriving at the office.
Besides him, Su Xiaoshuan, Mu Bing, Feng Wuji, and Li Yunfeng were also there.
Captain. The captain is here too. The few of them appeared a bit excited. They vaguely guessed what the principal wanted them for. And Su Chou wasn't a fool, he guessed it too.
This time, you have brought glory to Yanlong University in the Martial Dao League.
After discussion, we decided to give you a Martial Dao Spirit tool. Principal Yanlong said, taking out a box from the drawer. The box opened, revealing 5 rings. Chapter 170, Selling the Essence of Bones. A celebrity.
Looking at the 5 rings, everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity.
Principal Yanlong smiled faintly. This is a storage ring, a mid-grade Martial Dao Spirit tool made by spending a lot of money to commission someone. You can use it to store some personal items. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened.
Having a space attribute Martial Dao Spirit tool is quite rare. Su Chou was also quite astonished. As far as I know, Martial Dao Spirit tools with space attributes are basically all high-grade spirit tools.
Mid-grade spirit tools with space attributes are extremely rare. Principal, who did you find to make this? No wonder it's Su Chou, with good insight. Indeed, generally speaking, the space attribute is a high-level attribute.
Such tools are at least high-grade spirit tools, but that is a thing of the past. Technology is advancing, and Martial Dao is also advancing, nothing is unchanging. This storage ring is one of the latest research results from the Daxia Research Institute. Although the internal storage space isn't large, it has successfully broken the boundary that only high-grade spirit tools can possess space attributes. This is a significant research achievement, and you all are among the first groups to experience this result.
Principal Yanlong said.
His speech made everyone present unable to contain their excitement. Firstly, they felt honored. Secondly, they were happy for the development of Daxia's research in Martial Dao.
Su Chou couldn't help but reflect.
Both Martial Dao and technology are advancing, they are not unchanging.
One cannot be bound by existing knowledge.
Like the Blue Star Encyclopedia, although it provided him with a vast amount of knowledge, any knowledge that appears becomes outdated in the next second.
It's just like the storage ring that Principal Yanlong took out. In the past knowledge of Blue Star, spatial attributes would only appear in high-grade spiritual tools, but now, due to the research and development of the Daxia Research Institute, the spatial attribute has successfully appeared in medium-grade spiritual tools. Although the knowledge in the encyclopedia is comprehensive, I cannot rely too heavily on it. The future is much more precious than this past knowledge. Su Qiu thought to himself. However, the Empress Jiangxia within Su Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes. You guys are so excited over a few medium-grade storage rings? You should know, my storage item back then could hold a whole planet. Could it hold you as well? Su Xiaoshuang asked with curiosity. Empress Jiangxiao. To put myself into a storage item? This question, she truly had not thought about. Is this girl's thinking really that unconventional? The others accepted the rings, but Su Qiu already had a storage ring of his own, and it was even a high-level one. Compared to this storage ring, it was at least a tier above. The storage ring given by Principal Yanlong had a space of only a few cubic meters. At most, it could hold a few suitcases. However, Su Qiu's storage ring had an area as large as a classroom. But still, it was a medium-grade spiritual tool, so Su Qiu was quite happy. Also, putting items into the storage ring and then placing the storage ring into his own storage ring would effectively expand the storage space, right? Perfect. By the way, Su Qiu, besides the storage ring, we also gave you an extra 200 million. Did you receive it? Principal Yanlong asked. So it was you who gave it. Su Qiu suddenly realized. The others, upon hearing this, did not feel envy or jealousy. Or rather, they thought this was only fair. After all, this time, Yanlong University had achieved great success largely due to Su Qiu's efforts. Not only that, but they were also able to grow so fast, thanks to his special training. The value of that training alone was worth 200 million. By the way, what do you plan to do with the essence of the skeletal soldiers we killed in the desert battlefield? Are you going to divide it now, or sell it for money first and then divide? Su Qiu remembered something and asked. He had just checked the storage ring, and there were quite a few essences he had collected from the desert battlefield, some of which were from Li Yunfeng and the others. Captain, you decide. It's all yours. Li Yunfeng said with a smile. That won't do. How about this, the essences you guys collected, I estimate they're worth around 400 million. I'll transfer them to you now. Su Qiu said. 400 million? That's too much, Captain. Stop talking nonsense and give me the account number. Su Qiu rolled his eyes and asked Li Yunfeng and the others for their account numbers, transferring 100 million to each. When Su Xiaoshuang heard the notification sound from others' phones, she blinked and looked at Su Qiu. Brother, what about my 100 million? I'm keeping it safe for you. Ah. Su Xiaoshuang was stunned. Su Qiu smirked. What are you ING for? Don't think I don't know how many billions in your secret stash. He knew, after all, that Su Xiaoshuang was the chief pharmacist at the Laojun Pharmaceutical Company. Just the dividends alone were no small amount. Li Yunfeng and the three others looked at Su Xiaoshuang, their eyes wide. What? A rich lady is right beside me? Su Xiaoshuang blushed and smiled shyly. Brother, don't expose me. D Capital. In a busy building with people coming and going. Su Qiu brought Su Xiaoshuang here. It's been a while since we came to D Capital, and there hasn't been a chance to walk around. Today is rare since you're in the mood. Su Xiaoshuang looked at Su Qiu, who had been immersed in cultivation all along, and smiled. This is called combining work and rest. Besides, we didn't come here just to play today. I need to sell the essence of the skeletons. Su Qiu said with a faint smile. The essence of the skeletons in his storage ring is worth a fortune. If sold, who knows how many other martial arts resources he could buy. Of course, he wouldn't just keep it. Entering the building. Su Qiu was not in a hurry to sell the essence of the skeletons. Instead, he strolled around with Su Xiaoshuang for a while. Clothing stores, jewelry stores, bag stores, toy stores, game stores. Su Xiaoshuang's footprints were all over the big shops. Not lacking money, she had a blast. Soon, the siblings arrived at a shop on the top floor of the building, a store that specialized in buying various materials from strange beasts. It was called Mountain Sea Pavilion. It was the largest strange beast materials purchasing and selling company in the Great Xia territory. In major cities, there were branches of Mountain Sea Pavilion. And this one in the imperial capital was the headquarters. It was said that the headquarters operated on a VIP membership system, with only clients worth over 1 billion eligible to become members and enter. Non-members could only enter with the recommendation of a member. Of course, Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang were not members. But they had their ways to get in. I am here to sell the essence of the skeletons, please show this to your store manager. Su Qiu directly took out a golden yellow hand bone. That was the skeleton of a golden skeleton soldier. Just this piece was worth at least 500 million. The store clerk had worked in Mountain Sea Pavilion for so long and had seen countless rare treasures, so naturally, her eye had been trained. When she saw the essence of the skeletons, her eyes couldn't help but shine. Looking back at Su Qiu, she thought. This person looked a bit familiar. Hiss. Isn't this Su Qiu, the top student of the martial arts college entrance exam, who shone brightly in the martial arts university league, already praised by many as the best of the younger generation? A celebrity. Chapter 171 Elemental Crystal Core. Earnings exceeding 1 billion. A celebrity. Looking at Su Qiu, the store clerk couldn't help but be shocked, knowing that a person like him should be treated with the standards of a supreme member even if he wasn't a member. She quickly invited the two into the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Please wait a moment, I will go ask our manager to speak with you. Sure, but may we browse around here? Of course. While that person went to ask the manager of Mountain River Pavilion, Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang curiously strolled around. The Mountain Sea Pavilion was huge, with glass display cases all around, showcasing various strange beast materials. There were the teeth of the hurricane wolf. There were the scales of the Mountain River giant python. And also the essence of the skeleton soldiers that Su Qiu brought to sell. In short, the dazzling array of strange beast materials made Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang dazzled with wonder, exclaiming in amazement. Suddenly, a strange beast material caught Su Qiu's attention. It was a red crystal stone placed in a glass case. The crystal stone contained a trace of restless spiritual power. This is the elemental crystal core. Elemental-type strange beasts have no physical body, and the crystal core is their life core. Only by shattering the crystal core can you kill them. This elemental crystal core is not a complete one, it should be a fragment of an elemental crystal core. Judging from the aura on it, its owner should be a third-tier elemental strange beast. Su Qiu assessed. But this crystal core was not the reason that made him stay. The reason he stopped was that he suddenly thought of something. The elemental crystal core contains a large amount of elemental spiritual energy. This spiritual energy can be absorbed and refined by martial artists. However, since it is an alien beast crystal core, the spiritual energy is extremely volatile and incompatible with martial artists' spiritual power, making the risk of refining it high. Therefore, very few people directly refine elemental crystal cores. Most of the time, they undergo a series of processing and purification before they can be absorbed or used to forge weapons. But Su Qiu thought of one thing. I have the Tao Tai martial soul. Can absorb the energy of all things for my own use. The spiritual energy on this elemental crystal core is difficult for other martial artists to directly utilize, but for me, it's not impossible. Su Qiu's eyes flashed with a glimmer. He suddenly saw a path to speed up his cultivation. At this moment, on the other side, a middle-aged man was chatting confidently with a gray-cloaked elder about a big business deal, while a woman walked over and whispered a few words in his ear. The man frowned. Su Qiu? Hearing this name, the gray-cloaked elder's eyes flashed with a hint of curiosity. But after thinking for a moment, the middle-aged man said to the woman, here's the plan, you go out to meet Su Qiu first, and I'll finish talking with Elder Zhao before finding you. All right. The woman left first. The middle-aged man continued to entertain the gray-cloaked man. Time passed. Half an hour went by. Su Qiu had yet to see the manager he was supposed to meet. He didn't know how many cups of tea he had drunk, and he was slightly displeased. Is there only one manager? If he can't come, someone else can negotiate with me. Mr. Su, please be patient, Manager Wang will arrive shortly. You said this 10 minutes ago. Su Qiu replied calmly. At that moment, a sound of footsteps approached. Su Qiu looked over and saw a woman in a qipao walking towards him. She asked the other woman lightly, Xiao Cui, what's going on? Managerly, it's like this, Mr. Su came to our Mountain Sea Pavilion to sell a fragment of bone essence. I looked for Manager Wang to handle it, but he is currently in a business discussion with Elder Zhao and can't break free. I understand, let me handle it from here. Manager Li said lightly. Su Qiu pouted. I told you guys that such a big store wouldn't have only one manager, wouldn't it be better to change people earlier? I waited here so long for nothing. Mr. Su, I apologize, I will price your bone essence right away. Manager Li in the qipao smiled slightly, took the piece of bone essence, and began to examine it. A hint of surprise appeared in her eyes, it really is essence from a golden skeleton. According to market price, 1 inch is 100 million. This fragment measures 5¼ inches, worth 510 million. I'll have someone draft the contract. No rush, I didn't say I would only sell this fragment. Su Qiu pouted again. Oh, Mr. Su has more? Yes, but I don't know if you can handle it. Su Qiu replied calmly. Ha, Mr. Su is joking. Our mountain sea pavilion is the biggest exotic beast material dealer in Daxia. If we can't handle it, then probably very few can. Oh? That would be very good. Su Qiu was just about to take out more bone essence from his storage ring, when a middle-aged man walked over, smiling at Su Qiu. "Mr. Su, thank you for your patience. Let me discuss this with you personally." Su Qiu looked at him. "So you're the one who made me wait half an hour?" I don't want to talk to you, I'm quite fine talking with this young lady." Su Qiu pouted and suddenly noticed the elder behind the middle-aged man. The other party exuded an unusual aura that made Su Qiu feel uncomfortable. This aura was somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. But for now, business was the priority. He ignored the middle-aged man's displeased expression and took out one piece of bone essence after another from his storage ring. Golden skeletons, silver skeleton kings. There was even a golden skeleton king's essence. The middle-aged man, the cheapo woman, and some staff members in the Mountain Sea Pavilion were all dumbfounded when they saw these items. Each piece of this bone essence was worth over 100 million. Where did he get these from? Many people had gone to the desert battlefield, but they had never heard of anyone bringing back so much bone essence. In fact, most of this bone essence was harvested by Su Qiu in the tomb of the Lotus Flower Kingdom, except for a portion that was collected by Li Yunfeng and others. How can this be possible? The middle-aged man swallowed hard, estimating the price, these pieces of bone essence totaling over 10 billion. If I can secure this deal, he won't have to worry for the rest of his life. "Come, someone, quickly pour tea for Mr. Su." "No need, I've drunk enough tea to fill my stomach," Su Qiu said dissatisfiedly, addressing the woman in Qipao. "You handle this deal." Okay. The woman in Qipao's eyes sparkled. This is like pie falling from the sky. And that middle-aged man regretted deeply. The business he discussed with old Xiao was only about 10 billion, how could it compare to Su Qiu's over 100 billion major deal? If he had finished the deal faster and come to find Su Qiu, would he have let someone else take the lead? In the end, it was his own lack of seriousness. He thought Su Qiu was just a student. What kind of big business could he possibly do? Soon. The woman in Qipao had already finished estimating the price for Su Qiu, and she swallowed hard as she looked at the result on the computer. This batch of skeletal essence is valued at a total of 12 billion. After deducting 5% service fee, it's 114 billion. Good, let's settle the bill, Su Qiu said lightly. The woman in Qipao dared not delay. She hurriedly called the higher-ups at Shanghai Pavilion to confirm and only then process the payment. In less than half a day, Su Qiu gained over 100 billion. Chapter 172, Goodbye Soul Eater. No one can save you. Looking at the over 100 billion that was deposited, Su Qiu's lips slightly curled up, then he said lightly, "How many elemental crystal nuclei do you have here?" "We don't know what kind of elemental crystal nuclei Mr. Su wants. The best are lightning attributed. Of course, other attributes are fine too." Su Qiu remembered the 10th grade thunder refinement method he refused from the two great masters a few days ago. This thunder refinement method, as the name suggests, uses thunder power to temper the body. The lightning-attributed elemental crystal nuclei would be most helpful to him. Soon, the woman in Qipao organized a list of elemental crystal nuclei for Su Qiu. Su Qiu glanced through it and directly spent 10 billion to purchase 10 elemental crystal nuclei, and one 6th-grade elemental crystal nucleus cost him 5 billion. The woman in Qipao was almost bursting with joy. Having acquired over 100 billion of skeletal essence and sold 10 billion of elemental crystal nuclei, today's earnings were astronomical for her. Just from the commission, she could earn enough to make her hands soft. With such a big deal done, she could take a few days off for herself. After purchasing the crystals, Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuan left under the gaze of others sending good luck God, and as soon as they left Shanghai Pavilion, Su Qiu spotted old Xiao. The other party was leaving too. Thinking of the strange aura the other party gave him, he couldn't help but frown, and suddenly, something clicked in his mind, his pupils slightly constricted. I remembered, this aura is from the Soul Eater. The 7th grade Soul Eater that possessed Zhao Feihong. He had encountered it on the desert battlefield, and thought it had been killed by him, but unexpectedly, it was still alive. Moreover, it seemed that it had taken over another Zhao family warrior. Su Qiu couldn't help but wonder. Another Zhao family warrior? What does the Zhao family have that is worth this Soul Eater's attention? Xiaoshuan, go back first, Su Qiu said lightly, following behind old Zhao. Su Xiaoshuan was a bit confused. What's wrong with brother? He's going to chase the Soul Eater, Empress Jiangxiu said lightly. She also sensed something was off with old Zhao. Soul Eater? This annoying thing again. Su Xiaoshuan looked at Su Qiu's back, feeling a bit worried. You following him is useless. A 7th grade Soul Eater is not something you can handle right now.
Empress Jiangxiu said lightly.
Hey, I can't handle it, but I can find external help. Su Xiaoshuang grinned and took out her phone.
Hello, big sister. Su Qiu followed behind old Zhao all the way. Since this was the city center with a lot of people, once a fight broke out, it would definitely affect the crowd, so he did not take action immediately. But surprisingly, old Zhao seemed to have sensed Su Qiu's following. Yet, unexpectedly, he didn't use the crowd to disturb Su Qiu, but gradually led Su Qiu to a remote suburb.
It seemed he wanted to give Su Qiu a chance to make a move. Suddenly,
old Zhao stopped and said faintly.
Su Qiu, you have followed me all the way, what do you really want to do?
Ha, Soul Hunter, we are old friends, why pretend? Hearing this, old Zhao's lips curled up slightly, then he laughed loudly. Ah, indeed. I can deceive others, but I cannot deceive you. Your martial soul is very perceptive towards ghost-type beasts. The martial soul he mentioned was, of course, the ghost Qilin. And now that his identity was exposed, the Soul Hunter no longer hid, pulling out a sword and fiercely slashing at Su Qiu with a wave of sword energy.
Su Qiu took out the Panlong Pujuan spear, shattering the sword energy with a single thrust. The old Zhao possessed by the Soul Hunter was not weaker than Zhao Feihong.
But now, he was far stronger than his former self on the desert battlefield. Dealing with the Soul Hunter was simply a piece of cake. But just as he was about to take action, he saw the Soul Hunter turn around and flee.
Want to escape? No way.
Su Qiu chased after him, his speed incredibly fast. And the shoes under the Soul Hunter's feet released a faint aura of spiritual power, which actually caused his speed to soar. Those shoes were a martial arts spiritual item that enhanced speed. Humph, I have never lost in speed. Su Qiu continued to chase, even with the opponent's speed-enhancing spiritual item, it couldn't compare to the support of his Kunping martial soul. Gradually, he caught up with the Soul Hunter and launched a fierce strike. The domineering lightning transformed into a pillar of light.
Boom! The Soul Hunter was struck in the back, flying out directly.
He crashed into the wall of a courtyard. Unknowingly, they had actually run into someone else's home, and from the size of the courtyard, which covered hundreds of acres, it seemed to be a wealthy family. At the entrance of the courtyard hung a rather vintage plaque.
It prominently read, Zhao family. The Zhao family, one of the 4 great families in the imperial capital. Su Qiu thought for a moment. Is this guy trying to take refuge in the Zhao family? After all, the person he was currently possessing was a martial artist of the Zhao family. And the Zhao family, being one of the 4 great families, has deep roots in many experts, so it was no wonder he had such confidence to confront Su Qiu. Hearing the commotion, many people from the Zhao family rushed out.
They surrounded the Soul Hunter.
Third uncle, are you okay? What happened?
The crowd looked at the bloodied Soul Hunter, not knowing his true identity, thinking he was still their third uncle, and immediately showed concern.
It's Su Qiu.
He doesn't care about right or wrong, he just says I'm a Soul Hunter and wants to kill me. The Soul Hunter framed Su Qiu first.
Upon hearing this, the people glared at Su Qiu with anger. That's too much. Su Qiu, do you really think you can do as you please?
Open your eyes and see clearly, this is the Zhao family. Especially Zhao Zijing and Zhao Jun, these 2 young men glared at Su Qiu with dissatisfaction, as one had suffered losses at Su Qiu's hands, while the other had been consecutively defeated by Luo Qingxue twice. They certainly had no good feelings towards Su Qiu. Not to mention that now he was actually attacking their home. Su Qiu looked at the Soul Hunter hiding behind the crowd, revealing a smug smile towards him, and frowned slightly.
This guy is truly infuriating. In the next second,
several options appeared before him. Ding. Facing the provocation of the Soul Hunter and the obstruction of the Zhao family, you have the following choices.
First, a real hero doesn't take immediate advantage. Facing the Zhao family, you are still a bit green, turn around and leave. Reward, physical enhancement card. Second, argue with the Zhao family. Try to make them accept that old Zhao is the Soul Hunter. Reward, 1 6-dimensional elemental crystal core. Third, anyone who blocks my path to kill the Soul Hunter will die. No matter who it is, anyone standing in my way, bear the consequences. Let's cause a scene, young man. Reward, 10,000 Thunder Bomb Spirit Orbs. Su Qiu looked at these options, his eyes flashing for a moment. The 10,000 Thunder Bomb Spirit Orbs. This thing is not bad. He once had 3, 2 were used to deal with 8 ranked beasts, and 1 was used to break the tomb gate. If he had 10 Thunder Burst Spirit Pearls, that would be like carrying 10 nuclear bombs with him. Of course. The key point was the Soul Stalker, which made him very unhappy. Do you think that with the Zhao family's protection, I can't kill you? You underestimate me way too much. Today, no one can save you. I mean it. Chapter 173, The Xiao Family's Background. The powerful Seal Lord warriors appear one after another. Today, no one can save you. I mean it. Su Qiu looked at the soul stalker hiding behind the Xiao family crowd, his eyes cold as he spoke, then he took a step forward, gun in hand, charging out to kill. Zhao Jun and Zhao Zijin blocked his way. They wanted to stop his atrocity. But with their strength, how could they possibly resist? Before they could even summon their martial souls, Su Qiu sent them flying with a single strike. The other Zhao family warriors rushed forward, but were all blown away by Su Qiu's Thunder Judgment Spear technique. Those with slightly lower strength were instantly turned to ashes. Su Qiu was unstoppable, like a god of death. The soul stalker watched in horror. This guy was indeed ruthless. Even in the Zhao family, he dared to kill. He wanted to push through the Zhao family gate, but Su Qiu used the Phoenix dance illusion, his figure like a ghost, appearing before him in an instant. Heh, where do you think you can run to? Su Qiu sneered, weapon in hand, and with a thrust, he unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning that pierced through the opponent's body. Ah! The soul stalker let out a piercing cry. Then, amidst the endless power of lightning, it was electrified into charred remains, devoid of breath, and Su Qiu kept his gaze on the lifeless body. This should count as dead, right? What about the soul stalker? While Su Qiu was pondering, powerful waves of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from deep within the Zhao family, rushing toward Su Qiu at high speed. It was the Zhao family's higher-ups. 5 people in total, each one a 7th-rank Seal Lord warrior. At the forefront was a white-haired elder, whose strength reached upper 7th-tier Seal Lord. Only a step away from the 8th-tier king. He glanced at the corpse of old Zhao and the other Zhao family warriors lying on the ground, moaning in pain, his face instantly darkened. Good, Su Qiu, you are too arrogant. Su Qiu stood holding his gun, calmly replying, I am killing the soul stalker. It's you Zhao family who insisted on stopping me, you cannot blame me. Nonsense, what soul stalker does my Zhao family have? No one has even seen such a thing, we don't even know if it exists. The soul stalker was extremely rare. In the entire desert battlefield, it might not even appear once in hundreds of years. Su Qiu says it exists, so it does? They wouldn't believe it. They would rather think that Su Qiu was looking for an excuse to pick a fight with the Zhao family. Though they didn't know what enmity or grievance he had with the Zhao family, since he acted this way, their Zhao family naturally couldn't stand by. Let a junior enter and kill someone, if we let him go just like that, where would the Zhao family's face be? The white-haired elder thought. His spiritual power erupted, let Zhao Yu meet you. Zhao Yu, the top warrior of the Zhao family. Also, the current head of the Zhao family. He unleashed his spiritual power and without a word, soared above Su Qiu, his fingers clenched into a fist, and then smashed down towards Su Qiu. This move could break the heavens. The air seemed to explode. S-rank martial skill, sky-breaking fist. As soon as he made a move, it was an S-rank martial skill. The depth of the Zhao family's background was evident. Su Qiu certainly didn't dare to be careless, he shouted loudly, the thunder dragon roared, and he instantly completed the martial soul fusion, his spear striking upwards with force. A massive lightning spear soared across the sky. Also an S-rank martial skill, Thunder Judgment Spear. The two forces of spiritual power violently collided, as if thunder struck the ground. In the explosive sound, the ground of the Zhao family was constantly being blown up. Zhao Yu was knocked back several steps in midair, looking at Su Qiu, his pupils slightly shrinking. Good guy, you are actually able to withstand my move. He knew that Su Qiu's strength was astonishing. He had seen the other's performance in the martial arts league and knew that the opponent's strength was comparable to a 7th level marquis, but even among the 7th level, there were differences. Ordinary 7th level fighters couldn't compare to him, a 7th level high quality. Thus, he struck first with an S-class martial technique. Confident that this move could take down Su Qiu. But he never expected to be easily blocked by the other party. The opponent's strength was far beyond his imagination. Far beyond the performance in the martial arts league. The other party had been hiding their strength in the league. This boy will surely become a great talent in the future. If we let him go today, it will surely bring endless trouble to the Zhao family in the future. A cold light flashed in Zhao Yu's eyes. In the next second, a blue light flashed across him, slowly condensing into a long sword engulfed in blue flames. The sword was covered with scales, emanating a fierce aura, like a lurking ferocious beast, ready to strike at any moment. Su Qiu squinted slightly, recognizing the sword. S-class ice and fire dual attribute weapon spirit, blue scale ice sword. Zhao Yu coldly smiled, good eyesight, experience its power. After speaking, he flashed and rushed towards Su Qiu again. This time he chose to engage in close combat. Having lived for so long and experienced countless battles, he was confident that his experience in close combat was much stronger than Su Qiu's. In close combat, he was sure to have the upper hand. But at the moment they clashed, he suddenly realized. He was wrong. He was wrong beyond imagination. Su Qiu wielded the spear, dancing it like a swimming dragon, each move exquisitely perfect, with defenses that were impenetrable. When attacking, it was like a storm shooting stars. Most importantly, when the opponent struck, the overwhelming fighting spirit surged like raging waves, constantly crashing against him. This fighting spirit was many times stronger than he could imagine. The intensity of this fighting spirit reminded him of a person. One of the top 10 kings of the Great Xia, the War King. Luo Ao. Could the opponent's fighting spirit be compared to that of the War King? What kind of monster is this? Zhao Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In just a dozen exchanges, he was completely suppressed in close combat, appearing to be in imminent danger. It seemed like he would be defeated in the next second. The other several marquis strongmen also saw something amiss. Their expressions changed. The head of the family is actually being suppressed. Goodness, is this young man really that fierce? So terrifying. Everyone looked at Su Qiu, their pupils trembling slightly. They exchanged glances and rushed forward together. But after Su Qiu sent Zhao Yu flying with a spear, he looked at the four marquis strongmen rushing up and roared, "Get lost!" The voice thundered, raising a tidal wave of sound. Everyone felt that at this moment, Su Qiu seemed to transform into a domineering giant beast. The roar shook their minds. It was precisely the Qilin's roar from the 7 characters formula. The several marquis strongmen were momentarily shaken and paused. And Su Qiu seized this gap, his figure flashing, wanting to escape. But at this moment, he saw golden beams of light descending from the sky, completely blocking his path. The beams appeared in front of Su Qiu and then shrank, transforming into a golden prison with mysterious patterns flowing, feeling solid as gold. Su Qiu recognized it at a glance. This was a martial arts spiritual device specifically used to trap people. Its level was not low, it was a high-quality one. Moreover, it was close to being a top grade among high-quality ones. Even a 7th-level marquis trapped within would find it difficult to escape. With the prison appearing, there was another marquis strongman in the void, with short, thick hair, looking to be in his 40s. He was the one controlling the golden prison, trapping Su Qiu. Chapter 174, 3 Thunderstorm Exploding Spirit Pearls. Breaking the golden prison. Well done, Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yu looked at the short-haired middle-aged man and laughed heartily. Then, he looked at Su Qiu and said, "Su Qiu, being able to make the 6 marquis strongmen of the Zhao family act together. You should feel honored." Su Qiu said nothing and fired a shot. The power of lightning crashed into the golden prison, erupting with a roaring sound. But the prison remained untouched. It's useless. This golden prison is a treasured possession of the Zhao family and is a high-grade spirit tool close to a supreme spirit tool. Years ago, it was unscathed by a sword from the Sword Emperor. With your strength, you can forget about escaping. Zhao Yuan said confidently. A high-grade spirit tool is considered a top treasure in the Great Xia. Ordinary families do not possess such spirit tools. Not to mention, the one in his hands is a high-grade tool close to supreme existence. No one has ever escaped from it. Su Qiu, in 100 years, no one has dared to be disrespectful to the Zhao family. If today I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think the Zhao family is easy to bully? In my opinion, locking him in this golden prison for 10 years would make him reflect on his actions, someone suggested. Kill Su Qiu? They thought about it, but after all, he was a wielder of multiple SSS-class martial souls. Killing him would definitely provoke some opinions from above. After thinking it over, they decided it would be safest to just imprison him. Lock him up for 10 or 8 years, preventing him from cultivating. By the time he comes out, the current young generation will have grown up. When he comes out, he will undoubtedly become the target of everyone. At that time, they wouldn't even need to intervene, many would want to deal with him. The most important thing is, during his imprisonment, whatever he wants to do, wouldn't it all be up to the Zhao family? They could also take this opportunity to study why he has so many SSS-class martial souls. Once they uncover the secret, it would surely elevate the Xiao family one level higher. Ha! No one has dared to be disrespectful to the Xiao family for 100 years. Then today, I shall be the first in 100 years. Su Qiu chuckled lightly, the power of his spirit bursting forth, crashing into the golden prison. The Hell Phoenix soared into the sky, burning with endless hellfire. The White Tiger roared, its killing intent shaking the heavens and earth. The 2 martial souls combined with him, along with the previous lightning dragon. The 3 martial souls merged, and Su Qiu's strength surged once more, his terrifying aura causing the golden prison to buzz and shine brightly. But Zhao Yuan still had confidence. It's useless, Su Qiu, no matter how much you struggle, you cannot break the golden prison. Under the king, the golden prison is unbreakable. He was very sure about this. And Su Qiu, a 5th tier, even if he borrowed the power of multiple SSS-class martial souls to unleash strength far beyond many peak martial artists. But he is still ultimately below the king. How could he break the prison? Then let's give it a try. Su Qiu reversed and took out 3 thunderstorm exploding spirit orbs. Boom!
The 3 exploding spirit orbs instantly erupted, limitless lightning pouring out, while Su Qiu gripped his spear tightly, channeling domineering lightning.
Everyone gasped in shock. That's a one-time martial spirit tool. And it's not low-grade either, such colossal lightning power can threaten even kings, right? He actually detonated 3 at once? This guy must be crazy. This overwhelming power of thunder compressed within the golden prison, he will surely be reduced to ashes. Trying to use this one-time martial spirit tool to destroy the golden prison, but he should think about whether he can withstand the power. But then everyone suddenly saw. Su Qiu bathed in boundless lightning, and shockingly, he was unscathed. In fact, even Su Qiu himself was a bit surprised. He was confident in withstanding the power of 3 thunderstorm exploding spirit orbs. After all, his physical quality had improved greatly, and his cultivation had surpassed before. But the power of the thunderstorm exploding spirit orbs should not be underestimated. It would undoubtedly cause some harm to his body. He even planned to use hellfire to heal himself later. But he never expected. The thunder striking his body gave him a tingling sensation. It surprisingly didn't inflict much harm on him. This is the effect of the 10th tier thunder body refinement method. Su Qiu recalled the body refining method he had obtained earlier. In front of him glowed bright light. This method not only allowed him to refine his body with the power of thunder, but it also granted him a certain degree of immunity to thunder. With the SSS-Level martial soul thunder dragon, from now on, he might be called the god of thunder. Su Qiu thought to himself, bathing in the thunder as a smile appeared on his face. Then he tightly gripped his spear and gathered the surrounding thunder power, thrusting it forward. Thunder Judgment Spear. The terrifying thunder spear whistled out. This thrust, combining the power of 3 thunder exploding spirit pearls, was so strong that even Su Qiu felt a bit afraid, knowing that previously, when he condensed a single thunder exploding spirit pearl, its power could kill an injured 8th order king beast. And now, having condensed 3, even the demon Sky Lord, that 8th order king beast would hardly be able to bear it in perfect condition. Boom! The thunder spear crashed onto the golden prison, the massive prison suffering an unprecedented shock, erupting with a deafening roar and a burst of light, as if it was fighting with all its might against the spear's force, but as the power of the spear continued to surge. Crack! A crack appeared on the prison. Then, the crack continued to spread, gradually extending throughout the entire prison. With a thunderous explosion, the golden prison shattered in response. And the spreading thunder power resembled a vast ocean of lightning, frantically tearing at the surroundings. Even the aftermath of the destruction of the golden prison caused several Duke-level strongmen to be knocked back, and over a dozen houses around were instantly destroyed. Half of the Xiao family had almost turned into ruins. Zhao Yu, Zhao Yuan, and others looked on in shock and anger. He actually destroyed the golden prison. My Zhao family's spirit tool. How hateful. Not only is the spirit tool destroyed, but my Zhao family also suffers significant damage. How much will it cost to repair this? Forget about that for now, let's subdue this boy. If we can't hold him, our Zhao family's reputation will plummet. Zhao Yu and the others stared fiercely at Su Qiu, who was gradually emerging from the smoke. They were all Duke-level strongmen. Without a word, they instantly entered the martial soul fusion state. Clearly, they planned to fight Su Qiu with all their might. But the next second, Su Qiu's figure flickered in place, and he completely vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in front of a Duke-level strongman, who had just completed the martial soul fusion, growing fierce dragon horns on his head, wielding a long knife, with vicious energy steaming off him, his power immense. But seeing Su Qiu suddenly appear before him, his pupils shrank in fear, and even his vicious aura recoiled, so fast. He couldn't react to how the other had appeared in front of him. Qilin, punch! Su Qiu threw a punch. The other man blocked with his knife, but with a clang, the blade was shattered. His chest caved in, how many bones were broken, he didn't know, and he flew back like a cannonball. He crashed to the ground, forming a huge crater. Looking back at him, he had been blasted out of the martial soul fusion state, lying on the ground, nearly out of breath. Chapter 175 Zhao family ancestor appears. You should thank me. What? Defeated a duke with one punch? How did this guy do it? Be careful of his speed. Zhao Yu reacted, realizing that Su Qiu used an extremely profound martial skill, a skill that was likely beyond S-level martial skills. This is SS-level martial skill. SS-level martial skills are extremely rare in the Great Xia, even my Zhao family only has one, and no one has learned it over the years. Where did this Su Qiu get such a high-level martial skill? Damn it, he has too many secrets. Zhao Yu felt completely unable to see through Su Qiu. You thought he only had one martial soul when he directly summoned Thunder Dragon, White Tiger, Hell Phoenix, Kuanping. They were all SSS level. You thought his strength was only at the 5th tier when he fused his martial soul to instantly kill 6th or even 7th tier martial artists. You thought he couldn't break the golden prison when
He took out 5 thunderstorm spirit pearls with a flick of his hand and shattered the high-quality spiritual weapon into pieces.
The opponent's hidden cards came out one after another. Deep and untraceable. Shilin. Step. Su Qiu's figure flashed, his speed reaching an extreme, instantly arriving above Xiao Yu and the others, then he lifted his foot and stomped down fiercely. Shilin. Foot. Spiritual power gathered, transforming into a huge footprint descending from the sky.
Several strong warriors joined forces to resist, but were still forcefully stomped down from midair, crashing to the ground like meteors. Su Qiu continued to attack, his 5 fingers turning into claws. Shilin. Claw. With a fierce and domineering claw energy, it seemed as if 5 gigantic blades were descending from above, wanting to tear the mountains and rivers apart. As the overwhelming might swept across, the powerful warriors did not dare to be careless, letting out low shouts, activating their spiritual power with all their might to block. S-rank martial skill, Heaven-breaking fist. S-rank martial skill, Tear the Sky Slash. A-rank martial skill, Rockfall Cloud Hammer. Various martial skills were unleashed, resisting Su Qiu's shocking claw. After the collision of the ultimate moves, the void erupted in a series of explosions. The ground of the Xiao family was torn apart with 5 enormous cracks, and within the cracks, 5 powerful warriors were half squatting on the ground, panting heavily.
What a domineering move! This guy's strength is simply too abnormal.
For hundreds of years, he can be called the #1 talent. The Xiao family members' pupils trembled slightly. For the first time, they felt the gap between people could be unimaginably vast.
They had spent decades honing themselves to become powerful warriors, capable of dominating one side. But Su Qiu?
At such a young age, he could crush powerful warriors.
One person, opposing an entire family. Isn't that too exaggerated?
Even several powerful warriors were shocked.
Let alone the other Xiao family members.
They looked at Su Qiu, their eyes filled with intense terror. They were all peers. Why were you so abnormal?
Is this real? The powerful warriors felt an enormous gap. And what about them?
They felt like they and Su Qiu were not from the same world. So he didn't even use his full strength in the martial arts league back then. Too exaggerated. If he used all his strength, even all the martial artists in the league together probably wouldn't be his opponent.
Not probably, but definitely. Even Moron Lianqing wouldn't last a few moves in front of him.
The crowd was abuzz with discussion.
Su Qiu single-handedly overwhelmed the Zhao family's powerful warriors. This scene would become an unforgettable image for their entire lives.
In the sky, Su Qiu looked at Xiao Yu and the others, his gaze incredibly indifferent, standing proudly in midair, with phoenix wings burning with hellfire behind him, the word king on his forehead radiating thick killing intent, surrounded by intertwining thunder, his aura majestic and tyrannical like a god. He lifted his foot, and the Qilin foot came crashing down again.
But at this moment, the entire Zhao family trembled slightly.
A strange power spread out. This power was quite peculiar, and in an instant, it filled the entire Zhao family, causing the air currents to begin to change, stirring up a gentle breeze. The gentle breeze grew stronger, almost instantly turning into a violent wind. The howling wind seemed to contain countless sharp blades, dispersing Su Qiu's Qilin foot, while in the sky, a green light spread. The entire Zhao family was enveloped in green light, with wind continuously howling.
It was as if it had transformed into a world of wind. Su Qiu had already realized something, narrowing his eyes slightly. This is the power of a monarch, this is a domain.
Not long ago, he had fought with Uriai. The other party had demonstrated a domain before him. Xiao Yu and the others, feeling the wind rising around them, couldn't help but brighten their eyes.
It's the ancestor making a move. Great.
They were incredibly excited. They saw deep within the Xiao family, an old man dressed in blue and wearing an ancient-style robe, walking slowly with a cane. He approached Zhao Yuan and the others, glanced at them, and said lightly, "To make it this embarrassing, you really disgrace the Xiao family." The few people being scolded hung their heads and didn't dare to refute. Even Xiao Yu, the head of the family, was acting like a child at this moment. Because the elder before them was the previous head of the Zhao family. He was the true pillar of the Zhao family. The Zhao family became one of the 4 great families in the capital because of this old man. Don't say he just scolded him a few times. Even if the other party raised a cane to hit him, he could only obediently stretch his head out.
Unless he can also advance to a king.
Unfortunately, the difference between the 6th level and the 8th level is like heaven and earth.
Some people spend their whole lives unable to break through.
Once they do break through, it's like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, instantly becoming a king. After scolding Xiao Yu and others, the old man in the blue robe looked at Su Qiu and said lightly, "Little friend, your talent and strength are rare to see in the great Xia. I don't want to kill you. Here's the deal, kneel down, bow your head, and apologize. I will treat the chaos you caused at the Zhao family as if it never happened."
How about that? He believed he was being very lenient. If it weren't for seeing Su Qiu's outstanding talent and that someone above him was watching, he wouldn't just let the other party go, he probably would have slapped him to death long ago. But when Su Qiu heard his words, he couldn't help but laugh. You're quite nice, so should I thank you? There's no need for that. You really think I would bow and apologize to you? I did nothing wrong, why should I apologize? Su Qiu stood with his spear, facing the king fearlessly. You did nothing wrong? You made my Zhao family look like this, and you still say you did nothing wrong? The old man in the blue robe frowned. This is what you brought upon yourselves. Speaking of which, that soul monster hiding in your Zhao family, I helped you deal with it. You should thank me instead. Su Qiu said lightly. Everyone was stunned. They looked at the Zhao family warriors who were beaten to the ground, the critically injured Zhao family marquis-level experts, the shattered golden prison fragments, the huge ravines crisscrossing the ground, and the half-destroyed Zhao family. And now you want us to thank you? Thank you for beating us, killing us, and thank you for turning my Zhao family into this ghostly sight? All Zhao family warriors were enraged. The old man in the blue robe could no longer suppress his anger. Kid, talking so arrogantly, do you really think talent allows you to do whatever you want? Today, I will let you experience the might of the king. After finishing, he grasped in the void with his 5 fingers, and in his domain, a violent wind roared. Chapter 176, A Fierce Battle with the King. Don't blame me for fighting. The king's domain showed its might. The old man in the blue robe was surrounded by howling winds, condensing wind blades in the air, then slashing towards Su Qiu. Each wind blade could injure warriors below the king level. And there were hundreds or even thousands of wind blades in front. Even Su Qiu felt a hint of pressure. However, since he had fought with Uriai and had already felt the power of the domain, dealing with it wasn't so unfamiliar. With his spiraling dragon-breaking spear, he swept wildly. Bang, bang, bang. One wind blade after another was shattered by him. He even cleverly dodged the wind blades that came from behind. He knew that the king's domain was extremely powerful, and a king in this domain could manipulate the aura within it, launching attacks from all corners. He had long been prepared. The old man in the blue robe was quite surprised. Oh, you don't seem like it's your first time fighting a king. Interesting. He clenched his fingers in the void, and endless aura gathered towards him, transforming into a gigantic scythe that slashed down. The tyrannical power seemed to split the void itself. Su Qiu did not dodge or avoid it, and with his spear, he roared, Thunder Judgment Spear. The Judgment Spear was incredibly domineering. It collided head-on with the wind scythe, both forces pushing each other back. Next, Su Qiu's figure flashed, arriving above the old man, and stomped down. Karen, foot. You want to step on me? You're far from it. The old man snorted lightly, and the airflow around him spiraled above his head, forming a huge vortex of wind, blocking the Kirin's foot. Then, the vortex exploded with immense airflow, sweeping towards Su Qiu. In the airflow, there were wind blades contained within. If he were to be caught in it, he would definitely be shredded into pieces instantly. Su Qiu also knew the power of this move. The 5 fingers transformed into claws and unleashed a powerful might, striking out like 5 giant blades. The airflow was torn apart. The ground behind the old man was also ripped open. He exclaimed, such remarkable martial skills, quite impressive. But this is still not enough, the gap between you and a king is far too great. He raised his hand and grasped at the void, the air coalesced into a massive blue sickle, which was indeed his martial soul. S-rank martial soul, the sickle of storm. Whoosh! He appeared before Su Qiu, and the sickle fell, like the Grim Reaper claiming a life. Su Qiu blocked with his spear but was still sent flying. As he flew backward, the old man unleashed his domain power again, conjuring countless blades of wind around Su Qiu, striking continuously. It was as if he wanted to shred Su Qiu into 1,000 pieces. Really strong. This old man before me may not be one of the top 10 kings of the Great Xia, but he is still a king, and his strength is much greater than any opponents I have faced before. If it weren't for the experience I gained from training with the captain and learning about domain power in advance, I might have been seriously injured by now. Su Qiu thought to himself. As he flew backward, he swung his long spear to shatter the blades of wind, while at the same time, 2 orbs of light appeared around him. The Kuanping martial soul and the Ghost Qilin martial soul emerged. The 2 great martial souls merged instantly. In the fusion state of the 5 martial souls, Su Qiu's body was enduring immense pressure every moment, but at this moment, his strength had reached its peak, his aura swirling, terrifying, and unmatched. It made people feel afraid. Even a king like the old man in the blue robe felt a trace of pressure. This kid. Is this his true strength? The old man was shocked. Not a king, yet able to threaten a king. After advancing to king for so many years, he faced such a situation for the first time. Whoosh! Su Qiu executed the Qilin step, vanishing from his original spot, then appeared above the old man, and 1 foot descended, executing the Qilin foot.
The old man used the same trick again, conjuring a gigantic vortex in the air to fend off the attack. Your martial skills are very clever, but they won't work on me, the old man said. But after executing the Qilin foot, Suqiu disappeared again, appearing in front of the old man and throwing a punch, the Qilin fist. The old man's pupils constricted, such speed. The airflow around him swirled and transformed again into a vortex of wind. The fist hit it but was gradually dissolved. You cannot break through my defense. In this domain, the wind is everywhere. It is protecting me at all times, the old man said with confidence. Is that so? Suqiu's fist failed to break through, and he struck out again, pointing a finger. Qilin, finger. This finger contained powerful piercing force. A point shattering the surface. It directly pierced through the center of the vortex beside the old man. The old man sidestepped, but he was still a moment too late. His shoulder was pierced, creating a blood hole, and the long-lost pain made his body tremble. He was injured. This king was actually hurt by a young junior? The old man was enraged. He let out a low roar, "You're asking for death." Then his spiritual power surged out, conjuring one tornado after another in the domain, rushing toward Suqiu from all directions. Suqiu felt an unprecedented force from the domain crashing towards him, took a deep breath, and executed the Qilin 7-character formula. This time he used the strongest of the 7-character formula. Seal. He unleashed his fist, finger, foot, claw, roar, and step, 6 characters in succession, then condensed them into a terrifying phantom of a Qilin before him. Qilin, seal. He thrust both palms forward, and the power of the Qilin surged out. It collided with the surrounding tornadoes, causing the domain to fall into violent turmoil. Amid the extreme impact, both Suqiu and the old man were pushed back. Both of them were injured. The old man looked at his new injuries, furious, with his beard blowing and face red. As a king, he could not defeat this young junior in his own domain. If this got out, it would be a huge disgrace for a king. You have forced me to this. The wind sickle in the old man's hand transformed into countless points of light. Inside him, integrated, was the martial soul fusion. Martial soul fusion, domain. Both the 7th and 8th tier abilities were fully unleashed. The old man intended to go all out and crush Suqiu. Otherwise, he as a king would feel utterly humiliated. And Suqiu, seeing this, took a deep breath, waved his hands, and took out a few Thunder Explosion Spirit Pearls. Just moments ago, he used 3 Thunder Explosion Spirit Pearls to destroy the golden prison that only a king could shatter. And now, he still had 7 in his hands. If these 7 were used together, destroying this domain shouldn't be a big problem. Suqiu decided to give it a try. But just as both sides were pushed to their limits, ready to go all out, the blue sky suddenly trembled violently. Immediately after, the airflow within the domain exploded, shattered by an immense force, and a figure descended from the sky. As it landed, like a meteor falling, it shook the entire Zhao family, raising rolling dust, and Olay, wielding a wolf fang club, emerged from the dust. The king's might swept across the scene. She looked at Suqiu and grinned, "Smelly brat, you're not being nice. You didn't even inform me about a fight." Seeing Olay arrive, Suqiu was slightly surprised. "Captain, why have you come here?" Although Olay's arrival was unexpected, it gave him a sense of security. Olay had come. So this battle would be secured. No matter how the Xiao family ancestor wanted to deal with him, he would first have to get past Olay. Chapter 177 Olay battles the Xiao family ancestor. Jun Han arrives. "Give me a favor." Olay's appearance brought comfort to Suqiu. But it left the Xiao family ancestor in shock. Because the opponent had forcefully torn through his domain and barged in, with such strength, the opponent's combat power was not inferior to a king. Olay looked at the Xiao family ancestor, cracked her neck, summoned the Wolf Fang Club, and smiled. "Speaking of which, I haven't really fought against a human king yet." "Old man, can your old bones handle this?" Her domineering and arrogant tone enraged the Xiao family ancestor. Old bones? He was an 8th-tier king. He wanted to retort. But the next second, he felt the powerful aura radiating from Olay. He saw countless vines sprouting from the ground. In an instant, within his storm domain, a green world burst forth, a world of vines, great trees, and plants. That was the domain of a king. The words he wanted to refute were forcefully swallowed back down. "I didn't expect you to actually be a king. Such a young king. Truly rare." The Zhao family ancestor realized that Olay might not even be 30 years old. To become a king at such an age was genuinely astounding. She could be called an extraordinary genius. The key point is, he felt Olay's domain strength was even above his own. The vibrant life force, as cruel as molten lava, and the overwhelming battle intent radiating from Olay. All of this made him, the aged king, feel apprehensive. Not to mention, there was still Suqiu beside him, who he couldn't take down. If these two teamed up,
He definitely would face defeat. Old man, what are you thinking? Let's fight first and talk later. Olay laughed, her figure flashing to stand before the Xiao family ancestor. With one swing, she struck out. The Xiao family ancestor crossed his arms in front to block. His body, fused with the weapon spirit, was sent flying by this strike, like a cannonball, not knowing how many walls of the Xiao family he shattered. He lay amidst the ruins, then stood up, angrily shouting, "Stop! This is the Xiao family. If it comes to a real fight, my Xiao family still has hidden cards to play." He wasn't lying about this. As one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, the Xiao family had astonishing depth, and it was very normal to have some unknown trump cards. Simply having high-grade spirit equipment meant they had more than just one golden prison. Unfortunately, while this could frighten others, to Olay, it meant nothing. It doesn't work at all. You should know, I was raised to be fierce. Oro continued to charge forward, regardless of everything, swinging her wolf-tooth club relentlessly, one strike after another, each blow heavier than the last. It was as if she aimed to bring the mountains down and shake the earth. The ancestor of the Xiao family was continuously pushed back, unable to counterattack. His domain struggled against Oro's domain. In the void, fierce winds and vines clashed violently. The battle of the kings was astonishing beyond measure. Suqiu watched from the side, marveling at the scene. He found the right moment and wanted to help Oro, but at that instant, a deafening sound rang out from the sky. Suqiu looked up and saw a streak of golden light, like a golden thunder, rushing in fast, unerring, and piercing through the gap between the 2 kings' domains, followed by a mighty surge of spiritual energy. Both domains were simultaneously shaken. Especially the ancestor of the Xiao family's domain, which seemed to be on the brink of collapse. Looking at the golden thunder embedded in the ground, it was clear that this was not just any thunder, it was a magnificent golden halberd. The halberd was inscribed with intricate patterns, its blade shining like the moon, the tip driven into the ground, creating a huge chasm. Suqiu recognized this halberd. He had seen it in many news headlines and even online forums. This was the divine martial halberd. The weapon of the first king of the Great Xia, the divine martial king Junhan. As the divine martial halberd appeared, a figure lightly descended from the sky, landing on the halberd. He wore a white shirt, black pants, and shoes, his hair slightly gray, but his eyes were bright and full of power, radiating authority. This was entirely different from the approachable appearance Suqiu had seen last time. Was this the true form of the divine martial king? Junhan appeared, stepping on the divine martial halberd, emitting a strong spiritual pressure that enveloped the entire Xiao family. Those lacking enough cultivation were even pressed down to the ground by this pressure. Junhan looked at the ancestor of the Xiao family and Oro, calmly saying, "This battle ends here. Anyone wanting to fight again, I will take them on." Hearing this, Oro nearly felt tempted. Fighting the divine martial king might be exciting. At least it would be a lot more thrilling than battling this old skeleton of the Xiao family. But at this moment, Zhao Xiaoyuan and Su Xiaoshuang suddenly arrived. One stepped in front of Oro, glaring fiercely at her to not act recklessly, which barely restrained Oro's fighting spirit. The other rushed over to Suqiu, feeling him over and only relaxing when she saw he wasn't injured. Then looking at the wreckage around the Xiao family, she exclaimed, "Brother, did you do all this?" "Yeah. Wow, you're amazing, you took on a whole family by yourself?" Su Xiaoshuang marveled, giving a thumbs up. The Zhao family members turned dark at her words. The Zhao family ancestor looked at Junhan and said, "Divine martial king, Suqiu attacked my Zhao family, killing and injuring people, a crime that cannot be forgiven. How do you plan to handle this?" "There's a reason behind it, I can explain." Suqiu spoke calmly, briefly recounting the matter of the soul capture monster. People are dead, say whatever you want." The Zhao family ancestor snorted coldly. Junhan said, "Though people have died, the bodies remain. I will take them back for research at the scientific institute to see if we can find any clues about the soul capture monster. As for Suqiu, I will take him away now. I asked the Zhao family to give me some face." When he said give some face, there was not a hint of request in his tone, instead, it felt more like issuing an order. Though the Zhao family ancestor was dissatisfied, he did not dare to defy. After all, standing before him was not an ordinary king, but the first king of the Great Xia, second only to the 3 emperors. Moreover, he controlled one of the strongest forces of the Great Xia, the divine martial hunting team. With such an existence, the Zhao family had no means to oppose. The ancestor of the Xiao family took a deep breath. "Since the divine martial king has personally come to request someone, this face, I will naturally give. You can take both the person and the body. I hope, in the end, you will give my Zhao family a satisfactory answer." "Okay." Junhan nodded slightly, put away the divine martial halberd, and glanced at Suqiu and Su Xiaoshuang. "You two, come with me." Suqiu released the martial soul fusion state and walked out of the Zhao family with Su Xiaoshuang. Many Zhao family warriors stared at him, looking helpless. Some people's eyes even held a hint of fear. Just as Su Xiaoshuang said, a person against a family. This power is too strong. Even if they are angry, they hate, they still cannot help but feel fear. At the entrance of the Zhao family, a transport helicopter landed. Su Qiu and the others walked inside and then flew toward a certain direction. Inside the helicopter, Su Qiu finally understood why Uri suddenly appeared at the Zhao family. It was Su Xiaoshuang who called her. What a clever little girl. Su Qiu patted Su Xiaoshuang's head. But why did the divine martial King Junhan come to the Zhao family? Chapter 178, The Elder Leader on the Hospital Bed. Curse. It seemed that he sensed Su Qiu and the others' gazes. Junhan said lightly, your fight was too intense, I felt it from far away, so I came to check. Also, Su Qiu, I have something to discuss with you. This matter concerns the elder leader. Upon hearing this, Su Qiu's expression turned serious. What do you mean? You'll know when we get there. Junhan did not explain further. Beside them, Zhao Xiaoyun seemed to be thinking and then sighed. Soon, the group arrived at the elder leader's residence in the helicopter. Surrounding the residence were soldiers on patrol. Su Qiu followed Junhan directly into a patient room inside the residence. There, an old man lay on the hospital bed, various instruments surrounding him, monitoring his life signs. The old man lay on the bed, his body frail, and his hair white. He looked very ordinary. But Su Qiu recognized this man. He was the greatest contributor to the stable development of the Great Xia, the elder leader of the Great Xia. Xian Yuan Jing. Su Qiu, I brought you here because I want you to try to use your martial soul to treat the elder leader, Junhan stated his purpose. He had done his homework and knew that Su Qiu possessed the Hell Undying Phoenix. The Hellfire was very powerful, able to rapidly heal various injuries. That was why he sought out Su Qiu. Hearing this, Su Qiu nodded slightly. Okay. He walked to the elder leader's side, looking at the old man who was unconscious before him, took a deep breath, and grasped the old man's frail hand. Hellfire erupted. As the flames enveloped the old man's calm face involuntarily furrowed, as if he were enduring some kind of pain. This was the side effect of the hellfire. But amidst this pain, any injuries would be rapidly healed. However, as the hellfire burned, Su Qiu couldn't help but frown in confusion as he looked at the old man. The elder leader has no injuries. Indeed. In his perception, the elder leader had no injuries at all. Life functions were functioning normally. The hellfire could heal injuries, but how could there be healing without injuries? Looking at the elder leader covered in hellfire but showing no signs of movement, a hint of disappointment appeared in Junhan's eyes, his gaze gradually dimming. Not even an SSS-level martial soul can do anything? He couldn't help but sigh. During this time, he had tried various methods and brought in various doctors. Su Qiu's SSS-level martial soul was his last hope. But still, it was useless. This made his heart gradually sink to the bottom. Could it be that the elder leader was really destined to face calamity and couldn't escape? No. I don't believe it. No matter what method I use, I will save the elder leader. Junhan took a deep breath and pulled himself together again. Su Qiu, thank you for coming here. Elder leader, I will think of another way. May I ask you about the origin of this matter? Su Qiu asked. Well, the matter has to start 3 months ago. 3 months ago, the elder leader went to the cherry blossom country, but shortly after returning, he fell into a deep sleep. No matter how we called, we could not wake him up. We invited many doctors, even Ms. Zhao, who possesses an S-level martial soul, but even she could only keep the great leader's body from being weakened due to long periods without food. Trying to wake him up, but there is no way. Now, the entire Daxia Research Institute, along with the doctors, are studying the great leader's condition. I hope they can find some results. Junhan sighed. The Sakura country. Could it be their doing? We have suspected it, but there is no evidence to prove that they did it. The warriors who accompanied the leader also said everything was normal during the visit, Junhan said after some thought. Su Qiu didn't dare to speak much about such national matters. Right now, like Junhan, he just wanted to treat the great leader first. But even an SSS-level martial soul couldn't help. What other way could there be? Su Qiu searched through the knowledge in his mind, but the entire Blue Star Encyclopedia had no relevant records, just as Zhao Xiaoyun said. The great leader's condition seemed to belong to a realm beyond Blue Star. Suddenly, Su Xiaoshuang raised her hand. I might know what's going on. Everyone's attention quickly turned to her. Seeing a young girl speaking, everyone was quite surprised. A large group of top doctors couldn't find a reason, yet a young girl claims to know? How could that be? Could your medical skills really be better than everyone else present? But Su Qiu's eyes lit up. Not existing in Blue Star. Isn't the Empress within Su Xiaoshuang also non-existent in Blue Star? Perhaps she has a way. Xiaoshuang, what do you mean? Su Xiaoshuang took a deep breath. If I'm not mistaken, the great leader's condition is not a sickness, but a kind of curse. A curse? Yes, and this curse is not aimed at the body, but at the soul. Therefore, while the great leader looks fine on the outside, his spirit has fallen into a deep sleep. The key is that as time passes, the great leader's spirit will gradually be eroded by the curse. By that time, it will really be hopeless. Su Xiaoshuang spoke as she recalled what the Empress Jiangxiu had said. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed slightly. A curse? They had heard of such things, but had never truly seen one. How is this even treated? Everyone looked at Su Xiaoshuang, and some questioned, no, if we can't figure it out, how can you say it's a curse and that it is indeed a curse? This is a reasonable question. After all, Su Xiaoshuang was too young. How could she have such experience and knowledge? Su Xiaoshuang wasn't in a hurry to refute. She calmly said, you can lift the great leader's eyelids and see if there is a hint of purple light in his pupils. Upon hearing this, Junhan quickly moved forward to check. Sure enough, there was a flickering purple light in the great leader's pupils. How could this be? Why didn't we notice this before? Junhan's expression changed slightly. This purple light only appears when the curse has reached a certain level. Once this purple light completely covers the great leader's pupils, then the great leader's soul will be lost, and there will be no hope. Su Xiaoshuang said. This time, no one doubted her anymore. After all, she hadn't touched the great leader since entering the ward. Yet, she spoke of the purple light that even they did not know about. Junhan looked at her like he had grasped a lifeline. Since you know about this curse, do you know how to save the great leader? This. Su Xiaoshuang quickly asked the Empress Jiangxiu in her heart, hey, they're asking how to save him, why don't you tell me quickly? I can't save him. If your cultivation reaches the 8th level, then driving away this curse would be easy, but right now, your cultivation is too weak. Empress Master, please think of another way. Su Xiaoshuang pleaded in her heart. The Empress Jiangxiu was slightly taken aback. This was the first time Su Xiaoshuang had asked her. She continued, however, there are still other ways. If there are mental-type drugs to stimulate. To strengthen this person's mental power, perhaps allowing him to use his own mental strength to drive away the curse. This kind of medicine is very rare. I have read your Blue Star's relevant records, only a few psychic areas have the possibility to produce it. Chapter 179, The Promise of the God of War. Assemble Team 13. Su Xiaoshuang conveyed each word of the Empress Jiangxiu. Hearing this, several people fell into deep thought. Mental-type medicines, where to find them? Su Qiu's mind flashed with various messages about mental-type medicines. To cure the Grand Leader, ordinary mental-type medicines might not work. Only very advanced mental-type medicines would do. Finally, his gaze sharpened. S-class psychic area, the Underworld Cave. It is said that the Underworld Cave connects to the Underworld, where there is an ancient river of the Three Paths, and in the Three Paths River, there is an S-class mental treasure. Forgetting river grass, this may save the Grand Leader. Once these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Underworld Cave, forgetting river grass. Junhan did not know if this thing could really save the Grand Leader. But this was the only hope at the moment. Junhan would not let it slip away. He stood up and said, send the order down to prepare the Divine Martial Corps to move out, heading to the Underworld Cave. At the same time, Su Xiaoshuang walked to the Grand Leader's side, lifted his eyelid, and observed carefully, saying, the Grand Leader's will is extremely strong, even under the curse, he can last for 3 months, indeed, extraordinary. But, you only have 10 days left. Within 10 days, if you cannot bring back the forgetting river grass and turn it into a potion to inject into the Grand Leader, I'm afraid it will truly be hopeless. 10 days? Junhan murmured, a hint of determination in his eyes, even if I risk my life, I will bring back the forgetting river grass within 10 days. I will go too. Su Qiu suddenly said. Everyone turned their eyes to him, and Junhan hesitated, saying, the Underworld Cave is an S-class psychic area, very dangerous, even an 8th-rank king going there could fall, it's too risky for you to go with us. Yes, brother, you should stay in the Imperial capital, the God of War Corps needs someone to guard the capital. Su Xiaoshuang also did not want Su Qiu to take such a dangerous risk. But Su Qiu shook his head, I have to go. First, forgetting river grass, does anyone know what it looks like? Even if I draw it for you, can you ensure what you bring back is definitely forgetting river grass? Second, the Underworld Cave, it's said to connect to the Underworld, where many ghost-type exotic beasts inhabit. I have a martial soul called Ghost Qilin, which can control 10,000 ghosts. I may be of help there. Now was a critical moment. If anything happened to the Grand Leader, the great Xiao might fall into chaos. It is said that the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen. At this moment, Su Qiu had to stand up. Hearing Su Qiu's words, Junhan fell into deep thought. In the end, he nodded solemnly, okay, since that's the case, you can go with us. Give me 10 minutes, I'll go back to prepare. Su Qiu said, planning to go back to the dormitory to pack some clothes and other things. He jumped directly out of the window. Summoning the Kuanping martial soul, he flew back to the dormitory at Flame Dragon University. Su Xiaoshuan looked at his departing figure, sighed helplessly, stupid brother, always wanting to be a hero. Always so reckless for his own safety. It was the same when they were in Qingyun City. It was the same when dealing with the Demon Heaven sect. Even now in the imperial capital, it was still the same. But because of this, he was her Su Xiaoshuang's favorite, most respected brother. Junhan walked in front of Su Xiaoshuang, saying seriously, I promise you. As long as I, Junhan, am alive, I will not let Su Qiu suffer even the slightest harm. This is the promise of the #1 king of Great Xia. Su Xiaoshuang nodded slightly, I believe in the god of war, and I also believe in my brother, he will definitely return safely. And before that, I will do my best to protect the Grand Leader. Don't underestimate me, I am the first pharmacist of Lao Jun Pharmaceutical. Su Xiaoshuang said proudly. Although she can't cure the chief now, developing some mental drugs to extend the chief's life is still possible. Thank you all. Jun Han said gratefully. Then he looked at Ole, during my time away from the capital, I leave the capital and you're in the Ghost King's, and the War King's hands. For all these years, he had stayed in the capital. But this time, to save the chief, he had to take action himself. Who knows what kind of undercurrents are lurking beneath the capital, whether there will be any disturbances. Therefore, the capital still needs top-tier strength to guard it. Ole, the Ghost King, and the War King are all suitable candidates. With them in the capital, Junhan can leave with peace of mind. Ole grinned, hey, I may not be good at saving people, but when it comes to fighting, I'm the best. With me here, the capital will be safe and sound. Su Qiu flew back to Yanlong University at high speed. Upon returning to his dormitory, he quickly packed his luggage and was ready to leave, but on the way, he ran into Li Yunfeng and a few others. Seeing Su Qiu in such a hurry, they couldn't help but be curious. Captain, where are you going? S-grade spiritual energy zone, the underworld cave. The others were instantly dumbfounded. What the heck? We just came back from the B-grade spiritual energy zone's desert battlefield, and now you're heading to the S-grade spiritual energy zone? Even if you went to A-grade, we could accept it. How did the jump become so big in the blink of an eye? Gulp. Li Yunfeng swallowed hard. Captain, why don't you find an A-grade spiritual energy zone to transition first, then challenge S-grade? Lives are at stake, there's no time. Su Qiu said no more. After all, the matter concerning the chief is better known to fewer people. After finishing his packing, he swiftly summoned the Kuanping and left. Li Yunfeng and others exchanged glances. No wonder he's the captain, not afraid to go to the S-grade spiritual energy zone. But what does he mean by lives are at stake? I don't know. Back at the chief's residence. Apart from Jun Han, there was another group of people already gathered. These people are the elites of the Divine Martial Corps. Excluding Jun Han, there are a total of 13 people. Li Shanha, the captain of the 7th team of the Divine Martial Corps, whom Su Qiu had met before, was among them, and the other 12 were all not weaker than Li Shanha. These 13 are the 13 captains of the Divine Martial Corps. To save the chief, did all the captains of the Divine Martial Corps come out? Su Qiu silently gasped. Li Shanha also saw Su Qiu, his eyes lit up, and he waved to him, Hi, Su Qiu, we've all heard about the situation. You're going to the underworld cave with us, right? TSK, aren't you afraid? With the Divine Martial King and all the captains here, what do I have to be afraid of? Su Qiu said with a smile. His polite words made Li Shanha and the others feel proud. The young man in his 30s with glasses said to Su Qiu, when you graduate, why not join our Divine Martial Corps? As long as you're willing, you can create a new team in the Divine Martial Corps. Serve as the captain yourself. With a talent like Su Qiu, he believes Jun Han wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. But Su Qiu smiled and said, let's talk about it later. As the few of them talked, Jun Han walked out and said to everyone, you should all know about the task we are going to execute this time. The dangers of the S-grade spiritual energy zone, I don't need to say more, you should be clear. Now, anyone who wants to withdraw can stand up. Chapter 180, Martial Soul Boeing Plane. Off to the underworld cave. Anyone who wants to withdraw can stand up now. After Jun Han finished speaking, his eyes swept over everyone present. But no one stood up. They all stood tall, and Li Shanha even mocked, Captain, what are you talking about? Our Divine Martial Corps has no cowards. Yes, Captain, aren't you the one who's scared? Ha, Captain, stop talking nonsense, let's hurry up and set off. Hearing everyone's words, Jun Han smiled slightly, looking at the middle-aged man with glasses, Zheng Cheng, let's prepare to set off. Zheng Cheng slightly nodded, and then, he emitted a beam of light. Su Qiu's eyes flashed, was he about to summon a martial spirit? Martial spirits come in all kinds.
Some martial spirits can be used for fighting, some can be used for support.
And some martial spirits are specifically used for traveling.
For example, his Kuanping martial spirit can also be used for fast travel. He planned to take everyone on the road using his own martial spirit. But now it seemed that the Divine Martial Group also had a special martial spirit for traveling.
What could it be? Desert Flying Eagle? Floating Giant Kuan? Or could it be the Weapon Martial Spirit, Cloud Fairy Boat?
Su Qiu looked at the gradually dissipating light with some anticipation, and the scene that entered his eyes made him freeze in place. What appeared before him was not a flying beast, nor a flying boat,
but a shining golden Boeing 747. A passenger airplane.
Su Qiu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He had seen the Gatling martial spirit, but that Gatling martial spirit was still a little baby compared to the Boeing airplane martial spirit in front of him. Zhang Qing came to Su Qiu's side, draping his arm over his shoulder. How about it?
My S-Class Boeing airplane martial spirit, cool or not?
Super cool.
Su Qiu gave a thumbs up. Who would have thought of this? The bizarre variety of martial spirits once again opened Su Qiu's eyes wide.
Then everyone boarded the plane, and Su Qiu found out that not only the exterior but even the internal structure of this plane was identical to a real airplane. Inside, there were seats, sofas, speakers, even fire extinguishers, parachutes, and various flying instruments. Only the flight attendants were missing. As Su Qiu scanned around, the captains of the Divine Martial Group looked as if they had seen nothing unusual, finding their seats and sitting down.
Buckle up, prepare for takeoff,
Zhang Qing said with a smile. Immediately, the plane ascended and flew towards the ghostly cavern. Watching the blue sky and white clouds quickly receding outside the window, along with the rapidly shrinking view of the imperial capital, Su Qiu judged that the speed of this airplane martial spirit was very fast. It was much faster than a real airplane.
It was probably already supersonic.
And they sat inside this airplane martial spirit, feeling not the slightest bump. It was extremely smooth and comfortable.
What a great martial spirit!
Even if Zhang Qing didn't work in the Divine Martial Group anymore and became a pilot, he could probably earn a fortune. This martial spirit made Su Qiu a little envious. The Boeing airplane martial spirit was very fast. It was estimated that it wouldn't take a few hours to reach the ghostly cavern. During this time, everyone gathered together to quickly discuss tactics and strategies.
In front of everyone was a holographic projection screen.
It displayed various information regarding the ghostly cavern.
3rd tier ghost monsters.
4th tier skeleton soldiers.
5th tier blue soul grass. 6th tier ghostly hounds. 7th tier bull devil horse monsters.
Inside the ghostly cavern, there were all kinds of exotic beasts. Besides ghost types, there were also blood and flesh reinforced types, and plant types.
Whatever existed on the desert battlefield also existed in the ghostly cavern. Whatever did not exist on the desert battlefield also existed in the ghostly cavern.
Everyone looked at the various exotic beasts projected above, their eyes gradually focused, and then another image appeared. It was a gigantic humanoid exotic beast wielding a giant axe, emitting a ghostly aura, with bull horns. Its appearance was bizarre and evil, and just a picture made people's scalps tingle and induced chills.
This is the most powerful exotic beast in the ghostly cavern. 8th tier king level, ghostly bull demon king. They possess intelligence equal to humans, and there is no evidence suggesting there is only one bull demon king in the ghostly cavern. There may be 2, or even more.
They may be our greatest obstacle in finding the Wanchuan grass this time.
While everyone was discussing, Su Qiu took out a drawing board and kept drawing something on it. After everyone finished talking, he finally revealed the drawing board. On the drawing board was a peculiar grass. The grass leaves were divided into 3 parts, with dewdrops condensing on it like pearls. Moreover, the color of this grass. It is still yellow. Su Qiu said, "This is the Wanchuan grass."
There are very few historical records about this precious medicine, and there are almost no related images online, so I could only draw it out. My drawing skills are limited, but it's about this close.
I'm a bit curious. Since there are so few records of Wanchuan grass, and even those top physicians don't know, how do you, Su Qiu, know?
Everyone turned to look at him.
Not only that.
The spiritual curse that everyone couldn't detect was pointed out by Su Qiu's sister, Su Xiaoshuang, with just one remark. This brother and sister are too knowledgeable.
Forget about their peers.
Even those archaeologists and top professors can't compare.
I've read a lot of miscellaneous books in the past, so naturally, I have an impression.
Su Qiu scratched his nose and said. Everyone guessed he was unwilling to reveal too much information. Clearly, this was related to the other party's secret, and they prudently stopped pressing for more. In short, this was the only opportunity to save the big leader, and they wouldn't let it slip by.
Boom!
The Boeing airplane martial soul cut through the sky. It finally came above a mountain range, and the originally blue sky and white clouds turned into heavy dark clouds as they entered the mountain range. The dark clouds were mixed with a large amount of ghostly energy. This energy was corroding the Boeing airplane marshal's soul. Zhang Qing's face became serious. The S-class spiritual energy zone is indeed formidable. Just entering here, the ghostly energy has surged up like a parasite. The most terrifying thing about the ghostly pit is the ghostly energy that is everywhere. Everyone, pay attention. To replenish spiritual power, we can only take the potions and pills we carry with us. We cannot absorb the spiritual energy from this place. Otherwise, letting ghostly energy enter the body is not child's play. Jun Han reminded. Su Qiu revealed a hint of contemplation. He had the ghost Kirin. Besides controlling thousands of ghosts, he also had the support of ghostly energy. He wondered if he could absorb the ghostly energy here to replenish himself. Even if the ghost Kirin couldn't do it, he still had the Tao Tai. Tao Tai can swallow all kinds of spiritual energy. Ghostly energy should also be included, right? But these were just guesses. He had to enter the ghostly pit to verify. Team leader, I'm about to prepare for landing. Zhang Qing said, controlling the airplane marshal's soul to quickly descend toward the ground. Just when they were a few hundred meters above the ground, the airplane marshal's soul vanished. Everyone was exposed in mid-air. However, all present were experts, and naturally, they didn't panic. They unleashed their spiritual power. Some summoned their martial souls, some used body techniques, and some simply fell straight down without doing anything, successfully landing on the ground with various methods. Su Qiu did nothing, crashing down to the ground like a meteor. With 6th-tier physical prowess, he was unscathed. Looking at the surrounding pitch-black ghostly energy, his eyes flashed. He attempted to activate the Tao Tai martial soul to absorb the spiritual energy of this place. Chapter 181, Entering the Ghostly Pit. As if the ruler of the ghost realm. As the ghostly energy entered his body, Su Qiu immediately felt that this energy, which is harmful to ordinary people, was refined by Tao Tai and transformed into pure spiritual power. However, due to the mix of ghostly energy, the speed of Tao Tai's refinement was slower than that of normal spiritual energy. But it also indicated that even with the ghostly energy mixed in, Su Qiu could still absorb the spiritual energy from the ghostly pit, which was good news for him. After all, the spiritual power within a martial artist is limited. Once exhausted, it needs to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for replenishment. If one cannot absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, no matter how high a martial artist's cultivation, once the spiritual power is drained, they are just a fragile human being. Of course, this does not include Su Qiu. In addition to his spiritual power cultivation, he also has 6th-tier physical quality. It is worth mentioning that while Su Qiu was absorbing the spiritual energy mixed with ghostly energy, the ghost Kirin martial soul in his martial soul space opened its eyes. But when it saw that Tao Tai could absorb and transform, he no longer paid attention. It is easy to imagine. Even if the Tao Tai cannot refine the ghostly energy, the ghost Qilin will take action. The reason the underworld cave is feared is largely because of the ghostly energy here and the many undead creatures. And with Tao Tai and ghost Qilin, the threat of this underworld cave is greatly reduced for me. Su Qiu thought secretly. He felt. This underworld cave is like a training ground arranged for him. It should be conquered by him. This is just the outer mountains of the underworld cave. We haven't truly entered the underworld cave yet. Let's continue forward, Jun Han said. Everyone continued to walk deeper into the mountains. Gradually, they arrived in front of a gigantic cave. This cave was enormous, and from the outside, it looked completely black, dark, and deep like the mouth of a giant beast. And from the cave, ghostly energy continued to seep out. The ghostly energy enveloping the mountains was emanating from this cave, and inside was the true S-level spiritual energy zone, the underworld cave. Check your belongings in place. Also, the underworld cave does not have a cycle of day and night, so it's easy to lose track of time. Remember, we only have 10 days. Set an alarm to remind us every 24 hours. Jun Han said. After everyone checked their belongings and set their watches, they walked into the underworld cave. Upon entering, a much denser ghostly energy surged out than outside. Even Li Shanha and Zhang Qing, 7th-tier nobles, felt somewhat uncomfortable. As they gradually delved deeper, the view in front of them also widened more and more, and suddenly, above their heads, appeared a round, bright full moon. But they had entered a cave. How could there be a moon inside a cave? Without a doubt, the so-called cave was just a metaphor. The true underworld cave was, in fact, a different dimensional space. Roar! A roar came from the side. A mass of ghostly monsters lunged at them. Seeing this, Li Shanha took the initiative, swinging his rivers and mountains axe and directly splitting those ghostly monsters in half. Remember, our purpose here is to find the Wangchuan grass. As for the undead creatures, avoid them if possible. Don't waste time on them. Captain, even if we don't provoke them, they will still come after us.
Li Shanhe shrugged. He pointed not far away, where a large number of ghostly monsters had already gathered, having sensed the presence of the living. The numbers were thick and endless, as if boundless. It's my turn to act, Su Qiu said faintly. He stepped forward, and a black light flashed on his body. Accompanied by a roar that intimidated all ghosts, the ghost Qilin appeared. The ghost Qilin soared, its dark golden eyes exuding majesty, sweeping over the countless ghostly monsters before it, making numerous spirits tremble and prostrate on the ground. Next, there was another roar. Countless ghosts retreated to the sides, actively clearing a path. The members of the Divine Martial Corps looked on in amazement. What a powerful martial spirit! Su Qiu, with this martial spirit, dealing with undead creatures is like playing with toys for you. I've never seen this kind of martial spirit before. I haven't seen it in the martial spirit reference book. Junhan also looked at Su Qiu with appreciation. In the underworld cave, the ghost Qilin was simply like a fish in water. Its ability to control a multitude of ghosts could clear many obstacles for the Divine Martial Corps. It greatly increased their efficiency in searching for the Wangchuan grass. Roar! At this time, among the controlled ghostly monsters, a ghost appeared riding a warhorse, clad in armor. Surprisingly, it was not affected by the ghost Qilin's intimidation. Su Qiu glanced over. It was not that the ghost Qilin's ability to control ghosts had vanished, but because this ghostly monster was too powerful. It had already reached 7th-tier nobility, and Su Qiu was currently just at 5th-tier. Even if the ghost Qilin's control over ghosts was strong, it couldn't surpass several levels to control a ghost far beyond itself. The ghost Qilin could only control undead creatures that were at most one level higher than Su Qiu. But Su Qiu looked at the ghost general, not at all flustered. With a thought, the surrounding ghostly creatures surged towards the ghost general like a tidal wave, leaving the general stunned. I am the leader of you all. How can you turn against me? But it was useless. He was entangled by countless ghostly creatures, helplessly watching Su Qiu and the others leave. In fact, he should be grateful that Su Qiu and the others only wanted the forgetting river grass right now. Otherwise, he, a mere 7th tier, would have long been destroyed. With Su Qiu's ghostly unicorn, the group moved through the underworld cave as if walking on flat ground. When they encountered spectral beasts, the ghostly unicorn let out a roar, directly controlling those below 7th tier. For 7th tier, it was a bunch of ghostly creatures charging in. With many ants, they can bite down an elephant. And in the underworld cave, what was most abundant was ghostly creatures. Su Qiu was followed by an army of ghosts. At this moment, he seemed to become the ruler of the underworld cave. Junhan looked at Su Qiu walking ahead, feeling at this moment that the other was the leader of this team, but he did not feel dissatisfied. On the contrary, he was relieved to bring Su Qiu along. The other's ghostly unicorn provided them with countless conveniences. It saved them a lot of effort. At this moment, not far away, a large black skeleton warrior stood up on a small black hill, its eye sockets burning with ghostly fire, staring at the crowd. The aura it emitted was quite remarkable. Compared to the golden skeleton king Su Qiu had seen before, this was even scarier. At least a 7th tier high-quality beast. Su Qiu's eyes flashed. This underworld cave was indeed extraordinary. In less than a day since entering, he had already encountered several 7th tier beasts. Such creatures were rare in an A-level spiritual energy zone, but here, in the underworld cave, it seemed everywhere. He could only wonder how terrifying the SS level above the S-level energy zones must be. Leave this to me, Junhan said lightly, looking at the mountain-like black skeleton creature. He stepped forward without hesitation, swinging his divine martial trident. This was the first time Su Qiu had seen the divine martial king make a move. The trident fell, erupting in a golden torrent. Like a light cannon, it blasted the black skeleton creature into dust. Chapter 182, Ghostly Dogs. The Styx River. The river's deception. The divine martial trident unleashed a golden brilliance. A vast surge rushed forth like a light cannon, and its domineering, fierce power seemed to split mountains and seas, tearing apart everything along the way. This beam of trident light struck the black skeleton warrior. Even as a powerful 7th tier noble beast, it was still unable to resist and was easily smashed into pieces. One blow to annihilate a 7th tier high-quality noble. This was the strength of the number one ruler of the Great Xia. Su Qiu couldn't help but marvel. Although he could also annihilate a 7th tier noble with all his effort, he could only do so for a 7th tier low quality, but Junhan could annihilate a 7th tier high quality. Moreover, he did it with ease. He probably wasn't even serious. The power of the divine martial king was indeed formidable. At least, compared to other 8th tier kings like the Xiao family elder, he was much stronger. It seemed that in the realm of kings, sometimes the difference in strength could be incredibly vast. The Xiao family elder could only be considered an ordinary king, while the divine martial king was the most elite ruler. Continue onward. After annihilating the black skeleton, everyone continued deeper into the underworld cave. The forgetting river grass grows along the Styx River. Thus, the Styx River became the target of their journey, located deep in the underworld cave, not so easy to reach. The 7th-tier beasts they encountered might just be the beginning. As time flowed on, Junhan glanced at his watch. The alarm on it had already sounded 3 times, meaning they had been here for 3 days. With the passage of time, he felt increasingly urgent. After all, they only had 10 days. We must find the Sunta River as soon as possible, or else with the return trip, we might not make it, Junhan said. His tone carried a rare hint of urgency. In front, Suchio suddenly crouched down, looking at a red flower, and said lightly, "This is the ghost flower, it only grows near the Sunta River." "We are almost there." Junhan and the others' faces lit up with joy. "Great." But just then, roars echoed around them. From the mountains and fields came evil dogs on fire with black flames. These dogs varied in size, and the larger they were, the stronger their aura. Some were as big as small mountains, others even exuded a king-like aura. These were mutated beasts, the haunted hounds. Even the weakest had 6th-level cultivation. Roar! The leading haunted hound roared angrily. Instantly, all the haunted hounds lunged at Suchio and the others. Without hesitation, Suchio summoned surrounding ghost creatures to attack, but the haunted hounds breathed ghostly fire, turning the ghost creatures into ashes. The haunted hounds were beasts with enhanced flesh and blood. They did not belong to the spirit category, so the ghost Qilin could not control them. "Kill!" Junhan called out coldly, his figure flashing as he took the lead, charging at the largest haunted hound with astonishing speed. With a swing of his divine weapon spear, he directly struck down the largest haunted hound. Then, Junhan struck again and again. Almost 1 spear for each haunted hound, and the other team leaders naturally would not let him fight alone and followed suit. Seeing this, Suchio instantly completed the weapon spirit fusion state. With the ghost Qilin's power, he charged at a haunted hound, his body bursting with ghostly aura, making the haunted hound pause in surprise. "What? How does this human have ghostly aura too? A kindred spirit?" Before the confusion could clear, Suchio's spear smashed into it, breaking its spine, and then another strike shattered its skull. The ghost Qilin, besides controlling countless ghosts, also wielded immense ghostly power. Suchio's movement and marksmanship were efficient enough to rival even the noble-ranked team leaders and even surpass them. The crowd had mostly seen him control ghost creatures. For most, it was the first time witnessing him in combat, causing them to gasp in admiration. He can fuse with weapon spirits without being at the noble level, truly a kingly figure. This marksmanship, this speed, unbelievable. No wonder he is hailed as the first among the younger generation. Everyone discussed among themselves. With everyone working together, most of the haunted hounds were eliminated, only a few remaining saw the situation was bad and fled in panic. The group had only consumed some spirit power and suffered little loss. They continued forward. Gradually, Suchio heard a sound, the rustling of water. Not only him, but the others also heard it. They quickened their pace, and after crossing a stretch of land, they finally saw the legendary Sunta River. The Sunta River was extraordinarily wide, with no known source and no end in sight. It flowed quietly, its yellow waters occasionally creating ripples, and within, there was a ghost drifting. They continually swam from the river towards the shore. But the river water was sometimes slow, sometimes rapid, unpredictable. The ghost in the water found it hard to climb ashore under the river's flow. Looking at the peculiar Sunta River, Suchio could not help but exclaim, "So this is the legendary Sunta River, it really is spectacular. We have found the Sunta River. According to the original plan, let's split up. One team will go upstream, one will go downstream. Once we find the Wangchuan grass, signal to gather." "Suchio, you'll team up with me," Junhan said. This was agreed upon beforehand. The Sunta River was vast, and having a group of people search together made finding the Wangchuan grass very difficult. Splitting up would increase their chances. Junhan had promised Su Xiaoshuan to take care of Suchio. "That's why I want to keep the other person by my side." But Suchio shook his head. Wangchuan grass may not necessarily grow by the riverbank, it could also grow in the river itself. "You should look in the middle and lower reaches while I stay on the back of the Kunpeng, searching above the Sunta River. It's too dangerous for you to act alone. Zhang Cheng, Li Shanhe, you should go together," Junhan said. Unfortunately, while he could also fly, it wasn't that convenient for him. He couldn't search for the Wangchuan grass while flying at the same time. So, the task of searching the surface of the Sunta River had to fall to Zhang Cheng, who possessed the Kunpeng martial soul and a Boeing plane. The group began to move. Suchio sat on the back of the Kunpeng, searching for Wangchuan grass along the surface of the water, while in the river, countless ghostly creatures swayed with the tides, rising and falling endlessly. They struggled and roared, but they could never crawl back to the shore. They could only be constantly washed away by the waters of the Sunta River. Until their souls dispersed.
TSK, this Sunta River is truly mysterious, the water flow is sometimes fast, sometimes slow.
I wonder what will happen if you fall in.
Zhang Qing said, looking at the Sunta River from inside the plane.
You will die.
Su Qiu said calmly, the water speed of the Sunta River is divided into 3 states, normal, slow, and rapid, hence the name Sunta River. But this isn't the most terrifying part, this river water contains a large amount of ghostly energy.
If an ordinary warrior enters, their body will be corroded by the ghostly energy.
And their spirit will be attacked by the resentful thoughts of thousands of lost souls in the water.
With both the body and spirit under a double attack, even an 8th level king, if they fall in, will probably only have a dead end.
He recounted the information about the Sunta River slowly. Zhang Chang and Li Shanhe couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. I hope the Wangchuan grass we are looking for doesn't grow in this river water.
Chapter 183, One Person, 2 Slaps. Wangchuan grass appears. Sacrifice.
Su Qiu, Li Shanhe, and Zhang Qing circled above the Sunta River, searching for Wangchuan grass. Meanwhile, the lost souls and exotic beasts in the river roared at them, seemingly venting their resentment and hatred.
Why should they only struggle in this river? Why can Su Qiu and the others live well? Why are they the ones who are dead?
This resentment and hatred were groundless. Having stayed too long in the Sunta River, their hatred for the living had almost been etched into their souls, indelible. That roar made several of them feel their scalps prickle.
Suddenly, Su Qiu sensed something was wrong.
The Boeing plane marshal's soul began to descend, while Zhang Qing, who was controlling the plane, had vacant eyes, looking as if he hadn't woken up.
Su Qiu hurriedly stepped forward and gave him a slap. Wake up.
Zhang Qing snapped back to reality as if he had just woken from a dream, controlling the plane to almost fly up, brushing against the lost souls in the Sunta River.
He was still shaken. Whoa. That almost crashed. What's wrong with you? I don't know. Just now, it felt like my consciousness was pulled away. It was the voice of the souls in the Sunta River causing it.
Zhang Qing said. Su Qiu looked at the roaring souls in the Sunta River, frowning.
There is too little documentation about the Sunta River. I didn't expect these souls in the river to have such ability.
Su Qiu then looked at Li Shanhe beside him, who was also in a dazed state, and similarly slapped him awake.
Li Shanhe returned to his senses, holding his cheek.
The two captains exchanged a glance, both with slap marks on their faces.
How embarrassing. They were actually hit by a student. The key was that they had to thank him for the slap. Wait, Su Qiu, why aren't you affected? Zhang Chang asked curiously.
Even they, as 7th level nobles, couldn't be immune to the voices of souls in the Sunta River. How could Su Qiu, a mere 5th level, not be affected? Maybe I have a naturally strong willpower.
Su Qiu answered vaguely.
Of course, he wouldn't casually expose the fact that he had mental protection.
At this moment, Su Qiu perked up his ears. Did you hear anything? It sounds like a song. Li Shanhe said. Yes, it was a song, and it was a woman's voice.
Her singing was sorrowful and beautiful, touching the heart. Su Qiu looked in the direction of the song and saw a female ghost sitting on a rock in the Santu River, singing with her head tilted back. The ghost was very beautiful. Her skin was like cream, and her hair flowed like a waterfall. However, her eyes were completely white, with no pupils. Her voice was lovely, but it carried a strange aura.
When Su Qiu noticed her, he saw the Boeing airplane soul falling towards the Santu River again, his mouth twitching again. He slapped Zhang Cheng again. Last time it was the left cheek, this time it was the right. 2 slap marks looked symmetrical. Comforting.
After waking up, Zhang Cheng wanted to cry but had no tears, adjusting his crooked glasses. The Santu River is too strange, I feel like I could die at any moment.
Not at any moment. Su Qiu said lightly. If it weren't for my 2 slaps, you would have died, buddy.
Zhang Qing awkwardly smiled, then glanced at Li Shanhe, who was also entranced by the song, sneering as he approached and slapped him as well, then pretending nothing had happened while continuing to control the plane.
Li Shanhe came back to his senses, covering his face. Ouch, that hurts. Su Qiu, you were a bit harsh this time, I almost lost a tooth. He took out a mirror, fearing for his appearance. But then he realized, wait a minute, these slap marks are different sizes. You scoundrel, Zhang Cheng, you hit me. He lunged at Zhang Cheng, grabbing his neck.
Zhang Qing hurriedly said, I was saving you.
Couldn't you go easier? Su Qiu hit you too, why don't you grab him? Su Qiu can hit, you can't. That's double standards. Watching the two bicker, Su Qiu's mouth twitched. Is this the #1 hunting group in Daxia?
If others saw this scene, they would surely think Daxia was finished. Unexpectedly, the two, who were now even fighting, were no longer affected by the ghost song.
Su Qiu finally realized.
They were not just fooling around, they were using this method to resist the song's influence.
You punch me, I kick you to create pain.
using pain to stimulate the body and focus the mind.
Great idea. Su Qiu took out the Panlong Pajuan gun. He planned to give each of them a shot.
Both stopped and looked at Su Qiu, swallowing nervously. Wait, Su Qiu, look there. At that moment, Li Shanha noticed something, pointing towards the Santu River below, at a rock crowded with ghosts.
Su Qiu followed his finger and immediately brightened.
On that rock, there was a patch of yellow grass. The grass leaves were divided into 3, with droplets like pearls gathering on them. It was their goal for this trip.
Forget river grass. Found it, we finally found it. Su Qiu and the others were a bit excited. Li Shanha and Zhang Qing couldn't help but hug each other. On the 5th day after arriving at the Xiao Mei cave, they finally found the Forget River grass. But the area around the rock was swarming with ghosts, and the waters of the Santu River surged, occasionally submerging the Forget River grass. It wouldn't be easy to pick it. Good news, they found the Forget River grass. Bad news, it was growing in the most dangerous place, in the Santu River. First inform the captain. Li Shanha took out a signal flare and launched it into the air.
The members of the Divine Military Group upstream and downstream of the Santu River saw the flare and their eyes brightened, rushing towards where Li Shanha and the others were.
The first to arrive was the Divine Military Leader, Wang Junhan, along with a few others he brought. Li Shanha, did you find the Forget River grass? Wait, what's wrong with your faces? Junhan couldn't wait to ask, then he paused for a moment.
At this time, Li Shanha and Zhang Cheng both had swollen faces, each with a handprint on their cheeks.
It looked somewhat comical. Did you encounter an attack? More or less.
Li Shanha awkwardly scratched his head and then said, we found the Wangchuan grass, right in the Sunta River.
He recounted their discovery. Then he glanced at everyone, why haven't old Wang and the others come back? In the team, 3 people were missing.
At this moment, a disheveled figure, covered in blood, staggered back.
The group rushed forward to help, old Wang. What happened? We were attacked by the bull demon horse monster.
Old Wang said, panting heavily.
The bull demon horse monster, a 7th-tier alien beast from the infernal cave.
Old Yu and the others sacrificed themselves to cover my escape. As he spoke, everyone fell silent. The infernal cave was an S-class psychic energy zone, full of dangers. They had already prepared for sacrifice when they came here. But when comrades truly fell, their hearts couldn't help but feel a heavy thud, the atmosphere growing oppressive.
Damn it!
Li Shanha slammed his fist on the ground.
Chapter 184, Everyone is Talented. Obtaining the Wangchuan grass. Damn it!
Li Shanha vented, his fist hitting the ground hard, creating a crack in the earth, while Junhan, as the team leader, though internally mourning, quickly regained his composure and said to a short-haired man in white, Uni, you treat old Wang first.
Yes.
The short-haired man in white, Uni, was the captain of the 2nd team of the Divine Military Corps. His martial spirit was the S-class would attribute 100-hand tree demon. And among what attributes, except for a few freaks like Uriai, most had some healing abilities.
Uni's 100-hand tree demon was the same.
He walked to the injured old Wang, extending a green vine from his palm, wrapping it around the injured man, releasing a faint pulse of life.
He began healing him.
Su Qiu saw this and also stepped forward to help. His Hell Immortal Phoenix's Nirvana Hellfire had excellent recovery effects, healing the injured should be easy. But old Wang waved his hand, don't waste your energy, both of you.
This is the infernal cave, if we consume too much psychic energy, it won't be easy to replenish. And besides, didn't we find the Wangchuan grass?
It shouldn't be easy to get it, so let's conserve our strength and focus on obtaining it first. After he finished speaking, Uni also withdrew the vine, saying to Junhan, old Wang's internal organs and bones are severely damaged, recovery will not be easy. The more severe the injury, the more power was consumed during healing. Su Qiu glanced at old Wang, feeling that while his Nirvana fire could heal him, it would consume half of his psychic energy.
He didn't really care. After all, others couldn't absorb psychic energy in the infernal cave, but he could. While others couldn't replenish their energy, he could. Just as he was about to speak up to treat old Wang, Junhan said, Zhang Jun and Bai Feifei, you two stay to watch over old Wang. The rest of you, follow me to the Sunta River to obtain the Wangchuan grass.
Since he had already spoken, Su Qiu temporarily didn't bring up treatment and followed the others toward the Sunta River, conserving as much strength as possible, preparing to obtain the Wangchuan grass. By the Sunta River, the waters surged and roared. Junhan and the others arrived, and they had already learned about the dangers of the Sunta River. Junhan said to a man in a black trench coat, Lu Xian, rely on you to maintain everyone's spirits.
No problem. Lu Xian slightly nodded.
Lu Xian, the captain of the 3rd team of the Divine Military Corps.
He possessed an S-class weapon spirit, the White Jade Flute. Moreover, his White Jade Flute was of the extremely rare mental attribute.
He was the strongest supporting martial artist in the Divine Military Corps. Next, Junhan took a deep breath, took out the Divine Military Halberd, and leaped into the air, unleashing his psychic power, bringing the full force of his halberd down. Boom! The halberd light surged like a torrent, erupting forth. The terrifying power slammed into the Sunta River, causing the rapidly flowing river waters to explode violently. The river water split apart, forming a huge passage. Just as the river was flowing back, ready to fill the passage, a fat man wearing a colorful shirt stood up beside Junhan. Behind him appeared a yellow pterosaur, covered in scales and with wings on its back. This was an S-class beast martial soul, the Earth attribute dragon. This man was none other than the captain of Team 4 of the Divine Martial Group, Zhou Ding. He slammed his palms onto the ground, and the Earth dragon martial soul behind him roared with a deafening sound. S-class martial skill. Unmoving wall. Zhou Ding shouted. Suddenly, the ground shook in the Santu River, the soil surged, and two massive walls rose from the huge passage Junhan had split open. They isolated the river water flowing back on both sides. A passage leading deep into the Santu River quickly took shape. Su Qiu exclaimed in amazement. As expected of the official top hunting team leaders, all talented individuals. With just this move from Zhou Ding, wouldn't he make a fortune as a construction guy? The eerie energy in the Santu River is too intense, I can only hold on for half an hour at most. Zhou Ding said. Half an hour is enough. Junhan nodded slightly. He raised the divine martial halberd and charged into the Santu River first. The ghost monsters in the river flipped over the earthen walls and let out low roars as they charged towards Junhan. Su Qiu followed closely behind Junhan, and the ghost Qilin appeared. With a roar, the ghost Qilin intimidated the countless ghosts. But some high-level ghost monsters were unaffected by the ghost Qilin's influence, especially those singing ghost monsters Su Qiu had seen before. They sat on the rocks and opened their mouths to sing. A powerful, mind-shattering force swept over. Even Li Shanha and other powerful champions were easily affected, and now they were in combat, they couldn't constantly rely on self-mutilation to concentrate their minds. At this moment, a faint flute melody drifted from behind them. The flute melody carried a calming power, counteracting the ghost monsters' singing influence, protecting their minds. It was Lu Xian's white jade flute. He stood by the riverbank, playing the white jade flute, and the sound competed against the ghost monsters' songs. Seeing this, everyone continued charging toward the location of the Wangchuan grass. Everyone get out of my way. Li Shanha swung an axe, and with the power of opening mountains and splitting earth, he sent the ghost monsters flying. Filled with anger from the loss of his comrades, his strength now was far more violent than usual. All the ghost monsters in his path were cleared away. Not far from him, Team 2's captain, Yuni, thought for a moment, and behind him appeared an ancient tree, which had a human face, with vines swinging around like steel whips. This was the S-class martial soul, 100-hand tree demon. As the name implies, it had 100 vines, and each vine could be controlled like its arms. The 100 vines swung out, shredding the ghost-type beasts one by one. Su Qiu used the ghost Qilin to control numerous ghosts, clearing the way for everyone. The group charged forward with unstoppable momentum, quickly approaching the Wangchuan grass. Soon, they saw the rocks where the Wangchuan grass grew. Beside the rocks, there was only one ghost monster guarding. The opponent did not look very strong. At this moment, the ground began to tremble, and from beneath the earth, beasts resembling mermen with scales surged out. Mermen, Su Qiu knew this type of beast. These beasts usually grew in the seas. But this was the Santu River. How could there be mermen here? No, to be precise, these were not real mermen. But merman souls. The leading soul emitted an incredibly strong eerie energy, resembling a demon crawling out of hell. It roared, and the sound was like a solid object, piercing through everyone's eardrums. This cultivation level upper grade of the 7th rank. Moreover, in this Santu River, bolstered by eerie energy, even an 8th rank king would have a hard time dealing with it. I fear it may also be a tricky situation. Whoever stands in my way to take the forgetting river grass shall die. The god martial King Junhan said coldly and indifferently. His long spear burst through the air. Golden light surged like a torrent, brutally shattering that merman soul, the domineering force killing the opponent on the spot. Junhan did not hold back at all. He completely displayed the powerful strength of the greatest king of the great Xia. After killing the merman soul in an instant, his figure flashed, and he had already rushed to the reef where the forgetting river grass grew, and before him stood only a ghostly figure. That ghostly figure was a woman. She wore a red dress and did not seem powerful. Other ghostly creatures with terrifying faces were much more dreadful than her. Everyone felt relieved. But Su Qiu's heart trembled, sensing something was wrong. Chapter 185, the famous general from 1800 years ago. I caught you. Su Qiu looked at the woman guarding the forgetting river grass nearby and felt something was off. Most ghostly creatures are formed from ghostly resentments, and their appearance is usually wrapped in black robes with no specific features. But this ghostly creature before him. Her aura was indeed ghostly without a doubt. However, she was too lifelike. Dressed in a red gown, with a beauty that blended grace with a bold demeanor. If one didn't get close and just viewed her from afar, Su Qiu would simply see her as a beautiful woman, and never associate her with a ghostly creature.
God Martial King, be careful! Su Qiu shouted. And in fact, Jun Han also sensed something was amiss. He swung his long spear towards the bold woman, but saw her neither dodge nor evade, instead raising her hand to block. A layer of protective shield formed from ghostly energy gathered before her. Boom! With the impact, the ground around exploded. Jun Han was actually shaken back several steps. Looking at the woman again, she gazed at Jun Han with admiration in her eyes. 8th tier king. It's impressive that you have trained to this level at such a young age. Had you been born in my time, you would surely be a formidable warlord. Jun Han replied indifferently, even in this era, I am still a warlord. After saying that, he held his spear defensively before him. Great Xia, Jun Han. May I ask your name, senior? My name was once called General Hua by the people, but now I am merely a ghost guarding the forgetting river grass, waiting for it to mature. The woman, General Hua, said lightly. Upon hearing her name, everyone couldn't help but furrow their brows. General Hua sounded somewhat familiar. And Su Qiu, who was well versed in the history of Blue Star, suddenly focused his gaze. 1800 years ago, the first female general of the Diyu dynasty. The unparalleled flower general in crimson. This land of Great Xia has a long history, having given rise to many dynasties. Currently, it is Great Xia. 800 years ago it was the Great Jing. And before that, the Great Zhou and the Great Yu also existed. 1800 years ago, the dynasty that unified the world was named Diyu. According to legend, the Diyu dynasty had countless famous generals and heroes, and among them, the one who excelled above all, a valiant leader, was a mere woman. She assisted the founding emperor of Diyu in campaigns north and south, unifying the world, for often appearing on the battlefield in red military attire. She was honored as the unparalleled one in crimson. This woman's surname was Hua, hence she was respected as General Hua. As for her original name, few knew it. Later, as more and more people called her General Hua, her birth name was hardly ever mentioned again. Eventually, General Hua helped Diyu unify the realm, but due to her accomplishments overshadowing her lord and too much bloodshed, she was granted poison wine by the ruler of Diyu and met her end. It is said that on the day General Hua died, her resentment filled the skies, and the entire capital of Diyu seemed to have ghostly soldiers passing through. The wails of souls lingered for 3 days without cease. Ha, I never expected anyone would still remember me. General Hua let out a light laugh. With a wave of her sleeve, the surrounding ghostly creatures shattered into pieces, transforming into pure soul energy that gathered around her, forming a vivid red armor. In her hand also gradually appeared a long spear engulfed in flames. Dressed in military attire with a red spear in hand. At this moment, the aura of General Hua overshadowed the surroundings, shaking half of the river of three paths. Even the powerful Jun Han couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression. At that time, I was harmed by a foolish monarch. Dying with grievances, in the dark, I arrived at the river of three crossings, transforming into a ghost. I found this forgetting river grass. Ancient books record that the forgetting river grass is a rare spiritual treasure. After maturing, ghosts can take it to reshape their souls, no different from ordinary people, as if living again. This item is crucial for me. I cannot let you take it. General Hua said lightly, standing firm with his gun. While Jun Han held the divine martial halberd, this item is meant to save the top leader. The top leader has worked hard for the Great Xia his whole life. I cannot stand by and watch him die. Even if I have to risk my life, I will bring it back. The top leader, is that the title for the monarch of this era? Back then, I sacrificed my life for the monarch, only to end up dying with grievances. Is what you're doing worth it? General Hua looked at Jun Han and said lightly. Today's Great Xia is not the past Great Yu. And the top leader is no longer the monarch of Great Yu who harmed you. Jun Han said calmly. It seems we both have reasons we cannot give up the forgetting river grass. Since that's the case, let's battle. General Hua said lightly. Whoosh. The next second, General Hua disappeared from where he stood, appearing in front of Jun Han, stabbing forward with his gun, its power like a raging fire, unstoppable. Jun Han swung the divine martial halberd, blocking the long spear. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. The spear and halberd clashed, with energy sweeping the area. The waters of the river of three crossings stirred endlessly. Damn! This guy can actually go toe-to-toe with the captain? Li Shanha cursed. Wasn't it said that in the underworld cave, only the so-called underworld bull demon king is an 8th tier king? How did this guy pop up? The river of three crossings is mysterious and strange. There are too many unknowns here.
so anything happening is not surprising. As for General Hua, he was a famous general who shook the world 1800 years ago. In the history of Great Xia, few can be compared to him, and it's expected to fight against the divine martial king. Su Qiu said gravely. Su Qiu, how strong was General Hua in history? Li Shanhe asked. They knew little about history, so they could only ask Su Qiu. Su Qiu pondered for a moment. The past is hard to trace, but from some ancient records, General Hua was at Tier 9. Everyone gasped in cold air. Tier 9? Emperor? Is this a joke? An S-rank spiritual energy zone has an emperor appearing? No need to worry too much, I said General Hua was Tier 9 when he was alive. But now that she is dead, in a spiritual state, the strength she can exert can't reach the emperor's level. Su Qiu said. Only then did everyone let out a sigh of relief. At this time, the surrounding ghostly beasts continued to pounce towards them. Su Qiu killed a few and glanced at the forgetting river grass on the distant rocky outcrop. Knowing that the battle between Jun Han and General Hua would be hard to distinguish for a while. His figure flashed, the Kuanping martial soul merged, and he stepped out. Qilin, step. Whoosh. His speed was so fast that it produced a sonic boom in the air. His figure almost instantly swept across hundreds of meters and arrived before the forgetting river grass, reaching out to harvest it, while General Hua reacted the moment Su Qiu moved, forcing Jun Han back with a single gunshot, then quickly turning to attack Su Qiu. With a stab, she aimed to pierce through him. Su Qiu now had two choices. First, give up the forgetting river grass and turn to block General Hua's attack. Second, take the hit from the gun and forcibly obtain the forgetting river grass. Su Qiu chose the second option. But at the moment he chose to take the forgetting river grass, he executed a mysterious movement technique. Phoenix Dance 6 Illusions. 6 Su Qiu appeared, confusing General Hua's vision. 6 to choose from. I don't believe you can stab me. Su Qiu secretly laughed. But the next second, the long spear pierced flesh, directly penetrating Su Qiu's chest. Su Qiu was stunned. 6 to choose from, and you still hit me? Is my luck this bad? Illusory movement technique, useless against me. General Hua said lightly behind Su Qiu. While Su Qiu coughed up blood, he suddenly grabbed the long spear that was embedded in his chest, grinning, General, I got you. Su Qiu. Jun Han saw Su Qiu being pierced by a long spear, his eyes about to burst. Chapter 186, Jun Han unleashes his domain. Your lord still needs you. Jun Han's eyes were filled with fury. The promise he made to Su Xiuxuan before they set out echoed in his mind. As long as I am alive, I will not let Su Qiu be harmed. But now, Su Qiu was right in front of him, with a long spear piercing through his chest. He, the first ruler, had broken his promise. Su Qiu. Jun Han roared, and in the next second, the unique domain of a ruler opened. As the ruler's domain activated, the spiritual power within him rapidly consumed. A terrifying force from the domain smashed against the unmoving walls on both sides. This was also the reason Jun Han had not activated his domain until now. First, activating the domain consumed too much spiritual power, and being in the nether cave made replenishing spiritual power a troublesome task. With the elixirs they brought, it would be difficult to recover his spiritual power to peak condition after activating the domain. Second, once the domain activated, the power impact would threaten the unmoving walls. Once the unmoving walls collapsed, the waters of the Three Paths River would flow back, and they would all be submerged, unable to escape. But now, he could not care about that any longer. As the domain spread, Jun Han exploded with all his power, his figure flashing, appearing behind General Hua. He struck with his spear, but as General Hua tried to dodge, she found her long spear had been firmly grabbed by Su Qiu, making it impossible to pull out. She was somewhat shocked. Receiving a blow from her spear, he still had such resilience. She was hit by Jun Han's spear and flew backwards. Jun Han whispered, his 5 fingers grasping in the air. In an instant. It was as if countless stars burst in the sky, beams of light carrying a mighty aura surged from all directions, continuously striking General Hua. Bang, 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 bang. General Hua was hit with unprecedented force, her body stopped in midair. Jun Han hurried to Su Qiu's side to check his condition, only to see the long spear in his chest had turned to flames, dissipating. Only a fist-sized bloody hole remained on his chest. A common person suffering such an injury would undoubtedly die. But Su Qiu had black hellfire burning on him. The bloody hole on his chest began to regenerate with flesh and blood, astonishingly restoring the fist-sized hole completely in an instant. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, at the critical moment, I turned my body slightly, so my heart was not pierced. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome to heal. The powerful healing ability made Jun Han marvel inwardly. What a powerful Hell Phoenix! While he was in awe, he also breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he is fine.
Today, the one who surprises me is not just one. In the void, General Hua emerged from the overwhelming energy aura and said faintly, the domain's attack still could not kill her. Jun Han protected Su Qiu behind him. Take the forgetting river grass and leave first. Su Qiu nodded, quickly picking the forgetting river grass, placing it in a glass container, and putting it in his storage ring before hurrying away. General Hua glanced at them, wanting to pursue, but was blocked by Jun Han. Having unleashed his domain, Jun Han's power was even stronger than before. Even General Hua no longer had the confidence to win. Come on, General Hua. To be able to fight with such a famed general from 1,000 years ago is an honor to me. Jun Han said, holding the divine martial spear. He charged out again. Both sides clashed with immense force, exploding within the domain. Meanwhile, on the other side. After Su Qiu obtained the forgetting river grass, he rushed rapidly towards the banks of the Three Paths River. Everyone, the unmoving walls are about to collapse, move. Both sides of the unmoving walls had cracked due to the battle between Jun Han and General Hua, and the waters of the Three Paths River were continuously surging out. Once submerged by these waters, except for Su Qiu, the others would likely perish. Everyone looked at Jun Han holding back General Hua, knowing their most important goal now was to escort the forgetting river grass to safety. Damn it, trust the captain, we need to leave first. We can't let the captain's hard work go to waste. If we stay, we'll only be a burden. Forgetting river grass must be sent back to the capital to save the chief. That is our mission. Though unwilling, Li Shanha and the others gritted their teeth and left. They rushed towards the riverbank. Behind them, the vengeful spirits chased them madly because they had taken the Wangchuan grass. The immovable walls on both sides were already on the verge of collapse. By the river, Ho Ding clenched his teeth tightly. Hurry up! I can't hold on much longer. Half an hour had already passed. Now, every additional minute he held on was exhausting his physical and spiritual energy. Boom, boom, boom. The immovable walls began to collapse. A stream of river water began to flow back. Watching the rushing water that was about to drown everyone, Su Qiu grabbed Li Shanha and the other captains. Qilin, step. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed in the air. Li Shanha and the others only felt the wind whistling by their ears, their bodies being pulled by a tremendous force, and in the blink of an eye, they surged over 1,000 meters. They finally rushed back to the riverbank just as the river water completely flowed back. The few of them lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Looking back at the Santu River. The river was in a state of endless tumultuous flow. Those vengeful spirits that had chased them were drowned by the river water, unable to crawl back to shore, only letting out roars towards Su Qiu and the others. But no one felt happy for surviving. They looked at the Santu River, anxiety filling their eyes. Captain. The divine martial king was still in the Santu River. In the Santu River, the aura of the underworld engulfed everything. At the moment the river water flowed back, Jun Han felt his domain begin to collapse. The Santu River was too ferocious. Even the kings appeared somewhat insignificant before it. The domain shattered. Jun Han was also submerged by the river water. The spiritual energy he had, which was already minimal due to opening his domain, was unable to resist the erosion of the underworld aura. His body began to suffer damage, his consciousness almost being pulled into an endless abyss. Am I going to die here? Did Su Qiu and the others make it ashore? I hope they can bring back the Wangchuan grass to the imperial capital, save the chief. The future of Daxia depends on them. Suddenly, just as Jun Han's consciousness was about to completely sink into the endless abyss, a flash of red appeared before him. It was General Hua. I have already been drowned by the Santu River, do you still want to kill me? Jun Han thought to himself. Unlike General Hua, who had already died and turned into a ghostly existence, he was not a match for her in the Santu River. He didn't even need her to make a move. The underworld aura would erode him to death. Perhaps he would even be transformed into a ghost like General Hua. Young man, I found this battle very enjoyable. You shouldn't die here, your lord still needs you. General Hua said lightly. She grabbed Jun Han and threw him out. On the riverbank. Su Qiu took a deep breath as he looked at the Santu River, taking out the glass case containing the Wangchuan grass and handing it to Li Shanha. Take this, I'm going down to save the divine martial king. He had the ghost Qilin, he had the food spirit. He was not afraid of the erosion of the underworld aura. He had mental protection to resist the impact of ghostly resentments. Now only he could enter the Santu River to save the divine martial king. But just as he was about to jump into the Santu River, a figure was thrown out from within, landing in front of the crowd. It was the divine martial king. And in the Santu River, another figure followed suit. It was General Hua. She threw the divine martial halberd down, planting it into the ground. She saved the divine martial king? The crowd was puzzled, but they did not lower their guard. Chapter 187, about to leave. The closer to victory, the more tense it became. General Hua looked at Su Qiu and the others before her, and did not make a move, saying softly, "The Wangchuan grass has already been picked by you, everything has been set in stone. Even if I took it back, it cannot continue to grow, it is useless to me. So you don't need to worry about me attacking you." Her words made everyone skeptical. They looked at Su Qiu. After all, he was the most knowledgeable here. Su Qiu nodded slightly. "Yes, only fully matured Wangchuan grass possesses the ability to help spirits take form, and this one was picked before it was fully formed. The possibility of continued growth has been lost." Though that is what was said. Yet everyone still dared not let their guard down. The opponent has guarded the forgetting river herb for so many years. Now that we have plucked it, isn't she angry? Doesn't she want to kill us? She looks different from the other souls. A soul that retains complete reason is truly peculiar. Facing everyone's vigilance, General Hua not only did not show dissatisfaction, but instead revealed a hint of admiration in her eyes. "You are all excellent warriors. The lord you wish to serve deserves your sacrifices. Also, let me remind you that the forgetting river herb is a treasure from the underworld cave. It used to grow in the Three Paths River and was guarded by me, so no one dared to pry. Now that the forgetting river herb has left the Three Paths River, you should take care." After saying this, she no longer paid attention to everyone and turned back to the Three Paths River. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, feeling somewhat puzzled. Is she just leaving? What did her last words mean? Su Qiu pondered. It is said that General Hua is unmatched in the army and possesses unparalleled martial skills. Being a soldier, she really appreciates outstanding warriors. Perhaps this is why she let us go. Li Shanha slightly raised his head. This General Hua has a good eye. Yes, truly worthy of being a famous general. Su Qiu looked at the pleased Li Shanha and Zhang Qing, rolled his eyes, and quickly went to check on the Divine Martial King. At a glance, he couldn't help but frown. The underworld energy has entered the body. It will be troublesome to recover. Others felt a chill in their hearts. That Three Paths River is filled with boundless underworld energy. They knew if they were submerged, in less than 10 seconds, they would be corroded to death by the underworld energy. But Jun Han. He fell into the Three Paths River for over a minute. It is easy to imagine how much underworld energy he has been corroded by. What should we do? Is there still hope for the captain? Su Qiu. Several looked at Su Qiu, and unbeknownst to them, they had started to regard this student, much younger than them, as their backbone. Su Qiu took a deep breath. Let me give it a try. He grabbed Jun Han's hand, activating the Taotai martial spirit. Isn't it just underworld energy? Just suck it away. Boom. A large amount of underworld energy was sucked out from Jun Han's body into Su Qiu's body, mixed with Jun Han's remaining spiritual power. These two forces surged into Su Qiu's body, tearing at him. Damn, so strong. Su Qiu was secretly shocked. The tyrannical underworld energy mixed with the remnants of an 8th-rank king's spiritual power slammed toward him, making his body feel like it was about to split apart. His Taotai within could only roar with all its might, trying to absorb this power. But due to his insufficient cultivation, he found it hard to absorb it all at once. In a critical moment, the ghosted Qilin opened its eyes, letting out a low roar. That mighty underworld energy shifted from flowing into Taotai to flowing into it. The two great martial spirits joined forces, one absorbing and transforming the remnants of the 8th-rank king's spiritual power, while the other absorbed and refined the underworld energy. Others watched Su Qiu riskily absorb the underworld energy and unconsciously held their breath. They held their breath, not daring to make a sound to disturb Su Qiu. Time passed, and they didn't know how long it had been. Finally, Su Qiu released Jun Han's hand. And Jun Han slowly opened his eyes, regaining consciousness. When he saw Su Qiu beside him with underworld energy dissipating, he instantly understood what happened. He sat up, looking worriedly at Su Qiu. Fool! Why did you do this? Don't worry, Divine Martial King. I can refine a little underworld energy. It's just that your spiritual power and underworld energy are intertwined and inseparable. I could only absorb them together. Su Qiu said. That's fine, you focus on refining the underworld energy for now. All right. Su Qiu nodded, completely focused on refining the underworld energy. And Jun Han also took out a pill to restore his spiritual power. More than an hour passed, and Su Qiu recovered. He clenched his fist, his lips curving slightly upward. My cultivation has improved a bit. Closer to the 6th rank. Just a small step left. He believed that if he secluded himself for 10 days to half a month after returning, he would surely break through. Looking to the side, Jun Han had recovered some of his spiritual power after taking the elixir. Although it hadn't returned to its peak state, he was able to move freely again. Captain, why did General Hua save you at the last moment? Someone couldn't help but ask with curiosity.
Jun Han thought for a moment and remembered what General Hua had said at the end.
Your lord still needs you.
He sighed. She is also a pitiful person, having fought her whole life, only to be betrayed by her lord in the end. As for why she saved me, perhaps it is because she saw her former self in me, or perhaps it is the mutual respect between soldiers. Upon hearing this, the others stopped dwelling on the question. In any case, it was a fact that General Hua saved Jun Han.
That what's it called ruler of Du really is something else. How could such a beautiful and heroic female general just be abandoned?
I'm really worried that the other party would grow too powerful and directly take her as a queen.
Exactly, that Du ruler is really dumb.
At this moment, the water of the Santu River surged. It seemed that General Hua heard their discussions and got angry.
Everyone was startled and quickly left. Let's go back. Suqiu has also recovered, let's go.
They had already obtained the forgetting river grass and did not stay any longer, immediately turning back. Zheng Qing summoned the Boeing airplane Marshal Soul.
Everyone boarded the plane and headed back.
However, within the Abyss Cave, the energy of the underworld was thick, and the Marshal Soul they summoned was constantly suffering from the erosion of the underworld energy, unable to stay outside for too long. Even the S-level Marshal Soul was no exception. The Boeing airplane Marshal Soul only flew for a while.
Everyone then landed and continued on foot. After 2 days and 2 nights.
By this time, it had been almost 8 days since they arrived at the Abyss Cave. The exit of the Abyss Cave was close. Due to Jun Han's spiritual power not being fully restored, along the way, everyone dared not make too much noise, fearing to attract the attention of those high-level beasts. They all relied on Suqiu's ghost Qilin to clear the path. As they saw they were almost at the exit,
everyone not only did not relax, but became even more vigilant.
It is said that the closer you get to victory, the more careful you should be. They feared that a single moment of relaxation would lead to losing everything. This was the mentality of everyone now.
Moreover, Suqiu really sensed something was off.
It was too quiet. It was incredibly quiet near the exit, not a single beast appeared, but the air was filled with a strange sense of oppression.
This feeling was as if
they had intruded into the territory of a high-level beast.
Chapter 188, The Underworld Bull Demon King. One person stays behind. Something is wrong, too wrong.
It is so quiet here that not even a ghost monster is present. And the bizarre oppressive feeling in the air, it's as if we have barged into the territory of a high-level beast. Not just Suqiu, but others also noticed some clues.
Everyone focused intently, getting on guard. At this moment,
a heavy sound of footsteps approached from a distance. The footsteps were incredibly heavy, each step seemed to shake the ground. Terrifying pressure made everyone feel as if they were facing a great enemy.
Gradually,
the owner of the footsteps appeared before them.
It was a 10-meter-tall, bull-headed man wielding a giant axe.
His entire body was muscular, exuding strength, with a black nose ring in his nostrils, 2 bull horns standing tall, and his eyes glowing with a scarlet light. With each breath, a large amount of white mist spewed from his nostrils.
He stared at Suqiu and the others, his gaze carrying a strong sense of oppression, giving them a moment of deathly threat.
Everyone immediately recognized this beast. It was indeed the most troublesome beast in the Abyss Cave, the 8th Order, Underworld Bull Demon King.
Everyone gasped in cold air.
They didn't expect to encounter this terrifying 8th Order beast right as they were about to leave the Abyss Cave. It was simply seeking their lives.
Leave the forgotten river grass, the Underworld Ox Demon King said in a deep voice.
Everyone took out their weapons and summoned their martial souls. Li Shanha's eyes turned cold. We've come this far, there's no way you can make us give up our hard work.
No way.
He charged forward, swinging the mountain river axe heavily.
The Underworld Ox Demon King also swung his axe in response.
The 2 axes crashed together with a heavy sound. With a loud boom, a powerful force surged, creating a terrifying wave of air in the atmosphere.
In the next second, Li Shanha was struck hard and flew backward. Blood gushed from his mouth continuously.
He was directly smashed into a small mountain, buried under the rubble.
Old Li Shanha.
Everyone was shocked. Although Li Shanha was not the strongest among them, he was still a 7th-tier marquis, and he was defeated in one hit.
Moreover, this was just a casual blow from the Underworld Ox Demon King.
The strength of the opponent was astonishing. You take the forgotten river grass back, I'll deal with this guy.
Jun Han stepped forward and said. Team leader Yuni said, no.
Captain, your spiritual power is only left with 1/10, you can't handle him. Even if I have only 1/10 left, I'm still stronger than you.
Go! Jun Han exclaimed in a low voice.
But at that moment, Suqiu placed a hand on his shoulder and pulled him back. In front of him, several options suddenly appeared.
Ding!
The forgotten river grass is in hand, but just as you are about to leave the underworld cave, you encounter the 8th tier beast king, the underworld ox demon king blocking your way. You have the following options. First, abandon your teammates and run away. Reward, high-level healing potion. Second, join your teammates in attacking, which will likely lead to heavy losses for the Divine Martial Corps. Reward, superior martial spirit equipment, red armor set. Third, hold off the enemy for your teammates. Let everyone retreat. Reward, supreme martial spirit equipment, Azura battle armor. Supreme martial spirit equipment? Do I even need to choose? A supreme spirit equipment, the Dragon Burst Lance, still hasn't been fully utilized by him yet. If he gets another piece of armor, his power will surely reach new heights. Choose the third option. He reached out, pulling Junhan back behind him, and without saying a word, displayed the power of martial souls, Kuanpun, White Tiger, Thunder Dragon, Hell Immortal Phoenix. In an instant, he completed the fusion of 4 martial souls. His aura surged rapidly, instantly surpassing everyone in the Divine Martial Corps, including the current Junhan. After all, the members of the Divine Martial Corps were affected by the underworld energy in the underworld cave. Their spiritual power could not be fully exerted, especially Junhan, whose spiritual power was even less than 1/10. Even as a king, he was no match for Su Qiu, who wasn't affected. Divine Martial King, you made a mistake. The strongest one here right now is me. Su Qiu grinned, and his aura erupted like a flood. The members of the Divine Martial Corps were immediately pushed back several steps. The underworld ox demon king's gaze was momentarily attracted to him, his crimson eyes bursting with cold killing intent. So many SSS-level martial souls? Human, it seems today even if I don't want the forgotten river grass, I must kill you here. He saw an unparalleled potential in Su Qiu. This potential was enough to pose a threat to the entire alien beast race. Su Qiu. Junhan wanted to say something more, but he was interrupted by Su Qiu. Go. Think of the chief, do you still want to save him? And staying here will only hold me back. Junhan fell silent for a moment. With less than 1/10 of his spiritual power left, he indeed couldn't stand against the underworld ox demon king, and once his power ran out, he would even become a burden. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of unwillingness. He was the Divine Martial King after all. How could he fall to the point of being saved by a junior? Go! But thinking of the chief waiting for him, he had to make a decision. The others nodded, taking the knocked out Li Shanhe with them to leave. Su Qiu, you have to come back for me, Junhan shouted before leaving. Su Qiu's lips slightly curled up. Don't worry, I have no intention of dying here. He still had many goals to achieve. For example, becoming a supreme being rank 10, leading the Great Xia to stand tall at the peak of the world. For example, dominating Blue Star, sweeping across the battlefield of alien beasts. For example, stepping out of Blue Star, witnessing the beauty of the galaxy. Before achieving these goals, how could he easily stop his steps? Die. The underworld bull demon king saw Junhan and the others attempting to leave and suddenly charged out, his massive body like a mountain, but in the next second, he froze mid-air. Because Su Qiu stood in front of him. Compared to the underworld bull demon king's body, Su Qiu was as small as a child, yet, the small body erupted with terrifying power in an instant, thrusting a spear that collided with the giant axe. The overwhelming impact forced the underworld bull demon king to take 2 steps back. Kill. After pushing back his opponent, Su Qiu's eyes revealed endless coldness. He struck again. The long spear, mixed with violent lightning, continued to blast out. From A-level martial skill Thunder King Spear to S-level martial skill Thunder Judgment Spear. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed dozens or even hundreds of moves. However, the underworld bull demon king's body was not only huge but also as hard as meteorite iron. Su Qiu's attack did not inflict much damage on him. Instead, his hand gripping the spear became slightly numb from the shock. What a guy, this 8th level beast king is not easy to deal with. Su Qiu murmured. This was his first time facing an 8th level beast king alone. Kid, even with the 4 SSS level martial souls combined, you are still not my opponent. The underworld bull demon king swung an axe. Boom! It was as if space itself was about to be shattered by this axe. The immense force sent Su Qiu flying. He smashed through a mountain, breaking several bones in his body, but in the next second, hellfire burned, repairing his damaged body. He walked out from the ruins, his eyes blazing with intensity, his battle spirit burning like fierce fire. Who will win this deer is still unknown. Chapter 189, Fierce Battle with the Underworld Bull Demon King. 2 Immortal Monsters. The 4 martial souls combined were already nearing Su Qiu's limit. If the 5 martial souls combined, he could last at most a few minutes, and he had never tried combining all 6 souls. But he estimated he wouldn't last even 1 minute. After all, what he was merging were not ordinary martial souls. They were SSS-level martial souls. And he was merging them with 5th-tier cultivation. Being able to achieve martial soul fusion was already a remarkable feat, multiple SSS-level martial souls merging was an unimaginable thing. How could one hope for prolonged duration? However, facing the underworld bull demon king now, if he could only last a few minutes, Jun Han and the others might not be able to leave the underworld cave. Therefore, he needed a way to contend with the king for a longer time. Thinking of this, he slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Let's give this thing a try. With a thought, a purple-red close-fitting battle armor gradually appeared on him. This armor looked extremely imposing, with dragon-shaped shoulder armor and tiger-shaped chest armor, overall composed of purple and red colors. The moment the armor was donned, Su Qiu erupted with an incredibly powerful killing intent, like a Shura crawling out of hell. A continuous stream of power surged from the armor, making Su Qiu clench his fists uncontrollably. What a Shura battle armor! He tightly gripped the coiling dragon-breaking army spear, performing a spear flourish. Top-tier spiritual weapon, coiling dragon-breaking army spear. Top-tier spiritual weapon, Shura battle armor. Plus the 4 martial souls combined, 6th-level physical quality. Su Qiu felt he was now powerful enough to explode. What of the 8th level? Kill. I've changed my mind, I won't back down. I want to slaughter you. Su Qiu grinned at the underworld bull demon king. Seeing the extra armor appearing on Su Qiu, the underworld bull demon king felt the aura of the small 5th-tier human had drastically increased. He felt astonished. How can such a freak appear among humans? He was deeply shocked. And Su Qiu had already charged towards him again. The long spear pierced out like a dragon. Accompanied by domineering thunder and lightning, it crashed onto the body of the hellish bull demon king, sending him staggering back several steps. He wanted to counterattack. But Su Qiu's speed was even faster. In the instant he arrived in front of him, he executed his movement technique, Phoenix Dance of 6 Illusions. 6 Su Qiu appeared simultaneously. The hellish bull demon king was not a seasoned warrior like General Hua who could see through Su Qiu's technique at a glance. Looking at the 6 Su Qiu appearing at once, he was stunned for a moment, and then unleashed a flurry of rapid gunfire. Clang, 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 clang. The gunfire fell like rain, continuously landing on the hellish bull demon king, producing a series of metallic sounds, as if iron were being hammered. Compared to before, Su Qiu's attack power had increased with the help of the Azura armor, able to break through the opponent's defenses. Gradually, bloodstains appeared on the hellish bull demon king's body. Although it looked like mere flesh wounds, they still filled him with uncontrollable rage. Damn it! You dared to hurt me! The hellish bull demon king roared, allowing Su Qiu to stab him with a gun, and when the gun barrel was halfway inside his body, he suddenly tensed his muscles, using his bones to clamp down the spiral dragon-breaking army spear. Then he raised his axe and swung down. This move was incredibly powerful. If an ordinary warrior faced this situation, they would likely not even have time to react and would be killed by the hellish bull demon king. But Su Qiu had battled countless times, surviving numerous life and death situations. Besides training in places like the Azura Tower, he had fought against unpredictable combat lunatics like Ori countless times. His combat experience was far above ordinary warriors, a presence that others of the same generation could hardly reach. When the hellish bull demon king had clamped down the spiral dragon-breaking army spear and raised his axe, Su Qiu had already reacted instantly, decisively abandoning the spear. Immediately after, he closed in. He struck out wildly with both hands. It was the S-class martial technique, dragon descending 108 palms. Bang, bang, bang. Each palm struck against the hellish bull demon king's body, making his huge frame appear like a sandbag before Su Qiu. In just a few breaths, Su Qiu had unleashed dozens to hundreds of palm strikes. And the hellish bull demon king could not dodge, accepting everything head-on. Even if his body was strong, he was beaten until he coughed up blood and retreated step by step. Su Qiu grabbed the spiral dragon-breaking army spear embedded in the opponent's body, seizing the moment when the hellish bull demon king's body froze from the strikes and exploded with power. Vaguely, a thunder dragon roared, and the ultimate power of lightning surged forth. Thunder Judgment Gun. Boom! This shot exploded violently inside the hellish bull demon king's body. It sent him flying away. After a series of attacks, even including 2 S-class martial techniques, Su Qiu was slightly out of breath as he looked at the bull demon king who had been blasted away. At this moment, the opponent lay on the ground, his flesh charred black by the lightning. He even emitted a faint scent of burnt flesh. But then, the bull horns on his forehead emitted a faint glow as the surrounding hellish energy suddenly gathered towards him. Originally knocked to the ground, the hellish bull demon king's body was nourished by the hellish energy and quickly recovered. He raised his axe and stood once more, grinning sinisterly at Su Qiu. Kid, pretty good. But, you still can't kill me. Seeing this, Su Qiu didn't feel much surprise. As a formidable 8th-tier Beast King, he naturally wouldn't be so easily killed, especially in the hellish cave where the Beast Kings had even stranger techniques. Then let's do it again.
Su Qiu said calmly, and suddenly a powerful pulling force erupted from his body. The spiritual energy mixed with hellish energy gathered towards him, being frantically absorbed into his body and transformed into his own spiritual power. Then, hellfire ignited. Some of his wounds were also healed. The hellish bull demon king showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. You can actually absorb hellish energy too. And this flame can even heal your injuries. It seems this will be a war of attrition. He, too, was ignited with the spirit of battle. In his scarlet bull eyes, a fierce and brutal color shone. Killing you will definitely be one of the most memorable things in my life. Boom! Both sides vanished from their spots at the same time. Once again, waves of terrifying energy exploded in the air. Both could absorb the underworld energy, especially the underworld bull demon king, who could also use the underworld energy to heal his injuries. As for Su Qiu, he could similarly use underworld energy to restore his spiritual power and then use hellfire to heal himself. This battle had turned into a war of attrition. Su Qiu lunged forward with his spear, while the underworld bull demon king did not dodge or evade, allowing the spear to pierce his body, using the same old trick to seize Su Qiu's spear. Then, the giant axe struck out. But this time, Su Qiu did not let go. As the giant axe crashed down on him, the overwhelming power of lightning exploded, slamming into the underworld bull demon king's body. The Thunder Judgment Spear detonated within his opponent, sending him flying. Su Qiu was also hit by the giant axe. Despite having 6th-stage physical qualities and the protection of the Shura battle armor, he was still knocked to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Both sides were heavily injured. They lay on the ground. But then, the underworld energy gathered towards the underworld bull demon king, healing his wounds, while hellfire burned on Su Qiu, starting to treat him. In just 2 seconds, both stood up again. It was as if two immortal monsters. Chapter 190, The Weakness of the Bull Demon King. Fully unleashing the might of the Panlong Breaking Army Spear. Bang, bang, bang. Su Qiu and the underworld bull demon king were locked in fierce battle. They had almost abandoned their defenses, attacking each other with full force, like two immortal monsters, tearing at each other. A terrifying aura spread out. Within a few kilometers, no beast dared to approach. They were all intimidated by their presence, staying far away. After all, the level of their combat was too shocking. Getting too close would be enough to scare one's soul away with a single shock. Qilin, stomp. The underworld bull demon king swung his axe. Yet he found Su Qiu had vanished from his spot, reappearing directly above him, crashing down with a fierce foot. Boom! The foot of Qilin came crashing down from the sky. The underworld bull demon king was forcibly stomped into the ground. The ground formed a huge pit. He suddenly jumped out of the pit, laughing, "This is fantastic. No human has ever made me this excited. Come again." He laughed loudly, leaping high into the air. Axe swung towards Su Qiu. Su Qiu's 5 fingers turned into claws. Qilin, claw. With a sharp giant claw, he sent the opponent flying again, leaving several bloodstains on him, but as the underworld energy flowed, his body was once more repaired. Su Qiu was relentless, continuously attacking. Qilin, finger. A single finger struck out, with powerful penetrating force stabbing into the underworld bull demon king's body, piercing his heart. Yet even like that, the underworld bull demon king still looked lively, jumping over to strike back with his axe. As Su Qiu was sent flying, he began using hellfire to heal himself. He knew that to truly kill the opponent, he must find the weakness in the opponent's almost perverse healing ability. Otherwise, this battle could drag on indefinitely. They might fight for a day and night. Of course, if that were the case, he didn't mind. After all, as long as he held off the underworld bull demon king and allowed Junhan and the others to escape, that would be a success. But the underworld bull demon king seemed to see through his thoughts, grinning and saying, "Do you think by holding me back, your companions can escape? You underestimate me too much. Besides, who told you there is only one 8th-stage underworld bull demon king in the underworld cave?" His words made Su Qiu's heart sink. The underworld cave was very mysterious. Very few adventurers dared to explore here, even if there were, most stayed on the periphery, too afraid to delve deeper, so there was no evidence to prove that there was only one 8th-stage exotic beast inside the underworld cave. For that flower general. Before they met, no one ever knew. Similarly, it wouldn't be impossible for a ghostly bull demon king to appear again. Thinking of this, Su Qiu felt a bit anxious inside. With the current state of the Divine Martial Team, facing an 8th-tier bull demon king again, I'm afraid, it spells disaster. If the Divine Martial Team is wiped out here, the big boss won't receive treatment either. The Great Xiao will continuously lose 2 pillars. The consequences are unimaginable. Whoosh! The ghostly bull demon king appeared in front of Su Qiu, swinging an axe. Su Qiu, feeling anxious, was caught off guard and was once again sent flying. You're anxious, you've lost your focus. Kid, this is a big taboo in battle. The ghostly bull demon king laughed heartily.
Taking advantage of Su Qiu's distraction, he wildly unleashed a series of attacks. This was also the purpose of his words, to disturb Su Qiu's mind, causing him to make a mistake.
Undoubtedly, he succeeded.
Although he was a strange beast, his battle wisdom was not inferior to that of humans. Su Qiu used his movement technique, conjuring 6 shadows. While confusing the ghostly bull demon king, he also created some distance. The hellfire on him burned, rapidly healing his injuries. He stared hard at the bull demon king, took a deep breath, and encouraged himself, "Don't panic, the divine martial kings are not that easy to deal with. My most important task now is to annihilate this bull demon in front of me." He regained his calm and fully invested himself in the battle. During the fighting, he noticed that every time the ghostly bull demon king healed his body, the horns on his forehead emitted a light. This insight sparked a light in his mind. His weakness is those 2 horns on his body.
As the enemy launched another attack, Su Qiu suddenly roared. "Qilin, roar!"
His roar thundered, almost piercing the eardrums of the ghostly bull demon king.
The opponent's body involuntarily paused for a moment.
And Su Qiu swiftly appeared in front of him, stabbing one of the horns with all his might.
Clang! This stab felt as if it struck an indestructible divine iron.
Even the top-grade spiritual weapon, the Panlong breaking army spear, resonated and vibrated, while the bull demon king was merely knocked back, with no visible damage to his horns.
Damn, how hard!
Su Qiu looked at the trembling Panlong breaking army spear, unable to hide his shock. The hardness of those horns is actually comparable to a top-grade spiritual weapon.
Is this a joke? Ha, have you discovered my weakness?
But unfortunately, these horns, while they are my weakness, are also the hardest part of my body.
You can't destroy them. The ghostly bull demon king laughed heartily.
He was not afraid that Su Qiu would discover his weakness because he was certain that the opponent had no way to break the horns. And Su Qiu took a deep breath, looking at the Panlong breaking army spear in his hand, his gaze gradually firming.
There is nothing truly indestructible in this world.
Even if there is, it won't be those broken horns of yours. He didn't believe that he couldn't break the opponent's horns.
In the past, wasn't the Xiao family's top-grade spiritual weapon, the Golden Prison, said to be indestructible?
Yet it was shattered by him.
These horns are the same.
Su Qiu watched as the ghostly bull demon king attacked again, locking onto the opponent's horns with his moves.
Several shots hit the horns consecutively.
But he still couldn't damage them in the slightest. The Panlong breaking army spear in my hand is a top-grade spiritual weapon, powerful. There's no reason it can't damage those horns.
The reason I can't break them is only one. That is, I have not unleashed the full power of the Panlong breaking army spear.
Su Qiu thought to himself. For the Panlong breaking army spear that had fought alongside him for so long, he had great trust, but he had never truly communicated with it. Through this battle, he began to sense the power of the Panlong breaking army spear. As he wielded the spear, he could feel its weight, its length, and even every inch of the patterns on the spear body.